For 3 years, my girlfriend played me like a fool. I was her personal ATM and the biggest bootlicker in all of university. Her name was Chu Yuhan, the pure beauty of our class. A month ago, the woman who raised me passed away and left me 2 million yuan. The moment Chu Yuhan heard about the inheritance, she started talking about our shared future, sweet-talked me into handing over the money, and bought an apartment, registered entirely under her name. Naturally, she never gave me the keys. When I decided to break the lock and step into my apartment, I found her inside with another man, Zhang Yao. The two of them threw me out of the window from the 30th floor. 100 meters of free fall. The end of my story, almost. I woke up in my old dormitory. Dorm 27, room 615. Sweaty, alive, with 2019 glowing on the calendar. I understood instantly. I had been reborn, returned to the very day she planned to drain me dry. I checked my phone. 2 million yuan, untouched. Perfect. The first thing Chu Yuhan did that day was message me. Baby, come to the lecture hall. Let's talk about buying the apartment. It's for our future. Last time, I ran to her. This time, I simply blocked her. I walked into class calmly, hands in my pockets. She sat there all dressed up, chin raised high, expecting me to crawl to her on my knees. But I walked past without even looking at her, and sat next to her arch-nemesis, Su Yuan, the second-ranked beauty of the class. The one everyone called materialistic, though she never pretended to be a saint. The entire room froze. Phones came out, they were filming The Fall of the Campus Bootlicker. Chu Yuhan looked like she was about to chew through her desk. And then, ding, a voice rang in my mind. A system activated. Name, Comprehensive Happiness System. Or simply, the system of love and survival. Its rules were simple and ruthless. It is bound to Su Yuan, the girl I just sat beside. Her current affection toward me, -10. Every +1 point of her affection equals +1 day of my life. My remaining lifespan at this moment, 10 seconds. In short, if I do not raise Su Yuan's mood and affection right now, I die. For good. No third chance. Meanwhile, Chu Yuhan sat across from me, glaring daggers, realizing her perfect plan had collapsed within minutes of my second life. My name is Chen Fan. And I might die in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Fuck, I am about to die. The sound of the countdown was like a time bomb, and Chen Fan's mentality instantly collapsed. I just reincarnated, and I have not even had my revenge on that vicious bitch Chu Yuhan yet. I cannot die now. There was no time for Chen Fan to think. How could he raise a girl's affection level? Just do it. Chen Fan suddenly stood up. Su Yuan. The truth is, I have always liked you. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan hugged Su Yuan tightly, who was beside him, wearing a short skirt and black stockings, her face filled with shock. The entire classroom fell silent in an instant. Everyone was like petrified statues, mouths wide open, staring at Chen Fan hugging Su Yuan. At that moment, it was as if they had witnessed the most unbelievable thing in the world. Just then, Chen Fan saw a red plus sign and the number 11 suddenly appear above Su Yuan's head. Then, a synthesized electronic voice sounded in his mind. Su Yuan, affection +11. Current affection, 1. Ding. Host's remaining life value detected as 1. Please continue increasing the bound target's affection to extend life value. Host's life countdown begins, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Phew. Thank goodness, I almost died right after starting the game. Chen Fan let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Su Yuan, whom he was holding in his arms, finally reacted and pushed him away angrily and shyly. Although Su Yuan's expression was one of anger, she was actually very excited inside, with a hint of pride. Many people had chased after her, but this was the first time someone had confessed to her in front of dozens of classmates. Most importantly, Chen Fan was famously known as the ultimate simp for Chu Yuhan, the manipulative green tea bitch. Now, Chu Yuhan's biggest simp had confessed to her. Was that not equivalent to a hard slap in Chu Yuhan's face? And not just any slap, but a full-powered, wind-up swing. Instantly, Su Yuan's affection for Chen Fan jumped by another 11 points. Chen Fan, you fucking scumbag. How dare you betray Yuhan? Chu Yuhan was still frozen in disbelief, while Li Lanlan screamed and charged at Chen Fan, pointing and cursing at him. How could you do this to Yuhan, after all she has done for you, Li Lanlan's voice suddenly weakened. After a long pause, she realized she could not recall anything Chu Yuhan had ever done for Chen Fan. Betrayal? What kind of relationship do I even have with Chu Yuhan? Boyfriend and girlfriend? Ask her if she will admit that. Chen Fan snorted coldly. Even if that is the case, do you think you are not at fault? Did Yuhan not give you a chance to pursue her? You just did not try hard enough. And can you not see that she is so upset she is about to cry? Li Lanlan quickly unleashed a rapid combination of verbal attacks. Chu Yuhan indeed looked like she was about to cry, but not from sadness, from humiliation. She never imagined Chen Fan would dare to confess to her rival right in front of her and the entire class. How would that make her, the class belle, look? Chu Yuhan glared at Chen Fan, waiting for an explanation. However, Chen Fan directly ignored her and sat back down next to Su Yuan. This scene once again shocked the classmates who were ready to enjoy the drama. What is going on? Did Chen Fan change? Did he awaken or something? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Hey, Chen Fan, why are you not fawning over the great class belle Chu, and instead chasing after me? Su Yuan looked at Chen Fan and asked. Because she is not as pretty as you. Chen Fan replied loudly, so the whole class could hear. Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This boy knows what he is doing. Then she casually glanced at Chu Yuhan, who was seething with anger. Chen Fan, do not say I am not giving you a chance. When you were chasing Chu Yuhan, you spent so much money. Are you seriously planning to win me over just by talking? As it happens, I am about to run out of SK2 skincare products. Do something about that. Su Yuan stated her demand directly. She knew Chen Fan's financial situation. A part-time job could earn him 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month, and a set of SK2 products, luxury Japanese skincare known for their anti-aging benefits and steep prices, cost nearly 10,000. If he borrowed a bit, he could probably afford it. Just a set of skincare products? No problem. I will go buy it right now. Chen Fan did not hesitate at all. He knew SK2 was expensive, because Chu Yuhan had always wanted it. But he used to give her all his part-time earnings and never had enough to buy it for her. But now, none of that mattered. Money was important, but not more than his life. As long as it increased Su Yuan's affection, even 10,000 yuan was worth it, even 100,000 if needed. Thinking this, Chen Fan did not even bother going to class. He rushed out as if afraid Su Yuan would change her mind the next second. All the classmates were dumbfounded. Chu Yuhan was so angry her nose was practically crooked. Yuhan, that fucking simp Chen Fan has gone insane. He is really going to buy Su Yuan a full set of SK2 skincare. He eats plain buns with pickles every day, and now he is acting like a rich second-generation heir? Li Lanlan said furiously. Chu Yuhan clenched her teeth but did not reply. In the past, Chen Fan truly could not afford it, but now he had 2 million yuan. Damn that Chen Fan, even she herself could not bring herself to buy SK2. But in her heart, she was convinced Chen Fan was just acting out because she had been cold to him lately. There was no way he would actually spend that kind of money on Su Yuan. But Chen Fan knew none of this. He had already taken a taxi to a large shopping mall and arrived at the SK2 counter. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. Hey, handsome, here alone today? No girlfriend with you. The female sales clerk at the counter was a classy woman in her 30s. Since Chu Yuhan liked shopping at luxury stores, she had been here many times. The clerk recognized Chen Fan immediately. Yes, sister, I want to buy some skincare products. Chen Fan nodded. Perfect timing. We just received a batch of small trial bottles today. One bottle is 500 to 600 yuan. The saleswoman smiled and handed over a small bottle. It was not Chen Fan's first visit, and she could tell he was a poor student. Sis, not this kind. I want the full set. Chen Fan pointed to the beautifully packaged red box. You want this set? It costs over 9,000 yuan. The saleswoman looked at him in disbelief. Ding! Detected that the host is about to spend money for the bound target. Activating attractiveness cashback function. Name, Su Yuan. Attractiveness, 85 points. Cashback ratio, 1:1. Suddenly, the synthesized system voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind again. Holy shit, attractiveness cashback? So if I spend money on Su Yuan, I get a 1:1 cashback? That is basically free stuff. What originally felt like a painful expenditure now filled Chen Fan with joy. Wait a second, system. If 85 points of attractiveness gives a 1:1 cashback, does that mean if the attractiveness is higher, I get more than I spend? Chen Fan thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up as he asked the system. Ding! This is the pleasure system. The higher the girl's attractiveness, the more life value you gain from increasing affection, and the higher the cashback ratio. Chen Fan was ecstatic. Damn, excessive cashback. The more he spent on girls, the richer he would become. Previously worried about what to do once his 2 million yuan ran out, he suddenly felt enlightened, the future looked bright. Young man, handsome, actually these small trial bottles are quite cost-effective. Honestly, the contents are basically the same. The saleswoman saw Chen Fan standing still and thought he was scared by the price, so she quickly spoke up. Give me 2 full sets. No, give me 10. Huh? The female sales assistant thought she had misheard, her almond-shaped eyes staring wide at Chen Fan. Swipe the card. Chen Fan did not waste any words. He directly took out a bank card that was old and worn, one he had used for 6 or 7 years. Beep. Transaction successful. At the same time, a message from his mobile banking app popped up. A charge of 98,000 yuan had been made, leaving a balance of 1.902 million yuan. But immediately afterward, another 98,000 yuan was transferred into his account by a blank sender, and his balance returned to exactly 2 million. It really refunded the money. Chen Fan's heart surged with excitement. At the same moment, the saleswoman went from confused to completely stunned. She never imagined he would actually spend nearly 100,000 yuan. Her attitude toward Chen Fan instantly turned respectful. It seemed she had misjudged this modestly dressed handsome young man. He must be a low-key rich second-generation heir. Carrying 10 exquisitely packaged boxes of SK2 skincare products, Chen Fan looked as if he were restocking inventory. Just then, he glanced up and spotted a Prada boutique nearby. That was a store Chu Yuhan had dragged him into many times. She had dreamed of owning one of the limited edition handbags inside. She once said that whoever bought her that bag, she would marry. The price of that bag? 200,000 yuan. Thinking of this, a cold smile crept across Chen Fan's lips. Then, he walked inside? In the lecture hall, the teacher had just finished class and left. Oh, Su Yuan, are you still waiting for Chen Fan to bring you your fairy water? Li Lanlan walked over and said sarcastically, while Chu Yuhan stood nearby, arms crossed, sneering coldly. Many classmates who were about to leave the classroom paused and sat back down, pretending to flip through books, clearly staying to watch the drama unfold. Humph, Su Yuan, let me give you a bit of advice. Go home, take a shower, and go to bed early. Chen Fan simped after me for 3 years. I know better than anyone what kind of person he is. If he is willing to buy you a full set of SK2 skincare, I will hand over my class bell title to you right here and now. Chu Yuhan sneered as she looked at Su Yuan. Ha ha ha, Chen Fan eats buns and pickled vegetables every day so he can hand over all his money to Chu Yuhan. And she is still foolishly waiting for him. Several classmates whispered among themselves. Hearing all of this, Su Yuan's face turned even uglier. Listening to Chu Yuhan, Li Lanlan, and the classmates' ridicule, her heart sank to the bottom. At that moment, she wished the ground would open up and swallow her whole. Chen Fan, you really have put me in a terrible spot. Surrounded by laughter and scorn, Su Yuan felt deeply wronged. Just then, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open. Chen Fan appeared, panting heavily. The setting sun cast a golden glow around him, like a divine halo. Yuan, I am back. Chen Fan smiled as he spoke, then strode directly toward Su Yuan. At that moment, in Su Yuan's eyes, Chen Fan looked like a heroic figure who had come to rescue her from misery. Bang! Chen Fan heavily dropped 10 beautifully packaged SK2 skincare sets onto the desk in front of Su Yuan. All of these are for me? Why did you buy 10 boxes? Su Yuan stood up, her beautiful eyes wide, breathing rapidly. Wow! The surrounding classmates burst into an uproar. SK2 sets, each one costs over 10,000 yuan. 10 sets would be 100,000. A female student gasped, looking at Su Yuan with envy. Holy shit, that expensive? A male student picked up a box to inspect it and quickly put it down, startled. At that moment, Chu Yuhan was dumbfounded. She wondered if she was hallucinating. Even Li Lanlan's mouth was hanging open, eyes filled with shock. Chen Fan, why did you buy so many? That must have cost a fortune. Su Yuan's tone and the way she addressed him had completely changed. She spoke sweetly and tenderly. Heh, it is nothing of great value. Since I bought a lot, you can give some to your friends or classmates. If you really cannot finish using them, you can use them for foot baths. In my eyes, your feet are far prettier than someone else's face. Chen Fan said with pointed meaning. 100,000 yuan, not a valuable purchase? For soaking feet? Almost all the girls were filled with envy. At the same time, they regretted mocking Su Yuan earlier. Maybe she really would gift them a set. Oh, right. I noticed your bag does not match your temperament. While I was at the mall, I picked up a new one for you. As he spoke, Chen Fan pulled out the limited edition white Prada handbag. Wow, what a beautiful bag. And it is Prada. Su Yuan could no longer contain her excitement. She jumped up and threw herself into Chen Fan's arms. Ding! Su Yuanyuan's affection plus 60. Host rewarded with 60 life points. Current host life value, 60.8. A synthesized system voice rang out in Chen Fan's mind. As expected of a gold digger, just one bag and her affection jumped by 60, which meant another 60 days of life for him. That 300,000 yuan was well spent. Chen Fan, this bag must have cost tens of thousands, right? Su Yuanyuan let go of Chen Fan, her eyes filled with adoration as she admired the white handbag. Many other girls were also clearly more interested in the luxury handbag and quickly gathered around. But none of them noticed that Chu Yuhan's eyes were now red. Shock, confusion, jealousy, rage. A storm of emotions erupted in her mind. Ah? Chen Fan, how dare you buy that limited edition handbag? That bag costs 200,000. Chu Yuhan screamed and rushed forward, grabbing Chen Fan to confront him. Heh, it is just 200,000. So what if I bought it for Yuan? Chen Fan brushed Chu Yuhan's hand aside with a blank expression. At that moment, the classmates who overheard Chu Yuhan's words were all stunned. A limited edition handbag worth 200,000. How did Chen Fan suddenly become so rich? Su Yuanyuan's breathing grew even more rapid. Her round, jade-like legs stepped back 2 paces, and she immediately crossed her arms to shield the bag, watching everyone warily, especially keeping a close eye on Chu Yuhan and Li Lanlan. Su Yuanyuan, you bitch, that bag is mine. Sure enough, jealousy drives people mad. The girl who had always maintained a sweet and innocent image in front of the class, Chu Yuhan, finally revealed her true nature and lunged at Su Yuanyuan. However, Su Yuanyuan had been prepared. With a twist of her slender waist, she easily dodged the attack, while Chu Yuhan fell to the ground. Brother Chen Fan, Chu the class belle looks so terrifying right now. Do you think she might be mentally ill, brother? Su Yuanyuan clung to Chen Fan's arm in a soft, coquettish tone, her demeanor full of sly sweetness. Seeing the crazed look on Chu Yuhan's face, a trace of satisfaction flashed through Chen Fan's heart. The depressive gloom of the past 3 years began to dissipate. Yuan, let us go. I will take you to a Michelin-starred restaurant. With that, Chen Fan, under Chu Yuhan's resentful glare and the complex gazes of their classmates, walked out of the classroom with Su Yuanyuan. Meanwhile, the boys who had long harbored admiration for Chu Yuhan now saw her greedy true face and instinctively kept their distance. In the end, it was Li Lanlan who helped her up. Ding dong. At that moment, Chu Yuhan's phone suddenly chimed. She opened it and saw a message from someone saved under the name Darling. Darling, Henin, see you at the usual place tonight. Remember to wear a skirt. At night, in the small grove behind Jiangda University, Chu Yuhan lay sobbing in the arms of a tall, thin man. This slender boy was named Zhang Yao, known as one of the 4 talents of the literature department. He and Chu Yuhan were classmates, both from a remote county in northern China. They had already started getting involved back in high school. That damn Chen Fan, how dare he do this, intolerable, absolutely intolerable. Zhang Yao was furious. He punched a nearby tree trunk with force, and a protruding thorn pierced his hand, making him grimace in pain. Zhang Yao, do not be impulsive. I know you feel sorry that I was wronged, but if you lay a hand on Chen Fan, that simp, the school will discipline you. The fact that you care is enough for me. Seeing Zhang Yao's twisted expression, Chu Yuhan thought he was about to act in a fit of righteous anger for her sake. Her heart warmed, and she hugged him tightly. Zhang Yao was taken aback. He was indeed angry, but not for Chu Yuhan. It was because Chen Fan had spent the 2 million yuan he had planned to use to buy a house, and 30% of it had already been blown in a single day. His heart was bleeding. But since Chu Yuhan misunderstood, he decided to go along with it and pretended to look heartbroken. Hanin, it is all my fault. I cannot provide you with the material life you deserve, which is why that simp treated you this way. Once we have money in the future, I will buy you SK2, and also a handbag worth 200,000. Or perhaps we should give up on that 2 million from Chen Fan. I truly cannot bear to see you suffer like this. Zhang Yao spoke with a pained expression. Really, Zhang Yao? Do you truly mean that? You are so good to me. You always consider everything from my perspective. Compared to you, Chen Fan is absolutely nothing. Chu Yuhan immediately looked up at Zhang Yao with deep emotion in her eyes. Hearing this, Zhang Yao tensed up inside and wanted to slap himself twice. He had said that casually, surely Chu Yuhan would not take it seriously? Both of them came from poor families and usually lived off the money Chen Fan earned through part-time jobs. What was more, Chen Fan now had a 2 million yuan inheritance. 2 million. If Chu Yuhan could trick him into handing it over, Zhang Yao could afford a large apartment. With a home of his own, he could bring his parents from the countryside to live in the city, fulfilling his dream of bringing honor to his family. However, before Zhang Yao could speak, Chu Yuhan took a deep breath, as if she had made a firm decision. Zhang Yao, for the sake of our future life together, I cannot give up on that simp Chen Fan. That 2 million is too important. With a home, we can stay in Jiangnan City after graduation, and our beautiful life will begin. Chu Yuhan looked at Zhang Yao as she spoke. All right, Hanin. It is my fault for making you suffer for the sake of our future happiness. But promise me, do not give your body to him. Not even a kiss. Because you belong to me. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Zhang Yao spoke tenderly while his hands began to roam restlessly over Chu Yuhan. Zhang Yao, why do we not get a hotel room? Chu Yuhan's face flushed red, and she whispered like a mosquito. Hanin, a hotel room costs money. Every bit of money we save now is a building block for the love nest we will build in the future. Besides, this spot is secluded and filled with the raw scent of nature. Do you not find it even more romantic? As Zhang Yao spoke, he became more and more impatient. But I did not buy anything. Do not worry, I will take responsibility. 1 minute later, the two of them separated and left the grove. Just then, a chubby figure stepped out from behind a large tree, holding a phone that was still recording. Damn, those two horny bastards. Not even a full minute? I almost missed recording the whole thing. A white, pudgy figure darted out from behind the tree and quickly disappeared. In the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, Chen Fan had already woken up early. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from the previous night, Su Yuanyuan was still fast asleep. It had to be said, Su Yuanyuan truly had an exceptional figure, slim in clothes, curvaceous without them, a wasp waist and peach-shaped hips, and her yoga skills were clearly top-notch. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Fan opened the system panel in his mind. His personal information popped up immediately. Name, Chen Fan. Life value, 80.5. Combat power, 0.1. Skills, none. Below the data on the control panel, there was even an exchange store. Chen Fan tapped on it and saw that one of the icons, representing combat power, was glowing. According to the system, the average combat power of an adult male was 0.1. In the exchange store, one could use 10 points of life value to redeem 0.1 combat power. This exchange feature is pretty good. With 100 life points, I could get 1.0 combat power and take on 10 people at once. But I have no use for it right now. Chen Fan directly closed the exchange store and looked at Su Yuanyuan, who was still sound asleep. After their dinner at the Michelin-starred restaurant, Chen Fan had taken her shopping for clothes from luxury brands like LV and Gucci. After all that, Su Yuanyuan's affection level had risen directly to 60. And after their night together, it had skyrocketed to 80. Actually, gold diggers are not so bad. The money really was not wasted. Perhaps due to the extreme fatigue, Su Yuanyuan did not wake until the afternoon. After lunch, Chen Fan sent her back to the dormitory to rest. Yuanyuan, remember what I told you, do not reveal our relationship. Just tell others you are my godsister. Chen Fan solemnly instructed Su Yuanyuan. Pa, scumbag. A girl passing by the female dormitory overheard and immediately cast a contemptuous look at Chen Fan. Brother Chen Fan, was I not good enough last night? Actually, I know many traditional dances too. Su Yuanyuan spoke with a pitiful expression. In Su Yuanyuan's eyes at this moment, even if Chen Fan refused to admit it, he was definitely a second-generation rich kid. His previous simp behavior was nothing more than a trope straight out of a Korean drama, pretending to be an ordinary person, longing for genuine love. And after being hurt by Chu Yuhan, he had now returned to his wealthy identity. For someone like Chen Fan, a rich heir, it is impossible to give up the whole forest for a single tree like me. So I must perform well, even if I can only be brother Chen Fan's secret lover. I would still be satisfied. After sending Su Yuanyuan back, night was beginning to fall. Chen Fan returned directly to his dormitory. When he reached room 615 in building 27, Chen Fan could not help but laugh. In the center of the dorm, a folding table had been set up. There was a plate of peanuts, several cold dishes, and 2 bottles of Moutai liquor. His good buddy and roommate, Fatty Li Wei, had already started drinking. Fatty, why did you not go to the club today to book a model? Drinking here all by yourself, huh? Chen Fan smiled and sat down. Fatty Li Wei was chubby and fair-skinned, dressed in Armani from head to toe, clearly a second-generation rich kid. Seeing Chen Fan come in, Fatty immediately stood up, closed the door, and locked it. Then he looked at Chen Fan with utmost seriousness, his eyes filled with a trace of pity. Brother, tonight's gathering is specially for you. Tonight, let us drink ourselves into oblivion. After speaking, Li Wei pulled out his phone and played a video. But promise me, never give your body to him, not even a kiss. Because you belong to me. Zhang Yao, why do we not get a room? Hanin, getting a room costs money. Every penny we save now is a branch in the nest of love we are building for our future. Besides, this spot is secluded. Do you not think it has a more romantic atmosphere? But I did not take that kind of precaution. Then use your mouth. After the video finished playing, Li Wei wore a grave expression, gripping both edges of the table tightly, afraid that Chen Fan might flip it over in a fit of rage. But to his surprise, Chen Fan was shockingly calm. Fatty, send me that video later. Chen Fan said indifferently. Bro, are you alright? Seeing how composed Chen Fan was, it was Li Wei who started to panic. He reached out and touched Chen Fan's forehead. Brother, if you are hurting, just cry it out. There is no shame between brothers. If this is too much, tonight I will take you to some upscale clubs and book a few models. You always liked girls like Chu Yuhan, right? I will have them wear school uniforms, each one better than Chu Yuhan. Seeing that Chen Fan still did not react, Li Wei became even more flustered, starting to regret everything. Could it be that the shock had broken Chen Fan's mind? Bro, do not scare me, say something. Get lost? Chen Fan slapped away Fatty's hand and scolded him with a smile. Fatty, do not ever mention the name Chu Yuhan to me again. It is over. There is nothing between me and her anymore. Chen Fan said seriously. Holy shit. Bro, it has been 3 years. You finally came to your senses. Seeing that Chen Fan was not joking, Li Wei was so thrilled that he jumped to his feet. Chen Fan smiled and shook his head, then clinked glasses with Li Wei. The two of them talked for a long time that night. In the end, Li Wei even patted Chen Fan on the shoulder, saying that if he liked any girl and did not have enough money, he would cover him. Chen Fan was deeply moved, and the two ended up drinking themselves into a stupor. Early the next morning, Chen Fan was still half asleep when he heard a commotion outside. Damn, what is going on, an earthquake? Li Wei suddenly sat up from his bed, wearing only large boxer shorts, his pale, chubby upper body exposed. He opened the door and froze. Standing at the door was a stunningly beautiful girl in a short skirt and black stockings, smiling sweetly at him. Behind her were crowds of onlookers from other dorms. B-Beauty, do you need something? Fatty scratched his head. As a student in the foreign languages department, he did not know Su Yuan. Hee, is Chen Fan living in this dorm? I called him, but he did not pick up, and he did not reply to my messages. So I got a little worried about brother Chen Fan. I am sorry to bother you. Su Yuan said with a sweet smile to Fatty. The moment she finished speaking, the crowd behind her erupted. Damn. This goddess-level beauty is actually here for Chen Fan. Fucking hell, wasn't Chen Fan supposed to be a simp? And now he is close to someone this stunning? And from the looks of it, their relationship seems quite special. Many people began whispering, filled with envy. Li Wei was stunned too, and then suddenly screamed like he had seen a ghost. Fuck me, Fatty, are we slaughtering pigs now? Chen Fan also climbed down from his bed and peeked his head out of the dorm. Thank goodness, brother Chen Fan, you are really here. I messaged you last night and you did not respond. I was worried about you all night. Su Yuan rushed forward and hugged Chen Fan by the neck. Chen Fan opened his phone and saw that her icon showed 99 plus unread messages. Feeling the frenzied jealousy in the eyes of the crowd around him, Chen Fan put on a stern face and pushed Su Yuan away. Mind your image. This is the boys' dormitory. Chen Fan scolded her directly. Alright, brother. Su Yuan nodded obediently. Seeing this, Li Wei was completely dumbfounded. His jaw dropped so wide it could hold an ostrich egg. Was this really his formerly pathetic simp of a brother? After just one night, he had bagged a girl even more beautiful than Chu Yuhan? No wonder Chen Fan had not reacted at all to that video of Chu Yuhan and that literature department guy Zhang Yao. At that moment, Li Wei was both stunned and genuinely happy for Chen Fan's awakening. The other boys watching were equally shocked. How had Chen Fan done it? Overnight, he had gone from being a pathetic simp to a man in control. Among the crowd, a student from the business school recognized Su Yuan and quickly started recording the scene. You sit there and wait for me a bit. I am going to the restroom. Chen Fan said and walked off, ignoring Su Yuan. Meanwhile, Su Yuan began inspecting Chen Fan's bed and desk. Then, without hesitation, she climbed into the bed and began making it for him. Next, she tidied his desk. Finally, she even picked up his used clothes to wash them. Seeing this, Li Wei was completely petrified. He felt like he was still drunk and hallucinating. A goddess-level girl making a bed, tidying a desk, and doing laundry for his simp roommate? Even he, a second-generation rich kid, had never enjoyed such treatment. Had Chen Fan saved her life or something? At that moment, not only was Li Wei in shock, the entire crowd of guys outside the door was dumbstruck. The business student filming recognized Su Yuanyuan and knew her as a well-known gold digger, which made the scene even more astonishing. When Chen Fan came out of the bathroom, he found that the entire dorm room had been transformed, spotless and refreshed. At the same time, Su Yuanyuan had just finished washing the clothes he had changed out of. Looking up, he saw everyone staring at him with expressions that combined jealousy and admiration. Even Li Wei wore a complicated look on his face. "Brother Chen Fan, you are back." As soon as she saw him, Su Yuanyuan smiled and rushed over to hug him, but Chen Fan immediately pulled her away. "Yuanyuan, we are among classmates here. If you act like this, people might misunderstand. Did you forget what I told you yesterday?" Chen Fan said calmly. In truth, Chen Fan was not someone who shirked responsibility. But this damned Hwan system required him to constantly bind with girls and raise their affection levels to increase his life value. If he publicly acknowledged his relationship with Su Yuanyuan, how would he bind with others? So he had no choice. If he did not play the scumbag, he would die. "Yes, I understand, brother Chen Fan. Everyone, please do not misunderstand. Chen Fan recognized me as his god-sister. We are definitely not in a romantic relationship. Brother Chen Fan is still single." Su Yuanyuan quickly explained in a well-behaved tone, like a devoted simp. Petrified. Shocked. At this moment, Chen Fan's image among the male students had reached its peak. The way everyone looked at him was no longer simply envy or jealousy, it had become reverence. Even Li Wei, a seasoned second-generation rich kid, looked at Chen Fan with eyes full of admiration. Hearing Su Yuanyuan's explanation, Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. "Come, I will take you shopping." With that, Chen Fan took Su Yuanyuan's hand and, under the awed gazes of everyone present, walked out of the dormitory. Less than half an hour later, a post titled, "Shocking. Famous gold digger Su Yuanyuan turns into simp for mysterious rich heir," appeared on the business school forum. At that moment, Li Lanlan, who was idly scrolling through the forum in her dorm, saw the post and instantly sat up in excitement. "Yuhan, come look, there is major gossip. That bitch Su Yuanyuan has actually become a simp." Originally sulking over Chen Fan and Su Yuanyuan, Chu Yuhan's eyes lit up when she heard the news. "Humph, I knew Su Yuanyuan was a gold digger. Chen Fan had just spent 300,000 on her, and now she is messing around with some rich heir. A gold digger is a gold digger. That simp Chen Fan is probably hiding in some corner right now, crying his eyes out." A flash of satisfaction passed through Chu Yuhan's heart, the corners of her mouth curling up more uncontrollably than an AK rifle. However, as she kept looking, her expression grew darker. Because the post titled, "Shocking. Famous gold digger Su Yuanyuan turns into simp for mysterious rich heir," included photos taken at the scene. And with a single glance, she recognized that the so-called, mysterious rich heir in the pictures was Chen Fan. Su Yuanyuan stood before him looking utterly submissive. Not only did she clean his dorm, she even washed his clothes. Even more shocking was how the post described this heir ordering her around, warning Su Yuanyuan not to let others misunderstand their relationship. The famously materialistic Su Yuanyuan had completely transformed into the simp of this mysterious heir. Many people in the business school knew Su Yuanyuan for her beauty, and Chen Fan's reputation as a simp was widespread, though few had ever seen him in person. Hence, they assumed he was this mysterious rich heir. That bitch Su Yuanyuan really would do anything for money. And Chen Fan, that broke loser who makes 4,000 to 5,000 a month working part-time, is now pretending to be some rich heir? Shameless. Chu Yuhan lost her composure entirely. She no longer bothered to keep up her ladylike act and started cursing loudly in the dorm. For a moment, Li Lanlan and the other roommates were all stunned. The usually graceful and refined Chu Yuhan had recently turned into someone else, moody, foul-mouthed, like a shrew. What they did not know was that this was her true nature. "Yuhan, do you think Chen Fan might actually be a rich heir? He did spend 300,000 on Su Yuanyuan in just one day," Li Lanlan whispered analytically. "Humph, that guy? A rich heir? The only reason he could buy Su Yuanyuan a bag is because he recently got a 2 million yuan inheritance," Chu Yuhan blurted out, heart aching at the thought of that 200,000 yuan limited edition handbag. "What? 2 million in inheritance?" Li Lanlan's eyes widened in shock. Just then, as if suddenly remembering something, Chu Yuhan picked up her phone again and examined the post closely several more times. Then, unexpectedly, she revealed a mysterious smile. "Heh, that simp Chen Fan actually thinks he is clever. He is trying to lure me in with a game of push and pull," Chu Yuhan said aloud. "Huh?" Li Lanlan looked at Chu Yuhan with confusion. "Lanlan, look, these pictures. Chen Fan is deliberately keeping his distance from Su Yuanyuan. And later, he even forces her to clarify their relationship. Do you know why he is doing this? Chu Yuhan smiled smugly, as if she had seen through everything. Why? I honestly don't get it. Li Lanlan responded truthfully. Because this entire thing was orchestrated by Chen Fan. He paid off Su Yuanyuan to put on a show, to get my attention. That is the real purpose of all this. Chu Yuhan declared with confidence. Damn. Yuhan, now that you say it like that, everything about Chen Fan's recent strange behavior makes sense. Li Lanlan was breathing heavily, astonished. I cannot believe Chen Fan is this manipulative. Her face was filled with disbelief. Lanlan, post on the forum immediately, exposed that Chen Fan paid off Su Yuanyuan to pretend to be a rich heir just to get my attention. I will ruin his reputation. Thinking of the humiliation she had suffered these past 2 days, Chu Yuhan gritted her teeth in anger. Li Lanlan nodded and quickly opened her laptop to begin typing. Soon after, a new post titled, Simp Colludes with Gold Digger to Fake Rich Heir Persona, appeared on the business school forum and immediately drew massive attention. Meanwhile, Zhang Yao, known as one of the 4 talents of the literature department, had just finished stitching together a love poem by patching lines from several medieval literary masterpieces. He sent it to Zhao Ruoshi, the belle of the literature department. Lately, he had been pursuing Zhao Ruoshi using a platonic romance approach. Zhao Ruoshi is 10 times more beautiful than Chu Yuhan. The best part is that she loves martial arts and is pure-hearted and easy to fool. I do not even need to spend a cent. A few more love poems, and she is mine. Besides, I am pretty sure Zhao Ruoshi is still a virgin. I have to make her my wife. As for Chu Yuhan, once I use Chen Fan's money to buy a house, I will come clean with her. My charm and abilities have her completely hooked. She will have no choice but to stay on as my secret lover. Zhang Yao muttered to himself confidently. Just then, his phone rang. It was Chu Yuhan. Brother Zhang Yao, hurry and log into our business school forum. I have something good to show you. Chu Yuhan said in a mysteriously playful tone. What is it? Zhang Yao asked. You will see for yourself. With that, Chu Yuhan hung up laughing. Zhang Yao frowned, then got out of bed, opened his laptop, and logged into Jiangda Business School's forum. Immediately, a post popped up, shocking. Famous gold digger Su Yuanyuan turns into simp for mysterious rich heir. Zhang Yao clicked on it and was instantly met with a picture. A sexy and beautiful girl in a short skirt and black stockings stood obediently in front of a male student, who wore an impatient expression. Fuck, isn't that bastard Chen Fan? Zhang Yao's eyes widened instantly, and a strong wave of jealousy surged through him. This girl may not be on Zhao Ruoshi's level, but she is definitely more beautiful than Chu Yuhan. If Chu Yuhan scores an 80, this girl is at least an 85. Especially with that butterfly-shaped back and peach-shaped hips, her figure was absolutely top tier. Why was she being so respectful toward Chen Fan, acting like a total simp? Why the fuck would that dog Chen Fan deserve this? Only he, Zhang Yao, was worthy of being treated like this. Zhang Yao wanted to scream, he clenched his teeth so hard it felt like they would shatter. And when he read in the post that this stunning girl was even washing Chen Fan's clothes, his envy made his dick ache with frustration. But soon after, he saw a reply to the post titled, Simp Colludes with Gold Digger to Fake Rich Heir Persona, and upon reading it, Zhang Yao immediately sneered. Heh, a simp is a simp. I thought you had gotten smarter, but it turns out all of this was just to get Chu Yuhan's attention. Chen Fan, you will never know, your so-called goddess Chu Yuhan has been my little simp since high school. Zhang Yao laughed smugly. In reality, despite his talent and gentle scholarly appearance, and his title as one of the 4 talents of the literature department, Zhang Yao was inherently selfish and greedy, unable to tolerate anyone doing better than him. Of course, this had a lot to do with his upbringing. Back in his hometown, his family was known as one of the poorest. His father was a compulsive gambler, his mother was lazy and sold herself. With such rotten roots, the tree naturally grew crooked. Now, seeing Su Yuanyuan's curvaceous body in the photos, his desires stirred again. This girl is clearly cheap. Even trash like Chen Fan is good enough for her. If I just display a bit of my charm, she will probably throw herself at me instantly. Thinking this, Zhang Yao became aroused. He searched the forum for Su Yuanyuan's WeChat ID and added her immediately. Heh, added so easily. As expected of a loose woman. But with that figure, she is at least worth a round. A lewd grin spread across Zhang Yao's lips. After thinking for a moment, he resent the same love poem he had previously sent to Zhao Ruoshi, this time to Su Yuanyuan. Jiangnan City. Porsche 4S dealership. Su Yuanyuan and Chen Fan stood in front of a white Porsche 718. Chen Fan, you already spent 2 million on an apartment for me just now. I I really cannot let you spend any more money on me. Su Yuanyuan's voice was trembling. As a gold digger, even she was starting to feel afraid. When Chen Fan had taken her out that morning and said they were going shopping, she never imagined he would take her directly to the real estate office near campus and buy a 2 million yuan apartment. Now he had brought her to a Porsche dealership to look at a car worth over 1 million. If Chen Fan had spent 300,000 on her, she could have accepted that. She figured her looks and figure were worth at least that much. But to spend 2 million in a single day, that was terrifying. What exactly is Chen Fan after? Even if you broke me down and sold me for parts, I would not fetch 2 million. Su Yuanyuan was nearly in tears. She had no doubt that Chen Fan was a low-key rich heir, but did he not understand that money is for women to see, not for them to actually spend? Spending over 2 million on her in a day, was he after her kidneys? Planning to harvest her organs? Even 2 kidneys would not cover this. Her thoughts began to spiral. Sir, this Porsche 718 is currently on promotion. You can get it for under 1 million, said a beautiful saleswoman in professional attire, black stockings, and high heels, casting an envious glance at Su Yuanyuan. And no. Chen Fan, I do not want the car anymore. Su Yuanyuan was startled and quickly waved her hands. What, is it too cheap for you? Miss, give me the fully loaded version, Chen Fan said, pulling out a card. Very well, sir. We have a high-spec version in stock, priced at 1.5 million, the saleswoman respectfully took the card. Sir, I also need your ID. The saleswoman smiled. Yuanyuan, give me your ID. Chen Fan turned to Su Yuanyuan. Su Yuanyuan had wanted to refuse, but as soon as she saw the sleek shape of the Porsche 718, especially in its burgundy color, she could not look away. Chen Fan already bought me an apartment worth 2 million, what's a car? At worst, I will just improve my skills and repay him well in the future. Su Yuanyuan made up her mind. Ding! Su Yuanyuan's affection level plus 19. Current affection, 100%. Reward, 19 life points. Current life balance, 97.8. The synthesized voice of the system rang out in Chen Fan's mind. So quickly to 100% affection? Even Chen Fan was stunned. He had not expected Su Yuanyuan's affection to rise so fast. In fact, gold diggers were not so bad, at least every bit you spend gets you something in return. Unlike that green tea bitch Chu Yuhan, who acted like a saint while playing you. In the end, Su Yuanyuan drove the fully loaded Porsche 718 off the lot with Chen Fan, under the saleswoman's envious gaze. Brother Chen Fan, the new apartment is just next to campus. Why don't we stay there tonight? Su Yuanyuan invited him to move in together. That apartment is a gift for you. I will still stay in the dorm. Chen Fan replied expressionlessly. Su Yuanyuan looked disappointed, but still obediently nodded. Ding dong. Suddenly, Su Yuanyuan's phone buzzed. Literary genius Zhang Yao requests to add you as a friend? What the hell? That name screams dumbass. Su Yuanyuan rolled her eyes and was about to reject it when Chen Fan suddenly snatched the phone. Brother Chen Fan, do not misunderstand, I do not even know who this Zhang Yao is. Su Yuanyuan panicked, thinking Chen Fan was angry. I know him. He's Chu Yuhan's boyfriend. Chen Fan accepted the request. What? I thought Chu Yuhan always claimed to be single, never even kissed a guy. And she actually has a boyfriend? Su Yuanyuan exclaimed in shock. Heh, I only recently found out. The two of them have been fooling around since high school. They kept it hidden so they could keep milking money out of me. Chen Fan said coldly. What? That Chu Yuhan is awful, she tricked you for 3 whole years. Heh, it's not just Chu Yuhan. That Zhang Yao is a piece of shit too. Look, he just sent you a love poem. Chen Fan glanced at the pretentious patchwork poem Zhang Yao had sent and laughed, then read it aloud to Su Yuanyuan. Ugh, that is disgusting, total creep. Brother Chen Fan, what does he mean by platonic love? It means he wants to fuck you without paying. That night, Chen Fan returned directly to his dorm. But Su Yuanyuan, not wanting to return to hers, moved into the newly purchased apartment without hesitation. Once she had cleaned up and lay contentedly on the sofa, her phone buzzed. She tapped it open and saw a message from a group chat she had joined long ago, Jiangda University Beauty Alliance, which included campus beauties from all departments and classes. She had been tagged in the chat, along with a link. Before she even opened the link, she saw the chat blowing up with messages. Ha! Su Yuanyuan, that gold digger, clinging to a fake rich heir, this is hilarious. Only 300,000 and she's acting like that? She clearly hasn't seen the world. Unlike my man, he spends over 1 million on me every year. Just yesterday, he bought me a 600,000 yuan Mercedes. And I heard that Chen Fan was a simp for Chu Yuhan from the business school for 3 years. What a joke. A simp of someone else's simp. Do you think Su Yuanyuan and Chen Fan have already gone all the way? The ones speaking were all well-known beauties from various departments, most of them on par with Su Yuanyuan in terms of looks. Although the department belles, the most beautiful girls from each faculty, were also watching the drama unfold, they refrained from commenting out of a sense of status. Even so, Su Yuanyuan was so furious that she nearly exploded. Her eyes turned red with grievance, tears threatening to fall. But she held herself back, clenched her teeth, and scrolled back to the top of the chat to open the link. She was determined to see what the post actually said. However, after reading it, her anger vanished instantly, and she even felt a little amused. Haha, that green tea bitch Chu Yuhan actually claims that Chen Fan is just a fake rich kid with a 2 million yuan inheritance. That is fucking hilarious. Just today alone, Chen Fan spent nearly 4 million on me. I cannot wait to see Chu Yuhan's reaction when she finds out the truth. Su Yuanyuan immediately ran downstairs and took a series of selfies in and around the car. Then she went back upstairs and took pictures of the apartment's interior and the property ownership certificate. After that, she even screenshotted the chat messages where Zhang Yao was trying to flirt with her. Meanwhile, the group chat was still full of people mocking Su Yuanyuan, some even suggesting she should be kicked out of the group. At that moment, Chu Yuhan spoke up in the chat. Ladies, please do not say such things about Su Yuanyuan. Maybe she loves money because her family is facing difficulties. Besides, in this whole situation, she might actually be a victim. Chen Fan's character was questionable from the beginning, otherwise, I would not have rejected him for 3 whole years despite his persistence. Yuanyuan, money should not be the deciding factor in choosing a boyfriend. What matters is character. Take me, for example. Chen Fan tried to tempt me with that 2 million yuan, but I firmly rejected him. Ha, that green tea bitch Chu Yuhan, I really want to see what her face will look like in a moment. Su Yuanyuan sneered coldly as she read Chu Yuhan's message in the group chat. Then she began uploading selfies of herself with a luxury car and the deed to a property into the group. Ladies, what are you all talking about? It seems so lively. I just came back from shopping with my Chen Fan. Today, my dear Chen Fan bought me a fully loaded Porsche 718, it costs over 1.5 million yuan. I do not really understand cars, there are so many features I do not get. Do any of you girls drive Porsches? Could you maybe teach me? Oh, and since my Chen Fan knows I like living alone, he also bought me an apartment worth 2 million yuan today. But I am not too fond of the interior design, could you help me choose something better? Oh no, I even posted a picture of the property deed. That is such a serious information leak. Why can't I delete it now? As Su Yuanyuan finished her message, the once buzzing group chat, Jiang University Beauty Association, instantly fell into dead silence. In her dorm room, Chu Yuhan stared at the sleek curves of the sports car in the photos and the rich burgundy interior. Her eyes turned red. But what struck her hardest was the name on the property deed, clearly printed, Su Yuanyuan. It felt as if the sky had collapsed. Her chest ached so much she could barely breathe. How could this happen? How could Chen Fan buy her a 1.5 million yuan luxury car and a 2 million yuan apartment? All of that should have been mine. Chu Yuhan muttered as tears involuntarily streamed down her face. She felt utterly wronged. Chen Fan was supposed to be her simp, and yet he spent so much money on Su Yuanyuan. At that moment, the image of her boyfriend Zhang Yao popped into her mind. She remembered how, in the height of summer, to save money on a hotel, he dragged her into a wooded area where mosquitoes bit her all over, leaving her skin covered in welts. More than once, they were nearly caught by passers-by. The next day, Chen Fan had been so distressed when he saw her swollen skin, thinking she had an allergic reaction, that he insisted on taking her to the hospital. There is no pain without comparison. In that moment, something clicked in Chu Yuhan's mind. Perhaps Zhang Yao had never loved her as much as she thought. On the contrary, it was Chen Fan, her so-called simp, who had cared for her wholeheartedly. Just then, the group chat stirred to life again. Wow, Yuanyuan, what a gorgeous car. Your boyfriend really dotes on you. When can we go for a spin? Yuanyuan, everything we said earlier was actually for your own good. We were just worried you were being scammed and tried to talk some sense into you. But in the end, the real fools were us. Seriously, it was all because of Chu Yuhan's lies. Spending 4 million yuan in one day? Chen Fan must really be a genuine second-generation rich kid. Those who had just been criticizing Su Yuanyuan now quickly changed their tone, falling over themselves to flatter her. Su Yuanyuan was feeling quite triumphant. Though the department-level beauties from other faculties had yet to speak, they were clearly paying much closer attention to the chat now. Among them was Zhao Ruoshi. Humph, a bunch of gold-digging women. That Chen Fan is no good either, pretending to be poor while toying with women. Not like Zhang Yao, who has been chasing me all this time, devoted and romantic, untouched by the vulgarity of money. Thinking of Zhang Yao, Zhao Ruoshi blushed. He had told her he was going to confess his love tomorrow, and she had already prepared herself to say yes and become his girlfriend. But then, another message popped up in the group chat, from Chu Yuhan. Su Yuan, your forgeries are pretty convincing. The car and the apartment must be rented, right? And the pictures photoshopped? You all overlooked one thing, Chen Fan only has 2 million yuan. How could he possibly spend 4 million on you? Does his money come with cashback or something? Chu Yuhan scoffed. But before Su Yuan could respond, someone else spoke up, Jiang Yuchan, the top beauty of the foreign language department, who had remained silent until now. The car is not rented. That Porsche dealership belongs to my family. I personally selected the interior and options for that high-spec 718, I was going to keep it for myself, but Su Yuan bought it instead. As for the apartment, the building was developed by my uncle. I just checked, it is indeed registered under Su Yuan's name. Jiang Yuchan said no more after that. She had not spoken out in defense of Su Yuan because of any personal connection, but because, as the daughter of a powerful business family, she knew the importance of clients. Since Chen Fan had spent 3 to 4 million in one go at her family's businesses, she was obliged to speak up. The group chat fell silent once again. Everyone knew who Jiang Yuchan was. She was the department beauty of the foreign languages faculty, elegant and composed, often compared to an ice queen. She was considered a strong contender for the title of the university's top beauty. Most importantly, she was a true, white, rich, and beautiful heiress. No one doubted her words. At that moment, the most devastated person was Chu Yuhan. She had never imagined that the car and apartment were actually real. Chu Yuhan, you are the real gold digger. A complete manipulative slut. Chen Fan told me everything. You and that Zhang Yao from the literature department were already hooking up in high school. To con money out of Chen Fan, you pretended not to know each other. But Chen Fan was just looking for real love. He hid the fact that he was rich and worked hard at odd jobs just to give his earnings to you and Zhang Yao as living expenses. It was only a few days ago, when he learned the truth, that he gave up on you and returned to his wealthy identity. After sending that message, Su Yuan finally felt a weight lifted off her chest. That manipulative bitch Chu Yuhan had hurt her beloved Chen Fan for so long, now she would pay for it. As expected, after Su Yuan's message, the already fragile Chu Yuhan completely broke down. So, that is the truth? Chen Fan really is a rich second generation. She muttered in a daze. Waves of deep regret surged inside her. All of Chen Fan's past behaviors, which she had once scorned as miserly, now seemed incredibly endearing. He had so much money, yet pretended to be poor for my sake. He must have been afraid I would feel inferior. Chu Yuhan, how could you be so blind? Chen Fan loved you so much. Why could you not feel it? Tears streamed down her face. Chen Fan's 3 years of unwavering care and devotion finally moved her now that she knew his true identity. However, just then, Zhao Ruoshi, the top beauty of the literature department, suddenly tagged Su Yuan in the group chat. Su Yuan, if you and Chen Fan want to get back at Chu Yuhan, so be it. But why drag innocent people into this? Zhang Yao is one of the 4 talents of the literature department. His character and talent are recognized by all. You owe him an immediate apology. Su Yuan, you and Chen Fan must immediately apologize to Zhang Yao. Zhao Ruoshi angrily typed out the message. The group chat, filled with department beauties and class idols, instantly fell into confusion. Especially Su Yuan and Chu Yuhan. What is going on? I was talking about Chu Yuhan and Zhang Yao, and before Chu Yuhan could even reply, why did Zhao Ruoshi, the belle of the literature department, suddenly jump in? Su Yuan was baffled, but since the issue had already been raised, she decided to address it directly. Who cared if the person was a department beauty or even the school queen? Today she was going all in, not just for herself, but to stand up for her brother Chen Fan. Apologize to Zhang Yao? He is even worse than Chu Yuhan, two-timing scum. He added me on WeChat today and harassed me. I did not expect your so-called literary genius to be this kind of person. After speaking, Su Yuan directly posted screenshots of her chat with Zhang Yao in the group. Ignoring the explosive reaction in the chat, she then went to her big bed and happily fell asleep. Chen Fan had a great night's sleep, but when he woke up and saw that his life value on his status panel had dropped to 97, he sighed helplessly. Ah, I really do not want to be a scumbag. Chen Fan sighed. Su Yuanyuan already had a perfect score, so where could he find another high-scoring girl? There were many beauties at Jiang University, but he had always focused on Chu Yuhan before and did not know anyone else. Better go get some breakfast first. Only when I am full will I have the energy to charm girls. With that thought, Chen Fan shook his head and went downstairs. But when he reached the lobby, he found a crowd gathered downstairs. Curious, Chen Fan walked over. In the center of the crowd stood a tall, stunning girl in a tight black sports outfit that outlined her flawless figure. She had her hair in a high ponytail, her face breathtakingly beautiful. But at the moment, her brows were slightly furrowed, her almond-shaped eyes full of anger, and she was holding a long spear. Yes, a fucking long spear. Damn, what a beautiful girl, prettier than Su Yuanyuan by far. Chen Fan's eyes lit up instantly. Just then, the girl with the spear noticed Chen Fan in the crowd. Her almond eyes widened, and she charged straight at him. What the hell? Is she coming at me? Seeing the athletic girl rushing toward him, Chen Fan's eyes widened in shock. The people around quickly scattered from the girl who exuded murderous intent. Whoosh! The girl moved incredibly fast, rushing directly to Chen Fan, grabbing his arms with both hands, and with a twist, she threw him cleanly over her shoulder. Chen Fan was instantly dizzy and dazed. The girl followed up with a series of grappling techniques and pinned him to the ground, restraining him. Ding! High beauty score girl Zhao Ruoshi discovered. Initiating binding process? Ding! Binding successful. For every 1 point increase in Zhao Ruoshi's affection, host gains 10 life points. Ding! Bonus granted, attractiveness cashback. Name, Zhao Ruoshi. Beauty score, 90. Cashback ratio, 110. Ding! Bonus granted, 1 point of combat power. The average adult has 0.1, 1 point equals the combined speed and strength of 10 adults. A series of synthesized electronic notifications echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Holy shit, 1 affection point gives 10 life points. A cashback ratio of 110. She's worth 10 Su Yuanyuans. And I even got the strength and speed of 10 people. Chen Fan turned to look at Zhao Ruoshi with fiery eyes, but from his current angle, he was looking right up at her from below, at a rather alluring perspective. You pervert. Still staring at me like that. Zhao Ruoshi noticed the way Chen Fan, pinned beneath her, was gazing at her with a delighted, treasure-discovering look. Her eyes flared with even more fury. Classmate, I do not think we know each other. Chen Fan quickly said. Then, with a slight exertion of strength, he broke free from her grasp and jumped away. Huh? Zhao Ruoshi was shocked. Chen Fan had suddenly seemed like a beast of immense strength, escaping from her family's grappling techniques in an instant. That's impossible. My grappling techniques harness the strength of 3 people. How could he break free so easily? Zhao Ruoshi looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Classmate, I think there may be some misunderstanding between us. Chen Fan said. Then he checked Zhao Ruoshi's affection meter in his mind, and was startled. Damn. -50? Did I desecrate her ancestors' graves or something? Why does she hate me this much? Chen Fan muttered. What affection meter? You are Chen Fan, right? Zhao Ruoshi asked, gripping her spear, clearly ready to fight again at the slightest provocation. I am Chen Fan, but I seriously do not know who you are. Chen Fan spread his hands. Chen Fan, you are exactly the heartless rich second generation I was looking for. Come with me. Zhao Ruoshi slammed her spear on the ground, threateningly. Now that Chen Fan possessed the combined combat strength of 10 men, he was not afraid. Besides, he had now bound with Zhao Ruoshi, every affection point she gained added 10 days to his lifespan. She was basically his lifeline. So Chen Fan obediently followed her. As the two walked off, the boys who had been stunned by Zhao Ruoshi's presence erupted in excitement. Holy shit! I know who she is, Zhao Ruoshi, the top beauty of the literature department. Someone in the know said. The top beauty of the literature department? She is seriously gorgeous, but how the hell is she that strong? You guys do not know this, but Zhao Ruoshi is apparently from a martial arts family. Her family even runs a martial arts school. What? Her family owns a martial arts school? Then that guy is really screwed. Zhao Ruoshi brought Chen Fan to an empty lecture hall, sat down, and scrutinized him. Explain, why did you conspire with Su Yuanyuan to spread rumors about Zhang Yao and even forge chat screenshots to smear his reputation? Zhao Ruoshi fixed her gaze on Chen Fan. What do you mean, conspire with Su Yuanyuan to slander Zhang Yao? Chen Fan frowned, completely lost. Ha! Keep pretending. Zhao Ruoshi sneered, opened her phone, pulled up the Jiang University Beauty Association group chat, and handed her phone to Chen Fan. Chen Fan took a look and immediately laughed, then glanced at Zhao Ruoxi with a meaningful expression. So Zhang Yao really was ambitious, he had even managed to manipulate the literature department's top beauty. What is so funny? Zhao Ruoxi asked, flustered and angry. Miss Zhao, the great beauty of your department, on what basis are you saying that Su Yuanyuan and I plotted against Zhang Yao? Is it not obvious? The poem in Su Yuanyuan's screenshot was written by Zhang Yao specifically for me. You stole that poem, does that not prove anything? Zhao Ruoxi replied confidently. Chen Fan almost laughed out of sheer exasperation. Now he understood why Zhang Yao had chosen Zhao Ruoxi as his target, she was such a gullible, sweet little fool. No, if that poem was written solely for you by Zhang Yao, then how could I, or Su Yuanyuan, possibly know about it? Zhao Ruoxi's beautiful eyes widened at his words. Now that Chen Fan pointed it out, she also realized something seemed off. If you still do not believe me, then let me show you something else. With that, Chen Fan opened his phone and found the video that Li Wei had sent him. Liberal Arts College, inside a classroom. Today, Zhang Yao had specially styled his hair, wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and dressed in a white shirt, believing himself to be the leading man in a Korean drama. He chose today to confess to Zhao Ruoxi because almost the entire liberal arts college had no classes scheduled, meaning there would be fewer people around to witness it. The classroom was on the second floor. Outside the literature building stood several cherry blossom trees, their pink blossoms reaching through the window. Zhang Yao sat on the windowsill, leaning slightly, constantly adjusting his angle, holding a book of Shakespeare in his hand, pretending to be a melancholic, love-struck poet. This angle is perfect. The backlighting really brings out my brooding, poetic charm. Zhang Yao said to himself, confident that his pose was flawless. Looking at the time, it was almost the appointed hour he had set with Zhao Ruoxi. So he held his position, not daring to move, afraid he would not be able to find the angle again later. Outside the liberal arts building, Chen Fan and Zhao Ruoxi were walking side by side. Ruoxi, the scene later is going to be live-streamed across the whole university. I suggest you do not get physical, otherwise the school will definitely give you a serious demerit. Chen Fan reminded her. I know. But is your roommate really reliable? Can he truly hack into the campus network and switch all the students' screens to the live broadcast? Zhao Ruoxi asked, somewhat skeptical. Relax. Besides being a rich second generation, Li Wei is also a genuine hacker. Hacking the school's network is child's play for him. Chen Fan replied. Humph, birds of a feather, rich kids are all no good. But to make sure the girls at Jiang University see Zhang Yao's true disgusting face and stop being fooled, I will reluctantly work with you this once. Zhao Ruoxi rolled her eyes at Chen Fan. She knew of Li Wei. At Jiang University, he was nicknamed the Young Model King. It was said that he held a premium VIP membership at a high-end club in Jiangnan City, with a 20% discount on all services. Many class gatherings and large events borrowed his card. Chen Fan watched Zhao Ruoxi go upstairs, then began contacting Fatty. Not long after, a video window popped up on his phone. It was a live feed from the hidden pinhole camera on Zhao Ruoxi. Quadra kill. Leave that low health one for me, I want the pentakill. Inside a male dorm room, a group of boys were playing a game. One of them shouted excitedly. Only one low health enemy was left, just one normal attack away from scoring his first ever pentakill. Click. Suddenly, his computer screen went black. Arg! My pentakill. Damn this campus network. The boy cried out, nearly smashing his computer in rage. But the next second, a live stream window popped up. On the screen, a pair of long, slender legs were climbing the stairs. The boy who had just been fuming instantly sat down, eyes glued to those swaying legs. At the same time, everyone using the campus network, including school officials in a conference room giving a presentation via projector, saw the same live stream. Secretary Zhang, was today's meeting not supposed to be about selecting a campus ambassador for the school's image-building initiative? What is this video? The principal frowned and asked coldly. Principal, this is not the file I prepared. Something seems to be wrong with the campus network. Secretary Zhang was sweating profusely, clicking furiously to close the live stream window on his screen, but it refused to close. Pull the plug now. It must be a virus in the computer or the campus network. The school's IT director stood up and suggested. Wait, that looks like our liberal arts college. The dean of the literature department, an elegant and gentle academic, adjusted his reading glasses and looked at the large screen. The liberal arts college? Hold on. Under Dean Zhuge's leadership, the literature department has always been a model for the rest of the university. Let us see what this is about. The principal gestured to pause any action. Principal, you flatter us. But yes, our department does have a young man who is not only diligent in his studies but also morally upright and untainted by materialism. Once, during the scholarship distribution, he even voluntarily gave up his award to a classmate in financial difficulty. Dean Zhuge took the opportunity to mention his prized student. Oh? Such an outstanding student in the liberal arts college? What is his name? His name is Zhang Yao. He majors in Chinese language and literature, and he is my student. Dean Zhuge said with some pride. I have heard of Zhang Yao as well. One of the 4 talents of the literature department. No wonder, being your student explains a lot. Secretary Zhang, I think this Zhang Yao would be a perfect candidate for our university's image ambassador this year. What do you all think? The principal asked. The other school leaders, who had always approved of the literature department's conduct, all nodded in agreement. Just then, in the video, the door to a classroom opened, and a figure leaning strangely against the windowsill appeared. Huh? Why does that figure look familiar? Is that Zhang Yao? Dean Zhuge's eyes suddenly widened. This Zhao Ruoshi. She said 2 o'clock, and now it is already 2:30. This windowsill is so narrow my legs are going numb. Zhang Yao complained, feeling like his lower body was about to go completely numb. Creak. The classroom door suddenly opened, and Zhao Ruoshi entered, dressed in a tight black sports outfit. Zhang Yao's eyes lit up instantly. Normally, Zhao Ruoshi wore cute and girlish outfits, but today in this tight athletic wear, he suddenly realized just how incredible her figure was, possibly even better than Su Yuan's. Especially those perfectly defined shoulders, swan-like neck, flat stomach, slender waist that could be encircled with a single hand, and that exquisitely beautiful face, she was nothing short of perfection. Ruoshi, you are here. Zhang Yao immediately retracted his lecherous gaze, lowered his voice, and put on a melancholic expression, still holding that copy of Shakespeare in his hand. Zhao Ruoshi frowned slightly. Zhang Yao had a thin build and a bit of a hunchback. The window was quite small, and the way he curled up there made him look like a giant prawn. How did I ever find this guy attractive? He looked sickly and malnourished, always moping around like someone just died. Compared to him, Chen Fan is clearly taller and more handsome. Zhao Ruoshi silently mocked him in her heart. At that moment, in Chen Fan's mind, as he watched the live broadcast from downstairs, a synthesized electronic voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Zhao Ruoshi's affection +50. Current affection, 0. Chen Fan was instantly stunned. What the hell? Zhang Yao is confessing to Zhao Ruoshi, why is the affection increasing on his end? Inside the classroom, Zhang Yao saw Zhao Ruoshi standing there in a daze and assumed she was overwhelmed by his handsome appearance. The corners of his mouth curled up into a wicked smile. Heh, little sweetheart, I've got you fired up, huh? Can't wait to throw yourself into my arms, can you? Zhang Yao jumped down from the windowsill, full of pride. Back in the day, he had used this exact move to win over Chu Yuhan, becoming her so-called dream lover. This time, he was just as confident he could win over Zhao Ruoshi. Zhao Ruoshi, you are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. There are stars in your eyes. Will you be my girlfriend? If it had been before, Zhao Ruoshi would have been deeply moved by such words. But after watching that video this morning, she only felt disgust. Zhang Yao, you say you want to pursue me, but why did you not even buy a bouquet of flowers? I heard that Chen Fan from the business management department bought Su Yuan a handbag worth 200,000 yuan. Zhao Ruoshi said with a cold smile. Zhang Yao was stunned at first, then his eyes shifted slightly. Ruoshi, a relationship built on money is the most unstable. It is full of deception and lies. I hope what we have is pure, untainted by the stench of money. My feelings for you are as clear as the sun and moon. Have you forgotten those poems I wrote for you? If I could, I would cut open my heart and show it to you. Zhang Yao looked deep into Zhao Ruoshi's eyes and spoke with supposed sincerity. Let us not even mention how those poems were mass-sent bait. Just the mention of them made Zhao Ruoshi almost throw up. If it were not for the live stream, Zhao Ruoshi would have loved nothing more than to beat the freeloading bastard's head sideways. Meanwhile, in the conference room, the university president and leaders from various colleges were all watching the screen with strange expressions, glancing toward Dean Zhuge of the liberal arts department. These were seasoned people. With just one look, they could tell Zhang Yao was deeply manipulative. Everything he had just said was clearly the kind of tactic used to fool naive young girls. Heh, Dean Zhuge, is this the so-called traditional literary gentleman you spoke so highly of? All I see is a freeloading scumbag. Several older female leaders, whose sharp instincts missed nothing, saw through Zhang Yao's act at once. Dean Zhuge was visibly embarrassed but still tried to defend him. Colleagues, a fair maiden is the rightful pursuit of a gentleman. I know my student well. He has remained single to this day, longing only for a love untainted by worldly concerns. The president gave the sweat-soaked Dean Juga a meaningful look, then continued watching the video. In the girls' dormitory, Chu Yuhan watched the video of Zhang Yao confessing to Zhao Ruoxi, her eyes red and watery. She could almost hear her heart breaking. At that moment, she finally understood how Chen Fan must have felt. That suffocating pain and hatred caused by betrayal. Chen Fan, I was wrong, I really was wrong. In that moment, all the memories of the past 3 years of Chen Fan's devotion flashed before her eyes. Compared with Zhang Yao's behavior, she was instantly overwhelmed with boundless regret. Zhang Yao! This is all your fault, you scumbag! Chu Yuhan screamed hysterically. Inside the classroom, Zhang Yao was still droning on, trying to brainwash Zhao Ruoxi. But the more Zhao Ruoxi listened, the darker her expression became. Zhang Yao, you said you have never had a girlfriend before? Ruoxi, I swear to the heavens, I have not. You are the only girl in this world who has stirred my heart, the only one I want to protect for the rest of my life. After speaking, Zhang Yao attempted to embrace Zhao Ruoxi like a male lead from a Korean drama. But she lightly sidestepped and dodged it. Heh, really? Then who is Chu Yuhan? Zhao Ruoxi asked coldly. Chu Yuhan. At the mention of that name, cold sweat appeared on Zhang Yao's forehead. Ruoxi, do not misunderstand. Chu Yuhan and I are simply from the same hometown. There is nothing between us. If you do not believe me, I can block her contact information right now. Zhang Yao quickly said. Enough. Zhao Ruoxi was thoroughly enraged. She had expected shamelessness from Zhang Yao, but not to this extent. Though Chu Yuhan was no saint, most of the money she scammed from Chen Fan had been used to support Zhang Yao. What kind of fucking garbage was this? At that thought, Zhao Ruoxi suddenly felt a hint of understanding and sympathy for Chen Fan's actions. Ding! Zhao Ruoxi's affection plus 10. Current affection, 10. Host's life value plus 100. Current life balance, 197.5. What the hell? Chen Fan was once again stunned. Seriously? A confession that rebounds affection points to me? Zhang Yao, I beg you, please keep confessing a little longer. Zhang Yao, stop pretending. Take a look at this. Zhao Ruoxi said furiously as she opened her phone and tapped the video Chen Fan had sent her. At the same time, Li Wei, who had been monitoring the live feed, immediately inserted a previously recorded video from the woods taken 2 days ago into the live stream. Suddenly, in front of everyone watching, the live stream displayed a scene of Zhang Yao and Chu Yuhan in the woods. Promise me, never give your body to him. Not even a kiss, because you belong to me. Zhang Yao, why do we not just get a hotel room? Huan, hotel rooms cost money. Every bit of money we save now is like a twig for the nest we will build together in the future. Besides, this spot is secluded. Do you not think it is more romantic? But I did not bring protection. Then use your mouth. At that moment, the conference room fell completely silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Shock. Absolute, dumbfounding shock. Click. Secretary Zhang no longer hesitated. He pulled the power cord from the wall. All the university officials, including the president, turned their furious eyes on Dean Juga. Dean Juga was trembling with rage, nearly fainting on the spot. His face was thoroughly disgraced. He had just nominated Zhang Yao as the university's ambassador for campus spirit, and now this. If this were to spread, the entire Jiang University would become a laughingstock. Ah! That bastard has tarnished the reputation of my department. I must purge this disgrace. Dean Juga roared and stormed out of the conference room. President, do you still want to continue the meeting? Secretary Zhang wiped his sweat and asked hesitantly. Continue my ass. This is an utter humiliation. Expel that so-called literary genius Zhang Yao and that Chu Yuhan from the university immediately. The president slammed his palm on the conference table, then picked up his insulated mug and turned to leave. When he reached the door, he suddenly turned back. And one more thing, arrange for someone to cut down that damned grove in the back of the school. In the classroom, Zhang Yao was drenched in cold sweat as he stared at the video playing on Zhao Ruoxi's phone. His expression twisted into a grimace. Suddenly, he snatched the phone off the table and smashed it to the ground with full force, shattering it into pieces. Zhao Ruoxi, I pursued you because I held you in high regard, but you fucking bitch, how dare you secretly record me? Zhang Yao pointed at Zhao Ruoxi and cursed furiously. Humph, Zhang Yao, you have finally revealed your true colors. I am actually looking forward to how people will react once they see who you really are. Zhao Ruoxi's delicate fists clenched tightly. If not for the live broadcast, she would have already unleashed a flurry of punches on Zhang Yao and beaten the shit and piss out of him. Ha ha ha. Zhao Ruoshi, you overestimate yourself. I am the dean's prized student. Now that your video is gone, tell me, do you think people will believe you, or me? Zhang Yao laughed triumphantly. But at that very moment, with a loud bang, the classroom door was kicked open. If this got out, the entire Jiangnan University would become a laughingstock. Ah! That bastard has shamed my department, I must clean house. Dean Zhuge kicked open the door with a furious roar and stormed into the classroom. Dean! Zhang Yao was dumbfounded and jumped in shock. Wasn't the dean supposed to be in a meeting right now? Why was he here? Dean, let me explain. Actually, it was Zhao Ruoshi who asked me to come to the classroom today because she wanted to confess to me. I just gave her a good talking to and told her to focus on her studies. Zhang Yao quickly explained. Zhao Ruoshi looked at him with utter contempt, while Dean Zhuge sneered coldly. Zhang Yao, to think I considered you one of my prized students, yet you are nothing but a shameless disgrace. Go back and wait for the university's disciplinary notice. Dean Zhuge said coldly. After that, he ignored the stunned Zhang Yao and walked toward Zhao Ruoshi. Zhao Ruoshi, you are something else too. Most people would hide such shame from the public, but you chose to broadcast it live to the entire university, making a complete joke out of our department. Turn off that camera immediately. Dean Zhuge barked in anger. Zhao Ruoshi had not expected to alarm the dean and stuck out her pink tongue. She quickly removed the hidden pinhole camera from her chest. The moment the camera was removed, Zhang Yao felt like the sky was collapsing. He collapsed to the ground, completely drained. It was over. Everything was over. The entire university now knew his true face. The incident caused an uproar on campus. Countless students rushed to the grove behind the school to take pictures. They jokingly dubbed it the Zhangqiu Battlefield Ruins. Due to the huge impact, it even made the trending list online. But the ruins were quickly flattened by the university, and both Zhang Yao and Chu Yuhan were officially expelled. Meanwhile, inside the university president's office, President Li Weigong, tall with a square face, was looking at the files of Chen Fan and Zhao Ruoshi. Seated beside him was Dean Zhuge from the Liberal Arts Department. So you are Chen Fan. You are the mastermind behind this? And I assume Zhao Ruoshi was also lured into it by you. Li Weigong stared at Chen Fan. President, this was planned by both me and Chen Fan. He did not lure me into anything. Before Chen Fan could say a word, Zhao Ruoshi stood up anxiously and declared. Since childhood, her father had taught her to take responsibility and remain loyal. This matter had started because of her. There was no way she would let Chen Fan take the fall alone. You silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Dean Zhuge scolded her angrily, upset by Zhao Ruoshi's inability to read the room. Could she not tell the president was trying to protect her? I am not talking nonsense. If we are speaking truthfully, I am the real mastermind. Chen Fan was only helping me. Zhao Ruoshi said loudly. You. Dean Zhuge pointed at Zhao Ruoshi, shaking his head in disappointment. She was an excellent student, and he really did not want her to be punished for this incident. But she was simply too stubborn. At this moment, Chen Fan was filled with emotion. For a campus goddess like Zhao Ruoshi to stand up for him and protect him, he would never let her be punished because of him. If both of you are the masterminds, then prepare to be expelled. Li Weigong waved his hand, glancing helplessly at Dean Zhuge. Dean Zhuge sighed in disappointment but could do nothing to protect Zhao Ruoshi anymore. The incident had blown up far too much, even trending online, and the higher-ups in the Education Bureau had harshly criticized the university president. President, if I build a large indoor gymnasium for the university, can Zhao Ruoshi be exempted from punishment? Chen Fan suddenly spoke up. President Li Weigong, who had just been about to wave them out, looked up sharply, staring at Chen Fan in disbelief. What did you say? I said I want to build a large indoor gymnasium for the university, in Zhao Ruoshi's name. Chen Fan repeated louder. Not only President Li, but even Dean Zhuge and Zhao Ruoshi stared at Chen Fan in astonishment. Chen Fan, do you know what you are saying? A gymnasium of that scale would cost around 20 million yuan. Li Weigong said gravely. He had reviewed Chen Fan's background, raised in an orphanage, living frugally, working part-time to cover his expenses. But Chen Fan's offer hit Li Weigong's sore spot. What Jiangnan University lacked most was a decent indoor gymnasium. He had applied for funding multiple times but was always rejected. He had tried to attract outside investors, offering rights to operate the facility, but no one wanted to touch a project that was clearly unprofitable. Over time, the lack of a gymnasium had become a major headache. 20 million? That's nothing. It is just pocket money to me. Chen Fan replied calmly. In truth, he was ecstatic inside. Zhao Ruoshi came with a tenfold attractiveness cashback. If he could spend 20 million on her, he could get 200 million in return. Ruashi, give me your bank account number. Chen Fan said. Zhao Ruashi was stunned. She had no idea what Chen Fan was up to. She responded with a dazed okay and handed over her account number. Chen Fan immediately used his mobile banking app to transfer her 2 million yuan. Buzz. Zhao Ruashi's phone suddenly vibrated. Ah. Chen Fan, you transferred 2 million to me. Zhao Ruashi jumped in shock and almost dropped her phone. Both the president and Dean Zhuge were stunned. Transferring 2 million so casually, this young man clearly had some real resources. Could the background check on Chen Fan be wrong? Was he actually a rich heir? But after the initial shock, the president quickly regained his composure. Chen Fan, 2 million is still a long way from the 20 million needed to build a sports complex. Apologies, I missed a zero. Chen Fan gave a devilish smile. At that moment, the 200 million cashback from Zhao Ruashi's tenfold attractiveness rebate had been credited. He immediately transferred another 18 million to Zhao Ruashi. Buzz. Zhao Ruashi's phone vibrated again. Ah. Chen Fan, why did you just transfer another 18 million to me? Zhao Ruashi's scalp tingled. She had never seen so much money in her life and screamed in shock. Now both the president and Dean Zhuge could no longer stay seated. They stood up at once and looked toward Zhao Ruashi's phone. Balance, 20 million and 66 yuan. In an instant, the president's office fell completely silent. Li Weigong's eyes burned with excitement as he looked at Chen Fan. Every year, there were always a few freshmen from powerful families, but never before had he seen someone casually transfer 20 million yuan to a girl. Just how rich was this family? Chen Fan, I cannot accept this money. I will return it to you immediately. Zhao Ruashi was truly frightened by the 20 million and quickly prepared to send it back to Chen Fan. Chen Fan was equally shocked by her response. Dear God, please do not return it. If she did, his 200 million cashback would vanish. He immediately shot a glance at Li Weigong. This money absolutely cannot be returned. Li Weigong instantly caught Chen Fan's meaning and rushed forward to stop Zhao Ruashi, speaking with urgency. But President, how can I accept so much money from Chen Fan? Even if it is to donate a gymnasium, it should be donated in his name. Zhao Ruashi shook her head firmly. Seeing that he could not persuade Zhao Ruashi, Li Weigong grew anxious and quickly turned to Chen Fan for help. Ruashi, actually, I have my own reasons for donating the gymnasium in your name. To be honest, I am indeed from a wealthy family, but my family keeps a very low profile. If I were to donate in my own name and it were discovered, they would definitely face serious repercussions. Chen Fan had no choice but to make up a clumsy excuse. Judging from Zhao Ruashi's expression, she genuinely seemed to believe it. She furrowed her brow, struggled internally for a moment, and finally nodded for the sake of protecting Chen Fan. Seeing her agree, Chen Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, his 200 million rebate had not gone down the drain. But the happiest of all was Li Weigong. He immediately made a phone call to convene a meeting on the design and construction of the gymnasium. As the official donor, Zhao Ruashi would also attend the meeting and have the final say on all design options. After leaving the president's office, Chen Fan left first. Since Dean Zhuge and Zhao Ruashi still had to attend the meeting, the two of them headed to the conference room. Even now, as she looked at the numbers on her mobile banking app, Zhao Ruashi still felt dazed. You silly girl, you had better thank Chen Fan properly later. After sitting down, Dean Zhuge looked at Zhao Ruashi and said meaningfully. Dean, why? I was just helping him too. Zhao Ruashi puffed out her cheeks, looking slightly annoyed. Heh, and that is why I say you are naive. If he really did not want his identity revealed, he could have donated anonymously. The only reason he took such a roundabout route was because of you. When you went to the restroom earlier, Chen Fan made 2 requests. First, a martial arts training room must be built for you on the top floor of the gymnasium. Second, after you graduate, you must be offered a position at Jiangnan University. Dean Zhuge smiled as he spoke. What? He did all of this, for me? Zhao Ruashi stood up, utterly stunned. A dedicated martial arts training room, for me? That is right, I think I mentioned it to him this morning. I said I was envious of Jiangnan Sports University having its own martial arts hall. And I also told him how hard it is for graduates from the literature department to find a job. So he remembered it all. At that moment, Zhao Ruashi felt a surge of overwhelming emotion. This man, whom she had only known for a single day, had not only remembered her casual complaints but had gone to such great lengths to make them a reality. Could it be that he likes me? Her heart fluttered, nervous, excited, confused. Deep down, her instinct was to decline such generosity. After all, her father had always taught her, never accept what you have not earned. But a personal martial arts gym and a guaranteed job after graduation? The temptation was simply too great, so great that she could not refuse. Actually, aside from being a bit of a flirt, Chen Fan really is quite a good guy. At that moment, while walking back to his dorm, a familiar electronic chime suddenly rang in Chen Fan's mind. Ding! Zhao Ruoshi's affection plus 50. Current affection, 50. Host awarded 500 life points. Host's current life balance, 597. Huh? A direct 50-point affection boost? Chen Fan was stunned. When he transferred the money to Zhao Ruoshi, her affection level had not gone up. So why had it suddenly jumped by 50 points? After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan quickly figured it out. It must have been what he told the university president earlier. He had felt a bit cheated donating 20 million to the school, so he casually added 2 extra conditions. And now it seemed Zhao Ruoshi had found out about them. Talk about unintended consequences. Just a few words, and he had earned over a year's worth of life points. Chen Fan was thrilled to get such a bargain. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated. He looked down. It was a message from his high school class group chat. Dear classmates, our beloved class president Zhang Lu has returned to Jiangnan from his studies in the US. He is treating everyone to dinner tonight at a 5-star hotel. You all better show up. The message was from Li Hao, Zhang Lu's loyal follower back in high school. As soon as Zhang Lu's name appeared, the chat filled with bootlicking responses. Chen Fan said nothing. Back in high school, he had once gotten into a fight with Zhang Lu and Li Hao because he could not stand them harassing the class belle. He had no intention of going, until Zhang Lu directly mentioned him in the group. Chen Fan, you must come. Let us clear up our misunderstanding from back then. Chen Fan chuckled. He had heard that Zhang Lu's family had made some money recently. Clear up a misunderstanding? More likely he wanted to show off and humiliate him. Still, a 5-star meal was a 5-star meal. Sure, class president. How could I not attend? By the way, can I bring someone? Chen Fan replied immediately. With good food on the table, he could not leave his bro behind. He decided to bring Li Wei along. Heh, of course. Zhang Lu replied in the group right away. Chen Fan could almost picture the smug sneer on his face. Next, the group chat exploded with a flood of classmates showering Zhang Lu with flattery and over-the-top praise. Chen Fan could not be bothered to read further. He simply saved the address and returned to his dorm. Li Wei originally had no plans for the evening, aside from visiting a club for some models or heading to a foot massage spa for a full-body treatment. But as soon as Chen Fan mentioned a class reunion, he became interested. The 5-star Blue Ocean Hotel was not far from campus. Chen Fan scanned a shared electric scooter, hopped on with Li Wei, and the two of them rode toward the hotel, puffing and chugging along the way. I swear, fatty, you really need to lose some weight. This scooter barely moved a few blocks before you almost drained the battery. Chen Fan complained. Damn it, Fanzi, you are so full of shit. Just earlier, you were talking about driving my Ferrari. Who was it who said we should bike to the club, save where we can and spend where we should? Li Wei cursed with a laugh. Then scan another scooter and ride it yourself. You really are making life hard for your big brother fatty. I can handle a Ferrari with one hand, but riding a scooter? I have never done it in my life. This is the first time I've ever been on 2 wheels. The two of them puffed and wheezed their way to the entrance of the Blue Ocean Hotel. Once they arrived, Li Wei froze. Well damn, bro. We are having dinner at my own place. What? This 5-star Blue Ocean Hotel is owned by your family. Chen Fan was speechless. He had brought someone to dinner, only to end up bringing him to his own hotel, awkward, to say the least. What are you two doing here? Shared scooters are not allowed inside. Suddenly, a high-ranking security guard blocked their way. Son of a bitch. Being stopped by his own hotel security left Li Wei feeling utterly humiliated. He almost lost it on the spot. But Chen Fan held him back. This is a 5-star hotel, not a place for poor losers like you. Get lost. Do not block the way. The guard took one look at their ordinary clothing and the electric scooter, and immediately tried to drive them off. Just then, a BMW 5 Series pulled up beside Chen Fan's scooter. The window rolled down, revealing Zhang Lu's smug face. Chen Fan, what is going on? Why are you arguing with the security guard? Before Zhang Lu could respond, his sycophantic lackey Li Hao leaned over from the front passenger seat and said sarcastically to Chen Fan. Heh, Chen Fan, do not make things difficult for the security guard. After all, Blue Ocean Hotel is a 5-star establishment, a high-end venue. Zhang Lu looked Chen Fan up and down, then curled his lips into a meaningful smirk. Heh, not as successful as you guys, you are driving a BMW now. I am just a poor student, can only afford an electric scooter. Chen Fan was not the least bit irritated. Now that he was a bona fide billionaire, he had confidence. Things like saving face were no longer a concern for him. This is my classmate, not some jobless loafer. I am the one hosting tonight's gathering. Let them in. Zhang Lu handed the security guard a premium cigarette. The guard immediately nodded and bowed in agreement. See you in a bit. With a wave, Zhang Lu drove off in his BMW 5 Series. Damn it, showing off in front of Fatty? Fucking unbearable. Already pissed from being blocked by his own hotel's guard, seeing someone flaunting in front of him nearly made Li Wei explode. Come on, Fatty. He is still a customer at your family's place. Just let it slide. Chen Fan patted Li Wei on the shoulder and led him inside. The gathering Zhang Lu hosted was in the coastal hall on the second floor. When Chen Fan and Li Wei walked in, most of the classmates had already arrived. Hey, Chen Fan is here. That guard did not give you more trouble, did he? Li Hao, seated beside Zhang Lu, immediately shouted when he saw Chen Fan and Li Wei enter. The classmates around turned their eyes toward Chen Fan. Li Hao, what happened outside? Tell us. A curious female classmate asked. Heh, not much. Just that Chen Fan was mistaken for some jobless drifter and blocked outside by the security guard. Luckily, Zhang Lu and I arrived in time, otherwise, he might have gotten into a fight. Li Hao and Zhang Lu had a grudge against Chen Fan, and the real purpose of this gathering was to humiliate him. So Li Hao exaggerated the story. After hearing this, many classmates started looking at Chen Fan with scornful eyes. Just then, the door of the private room opened. A beautiful girl with exquisite makeup, dressed in a white dress, walked in. She was Wu Tiantian, the class beauty from Chen Fan's high school days. Sorry, everyone. I am late. Wu Tiantian smiled and apologized. Tiantian, over here. Chen Fan waved at her with a smile. Back in high school, the two had shared a desk. Chen Fan, being a top student, often tutored her, and they were quite close. He had even fought Zhang Lu and Li Hao over her. To Chen Fan's surprise, Wu Tiantian only nodded lightly at him, then walked right past the empty seat beside him and sat next to Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu, thank you for inviting me despite everything in the past. May I sit next to you? Wu Tiantian smiled at Zhang Lu. Heh, having the class beauty sit next to me is my honor. Zhang Lu, thrilled to see the girl he had once longed for, stood up immediately and kicked Li Hao's ass to get him to move. Everyone in the room turned to look at Chen Fan with gloating expressions. Everyone knew that back in school, Chen Fan had fought Zhang Lu over her. And now she had chosen to sit beside Zhang Lu. It was a direct slap in the face. Chen Fan froze slightly, his expression darkened. Back then, Wu Tiantian had been single-minded about studying, innocent and beautiful. Chen Fan had always treated her like a little sister. But now, 3 years into university life, it seemed she had changed. No matter. He had only come to help Fatty get a free meal. Soon, the food was served, and at a very high level, including Australian lobster. Most of the classmates were juniors, many of whom had never eaten such luxurious food before. They immediately started flattering Zhang Lu. Brother Lu is awesome. This is my first time eating Australian lobster. Exactly. Brother Lu is now a true overseas educated rich kid, the pride of our class. Brother Lu's family business is booming. After we graduate, we might have to rely on him for jobs. A group of male classmates began showering Zhang Lu with praise, while the girls looked at him with admiration and infatuation. Zhang Lu thoroughly enjoyed the attention, especially with the once unattainable class beauty Wu Tiantian now pouring him tea. He felt invincible, and from time to time shot smug, mocking glances at Chen Fan. Brother Zhang Lu, about what happened back then, it was just a misunderstanding. Chen Fan and I were just deskmates. He mistakenly thought I liked him and that is why he hit you. Wu Tiantian suddenly said to Zhang Lu. The entire room fell silent. Chen Fan could not believe his ears. He stared at Wu Tiantian as if seeing a stranger. Back then, it had been Wu Tiantian who cried to him, saying Zhang Lu and Li Hao constantly harassed her and she could not focus on her studies. Now, just to climb her way to a rich man like Zhang Lu, she had stabbed him in the back. Wu Tiantian glanced at Chen Fan. A flash of guilt flickered in her eyes but quickly vanished. She really had changed. After entering university, she had come to understand how the world works. In this world, only money is truth. And the only rich guy around her was Zhang Lu. She had to cling tightly to him. Oh, so I really was just imagining things. Chen Fan's heart went cold. He had planned to surprise the girl he once treated like a sister with a house or a car. Now, all he could do was sneer inside. Chen Fan, I think you should apologize to Zhang Lu. After all, you hit him back then. But Zhang Lu has been generous enough to invite you to a 5-star hotel to broaden your horizons. Wu Tiantian continued. Heh, then I must thank our great class monitor for showing me the world. Chen Fan replied with a fake smile. Chen Fan, what kind of attitude is that? Just look at yourself now, disheveled and dejected. Then look at Zhang Lu. Do you not feel ashamed? Wu Tiantian frowned at Chen Fan, his cold gaze making her feel uneasy. Heh, Tiantian, no need for an apology. Do not blame Chen Fan for how he turned out. I heard he recently suffered a heartbreak. It is understandable that he is in a bad mood. Zhang Lu put on a magnanimous face. He was in a great mood today. Not only had he put Chen Fan in his place, but he had also won the favor of the girl he used to dream about. Ha ha ha. Heartbreak, my ass. I heard he has been a bootlicker for 3 years, and just got dumped. He could not even succeed as a simp. Li Hao burst out laughing. What? He was a simp for 3 years. As soon as Li Hao said that, the entire private room erupted. Heh, I heard from a friend at Jiangnan University that this loser Chen Fan works 2 part-time jobs every day. He gives all his money to that girl, and he lives off plain steamed buns and pickled vegetables. Li Hao continued. Chen Fan, I did not expect you to be this kind of person. At first, I was not sure whether to believe what Wu Tiantian said, but now I do. You had better apologize to Zhang Lu right now, or you can pay your share of this dinner. And the fat guy you brought along, who has not stopped eating, he should pay too. Several classmates started criticizing Chen Fan. Heh, everyone, do not make things hard for Chen Fan. He is already pitiful enough and clearly has no money. Besides, I do not have to pay at all when I eat here. Seeing everyone gang up on Chen Fan, Zhang Lu felt immensely satisfied, like he was finally getting revenge for the past. But Li Wei, who had been holding his anger in, suddenly lifted his head. What did you say? You do not have to pay to eat here? Li Wei stared coldly at Zhang Lu. Heh, to be honest, my uncle is the general manager of this 5-star hotel. I can eat here whenever I want, for free. Zhang Lu said proudly. He was telling the truth. His uncle was indeed the general manager, and every time his family dined here, they never paid. What the fuck? Every time I eat here, I pay. And you are saying you do not have to? Li Wei immediately exploded in anger. First, he was humiliated by the hotel security in front of his friend, and now it turned out his own hotel was letting others eat for free. Li Wei felt completely disgraced. Who the fuck do you think you are? A freeloader brought in by that loser Chen Fan, and you think you get to talk? Li Hao stood up and pointed at Li Wei. Everyone else started glaring at Chen Fan and Li Wei with open hostility. Chen Fan, I really did not expect you to turn out this way. Zhang Lu invited you out of kindness, and not only are you ungrateful, you bring some stranger to cause trouble. Wu Tiantian also stood up, her face full of disdain as she pointed at Chen Fan. She was clearly looking down on him now. Humph, Chen Fan, you better control your friend. Do not let one bad apple ruin our class reunion. Zhang Lu's expression turned cold. He felt like Chen Fan and the freeloading fatty were getting out of hand. Heh, fine, fine. Zhang Lu, is it? I will make sure you find out who I am in just a bit. With that, Li Wei picked up his phone and dialed a number. Where the hell are you? Get your ass to the coastal hall on the 2nd floor, right fucking now. Before the other side could respond, Fatty hung up the call. Chen Fan shook his head. He had considered stopping Fatty. After all, a bit of showboating among old classmates was not a big deal, but this was about Fatty's family business, so he could only step aside. 3 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a business suit, sweating profusely, came running into the room in a panic. Young master. The man was none other than Zhang Lu's uncle, Zhang Tianping, the general manager of the hotel. As soon as he got the call from the chairman's son, Li Wei, he rushed over. Uncle. Zhang Lu's face changed drastically the moment he saw him and quickly stood up. When Zhang Tianping saw Zhang Lu seated at the head of the table and Li Wei seated near the serving spot, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Young master, I am sorry I am late. Zhang Tianping ignored his nephew and walked straight up to Li Wei, clasping his hands respectfully in front of him. Shock. Stone silence. Everyone in the private room, except for Chen Fan and Li Wei, was wide-eyed, mouths agape like they could fit a whole fist inside. Especially Zhang Lu, whose body trembled slightly. Who the hell was this fatty that Chen Fan brought along? Even his uncle, the general manager of a 5-star hotel, was calling him young master? Zhang Tianping, impressive. I hear your family eats and stays at the Blue Ocean Hotel for free, huh? You have got some fucking nerve. My father and I pay every time we eat here. Li Wei slammed the table in rage. Why, young master, there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Zhang Lu, what is going on? Were you bragging again at the dinner table? Zhang Tianping stormed over and slapped Zhang Lu hard across the face. Zhang Lu shrank down like a scared bird, too terrified to speak. Wu Tiantian was trembling in fear beside him. You brat, get over here and apologize to young Master Li. Zhang Tianping grabbed Zhang Lu like a ragdoll and dragged him in front of Li Wei. Young Master Li, I am really sorry. I was just talking shit. Please, just treat it like I farted. Zhang Lu cried as he slapped himself twice. All his earlier arrogance was gone. All right, since you are my brother's classmate, I will let it go. But Zhang Tianping, I have already called my dad. The group will send auditors over tomorrow. Given your years of service, confess your wrongdoings and return the money, and we will call it even. Li Wei tapped the table as he reprimanded him. Zhang Tianping nodded repeatedly, sweating profusely. Chen Fan, let us go. I am telling you, your classmates are really something else. Fatty clicked his tongue and shook his head as he pulled Chen Fan toward the door. Just as they were about to leave, he suddenly turned back and pointed to Chen Fan. This is Chen Fan, my brother. From now on, anything he spends at the Blue Ocean Hotel goes on my tab. Zhang Tianping nodded rapidly and personally escorted them out of the hotel. The security guard who had blocked Chen Fan and Li Wei earlier was completely stunned to see the general manager leaving with them. Good evening, General Manager. The guard ran over nervously, stammering with fear. What? You did not have this attitude earlier. Zhang Tianping, I think your security staff and service team need better training. Stop looking down on people based on appearances. Li Wei scolded. Yes, absolutely. Zhang Tianping wiped his sweat, nodded repeatedly, and then turned to glare at the security guard. You had the audacity to block young master? Pack your shit and get the fuck out. Li Wei nodded in satisfaction at how it was handled and waved him off. Chen Fan, sorry you had to see that. The business has gotten so big it is hard to manage everything. Get lost. Stop acting like you are not enjoying this. Chen Fan cursed him with a grin. It is still early. Come on, I will show you what nightlife really means. Li Wei absolutely refused to get back on the shared electric scooter. He pulled Chen Fan into a taxi. Driver, fly bar. Inside the Coastal Hall private room, after Chen Fan and Li Wei left, the atmosphere died down, and no one had the appetite to eat anymore. I did not expect that Blue Ocean, a 5-star hotel, actually belongs to Chen Fan's friend's family. Someone whispered in surprise. Wu Tiantian also felt lingering fear. Thinking back on all the harsh things she had just said to that young Master Li, she began to feel scared. Damn it, how could Chen Fan know a top-tier rich second generation like that? Zhang Lu could not figure it out either. He had made a complete fool of himself today, and his hatred toward Chen Fan did not lessen. If anything, it grew stronger. Brother Lu, calm down. Forget about that Chen Fan. Why don't we go to a bar and have some fun? Li Hao suggested. Zhang Lu nodded with a gloomy expression. He had brought his father's platinum membership card for Flybar, and if he took these classmates to the biggest bar in Jiangnan City to show them a good time, maybe he could recover a bit of face. Most importantly, his high school dream girl was sitting right next to him. If he could get her drunk tonight, there might be a chance for something more. Once everyone heard they were going to Flybar, excitement immediately broke out. Flybar is the biggest bar in Jiangnan. Without a membership, you cannot even reserve a table. One female classmate, who had been there before, explained. Heh, it is all right. I have a platinum membership there. I can go whenever I want. Zhang Lu said with a smile. Oh my god, a platinum membership at Fly? That requires spending at least 1,000,000 yuan. The same girl exclaimed. 1,000,000 yuan in spending. Everyone looked at Zhang Lu in shock. Wu Tiantian was also deeply impressed. Spending over 1,000,000 at a single bar, Zhang Lu's family must be extraordinarily wealthy. Their assets were probably worth over 10 million. Tian, how about we go have some fun at the bar? Zhang Lu ignored the others and turned to Wu Tian. Feeling all eyes on her with envy, Wu Tiantian's vanity was greatly satisfied, and she could not help but lean in a little closer to Zhang Lu. Brother Zhang Lu, I will do whatever you say. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Li Wei had just arrived near Flybar when several luxury sports cars, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, sped past them. A group of young men wearing sunglasses jumped out of the cars. Yo, the king of the hot chick scene is here too. But you are going to waste your time today. One of them, dressed head to toe in luxury limited edition brands worth millions, walked right up to Li Wei. Wang Zhe, what the hell are you trying to pull in front of me? Li Wei said coldly, clearly annoyed. Heh, I am not pulling anything. I am just letting you know, tonight, I booked all the booths at Flybar. If you want to go in, you can only sit at the open tables. Wang Zhe said arrogantly to Li Wei. Wang Zhe, you are a diamond member, and so am I. Why the fuck should I sit at an open table? Li Wei was furious. He had no idea what bad luck had struck him today. Everything was going wrong. He had almost been thrown out of his own family's restaurant by a security guard, and now he had brought his brother to a bar, only to run into a rival rich kid. This time the one who reserved the entire venue is not me, but the supreme member of Fly Bar, young Master Zhou Hongyuan. At the mention of Zhou Hongyuan, a clear trace of reverence flashed across Wang Zei's face. When he heard Zhou Hongyuan's name, Li Wei instantly deflated. Fatty, open tables are fine. Sounds even more lively. Chen Fan grabbed Fatty and said. It was his first time in a place like this, but to him, it was all noise and music anyway, did not matter where you sat. It was not like watching a movie. Fatty, your friend at least knows his place. Wang Zei sneered and swaggered into the bar with his group of rich second-generation heirs. Come on, Fatty, we are here to have fun. Cheer up. Chen Fan patted Li Wei on the shoulder. Li Wei did not respond. He just nodded silently with a dark look on his face. Seeing his expression, Chen Fan figured there might be more drama coming tonight. He thought for a second and decided to call Zhao Ruoshi. He had not held out much hope. Worst case, he would call Su Yuan instead, but to his surprise, Zhao Ruoshi actually agreed and even said she would bring a friend. This made Chen Fan thrilled. If Zhao Ruoshi came, he would not care if someone had reserved the whole bar. Fly Bar was the largest bar in Jiangnan City. It had a massive space. The front area was for dancing, where men and women were dancing wildly to the deafening music. The booths were in the back and around the sides. As soon as they entered, Chen Fan saw the group of rich kids led by Wang Zei fawning around a young man sitting with his legs crossed. That must be the Zhou Hongyuan they had just mentioned, the young master of one of Jiangnan's 5 great families. They are not that many. Why did they book so many booths? Chen Fan asked, puzzled. What else? Just showing off. Li Wei replied angrily. Why are they not sitting at the booth in the very center? That one looks way better. Chen Fan pointed to the empty golden booth next to Zhou Hongyuan's group. It was cordoned off with red rope. Handsome guy, you must not know. That booth is not for ordinary people. Only those with an emperor membership, which requires a top-up of at least 100 million yuan, are allowed to book it. Right now in Jiangnan, only the heads of the 5 great families have emperor memberships. The person in charge of Li Wei was the bar's sales manager, Bai Hong, a curvaceous and stunning woman in her 30s. Upon hearing Chen Fan's question, she explained with a smile. A 100 million yuan emperor membership is not something I cannot afford, Chen Fan muttered with a smile. Once Zhao Ruoshi arrives, he planned to purchase that emperor membership for this little girl and try out that golden booth. At that moment, a group of people suddenly flowed into the entrance of the bar. Chen Fan looked up, and of course, it was Zhang Lu, accompanied by Wu Tiantian and a bunch of their classmates. Since all the booths had been booked by Zhou Hongyuan tonight, they ended up at the open seating area. Zhang Lu looked over and saw Li Wei. His face immediately drained pale, as though he had swallowed a dead fly. Young Master Li, what a coincidence, Zhang Lu forced out a greeting. Chen Fan ignored him. Li Wei simply waved his hand dismissively. The group slunk away toward the front open tables. All because you know some rich second-generation friend, running into classmates and not bothering to say hello. Who do you think you are? Thinking you're a fellow second-generation rich kid now. Some classmates, watching Chen Fan ignore them, spoke displeased remarks. Wu Tiantian also thought Chen Fan was pretending. She held onto Zhang Lu's arm, trying to spite Chen Fan. But she discovered that Chen Fan did not even glance in her direction the entire time. Instead, Zhang Lu's chest swelled with confidence. He believed that tonight he had Wu Tiantian in the bag, and maybe after a few drinks, he could make a move. Just then, Chen Fan's phone rang. He answered it, then turned and waved at Zhao Ruoshi, who stood in the doorway. She walked in, arm in arm with a friend. Tonight, Zhao Ruoshi wore short shorts, showing off her slender, fair thighs. On top she wore a tight white short-sleeve top, accentuating her curves. Her long black hair was tied in a high ponytail. Her youthful charm and slightly heroic features instantly caught many glances in the bar. Next to her stood a stranger, a girl in a white dress, with a delicate, jade-like face, gentle and elegant. Her beauty was in no way inferior to Zhao Ruoshi's. Wow, those two girls are really something, prettier than celebrities. Seems like the girl with Zhao Ruoshi belongs to Li Wei's group. Maybe they called her over here to entertain young Master Zhou a bit? Chen Fan, I brought along a friend, I hope you do not mind. Zhao Ruoshi led over the woman in the white dress. Hello, my name is Jiang Yuchan. I am from the Foreign Languages College at Jiang University. The woman in the white dress extended her hand toward Chen Fan. Hello, my name is Chen Fan. Chen Fan also extended his hand and shook hands with Jiang Yuchan. Ding. Detected, a girl with attractiveness rating of 90 points, Jiang Yuchan. Begin binding. Ding. Binding successful. For every +1 point of favorability gained by bound target Jiang Yuchan, the host gains +10 life points. Current favorability, -10. Ding. Bestowed to host, attractiveness cashback, function, name, Jiang Yuchan, attractiveness 90 points, cashback ratio 110. Ding. Bestowed to host the skill, mastery of every language that has ever appeared on Earth. A series of synthetic electronic voices sounded instantly in Chen Fan's mind. So I just bound another 90-point beauty? Mastery of every language on Earth? This skill sounds awesome, but seems useless as hell. Chen Fan's eyes suddenly burned with excitement. This was walking life points and real money, after all. Gripping Jiang Yuchan's hand, he could not help but clutch harder. Jiang Yuchan frowned slightly, looked at Chen Fan warily, then withdrew her hand. Jiang Yuchan and Zhao Ruoxi had been close friends since childhood. Their family was in real estate business. After Chen Fan donated a gymnasium to the school, Zhao Ruoxi immediately informed her close friend, hoping Jiang Yuchan's family could take on that project. When the two of them had originally been discussing this matter, they received a call from Chen Fan. Isn't that the campus beauties, Jiang and Zhao? Li Wei stood up excitedly as soon as he saw the two, hurriedly giving the two beauties his seat. As soon as the two campus beauty level women sat beside Chen Fan and Li Wei, all eyes in the venue turned to look. The reason was obvious, these two school beauty gradations were so beautiful that they outshone all the others covered in heavy makeup. At that moment, Zhang Lu, Wu Tiantian and others at a nearby table turned back just in time to see Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan greeting Chen Fan. They were all stunned. Holy shit, how does this broke-ass Chen Fan even know such campus beauty-level babes? And two of them at once. Li Hao said in shock, jealousy turning his testicles purple. Zhang Lu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. As the saying goes, when comparing people, people lose, when comparing goods, they get discarded. Seeing these two campus beauty, grade girls beside Chen Fan, his own companion Wu Tiantian suddenly seemed worthless. If those two girls scored 90 points, then Wu Tiantian at most 75, in both looks and figure she was completely crushed from all sides. Wu Tiantian at that moment was extremely shocked inside. She could not understand how such campus beauty level girls could be hanging out with Chen Fan, this poor loser. Zhao Ruoxi was visiting the club for the first time, feeling very fresh. Originally Chen Fan wanted to sit next to Zhao Ruoxi, see if he could get some physical contact, maybe increase a bit of favorability. But immediately Jiang Yuchan saw through him, inserted herself between them. Ruoxi, you stay on campus all the time, rarely interact with people outside. This time you were almost fooled by that Zhang Yao. You better learn your lesson, with some people, you should always stay more vigilant. Jiang Yuchan's crystal-like beautiful big eyes cast a meaningful glance at Chen Fan. Yuchan, you are right. This time it is thanks to Chen Fan. Otherwise I really would have been deceived by that filthy scumbag Zhang Yao. Zhao Ruoxi nodded seriously at Jiang Yuchan, then smiled broadly at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, thank you, okay. The moment Jiang Yuchan heard this, she rolled her eyes big time. Family, who understands these things? If that little girl ever gets sold one day, she will still be counting other people's money. Seeing that Jiang Yuchan was guarding herself like against a thief, Chen Fan felt somewhat speechless. I just wanted to spend money on you, and you think I am lusting after your bodies. Unfair, this is just too unfair. At this moment the fat guy felt very proud, with two campus beauty level women by his side, he had plenty of face. He kept raising his glass to greet people he knew among the crowd. Ruoxi, do not forget, this Chen Fan once bought Su Yuan a car worth 1.5 million, and a flat worth 2 million. After a while, Jiang Yuchan continued quietly whispering about Chen Fan behind Zhao Ruoxi's back. Yes, I know. Chen Fan already told me. That was his revenge against Chu Yuhan. Also, Chen Fan donated a gymnasium to the school worth 20 million. Zhao Ruoxi said with a proud expression. What? You mean that gymnasium was donated by him? Now it was Jiang Yuchan's turn to be shocked. That was 20 million, not 2,000. He donated that to the school just like that? And under Zhao Ruoxi's name? Jiang Yuchan silently picked up her juice and took a sip, trying to calm her shock. She suddenly felt that perhaps she had misunderstood Chen Fan, and inside she felt a flash of envy toward Zhao Ruoxi. Ding! Favorability with Jiang Yuchan +10. Current favorability, 0. Suddenly another synthetic electronic voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan, huh? Question mark face? Wait, you were gossiping about me and Zhao Ruoxi behind my back, and my favorability went up? Chen Fan was speechless. As expected, the old-time novelist Lu Sun was right, a woman's heart is a deep sea of needles. Just at that moment, a group of wealthy second-generation kids headed by Wang Zhe who had been sitting at a booth on the left started walking over to Chen Fan's table. Two beauties, why not come hang out with us for a bit? This table over there is bigger and less crowded. Over there we'll open up 2 Shenlong suites for you. Wang Zhe completely ignored Chen Fan and Li Wei, directed his invitation to Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan, pointing at the booth. Chen Fan, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi looked toward the booth. They saw a young man sitting with his legs crossed on the booth, giving an obscene grin while raising his glass toward them. We do not know him. Why should we go over? Zhao Ruoxi frowned, a bit angry. Heh, a beautiful girl when angry looks really beautiful, I pity you. Wang Zhe looked at Zhao Ruoxi, lecherous light flashing in his eyes. He reached out to grab Zhao Ruoxi. Swish! Before Li Wei could react to stop Wang Zhe, he saw everything blur before his eyes, then Wang Zhe screamed and flew across the room, crashing into a row of tables. Fuck, Chen Fan, have you trained or what? Li Wei widened his eyes and looked at Chen Fan's retracting leg. Just a bit, back when I was in the orphanage I used to fight over toys, that's how I learned. Chen Fan explained with a smile. Li Wei and Jiang Yuchan were shocked, but also believed Chen Fan's explanation. However, Zhao Ruoxi looked at him with suspicion. She recalled the first time she met Chen Fan, his strength was like that of a wild bull. Unknown to others, she came from a martial arts family, so she recognized that just now Chen Fan's speed had almost reached the level of an advanced martial artist in their community. Chen Fan became a little pale under Zhao Ruoxi's stare. He had only used less than 1/10 of his full strength just now. Had that little girl already seen through him? Before they could think further, a group including the club manager and 10 or so bouncers rushed over upon seeing Wang Zhe being knocked out. Damn it, give them 2 a lesson, wreck those 2 bastards for me, and take those 2 women into a private room to let me vent my anger. Zhou Hongyuan, pointing at Chen Fan, Li Wei and the others, shouted in a fury at the club manager Li Hu behind him. Manager, this is a misunderstanding. Young Master Li is a diamond-level member of this club, you cannot use force on him. Bai Hong tried to step forward to block him, but was slapped across the face by manager Li Hu. Damn it, you blind bastard. Young Master Zhou is the heir to the Zhou family, 1 diamond membership means shit. He is a supreme member. Beat them. Li Hu cursed viciously. At this moment Li Wei also grew anxious, sweat pouring down his forehead. He had heard of young Master Zhou's notorious reputation, cruel methods, evil deeds, almost everyone who crossed him ended up ruined. Most importantly, he was the young master of the Zhou family, one of the 5 major families of Jiangnan City, far above Li Wei in status. And almost all the women he set his eyes on had met a grim fate. Chen Fan, the 2 of us will hold them back. Let Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan leave first. At this critical moment, Li Wei ground his teeth, a ruthless look flashing through his eyes, and shouted at the swarm of bodyguards rushing toward them. Wait! Just as both sides were about to clash, Chen Fan suddenly shouted. All eyes turned to him. Hey, what das dies? Kid, do you have some dying words? Or do you want to kneel down and beg us, young Master Zhou? Wang Zhe, now recovered, glared at Chen Fan with hatred. Chen Fan ignored Wang Zhe, instead looking toward Bai Hong, whose face had swollen high from the slap. Sister Bai, in this club, is it the case that whoever has the more prestigious membership gets to decide? It is. I am sorry. Young Master Zhou is a supreme member. I really cannot help you. Bai Hong said apologetically. Chen Fan waved his hand. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a card. Top up a royal membership for each of these 2 beautiful ladies on my side. Chen Fan said with a calm expression. He was not afraid of those club thugs. With his current combat power of 10, those big, burly bouncers looked like 3-year-olds to him. A single kick each. But this was a rare opportunity to spend money. What? A royal membership? Bai Hong's eyes instantly widened. She looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Ha, you must be joking, paying for 2 royal memberships? Do you know how much a single royal membership costs? Zhou Hongyuan surveyed Chen Fan's shabby clothes, then burst into laughter. Ha, Li Wei, you sure know how to pick your friends. If you 2 really pay for even 1 royal membership, I will stand on my head and eat shit. Zhou Hongyuan and the others exploded with laughter. Chen Fan, do not talk nonsense. A royal membership costs 100 million. Li Wei's face turned white, he grabbed Chen Fan. Supervisor Bai, do you not want to swipe the card? Chen Fan frowned, addressing Li Hu and the bouncers who crowded around. Now the customer wants to purchase royal memberships. Did you not hear? Step aside at once. Bai Hong gritted her teeth and shouted at Li Hu and the security guards. She was gambling everything on this, although she did not believe that this unremarkable-looking college student could produce 100 million, she decided to take the risk. Over time, Li Hu had subjected her to all kinds of perverse, unspoken rules, whips, bondage. It had made her life unbearable, all because once the father of Zhou Hongyuan had purchased a royal membership through Li Hu's club. Bai Hong, you filthy bitch, you want to die? Li Hu, furious, spat out. A woman he had abused day after day dared to bare her teeth at him. This was a rebellion. Let him go ahead with the purchase. Zhou Hongyuan folded his arms and looked at Chen Fan's group with amusement. He really did not believe that a poor student could come up with 100 million. Bai Hong disappeared for 2 minutes and returned with finances in hand. The female accountant, expressionless, held a POS terminal. It must go through, the transaction must succeed. Bai Hong's palms were sweating. Inside she was extremely nervous. If Chen Fan failed to purchase the royal membership, not only them, but she herself could pay a terrible price. Who knew what Li Hu might do to her? At the same time, Li Wei, Jiang Yuchan and Zhao Ruoxi all stared anxiously at the accountant swiping the card. Only Chen Fan sat there casually eating fruit from a platter. Beep. The transaction was successful. Phew, Bai Hong heaved a sigh like she heard the finest sound in the world. For that instant, her whole body went limp and she collapsed to the ground. He really swiped 100 million. Li Wei and Jiang Yuchan widened their eyes, staring in disbelief at Chen Fan. This. Li Hu also looked stunned, then turned to look at Zhou Hongyuan. Zhou's face turned so dark it looked ready to drip water. He had not expected this penniless student whose clothes probably cost less than 500 yuan in total, to actually swipe 100 million. Wang Zhe and the group of second-generation rich kids looked at each other, faces full of shock. And yet it was not over. Supervisor Bai, I said each of these 2 girls should get a royal membership. Why did you only swipe one? That is right. Go ahead and give this fat guy one too, so he does not say that I value women over friends. With the amount he had just spent to give Zhao Ruoxi that 100 million membership, Chen Fan got a cash rebate of 1 billion, money was not a problem at all now. My gosh, Godfather, are you serious? Li Wei excitedly jumped to his feet. No, I cannot accept this. It is too expensive. Jiang Yuchan was frightened and quickly waved her hands. That is 100 million, I was only joking. My entire family does not even have that kind of money. You do not have to refuse, Yuchan. Chen Fan is a low-key second-generation rich heir. He can only use your name to load the funds, otherwise, his family would blame him. You are actually doing him a favor this way. Before Chen Fan could speak, Zhao Ruoxi blinked her pure, wide eyes and explained. This assist was perfect. At that moment, Chen Fan practically wanted to worship Zhao Ruoxi. If Jiang Yuchan refused, he would have lost a cashback of 10 billion for nothing. Well, alright then. Jiang Yuchan stole a glance at Chen Fan and nodded. Swipe. Very quickly, the female accountant, as mechanical and emotionless as a money-charging machine, swiped 200 million. 3 royal memberships were now born. At that moment, Bai Hong was so excited she nearly fainted. Li Hu's face turned ashen. Offending 3 royal members meant Bai Hong was now certain to become the new club manager. And given what he had done to her in the past, there was no way she would ever let him off. Sure enough, moments later, after the accountant reported the situation to the boss, Bai Hong's phone rang. Bai Hong, well done. From now on, you are the senior manager of Fly Club. The entire venue is under your command. A deep male voice came through the phone. Yes, sir. Bai Hong put the call on speaker, everyone heard it. You lot, take Li Hu away. Daring to offend our 3 royal members, break his legs first. Bai Hong stared at Li Hu with hatred as she gave the order. Young Master Zhou, save me. Li Hu cried in fear, falling to his knees with a thud. But no one paid him any attention. Bai Hong was now the boss. The very security guards Li Hu had brought over immediately dragged him out. Moments later, his miserable screams could be heard from outside. Fine. Chen Fan, is it? I will remember you. Zhou Hongyuan glared at Chen Fan venomously, then turned to leave with Wang Zhe and the group of second-generation heirs. Did I say you could leave? Apologize to these 2 ladies first. Chen Fan spoke coldly, with a sneer on his face. He now had money and strength. The so-called 5 great families and young Master Zhou, Chen Fan did not give a damn. Chen Fan, are you fucking insane? That is young Master Zhou you are talking to. Wang Zhe rushed up and pointed at Chen Fan, cursing. Heh, I almost forgot about you, you bastard. Did you not just say you would eat shit if we paid for the royal membership? Manager arrange for someone to take him to the toilet to eat shit. Make sure it is fresh, give him plenty. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, 2 security guards rushed forward and dragged the pale-faced Wang Zhe toward the restroom. While Wang Zhe's wails echoed from within, Zhou Hongyuan's face turned darker than storm clouds. He stepped up to Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan. I am sorry, ladies. I was wrong. All right, get lost. Chen Fan waved his hand like he was swatting away a fly. As the young master of one of the 5 great families, Zhou Hongyuan had never suffered such humiliation. He cast a dark, menacing glance at Chen Fan and the others. Chen Fan, I will remember you. Zhou Hongyuan snarled silently in his heart, then turned and left with the rest of the visibly shaken second-generation rich kids. Ha ha ha. Chen Fan, you are incredible. You made Wang Zhe eat shit, made young Master Zhou swallow his pride. What happened tonight is going to shake the entire second-generation circle of Jiangnan City. Li Wei was so excited his face turned red. I feel like we might have stirred up trouble. The Zhou family is one of the 5 great families, they hold a lot of power in Jiangnan. What if they retaliate? Jiang Yuchan recalled the look Zhou Hongyuan gave before leaving and said with some fear. Do not be afraid, Yuchan. I will protect you. Zhao Ruoxi was also excited. Her cheeks were flushed, and she patted her chest proudly. Heh. If Zhou Hongyuan really dares to retaliate, just let me know. I will take care of it for you. Chen Fan said. Right now, he was actually hoping Zhou Hongyuan would retaliate against Jiang Yuchan. It would give him the chance to play the hero and win her favor. Otherwise, his combat stat of 10 would be wasted. Better yet, if Zhou's revenge also damaged her family's business, he could get another round of cashback from her beauty points. Zhou Hongyuan, please do not chicken out. Go all out in your revenge. Chen Fan thought cheerfully. Jiang Yuchan was initially worried, but hearing Chen Fan speak so confidently, she felt reassured. After all, this was the same mysterious rich young man who had casually spent 100 million on her. No one knew just how powerful the family behind him truly was. At that moment, the club, which had still been blasting intense dance music, suddenly went silent. All the lights dimmed. Many people looked around in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Whoosh! A golden spotlight suddenly shone down directly on the table where Chen Fan, Zhao Ruoxi, Li Wei, and Jiang Yuchan were sitting. Everyone, today marks a historic moment in the history of our Fly Club. Just now, our club welcomed 3 new royal members. Tonight, all of your purchases will be 50% off thanks to the generosity of these 3 royal members. As Bai Hong made the announcement, the entire venue instantly exploded. Everyone cheered, and at the same time, Chen Fan, Li Wei, Zhao Ruoxi, and Jiang Yuchan were lifted up by club staff in golden sedan chairs and paraded through the crowd to be worshipped. Pop! 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 Countless colorful streamers fell like a rainbow rain from above. Amid the waves of applause, the staff carried the 4 of them to the central golden VIP booth. Once seated, the platform beneath the booth began to rise slowly, lifting them more than 2 meters into the air, allowing them to overlook the entire crowd. Ding! Favorability with Zhao Ruoxi plus 20. Current favorability, 70. Rewarding host with 200 life points. Current life balance, 796. Ding! Favorability with Jiang Yuchan plus 50. Current favorability, 50. Rewarding host with 500 life points. Current life balance, 1296. 2 synthesized electronic voices rang out in Chen Fan's mind. Not bad, not bad. That just earned me 2 extra years of life. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. He used to think this damned system was useless, now he felt the pleasure system was ridiculously powerful. Meanwhile, backstage at the club, a man wearing a Versace suit and radiating an intense murderous aura looked toward the golden VIP booth in the center. Bai Hong stood respectfully by his side. Why is she here? If the old master finds out, this could be bad. The scarred man with the blade mark on his nose murmured to himself. Bai Hong, you said they just offended Zhou Hongyuan? Yes, boss. Just a moment ago. Bai Hong respectfully explained the entire situation. The man in the Versace suit was called Zhao Dao, the owner of Fly Club, and also the underground ruler of Jiangnan City's northern district. After hearing what happened, Zhao Dao's expression darkened. The Zhou family, they are far more than just one of the 5 great families of Jiangnan. Bai Hong, go find me a security guard uniform. Also, I will be busy for a while, you are now fully in charge of the club. Zhao Dao sighed. Chen Fan, Zhao Ruoxi, Jiang Yuchan, and Li Wei were drinking juice when suddenly a man wearing a security guard uniform with a fierce scar across his nose approached. Little girl, it really is you. Disguised as a security guard, Zhao Dao suddenly called out. "Third brother!" Zhao Ruoshi, her mouth still full of fruit, jumped up excitedly. Chen Fan, Li Wei, and Jiang Yuchan all stood up at once. "Third brother, I always heard my father say you worked as a security guard, but I never expected you to be here." Zhao Ruoshi said, looking at Zhao Dao. "Yes, I have not been here long. I work night shifts a lot. I was just thinking of quitting." Zhao Dao replied casually. "Chen Fan, this is my third brother, Zhao Dao, a proud and honorable security guard." Zhao Ruoshi introduced him. Hearing he was Zhao Ruoshi's older brother, Chen Fan did not dare to be arrogant and quickly reached out to shake his hand. Zhao Dao sized up Chen Fan, plain clothes, yet throwing money around like nothing, tall and handsome, and seemed to suit his little sister quite well. After a moment's thought, Zhao Dao gripped Chen Fan's hand a bit harder. Name, Zhao Dao. Age, 38. Combat power, 0.5. In Chen Fan's mind, Zhao Dao's personal information appeared immediately. Chen Fan was slightly surprised. This Zhao Dao was not simple. His speed and strength were equivalent to the combined total of 5 ordinary people. What did 5 times the speed and strength mean? For instance, if a normal person runs 100 meters in 20 seconds, then his 100-meter speed would be 4 seconds, far beyond even Usain Bolt. If the strongest punch from an average person is 100 kilograms, then his strongest punch would be 500 kilograms. A person like this could easily defeat 20 opponents single-handedly. Crack, crack, crack. Zhao Dao clenched his fists tightly, using almost twice the strength of an average adult man. However, Chen Fan's expression did not change. His hands remained as steady as a rock, completely unmoved by Zhao Dao's grip. Could this kid also be a practitioner of martial arts? Zhao Dao was startled inside and was about to exert even more strength, but Zhao Ruoshi noticed at once and quickly pulled them apart. "Third brother, what are you doing? Chen Fan is just a student." Zhao Ruoshi complained. "Hee, sorry, little brother. But you sure have quite the grip." Zhao Dao scratched his head a bit embarrassed. As an underworld figure, clashing with a student like this would be humiliating if it got out. The group sat down together. Zhao Dao did not drink juice, so Chen Fan ordered him a bottle of Louis XIII. As they sat, they discussed the design and construction of the school's gymnasium. In the end, thanks to Chen Fan's efforts, they successfully raised the total budget of the gymnasium to 50 million. I say, since Ruoshi understands design, Yuchan knows engineering, and the fat guy's family specializes in building materials, why do we not just form a company together? And third brother, you should stop working as a security guard. I will give you 10% equity and an annual salary of 1 million. Come join us. Chen Fan suddenly looked around at everyone and said this seriously. Upon hearing Chen Fan's proposal, everyone was momentarily stunned. Holy shit, Chen Fan, I've actually had this idea for a while now. I want to prove myself to that bastard father of mine. Li Wei was raring to go, rubbing his hands with excitement. Even Zhao Ruoshi and Jiang Yuchan looked eager to act. Only Zhao Dao gave Chen Fan a meaningful glance, one that seemed to say, "Are you out of your goddamn mind? For students plus 1 security guard starting a company?" Was he joking? That sounded like a disaster waiting to happen, a recipe to lose everything down to their underwear. What Zhao Dao did not know was that this was exactly what Chen Fan wanted. Zhao Ruoshi, the naive sweetheart, Li Wei, the pretty boy rookie, Jiang Yuchan, the quiet and delicate girl, and their hulking security guard, third brother, putting these 4 together to start a company was nothing short of a catastrophic opening move. It was hard to imagine just how much they might lose, but that was precisely the point. The more money they lost, the more Chen Fan could pour in under the girls' names, and the more cashback he would receive from their beauty stats. In other words, the more they lost, the more he gained. I will invest the first 1 billion as initial capital. Of course, in keeping with tradition, I will do it under Ruoshi and Yuchan's names. After all, I have to remain a low-key second-generation heir. Chen Fan said, calmly. Everyone else was dumbfounded. The more Zhao Dao looked at Chen Fan, the more speechless he became. To him, Chen Fan looked like the village idiot heir burning through his inheritance. No way. I cannot let this idiot get together with Ruoshi. No matter how big his fortune is, he will waste it all. Zhao Dao thought to himself. Chen Fan, there's no need to invest that much. The total cost of building the gymnasium is less than 50 million. Even if you funded the entire thing, it would not cost you 1 billion. Jiang Yuchan and Li Wei, both from engineering families, quickly pointed out. Exactly. Starting a business is supposed to be hard in the beginning. Throwing around that much money up front makes it boring, there's no challenge. Zhao Ruoshi puffed her cheeks in protest. In the end, Chen Fan had no choice but to agree to invest 10 million each under Jiang Yuchan and Zhao Ruoxi's names as startup capital, giving each of them 40% of the shares. He did not ask Fatty and Zhao Dao to invest, but gave them 10% each as technical equity. After all, this company was destined to lose money, and Chen Fan had no intention of letting his brother or Zhao Dao suffer losses. After finalizing the plan, they all left the club, worried that their dorms might lock up. Zhao Dao, concerned that it would be unsafe for them to take a cab, offered to drive them back to school. Soon, a Wuling Hongguang minivan pulled up in front of them. Damn, third brother, you are something else, your license plate has 5 nines. That's like the ultimate imperial number. Is this even a legal plate? Li Wei was shocked when he saw the number plate. Hee hee, just got lucky back in the day when I drew this one. It's cold outside, get in quickly. Zhao Dao urged them. Li Wei nodded, and Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan said nothing as they got in. But Chen Fan gave Zhao Dao a thoughtful look. He had seen that plate before, when he went shopping with Chu Yuhan. Back then, it had been on a luxury imported Range Rover, and she had even sighed enviously, saying real men drove cars like that. And now, it was stuck on a cheap Wuling Hongguang? This Zhao Dao definitely was not simple. Could he be another hidden tiger like himself? Zhao Dao drove them back, first dropping Li Wei off at home, then escorting Chen Fan, Zhao Ruoxi, and Jiang Yuchan to the university. Ruoxi, you and your classmate go back to the dorm. I want to have a word with Chen Fan. Zhao Dao said. Third brother, you better not bully Chen Fan, he's just an ordinary student. Zhao Ruoxi warned him seriously before leaving. Got it, go on. Zhao Dao waved his hand and lit a cigarette, handing one to Chen Fan. Smoke? No. Chen Fan sat upright and replied. He was a little nervous, feeling like some punk who got caught trying to steal someone's daughter. First time at a club? Yes, third brother. Zhao Dao looked Chen Fan up and down. Seeing his honest demeanor, he nodded in satisfaction. Chen Fan, I am on good terms with the owner of Fly Club. How about I ask him to refund the 300 million you spent tonight? Zhao Dao had completely taken Chen Fan for a naive rich kid, impulsively throwing money around for a girl likely to face punishment from his family afterward. So he wanted to help him out by getting the money refunded. Unexpectedly, when Chen Fan heard this, his face turned pale with fright. Third brother, no, please, brother. You absolutely must not refund that money. Chen Fan was nearly in tears. Zhao Dao was baffled by his reaction. You kids, obsessed with saving face at the cost of real pain. Sooner or later, you'll suffer for it. Let's go. Zhao Dao shook his head, acting like a worldly elder giving life advice. But since Chen Fan insisted, he dropped the refund idea, even if it pained him deeply. That was 300 million. Fly Club barely made a few tens of millions in profit a year. Giving that back would hurt like hell. Jiangnan City, Zhou residence. At that moment, Zhou Hongyuan sat grim-faced in a lavishly decorated villa. A middle-aged man who looked like a butler stood before him. An orphan from an orphanage? An orphan with 300 million to spend? What the fuck do we pay all those intelligence agents for? Zhou Hongyuan slammed the table and roared in fury. Young master, all we could uncover was his time in the orphanage. Later, there was a fire, only he and the director survived. But the orphanage director is now dead. His background is untraceable. We could only find this much through official records. The butler replied bitterly. So, this Chen Fan's identity really is not simple. But if he dares go against me in Jiangnan City, he is asking to die. And those two women? I must have them. At the thought of Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan, Zhou Hongyuan's eyes filled with lustful fire, and his body grew hot. Young master, those women will be easy. They have no powerful background. If we put a little pressure on their families, they will be crawling into your bed. But right now, with you just starting to take over the family business, too many eyes are watching. I suggest waiting a little longer. The butler advised. You are right. Once I become the new head of the Zhou family, I will make those two women kneel and beg to be mine. As for Chen Fan, I will make sure he cannot live nor die. Zhou Hongyuan's eyes gleamed with vicious malice. Early the next morning, Zhao Dao took Zhao Ruoxi, Jiang Yuchan, and Li Wei to handle the registration and business licensing procedures for their new company. Chen Fan, however, had no interest in dealing with any of it. Using not feeling well as an excuse, he completely shirked all responsibility. As soon as they left, he got up from bed. Starting a company? That shit is exhausting and troublesome, even a dog would not want to do it. Shaking his head, Chen Fan walked out of the dormitory building. But just as he got downstairs, he spotted a familiar figure. Chu Yuhan. And at that moment, Chu Yuhan turned her head and saw Chen Fan too. Chen Fan, I have been waiting since 5 o'clock. I finally found you. Chu Yuhan ran toward him, her face filled with emotion. What are you waiting for me for? Chen Fan frowned. Chen Fan, I am sorry. I know I was wrong. I made a mistake, the kind any woman might make. Please, I beg you, give me another chance to be your girlfriend. I will make it up to you. Chu Yuhan said with teary eyes, full of pitiful pleading. Heh, I cannot afford your kind of compensation. Chen Fan sneered, brushed her aside, and walked on. Chen Fan, you may think I am still lying, but I really have fallen in love with you. No matter where you go, I will follow you. Whether you are poor or rich, sick or healthy, I will never leave you. I will stay by your side forever. Chu Yuhan knelt in the middle of the road, tears falling as she declared loudly. The male students passing by looked at Chen Fan with envy. But all Chen Fan felt at her words was a wave of nausea. He turned and fled. The onlookers could not bear to watch. One bespectacled guy stepped forward angrily. Miss, there are plenty of good men in the world. No need to waste your feelings on such a scumbag. Let me help you up. Get lost, you fucking loser. Who gave you the right to insult my Chen Fan? Chu Yuhan flew into a rage and shoved him away. Chen Fan loved me so much that he hid his identity as a rich heir, working 2 jobs every day and eating plain buns and pickled vegetables just to give me money, and I took it all for granted. I regret it so much. She collapsed in tears. But just then, a group of burly, rough-looking migrant workers arrived, led by Zhang Yao and a middle-aged peasant woman. The woman, her face stern, immediately stepped up and slapped Chu Yuhan across the face. You filthy bitch. You seduced my son, got him expelled from school, and now you still want to go off with some other man? The woman was Zhang Yao's mother, Zhang Cuilan, a lifelong farm worker with terrifying strength. One slap left Chu Yuhan's face swollen. Drag this slut back home. If she cannot give me a grandson, I will beat her to death. Zhang Cuilan shouted, and the migrant workers rushed forward to grab Chu Yuhan. No. I do not want to go with you. Help. Somebody help me. Chu Yuhan screamed in terror, struggling desperately, but no one moved, everyone just watched. Chu Yuhan, stop fucking screaming. You got me expelled. Now you are coming home to get married and work to atone. Zhang Yao snarled. A few people in the crowd tried to intervene. We are no longer students at Jiang University, so mind your own fucking business. Zhang Yao barked. Seeing Chu Yuhan still crying and screaming, Zhang Cuilan pulled off her dirty, yellowed white sock and stuffed it into Chu Yuhan's mouth, making her pass out from the stench. Then the group of workers, along with Zhang Yao and Zhang Cuilan, stuffed Chu Yuhan into a minivan and drove back to their rural village. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had no idea what had just happened. Afraid that Chu Yuhan might be waiting to ambush him in class, he skipped his lectures entirely and headed straight to the library. The library at Jiang University was the most extensive in Jiangnan City. On its top floor were rare, centuries-old thread-bound books, some even handwritten, many in classical Chinese and only available for reading on-site. Chen Fan had visited once before, but the ancient language was too difficult for him to understand. However, now that he had unlocked the language mastery skill by binding with Jiang Yuchan, he was curious to test it out. The moment he stepped onto the top floor, a distinct musty scent of aged books filled his nose. All the books were old, yellowed thread-bound editions. Chen Fan found a few handwritten manuscripts on the last shelf and brought them to a reading desk. There were usually very few people on this floor, only some elderly professors from the literature department came up here to consult materials. And being the weekend, there was no one at all. Chen Fan sat down and opened a book. It was so old that the cover was water-damaged and the characters nearly unreadable. Inside, much of the classical grammar was unfamiliar, but as soon as he glanced at the text, the meanings instantly appeared in modern Chinese in his mind. Whoa! This is a sequel to Jin Ping Mei from early Qing dynasty. Chen Fan smacked his lips in surprise. The more he read, the more astonished he became. Damn, this book was a full-blown ancient smut novel, written entirely in classical prose, even more explicit than modern works. It opened a whole new world for him. Damn, these so-called ancient scholars really were a bunch of hypocritical perverts. Each one more twisted than the last. Chen Fan cursed, then began studying the text word by word, immersing himself in the sea of knowledge. After finishing that one, he moved on to several hand-copied unofficial histories, which shocked him even more. Official or not, the more wild, the more fascinating. Back in the day, when Emperor Kangxi passed away, he left behind a deathbed edict declaring that the throne was to be passed to his 14th son, but in reality, the edict named his European pen pal, Louis XIV, as his successor. Why was Hua Xubing always off fighting on the front lines? Because Lu Su was a male concubine. And as for the famous tale of 3 visits to the thatched cottage, Liu Bei promised himself to Zhuge Liang, which was why Zhuge agreed to come out of hiding. When Liu Bei tricked Sun Shangxiang into marriage, he told her his second brother was invincible in all the land. Sun Shangxiang believed him, only to later discover that second brother referred to Guan Yu, not himself. After reading through these books, Chen Fan's eyes nearly went blind. This shit was outrageous beyond belief. Absurdity had opened the front door and moved into the house. Just as he was about to leave, Chen Fan suddenly spotted a sheet of white paper lying on the opposite side of the table. On the paper were strange and twisted symbols, some resembling Oracle Bone script, others resembling Qin Dynasty seal script. This instantly piqued his interest. He put down the classical smut novels and unofficial histories, then picked up the sheet. Some of the mysterious symbols on the paper had been annotated with Chinese character translations, apparently by someone, but most were left blank. Chen Fan glanced at it and chuckled, shaking his head. With a single look, he could grasp the meaning of the mysterious text. And to his surprise, half of the annotations were completely wrong. Smiling and shaking his head, driven by a compulsive need for accuracy, Chen Fan took out a pen and started crossing out the incorrect translations, replacing them with the correct meanings. After a moment's thought, he simply went ahead and annotated all the remaining unmarked characters. Done. Time to eat. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan rolled his neck, tossed the now fully annotated sheet of paper back onto the table, and headed off to the cafeteria. But shortly after he left, a woman rushed to the table where Chen Fan had been sitting. She had her hair simply tied back, wore rimless glasses, and carried a calm, intellectual beauty. Her features were breathtaking. Huff. Good thing this confidential material wasn't lost. The elegant woman let out a sigh of relief when she spotted the white paper from afar. However, the moment she picked it up and looked closely, her expression changed drastically. When Chen Fan arrived at the cafeteria, he ordered a deluxe egg fried rice meal for 15 yuan. Money was no longer an issue for Chen Fan, so his fried rice had to come with 1 sausage and 2 extra eggs. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Zhao Ruoshi. Chen Fan, where are you? I am at the school cafeteria. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, Zhao Ruoshi hung up in a hurry. Less than 10 minutes later, the Wuling Hongguang with the license plate of 5 nines pulled up at the cafeteria entrance. Soon after, Zhao Ruoshi, Jiang Yuchan, Li Wei, and Zhao Dao stepped out and headed toward Chen Fan on the second floor of the dining hall. Chen Fan, you are eating just this egg fried rice? Jiang Yuchan, having seen how extravagantly Chen Fan usually spent money, was surprised to see him eating something so simple. This is no ordinary egg fried rice, this is a deluxe version with 1 sausage and 2 eggs. Chen Fan replied. Everyone. Seeing that no one else had eaten yet, Chen Fan ordered several of the most expensive stir-fried dishes. With the appearance cashback feature, the more he spent, the more he earned. At that moment, Zhao Ruoshi proudly pulled out a business license. Chen Fan took a glance. Fei Fan Group Company, Limited? Chen Fan was speechless. What a trash name, sounded like a company born to lose money. I came up with it. Pretty extraordinary, right? Ruoshi, you are amazing. The name sounds very unique. Chen Fan quickly responded. The construction team is ready, and I've already prepared the materials based on the design. We just need to connect with the school over the next couple of days and then we can begin. Li Wei said excitedly. He and Jiang Yuchan were clearly all in. Chen Fan yawned, already sleepy. Go ahead and do whatever you like. Hopefully, you screw it up. The more you lose, the better. However, the one who had underestimated them the most, Zhao Dao, was now nodding repeatedly in approval. At first, he thought this was all just a bunch of students fooling around, but now he saw how organized they were. Their execution was strong. Even his own silly little sister, Zhao Ruoshi, who he thought only knew how to play with swords and sticks, was surprising him. Her designs, though whimsical on the surface, were surprisingly practical. He suddenly had a strange illusion, maybe this Fei Fan group might really rise in Jiangnan City someday. As the group continued eating and enthusiastically discussing the company's future, Zhao Ruoshi's phone suddenly rang. Hello, counselor? What? Gather in front of the College of Literature now? Zhao Ruoshi frowned, then hung up. To the Literature College? I will drive you. Zhao Dao offered. No need. You all worked hard all morning, and the food just arrived. I have eaten already. I will take Ruoshi over. Chen Fan shoved the last bite of egg fried rice into his mouth, grabbed the Wuling Hongguang keys, stuffed a hand-grabbed pancake into Zhao Ruoshi's hand, and pulled her along to the car. When they arrived at the College of Literature, all the students majoring in Chinese studies had already gathered in a large lecture hall. Chen Fan slipped in alongside Zhao Ruoshi. On stage were two people, the dean of the literature college, Dean Juga, and a stunning intellectual woman dressed in a simple lady suit, with rimless glasses, pale skin, and a beauty so striking it could take one's breath away. Almost every male student in the room was staring at her with eyes full of fire. This woman was even more beautiful than their college goddess, Zhao Ruoshi. Pretty, isn't she? Chen Fan was dazed, and Zhao Ruoshi, arms crossed and expression cold, snorted. Hearing her, Chen Fan quickly lowered his head, staring at his nose, then his heart. That is more like it. Zhao Ruoshi scrunched her delicate little nose. When she saw Chen Fan lost in thought staring at the woman on stage, she felt a sudden and inexplicable sense of crisis, one that deeply irritated her. At that moment, Dean Juga, visibly excited, cleared his throat and began to speak. Students, I gathered everyone here so urgently today because I have something important to ask. Did any student from the Literature College go to the top floor of the library today? Please raise your hand. As soon as he finished, the elegant woman beside him scanned the crowd eagerly. After a moment, only one hand rose from the crowd. Dean Juga's eyes lit up when he saw who it was. Ochin, it really was him. He beckoned the student to come up. Academician Su, this is Ochin, one of the 4 talents of the Literature College at Jiang University, top of the Oracle Bone Script Research Program. He was admitted to our school with special status after scoring full marks on his college entrance exam essay, written entirely in Oracle Bone Script. Dean Juga respectfully introduced him to the elegant woman beside him. The students, seeing the dean's attitude and the title he used, were instantly shocked. That beautiful, intellectual woman is an academician? She doesn't even look 30. Heaven is so unfair. The students below all gasped in astonishment. Standing before Su Nanqiang, seeing her beauty up close, Ochin was practically breathless. Beautiful. So beautiful. Even more beautiful than Zhao Ruoshi. Although Ochin was known as one of the 4 talents of the Literature College, he had very little presence due to his unfortunate appearance, balding, cross-eyed, and dark-skinned. Ochin, the college made no mistake admitting you with special status. To think you managed to decipher ancient script that even academician Su could not. Dean Juga proudly patted his shoulder. Student, this script is a form of ancient text that predates Oracle Bone Script and touches on prehistorical civilization. How did you decipher it? Su Nanqiang looked at Ochin with excitement, a glimmer of admiration in her beautiful eyes. But Ochin was stunned. Deciphering ancient script? Who? Me? Ochin was completely dumbfounded. He had actually been on the first floor of the library reading harem novels. After getting a little too excited, he had gone up to the sparsely occupied top-floor restroom to, well, relieve himself. At what point did he ever decipher any ancient script? But seeing the look of eager anticipation on Dean Juga's face, the shocked gazes of countless classmates in the lecture hall, and especially the admiring look from that stunning academician, Su, Ochin clenched his teeth. Yes. I did indeed decipher those characters. Whoa! The entire lecture hall erupted. Hundreds of students from the Literature College burst into noise, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Ochin. Ochin, you are the pride of our Literature College, no. Of Jiang University itself. Dean Juga clapped him heartily on the shoulder. Ochin, you are outstanding. I would like to waive the rest of your undergraduate studies and admit you directly into a combined master's and PhD program, as my personal disciple. Su Nanqiang added, clearly moved. Hearing her words, Ochin nearly pissed himself from excitement. Being admitted directly, fast-tracked through a master's and PhD program, what the fuck, this was like a golden meat pie dropping straight from the heavens. He felt like he was dreaming. Meanwhile, Zhao Ruoshi looked at Ochin with admiration and envy. No wonder he's one of the 4 talents of the Literature College. He got into Jiang University through a perfect Oracle Bone Script essay in the college entrance exam. And now he's caught the eye of an industry heavyweight like academician Su and is becoming her direct disciple. So this is what a genius looks like. Zhao Ruoshi murmured. Fucking genius my ass. All these so-called 4 talents of the Literature College are the same damn breed. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath. He was not even angry that Ochin was taking credit for his work, in fact, he felt a little relieved. If someone discovered that a business administration major could decode top-level ancient texts, it would be impossible to explain. And if he got dragged off to be academician Su's personal graduate student, when the hell would he have time to date? TCH, you are just jealous of Ochin's talent. Zhao Ruoshi snapped, rolling her eyes. Several other Literature College girls nearby gave Chen Fan looks of disdain. Just then, a staff member in glasses from campus logistics burst into the room, waving a USB flash drive excitedly. Dean Juga. The surveillance footage from the top floor of the library has been recovered. Ha ha ha, Director Lee, thank you for your hard work, but it is no longer necessary. We have already found the person responsible. Dean Juga said with a cheerful smile. You already found them? Director Lee from Logistics was dumbfounded. The school had placed great importance on this matter due to academician Su's involvement. The principal personally oversaw the investigation, and Director Lee had rushed between more than a dozen repair sites. Though only the top-floor entrance camera had been recovered, it had shown that, apart from academician Su, only 2 people had accessed the top level that morning. He had originally thought he would earn praise from the principal for this, only to find out Dean Juga had already found the person. That is right. The one who deciphered the ancient script for academician Su is none other than one of our literature college's 4 talents, Ochin. Dean Juga looked at Ochin with pride. Director Lee followed his gaze and nodded. He had indeed seen that balding, cross-eyed student in the surveillance footage. Director Lee, since the surveillance video has been restored, let us play it now. Dean Juga took the hard drive from Director Lee and connected it to the lecture hall's computer. Ochin immediately turned pale and instinctively wanted to stop them, but when he realized it was only the top floor's entrance footage, he relaxed. No one would know he had only gone up there to use the restroom. The projector flickered to life, displaying a windowed video feed. At 9:10 a.m., Ochin was seen at the library's top-floor entrance, holding an unopened pack of tissues. Haha. Academician Su, you see? It really was our very own Ochin from the Literature College. Dean Juga nodded proudly toward Su Nanqiang. Su gave a slight nod, but something felt off to her. Also, why did he bring a pack of tissues to the library? The video continued at double speed. At 9:20, Ochin exited the top floor, one hand on the wall, legs trembling, with only a third of the tissue pack remaining. Looks like deciphering those ancient scripts really drained him, his legs are weak. Ochin, go eat some extra eggs and sausage at the cafeteria later to recover. Dean Juga said with concern. Chin Fan, who had seen through everything, could not help but burst out laughing. Chin Fan, what are you laughing at again? Look at Ochin, not only is he talented, but he is so devoted to his studies that he ignores his own health. And you? All you do is eat, drink, party, and flirt. When will you ever be like him? Zhao Ruoshi, exasperated, pinched the soft flesh on Chin Fan's waist. Like him? Like him, going to the library too? Yeah, no thanks. Chin Fan replied with a grin. You are infuriating. Zhao Ruoshi's cheeks flushed red as she gave him a light scolding. The nearby literature college girls who had been admiring Ochin all turned and glared at Chin Fan with venomous eyes. Academician Su, see? I was right, was I not? From the moment Ochin entered the library to when he came out, it only took 10 minutes. That means he deciphered those ancient characters within 10 minutes. On stage, Dean Juga was glowing with pride, increasingly pleased with Ochin. But Su Nanqiang's brow furrowed, and her expression grew darker. Ignoring both Dean Juga's smugness and Ochin's nervousness, she turned to Director Lee. Director Lee, aside from me, was this the only person who accessed the top floor of the library this morning? Academician Su, there was one more student. Director Lee was puzzled. If the person had already been identified as Ochin, why keep asking? Su Nanqiang's eyes lit up at his answer. Hurry, play the rest of the footage for me. Though confused, Director Lee continued fast-forwarding the video. Sitting next to Zhao Ruoshi, Chin Fan's eyes suddenly widened, a realization hitting him. Shit. I'm about to get exposed. I need to get out of here. He made to leave, but Zhao Ruoshi immediately grabbed his arm. Where are you running off to? Sit down and learn from Ochin the scholar. She pushed Chin Fan's head down onto her smooth, slender thigh. Chin Fan had no choice but to lie there obediently. Everyone in the room, except for Chin Fan and Su Nanqiang, was confused as to why she kept fast-forwarding. At 9:40, Su Nanqiang herself was seen entering the library's top floor. Then at 10 o'clock, a tall, handsome young man appeared on the screen, hands in his pockets, whistling casually. He did not leave until 10:20. There he is. That is the one. Su Nanqiang's eyes gleamed. She paused the video and zoomed in on the boy's face. This is Chin Fan? Dean Juga immediately recognized him and widened his eyes. Academician Su, you must be mistaken. This student may have entered the top floor, but he is a business major. There is no way he could have deciphered ancient script. Ochin, say something. You clearly were the one who deciphered it. Dean Juga, growing anxious, grabbed the increasingly panicked Ochin. Yes, it was me. Ochin forced the words out through gritted teeth. Humph, Dean Juga, I think it is time for your literature college to clean up this atmosphere of academic fraud. As for this so-called 4 talents, given their behavior, I believe it is necessary to expel them all. Su Nanqiang spoke plainly, coming from an academic background herself. When Dean Zhuge Yuanzhang heard this, his face reddened in anger. He disregarded status or protocol, he had to defend his prodigy. Academician Su, I concede that in the studies of literature I, this old man, am far inferior to you. But when it comes to judging character, I have more experience than you have grains of rice in your bowl. This is a student I taught with my own hands. What kind of person he is, no one knows better than me. Dean Zhuge snorted coldly. Ochin is lying. Before Su Nanqiang could continue, the logistics director, Li Zhangmin, reacted first. Rather than appealing to authority or sentiment, he pointed straight at Ochin. Ochin left the top floor of the library at 9:20. But academician Su only arrived at 9:40. There is no way he could have deciphered the ancient text left by her. The only person in the video who could have done it is the one on that screen. As Director Li spoke, everyone in the lecture hall suddenly realized the implication. The tiered classroom erupted into a wild uproar. Ochin! You shameless traitorous bastard! Do you have any shame left? Disgraceful! Dean Zhuge's face went black. He staggered backward several steps. For a moment he looked as if blood might spurt from his mouth. First that hypocrite Zhang Yao was exposed and disgraced before the entire school. Now another fraud, Ochin, had claimed credit for someone else's work. Dean Zhuge's reputation was now utterly ruined. Shameful! You have brought disgrace on our entire literature college. Get out of here! One after another, the literature college students stood up, pointing at Ochin and hurling abuse. Ochin's face went pale. Trembling all over, covering his face with his hands, he bolted out of the hall. At that moment, Zhao Ruoshi froze. Was the face on the screen, projected on the monitor, not the same face sprawled on her lap just a moment ago? The several female students who had glared at Chen Fan angrily because of Ochin looked wide-eyed and stood up together. The person on the surveillance video, he is right here. All eyes in the room snapped toward Chen Fan's seat, just in time to see him lying face down on Zhao Ruoshi's lap. Ah? Seeing Chen Fan bury his face into her long, slender leg, Zhao Ruoshi screamed in fright. Her delicate face turned as red as a fully ripened tomato, then she pushed Chen Fan away with force. What is wrong? Chen Fan, still lost in the soft warmth and fragrance of that moment, lifted by Zhao Ruoshi's abrupt pull, found himself surrounded by a volley of envious gazes from the male students. Tap tap tap. A series of high-heeled footsteps struck the floor. Su Nanqiang walked toward Chen Fan and Zhao Ruoshi, her legs long, straight, and elegant. Her eyes blazed as she fixed her gaze on Chen Fan. What sort of look was that, as if a man who had been single for 30 years suddenly saw an utterly naked beauty shimmer before him? Hello. I am Su Nanqiang, academician of the Chinese Cultural Research Institute. I want you to be my blood disciple. Ga? Chen Fan, Zhao Ruoshi, and the dozens of students nearby all stared at this extraordinary beauty, utterly shocked. Not possible, a blood disciple? No, I mean my personally taught disciple. Su Nanqiang wiped a bead of shimmering drool from the corner of her mouth. At that moment, Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, could this peerless beauty really be a seductive vipress who devours people without leaving bones behind? He did not want to become a disgraceful master-student pairing. Ding! Detected, beauty score 91. Girl Su Nanqiang, begin binding. Ding! Binding successful. For every +1 point of favorability gained with Su Nanqiang, the host receives +50 life points. Current favorability, 0. Ding! Granted to host, attractiveness cashback, name, Su Nanqiang, attractiveness 91, cashback ratio 150. Ding! Granted to host skill, golden eyes, ability to instantly appraise and analyze all information about objects, also grants the power to see through objects, repair and master them, additionally can break formations and dispel evil spirits. A series of synthetic electronic voices sounded instantly in Chen Fan's mind. Oh, ho! Bound already, and at 150 ratio. Indeed, I was born to be a reverse teacher-student pairing. But why is her gaze so burning hot? And why is the favorability still 0? Chen Fan felt puzzled. Then, as if recalling something, his eyes went wide. Could it be that Su Nanqiang regarded him as a mere tool? He knew some of those dedicated to scientific research were crazy, their brains full of academic research, not feelings. Su Nanqiang stared at Chen Fan, her eyes burning as though sparks might fly. Seeing him frozen and unresponsive, perhaps refusing, she seemed to realize something. She remembered just now that he had buried his face in the leg of that pretty girl beside him. Suddenly Su Nanqiang's eyes flickered. She sat down next to Chen Fan, then performed an action that shocked Dean Zhuge Yuanzhang, Director Li Zhangmin, and driven all the male students mad with envy. You like legs, do you? Teacher has long, beautiful legs too. Try it and see if it feels comfortable. If you become my disciple, you may rest your face on your teacher's legs every day. As she spoke, Su Nanqiang pulled Chen Fan over and pressed his head against her long, shapely leg. Chen Fan felt a wave of softness against his face, and the mature, feminine scent entered his nose. It was like drinking a whole jar of fine wine, leaving him dizzy and drowsy. Chen Fan, you pervert! What are you doing? Zhao Ruoxi screamed and pushed Su Nanqiang aside. She pulled Chen Fan behind her protectively, glaring at Su Nanqiang with utter vigilance. Zhao Ruoxi! Do not show disrespect to Academician Su. Dean Zhuge bellowed. It is fine, it is fine. You are Chen Fan's girlfriend, right? You are really pretty. I am not trying to steal your boyfriend, I only want him to be my student. Su Nanqiang looked at Zhao Ruoxi calmly. I am not his girlfriend. Zhao Ruoxi's face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Fan treated her well, but they were not in a relationship. And clearly, the academician was just eager to recruit Chen Fan as her disciple, so perhaps she had acted rashly. Chen Fan, you should accept Academician Su. This is a rare opportunity. Zhao Ruoxi said. As long as you follow me, you will not need to study for your master's, you will go straight to a doctorate. Pack up. Come back with me to Xiajing. Su Nanqiang's beautiful eyes burned with desire. She seemed ready to smother Chen Fan with a sack and carry him away immediately. Chen Fan shivered involuntarily. Damn. A great lecher like him now confronted with such a supreme beauty, he felt like a little white rabbit being forced toward the wolf. Academician Su, I think we should take things one step at a time. I still want to finish my undergraduate degree first, then study for a doctorate under you. Chen Fan stammered, hurriedly. Right now, the money-losing company of Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan had just begun. If he left now, before any profit even came, it would be a huge loss. Finishing undergrad first is sensible. Su Nanqiang frowned slightly, then nodded. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Ruoxi exhaled too. Countless male students from the literature college, jealous of Chen Fan, also breathed a collective sigh of relief. Then I shall stay at Jiang University. This way you can finish undergrad and still become my disciple. By the way, I also have some business to attend to in Jiangnan City. Su Nanqiang continued. After the students left, only Dean Zhuge and Su Nanqiang remained in the tiered classroom. Academician Su, although Ochin committed the shameless act of impersonation, he is nonetheless a rare talent from our literature college. Dean Zhuge seemed to age 10 years at once. Pleading, he said, because of this, I will resign from my position as college dean. I beg you to grant him another chance. Please do not recommend that the principal punish him. He knew too well the power behind Academician Su. She was not only a top archaeologist of the Chinese Cultural Research Institute, her influence extended far beyond that. Since you have found the true person who deciphered my ancient script, handle the rest by yourself. Let me be alone for a while. Su Nanqiang swept her hand like an ice queen dismissing a subordinate. Dean Zhuge immediately exhaled in relief and stepped outside. A business administration student capable of decrypting ancient text, he is a genius among geniuses in the archaeology field. Why did I not have such talent? Su Nanqiang clenched her dainty fists tightly. Having shown extraordinary talent in classical literature since childhood, without rival, she now felt a fierce possessiveness rising inside. How I wish I could have Chen Fan's innate talent. Su Nanqiang's heart burned ferociously. She licked her lips. Since I cannot have his talent, then I will have him. I will make him submit to me. He will belong only to me. Su Nanqiang whispered breathlessly, growing ever more excited with the thought. She did not even realize that Chen Fan's talent had just awakened some deep-seated property within her. Zhao Ruoxi favorability plus 10, current favorability 80. Reward to host, 100 life points. Host current life balance, 1395. Walking along the road, Chen Fan suddenly heard a synthetic electronic voice in his mind. HM? What is going on? Chen Fan turned to look at Zhao Ruoxi beside him. Could it be that she was astonished by his talent? What are you looking at? Zhao Ruoxi replied, slightly flushed. By the way, how did you manage to decode Academician Su's ancient script? Zhao Ruoxi asked, half to shift the topic, half out of genuine curiosity. That, well, as luck would have it, when I was little and living in the orphanage, I once happened upon an old book. It happened to contain annotations for those exact characters. Chen Fan offered this casual excuse. I knew it. You are just a worthless layabout with your head full of chasing girls. How could someone like you possibly have real talent? Zhao Ruoxi, for some reason, exhaled in relief as if accepting that this unserious man really was hers. Chen Fan did not argue. After accompanying Zhao Ruoxi back to her dormitory, he returned to his own. At 9 o'clock that night, just as Chen Fan lay down to rest, his phone's WeChat notification sounded. He looked and saw a friend request. Chen Fan, I am your master, Su Nanqiang. The profile picture was of a woman's figure standing by the sea, viewed from behind. Chen Fan tapped the image. Immediately his eyes brightened. On the blue sea surface stood a woman of graceful figure, dressed in a sea blue long dress, her delicate ankle and jade foot exposed. Though only her back was visible, she remained breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Fan clicked accept at once. Su Nanqiang was a high beauty woman rated 91 points, offering 20 times life value. Although becoming a reverse master-disciple pairing felt immoral, the idea was thrilling. At the thought, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. But he did not yet know, while he fantasized about becoming a reverse master-disciple, in the future he would be plagued by fears he could never imagine. Soon after he accepted, a message came immediately, as if Su Nanqiang had been waiting for him on the other end. Chen Fan, you are my first disciple. I would like to send you a gift. I will send it to you now. Pick the style you like. With those words, Su Nanqiang sent over more than a dozen images. Chen Fan opened them and froze. The images purported to be necklaces, but why did they look so strange? Well, have you chosen? Once you choose, I will have it custom made for you in 24-karat gold. Su Nanqiang said. 24-karat gold? Originally skeptical of those odd necklaces, Chen Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. Damn it, who would ever hate to have more money? What does it matter what it is, after all it is gold? He chose the largest looking one and sent the selection immediately. On her end, Su Nanqiang waited anxiously. She had learned from a certain forum that sending this kind of necklace was the first phase of an implicit suggestion. If Chen Fan reacts too strongly, what if he becomes hard to control later? She was deeply uneasy. But unexpectedly, in under a minute, Chen Fan sent back a picture. Perfect. I did not expect it to go so smoothly. Su Nanqiang was almost overjoyed. Clearly her all-night research on that specialized forum had not been wasted. She now desired Chen Fan extremely strongly. Send me a selfie of you. Su Nanqiang sent a voice message with a commanding undertone. Chen Fan frowned at that. Why do you want my photo? Your voice is pleasant, but why does your tone sound so strange? He shook his head, then snapped a selfie and sent it to Su Nanqiang before heading to bed. Su Nanqiang looked at his selfie. The corners of her mouth curled up. She opened an editing app, pasted Chen Fan's head onto the body of a corgi, and set it as her new avatar. The next morning early, Zhao Ruoxi called him. Chen Fan, get up quickly. Construction on the gymnasium starts today. We are all already there. All right, got it. Chen Fan lazily got out of bed, brushed his teeth and washed his face, then went to the cafeteria for breakfast. Afterwards, he strolled slowly toward the site of the former Zhangqiu battle, the selected location for the new gymnasium. At this moment, inside the office of a vice principal of the university, smoke curled thick in the air. That little bitch Zhao Ruoxi and those students dared to defy you. They dared to give the construction contract to others. Do they think that having Principal Li Weigong can protect them? I will destroy them. A bald heavy-set man, wearing a thick gold chain and with dragon tiger tattoos on his body, spoke. Li Weigong now is worthless. My nephew Zhou Hongyuan has just taken over the Zhou family head position, and he has already made arrangements for connections above. Very soon Li Weigong will be forced early retirement, and I will take his position. The vice principal in charge of school infrastructure, a man named Wu Peng, spoke with arrogance and pride on his face. The bald man, named Long Air, grinned widely. He had risen out of association with Wu Peng, hence, when the master advances, the dog rises too. From now on, would not every project in the school, big or small, belong to him? And that meant whichever pretty female student he liked, he could do as he pleased. But then again, the gymnasium is donated by Zhao Ruoxi. If we destroy them, who will pay us? Wu Peng smoked, lifting one leg over the other. I will go scare them, so they will not be able to begin construction. Yes. We must take back this project. Once we build it, and I inspect, we will earn at least 40 million from this 50 million construction. Wu Peng said. 40 million. Long Air licked his lips, his eyes shining with greed. Then he pulled out his phone and called his subordinates. Hey! Bring 50 of your brothers, bring the tools. Wait in front of Jiang University. When the construction vehicles arrive, smash them all. After finishing the call, Long Air hung up and strode out. Also, that girl Zhao Ruoxi is quite fine. Book a room in a hotel, take her to my bed tonight. Her money, her body, I want it all. Wu Peng said with a lecherous smirk. He had never dared to behave this arrogantly while still at school. But now that his appointment as vice principal seemed imminent, he acted with complete impunity. He had even already made a list of the pretty female teachers and students he wanted to take. Outside the school, more than a dozen excavators and earth haul trucks had already parked. Nearby, Zhao Ruoxi and Li Wei were registering the vehicles with security. Jiang Yuchan was inside the school organizing the marking lines. Zhao Dao was supposed to guard the materials outside, but had not yet returned. At that moment, a convoy of more than 10 unlicensed vans appeared outside the school. 50 or 60 men in black clothes, wielding machetes and clubs, jumped out and charged toward the excavators, the trucks, and toward Zhao Ruoxi. "Smash all of them for me!" At bald-headed Long Air's command, more than 50 black-clad thugs armed with crude weapons surged forward, wildly destroying a dozen or so dump trucks and excavators. Even the drivers were dragged out of their vehicles, screaming in agony as they were beaten. The school security guards, witnessing the chaos outside, looked panicked. They immediately tried to call for backup over the radio. But at that moment, Wu Ping stepped out. "This is outside the school, none of you are allowed to interfere." Seeing that it was the vice principal overseeing them, the guards immediately abandoned the radio. "Stop! What are you planning to do?" Zhao Ruoxi shouted, fury and fear mingling in her eyes. In an instant she moved, with lightning speed she felled several of the black-clad attackers. Li Wei rushed forward as well. He did not know any real fighting moves, he just used his weight and pushed over several assailants. But immediately he was surrounded by more of Long Air's men. So you are Zhao Ruoxi, huh? Not bad, fight back with no weapons. But if you damage her face, I will never forgive you." Long Air sneered as he looked at Zhao Ruoxi, surrounded by a dozen men yet still resisting fiercely. "Big brother, this girl is too fierce, my men have already lost 7 or 8 among the casualties." After a while, a short-haired thug clutching his aching groin staggered over, face contorted in pain. Long Air's eyes flickered, then he turned to look at Li Wei. "Bring that fat bastard over to me." Li Wei, bloodied from the beatings, was lying on the ground. Immediately a few of the black-clad thugs dragged him to Long Air. "Girl, if you do not stop now, your friend's life will be over." Long Air brandished a dagger and flicked it mockingly across Li Wei's body. "Ruo 11, do not try to save me, run." Li Wei cried out in anguish, blood covering his face from pain. "You shut your mouth, asshole." Long Air's eyes turned cruel. He plunged the dagger into Li Wei's thigh. Li Wei's eyes instantly widened. His face twisted in agony beneath the blood. Yet, to avoid causing distress to Zhao Ruoxi, he bit down hard on his lip, refusing to make a sound. Zhao Ruoxi saw it all. Tears filled her eyes, she no longer resisted. "Stop! Stop it!" But 2 large men immediately pinned Zhao Ruoxi's hands behind her back, then dragged her before Long Air and his cohort. "Heh, this girl is fiery indeed. After we deal with her, I will teach you how to be an obedient woman." Long Air leered as he waved dismissively. They stuffed duct tape over Zhao Ruoxi's mouth, bundled her into a Mercedes, and drove off with her. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, Chen Fan was calmly eating breakfast when his phone rang suddenly. Chen Fan, something bad happened. Come to the west gate of the school right away." Li Wei's weak voice trembled over the line. Then the call ended. Chen Fan's heart jolted. A bad premonition surged in his mind. The west gate was near the cafeteria. In short order, Chen Fan raced there. Not far from the gate lay the smashed wreckage of excavators and dump trucks. Dozens of drivers lay collapsed in pools of blood. The gate itself was locked tight. A dozen security guards, wielding rubber batons, shields, and pitchforks, stood fully armed, barring anyone from leaving. "Open the gate for me now. Can you not understand human speech? Do you not see all those people outside bleeding?" Li Wei Gong, the principal, thundered, pointing at the guards and at the hulking head of the security team, as well as the logistics director. "Principal Li, do not force us. Vice Principal Wu Ping just called and said there was a gang fight outside. We were ordered to lock the gate and protect the students inside." The logistics director smiled coldly. Earlier he had received notice that Wu Peng's appointment had been confirmed. Now Li Wei Gong was no longer principal. Wu Peng was now the official principal of the university. "You?" Principal Li's face turned ghastly. He was too shocked for words. "You what? Still calling yourself principal? If you do not shut up, I will beat you too." The security captain, a close subordinate of Wu Peng, snapped. Fine. But there is one student outside already seriously wounded. If he does not receive treatment soon, he will bleed out. I beg you, let the medical staff into bandage and stop the bleeding." Principal Li's voice trembled as he pleaded. He was desperate to save Li Wei's life. "You beg? Principal Li. That is how you beg for help? The logistics director sneered. To beg for help, you must kneel and beg. The guard captain laughed. Principal Lee's face contorted many times, his body trembling with rage and fear. At last, as the wounded Li Wei lay bleeding, his resolve to save him caused his knees to buckle. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands lifted him up. Principal Li turned around, his eyes widened when he saw the pale, expressionless face of Chen Fan. Chen Fan? Principal Li, talking sense to these dogs is useless. Chen Fan said. You motherfucker. Who leaves his zipper open and shows off this piece of junk? The security captain spat, sneering at Chen Fan, whose student appearance made him look weak. He lunged and grabbed at Chen Fan's neck. He is a student of our university, do not touch him. Principal Li yelled in alarm. The security captain, barely 2 meters tall and more than 200 pounds, was said to be a martial artist. Normally 3 or 5 men could not reach him. If he captured Chen Fan, he would tear skin off his bones. But Chen Fan let out a cold laugh. He reached out, grabbed the massive fist of the security captain, then applied a light force with his other hand. Crack! A sharp sound echoed through the ears of Principal Li, the logistics director, and all the guards. The security captain's face twisted horribly. He screamed and dropped to his knees, his right arm broken in two. Li Weigong, Director Li, and all the security guards stared in shock. They never expected that their mighty captain, a human titan, would have his wrist snapped by a student so easily. What are you all standing around for? Attack! The logistics director recovered first. He ordered the guards to charge at Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked at the dozen or so guards rushing at him, then unleashed his full combat power. Immediately, their motion slowed down as if in a tenfold slow motion. Chen Fan weaved through them as if walking in a garden. In mere moments, all the guards were flying backwards, some crashing to the ground, screaming as their dislocated arms throbbed. Principal Li, the medical staff, and Director Li watched in dumbfounded horror. Is this humanly possible speed? Principal Li's eyes widened, unable to believe the horrifying scene he had just witnessed. Chen Fan's speed had produced phantom afterimages. In less than 5 seconds, he had incapacitated every one of the guards. In fact, he had held back, with his raw strength equating to 10 normal people, he easily could have killed them all in one breath. Open the gate now. Chen Fan glared at Director Li. The logistics director almost fell to his knees in fear, then quickly ordered the gate opened. Medical staff rushed out to treat Li Wei and the injured drivers, bandaging wounds and applying pressure to stop bleeding. At that moment, the Wuling Hongguang with license plate of 59s, loaded with building materials transport trucks, arrived at the school gate. What is happening? My younger sister? Zhao Dao leaped out of the car. Watching Li Wei, who was being bandaged, he frowned and asked. At that moment Chen Fan also walked over. Fatty, are you all right? Do you want to go to the hospital first? I am fine. Do not worry about me. You hurry and go save Zhao Ruoxi. She was taken away by those thugs and that Wu Peng. Li Wei's face was covered in blood, and then he recounted to Chen Fan and Zhao Dao what had just occurred. Damn it. Dare touch my sister, and I will chop him to pieces. A sudden murderous aura exploded from Zhao Dao's body, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by several degrees. After speaking, Zhao Dao attempted to leap into the car, but was held back by Chen Fan, grabbing him by the arm. Third brother, calm down. We do not yet know their location. After saying that, Chen Fan turned his gaze to Director Li, Wu Peng's lackey. Speak. Where are they now? I do not know. Director Li tried to feign ignorance when Chen Fan pressed him, but Zhao Dao was not as gentle. Zhao Dao drew a dagger, seized Director Li with one hand, and slashed across his face. Ah! Blood! I am bleeding. Help me! Director Li screamed like a slaughtered pig. Damn you, speak now. If you remain silent, the next slash will pierce your neck. Feeling the frigid killing intent emanating from Zhao Dao and seeing the cold, emotionless glare in his eyes, Director Li had no doubt that Zhao Dao would kill him like a pig the next second. All right, I will speak. Principal Wu must have taken Zhao Ruoxi to the luxury court Grand Hotel run by Long Air Kai. Director Li dropped to his knees and confessed. Chen Fan, go, get in the car. Zhao Dao commanded. Go, Chen Fan, hurry to rescue that girl. Leave this to me. Although the appointment and dismissal document has been issued, the handover has not yet occurred. I am still the principal of the school. Li Wei nodded solemnly. Yes, Principal Li, you may rest assured and go. It will not be so easy for Wu Peng to become principal. Chen Fan said as he turned and left. You boy, why do you not get in the car? Do you intend to run after them on foot? Zhao Dao shouted. Third brother, there is no time to waste. I must run. After saying that, Chen Fan left a blur at his original position and vanished before Zhao Dao's eyes. Fuck! That speed, damn, could this boy truly be a grandmaster? Zhao Dao widened his eyes, his mind shaken. In the whole of Jiangnan City, the only true grandmaster was his reclusive godfather. This boy was too young, how could he have reached that level? But now was not the time for Zhao Dao to ponder. He could wait to ask about Chen Fan's matter later. Right now the most critical thing was rescuing Zhao Ruoxi. The Wuling Hongguang immediately floored the accelerator and rushed off, heading in the direction where Chen Fan had disappeared. Luxury Court Grand Hotel. Top floor luxury suite. Wu Peng and Long Air looked at Zhao Ruoxi, who had her hands and feet tied, with lecherous smiles. Brother Wu, this little girl is really fresh and pretty. I reckon she might still be a virgin. Long Air licked his lips and said, Heh, after I have had my fun, I will leave her to you to enjoy for 2 days. Wu Peng said with a perverted grin. At those words, Zhao Ruoxi's almond-shaped eyes shot flames of rage. Her slender body twisted and writhed, and from beneath the gag came muffled sobs. Heh, fine, Brother Wu. You enjoy taming this little wild mare properly. I will go downstairs and keep watch for you. Upon hearing that he would get his turn too, Long Air was ecstatic. Then he shut the door behind him. As soon as Long Air left, Wu Peng, trembling with impatience, began removing his clothes. Little beauty, I will tell you the truth. I am now the principal of Jiang University. If you obediently serve me and become a member of my harem, in the future you shall receive great benefits. But if you do not obey, Wu Peng stripped down to nothing but his underwear, then lunged toward the terrified Zhao Ruoxi. However, at that moment, bang! A loud crash. The door to the room was kicked open, and Chen Fan walked in, face as cold as ice. Zhao Ruoxi used the moment of Wu Peng's shock to instantly break free from his grasp. She leaped behind Chen Fan. Chen Fan applied slight pressure with both hands and the ropes binding Zhao Ruoxi snapped instantly. Chen Fan. Tears filled Zhao Ruoxi's beautiful eyes. Like a child who had been wronged, she threw herself into Chen Fan's arms. Zhao Ruoxi affection plus 10, current affection 90. Reward to host, 100 health points. Host current health, 1494. Ding! In Chen Fan's mind an electronic synthetic voice rang out. Fuck, extra 20 billion. Not bad. Extra 20 billion. Very good indeed. All right, Ruoxi. It is over now, Chen Fan patted Zhao Ruoxi on the back. Damn it, how could Long Air be so careless? How could he allow someone to burst in like that? Wu Peng, whose vile intentions had been disrupted, instantly flew into a rage. He glared at Chen Fan as though measuring him up. So you are that rich second-generation Chen Fan? Chen Fan, having caused much commotion at Jiang University over the past month, had become well known. Wu Peng now recognized him. Chen Fan examined the sleazy man clad only in a pair of small underpants, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Yes. That is me. Heh, if that is you then this is easy. I am Wu Peng, principal of Jiang University. Now I command you, leave. Wu Peng raised himself as though on high, pointing at Chen Fan and shouting curses. Heh, do you, such a bastard, deserve to be principal? Chen Fan sneered and stepped forward. What are you intending to do? I warn you, take one more step forward and I will immediately expel you and revoke your academic registration. Wu Peng staggered back 2 steps. Fear flickered across his face. The kick that Chen Fan had used to kick open the door clearly indicated he was a trained martial artist. Heh, we shall discuss this matter when you actually assume the principal position. Chen Fan advanced and delivered a flying kick that fractured more than 10 of Wu Peng's ribs. That was still Chen Fan holding back, otherwise the power of that kick would have sent him flying front to back. Ah! Wu Peng screamed in agony, nearly passing out from pain. You dare treat me like this? I am a principal. Wu Peng could no longer move. He screamed in pain, looking at Chen Fan and Zhao Ruoxi with hatred. Were I not to remind myself I might forget, a scumbag like you becoming principal, one does not know how many innocent students and teachers you would have harmed. A flash of righteous anger appeared in Zhao Ruoxi's eyes. Then she suddenly kicked viciously into Wu Peng's groin. Ah! Immediately a scream far more piercing than before erupted from Wu Peng. Chen Fan looked down. Good, Ruoxi, your kick is truly fierce. You have turned Wu Peng into Wu Yeye, no balls anymore. Ah! My dream of a harem. At Chen Fan's words, Wu Peng fainted almost immediately. Meanwhile, Zhao Dao had just arrived with his men at the luxury court Grand Hotel. At this moment, the entire hotel was strewn with people screaming in agony on the ground. Among them, Long Air had been beaten the worst, so badly deformed that he no longer looked human. Brother Dao, this one is their gang leader Long Air, one of Zhao Dao's underlings pointed at a man whose head had been turned into that of a pig. "He is the one who tied up my sister?" Zhao Dao asked coldly as he looked at Long Air. He knew that Chen Fan had already gone upstairs, and Zhao Ruoxi should be safe. So now he did not worry. "Brother Dao," Long Air saw Zhao Dao and knelt with a thud. "Brother Dao. I did not know the girl was your sister. If I had known, even with 10 lives I would not have dared." Long Air's whole body trembled. "Bury him. Check all of them thoroughly and send them all to the Public Security Bureau," Zhao Dao commanded coldly. Then he walked upstairs. He never showed mercy to such scumbags under his fists, but the one above, Wu Peng, was not just the principal of Jiang University. More importantly, he was the maternal uncle of the new head of the Zhou family, Zhou Hongyuan. That made the situation somewhat difficult. Zhao Dao was still hesitating over how to deal with Wu Peng when suddenly a blood-curdling scream came from upstairs. By the time he rushed into the room, he saw Wu Peng lying unconscious on the ground, blood still seeping from his lower body. Zhao Ruoxi and Chen Fan stood beside him, both visibly furious. "Fuck, guess there is no need to hesitate anymore." From the looks of it, Wu Peng's dick had just been kicked clean off. Ahem. Zhao Dao cleared his throat. "Ruoxi, are you all right? Third brother. Why did you take so long? If Chen Fan had not shown up in time, I would have already." Tears welled up in Zhao Ruoxi's beautiful eyes as she spoke with grievance. Zhao Dao nodded, then looked at Chen Fan with solemn gratitude. "Brother, I owe you a huge favor for this." Chen Fan shook his head. "Third brother, no need for those polite words between family. You two go ahead. I will take care of the situation here." Zhao Dao took a deep breath. "Third brother, will this cause trouble for you? Wu Peng is not just any man, he is the principal and also a relative of that Zhou family." Zhao Ruoxi was beginning to worry that her earlier outburst had been too impulsive. "It is all right. The owner of Flybar is a close brother of mine, he is the underground boss of the North District. He will handle this for me." Zhao Dao replied confidently. "Ruoxi, step outside for a moment. I need to speak with third brother alone." Chen Fan had noticed Zhao Dao's furrowed brow and signaled Ruoxi to leave first. "Chen Fan, why are you still here? This is not something youngsters should get involved in." Zhao Dao's mood was heavy, clearly troubled. "Third brother, are you worried about the Zhou family? Do not worry. If it is a matter of money, just name your price, I will handle it." Chen Fan sat down as he spoke, casually picking up a nearby stainless steel thermos. "Sigh. You do not understand. The Zhou family is not that simple. And in this world, money is not all-powerful." Zhao Dao sighed. The North District of Jiangnan City had recently been marked for redevelopment into a new city zone, and the 4 great families had already started eyeing him. Now, with this mess, the Zhou family and the other clans would likely take the opportunity to come at him. Zhao Dao had no fear of the ordinary enforcers of the 4 families. But each of them had at least one beginner-level grandmaster, combat power 0.5, in their ranks. If they joined forces, he would have no chance of survival. Just as he was lost in thought, he looked up, and his eyes widened in shock. Chen Fan was casually tearing the stainless steel thermos apart with his bare hands. That was 0.5 centimeters thick stainless steel, and Chen Fan was peeling it like an orange, strip by strip. "Chen Fan. You. Zhao Dao was utterly stunned, jaw hanging open. "When I was little, the head of my orphanage was actually a reclusive master. I followed him and learned everything I know." Chen Fan could now lie effortlessly. After all, during that great fire years ago, only he and the old headmaster survived. Now that the old man had passed away, there was no one left to verify anything. "So it really is like that." Zhao Dao nodded, overwhelmed inside. Chen Fan definitely had some terrifying background. A few days ago, he had investigated Chen Fan's background. All he had found was that he had grown up in an orphanage, one that had later burned to the ground, leaving only Chen Fan and the old caretaker alive. Now, with Chen Fan's explanation, everything made sense. Zhao Dao knew that some powerful families would sometimes hide their legitimate heirs in secret locations to protect them from rival assassinations. That orphanage had clearly been created to hide Chen Fan's identity, and the caretaker was his protector, tasked with guarding him and teaching him martial arts. The more Zhao Dao thought about it, the more shocked he became. His gaze toward Chen Fan grew increasingly reverent. At this moment, he even began to wonder whether Zhao Ruoxi was worthy of someone like him. But if Chen Fan knew Zhao Dao's imagination was running this wild, he would definitely be speechless. Chen Fan, what level have you reached now? Are you at the High Grandmaster stage?" Zhao Dao asked cautiously. "High Grandmaster?" Chen Fan looked puzzled. "Let me explain. For us martial cultivators, we define our levels by speed and strength. When a person's power and speed reach 5 times that of a regular human, they are considered to have reached the beginner grandmaster stage. 6 times is intermediate grandmaster, 7 times is high grandmaster. Beyond that is the great grandmaster level, a realm we have yet to touch, so there is no need to understand that for now. Zhao Dao explained with a smile. Chen Fan nodded thoughtfully. According to this classification, his own combat power of 1.0 probably placed him at what they called a high-level grandmaster. Still, it was best to stay low-key, always keep a trump card hidden. Then I suppose I am barely considered a high grandmaster. Chen Fan said calmly. What? High grandmaster? Zhao Dao jumped up at once, staring at Chen Fan in disbelief. But when he recalled Chen Fan's incredible speed at the school gate, he immediately accepted it. If anything happens, whether it is money or combat, I hope you will call me. You are Ruashi's third brother, which makes you my third brother too. If you treat me as an outsider, then pretend I said nothing. Chen Fan looked seriously at Zhao Dao, then stood and left. Only after Chen Fan had left did Zhao Dao regain his composure, his heart flooded with emotion. Chen Fan clearly already knew who he was, and while Zhao Dao might be the boss of Jiangnan City's North District, to someone like Chen Fan, with such a powerful background, he was nothing more than an ant. After all, if Chen Fan had reached the Grandmaster stage at such a young age, then his guardian must be at least a great Grandmaster, possibly even more powerful than Zhao Dao's own godfather, who was a high Grandmaster. Phew! Who would have thought that out of this misfortune I have found such a blessing? Looks like I have clung to a mighty tree. Heh! Zhou family, now that I have a high grandmaster level brother-in-law in Chen Fan, you are not worth shit. The heavy cloud that had been hanging over Zhao Dao's heart suddenly vanished, and he burst into hearty laughter. Someone! Load this dickless Wu Ping into the car. To the Zhou residence. Zhao Dao drove a Wuling Hongguang van with the license plate number 99999 straight to the gate of the Zhou family estate, dragging Wu Ping along. Clatter. The van's door was flung open, and Wu Ping was thrown out like a dead dog. The commotion immediately drew the attention of the security guards, who rushed to surround Zhao Dao. He remained completely calm, tilted his mouth into a smirk, and lit a cigar. My advice? You'd best get this bastard to a hospital quick. Otherwise, not only is his dick gone, his life might be next. The noise at the gate quickly drew out members of the Zhou family. Among them was Zhou Hongyuan. Huh? Uncle! Zhou Hongyuan shouted in shock when he saw Wu Ping lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Heh! Young Master Zhou, from now on you don't need to call him uncle. You should call him auntie. This scumbag tried to kidnap and assault a female student. Someone took care of him, crushed his manhood. I figured someone this filthy had to be tied to your Zhou family, so I brought him back. Who would have thought? He's your uncle. Zhao Dao grinned broadly. Zhou Hongyuan and the butler behind him froze. Then they noticed the pool of blood beneath Wu Peng's body. Both of them gasped simultaneously, instinctively shielding their own groins. Zhao Dao, do you understand what it means to provoke the Zhou family? Even if you have some influence in the North District, in front of us, you're nothing more than a slightly larger ant. Zhou Hongyuan said coldly. Oh, I provoked you all right. What the fuck is the Zhou family anyway? HCK, Tui. Zhao Dao spat a thick glob of phlegm right onto Zhou Hongyuan's Versace suit, then got in the van and drove off in full view. Ah? Zhao Dao. I'll fucking kill you. Zhou Hongyuan roared in rage. Master, do not act rashly, Butler's son said sternly. Your father and the clan patriarch are both in seclusion. Right now, your top priority is securing the development rights for the 2 financial and commercial centers in the North District at next week's auction. I know. But I can't swallow this humiliation. A few days ago, I was disgraced by a student named Chen Fan, and now this bastard Zhao Dao comes to my door and humiliates me again. Zhou Hongyuan slammed his fist against the main gate. 1 more month. Once your father and the patriarch finish refining those treasures, your father will break through to the high grandmaster level, and the patriarch will advance to the early stage of great grandmaster. By then, crushing Zhao Dao and that Chen Fan will be as easy as stepping on ants. We might even dominate all of Jiangnan City, forcing the other 3 great families to kneel. Butler's son now used a calmer, persuasive tone. I understand, Butler Sunday. I, Zhou Hongyuan, am not someone who ignores the bigger picture. Let them jump around for now, I will personally kill Zhao Dao and Chen Fan soon enough. Zhou Hongyuan said, eyes full of venom. Then, what should we do with your uncle? Butler's son looked down at Wu Ping, who was half dead on the ground. Get him to the hospital immediately. Even if he's barely breathing, he still needs to be the principal. After all, if Jiang University's new campus in the North District is turned into a luxury villa development, the profit will be at least several tens of billions. Meanwhile, Chen Fan brought Zhao Ruoxi to the hospital to visit Fatty Li Wei. Jiang Yuchan had already arrived. "Fatty, you're not seriously hurt, are you?" Chen Fan entered with several boxes of health supplements. "Me, seriously hurt?" It was like being pinched by an ant. "You should have seen how heroic I was, 1 man against 20. Li Wei, full of bluster, tried to sit up and brag when he saw Chen Fan and Jiang Yuchan. But the movement tugged at his wounds, and he immediately gasped in pain, his chubby face twitching. "Sit down, do not move." Chen Fan quickly held him down, then recounted how he rescued Zhao Ruoxi. "Well done. Scum like Wu Peng deserves to be castrated. Otherwise, who knows how many teachers and female students he'd have ruined. But Principal Li was doing so well, how could he have been replaced by a piece of shit like Wu Peng?" Li Wei was filled with righteous anger. This must be related to the Zhou family. The North District has been designated as Jiangnan City's new urban area, and it's set for massive development. Jiang University's new campus is part of that plan. The Zhou family must have seen the commercial potential of the new campus. Through their connections, they installed Wu Peng as principal. With that authority, they could slowly seize control. I ran the numbers, the profit could easily exceed 10 billion. Jiang Yuchan adjusted her exquisitely delicate glasses and analyzed the situation thoroughly. Everyone nodded after hearing her. The fact that the North District was being transformed into a new city area was no longer a secret. Nearly every major entrepreneur and capital tycoon in Jiangnan City was trying to get a piece of the trillion-yuan pie. They too wanted a foothold in the North District, but their Fifen group was still a startup. If they entered now, they would be devoured by billion-level capital giants without even their bones left behind. But just because they dared not imagine it did not mean no one dared, for example, Chen Fan. At that moment, his eyes lit up. A new district, crawling with financial giants? Would that not make it the perfect place to lose money? You could search the world and never find a better money-burning business. I have decided. Our Fifen group will expand into the North District. Chen Fan announced. Expand into the North District? Li Wei and Jiang Yuchan were both shocked. Only Zhao Ruoxi looked genuinely excited. Chen Fan, do not be reckless. The North District is not a place where a newly founded company like ours can survive. Even assets in the tens of billions are just the entry ticket. Jiang Yuchan tried to dissuade him urgently. Chen Fan, if you're really determined, I can talk to my dad. Maybe he can let us tag along on a small project. Li Wei did not want Chen Fan to be disappointed and quickly offered. His father, Li Daxiong, had assets exceeding 10 billion and had recently entered the North District. But even then, he was only scraping leftovers behind the major families. No need. Have you all forgotten? I am a super-rich second-generation heir. Chen Fan said with a smile. Chen Fan, this is not about 1 or 2 billion. These are deals involving hundreds of billions. No matter how wealthy your family is, they would not let you gamble with that kind of money. Even my dad had to form partnerships to gain access. Li Wei urged sincerely. Despite his usual unreliability, he was cautious when it came to deals of this scale. Chen Fan said nothing. He simply lowered his head and began transferring money. Ding dong. Ding dong. Almost simultaneously, message notifications chimed on the phones of Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan. The two girls opened their phones in confusion. 2 seconds later, Jiang Yuchan let out a sharp scream, jumping to her feet with a shocked expression as she stared at Chen Fan. Zhao Ruoxi reacted more slowly, she was still counting the long string of zeros. 10 billion. Chen Fan, you actually transferred me 10 billion. Jiang Yuchan's beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. Li Wei's eyes went wide the moment he heard 10 billion. He looked at Chen Fan as if in a daze. He knew Chen Fan had a powerful family background, but he had never imagined it was this powerful. At that moment, Zhao Ruoxi finally finished counting the zeros. She too jumped up, excited. Chen Fan transferred me 10 billion too. Ding. Jiang Yuchan affection plus 30, current affection 80. Reward to the host, 300 health points. Host current health balance, 1793. A synthetic electronic tone suddenly rang in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan lifted his head and looked toward Jiang Yuchan, and in that moment Jiang Yuchan was looking at him too, her beautiful eyes full of fiery devotion and love. Having experienced the last time with Xu Yuan, Chen Fan knew that with an affection level of 80 points, he had already reached the stage where he could make a move on Jiang Yuchan. Looking at her long, straight jade-like legs, her fair skin, the deep cleavage and peach-like hips, and that schoolflower-level pure desire face, a surge of heat rose in Chen Fan. Seeing the scorching look in Chen Fan's eyes, Jiang Yuchan blushed and lowered her head. Her expression did not escape Xiao Ruoxi's notice. Even though she was rather innocent, she sensed something immediately. She hugged Chen Fan's arm tightly, pressing her body hard against his arm, then glancing at Jiang Yuchan in a provoking manner. Jiang Yuchan, no longer caring about sisterly feelings with Xiao Ruoxi, moved forward and pressed against Chen Fan's other arm as well. Ahem, I already transferred the money. You two go ahead and discuss how to expand into the North District. Do not worry about the funds, feel free to proceed boldly. Chen Fan was embraced by both Xiao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan in a fiery hug. The burning desire in his body flared up instantaneously. He knew he could not stay there any longer, otherwise, under that soft ambush, he would surely lose his rationality. So he slipped away quickly, leaving behind Li Wei with a shocked and jealous expression, and Xiao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan, standing there with palpable tension in the air. Going downstairs, Chen Fan directly placed a call to Xu Yuanyuan. 10 minutes later, a white Porsche 718 pulled up in front of the hospital. Dressed in a purple tight stepmother-style pencil skirt and gray stockings, Xu Yuanyuan jumped out of the car and threw herself into Chen Fan's arms. "Brother Chen Fan, you finally remembered me." Feeling the woman in his arms, her figure in no way inferior to that of Xiao Ruoxi or Jiang Yuchan, Chen Fan's eyes turned somewhat strange. Sensing the change, Xu Yuanyuan froze at first, then regained composure, a slight curl forming at her red lips. She pulled Chen Fan into the car. Chen Fan took the driver's seat and started the car, while Xu Yuanyuan did not remain idle throughout the ride. When they arrived at Xu Yuanyuan's apartment, she gave Chen Fan a performance of her newly learned 18 martial arts skills, along with various yoga stunts, leaving Chen Fan dazzled. Chen Fan lit a cigarette and directly transferred 100 million, to Xu Yuanyuan. For a girl so obedient and eager to learn, of course she deserved a reward. After the transfer, Chen Fan's account only had 1.80 left, because although he had already transferred 10 each to Xiao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan, the money had not yet been spent, so there was no cashback yet. The same logic applied to Xu Yuanyuan. Ding dong. Xu Yuanyuan's phone received a message notification. Perhaps the previous performance had been too strenuous, because she collapsed onto the bed in exhaustion, barely having the strength to lift her phone. She saw the transfer message, a 1, followed by a long string of zeros. "Brother Chen Fan, I have not even spent the money you gave me last time, and now you transferred me 1 million again." Xu Yuanyuan exclaimed in delight. But right after speaking she felt something was off. Why were there so many zeros after that number? What is this? Did I get dizzy from overdoing it just now? She shook her head and began counting zeros one by one, units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 1 Xu Yuanyuan's eyes widened in shock. She looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. "Brother Chen Fan, you actually transferred me 1 Is all this money really for me? I must be dreaming," she said, covering her mouth, and immediately slapped herself hard. "Of course it is for you. Spend freely. If you need more, I will transfer more. Sign up for more training classes. Do not be afraid to spend money. You must perfect your yoga, and you cannot neglect foreign languages such as Japanese and English." Chen Fan patted Xu Yuanyuan's head earnestly as he spoke. Brother Chen Fan, you can rest assured. I will study hard. The next time you see me, I promise you will see a brand new me." Xu Yuanyuan nodded excitedly. "You have potential worth teaching." Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Chen Fan's phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Chen Fan. I have inquired as you asked. It turns out that the Zhou family in Jiangnan City used provincial-level connections to arrange for that Wu Peng to be reassigned as the principal of Jiang University." The voice on the phone was that of Sunanqiang, with her mature, commanding tone. "Then, teacher, is there a way to solve this? If that scumbag Wu Peng becomes principal, the entire Jiang University will be in chaos. If we need money to grease connections, I can provide it." Chen Fan frowned. Dealing with things in the educational sector was indeed not easy. "No need for money. I can have Xiaojing handle a notice for you. But I have one condition. This one time you must come to my place and help me decipher those ancient characters from last time," Sunanqiang said. When Chen Fan heard that, decipher those ancient characters. For someone like Chen Fan, who mastered all languages, it was absolutely trivial. Without hesitation, he agreed. Following the address Sunanqiang had sent, he drove away in Xu Yuanyuan's car. Inside a luxurious villa in Jiangnan City. This was the dormitory Sunanqiang had specially reserved for herself at Jiang University. At that moment, Sunanqiang had just hung up the phone. Excitement glittered in her eyes. Inside, she was filled with tension and anticipation. About 15 minutes passed. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Su Nanqiang hurried to open the door. Su. Teacher. When Chen Fan saw Su Nanqiang's attire, he gaped wide. She was wearing a white blouse, an A-line ultra-short skirt, black stockings, red-soled high heels, her hair tied up. Chen Fan, come in quickly. Su Nanqiang peeked outside. Seeing no one, she sighed in relief and snapped the lock shut. Here, put on this necklace, you chose it yourself, right? Before Chen Fan could react, Su Nanqiang pulled out a pure gold necklace, the very one he had selected online. What the fuck? What is going on? Chen Fan was utterly stunned. Well, it is indeed very pretty. It suits you well. My darling student, from now on you belong to me. Su Nanqiang said excitedly, patting Chen Fan on the head. Right, change your clothes too. Su Nanqiang pointed to clothes laid on the sofa. Chen Fan was completely shocked this time. Was this highbrow, well-educated beauty playing too flamboyously? But he considered himself a normal person. Chen Fan, you would not want Wu Ping to become principal, right? Then your little girlfriend. Seeing Chen Fan hesitating, Su Nanqiang's lips curled in a slightly threatening smile. Slap. Su Nanqiang took a step forward on her long jade-like legs toward Chen Fan. Yes, now that's being obedient. Su Nanqiang looked at Chen Fan in costume. What kind of costume? Use your imagination, her eyes full of sparkling stars. She hugged him and planted a loud kiss on his cheek. Ding. Su Nanqiang affection plus 30, current affection, 30. Reward, 1,500 health points. Host's current health balance, 3293. A synthesized electronic voice suddenly rang out in Chen Fan's mind. Holy shit, just by changing clothes I gained 30 affection points? Su Nanqiang's ace attribute is this intense. After his initial shock, Chen Fan was overjoyed. An instant gain of 1,500 days of life, even being her devoted puppy, was more than worth it. Besides, a high IQ beauty like Su Nanqiang, if she so much as lifted her finger, countless men would beg to take his place. So what if I act like a simp? I've got experience in that. Looking at Su Nanqiang's crossed jade-like legs in black stockings, Chen Fan lunged forward, to give her a leg massage. Master, from now on I'm your treasured disciple. You must take good care of me. Su Nanqiang's beautiful eyes widened, her delicate body trembling slightly. Every word Chen Fan spoke sent shockwaves through her nerves. At that moment, her heart pounded violently, her brain pouring out dopamine in waves. Ding! Su Nanqiang affection plus 30, current affection, 60. Reward, 1,500 health points. Host's current health balance, 4793. Another 1,500 days of life gained. Chen Fan was ecstatic. Just Su Nanqiang alone surpassed the combined value of all other bonded targets. He was eager to stoke the flames further. If her affection reached 80, then perhaps he could become a rebellious disciple who turns against the master. A few moments later, he saw Su Nanqiang, face flushed red, run off to the bathroom. When she came out, she had changed into another pair of black stockings. My little disciple, I still have something else for you to do. The last time you deciphered the ancient text, it was only halfway done. There's still the other half left, I'll have to trouble you again. As she spoke, Su Nanqiang stood up and brought out 2 pieces of brocade of unknown material from her room. The brocade was worn and damaged, and only half of the ancient characters could be made out. These 2 pieces of brocade were excavated from an emperor's tomb at great cost. Even so, less than half of it is legible, only about 100 characters. Despite that, I've spent years studying them and have only managed to decipher a few. But you, in under 10 minutes, cracked half of it. Hard work is nothing in the face of true talent. Su Nanqiang shook her head and smiled bitterly, gazing at Chen Fan with envy in her eyes. But soon, her expression turned cheerful again. But now, I'm your master. Your talent, and everything about you, belongs to me. Her eyes burned as she looked at Chen Fan. It's just 2 scraps of cloth. What's the big deal? Chen Fan took the 2 pieces of damaged brocade and examined them, puzzled. However, at that very moment, the instant his hands touched the brocade, his pupils suddenly turned golden. Immediately, a wave of mysterious golden script poured from his eyes into the fabric. The damaged parts of the brocade began to slowly repair and restore themselves. You. How do you possess the legendary golden eye divine ability? Su Nanqiang was utterly stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Chen Fan. Oh? You know about the golden eye? Now it was Chen Fan's turn to be surprised. He had not expected her to recognize this divine power. Yes. I once read about it in the archaeological notes of a senior. It was recorded in the tomb of an ancient emperor, the divine ability known as the golden eye. Legend has it that the golden eye is an extremely rare constitution. Not even one person is born with it in 1,000 years. It can see through illusions, penetrate physical matter, and even restore all damaged treasures. Su Nanqiang's voice trembled from excitement. Chen Fan's expression turned a bit awkward. He was not born with the golden eye, it was simply a bonus reward from the system that had bonded with him. Of course, that was not something he would ever say out loud. Chen Fan, you must never reveal the golden eye's power in front of others. Otherwise, you will be locked away and treated as a tool for the rest of your life, never seeing daylight again. Su Nanqiang's beautiful eyes flickered as she warned him in a low, intimidating tone. Chen Fan nodded solemnly. He understood the principle that an innocent man bearing a treasure invites trouble. The ability had activated accidentally in front of her just now. Next time, he would be more careful. Seeing how seriously he took her warning, Su Nanqiang secretly rejoiced. She had just told a lie. In truth, if anyone discovered that Chen Fan possessed the golden eye, it would cause a sensation across the entire nation. Countless families would fight over him, treat him like a revered guest, and line up the women in their households for him to choose from, all to pass on this mythical golden eye bloodline. So in order to keep him all to herself, Su Nanqiang had deliberately misled him. Let's not talk about that now. Since the characters on the brocade have been restored, let's go ahead and decipher them. Chen Fan said, then began translating the text. 5 minutes later, he had fully translated the top and bottom halves of the ancient script. Qingshan Cultivator's Blessed Grotto Heaven? When he saw the first line, Chen Fan froze, then his expression turned strange. Cultivator? As in, immortal cultivation? Su Nanqiang was deeply moved as she read the line. It is actually a blessed grotto heaven left behind by an ancient cultivator. There might even be an inheritance inside. You can't be serious, master. It's the 21st century, and you, an academician, still believe in this nonsense? You think this is a fantasy novel? Cultivation? Chen Fan rolled his eyes in disbelief. My precious disciple, you do not understand yet. But follow me, and in time, you will realize, this world is far different from what you think. Whether immortals exist is still debatable, but cultivators, practitioners of spiritual refinement, absolutely exist. It is said that the strongest of them can fly through the skies and burrow through the earth, move mountains and drain seas. The most powerful families in China today all became what they are because they inherited the legacy of ancient cultivators. Su Nanqiang spoke with utmost seriousness. Chen Fan curled his lip and said nothing. Everything she described sounded like ancient myths. He remained a steadfast materialist. But Su Nanqiang became increasingly excited as she read. She brought over a map of Jiangnan City. Chen Fan, you're a local, right? I've already pinpointed the location of this Qingshan Cultivator's Grotto Heaven. To think it is actually in Jiangnan City. Come, tell me what this place is. Using the coordinates described in the ancient text and calculated through Ziwei astrology, she circled a spot in the northern district of the city map. This place is... Chen Fan froze as soon as he saw the marked location. You're sure this is the Cultivator's Grotto Heaven? He asked, his face turning strange. Yes, I'm sure. The coordinates were derived using Ziwei Doshu astrology. It cannot be wrong. Su Nanqiang confirmed firmly. Chen Fan's expression became even more bizarre. There was no mystery, the place was far too familiar. It was none other than Qingshan Orphanage, the very place where he had grown up. What is it? Are you very familiar with this place? Su Nanqiang looked at Chen Fan with some confusion. I could not be more familiar. This is where I grew up, Qingshan Orphanage. Chen Fan replied with a wry smile. This is where you grew up? Su Nanqiang, upon hearing that, nodded thoughtfully. Then everything makes even more sense. It only confirms that this place is a land blessed with exceptional people and auspicious energy. That is why someone as gifted as you, someone born with golden eyes, would emerge from here. A land blessed with exceptional people? If it were not for the system, Chen Fan might have almost believed her. This was nothing more than an abandoned, unwanted mountain. True, the buildings had been rather old, but they were burned to the ground in that great fire. He shook his head. Fine, think whatever you want. But after hearing Su Nanqiang say that, something stirred in Chen Fan's heart. He could not help but recall the strange night 10 years ago when the orphanage caught fire. It was a night with moonless skies, thunder crashing and lightning flashing. Chen Fan had never seen such a violent storm, as if it intended to wipe Qingshan Mountain off the map. But even in the face of such chaos, all the children in the orphanage had fallen into a deep, unaffected sleep. When Chen Fan woke up, he found himself behind the mountain. By the time he ran back to the orphanage, it was already engulfed in flames. All the children had died, and the headmaster had vanished. A week later, the headmaster returned, covered in blood. According to the old man, he had encountered a wild beast in the mountains. Ever since that event, his health steadily declined, and he finally passed away last year, leaving Chen Fan an inheritance of 2 million yuan and telling him to never return to Qingshan Orphanage. My precious disciple, shall we go to Qingshan Orphanage now? Su Nanqiang asked with a hint of excitement. She was overjoyed today. Not only had she accepted a disciple with the golden eye ability, but they had also found the ancient relic site mentioned in the brocade, and it happened to be in the very orphanage where Chen Fan had grown up. The sheer coincidence bordered on eerie. Su family of Xiaojing, if I, Su Nanqiang, obtain the cultivation methods of those ancient practitioners, the day I succeed in my training will be the day your family is wiped from existence. Thinking of her mother's tragic fate, Su Nanqiang clenched her fists, and a murderous gleam flashed in her otherwise intellectual and refined eyes. Sure, going to the orphanage is no trouble. It's not far anyway. In fact, I need to go there too. Chen Fan nodded. He remembered the headmaster had told him before his death to visit the orphanage when he had the time, that there were some things left for him in his office. But Chen Fan, having become obsessed with chasing after Chu Yuhan, had long tossed that request to the back of his mind. Su Nanqiang nodded and went to her room to change into outdoor hiking gear. She had an incredible figure to begin with, and now, dressed in tightly fitting clothes, her curves were even more striking. Chen Fan could not help but indulge in the view, his imagination running wild. And so, he drove Su Nanqiang toward the Qingshan orphanage. Since it was nighttime and Qingshan was remote, there was hardly anyone on the road. In under 30 minutes, they arrived at the base of the mountain. Chen Fan, open the sunroof. I want to observe the terrain. Su Nanqiang tied her hair into a high ponytail, wearing pale yellow protective goggles on her straight nose. Her fair jawline and slender neck completed an astonishing side profile that made Chen Fan swallow hard. Once the roof was opened, Su Nanqiang began measuring and observing directions with the compass in her hand. The more she calculated, the more surprised she looked. Qingshan itself was not tall, and based on feng shui principles, it was just part of the Fulong Mountains remnant range. Yet upon closer examination, she discovered that the mountain subtly aligned with the stars, with an underlying sense of ascension. It really is a blessed land shaped by the forces of heaven and earth. Su Nanqiang continued to exclaim in wonder. Chen Fan parked the car beside the orphanage ruins. All that remained was a large gate. He pulled an old-fashioned key from his pocket and opened the iron gate. You still have the key to this place? Su Nanqiang asked in surprise. Yes. Before the headmaster passed away, besides leaving me an inheritance, he left this orphanage to me as a memorial. Chen Fan said, his voice tinged with sadness. He suddenly missed that old man who had treated him like a grandson. On the drive there, he had already told Su Nanqiang everything about the orphanage. Seeing him now moved by the sight, she felt a rush of compassion. She stepped forward and hugged Chen Fan, pressing his head into her soft, snow-white chest. My precious disciple, it is all in the past now. Master, maybe we should head inside first. Chen Fan pulled away. This was not the place for any disrespectful behavior. Doing something improper here would dishonor the old headmaster and all the children who had perished. Inside the orphanage, all they saw were charred ruins. Nothing remained intact. Strange, there's nothing here. Su Nanqiang said in disappointment after searching thoroughly. Chen Fan chuckled. It had all burned down. If anything had survived, that would have been stranger. Let's go to the headmaster's office. He left something for me there. Chen Fan said. But did not the entire orphanage burn down? Su Nanqiang asked, confused. It did, but his office was inside a cave, so it was untouched. Chen Fan replied. At the mention of a cave, Su Nanqiang's eyes lit up. Together, they went to the back of the mountain. The cave entrance was hidden by creeping vines. Chen Fan spent some effort clearing it. The cave was small, carved into the mountainside. The headmaster had used it as his office and personal quarters. He never let the other children near it, only Chen Fan had been the exception, often playing inside. When he saw the familiar furnishings within, Chen Fan was overcome with nostalgia. Dust blanketed the desk and bookshelves. On top of the desk was a large redwood box. When Chen Fan opened it, he found his childhood clothes, and his favorite rattle drum. His nose stung with emotion. He cursed himself for being ungrateful. The desire to care had come too late. To him, the old headmaster Zhang Chufeng had been closer than his own grandfather. And during the headmaster's final, ailing years, he had been too busy chasing after Chu Yuhan. Chen Fan, you really are a fucking piece of shit. He slapped himself hard. Just then, Su Nanqiang, who had been studying the cave's furnishings, accidentally shifted the bookshelf. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A loud grinding sound of stone echoed behind them. They turned to see the stone wall parting, revealing a narrow passageway just tall enough for a person. What is this? Chen Fan and Su Nanqiang looked at each other, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. My precious disciple, I am starting to think your headmaster was no ordinary man. A secret tunnel hidden behind a stone chamber, perhaps this truly is the grotto heaven of the Qingshan cultivator. Su Nanqiang said, a mix of joy and anticipation on her face. Chen Fan frowned. In all these years, the headmaster had never once mentioned such a passage. Not even on his deathbed. That suggested what lay inside might not be treasure, but danger. Still, driven by curiosity and lingering questions about the fire and Zhang Chufeng's mysterious injuries, he and Su Nanqiang stepped into the passage together. It was long, dark, and chilling. When Su Nanqiang turned on the flashlight strapped to her head, the scene around them made their skin crawl. The corridor was lined with bones, animal and human, some of them faintly glowing like jade, a sign that the people they once belonged to were not ordinary. The deeper they went, the wider the passage became. The bones increased in number and value, some even emitting a golden sheen. At last, a massive, bronze ancient temple appeared before them. The entire structure was shrouded in layers of golden web-like nets, each glowing with mysterious symbols that flickered and danced like living runes. These are formation patterns. The moment Su Nanqiang saw the densely packed golden symbols, she exclaimed in surprise. Formation patterns? What the hell are those? They look like spider webs, and they sparkle too. Chen Fan curiously reached out to touch them. Do not touch. Su Nanqiang quickly reached out to stop him, but it was already too late. A powerful suction force suddenly surged, pulling both Chen Fan and Su Nanqiang into the formation. Buzz. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves surrounded by countless identical paths, each with the same scenery ahead. I cannot believe we have stumbled upon the sanctum of a cultivator powerful enough to set up a formation array. Su Nanqiang said, still shaken. This formation sounds impressive, but it does not seem very dangerous. Chen Fan remarked. This is an illusion formation. It may not kill us directly, but it can trap us here until we die. Look at those bones outside, those were probably people who were trapped here and perished. Su Nanqiang rolled her eyes as she spoke. Sigh, it was my recklessness that brought my precious disciple into this. She looked at Chen Fan and said, do you have any last wishes, even if it is just? Master, do you mean that? Chen Fan stood up. Yes. Su Nanqiang's face turned slightly red. After all, she did not want her precious disciple to die with regrets. 2 days later. Chen Fan was putting his clothes back on. My precious disciple, you are truly amazing. Now I can die without any regrets. Su Nanqiang said shyly. Not on my watch. I will take you to find this so-called inheritance of the ancient cultivator. As he spoke, Chen Fan gave her snow-white, tender body a firm slap, wrapped his arm around her waist, and activated his golden eyes. 2 beams of golden light shot from his eyes, and the surrounding illusions dissolved instantly, leaving only a single path leading to the ancient bronze temple. Seeing the road reappear at her feet, Su Nanqiang widened her eyes in astonishment. Of course. How could she have forgotten that her disciple possessed the all-seeing golden eyes? But, perhaps it is a good thing I forgot. Otherwise, I might never have realized just how powerful my disciple truly is. Su Nanqiang thought to herself. Soon, the two arrived at the bronze temple. Inside the temple, there were dragon carvings and phoenix paintings, ancient and lifelike, as if the creatures might come to life at any moment. As they entered the grand hall, they found only a white jade platform, and on it sat a fully golden skeleton in a meditative posture. There it is. The remains of the ancient cultivator. The inheritance must be here as well. Su Nanqiang was so excited her body trembled. Chen Fan activated his golden eyes and scanned the golden skeleton. Instantly, information about it appeared in his mind. Identity, skeleton of Qingshan Daoist, an ancient cultivator from 60 years ago. Rank, Grandmaster. Master, what is a Grandmaster level? Chen Fan asked in confusion. A Grandmaster is one of the realms in ancient Qi cultivation. According to ancient texts, the cultivation realms are divided into innate and postnatal. Innate refers to the level one can reach without cultivation techniques, based solely on natural talent. The ranks are Martial Master, Grandmaster, and Supreme Grandmaster. Postnatal refers to the realms one can reach through practicing ancient Qi-inducing techniques, perception of Qi, condensation of Qi, Qi Lake, Qi Sea, and finally the Grandmaster level. Su Nanqiang explained. So many realms. Chen Fan was truly shocked. According to Zhao Dao's previous assessment, his combat power of 1 point placed him at the peak of the Supreme Grandmaster realm. He had thought he was invincible, but it turned out he was just a novice. Seems like I will need to keep a lower profile. Chen Fan thought to himself. Chen Fan, look. There is something on that white jade platform. Su Nanqiang said with delight. They walked up to the 5 to 6 square meter jade platform, and indeed, there was a scroll and a golden rectangular metal slab, like a brick. As they approached the platform, both of them felt a strange comfort wash over them, as if some ethereal energy was gently flowing into their bodies. This white jade platform is a treasure in itself. Chen Fan said. Yes. If I am not mistaken, it is a spirit stone, a crystallized form of spiritual energy. It is what powers the formation here. However, judging by its condition, the remaining energy is not much. At most, it will last a few more months. Su Nanqiang replied. Chen Fan nodded and picked up the ancient scroll. It was filled with complex archaic characters and illustrations of postures for channeling qi into the body. He translated the entire scroll into modern language and handed it to Su Nanqiang. This is incredible. I have obtained a Grandmaster level qi induction technique. All these years of tirelessly studying ancient languages have finally paid off. Su Nanqiang said emotionally, carefully storing the scroll like a priceless treasure. My precious disciple, it is all thanks to you. Her eyes turned misty as she gazed at Chen Fan. Chen Fan stood up again. 2 hours later, Chen Fan was once again getting dressed. Chen Fan, are you really not going to stay here to cultivate? According to ancient texts, dual cultivation between man and woman can greatly enhance progress. Also, this spirit stone is a priceless treasure. With it and the Grandmaster level qi induction method, we might reach the postnatal realm in no time. Su Nanqiang lay half-clothed, her long, rounded legs exposed, her face flushed, and her eyes seductive like an enchanting serpent. Chen Fan shook his head in refusal. Never mind whether the qi induction method was legitimate, he had a system. His combat power could be boosted at any time in exchange for life points. Spending time and effort to cultivate was pointless. Better to charm more women, his strength would soar much faster. In the end, they agreed that Su Nanqiang would stay behind and use the spirit stone to cultivate the Qingshan qi induction technique. Once the spirit energy was depleted, she would emerge. Chen Fan, meanwhile, took the gold-colored metal slab, heavier than gold, and left the formation. According to Su Nanqiang, the slab was likely a rare meteorite alloy from beyond the stars. Being placed beside the Qingshan scroll indicated its value was no less. Chen Fan, finding it handy, tucked it into his pocket as a makeshift weapon. Exiting the illusionary formation, Chen Fan returned to the late headmaster Zhang Chufeng's office. He searched thoroughly, inside and out, but found nothing. The injuries that old man suffered, and the fire that burned down the orphanage, were definitely no accident. Even though he found no evidence, the ancient cultivator's sanctuary hidden behind the office proved there was something deeper behind it all, likely related to the inheritance. Unfortunately, Chen Fan had no leads for now. I had better head back to school, and get some sausages with scrambled eggs. After these last few days, I am about to. Grandfather, I already told you, I have a boyfriend. There is no way I will ever be with that Lin young master. Inside a villa in Jiangnan City, Jiang Yuchan shouted at the white-haired elder seated in the grand chair. Smack! A middle-aged man beside the elder stepped forward and slapped Jiang Yuchan across the face. Jiangfeng, what do you think you are doing? On what grounds do you hit my daughter Yuchan? Since your younger brother is dead, you think you can bully us widowed mother and daughter. A woman in her 40s, still strikingly beautiful, rushed forward, grabbed Jiang Yuchan, and cried as she scolded the middle-aged man. Li Yakan, this is the Jiang family's affair. You shameless bitch have no right to speak. Say another word and watch what happens, Grandpa might just take over your precious Porsche 4S dealership. Before Jiang Yuchan's uncle could speak further, a young man with a bratty expression next to him pointed at Li Yakan and cursed. Jiangchen, I am your aunt, how dare you talk to me like that? And that 4S dealership was left to my daughter and me by Yuchan's father. The mention of losing the 4S dealership, the very means by which Li Yakan and Jiang Yuchan survived, struck terror into her heart. Your dealership? Grandpa has not even divided the inheritance. Everything under the Jiang family belongs to him. Jiang Chen sneered. And you, Jiang Yuchan, do not act shameless. The Lin family is a 100 billion asset family. If Lin young master is interested in you, that is your luck. Turning his gaze to Jiang Yuchan, Jiang Chen added. 100 billion fortune, what does that mean? My boyfriend transferred 100 billion to me. Jiang Yuchan retorted. Ha ha ha. That is rich, he transferred you 100 billion? Jiang Yuchan, besides your face, what are you worth? Jiang Chen laughed so hard he nearly rolled on the ground. Jiang Yuchan's uncle smirked coldly. Everyone treated her words as a bad joke. Yuchan, the Lin young master is young and promising, and his family background is strong. With the new Jiangnan New District project, the Lin family will be involved. If you marry him, our Jiang family will ride that tailwind and multiply our assets many times over. The old master of the family, Jiang Huayuan, finally spoke. Dad, you know what kind of man that Lin young master is. He is depraved in every way, drinking, gambling, prostitutes, vices. I beg you, for my dead brother's sake, spare Yuchan. Li Yakin cried as she spoke. Heh, Li Yakin, I forgot to tell you, Lin young master was not only interested in your daughter Yuchan, he was very interested in you and your flower mother-daughter pair. He wants both of you to serve him. You shameless bastard. Li Yakin's face turned red with rage. Mom, let us go. We do not want the 4S dealership. From today onward, we sever ties with the Jiang family. Jiang Yuchan, filled with humiliation and fury, grabbed Li Yakin to leave. At that moment, 2 burly men in black outside the door blocked them. Yuchan, our Jiang family has never treated you mother and daughter unfairly. We raised you for so long. Now it is time for you to contribute to the family. With a clap from Jiang Huayuan, the 2 black-clad men immediately grabbed Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin, restraining them. Come, let us escort them to Flybar. Do not keep young Master Lin waiting too long. With that, Jiang Huayuan, Jiang Feng, and Jiang Chen forced the 2 women into a business Mercedes. At first, Jiang Yuchan struggled fiercely, but once she found out they were being taken to Flybar, she calmed down. Chen Fan had once upgraded to Emperor-class membership there, and the bar's senior manager Bai Hong knew her. Grandpa, you have never been to Flybar before, right? That is the hottest nightclub in all of Jiangnan City. Jiang Chen said enviously. Heh, if young people like it that is fine. My goal is to meet with Master Jiang and see if I can get an entry ticket to the upcoming auction for the North District land development. Jiang Huayuan smoothed his clothes, readying himself. Dad, that will not be easy. I heard only those who can prove assets over 100 billion are eligible to get a ticket. Jiang Feng frowned, thinking his father was dreaming. That depends on Yuchan and Yakin. If they get in, it will help us meet many important people. Jiang Huayuan said eagerly. What he did not know was that at this very moment, in Jiang Yuchan's pocket, was actually an entry ticket for the North District auction. He also did not know just how much regret this decision would bring him in the days to come. The car sped through the streets. In less than 15 minutes, they arrived at Flybar. The young master of the Lin family, Lin Zhe, was standing at the bar entrance, glancing outside anxiously. When he saw the Jiang family's Mercedes arrive, he rushed forward impatiently. Heh, young Master Lin, greetings. I am the master of the Jiang family, Jiang Huayuan. Jiang Huayuan adjusted his clothes and extended a welcoming hand to Lin Zhe. But Lin Zhe merely nodded and stepped past him, leaving Jiang Huayuan looking awkward. Still, he dared not say a word. Jiang Chen, where are your sister and aunt? Do not tell me you did not bring them. Lin Zhe's expression turned cold as he looked at Jiang Chen. We brought them, young Master Lin. The 2 sluts are in the car. Jiang Chen kowtowed, then dragged Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin from the car. The moment Lin Zhe saw the 2 women, a lecherous gleam flashed in his eyes. Good. Truly a mother-daughter pair of blossoms. Come on in. Let us discuss business. Lin Zhe led Jiang Chen, Jiang Huayuan, and Jiang Feng into Flybar. At the entrance of the bar was a facial recognition system. The moment they entered, the system scanned Jiang Yuchan's face. Instantly, the booming music stopped. The lights dimmed abruptly, and the crowd inside erupted in chaos. Clang! A spotlight hit the entrance, illuminating Lin Chen, Jiang Yuchan, Li Yakin, and the rest of the Jiang family. All eyes turned toward them, over 1,000 patrons stared. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our Emperor-class member. Tonight, all purchases in the bar enjoy a 20% discount. A booming voice announced through the speakers. Lights flickered back on. Boom boom boom. Countless confetti exploded in the air, and the crowd cheered wildly. Truly worthy of young Master Lin, Emperor-class membership at Flybar. Jiang Chen excitedly exclaimed, his excitement obvious. Chener, what is this Emperor membership? Jiang Huayuan, though clueless, was stunned by the grand welcome. His respect for Lin Zhe grew further. Grandpa, do you not know? Emperor membership is granted to those who spent over 100 million in the bar. Jiang Chen said eagerly. What? Spent 100 million at a bar? Jiang Huayuan exclaimed. Yet inside he felt great joy, it seemed he had backed the right man. He had underestimated the strength of the Lin family. Yuchan, Yakin, see for yourselves the power of young Master Lin. Do not be ungrateful. Serve him well. You 2 mother and daughter will have reason to thank us later. Jiang Huayuan said to Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin. Jiang Yuchan said nothing. She only gave them a cold smile. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe was utterly bewildered. When had he become an Emperor class member? Did his father top up his card recently? Yes, that must be it. His father, Lin Tianmao, had brought several partners to the bar recently to discuss North District business deals. It must have been a show of wealth to recharge for Emperor membership. Though the Lin family claimed assets worth 100 billion, their liquid funds were only about 20 to 30 billion. The rest of their wealth was tied in assets that could not be quickly converted to cash. He had recently partnered with a company named Fifen Group, which earned them access to the North District. Realizing this, Lin Zhe felt triumphant, the sense of power and dominance surged within him. At that moment, a newly appointed supervisor rushed over, the one who succeeded Bai Hong. She did not know Jiang Yuchan personally, but seeing Lin Zhe standing arrogantly at the center, she assumed he was the Emperor member. Respected Emperor class member, your exclusive VIP booth is ready. Our senior manager Ms. Bai is personally preparing your drinks. Please follow me. With that, she led them to the center of the bar, a golden booth crafted entirely from gold. Lin Zhe plopped down into the golden seat, feeling as if he sat atop the world. It was a seat he had dreamed of, one reserved only for the 4 major families. Never had he imagined that today he would taste such power. Sit, everyone. Lin Zhe, legs casually crossed, gestured for the others to sit. Jiang Huayuan, Jiang Feng, and Jiang Chen cautiously sat down, only half-seated to keep their dignity. The booth was small and was already full. Yuchan, Yakin, you two mother and daughter need not sit. Stand and serve young Master Lin his drinks. Jiang Huayuan ordered. Young Master Lin, I have brought the women you wished for. I hope you will consider giving our Jiang family a chance at North District business. Also, please grant this old man an entry ticket to the auction, let me see the world. He pleaded with obvious servility. An auction entry ticket? Haha. Old Jiang, you really dare to dream. Those tickets require 100 billion worth of asset verification just to obtain one. My father only got one, even I was almost turned away. Lin Zhe replied with a lecherous glance roaming over Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin. If he could sleep with such a mother-daughter pair for one night, it would be worth dying for. Young Master Lin, I beg you, Yuchan is still very young. Let me serve you instead. Please spare Yuchan. Li Yakin immediately knelt to the ground. Mother, get up. Do not beg him. Jiang Yuchan ran up and tried to pull Li Yakin up, but Li Yakin clung to him, begging for mercy. You shameless sluts. If young Master Lin wants you, that is your luck. How dare you spoil his mood now? Jiang Chen rushed forward to kick Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin. Stop. At that moment, a professional woman in business attire, wearing high-heeled black stockings, the senior manager Bai Hong, burst in to intervene. Stop. What are you doing? Bai Hong's face turned pale as she saw Jiang Yuhong lying unconscious on the ground, Li Yakin kneeling and begging for mercy, and Lin Zhe arrogantly sitting in the golden VIP booth with his legs crossed. Oh, Manager Bai is personally delivering the wine? I remember I tried to invite you for a drink yesterday and you completely ignored me. Lin Zhe smiled meaningfully as he looked at Bai Hong. Bai Hong was a stunning beauty, and Lin Zhe had long coveted her. Now that he was an Imperial Emperor member, he looked her up and down, wondering if he could use that status to enjoy a dragon playing with 3 phoenixes kind of night. Face? Do you think you deserve it? While helping Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin to their feet, Bai Hong spoke coldly. Then she turned to the female supervisor beside her. What happened? The supervisor came over and quietly explained the situation to Bai Hong. After hearing it, Bai Hong instantly understood what was going on. Heh, Bai Hong, I am an Imperial Emperor member now. Do I deserve it or not? Now come pour me a drink yourself. Lin Zhe, thinking Bai Hong had just learned of his elite membership and was now frightened, pointed at her smugly. I must say, the service at this fly bar is truly disappointing. Seeing Bai Hong remain motionless, Jiang Huayuan sneered and joined in mockingly. You lowly waitress, who the hell do you think you are pretending like that? Young Master Lin told you to pour him a drink, did you not hear? Jiang Chen, who did not recognize Bai Hong, mistook her for a common waitress and cursed at her. Fine, you want me to pour a drink? I will pour you one. Enraged, Bai Hong grabbed a bottle of Hennessy and strode over to Lin Zhe. Pour the drink, Manager Bai. Lin Zhe looked at her with amusement. Crash! With a loud crash, Bai Hong smashed the bottle hard against Lin Zhe's head. Lin Zhe screamed in agony, as wine mixed with blood streamed down his face. Arrest them all. Before Jiang Huayuan, Jiang Feng, and Jiang Chen could even react, several bar security guards rushed over and restrained the stunned members of the Jiang family. Miss Jiang, I sincerely apologize. I never expected such a farce to occur, with this Lindsay impersonating an Imperial Emperor member. Bai Hong bowed respectfully to Jiang Yuchan. As soon as she said that, everyone turned in shock to stare at Jiang Yuchan. No, you must be mistaken. That filthy whore could never be the kind of person who spent 100 million to become an Imperial Emperor member. Jiang Chen blurted out. Crash. 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 Bai Hong had shown some restraint toward Lindsay because he was a diamond member. But she showed no mercy to Jiang Chen, who had no status at all. She smashed 3 bottles over his head in quick succession, then dragged over a basket of beer. Ah! Father, grandfather, young Master Lin, please save me. Jiang Chen screamed in anguish. How dare you insult Miss Jiang, you are practically begging to die. Bai Hong paid him no mind and smashed yet another bottle over his head. Jiang Huayuan watched as his only grandson was beaten to a pulp and panicked. Jiang Yuchan, that is your younger brother. Make this madwoman stop. Younger brother? Sorry, I do not have one. Sister Bai, keep going. Jiang Yuchan snorted coldly. The way the Jiang family had treated her and her mother had long extinguished any affection she had for them. Now, all that remained was hatred. You ungrateful daughter, if this does not stop, I will seize your and your mother's 4S dealership, expel you both from the Jiang family, and let you rot in the streets as beggars. Jiang Huayuan, breathing heavily from anger, pointed at Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin threateningly. Yuchan, maybe let it go. If we lose the dealership, how are the two of us going to survive? Li Yakin was frightened. Stop, Sister Bai, do not hit him anymore. At her words, Bai Hong stopped. Jiang Huayuan and Jiang Feng both sighed in relief, then gently picked up the unconscious Jiang Chen. Jiang Yuchan, as the head of the Jiang family, I hereby declare that you and your mother are officially expelled from the family. Jiang Huayuan pointed at her and shouted angrily. Father? I thought we agreed just now. Li Yakin pleaded quietly. Sister Bai, my mother and I never sat in that Imperial Emperor booth today, it was those people. So what are we going to do about that? Seeing how heartless Jiang Huayuan was, Jiang Yuchan spoke up. Bai Hong immediately understood. Jiang Yuchan did not intend to let these people go. In fact, even though she was the true Imperial Emperor member, what she had done so far was already more than enough. But the man behind Jiang Yuchan, Chen Fan, as well as Zhao Ruoshi and the bar owner Zhao Dao, were all not to be taken lightly. More importantly, this situation had stemmed from Bai Hong's own mistake. Oh? So the ones who actually opened the Imperial Emperor booth were not Miss Jiang, but you few? Bai Hong said with a meaningful smile. Humph, so what if we sat in your damn booth? Cleaning fee, sanitation fee, I will give you 10,000. That should be enough. Jiang Huayuan said coldly and prepared to leave with Jiang Feng and Jiang Chen. 10,000 is far from enough. Booking this Imperial Emperor booth costs at least 100 million. Bai Hong said with a smile. Several security guards immediately stepped forward to block them. Of course, you can split the cost with young Master Lin, 50 million each. It is not that much. What? 50 million? This is robbery. Jiang Feng shouted in fury, and Jiang Huayuan's expression darkened terribly. Is Jiang Yuchan not that Imperial Emperor member? She is still a Jiang family member. Just put the bill on her. Jiang Huayuan insisted. Though the Jiang family had over 100 million in assets, they could only free up 20 or 30 million in cash. That will not do. Did you forget? You just expelled Miss Jiang from the Jiang family. No money? Then each of you can leave behind one arm and one leg. As Bai Hong finished speaking, a guard drew a large machete. Jiang Huayuan was instantly filled with regret. Young Master Lin, this all started because of you. You have to help us. Jiang Huayuan, terrified by the blade, turned to Lindsay for help. So what if she is an Imperial Emperor member? My father is Lin Tianmao, he is worth over 10 billion. He will be here soon to top up my card. Lindsay, clutching his bleeding head, glared venomously at Bai Hong and Jiang Yuchan. At those words, Bai Hong's expression darkened. She had not expected Lindsay to be the son of Lin Tianmao, a powerful man with a fortune in the billions. This situation had become troublesome. Before Jiang Yuchan and Bai Hong could think further, a middle-aged man arrived in a rush with several bodyguards. Father! Lindsay ran to him as if seeing his savior, crying and throwing himself into his arms. You just keep causing me fucking trouble every damn day. Do you not know I am busy working on a partnership deal with Fifan Group? Lin Tianmao, furious at his son's indulgent and reckless lifestyle, grew even angrier when he saw the bloody wound on his son's head. Who the fuck did this? Father, it was those two sluts. Kill them for me. Lindsay pointed at Jiang Yuchan and Bai Hong. Jiang Yuchan, let us see how you die now. The three generations of Jiang men glared at her with hatred. However, as Lin Tianmao charged over in fury, the moment he saw Jiang Yuchan's face, he froze. President Jiang? President Jiang, I did not expect to meet you here. Lin Tianmao stepped forward excitedly to shake hands with Jiang Yuchan. Father, you know this slut? Lin Zai's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Lin Tianmao. Go fuck yourself. Is that how you speak to President Jiang? President Jiang is the general manager of Fifan Group. Lin Tianmao's face darkened instantly and he slapped Lin Zai hard across the face. What? The Fifan Group with 2 billion in liquid assets? Lin Zai was stunned. Bai Hong was stunned. The three generations of the Jiang family were all collectively stunned. Noticing the expressions on everyone's faces and recalling what Lin Zai had just said, Lin Tianmao immediately turned to Bai Hong to get the full story. After hearing the details, Lin Tianmao was absolutely furious. You ungrateful bastard. You actually dared to drag President Jiang here by force? Kneel down and apologize right now. If you ruin the partnership with Fifan Group, the shareholders will chop you to pieces, and not even I will be able to save you. Lin Tianmao kicked Lin Zai to the ground. This time, he was truly enraged. He had spent all his time and energy negotiating a deal with Fifan, and his son had gone and kidnapped their executive. If not for the fact that Lin Zai was his only son, he would have had him castrated on the spot. President Jiang, I was wrong. I was blind and ignorant. Please accept my apology. Having learned Jiang Yuchan's true identity, Lin Zai was now terrified. Under the stunned gazes of the Jiang family, he kept kowtowing before Jiang Yuchan. President Jiang, I will discipline him properly when we return. Please do not let this bastard's actions affect our business. Lin Tianmao said humbly and apologetically. President Lin, could there be a mistake? Jiang Yuchan is just a student, how could she possibly be the general manager of a multi-billion yuan company? Jiang Huayuan stepped forward to interject. Lin Tianmao looked Jiang Huayuan up and down and let out a disdainful snort. Humph, so you are that Jiang Huayuan who has always been trying to get in on the Lin family's business. You really are blind with age, giving up a watermelon for sesame seeds. Your own granddaughter climbed to the top, became the head of a multi-billion yuan company, and you still treated her like this. Thud, thud, thud. Hearing this, Jiang Huayuan's face turned ghostly white, and he staggered back several steps. Jiang Feng and Jiang Chen were equally horrified. If they had still held a sliver of doubt just moments ago, Lin Tianmao's confirmation left them with none. President Lin, I am not one to be unreasonable. The Lin Group's partnership plan must be delivered soon, I need to show it to my investors. And as for the Imperial Emperor booth incident, you and Jiang Huayuan will each pay 50 million in compensation to the bar. Jiang Yuchan spoke coldly, her expression blank. Yes, President Jiang. Though distressed, Lin Tianmao did not dare refuse. If Jiang Yuchan got upset, their entire plan to enter the northern region would be ruined. Yuchan, I am your grandfather. 50 million, that is practically sentencing the Jiang family to death. Upon hearing the compensation amount, Jiang Huayuan's blood pressure spiked. Though the Jiang family's total assets exceeded 100 million, producing 50 million in cash at once would not only make expansion impossible, but also break their capital chain and cripple their current business. Heh, Jiang Huayuan, you already expelled my mother and me from the Jiang family. Whether the Jiang family lives or dies has nothing to do with me. With that, Jiang Yuchan took Li Yakin by the hand and walked out. As the two walked away, Lin Zai, who had been stifling his rage all night, suddenly stood up in fury, grabbed a wine bottle, and charged at the Jiang family members. Fuck! You bunch of fucking idiots made me offend President Jiang, now I will kill you. Screams echoed throughout the bar. After leaving the bar, Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin did not return to the Jiang family home. Instead, Jiang Yuchan called Chen Fan. What? You and your mother were kicked out of the Jiang family and are now homeless. And this is supposed to be bad news? Chen Fan had been napping, but immediately perked up when he heard that. What a perfect chance to spend money. Huh? Good news? Jiang Yuchan was momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes wide with confusion. Wait for me. I will be there in 15 minutes. Chen Fan shouted and then hung up in a rush. Yuchan, are we really just leaving the Jiang family like this? How are we going to survive in the future? Though Li Yakin had felt satisfied earlier, now that things had calmed down, she realized that Jiang Yuchan might have been too impulsive. The two of them now had nothing. In fact, Jiang Yuchan had not intended to call Chen Fan. No girl wants the man she likes to see her at her lowest. But she really had no money now. Even though Chen Fan had given her 100 million, she had invested it all into Fifan Group. Li Yakin, who ran a 4S dealership, was also financially reckless, often spending heavily on luxury items, leaving them practically living paycheck to paycheck. So now, despite their net worth being in the billions, they were literally homeless. Do not worry, Mom. I am now the CEO of a multi-billion yuan company. I have not gotten my salary yet, but once I do, it will be 500,000 yuan a month. I will take care of you. Jiang Yuchan reassured her. Right, by the way, who is this Chen Fan you just called? Your classmate? Mom, Chen Fan is a good friend of mine. He is a very nice person. Jiang Yuchan blushed slightly as she mentioned him. Seeing her daughter's expression, Li Yakin immediately understood and put on a stern face. Yuchan, is this Chen Fan your boyfriend? Why did you not tell me you were dating someone? Without me checking his background, what if he is just some scam artist looking to trick you out of money or take advantage of you? Mom, Chen Fan is not that kind of person. He treats me very well. Jiang Yuchan snapped back, unhappy. You silly girl, just because a man says a few nice things or gives you a couple of cheap gifts, you fall head over heels? I have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. And judging by his name, this Chen Fan does not sound like a good person at all. Mom, Chen Fan is the one who gave me that 100 million to invest in the company. Jiang Yuchan replied. Yuchan, does my hair look messy? Did my makeup get smudged from crying earlier? And for the first time meeting my son-in-law, should I prepare a gift or something? Now it was Jiang Yuchan's turn to be speechless. 15 minutes later. A Wuling Hongguang minivan pulled up in front of them. Chen Fan jumped out, beaming with excitement. Mom, this is Chen Fan. Jiang Yuchan introduced him to Li Yakin. Hello, Auntie. Chen Fan greeted warmly. However, Li Yakin's smile froze. Yuchan, this is the Chen Fan who gave you 100 million to invest? And he drives a Wuling Hongguang? Mom, how can you say that? Chen Fan is just low-key, that is all. Jiang Yuchan grew unhappy the moment she noticed her mother looking down on Chen Fan. However, Chen Fan seemed entirely unfazed. With enthusiasm, he welcomed both Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin into the vehicle. Auntie, actually, this car belongs to a friend of mine, Chen Fan said, glancing at Li Yakin, who, despite being in her 40s, still had the alluring elegance of a mature woman. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Based on what Yuchan said, I did not think you were the type to drive a Wuling Hongguang. Li Yakin's expression softened somewhat. After all, she ran a Porsche dealership herself, and drove a Porsche 911. She had never once sat in such a shabby minivan. Initially, she had genuinely suspected her daughter had fallen for a con artist. Yes, I usually do not drive a Wuling Hongguang. I do not own a car, so I take taxis everywhere. Chen Fan replied. Chen Fan, where are you taking us? Are we not going to look for a rental first? Rent around here is not cheap, you know. Jiang Yuchan asked. Rent? Why would you rent? You are a senior executive at Fifen Group now. Of course I have to provide you with a home. Chen Fan said casually. What? Provide a home? Jiang Yuchan was startled. Li Yakin curled her lips in contempt. He was driving a dilapidated van yet talking about gifting a house. This only strengthened her belief that Chen Fan was a fraud. He had probably conspired with someone at the sales office in advance. Once they arrived, the salesperson would likely claim that all the available units were sold out. She had seen such tricks many times in her own dealership, young men pretending to be rich second-generation heirs to impress women, giving advance notice to sales staff in exchange for a few hundred yuan. Most salespeople were happy to play along. Let us see how I expose you later, so Yuchan can finally see what kind of fake rich boy you really are. Li Yakin thought to herself, her eyes narrowing with resolve. Chen Fan, is this really okay? If Ruashi finds out you are buying me a house, will she not be upset? Jiang Yuchan asked coyly. Why would she be upset? If she is, I will just buy her another one. Chen Fan replied, slightly puzzled. So Chen Fan does care about me. Even if it might upset Zhao Ruashi, he is still willing to buy me a house. Jiang Yuchan felt sweetness bloom in her heart, and her cheeks turned pink. Seeing this, Li Yakin grew even more furious. Chen Fan continued driving until they reached Yujing Manor, a luxury villa community in Jiangnan City. Wait, this is Yujing Manor? Why are we here? Li Yakin recognized the place. It was the top luxury villa district in Jiangnan. Whether in terms of location or environment, it was the best of the best. Even the cheapest villa there was worth over 100 million yuan. She had once attended a high school reunion here and was stunned by the palace-like opulence. Ever since, she had dreamed of owning a villa in Yujing Manor. She had even come to look a few times in secret. Auntie, did I not say I would provide Yuchan with a home? I think Yujing Manor is a great option. Chen Fan said. What? A villa in Yujing Manor for Yuchan? At first, Li Yakin was shocked and excited. But when she looked around at the old minivan she was sitting in, she deflated immediately. This Chen Fan, he had taken his act all the way to the most luxurious villa district in Jiangnan. Just as Chen Fan's van was about to enter the sales office entrance, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class suddenly sped toward them, nearly crashing into the van. "You blind fuck! Do you think you can afford to hit my car?" The Mercedes driver rolled down his window and cursed at Chen Fan. "You are the one who suddenly rushed over. How can you be so unreasonable?" Jiang Yuchan shouted angrily from the passenger seat. "Ignore people like that. Our main purpose today is to buy a house. Let us not waste time." Chen Fan said calmly. "TCH, coward." Li Yakin thought Chen Fan was just scared of the man driving the Mercedes. She rolled her eyes in disdain and muttered under her breath. Both vehicles parked almost simultaneously in the sales center lot. Chen Fan got out first and opened the doors for Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin. "Well, if it is not Li Yakin. Since when did you start riding around in minivans?" Just as they stepped out, a woman in sunglasses and a black dress, draped in jewelry, holding the arm of a middle-aged man, descended from the very same Mercedes. You are Zhang Huilan?" Li Yakin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Zhang Huilan? That name is awful. After high school, I studied abroad. Now everyone calls me by my English name, Luna." Zhang Huilan's expression shifted. "She looks like one of those internet plastic surgery faces. I guess you and my mom were pretty close in high school?" Chen Fan remarked to Jiang Yuchan. "Close? Hardly. My mom told me this woman was always jealous of her looks in high school and would constantly try to set her up. And as for that study abroad nonsense, she was washing dishes in the US for 2 years." Jiang Yuchan said angrily. "Yakin, are you here to buy a house? Yujing Manor is not cheap. Even the cheapest unit goes for over 100 million. Zhang Huilan eyed Li Yakin, Jiang Yuchan, and Chen Fan with obvious sarcasm. Li Yakin immediately felt embarrassed. Her eyes flicked around as she tried to think up a lie and quickly escape. But then Chen Fan spoke up. "Yes, we are here to buy a house today," Chen Fan said. Li Yakin was so angry she stamped her foot and glared at him. This bastard not only embarrassed her by driving a beat-up van, but now insisted on continuing the act. If Zhang Huilan exposed him, she would be utterly humiliated. But the words were already out. She could only grit her teeth and follow behind Chen Fan and Jiang Yuchan. Meanwhile, Zhang Huilan whispered something to her driver and walked proudly ahead with the middle-aged man on her arm. "Welcome." Several female sales representatives rushed up immediately, surrounding Zhang Huilan and her companion, offering tea and refreshments with great enthusiasm. However, no one approached Chen Fan, Jiang Yuchan, or Li Yakin. The sales staff had seen them step out of a Wuling Hongguang minivan moments earlier. "What is going on? No one is helping us." Chen Fan frowned. "Heh. You drive a damn van and still expect service? Do you even deserve it?" Several female agents sneered, rolling their eyes. Zhang Huilan and the man beside her turned back and gave Chen Fan and the others a mocking smile. Li Yakin wished the ground would open and swallow her. Her impression of Chen Fan had just hit rock bottom. Once they got out of here, she would definitely make sure her daughter cut all ties with him. "Hello, dear guests. Are you here to view properties? Did you make a prior appointment?" While everyone else ignored them, a short-haired girl in a floral dress walked over. She was clearly an intern, not even wearing the standard black stockings, high heels, or uniform. "No appointment," Chen Fan said. "That is fine. I am an intern, Hu Lan Lan. If you do not mind that I may not be as professional, I can guide you through our Yujing Manor properties. Why do I not take you to see the model layout first? You can get a better understanding of Yujing Manor's overall structure." Hu Lan Lan did not actually believe the group in front of her could afford a villa in Yujing Manor. She simply could not bear watching the other sales agents judge people based on appearances, nor stand the sarcasm from Zhang Huilan and that middle-aged man. So she thought to lead them over to the model display area just to create some distance. Li Yakin, hearing this, was more than eager to get away. She quickly tried to drag Jiang Yuchan toward the model, but was stopped by Chen Fan. "No need for all that trouble. Just tell me, what is the most expensive unit here?" Chen Fan, intending to save face for Li Yakin, deliberately raised his voice. As soon as he said that, the entire sales center fell silent for a few seconds, before erupting in laughter. "You have got to be kidding me. A guy driving a van asking for the most expensive villa. Seriously, do people not even try to be realistic anymore? Does he not know that the cheapest villa here starts at 100 million yuan? Where does he get the guts?" A group of salespeople began laughing, pointing at Chen Fan. Li Yakin's expression visibly darkened. Yu-chan, let us go. The moment we get back, you are cutting all ties with this liar who just spouts nonsense. She tried to drag Jiang Yu-chan away. Mom, Chen Fan is here to buy us a house, how can you speak about him like that? Jiang Yu-chan angrily shook off her mother's hand. Chen Fan, standing off to the side, looked helpless. I am just trying to do something for you, you can reject the gesture if you want, but calling me a liar? Just then, Zhang Huilan walked over with the middle-aged man and the sales supervisor surnamed Huang. My, Yakin, your son-in-law is quite something. The moment he opens his mouth, he wants the most expensive villa. Such filial devotion. The most expensive unit is the one at the center of Yujing Manor, 2,000 square meters, 500 million yuan total. Zhang Huilan said with a smirk. Only 500 million? Is there not anything more expensive? Chen Fan frowned. This time, not only the salespeople, even Hu Lanlan was a bit speechless. She felt Chen Fan was overdoing it, he could not even take the chance to step down when offered. Heh, young man, do not mistake ignorance for confidence. Yujing Manor is the top villa district in Jiangnan, and that central unit is the crown jewel. Supervisor Huang sneered. Kid, do you even understand what 500 million means? In cash, you would not be able to count it all in 3 days. The middle-aged man beside Zhang Huilan mocked. Are you stupid? Who uses cash these days? Everything is done by bank transfer. Chen Fan gave the man a look usually reserved for the mentally challenged. Fine, then let us see if you can actually produce 500 million. The man snorted coldly. That man was Wang Cheng, the owner of a small company with assets in the tens of millions. There was no way he could afford a Yujing Manor villa. But to trick the elite returnee Zhang Huilan into bed, he had prearranged everything with Supervisor Huang, who had just told her the house she liked was already sold. There is really nothing more expensive? Chen Fan asked Hu Lanlan again, a bit unwillingly. No. This is already the most expensive one. Hu Lanlan replied, a bit exasperated. Fine then, we will take this one. Swipe the card. Chen Fan said in disappointment, pulling out a bank card. Huh? Swipe? That is way too much for a card transaction. Hu Lanlan said, trying to offer him an easy exit. After all, who would believe a young man in student clothes driving a minivan could afford a 500 million yuan property? Heh, who said we cannot? Yujing Manor has a special high-limit POS machine from the bank, it can process up to 1 billion. Supervisor Huang sneered and quickly grabbed Chen Fan's card, entered a series of zeros, and swiped it. Everyone, except for Li Yakin and Hu Lanlan, turned their heads away, anticipating the inevitable insufficient balance message. Beep. Transaction successful. A robotic voice announced. Li Yakin snapped her head back, staring at Chen Fan in disbelief. Zhang Huilan was stunned. Wang Chang was stunned. Supervisor Huang was stunned. Hu Lanlan was stunned. Every sales agent was stunned. For a moment, the entire sales center fell dead silent. It actually went through? Li Yakin felt like she was dreaming. No. Impossible. How could someone who drives a shitty van have 500 million? Zhang Huilan jumped up and shouted. You must be working together to scam me. This must be a setup. She pointed at Li Yakin and Chen Fan, screaming. Auntie, who even are you? You think you are important enough for us to scam you? Chen Fan replied. That auntie shattered Zhang Huilan's ego. Wang Chang. He just insulted me. Get someone to beat him up. She clutched Wang Chang's arm. Wang Chang wore a bitter expression. This was someone who had just casually dropped 500 million. There was no doubt he had powerful backing. If anyone was going to get beaten up, it would be him. At that moment, a rotund man in a suit came rushing in from the entrance. Who owns that Wuling Hongguang outside? I do. What is the matter? Chen Fan walked up. What? You are Brother Dao, Zhao Dao? But you are so young. The man asked with extreme respect. Brother Dao? No, I am Chen Fan. But if you mean Zhao Dao, he is my older brother. Chen Fan replied. Oh. So you are Brother Fan. Nice to meet you. I am Shen Xingua, sales manager here at Yujing Manor. Manager Shen quickly extended his hand. You know my brother well? Chen Fan asked curiously. He had always suspected Zhao Dao was not ordinary, but now it seemed he was some kind of big shot. Oh, no, I dare not say I know him well. Brother Dao is the underground authority of the entire northern district. I have admired him for a long time. The moment I saw his license plate, I came rushing. Manager Shen said, rubbing his hands together. Underground authority of the northern district? Chen Fan was shocked. He had always suspected Zhao Dao was not just some ordinary former security guard, but this was beyond his expectations. Li Yakin and Jiang Yuchan were equally stunned. Li Yakin was shocked, but Jiang Yuchan was even more terrified. The thought that the man who often sat next to her for meals was actually a gang boss made her instinctively cover her mouth in fear. Seeing everyone's expression, Manager Shen pulled Hu Lanlan aside and quietly asked what had happened. After hearing the full story, Manager Shen walked up and slapped Supervisor Huang across the face. "You fucking idiot. Are you blind? How dare you treat Brother Fan like that? Are you trying to die? You are fired. No, do not wait for tomorrow, get out now. Hu Lanlan, you are taking his place," he declared. Supervisor Huang had gone weak at the knees as soon as he heard that Chen Fan was Zhao Dao's younger brother. Now that he was fired, he almost felt relieved. Just then, Wang Cheng seemed to remember something. His eyes widened in horror, and he bolted out of the sales center. "Oh no! Stop! Do not smash that Wuling Hongguang." "Smash the car?" Chen Fan, Shen Xingua, and the others were stunned for a moment, then quickly rushed outside after Wang Cheng. Even though the Wuling Hongguang was not valuable, it was a car Chen Fan had borrowed from someone else. If it held some special meaning for Zhao Dao, then this would not just be a matter of money. But once they got outside, everyone was dumbfounded. The windows of the Wuling Hongguang were all shattered, the tires slashed, and the entire car body had been smashed and deformed. "Boss, he dared to act like a big shot while driving a van. I followed your wife's instructions and wrecked it," the Mercedes driver, holding a wrench, proudly reported to Wang Cheng. Thud. Wang Cheng's face turned pale, and he dropped to his knees in terror. "We are finished." Shen Xingua was visibly shaken with fear. Only Zhang Huilan still looked completely indifferent. "It is just a van. So what if it got smashed? At worst, Wang Cheng can just buy them a new one." "You bitch, shut the fuck up. Do you even realize what kind of disaster you have caused? That is Brother Dao's car. If this goes south, we might not even live through it." Wang Cheng charged at her and slapped her across the face, knocking her fake nose askew. "Not live through it?" Seeing Wang Cheng's panic, Zhang Huilan realized he was not joking and immediately began to panic too. "Fuck! You all really had the nerve to smash Brother Dao's car? You must have a death wish." Shen Xingua immediately ordered several large security guards to restrain Wang Cheng, Zhang Huilan, and the driver. "Brother Fan, how do you want to handle this?" Shen Xingua turned to Chen Fan. What could he say? The car was already smashed. Chen Fan looked at the terrified Wang Cheng and Zhang Huilan without the slightest sympathy. People like them only bully the weak and fear the strong. They brought this on themselves. He pulled out his phone and called Zhao Dao, briefly explaining the situation. "What? They smashed my car?" Zhao Dao was speechless. If word got out that his car had been wrecked by some random driver, his reputation in Jiangnan would be ruined. "Do whatever you think is best. Just leave the car there. But make sure you bring back the license plate." Chen Fan ended the call and walked toward Wang Cheng. "Just pay Zhao Dao 20 million in compensation." Chen Fan figured that if Wang Cheng had the money to buy Zhang Huilan a 100 million yuan villa, then 20 million as a lesson was fair. Thud. Wang Cheng dropped to his knees again, trembling. "Brother Fan, please forgive me. I do not have 20 million. Wang Cheng, did you not say you were going to buy me a 100 million yuan villa? How can you not have 20 million? Hurry up and pay them." Zhang Huilan shouted anxiously. "No, Brother Fan, it was all this bitch's idea. She told the driver to do it, it has nothing to do with me. Besides, I do not actually have that kind of money. The whole villa thing, I had just conspired with Supervisor Huang to scam that bitch Zhang Huilan." Wang Cheng kept kowtowing to Chen Fan. "What? You dared to scam me?" Zhang Huilan was stunned. "Yakin, we were classmates for 3 years. You must help me. Please beg your son-in-law to let me go." Zhang Huilan dropped to her knees and cried, pleading before Li Yakin. Looking at the woman who used to bully her in school now begging at her feet, Li Yakin felt incredibly satisfied. Her opinion of Chen Fan skyrocketed. Still, her nature was kind, and seeing Zhang Huilan plead like that, even though she had been hurt by her many times in the past, she began to soften. "Chen Fan, do you think maybe?" Li Yakin hesitated as she looked at Chen Fan. Of course Chen Fan understood what she meant. "Since Auntie is speaking up for you, we can forget about the 20 million. But the car is gone, and it is hard to get a taxi around here," Chen Fan said. As soon as he finished, Wang Cheng snatched the keys from the driver and respectfully handed them to Chen Fan. "Brother Fan, you are sparing us already, we could not possibly let you take a taxi. This Mercedes S-Class is yours now, consider it compensation." Chen Fan nodded, said nothing, and took the keys. Wang Cheng and Zhang Huilan expressed their deepest gratitude and left. At that moment, Li Yakin felt happier than ever. Even though she had been kicked out of the Jiang family, her daughter's friend had just bought her and Jiang Yuchan a 500 million yuan villa. Not only that, the same friend had just made the woman who bullied her in high school kneel and beg for mercy. Looking at Chen Fan, she found herself liking him more and more. If not for the fact that he was involved with her daughter, she might have considered seducing him herself. The villa was fully furnished with imported luxury goods. After signing the contract, they moved in right away. Yuchan, how far have you and Chen Fan gone? Have you slept together yet? Li Yakin pulled Jiang Yuchan aside into a room. Mom! What are you saying? Chen Fan and I are just friends. Jiang Yuchan's face turned bright red. What? Just friends, and he is already willing to spend so much on you? The house title is in your name. And with your beauty and figure, you think he can resist? Li Yakin was shocked. Mom, Chen Fan is rich and handsome, he is not lacking in women. The girls around him are not worse than me. Jiang Yuchan lowered her head in disappointment. Yuchan, you are being naive. A top-tier rich heir like Chen Fan having 3 or 4 women is completely normal. Now we have been kicked out of the Jiang family, and Chen Fan not only does not look down on us, he bought us a 500 million yuan mansion. Where are you going to find another man like that? Tonight, you must sleep with Chen Fan. If you will not, I will. I was a campus beauty too, and I have maintained myself well. Maybe Chen Fan would like a change in flavor. Li Yakin giggled, her eyes gleaming seductively. Mom! Chen Fan is mine. You cannot steal him. Jiang Yuchan panicked. Fine, fine. I will not. Just dress up nicely later. Put on the black stockings and the sexy lingerie set I never wore, you wear it. Li Yakin laughed. Seeing her daughter blushing and nodding, she took her out of the room. Chen Fan, examining the house's decor, saw them and came over. There was no denying it, Jiang Yuchan was a beauty, but her mother, Li Yakin, at 40, was still stunning and looked no older than her 20s. Her mature charm made her like a perfectly ripe peach. A perfect mother-daughter pair of goddesses. Chen Fan could not help but swallow hard. Auntie, Yuchan, the place seems fully equipped, and it is getting late. I will head back now. If you need anything, just call me. Chen Fan said. You are leaving? Jiang Yuchan looked flustered. Chen Fan, you cannot leave. This house is huge. Yuchan and I will be scared living here alone. What if a pervert shows up? Besides, I checked, this place has excellent sound insulation, and Auntie sleeps very deeply at night. I will not hear a thing. Li Yakin grinned mischievously, then pushed Jiang Yuchan toward Chen Fan. Yes, Chen Fan, this house is too big. Without a man, it is not safe. Jiang Yuchan leaned in, softly clinging to Chen Fan's arm. One day later. Early the next morning, Chen Fan got up. Jiang Yuchan lay on the bed like a lazy cat, she had been completely exhausted from the night before. Get up and eat. Aunt Yakin has already knocked on the door several times. I am not eating. I am not hungry anymore. Jiang Yuchan looked at Chen Fan with a hint of grievance. Then get some rest. Chen Fan smiled. You are the worst. Jiang Yuchan's face immediately flushed red. When Chen Fan went to the dining room, he found that Li Yakin had prepared a full table of food. Fried eggs with chives, oysters, ox penis, lamb kidneys. Aunt Yakin, this is a bit much. Chen Fan scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Oh please, you young people just do not know how to pace yourselves. You shook the whole house all night without stopping. If you do not replenish your strength now, you will regret it when you are older. Li Yakin said in a lecturing tone, tossing a handful of goji berries into Chen Fan's bowl. Huh? Did you not say the room had great sound insulation and that you sleep really deeply? Even Chen Fan, with his usually thick skin, blushed at that. Auntie, give me your bank account. Huh? What for? Though confused, Li Yakin still gave it to him. Ding! A message alert rang from her phone. Huh? You transferred money to me? 100 million. Li Yakin screamed and shot to her feet, staring at Chen Fan in disbelief. Auntie, do not get so excited. Just a little pocket money. You just moved in, there is a lot to buy. If it is not enough, just let me know. Though she could not return it, Chen Fan figured a hush payment was necessary. They were all one family, money spent was still spent among their own. Chen Fan, I am truly touched. I married into the Jiang family for over 20 years and raised Yuchan alone, only to be thrown out in the end like garbage. But you, without hesitation, bought a 500 million house for Yuchan and gave me 100 million in pocket money. From now on, you are my real son, and Yuchan is my daughter-in-law. Li Yakin gripped Chen Fan's hands as tears of emotion fell. Just as Jiang Yuchan stepped out of the bathroom and saw the scene, her eyes went wide. Mom! What nonsense are you saying? I am not joking. From now on, Chen Fan is my son. And you, stop calling me mom, call me mother-in-law. Li Yakin said seriously. Jiang Yuchan, face of utter confusion. I grew up in an orphanage. From now on, Auntie Yakin, you are my godmother. Saying that, Chen Fan transferred another 100 million to her. Li Yakin nearly fainted from joy when she saw the 200 million in her account. Good boy, you are my perfect son. I know you have many girlfriends out there. I will watch over Yuchan for you. You can go forth and expand your family line, just make sure the main wife at home stays firm. Mom, why are you siding with him? I am your daughter. You brat, if you do not serve Chen Fan well, I will strangle you myself. Li Yakin cheerfully served Chen Fan some food while glaring at her daughter. After a delightful breakfast, Chen Fan originally planned to go back to sleep, but then his phone rang. Hello, master, how is your training going? Dear disciple, things are going smoothly here. But I need your help with something. It was Su Nanchang's commanding yet elegant voice. Your senior sister, Sun Xian, is arriving from Xiaojing today. Go pick her up and settle her into my villa. Pick someone up? That is easy. Chen Fan said. By the way, your senior sister is highly skilled in medicine. Since you have been dating quite a few women lately, I am worried about your health. Let her help regulate your body once she arrives. Su Nanchang said seriously. What? Regulate my body? Chen Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, but the call had already ended. Soon after, she sent him her flight details on WeChat and shared Sun Xian's contact. The avatar was a cute anime girl. After adding her, Chen Fan got in his car and headed to the airport. Meanwhile, from Wang Family Manor, one of the 4 great families of Jiangnan, more than 10 luxury vehicles, including Bentleys and Maybachs, were speeding toward the airport. In the center of the convoy was a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Inside sat a tall, handsome young man, and a girl whose looks and figure could rival Su Nanchang's. Brother, is this person really that important? Not only are all the elders going, even you, the new head of the Wang family, are attending in person. Back when those world-class doctors visited, we only sent a steward to pick them up. The girl asked, puzzled. Hee, Yuyan, you do not get it. This is no ordinary person, this is Sun Xian from the royal family of traditional Chinese medicine. If not for our ancestor doing the Sun family a favor in the past, there is no way the Wang family could have invited her. And she is said to be a stunning beauty too. Wang Ting licked his lips as he spoke. Perfect. While she is treating Grandpa, you should win her over and make her my sister-in-law. Wang Yuyan said with a sly grin. I would love to. If I could marry into the medicine royal family, the Wang family would skyrocket. But right now, we are declining. If Grandpa does not pull through this time, our stock value will drop sharply. Our Northern District project will collapse, and we may be kicked out of the 4 great families and fall to second rate. Wang Ting sighed. What worries me most is you. Some of the old farts in the family are planning to betray us and align with the Zhou family. They even want to offer you to Zhou Hongyuan. Wang Ting gritted his teeth. Brother, even if I die, I will never marry that bastard Zhou Hongyuan. Wang Yuyan's beautiful face turned pale. Do not worry. I will never let you become his plaything, even if it costs me my life. Wang Ting clenched his fists tightly. Ever since their parents died in a car crash when they were children, he and Wang Yuyan had been inseparable. She was the most important person in his life. The Wang family convoy ran every red light on the way, and soon arrived at the airport. At that moment, Wang Ting noticed something strange. At the very front of their luxury convoy, a brand new Wuling Hongguang minivan had stopped, as if it were the lead car, instantly ruining the grandeur of the procession. This young man, here is 1,000 yuan. Would you mind moving your van? As soon as Chen Fan got out of the vehicle, a driver wearing white gloves and a suit walked up and said this politely. Chen Fan turned to look at the luxury motorcade behind him. Well now, a bunch of rich folk. Still, no reason to turn down free money. Even though Chen Fan had over 6 billion yuan sitting cold in his bank account, who would say no to more? The van he was driving was newly bought. He had gotten used to driving Zhao Dao's old one, and found it practical, good for carrying both people and goods. And now, just after picking it up, he had already earned 1,000 yuan. He promptly parked the van behind the motorcade and took a photo of the car and license plate, sending it to Sun Xian. In the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Wang Ting took the opportunity to lecture his sister Wang Yuyan. See that, sister? When you are out in the world, always use money to solve problems if you can. That man is plainly dressed and driving a van. He must be poor, under heavy financial pressure. If you confronted him over something minor, it might be the final straw and he could hurt you. This is called the principle of yielding when you are fortunate. Wang Ting said proudly. Wang Yuyan nodded in admiration, her eyes filled with respect for her brother. At that moment, a stunning woman stepped out from the airport exit. Dressed in a beige trench coat, long legs in high heels, tall and slender, her curled hair tied behind her head, she turned heads with every step. There she is. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He pulled Wang Yuyan from the car to greet Sun Xian. Although she wore a black mask that closely hugged her face, showing only her eyes and smooth forehead, it was obvious from her aura alone that she was breathtakingly beautiful. Divine Dr. Sun, I am Wang Ting, head of the Jiangnan Wang family. This is my sister Wang Yuyan. Our grandfather specifically asked us to pick you up. Wang Ting's heart raced at the sight of her cold, elegant, goddess-like demeanor. She was truly a beauty, more beautiful even than his own sister. Wang Yuyan's eyes also sparkled. Women admired beauty too, after all. But Sun Xian merely nodded. Her gaze lingered on Wang Yuyan briefly, then her icy eyes scanned the area. Then she spotted Chen Fan not far off, casually holding 2 ice creams, glancing in her direction from time to time. You rebellious little disciple, get your ass over here. Sun Xian had seen Chen Fan's photo before. The sight of his foolish face made her both angry and amused. Huh? You're talking to me? You're my senior sister? Chen Fan pointed at himself, puzzled. He had seen her profile picture before, a cute anime avatar. Her moments were full of cartoon characters. He had thought she was some kind of cutesy schoolgirl type, not this towering cold goddess. And frankly, her looks might even surpass Su Nanchang's. Ding. Detected beauty Sun Xian, attractiveness score, 92. Beginning binding process. Ding. Binding successful. Bound target, Sun Xian. For every 1 point increase in favorability, host gains 100 HP, current favorability, -10. Rewarding host with appearance cashback feature, Sun Xian, beauty score 92, cashback rate 1 to 100. Rewarding host with skill, 13 ghost needles, capable of reviving the dead, healing any disease. A cascade of system notifications rang in Chen Fan's head. Before he could react further, more system sounds followed. Ding. Detected beauty Wang Yuyan, attractiveness score, 91. Beginning binding process. Ding. Binding successful. Bound target, Wang Yuyan. For every 1 point increase in favorability, host gains 50 HP, current favorability, 0. Rewarding host with appearance cashback feature, Wang Yuyan, beauty score 91, cashback rate 150. Rewarding host with skill, god-level computer skills. Chen Fan blinked. Another one? That was when he finally noticed the tall, sweet-looking girl in a pink dress behind Wang Teng. He had not expected such a pure and delicate-looking girl to be a hacker. You little brat, unable to move at the sight of a pretty face. Sun Xian stepped forward and kicked Chen Fan in the rear with her long, elegant leg. Wang Ting and Wang Yuyan's eyes widened. Was that not the guy driving the van earlier? And he was Sun Xian's junior? They had just paid him to move the van, did they offend her junior by mistake? And this Sun Xian was nothing like they imagined. An icy goddess, yet now she was physically beating Chen Fan and scolding him right in public. Chen Fan was a bit dazed himself, being scolded, ear tugged, forehead poked, and now bearing a heel mark on his backside, yet still holding 2 ice creams. Take me away already. I am warning you. Master spoils you, but I will not. Sun Xian grabbed one of the ice creams, pulled off her mask, revealing a face as pure and cold as a snow lotus, and headed toward the van, not sparing the luxury car convoy a glance. Brother, could we ride with you? Wang Ting swallowed hard as he spoke to Chen Fan in an overly polite tone. Don't you have your own cars? Still reeling from Sun Xian's sudden dominance, Chen Fan dared not make the decision himself. He shuffled over to her side like a loyal follower. Senior sister, what do you think? Fine. We are heading to the Wang family anyway. Sun Xian nodded slightly, glancing at Chen Fan with a smirk. Not bad, this little rebellious disciple just needed a little discipline to become obedient. Ding. Sun Xian favorability +10. Current favorability, 0. Reward, 0 HP. Host current HP balance, 4790. The system chime echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan was delighted. It confirmed his guess, this senior sister had a fiery temper but responded well to being gently handled. He opened the car door, and Sun Xian took the front seat. The van had a sliding rear door. Wang Ting and Wang Yuyan, who had never ridden in such a humble vehicle in their lives, stood clueless. Chen Fan had to come around and open the door for them. Brother, this car is amazing. It even has a sliding door. We should get one too. Unlike Wang Teng, Wang Yuyan looked genuinely excited. Junior, I am hungry. Take me to get some food. Sun Xian slapped Chen Fan on the back of the head. Divine Dr. Sun, brother Chen Fan, I reserved a table at a brand new Michelin 3-star restaurant in Jiangnan. Would you like to try it? Wang Ting rubbed his hands together eagerly. While a Michelin 3-star restaurant might be considered fine dining in Jiangnan, it held no appeal for someone like Sun Xian from the royal family of Chinese medicine, who was accustomed to having master chefs from every cuisine cook in her family kitchen in Xiaojing. Junior, you are a local, know any interesting spots? Sun Xian turned to Chen Fan. Of course. When it comes to food, I am your man. I will take you all to Aunt Fatty's Tripe Hot Pot in the North District. Chen Fan was driving the minivan recklessly through an old district, occasionally cutting through alleys with some drifting, and every now and then sticking his head out to argue with pedestrians on electric scooters or cars cutting in, engaging in what could be called a traditional Chinese verbal brawl. You trying to die? Driving that shitty van so fast. Fuck you, eat shit. Riding a scooter and not watching the damn road. The northern district of Jiangnan City was the old part of town, narrow streets, heavy traffic, and aggressive locals. Along the way, Chen Fan fully embodied a verbal warrior, spraying curses in every direction. Wang Ting frowned at the foul language. He could not understand how someone as noble as Sun Siyuan could have such a junior disciple. But when he looked up, he was stunned. His sister, Wang Yuyan, was staring at Chen Fan with admiration, her pretty face flushed with excitement, and even Sun Siyuan was looking at Chen Fan with a gaze full of appreciation. Sister, do not ever learn such foul language. Wang Ting whispered. But brother, do you not think this kind of man is really manly and handsome? He is completely different from the people we usually meet. Wang Yuyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with stars as she looked at Chen Fan. It is just some dirty words. What is so manly or handsome about that? Wang Ting screamed inwardly, but since Chen Fan was Sun Siyuan's junior, he dared not lash out. He simply glared at Wang Yuyan, bottling up his frustration. Sun Siyuan, however, was quite pleased. Though she looked like an icy beauty, she actually had a fiery temper. Unfortunately, due to her upbringing, she had not had the opportunity to acquire a vocabulary of traditional curses. Chen Fan's tirade, to her, was like hearing a dialect of her own soul. Eventually, Chen Fan's minivan turned into a rundown alley. The luxury convoy from the Wang family had long been left in the dust. Brother Chen Fan, from the looks of it, this area is all residential. I do not see any restaurants here, Wang Ting said, frowning, clearly disdainful of the shanty-like surroundings. You do not get it. Some of the real culinary treasures in Jiangnan City are hidden in these tiny alley joints, Chen Fan replied. Pfft, how good can food from those tiny holes in the wall really be? This is the North District, it is going to be demolished soon anyway, Wang Ting scoffed. Chen Fan finally pulled up in front of a 3-story red brick building. This was where he had worked part-time for 3 years while pursuing Chu Yuhan, the hot pot shop run by Aunt Pang. Chen Fan had worked here for 3 years. Aunt Pang and her husband treated him very well, often inviting him to eat at their home. They had treated him like one of their own. But today, a place that was usually packed was now completely deserted. Chen Fan frowned as he got out of the car. Sun Siyuan, Wang Ting, and Wang Yuyan followed. A group of handsome men and beautiful women stepping out of a minivan drew plenty of curious looks from nearby residents. Chen Fan pushed open the door to the shop. Inside, it was completely empty, save for a slightly plump middle-aged woman in a red apron sitting in a daze. Aunt Pang, why is it so quiet today? I brought a few friends over to eat. Oh. Chen Fan, you have not been here in so long. Come, have a seat, I will pour you some tea, she said, wiping her eyes and forcing a smile as she warmly invited them in. Aunt Pang, did something happen to the shop? Why are there no customers? Chen Fan asked as he sat down, scanning the room with a frown. And nothing really, maybe it is just not mealtime yet, Aunt Pang replied evasively. Chen Fan nodded slightly and did not press the issue. Every household has its own struggles. Soon, the hot pot arrived. Chen Fan ordered 3 plates of beef tripe right away, along with fresh-cut beef and lamb slices, handmade beef balls, and all the house specialties. As the chili and Sichuan peppercorns boiled in the pot and the trays of ingredients filled the table, Wang Ting frowned and picked up a slice of raw beef with his chopsticks, tossing it straight into his mouth. To Chen Fan's astonishment, he started chewing it. This beef is quite unique. Thinly sliced, slightly frozen to lock in moisture, fresh and tender with no trace of processing. Comparable to a Michelin 3-star chef's work. Wang Ting's eyes lit up as he gave Aunt Pang a thumbs up. You silly kid, eating raw meat? Aunt Pang was shocked, quickly grabbing Wang Ting by the neck to make him spit it out. Chen Fan nearly cried with laughter. Seriously? You have never eaten hot pot before? He then noticed Wang Yuyan also looking confused. Smack. Sun Siyuan slapped the back of Chen Fan's head. Tell us how to eat this stuff properly. Chen Fan was stunned. He had never imagined that in the 21st century, he would run into 3 people who had never eaten hot pot. Like teaching elementary school students, Chen Fan demonstrated step by step, dropping beef and lamb slices into the pot, then picking up a slice of tripe. When eating tripe, timing is crucial, 7 dips up and down, or it will be overcooked and rubbery. He swished the tripe in the boiling pot, then dipped it into rich sesame sauce and put it in his mouth. An explosion of fresh, spicy, and rich flavor erupted on his taste buds. Ah, that hit the spot. That is the taste, Chen Fan said, eyes closed in bliss. That good? I want to try. Wang Yuyan copied him exactly, her beautiful eyes blinking. Wow! This is so delicious. I have never tasted anything like it. Ow! Spicy, spicy. Wang Yuyan fanned her mouth excitedly. Sun Siyuan's eyes lit up after tasting it, and then she could not stop eating. Brother Wang Ting, why do you not try some too? Chen Fan offered. I only eat steak medium rare. Fully cooked meat cannot possibly taste good, Wang Ting scoffed. 10 minutes later, watching the 3 gorge themselves, Chen Fan ordered more tripe and beef. Wang Ting, especially, was practically staring into the pot as he stuffed his face, looking like he was about to pass out from being so full. Boo-hoo, it is too good, brother. What have we even been eating all these years? Wang Yuyan cried from joy, her dress visibly tight around her bloated stomach. Sun Siyuan said nothing, she just kept eating. Ding! Sun Siyuan favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 20. Reward, plus 2,000 health points. Current health balance, 6790. Ding! Wang Yuyan favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 20. Reward, plus 1,000 health points. Current health balance, 7790. Electronic chimes rang in Chen Fan's mind. It was definitely worth it. One hot pot meal earned him 3,000 health points from 2 stunning women. But just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside the restaurant. Bang! With a loud crash, the hot pot shop's door was kicked open. A burly man with a face full of scars, wearing a black tank top and covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, swaggered in with a group of thugs wielding clubs. Aunt Pang, have you made up your mind? If you do not sign the contract today, I will smash this place to pieces. The burly man in the black tank top and his group of thugs immediately caught the attention of Chen Fan, Wang Ting, Sun Siyuan, and Wang Yuyan. Brother, these people look scary, Wang Yuyan said, somewhat afraid. Do not worry, sister, Dr. Sunday. The Wang family bodyguards will be here shortly, Wang Ting reassured them, although he was also feeling uneasy inside. At that moment, Aunt Pang heard the commotion and came out from the kitchen, wiping away tears as she walked. Do not disturb the guests. I will sign, all right? Aunt Pang said tearfully. You all keep eating, I will go take a look, Chen Fan said as he stood up. I will go with you. Though Wang Ting was a rich young master, after sharing a meal with Chen Fan, he found they got along well. And in front of a stunning woman like Sun Siyuan, he did not want to lose face. Aunt Pang, what is going on? What contract? Let me see. Chen Fan reached out and took the property transfer contract from Aunt Pang's hand. Who the fuck are you, pretty boy? What business is this of yours? The man in black pointed a baseball bat at Chen Fan and Wang Ting and cursed. Chen Fan remained calm, but Wang Ting, being the head of the prestigious Wang family, had never been treated like this. Watch your mouth. You cannot just insult people like that. Fuck you, little bastard. Not only will Tiger curse you, I will beat the shit out of you. Zhang Hu raised his bat and swung it toward Wang Ting's head. Ah? Wang Yuyan screamed and covered her mouth in shock. Wang Ting stared at the descending bat, fear showing in his eyes. But before the bat could land, it was caught firmly by a powerful hand. Without even lifting his head, Chen Fan held the contract in one hand and seized the bat with the other. You want to die, kid? Zhang Hu snarled in rage and pulled out a knife, thrusting it toward Chen Fan's abdomen. Chen Fan still did not look up. Instead, he lifted one leg and kicked Zhang Hu square in the chin, sending him flying like a cannonball through the shop and across the street. This was Chen Fan holding back. If he had used full force, Zhang Hu's head would have exploded. The rest of the dozen thugs, armed with clubs, rushed at Chen Fan after seeing their leader go down. But Chen Fan still did not look up, he kicked them down one by one. In moments, the floor was littered with men groaning in pain. Wang Ting was stunned. Wang Yuyan was stunned. Aunt Pang was stunned. Even Sun Siyuan's icy, snow lotus-like face showed rare surprise, her beautiful eyes widening. This guy is actually this powerful? He did not even fight back when I hit him. Seems he respects seniority. Ding! Sun Siyuan's favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 40. Reward, 2,000 health points. Current health points, 9790. Ding. Wang Yuyan's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 50. Reward, 500 health points. Current health points, XXXX. Electronic notification tones rang out in Chen Fan's mind. Brother, with skills like yours, you must be at least a senior martial artist. Wang Ting exclaimed excitedly. His Wang family was not financially weaker than the other three major families, but they lacked powerful fighters. The strongest in their family was his grandfather, a mid-level grandmaster, but he was now seriously ill. If he did not recover, not only would they lose their Northern District projects, they might even be wiped out by the other families. That was why they were so desperate to invite Sun Siyuan to extend his grandfather Wang Zhenhai's life. Martial artist? I am a grandmaster. Chen Fan said. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. Praise this guy a little, and he starts bragging? There was not even one grandmaster in all of Jiangnan City. And this guy looks younger than me. Aunt Pang, this 3-story building is only being sold for 200,000? I see this lot is at least 1,000 square meters. And with the Northern District about to be redeveloped, it is worth at least 5 million. Chen Fan frowned. Of course I know that, Aunt Pang sighed. But the Zhou Group hired thugs and has been forcing us to sign the transfer contract. Anyone who refuses gets their arms or legs broken. Your uncle is still lying in the hospital. She wiped away more tears as she spoke. Zhou Group? Chen Fan felt the name was familiar, but he could not place it. The Zhou Group is the company owned by the Zhou family, Jiangnan's top family, Wang Ting explained. Zhou family. Zhou Hongyuan? Chen Fan finally remembered the guy he had beaten up at Flybar. Yes, Zhou Hongyuan has taken over the family business. He is the new head of the Zhou family, Wang Ting said. Chen Fan nodded slightly and immediately made a phone call. Before long, Zhao Dao arrived. By coincidence, he did not come in the S-Class Mercedes Wang Chang had given him as compensation, but in another van identical to Chen Fan's. Damn it. Have they lost their fucking minds? Those Zhou bastards dare make trouble on my turf. Zhao Dao cursed as he ordered his men to drag the Zhou Group's thugs away. When Wang Ting saw Zhao Dao, his eyes widened in shock. Brother Dao? Hey, Head Wang? What brings you here? Zhao Dao nodded at him. Wang Ting, as head of one of the 4 major families, was a well-known figure in the business world and a VIP member at Zhao's nightclub. They had some acquaintance, and Zhao also had ties with Wang Ting's grandfather. Third brother, Wang Ting is my friend. We just came here to eat and ran into these Zhou family people trying to force someone to sell their property. Chen Fan explained the situation. The Northern District is about to be developed. While the core areas will be auctioned by the Yi family, the surrounding zones can be privately sold, Zhao Dao said with a serious expression. Several major families are currently acquiring land around here. If it is legal to buy and sell, then as long as the price is fair, there is no problem, Chen Fan said. But the Zhou family offering 200,000 for property worth 5 million is nothing short of robbery. Chen Fan nodded and suddenly looked at Wang Ting. Wang Ting, is your family interested in this little street block of Aunt Pang's? Wang Ting's eyes lit up immediately. Of course he was. This snack street, once cleared out, would become a pedestrian shopping street worth at least billions in the future. Our family is definitely interested. But the Zhou family, though he wanted to, with the old master sick, they had no strength to oppose the Zhou family right now. You are afraid of the Zhou family? No problem, I will buy it, then give it to Sister Yuyan. Chen Fan said carelessly, but inside, he was already scheming. Buy my sister a snack street? Wang Ting stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. Was this guy serious? The street would cost at least 500 million. This guy drives a van, where would he get that kind of money? Even if they got along over a hot pot meal, could this guy be after my sister? Wang Ting immediately became wary. Wang Yuyan also stared in shock. A snack street as a gift? Even though she was the Wang family princess, no one had ever given her anything so expensive. But did Chen Fan really have that much money? Aunt Pang, gather your neighbors and tell them I want to buy their properties at fair market prices. By now, Chen Fan had already attracted the attention of all the neighboring shopkeepers, and with the arrival of the Wang family's luxury car fleet, everyone swarmed over. Fair market price? Are you serious? You are not afraid of the Zhou family's thugs taking revenge? Many people were skeptical. They had already been threatened, and the Zhou group's offers were barely a tenth of market value. Of course it is true. This is my third brother, Zhao Dao. You think I am scared of them? Chen Fan said, pointing to Zhao Dao. Many of the locals recognized this underground boss of the Northern District and immediately believed Chen Fan. But I only have 500 million. Space is limited. First come, first served. Chen Fan said, then turned to Wang Yuyan. Give me your bank account number. Ding dong. Wang Yuyan's phone chimed with a message notification. 500 million? Why did you transfer so much money to me? Wang Yuyan was startled. Even as a daughter of one of the four great families, no one had ever transferred such a large sum to her in an instant. I told you I was giving you the snack street. Just stay here and sign the contracts with the shop owners. Get all the property transferred to your name, Chen Fan said. Wang Ting was utterly stunned. Transferring 500 million like it was nothing, even he would not dare spend money so casually. As expected, anyone who could be Sun Siyuan's junior disciple was not ordinary. But why did this guy give it only to his sister? Did he actually have ulterior motives? Wang Ting's eyes immediately turned vigilant. Forget 500 million, even 50 billion would not be worth more than his sister. Sun Siyuan was not particularly surprised. For her family, money was just a number. If the Sun family, heirs of the Medicine King, said they needed money, the world's nobility would scramble to offer it. Heh. Patriarch Wang, do not worry. Chen Fan is only doing this because his family keeps a low profile and does not allow him to reveal his identity publicly. That is why he can only invest in this way, Zhao Dao said with a smile. And 500 million is nothing. Not long ago, he gave away 20 billion. As for the Zhou family, do not worry either. If you are Chen Fan's friend, then you are my friend. I will guarantee your safety here. 20 billion? Wang Ting was first shocked, then came to understand, Chen Fan's backing must be powerful. That so-called gift was just a disguised form of investment. He had heard that many powerful families, unwilling to show their faces, often acted in such a way. Then I must thank Brother Chen and Brother Dao. When the profits come in, we can discuss the details together, Wang Ting said, delighted. This snack street could easily yield billions in the future. And with Zhao Dao watching over it, it was like picking up money for free. All right, Yuyan. Since Chen Fan said so, stay here and sign the contracts with the shopkeepers. We will return to the Wang residence, Wang Ting said. Yes, brother. Do not worry, I will handle everything here. And Brother Chen, if you feel uneasy about transferring the money to me, I can write you an IOU. Wang Yuyan said, excited to be helping with the family business and full of gratitude toward Chen Fan. All that just for a hot pot meal, and he trusted her enough to send 500 million. Do not. I told you, the snack street is a gift. If the money runs out, just ask me for more. Did we not add each other on WeChat just now? Chen Fan said, startled. He had just received a cashback reward of 25 billion. If she wrote an IOU, that might cancel it all out. The group stepped out of Aunt Pang's beef tripe hot pot restaurant and got into the minivan. Wang Ting then noticed another brand new Wuling minivan parked nearby. So this is the new trend among real bosses? Even driving vans? Looks like I need to trade in my Rolls-Royce Phantom and get a Wuling too, Wang Ting thought to himself. Chen Fan drove the Wuling minivan quickly to the Wang family's estate. At first, the guards at the gate would not let them in. But when Wang Ting rolled down the window, they were nearly scared out of their wits. Holy shit! The head of the Wang family, one of the four great families, came back in a van. At the villa in the center of the estate, an elderly man with a tall frame but skin-and-bone physique and white hair stood waiting with the help of attendants. Grandfather! Why did you come out? Wang Ting hurriedly got out and supported Wang Zhenhai. Is Dr. Sun here? Wang Zhenhai coughed as he approached. Master Wang, there is no need to be so formal. When I was little, I often heard my grandfather speak of you, Sun Siyuan replied as she walked forward and exchanged greetings. Once they helped Wang Zhenhai inside, Sun Siyuan placed her fingers on his pulse, and immediately frowned. The pulse is chaotic, like a sudden rain knocking on a window, sometimes rapid, sometimes sluggish, entangled like withered vines, obstructed and difficult. Sun Siyuan frowned. Other doctors might not recognize this, but as a descendant of the Medicine King, she instantly saw that this was a sign of poison penetrating the heart's meridians. Meanwhile, Chen Fan wandered around the room, examining the murals and potted plants. Siyuan, if there is a problem, just say it. I have lived long enough despite this hidden injury, Wang Zhenhai said, noticing her troubled expression and sighing. Master Wang, within your family, who would benefit most if you were no longer alive? Sun Siyuan asked without answering directly. Siyuan, you mean? A sharp gleam suddenly flashed in Wang Zhenhai's eyes. According to my last diagnosis and treatment, you had at least 5 years left. But now, after only 1 year, your condition has deteriorated to an incurable state due to an unknown poison, Sun Siyuan said honestly. What? You are saying someone poisoned grandfather? Wang Ting finally understood and jumped up in fury. It must be fourth uncle. He has been in frequent contact with the Zhou family lately. He slammed his hand on the table. Tanger. Do not be rude in front of Siyuan. Wang Zhenhai scolded. Siyuan, how long do I have? Wang Zhenhai, accustomed to storms of life, showed only a fleeting moment of sorrow in his eyes before becoming incredibly calm. 2 days, Sun Siyuan replied. And that is with me using the third needle of the Ghost Gate 13 needles. 2 days. Just in time for the Yi family's auction. The Zhou family really played this well, Wang Zhenhai sneered. His injury had originally come from a fight with Zhou Hongyuan's grandfather and ancestor. The Wang and Zhou families had long-standing enmity. If only I had mastered the fourth needle, I could remove the poison in grandfather Wang's body. If I had the fifth, I could even restore him to peak condition. But I am only from a collateral line of the Medicine King family. 3 needles is the limit of what I am allowed to learn, Sun Siyuan said, a little dejected. Hearing this, everyone in the room looked grave, except Chen Fan. The Ghost Gate 13 needles? I know how to use them. Chen Fan said cheerfully. He had been waiting to test his new skill. This was the perfect opportunity. You brat. Stop messing around. Sun Siyuan smacked the back of his head. No, really, senior sister. I truly know them. Everyone in my family knows the Ghost Gate 13 needles. Chen Fan lied without hesitation. Sun Siyuan was so angry she laughed. Everyone in China, even the world, knew that the Ghost Gate 13 needles were exclusive to the Medicine King Sun family. And now this guy claimed his whole family could do it? What a joke. Wang Ting and Wang Zhenhai also shook their heads. Had Chen Fan claimed to know some other technique, they might have believed him, but the Ghost Gate 13 needles? The elite of high society all knew it was a closely guarded secret of the Sun family. Seeing that no one believed him, Chen Fan did not argue further. Before anyone could react, he picked up the silver needle box that Sun Siyuan had already opened. Swish swish swish. His hands became a blur as he swiftly inserted the needles into Wang Zhenhai's acupoints at precise angles and in exact order. Chen Fan, Sun Siyuan had been about to stop him, but upon seeing his technique, her face turned to astonishment. It really was the Ghost Gate 13 needles. First needle. Second needle. Third needle. Fourth needle. Fifth needle. Finished. After Chen Fan administered the fifth needle, he stopped. Because just now Sun Siyuan had said that with the fifth needle, the old master's body would be restored to its peak. Silence filled the room. Everyone looked at Chen Fan as though at a monster. Especially Sun Siyuan. Her eyes were filled with absolute shock as she looked at him. Why are you staring at me like that? Old master, I have restored your body to peak condition. Want to get up and take a few steps? Chen Fan said casually. The system had granted him the Ghost Gate 13 needles, using 5 of them cost him almost nothing, a simple move. Ah? Even Wang Zhenhai, who had experienced many storms in life, was deeply shaken at that moment. During the needle treatment, he had already felt the long-lost strength inside his body rapidly returning. The old chronic injury that had tortured him day and night vanished completely. At that moment, he felt as though he was 40 again at the height of his strength. At the same time, the long-accumulated barrier in his body, the bottleneck that prevented him from reaching Grandmaster, shattered with a boom. His aura became over twice as powerful. This is. I have broken through into advanced Grandmaster level. Wang Zhenhai was ecstatic beyond measure, then looked at Chen Fan with incomparable excitement. Divine Doctor. I owe you my life, I beg your pardon. Wang Zhenhai dropped to his knees and bowed deeply to Chen Fan. Wang Ting, overjoyed, also dropped down with a thud. Chen Fan's Ghost Gate 13 needles had not only healed Wang Zhenhai's deadly poison and old wounds, but also elevated him to advanced Grandmaster status, saving the Wang family, once on the brink of collapse under the Zhou family's threat, and elevating them to even greater potential. The power structure of all Jiangnan City might be rewritten by this. Chen Fan stepped aside, avoiding their bows, and helped them up from the side. What a joke, and besides, I am junior to these people, I cannot accept their kowtow. This, what are you doing? I and Wang Ting and Yuyan are friends. My senior sister is still your junior by generation. And for me this is nothing, merely a small favor, Chen Fan said with a wave of his hand. Great kindness needs no words, if you ever need anything in future, just order. The Wang family will obey. Wang Zhenhai said, trembling with emotion, seriously promising. Wang Ting also looked at Chen Fan with deep gratitude. Old Master Wang, Wang Ting, please keep secret the fact that Chen Fan used the Ghost Gate 13 needles. Otherwise he will face endless pursuit from the Sun family of the Medicine King. Sun Siyuan said gravely. If this matter leaks from me or Tinger, may heaven strike me with 5 thunderbolts. Wang Zhenhai and Wang Ting solemnly swore. They of course understood, the Ghost Gate 13 needles were the exclusive secret of the Medicine King Sun family. If it were discovered that an outsider had mastered them, whoever it was would be punished, no matter at what cost. Chen Fan, although you cannot tell us about the family behind you, I know that you must be connected to someone important. But please do not reveal anything about that person, not even to me, your senior sister. Sun Siyuan looked at Chen Fan with sincere seriousness as she spoke. Chen Fan was speechless. This has nothing to do with that. But he could not tell her it was the system that granted him. So he just nodded helplessly. Sun Siyuan nodded and that matter was settled. Grandfather, let us go arrest that traitorous fourth uncle right now. Wang Ting stood up impatiently. Not yet. Let the bullet fly a little longer. First we will spread the word that I am gravely ill. Tonight we will hold a family assembly. I want to see how many of our people have already joined the Zhou family. Wang Zhenhai said coldly. Meanwhile, at the Zhou family estate, Zhou Hongyuan sat in the main seat. Beside him sat a middle-aged man in traditional Tang attire. Opposite them stood an elderly man who bore some resemblance to Wang Zhenhai, none other than the fourth younger brother, Wang Zhentao. Master of the Zhou family, second young lord, I just received news from within the clan. Wang Zhenhai is close to death. Tonight is the perfect time to take over the Wang family. Wang Zhentao said excitedly. Heh, then allow me to congratulate you in advance on becoming the new head of the Wang family. Zhou Hongyuan said, crossing his legs with amusement. I dare not accept such honor. Once I become head of the Wang family will simply be annexed into the Zhou family's power base. Wang Zhentao hurriedly bowed, pledging loyalty. However, there are still many in the family who stand with the main line. For example, third cousin Wang Zhenjiang leads those supporters, he continued. Humph, a group of blind fools. Even if Wang Zhenhai still had his strength, once my father and my elder brother emerge from their retreat, those supporters will have no road left but death, said the middle-aged uncle in Tang attire, Zhou Qingjie. He was the strongest fighter in the Zhou family after the patriarch and grandfather. While they were in retreat, he was left to manage the clan. As far as I know, that Wang Zhenjiang is a high-level martial artist. And fourth elder, you are only at the basic level, right? Zhou Hongyuan looked at Wang Zhentao. To be honest, Master Zhou, that is correct. And there remain formidable supporters on the main branch, including 2 high-level martial artists, 5 mid-level, and 10 junior level. Wang Zhentao said, his face awkward. They are all useless martial artists anyway. Zhou Qingjie snorted with disdain. Second uncle, perhaps you should lead a squad and pay them a visit? A lame camel is still larger than a horse. The Wang family still has hundreds of billions in assets. Once used by the Zhou family, and with my father and elder brother emerging from retreat, we will control the entire northern district. All other families will be sidelined. Zhou Hongyuan said with ambitious fire in his eyes. Fine. I will lead the men. Zhou Qingjie agreed. At Zhou Zhentao's words, his heart leapt with joy. He could almost see himself sitting on the throne of the Wang family head. Thank you, Master Zhou and second young lord. Once this succeeds, I, Wang Zhentao, will follow the Zhou family unquestioningly. And tonight, I will deliver Lady Wang Yuyan of the main branch to you as your servant wife. Just wait and enjoy. He bowed with flattery. At these words, a lascivious gleam flashed in Zhou Hongyuan's eyes. Wang Yuyan was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. At the sound of her name, his younger brother straightened in his seat. Ha, then we will count on you, young Master Wang. Zhou Hongyuan laughed. Send out the order, summon every warrior ranked above martial artist to gather. Also, prepare the large ceremonial bell for Grandfather Wang Zhenhai's funeral. Grandfather, we just received word, shortly after Wang Zhentao defected to the Zhou family, the Zhou clan began mustering their forces. And the branch under Wang Zhentao has already started to move. They have clashed with third elder and some people on our side. Wang Ting ran in and reported breathlessly. Sigh, so it really was the fourth, after all. They say an elder brother is like a father. I invested so much time and effort raising him, educating him. But he learned nothing, committed every evil act, and now he dares to betray the Wang family. Wang Zhenhai looked pained by misfortune and angry at his young relative's failure. Shiyan, and you, benefactor, please forgive this disgrace to our family. What a dishonor. Tonight something major may happen to the Wang family. I fear there may be danger. Perhaps the two of you should retreat for a while. Wang Zhenhai looked at Sun Siyuan and Chen Fan with concern. Although his strength had been fully restored to advanced grandmaster level, even though the 2 strongest persons of the Zhou family were in seclusion, the remaining strength of the Zhou clan was still formidable. Moreover, nearly half of the Wang family's forces had already sided with the Zhou family. Thus the outcome of this battle is uncertain. Victory, if achieved, would likely come at a heavy cost. He feared that any oversight might lead to casualties among them. Never mind. I came to enjoy the show anyway. And, old Master Wang, do not call me benefactor again, how else could I continue partying with Wang Ting and Yu Yan? Chen Fan said with a laugh. Do not worry, Grandfather Wang, Chen Fan's skills are not bad. You need not worry about us, Sun Siyuan also said. At that moment, the sound of a car approached outside. The young lady has returned, someone shouted. The group immediately went outside. They saw a van parked outside. Wang Yuyan jumped out excitedly, then Zhao Dao stepped out from the driver's seat. Chen Fan, Miss Wang is giving you a ride back. Today not only did we secure that snack street, but we also acquired 2 adjacent old residential blocks. Zhao Dao said to Chen Fan. Big brother, thank you. Chen Fan replied. Brothers do not need thanks. Zhao Dao waved his hand. At that moment he saw Wang Zhenhai and his eyes widened. Old master. Weren't you said to be dying? Yet here you look as vigorous as ever. Zhao Dao swaggered forward and slapped Wang Zhenhai on the shoulder, immediately feeling the formidable power roiling inside the old man. Zhao Dao's manner was casually bold, but Wang Zhenhai, actual head of the Wang family, not only was not offended, he in fact looked pleased. Zhao Dao was the underground overlord of the entire northern district, and his strength as advanced grandmaster was comparable to that of the 4 major families of Jiangnan. Especially seeing him call Chen Fan brother, no one dared underestimate him. Brother Dao, fine to see you again. Thanks to divine Dr. Sun and Chen Fan, my body has recovered. Wang Zhenhai said, clasping his fists in salute. Still, for someone of your status, how could I ask you personally to bring my granddaughter home? Wang Ting quickly recounted today's events to Wang Zhenhai. As soon as he finished, a sharp glint flashed in Wang Zhenhai's eyes. He looked at the excited, blushing face of Wang Yuyan, then at Chen Fan, and a knowing expression appeared on his face. Looks like Chen Fan has some interest in my little granddaughter. Although Tinger says that this Chen Fan has many girlfriends, a scion from a family as strong as the Medicine King lineage, even making Yu Yan a concubine would be high ambition. And he saved my life, that is, he saved the fate of the entire Wang family. Wang Zhenhai thought, a bit of joy appearing on his face. Third brother, do not leave in such a hurry. The main performance is coming soon. Chen Fan said. A performance? What performance? Zhao Dao asked in confusion. Everyone here is our own people, no need to worry about brother Dao laughing. My 4th uncle plans to lead the Zhou family's masters to attack the Wang family tonight and seize the headship. Wang Ting spat viciously. Oh? The Zhou family is coming too? Fuck, those bastards have been messing around on my turf lately. I was just looking for a chance to teach them a lesson. Old Master Wang, if we strike some Zhou family men at your house, you will have no objection, right? Hearing Zhou family, Zhao Dao's face darkened immediately. Brother Dao, if you are willing to help, the entire Wang family will owe you a tremendous debt. Wang Zhenhai seized Zhao Dao's hand in emotion. If Zhao Dao intervenes today, then however many Zhou family men come will be killed, no mercy. No need for more talk. As for the Northern District redevelopment, compared to the other major families, I know I am more compatible with your Wang family. Zhao Dao also gripped Wang Zhenhai's hand. On the faces of the Wang family members a flush of joy surged. This was practically an alliance between the Wang family and the underground might of the Northern District. That would secure for them a larger share of the pie when the Northern District was carved up. But just then, a deafening crash sounded outside. A moment later, a blood-covered old man burst in. Tanger! Yu Yan! Run! Wang Zhentao has brought the Zhou family, they've invaded. Third elder, are you all right? Wang Ting and Wang Yuyan rushed forward to support the bleeding elder. Do not worry about us. Run. I and your uncles and brothers here will hold them off. If we survive and make a comeback, you must exact revenge for us. Spouting those words, seriously wounded Zhang Zhenjiang tried to rush back outside, but a pair of strong hands held him down by the shoulders. Brother, you said you were on your deathbed. Zhang Zhenjiang's eyes widened as he studied Wang Zhenhai, his complexion rosy, not one hint of illness. Younger brother, this time we owe everything to divine Dr. Sun and junior brother Chen Fan. They healed my wounds. Not only has my health been restored, but my strength has soared. Now I am advanced grandmaster. Wang Zhenhai looked at his wounded third son, touched. Great! The Wang family is saved. The Wang family is saved. Zhang Zhenjiang cried out to the heavens in ecstasy. Ha ha ha, the Wang family is saved? Even the God King of Heaven cannot save the Wang family today. Suddenly a brazen laugh echoed from outside, followed by fierce fighting noises and screams. Moments later, Wang Zhentao and Zhou Qingjie strode in laughing. Behind them several Zhou family masters carried a human-sized black iron bell. Old Wang who refuses to die, come out and kneel before second young lord. He brings your funeral bell. Wang Jintao laughed broadly. He was in an extremely good mood. Just moments ago, Zhou Qingjie had led 2 junior-level grandmasters and over 30 high-level martial artists in a blistering charge into the Wang clan, slaughtering the masters of Wang Zhenhai and Wang Zhenjiang's branch to the last man. The few survivors were already subdued. One could say, the Zhou faction had already taken control of the Wang clan. You bastard Wang Jintao! How have you ever treated your elders? Do you still have an ounce of conscience? Zhang Zhenjiang shouted at Wang Jintao, anger erupting. You elder brother, you have changed with the times. He who adapts rules the future, Wang Jintao answered. Ever since our uncle from the Zhou clan wounded grandfather all those years ago, the Wang family was doomed. I sided with the Zhou clan to give my people a chance to survive. Zhang Zhenjiang retorted, spare me your betrayal. Even if I die, I will not join you scum. Third brother, do not be stubborn. Otherwise, do not blame me. Wang Jintao sneered, murderous intent shining in his eyes. Do not blame you for what? At that moment, Wang Zhenhai, who had been facing away, slowly turned around, a deadly chill radiating from him. Ah! Big, older brother. No, impossible. I used the most undetectable poison on the market, how could you still stand up? Wang Jintao's face turned ashen with terror, and he stumbled back several steps, unable to believe what he was seeing. Wang Jintao, what is this? Did you not claim old master would not make it through tonight? Zhou Qingjie hissed in a low voice toward Wang Jintao, his own face growing serious. Wang Zhenhai's power was comparable to his own, with far greater combat experience. It must be the death rattle reflex, yes, surely that's what it is, his last gasp before dying. Wang Jintao shouted, pointing at Wang Zhenhai. He had seen with his own eyes Wang Zhenhai drink the poison. There was no way someone could survive that. Heh, death rattle reflex? Wang Zhenhai replied. You refuse to give up even in the face of the Yellow River. He stomped the ground hard with his right foot, the floor shattered with a boom, leaving only a phantom shadow behind. Crack! With the sound of bones breaking, Wang Jintao's limbs shattered in explosive fractures. He collapsed on the floor, screaming like a dead dog. Thud! Wang Zhenhai delivered a palm strike directly to Zhou Qingjie. The blow echoed thunderously through the room. Zhou Qingjie staggered backward more than 10 steps, spitting blood from the corner of his mouth. You have actually advanced to advanced grandmaster level. Zhou Qingjie cried out in disbelief. He had only recently reached mid-level grandmaster status, even facing a non-advanced Wang Zhenhai, he was not a match. Now that Wang Zhenhai had broken through, there was no doubt, he was utterly outmatched. Zhou Qingjie realized the plan to seize the Wang family had completely failed. Still, outside of himself there remained 2 junior grandmasters and over 30 high-level fighters. Though they could not kill Wang Zhenhai, retreating unscathed was entirely possible. Old man Wang, consider yourselves lucky this time. I will take my leave. Zhou Qingjie said, turning to leave. Second young Lord Zhou, save me. Wang Jintao, lying on the ground with broken limbs, wailed in agony. You worthless bastard, you almost got me killed. Zhou Qingjie, still furious from being struck, turned and kicked Wang Jintao in the heart. Wang Jintao's body flew dozens of meters. A bloody hole gaped through his chest, straight through his heart, he was dead. Jintao! Wang Zhenhai roared in rage, his hair standing on end. As enraging as Wang Jintao's betrayal was, he had never considered executing his own full-blooded younger brother, not until now. Heh. Old man Wang, you thank me for killing your family's traitor? And another thing, I have more than 2 junior grandmasters and 30 high-level warriors ready. Zhou Qingjie said coldly. No need. The Zhou family's experts are gone now. Before Qingjie's words finished, a blood-covered man strode in. It was Zhao Dao, smiling grimly. Zhao Dao. Why are you here? Zhou Qingjie's face changed drastically. He had just been wondering why none of the Zhou family's fighters had yet rushed in from outside. Now he understood, Zhao Dao had killed them all. Zhao Dao. Are you really going to meddle in the Wang household and turn against my Zhou family? Zhou Qingjie demanded. Heh. And what if I am? Your Zhou clan has been running amok on my turf, murdering so many of my brothers. Today I settle the score. Zhao Dao said, without further words, striking Qingjie with a palm. Thud. Qingjie tried to block, but he was no match for Zhao Dao. His body flew wildly backward, coughing up blood. With Wang Zhenhai before him and Zhao Dao behind, Zhou Qingjie was trapped in a death trap. Damn, falling into a sewer after all this. Almost got killed by that Wang Jintao bastard. Qingjie snarled darkly, desperation creeping into his eyes. Then suddenly he lunged at a woman of breathtaking beauty, a woman whose presence struck fear into many, Sun Siyuan. Do not move. One step and I kill her. Qingjia's voice trembled as he threatened everyone. Zhou Qingjie, do not act rashly. She is from the Medicine King's Sun clan. If you harm her, your Zhou family will pay with extinction. Wang Zhenhai bellowed, panic and anger mixing in his voice. Chen Fan frowned slightly. Just moments earlier, he had been chatting lightly with Jiang Yuchan, Zhao Ruoshi, and Su Yuan, fingers flying over his phone. He never expected that while he was distracted, Sun Siyuan would be seized by Qingjie. What? A person of the Medicine King's Sun clan? Qingjie's face flickered with shock. Suddenly everything made sense. If Sun Siyuan intervened, that was why Wang Zhenhai's poison healed and he broke through instantly to Advanced Grandmaster. Her family had saved him. Old Master Wang, pull everyone back and prepare a vehicle. If anything happens to this Sun Clan girl under your roof, you and the Wang family will not escape annihilation. Qingjie spat, his voice full of menace. Though he dared not kill Sun Siyuan outright, the gamble was leverage. As soon as he finished, both Qingjie and Zhao Dao froze, caught in a dangerous standoff. Zhou Qingjie was the third-ranking powerhouse of the Zhou clan. If he managed to kill Madman Jin Tao and wipe out those Zhou fighters, the clan would be crippled severely. But harming Sun Siyuan would bring much worse consequences. Wang Zhenhai narrowed his eyes and gathered all his combat strength. His right foot twisted slightly on the floor. He. Old man Wang, I advise against reckless moves. At this distance, if you attempt to rescue her from my grasp, you must be a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. Zhou Qingjie sneered. Wang Zhenhai's heart sank. He knew Qingjie was right. To rescue Sun Siyuan in time, facing a Grandmaster, required a Master of Grandmaster status himself. As the situation reached a stalemate, both Wang Zhenhai and Zhao Dao seemed ready to give up. Chen Fan acted. He knew exactly how urgent the situation was. Swiftly, he moved, his fingers flicked in lightning speed, typing a final message and closing his chat, "Good night, baby, love you moi." Phew, that was exhausting. He put down his phone and let out a breath. Then his figure vanished from the spot. In the next second, he reappeared behind Zhou Qingjie. From his pocket he pulled a golden brick, the one he had obtained from the ancient chi refiner, and brought it crashing down on Qingjie's skull. Bang! The mid-level Grandmaster Zhou Qingjie's eyes bulged. His legs kicked once, then he collapsed, unconscious. Damn, I hope I did not hit too hard. I am still a student, after all. Chen Fan gasped, startled. He is not dead, but now he is a vegetable. Sun Siyuan said in annoyance. Though Chen Fan saved her, she was furious. He had acted exactly when she was kidnapped. But apart from her, every member of the Wang family turned to look at Chen Fan, horror on their faces. Grandmaster. Why are you so surprised? Did I not already tell you that I am a Grandmaster? Chen Fan looked at the members of the Wang family in bewilderment. Grandmaster? Big brother, how old are you and you are already a Grandmaster? The old gang here in Jiangnan have spent endless money, rare herbs and ancient tonics, and still have not reached Grandmaster level. How are we supposed to believe you? Wang Ting looked at Chen Fan, envy turning his face purple with jealousy. At that moment it was not just Wang Ting, even after his shock, Wang Zhenhai wore a complicated expression. These men, supposedly at the pinnacle of power in Jiangnan City, had spent their entire lives trying, and failed, to reach this height. And now a young man in his early 20s had attained it so easily. This is the true depth of those old powerful lineages. The real rulers among them must be unimaginably strong. Perhaps forces like the four great families of Jiangnan were just a joke in their eyes. No, we must seize hold of the great tree behind Chen Fan. Even if we cannot have Chen Fan marry into the Wang family, we should at least try to preserve his bloodline. Wang Zhenhai's eyes burned as he looked at Chen Fan and Wang Yuyan. Inside, he was already calculating. Yes, achieving Grandmaster at such a young age is quite remarkable, nearly on par with the young generation of the Medicine King's Sun family. Sun Siyuan nodded quietly, a flicker of light passing through her beautiful eyes. The matter concerning the Wang family is settled. Why not have you, Sister Siyuan, and junior brother Chen Fan stay at our home for a few days? Let me, as host, show a bit of hospitality. And we can also discuss the auction in 2 days. At that, Wang Zhenhai said with a smile and casually nudged Wang Yuyan with his elbow. Earlier he had already told Wang Yuyan that this was an opportunity she must not miss. Once gone, it might never return. Wang Yuyan had already harbored feelings for the tall, handsome Chen Fan. On top of that, he had healed her grandfather, saved the Wang family's fate. She was deeply grateful, and thus she accepted willingly the idea of being given to him. Yes, Sister Siyuan, you too stay with us a few days. And Brother Chen, you said you need to take the level 2 computer exam soon? I studied computer science in university. Tonight I can tutor you. Wang Yuyan's face blushed as she lowered her head after saying this. At her words, Chen Fan's eyes brightened. His gaze swept across her long beautiful legs, the waist under her dress, the curves hidden under her clothes. Even without looking directly, he could imagine the silhouette. But before he could respond, Sun Siyuan, who by now had seen everything, interjected, "Thank you for your kindness, but we already have lodging arranged." Yes, sister is right. But I do want to study computing. I will do so tonight, of course. Chen Fan changed his posture at once, turning into a sycophantic follower, offering shoulder massages for Sun Siyuan, also hoping to earn some favors. Fine. Then you escort sister to the villa first. We will discuss computing later. Sun Siyuan said coldly. All right, sister. Please get in the car. Chen Fan personally opened the door for Sun Siyuan. She lifted her fair neck, climbed into the passenger seat of the van with slender graceful legs. Then Zhao Dao said goodbye to Wang Zhenhai, and got into the van identical to Chen Fan's. Wang Ting looked at the two vans and could not help but feel respect. So it turns out that the Wuling van is the real standard for big shots. That low profile, simple exterior, that domineering aura, the huge space? I finally understand the gap between me and the big players. You hear that? Sell all those Rolls-Royces and Bentleys. From now on, every vehicle of the Wang family is replaced with Wuling vans. Wang Ting solemnly ordered the Wang family steward. Meanwhile, at the Zhou family estate, Zhou Hongyuan leisurely puffed on a cigar and swirled a wine glass. In front of him sat a scantily dressed beauty, a low-tier celebrity. I am very popular and in demand right now, the woman said. Well then I will help Master Zhou cool down the heat, Zhou Hongyuan replied with a grin. The woman froze. Really? She wondered how big that heat could be. At that moment, a blood-soaked Zhou family thug in black stumbled in. Clan leader. It is bad, everyone is dead, all of them. What the fuck do you mean, everyone is dead? Stop this fucking screaming. Get out. Zhou Hongyuan snapped angrily, annoyed at being interrupted. Clan leader, the men we sent to the Wang household are all dead. Even second young lord is dead, the thug knelt and said. What? How is that possible? Second uncle is a mid-level grandmaster. He had 2 junior grandmasters and over 30 high-level fighters. Who in Jiangnan could possibly kill them all? Zhou Hongyuan jumped to his feet in shock. It was Zhao Dao and Wang Zhenhai. Not only has Wang Zhenhai fully recovered, his strength has now broken through to advanced grandmaster, the thug stammered, trembling at the memory of the terrifying power. We are finished, our Zhou clan is finished. Third uncle and those 2 grandmasters, plus the 30-plus high-level fighters, they were the core strength of the entire Zhou clan. Zhou Hongyuan sank to his chair, eyes blank. Son, do not panic. At that moment, a man dressed in black training clothes, exuding a terrifying aura, stepped forward. Father, you and Grandpa have emerged from seclusion. Zhou Hongyuan exclaimed in surprise. Heh, with so much happening at home, how could I stay hidden? I came out early. Your grandfather is still in retreat, the man, Zhou Qingde, replied. Dad. Third uncle was killed by the Wang family and Zhao Dao. Zhou Hongyuan said. Yes, I know. Just wait until I finish the matter assigned by the big shot. Then I will personally avenge your third uncle. Zhou Qingde's voice grew dark. Father, what is your current strength? Are you also an advanced grandmaster? Zhou Hongyuan asked, impressed by the powerful aura. Ha, advanced grandmaster? That is nothing. After using the spirit stones provided by the big shot, I am now an early grandmaster. And your grandfather is currently pushing toward mid-grandmaster level. Zhou Qingde laughed. What? Then father and grandfather, do you not become the strongest in all of Jiangnan City? Zhou Hongyuan was first shocked, then ecstatic. His heart raced. With a grandmaster father and grandfather, from now on he could walk through Jiangnan City however he pleased. He could bed anyone, even women of the 4 great families would be forced to climb into his bed. Yes. Before I secluded, I arranged for you to absorb those small families and businesses, Zhou Qingde continued. That big shot asked us to seize the Qinglong Mountains in the northern district. There must be no failure. But after discussing with your grandfather, we decided not only to take Qinglong Mountain, we will use the prestige of the big shot to swallow the entire northern district. In the future, our Zhou family will become a trillion-dollar clan. Zhou Qingde said with excitement. What? Take over the entire northern district? Zhou Hongyuan was greatly shocked. I already have a perfect plan. As long as those 2 old fools, Feng Yu and Zhao Kongming, cooperate, our Zhou family can swallow the entire northern district at the auction. I suppose I need to personally visit those 2 major families. With my current Grandmaster level strength plus that big shot's reputation, as long as Feng and Zhao are not blind, they will only kneel in submission. Sister, we have arrived. Chen Fan drove the car directly to Su Nanqiang's villa, then walked in together with Sun Xian. The decoration is indeed rather plain and elegant. Sun Xian looked over the villa, nodded, and said. At that moment, out of the corner of her eye she suddenly caught sight of some gear on the sofa, and a pair of stockings that had clearly been worn. Her elegant brows instantly rose. She did not expect that the usually aloof, intellectual and beautiful teacher Su would be playing around so colorfully behind the scenes. In Sun Xian's mind there arose an image of Su Nanqiang wearing gray silk XX clothing, acting coy and obedient like a little cat, while Chen Fan. No wonder Chen Fan became a rebellious disciple challenging his master. Not only Chen Fan himself, but even she as a woman found it stirring just to think about, unable to restrain herself. Only she did not realize that she had reversed the positions of Chen Fan and Su Nanqiang in her mind. Suddenly, Sun Xian's expression became somewhat strange. Chen Fan, wait here for me for a moment, I am going to the restroom. Sun Xian's face reddened slightly as she walked into the bathroom. Chen Fan nodded, his heart suddenly felt that this scene seemed somewhat familiar, exactly the same as the last time with teacher Su's expression and posture. Once inside the restroom, Sun Xian finally exhaled. Sun Xian, I did not expect that you would imagine teacher with Chen Fan. What difference is there between what you are doing and what that rebellious disciple did? Sun Xian slapped her own exquisitely beautiful face. That Chen Fan, later I must properly teach him a lesson. Sun Xian directly threw all her anger onto Chen Fan. Sun Xian glanced around the restroom. She happened to see a purple silk robe belonging to Su Nanqiang hanging there. She then immediately changed into it and walked out. Sister, why are you wearing teacher's clothes? You look so beautiful. Chen Fan reflexively was about to blurt out that classic temptation line on the way home, but then quickly stopped himself. Indeed, Sun Xian, wearing that purple silk robe, was beautiful beyond linguistic description. If Sun Xian in a trench coat was like a snow lotus goddess untouched by worldly affairs, then dressed in silk pajamas she was like an enchanting, intoxicating, bewitching demoness. Her beautiful eyes resembled the spring waters of the Seine, her delicate red lips like a blossoming rose, a pair of slender jade-like legs could raise the blood pressure of every man who saw them, and that unreachable peak, even the loftiest men would go mad for it. What are you staring at? Was being a rebellious disciple challenging my master not enough? Do you still want to be a rebellious junior brother challenging your senior sister? Sun Xian sneered coldly, looking at Chen Fan. No. I would absolutely never harbor improper thoughts about sister. Chen Fan responded, somewhat ashamed. He was someone who respected his teacher and masters. What had happened in that ancient temple of the old instrumental forger happened because he feared leaving regrets for his teacher. Oh? Do you truly have absolutely no improper thoughts about me? Sun Xian leaned forward, one jade-like leg stepped directly onto the sofa next to Chen Fan. In her playful gaze directed at him, she produced a slender silver needle in her hand. Following the direction of Sun Xian's eyes, Chen Fan looked toward the bulging right pocket of his pants and paused immediately. Sister, are you hungry? I have a ham sausage here. Sun Xian was also taken aback. What a boy, how dare he still tease her. Heh, sister is indeed hungry. Sun Xian let out a cold laugh and with that silver needle swiftly, precisely, and ruthlessly thrust it into Chen Fan's swollen right pocket. However, the scream she expected did not come. Did I miss the acupoint? Or is his endurance really that strong, able to withstand this kind of pain? Confusion flashed through Sun Xian's beautiful eyes. She then quickly jabbed the needle several more times. Sister, do not busy yourself, this is a ham sausage of the Shuanghui brand, its production process fully conforms to national standards, it is absolutely safe to eat. Chen Fan took out from his right pants pocket a ham sausage riddled with needle holes. Sister, you really are worthy of being from the lineage of kings of medicine, your food safety awareness is truly high. You even test a ham sausage with a silver needle for poison. Now it was Sun Xian's turn to be dumbfounded. It really was a ham sausage. At this moment Sun Xian looked again at Chen Fan's left pants pocket, and immediately sneered again. Humph, caught you now, have I not? A victorious smile curled at the corner of her mouth. The silver needle in her hand once again stabbed toward the left pocket. Poke, poke, poke. Chen Fan still maintained an expressionless face. Sun Xian's face instantly showed a look of bewilderment. Impossible, this should not be happening. It felt like the greatest mystery she had encountered in her 10 years of practice. Stabbing that acupoint with a silver needle should inflict pain at nearly level 10 intensity, almost equal to childbirth pain. How could Chen Fan possibly endure it without uttering a sound? Sister, is the Shuanghui brand ham sausage not to your taste? It does not matter, the one in my left pocket is of Jin Luo brand, another major brand. Chen Fan smiled as he took out from his left pocket another ham sausage, this time the Jin Luo brand. Ah? Sun Xian instantly lost her composure. Where exactly is it located? Sun Xian shrieked. Sister, this is not good, I am your junior brother. Chen Fan widened his eyes. I count to 3. Swish. Sun Xian was startled, clutching her small hand over her red lips to prevent herself from shouting. This is 2. Junior brother, as master said, your problem is truly severe. External methods like a silver needle can no longer solve it. Sun Xian swallowed, solemnly speaking. Ah, then what should I do, sister? I still have so many girlfriends I need to take care of. Chen Fan feigned panic. I never expected that even I, Sun Xian, would have a day when I become a rebellious sister challenging her junior brother. Sun Xian's seductive eyes drifted like silk. Ding! Sun Xian favorability plus 30, current favorability 70. Reward to the host, 3,000 life points. Host's current life points balance. 2 hours later, Chen Fan appeared in the mansion of the Wang family, inside the boudoir of Wang Yuyan. Brother Chen Fan, you look very tired. Do you still plan to study computing tonight? Wang Yuyan said with a flushed little face. She had specially taken a roseflower milk bath this evening, wearing a cool and sensual camisole nightdress, tied in twin ponytails. Her exposed skin was as smooth as a freshly shelled egg, and the entire person exuded a sweet fragrance. Yes, of course I must study. Computing is so important that even if I must forego sleep, I will still study. Chen Fan said resolutely, then opened the computer. With his bound divine-level computing system, he instantly bypassed restrictions on some websites. Yuyan, do you think we should start learning from the Western region or from the Japanese-Korean region? Chen Fan asked. Wang Yuyan saw those tutorial videos on the web page and immediately her face turned red. Then I leave it to you, brother Chen Fan. Wang Yuyan responded softly with shyness. Then let us start from the domestic region. Domestic content suits our constitution better. Ding! Wang Yuyan favorability plus 30, current favorability 80. Reward to the host, 1,500 life points. Host's current life points balance. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was an extraordinary day for all of Jiangnan City. Because today, the most authoritative auction house in all of Huaxia, the Yi Family Auction House, was set to hold an auction in Jiangnan City. The Yi Family Auction House had direct connections to the top levels of the War Department of Huaxia. In this parallel world, the War Department was equivalent to the military. Its business spanned antiques, jewelry, and large-scale land transactions. In order to ensure fairness in the sale of land in the northern district this time, the Jiangnan municipal authorities had directly commissioned the Yi Family Auction House to handle the auction. For the local government, this decision was made out of helplessness. Setting aside the foreign financial sharks, even the 4 major families that controlled the local economy and people's livelihoods were not forces they could afford to provoke. So they entrusted the matter to the Yi Family Auction House, because to such a colossal entity, none of the local powers dared to make trouble. Today, the entire Jiangnan city was practically mobilized. All the nobles and wealthy merchants in Jiangnan whose assets exceeded 10 billion and who were qualified to attend the Yi auction came rushing toward the venue. At the same time, many wealthy individuals from nearby cities also arrived. Although only local enterprises were allowed to develop the northern district's land, the Yi auction was said to include far more than just land. There were apparently many other treasures up for bid. All the important members of the Wang family were fully prepared as well. Grandfather, brother Chen Fan, the cars are ready. The auction starts at 10. We can head out now. Wang Ting pointed to over a dozen brand new Wuling minivans in front of the group as he spoke to Wang Zhenhai. Tenger, it is good that you are trying to learn from Chen Fan, but you should focus on his inner qualities, not just surface-level appearances. You must understand, this auction will not just be attended by families from Jiangnan, but also by elites and wealthy merchants from several neighboring cities, including some of my old friends. And you, this? Wang Zhenhai sighed deeply, at a loss for words. Though he lived simply and was not one for showiness, the Wang family was still one of the 4 major families of Jiangnan City. Taking over a dozen minivans to such an event, was that not the same as shitting in public? However, Wang Ting stiffened his neck and stood his ground, full of defiance. Chen Fan, perhaps Wang Ting has not arranged things properly. Shall we wait a moment, and I will have them change the vehicles? Wang Zhenhai asked, visibly embarrassed. No need. Minivans are great. I own one myself, they carry people, hold cargo, and they are durable. Chen Fan replied indifferently, then jumped straight into the van. Seeing that Chen Fan had already boarded, Wang Zhenhai said nothing more. He shot Wang Ting a glare and led the Wang family into the minivans. Brother Chen Fan, come back early, okay? I am waiting for you. We still have a lot of knowledge from the European American and East Asian sections to study. Wang Yuyan, dressed in a red dress, called out to him. Do not worry. Once I am back, we will study as much as you want. Chen Fan replied. Wang Ting heard all of this and instantly perked up. East Asian section? European American section? Even someone like Chen Fan, a successor of the Ghost Gate 13 Needles and a Grandmaster-level powerhouse, still needs to study that. A surge of respect welled up in Wang Ting's heart. Indeed, success is never by chance. Without accumulation, one cannot go far. Once he returned, he decided, he would seriously study those sections as well. Sun Siyuan did not come along. Since Chen Fan had passed on to her the formulas for the 4th and 5th needles of the Ghost Gate 13 needles, she had thrown herself into non-stop research, completely uninterested in attending the auction. On the way to the auction with the Wang family, the chubby Li Wei gave Chen Fan a call. Over the phone, Li Wei sounded full of spirit. He said that he, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoshi had already set off. He added that this time, he was going to shine brilliantly at the auction, show his ambition, and let that bastard of a father know, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not look down on a poor youth. Oh right, Master Wang, I just realized I do not have a ticket. Chen Fan suddenly remembered. Haha, it is fine. The main force of this auction consists of us, the 4 great families of Jiangnan. The Yi auction has given us a special green channel. Wang Zhenhai replied with a smile. Not long after, the Wang family's fleet of more than a dozen minivans entered the square in front of the auction venue. At this moment, the square was packed with luxury cars, resembling a car show. Even the Mercedes S-Class models were at the bottom of the lineup. Most were Bentleys, Rolls-Royce Phantoms, and other high-end vehicles. So the arrival of more than a dozen brand-new Wuling minivans instantly attracted the attention of nearly everyone on site. Ha ha ha. This is killing me. Who the hell showed up with a dozen minivans to the Yi auction? That is absolutely hilarious. Exactly. So many rich folks from out of town are here today, and this is the image we show them? Total disgrace to Jiangnan. How did the security even let them through? Several billionaires burst into laughter. Others in the parking area looked on at the Wang family convoy with visible disdain. Not far from the minivan convoy, a few people appeared to be arguing. Among them were Li Wei, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoshi. You bastard! It is bad enough you spend every day in clubs instead of studying, now you dare show up here causing trouble? Do you even know what this place is? If something happens, even I cannot save you. Li Wei's father, Li Maogua, a middle-aged man about the same build as Li Wei, pointed at him and shouted. Pfft! You damn bastard of a father. Who says I came to make trouble? My friends and I are here to buy land and develop it. Li Wei, wearing a brightly striped polo shirt and sunglasses, with his hands in his pockets, replied smugly. You? And these 2 little girls? Do you even know how much money it takes to get into the auction? The starting point is 10 billion. Even pooling all the money from your aunts, we only managed to scrape together 10 billion. Li Maogua said angrily. Fuck off, bastard father. You can curse me, but if you insult my friends again, I swear I will purge the household. Li Wei rolled up his sleeves and shouted. Good lord, brother, look what your pampering has done. This kid has no idea how the world works. At that moment, a thin, overly adorned woman beside Li Maogua spoke. She was Li Wei's second aunt, Li Yan. Unlike our Su Lei, he took over the family business at just 20 and it is thriving. Honestly, brother, your legacy should go to Su Lei. If you hand it to Li Wei, he will ruin everything. Li Yan said smugly. Beside her stood the tall, handsome Su Lei, who gave a cold laugh and looked down at Li Wei with disdain. God damn it, Li Yan. Do not think I do not know you have been eyeing our family business for years. Li Wei cursed angrily. You bastard. How dare you talk to your aunt like that? Half-aunt. You little... Li Maogua's blood pressure shot up. He nearly collapsed. He shook his head in disappointment. He had tried to nurture this son, but all the boy did was party. In his eyes, Li Wei was hopeless. Meanwhile, Su Lei, his nephew, was young and capable. He had taken over the family business at 20 and was managing it smoothly. Suddenly, he felt his sister's words made a lot of sense. Rather than watching his life's work be destroyed by Li Wei, it might be better to hand it over to Su Lei. Bastard father, prejudice in the human heart is like a mountain. What I want to tell you is, your son has changed. My friends and I will definitely shine in the development of the Northern District. Seeing the look of disappointment on Li Maoguo's face, Li Wei could not help feeling some pity. He walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Ha, cousin, stop pretending. Everyone in the family knows what kind of person you are. And these two beauties, there is no future following him. Why not follow me instead? Su Lei sneered and looked lustfully at Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan. He had already noticed the two school beauty level girls earlier and now could not restrain his filthy thoughts. Fuck you, Su Lei. Are you looking to die? These two are my brother's women. He is arriving soon, and he is with the Wang family, one of the 4 major families. Li Wei sneered. Hearing this, the little hope that had begun to rise in Li Maoguo's heart was instantly extinguished again. You have changed all right, into a braggart. With your track record, and you claim to know the Wang family? Ha ha ha. You know someone from the Wang family? Su Lei, his mother Li Yan, and several of Li Wei's other aunts burst out laughing. Li Wei, look. There is a convoy of minivans coming in. Maybe your friend is in there. Su Lei pointed mockingly at the Wang family's van convoy and laughed loudly. Li Wei followed his finger, and just in time, saw Chen Fan getting out of one of the vans. Huh? Well damn, you actually guessed right. That really is my brother. Chen Fan saw Li Wei's ostentatious outfit from afar while still in the car, and immediately had the Wang family's motorcade pull over. Chen Fan. Over here, over here. Li Wei waved at Chen Fan. Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan broke into little sprints, and each grabbed one of Chen Fan's arms. Su Lei frowned darkly when he saw the two beautiful women he had his eyes on suddenly hurrying over to cling to a poor kid who had just stepped down from a van. Dad-in-law, let me introduce you. This is my good brother Chen Fan, a totally under-the-radar second-generation rich kid, a VIP guest of the Wang family, one of the 4 great clans. Proudly, Li Wei draped an arm over Chen Fan's shoulder and introduced him to Li Mao. Hello, Uncle Li. I have often heard Li Wei speak about you. Chen Fan extended his hand politely. Li Maoguo knit his brows slightly. He had heard Li Wei mention this Chen Fan many times before. Reportedly, he grew up in an orphanage and worked 2 jobs every day to earn his keep. And now all of a sudden he was an invisible rich heir? Even more absurd, his damn son claimed this kid was a VIP guest of the Wang family, one of the 4 great clans. Absurd beyond belief. But still, he was his son's close friend. Begrudgingly, Li Mao managed a forced smile and shook Chen Fan's hand. And these ladies are? Chen Fan, unaware of what had just happened, assumed the pair with Li Wei must be his family members. We are not known to them. They are none of our concern. Li Wei waved dismissively, wearing an impatient expression. Yet Li Wei would not speak. Su Lei was not about to let Chen Fan off easily. Heh, this must be the friend of my worthless cousin, he sneered. As expected, trash only fits to hang with broke van-driving nobodies. All that VIP nonsense with the Wang family, what, did you ride here with the Wangs themselves? With contempt, Su Lei glanced at the Wang family's van convoy not far off. You nuts, Su Lei? Li Wei bristled instantly. He slapped Su Lei hard in the face. You fucking dare hit me, I will kill you. Su Lei exploded in fury after being struck by the cousin he had looked down on since childhood, and lunged at Li Wei. Li Wei! How dare you hit your cousin? I swear I will tear you to pieces. Li Wei's paternal aunt, Li Yan, screamed as soon as her son was hit, rushing forward and slapping wildly at Li Wei's face. Su Lei was tall and large-bodied. Li Wei was also heavy-set, but soft and flabby. He and his aunt were no match for Su Lei. That is enough. Chen Fan shouted angrily, then delivered a single blow that sent Su Lei, already straddling Li Wei, spinning like a top. His face puffed up immediately like a steamed bun. You bastard! You dare strike my precious son, security! Security! Li Yan screamed as her eyes reddened. A few security guards from the venue rushed over. Grab that broke loser. He must have snuck into the venue. Li Yan pointed at Chen Fan and screamed. The security guard stared him up and down. His outfit was casual and ordinary, nothing like those rich kids. Sir, please present your entry ticket. I was invited by the Wang family. I have no ticket. Chen Fan answered truthfully. Peh. Invited by the Wang family? Do not believe him. I saw him come right out of that van convoy. Li Yan shouted at Chen Fan, pointing. Su Lei glared at him viciously too, but after that punch from Chen Fan, he was too scared to make a move. He just cowered behind Li Yan. Li Yan, let this go. They are just kids. Although Li Maoguo was also displeased with Chen Fan, since he was at least his son's friend, he spoke solemnly. Brother, do not interfere today. He dared to hit my son. I will not only throw him out, I will have him imprisoned. Li Yan, putting on a crazed act, screamed as if mad. At that moment, the commotion on Chen Fan's side drew the attention of the Wang family's convoy. Several figures including Wang Zhenhai and Wang Teng, important members of the Wang family, emerged from the van. Chen Fan, young brother, what is this all about? Wang Zhenhai frowned and asked. You old geezer, who the hell are you? Fuck off and stay out of this, or I will have you buried ahead of time. Li Yan, seeing Wang Zhenhai come out with others, assumed they were Chen Fan's supporters. She pointed at Wang Zhenhai's nose and began screaming foul abuse. But immediately she noticed that something was wrong. The surrounding air turned eerie and silent. Li Yan turned and saw fear in Li Maogua's eyes, while her own son Su Lei was shook to his core. The security guard stood straight, filled with respect. Smack. Li Maogua slapped Li Yan hard across the face. You hit me? Li Yan widened her eyes in disbelief. Her cousin, the one who had always doted on her, was slapping her in front of all these people. You filthy whore. This man is the venerable old lord of the Jiangnan Wang family, Wang Zhenhai. Kneel and apologize this instant. Li Maogua's voice was sharp and desperate. Though he loved his cousin, the calamity she had unleashed by confronting Wang Zhenhai made him wish to sever all ties on the spot. Wang, the Wang family, Li Yan and Su Lei's legs went limp, they collapsed to the ground. They never expected that the loser from the van they had mocked was actually linked to someone important in the Wang family. Realizing this, mother and son trembled all over. Chen Fan, what do you want to do with these two? Wang Zhenhai said. He had been publicly insulted by a madwoman. If word spread, his reputation would be ruined. But these people were obviously connected to Chen Fan, so he deferred to Chen Fan's judgment. Li Wei, these two are your relatives, what do you propose we do? Chen Fan looked at Li Wei. Li Wei, at the center of everyone's gaze, felt like he was standing at the peak of life. Seeing Li Maogua's anxious face and Li Yan and Su Lei trembling on the ground, he curled a satisfied smile. Dad-in-law, now you believe me, do you not? My brother Chen Fan's ties with the Wang family are truly extraordinary. Li Wei looked with pride at Li Maogua. Believe it. I was wrong this time. Go beg Chen Fan's little brother and old Lord Wang to spare your cousin and cousin's son this time. Li Maogua hurriedly said. Humph. I told you before, you insult me and I might survive it, but insulting Chen Fan and old Lord Wang is a death sentence. Li Wei said. Then he looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, why not just have them kicked out? After all, they are relatives. Chen Fan nodded and glanced at Wang Zhenhai. Yes. Throw them out of the venue and forbid them from participating in the auction. Soon after, Li Yan and Su Lei were escorted out by a few guards. Uncle Li, the auction will begin soon, why do you not join us? Chen Fan asked. Ah, well, is that really allowed? Li Maogua asked respectfully, rubbing his hands together. Yes. Let us go together. We are all family now. Chen Fan said casually. Dad-in-law, today you owe me a favor. Do not forget to treat me more politely from now on. Li Wei placed his hands on his hips and said. Just then, dozens of top-of-the-line luxury cars roared up and parked in front of the Wang family and those present with Chen Fan. The doors swung open, and three particularly imposing figures stepped out. The central one was a middle-aged man, flanked by two others roughly the same age as Wang Zhenhai. Zhou Qingde, Feng Yuxiu, Zhao Zongming. Wang Zhenhai's pupils constricted sharply. Wang Zhenhai, you tough old bastard, still not dead? Zhou Qingde stared at Wang Zhenhai with a gaze cold as ice. Ha ha ha. Whether I am tough or not, at least I have lived longer than your second brother and those short-lived bastards of the Zhou family. Zhou Qingde, you are not even worthy of facing me. Tell your father to come out? Wang Zhenhai laughed heartily. Now that his strength had broken through to high-level grandmaster, he thought Zhou Qingde was still at the intermediate level and was no longer worthy of his attention. Heh, old man Wang, you might be talking too soon. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Qingde's lips. In the next instant, a tremendous aura exploded from his body, a powerful stream of force radiating outward from him in all directions. Thud, 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 Wang Zhenhai staggered several steps back under the pressure of the overwhelming force, his face suddenly filled with alarm. External release of true energy. You have reached the Grandmaster realm. What? Grandmaster realm? The Wang family members behind Wang Zhenhai, as well as the surrounding wealthy businessmen, were all visibly shocked and horrified. Leaving aside the Wang family, even though small-time bosses worth only a few billion knew a thing or two about the hierarchy of martial artists after stepping into these upper circles. In all of Jiangnan City, no Grandmaster-level cultivator had appeared in more than 10 years. According to what they knew, the martial path consisted of three major realms: martial artist, master, and grandmaster. The fact that the four great families of Jiangnan City could produce master-level cultivators at all was thanks to hundreds of billions spent on rare herbs, miracle pills, and decades of relentless cultivation. The reason no grandmasters had emerged was primarily because none of the master-level experts in Jiangnan City possessed the legendary internal energy cultivation methods. After all, the potential of the human body is limited. When one's speed and strength reach a certain threshold, the body can no longer withstand it. That threshold, the physical limit, is equivalent to a combat power of 0.7, or the combined speed and strength of 7 ordinary men. This is the high-level master realm. To break beyond this and enter the grandmaster level, one must cultivate internal energy techniques, absorb spiritual energy to strengthen the foundation, and enhance the body to break through. It was said that a true grandmaster had bones as hard as steel, skin and muscle as tough as wild boar hide, and could not be pierced by ordinary handguns. After cultivating such techniques, the meridians in the body naturally store traces of true energy. One could harm others by flinging a flower or a leaf. The external release of true energy was the signature of a grandmaster. Now, Zhou Qingde had clearly reached the grandmaster realm. Even a beginner grandmaster could effortlessly crush 5 or 6 high-level masters. A shadow cast over Wang Zhenhai's heart. The Zhou family must have received the backing of a powerful family that possessed internal cultivation methods. If Zhou Qingde had already become a grandmaster, then his father, Zhou Tianyang, must be even more formidable. But when his gaze landed on Chen Fan, who looked utterly indifferent, his anxiety eased somewhat. Thank heavens he had foresight, using his granddaughter Wang Yuyan to build a connection with Chen Fan, a grandmaster-level figure whose background was unfathomable. Looks like once I return, I must have the experienced women in the family train Yuyan well. She must do everything in her power to win Chen Fan's favor. We must lock down this golden son-in-law, otherwise, the entire Wang family is doomed. At that thought, Wang Zhenhai's gaze toward Chen Fan grew even more fervent. Just then, Zhou Qingde spoke again. Old Wang, do not say I did not give the Wang family a chance. If you want to live, you have 3 conditions to fulfill. What conditions? Wang Zhenhai's brow furrowed at once. First, for today's Yi-clan auction, all the land in the northern district belongs to the Zhou family. Second, hand over 90% of the Wang family's industries and assets to us. Third, tomorrow, the Wang family must send all its women to the Zhou family to serve us in bed, while the men must kneel and serve them properly. Zhou Qingde spoke with a dark smile. Behind him, Zhou Hongyuan's excitement became visibly uncontrollable upon hearing the third condition. It was his own suggestion to his father. But once these 3 conditions were laid out, the Wang family immediately erupted in fury. Zhou Qingde, fuck your mother. Before Wang Zhenhai could respond, Wang Ting roared like an enraged leopard and charged at Zhou Qingde, his eyes bloodshot. Tinger, do not! Wang Zhenhai shouted, trying to stop him, but it was already too late. Bang! Before Zhou Qingde could make a move, Feng Yuxiu at his side struck. His palm slammed directly into Wang Ting's chest. In an instant, Wang Ting flew backward like a cannonball. His front shirt was shredded, and the back had a palm-shaped hole blown into it by the force. Tanger! Wang Zhenhai rushed over to catch him. As he felt for his heartbeat, his face changed drastically. Heart-shattering palm from the Feng family. His heart is smashed into pieces. Feng Yuxiu, the Wang family and the Feng family have always kept to their own affairs. Why would you lay such a vicious hand on my grandson? Wang Zhenhai roared in rage. Wang Ting was barely breathing, death was near. Heh, Wang Zhenhai, you still do not know? Brother Zhao and I have already pledged ourselves to the Zhou family. The Feng and Zhao families are now vassals of the Zhou clan. Your grandson dared to attack our master, of course he had to die. Feng Yuxiu said with a cold laugh. What? You pledged allegiance to the Zhou family? Wang Zhenhai's face showed shock. He never imagined that the Feng and Zhao families, once also members of the 4 great families, would bend their knees to the Zhou family. Wang Zhenhai, I suggest you obediently follow our master's 3 conditions. Otherwise, all of you in the Wang family will end up like Wang Tang. You have no idea what kind of existence stands behind our master. Zhao Kongming added with a sneer. Heh, just an old dog awaiting slaughter. Why waste time talking with him? Let us go, the auction is about to begin. Zhou Qingde cast one last glance at the pale Wang Zhenhai, then left proudly with Feng Yuxiu, Zhao Kongming, and Zhou Hongyuan, entering the venue. Tanger, grandfather has failed you. I could not protect you. Wang Zhenhai wept bitterly as he looked at the nearly lifeless Wang Tang. In that moment, he seemed to age 10 years. Wang Tang was his only grandson. Now he would soon bury his own flesh and blood. The pain in his heart was unimaginable. If you cry a little longer, he really will die, you know. At that moment of intense grief and fury at the heavens, Wang Zhenhai suddenly heard Chen Fan's calm voice in his ear. "HM? Little brother Chen Fan, you mean?" Wang Zhenhai's eyes widened as he looked at Chen Fan. "What do you think? Have you already forgotten how I healed you? Hurry, get him into the van. If his last breath slips away, even the 13 Ghost Gate needles will not save him." Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said. Inside the van, as Chen Fan administered the 4th needle, Wang Ting slowly regained consciousness. "Chen Fan. Grandfather." Wang Ting called out weakly, his face pale. "Do not speak. You need to rest. In 1 month, you will be completely recovered," Chen Fan said. Wang Zhenhai stepped forward and felt the area around Wang Ting's heart. His face filled with disbelief. His shattered heart has actually begun to heal. The 13 Ghost Gate needles truly are unfathomably miraculous, and this is only the 4th needle. Tears welled in Wang Zhenhai's eyes. He grabbed Chen Fan, ready to kneel in gratitude. Chen Fan quickly pulled him up. "Master Chen, you have saved the Wang family once again. I, Wang Zhenhai, do not even know how I can possibly repay you. Third brother, did you not recently marry a young starlet? When we return, send her to Chen Fan at once. Also, recall all the attractive women in the family, married or not, and have them await Master Chen's choosing." Wang Zhenhai could not think of a proper way to repay Chen Fan. Even his form of address had changed. Knowing Chen Fan liked beautiful women, he immediately began offering up the best the family had. "No, no, absolutely not." Chen Fan quickly waved his hands to refuse. He was not some kind of lustful monster. Chasing women had always been for survival. "Sigh. Perhaps we should not go anymore. The Zhou family is determined to take the land in the northern district, and with the Feng and Zhao families now serving them, they can muster nearly 500 billion yuan in funds. We have little chance," Wang Zhenhai said. Money was one thing, but what truly concerned him was the mysterious power behind the Zhou family, as Feng Yuxiu had implied. If the Zhou family was backed by a grand hegemonic force that possessed internal energy cultivation methods, then such a power could easily dominate the Chinese martial world, standing at the pinnacle of authority and wealth. Crushing the Wang family would be like squashing an ant. 500 billion? Even Chen Fan was slightly surprised, though only slightly. For him, 500 billion was nothing more than some cash back from spending on his bondmate. Originally, Chen Fan had little interest in the northern district's auctioned land. But included in that land was a section of the Qinglong mountain range. Qingshan Orphanage, where he had grown up, was part of that very mountain range. Moreover, his master, Su Nanchan, was still cultivating there. So Chen Fan planned to purchase the entire Qinglong range and make it his private property. "We are already here. Let us at least take a look. Did they not say other treasures are up for auction too?" Chen Fan said. Seeing Chen Fan's interest, Wang Zhenhai nodded. Truthfully, he also wanted to witness the famous Yi clan auction for himself. So Wang Zhenhai sent Wang Ting back to the Wang estate first, then led Chen Fan, Li Wei, Zhao Ruoxi, Jiang Yuchan, and others into the auction venue through the 4 great families' VIP passage. The venue was decorated in a classic and elegant style, with just over 100 seats. But even then, not all were occupied. After all, the minimum requirement to attend was verified assets of 10 billion yuan. Seats for the 4 great families and other wealthy guests from outside regions were arranged in the front row. The rest were seated according to their verified financial status. Wang Zhenhai and his group sat on the left side of the front row, while the Zhou, Feng, and Zhao families were seated on the right. As the distinguished guests took their seats, a group of elegant women in traditional cheongsams, each beautiful and poised, came to pour tea. The tea was of the highest quality, preaching Ming harvest varieties worth 20 to 30,000 yuan per jin. The entire hall was soon filled with the fragrance of fine tea. "Dad-in-law, now do you finally see how impressive your son is? If it were not for my brother, would you even be sitting in the front row at this auction? These are seats reserved for tycoons worth hundreds of billions. Watch your tone when speaking to me from now on." Li Wei crossed his legs proudly and spoke to Li Maogua beside him. Yes, it was your father-in-law's mistake. I will never underestimate you again. The family business is all yours." Li Maogua replied, trembling. He barely dared to sit on half of his chair, because behind him were tycoons he once had to look up to, men worth hundreds of billions. But those very same business giants, now seeing Li Maogua seated beside the old patriarch of the Wang family, all turned to him with flattering smiles, leaving Li Maogua overwhelmed and dazed by the attention. Just then, Chen Fan noticed the center of the front row was completely empty. Curious, he turned to Wang Zhenhai. "Old Master Wang, why is the very center of the front row empty? Even the 4 great families of Jiangnan are only seated at the sides. Could it be someone with even higher status is expected? Chen Fan asked. Wang Zhenhai nodded, then shook his head. At the Yi family's auctions, no matter how wealthy or politically powerful you are, you may only sit on the sides of the front row. The center seats are reserved exclusively for hegemonic clans, those with access to internal cultivation techniques and who have grandmaster-level experts. Oh? Then today is a good chance to see what such hegemonic families are like. Chen Fan said with interest. I am afraid you will be disappointed. Though there are good items up for auction today, events held in small places like Jiangnan City do not attract those kinds of families. They will not come. Wang Zhenhai explained with a smile. Oh, I see. Chen Fan nodded in understanding. In the broader context of China, Jiangnan City was indeed just a small, unremarkable town. Though its location was not bad, just a few hundred kilometers away lay Tianhai City, the most developed and international metropolis in the country. By comparison, Jiangnan was no more than a provincial backwater. Not long after, the venue had nearly filled, and the auction was about to begin. Suddenly, a commotion arose near the entrance. An elderly man with white hair and beard, wearing a martial arts robe and exuding a transcendental air, slowly walked in, leading a tall woman in an elegant, white traditional gown. Her face was veiled, her posture graceful, and her aura as ethereal as a celestial being descending from the heavens. Though the woman wore a veil, her tall, refined figure, her every movement filled with elegance, and her clear, otherworldly eyes all made it abundantly clear that behind the veil lay an impossibly beautiful face. Most striking was the faint fragrance of medicinal herbs, like orchid and musk, emanating from her body, which stirred desire even in billionaires. These tycoons had seen everything: models, starlets, school queens, celebrities. Some even kept mistresses from the entertainment world. But compared to this veiled woman, they were all vulgar and tasteless. And yet, as the crowd rose to their feet, not one dared show even the slightest disrespect, because leading the woman was none other than Yi Nantian, the director of the Yi clan auction. Yi Nantian nodded politely to the standing tycoons, then led the veiled woman directly to the central seat in the front row. Because Chen Fan was seated at the far left edge of the front row, he was quite close to the veiled woman and immediately caught a faint, fragrant scent, something between orchid and musk, with the undertone of medicinal herbs. Miss Jiang, your presence here is an immense honor. This old man's hospitality has surely fallen short. Would this seat suit you? Yi Nantian respectfully brought Jiang Qingyi to the absolute center of the front row. Uncle Yi, you are too courteous. Xingyao and I are like sisters. This is her first time hosting an auction, so of course I, as her elder sister, had to come support her. Jiang Qingyi replied with a light, melodic laugh, her voice as crisp as pearls dropping onto a jade plate. Today's auctioneer was Yi Nantian's granddaughter, Yi Xingyao, and also Jiang Qingyi's close friend. Miss Jiang, could it be, from the Jiang family of Tianhai? Wang Zhenhai, who had been listening intently the whole time, widened his eyes in shock the moment Yi Nantian addressed the veiled girl as Miss Jiang. He stared at her with disbelief. Old Master Wang, do you know her? Chen Fan's attention was instantly piqued. Just from her aura, he could tell this veiled woman was at least on the same level as Sun Xian, an absolute beauty whose very existence seemed like a living treasure. How could I possibly be qualified to know anyone from the Jiang family? And for someone to be treated with such respect by the Yi family, this young lady must indeed be from the Jiang family of Tianhai. Wang Zhenhai answered. Oh? Is the Jiang family that powerful? Chen Fan asked again. Of course. In Tianhai City, China's second-largest metropolis, there are two hegemonic clans. One of them is the Jiang family. The other major hegemonic family is also deeply intertwined with the Jiangs. Although the Jiang family does not practice martial cultivation, their status surpasses that of many hegemonic martial clans. Wang Zhenhai explained. Why is that? Before Chen Fan could ask further, Zhao Ruoxi interjected curiously. Her father also practiced martial arts, so she had grown up hearing about the great hegemonic families. That is because the Jiang family of Tianhai is a clan famous for alchemy. Alongside the Medicine King Sun family, they are known as the Southern Alchemy and Northern Medicine Giants. It is said that the pills refined by the Jiang family can greatly enhance a martial artist's chances of breaking through their current realm. For example, if I were to obtain even one of their essence-nurturing pills, the strength of my physical body would immediately ascend to a new level. Even without internal cultivation methods, with enough accumulation, I could still break through to the Grandmaster realm. Wang Zhenhai said with longing in his eyes. Incredible! Once I have money, I will buy one for my father. Zhao Ruoxi exclaimed in amazement. Haha, little girl, if such pills could simply be purchased with money, then Jiangnan would already be filled with grandmasters. For ordinary people, these kinds of pills must be traded with extremely rare herbs or items of equal value. Wang Zhenhai chuckled as he looked at the charming, naive Zhao Ruoxi. Sitting in the center of the front row, Jiang Qingyi was close enough to hear everything Wang Zhenhai said. She nodded slightly in approval. These people did have some knowledge. However, the young man beside them was rather irritating. Though he was indeed handsome, he was embracing two beautiful women at once, and his eyes kept darting over in her direction. One glance told her he was the worst kind of womanizer. Jiang Qingyi glanced coldly at Chen Fan, displeased. Not at all like my Yubagij, not only is he incredibly talented and extraordinarily powerful, he is also ranked among the top 5 young cultivators in China, and he is upright and faithful in love. This man in front of me is not even worthy to touch a single hair on my Yuba's leg. Thinking of that tall, commanding figure in her heart, Jiang Qingyi could not help but smile sweetly. At that moment, the lights on the auction platform suddenly lit up. From backstage walked out an absolutely stunning woman, dressed in a moon-white cheongsam, her hair elegantly tied up, and her whole being exuding the grace of a classical scholar's daughter. Her beautiful, refined features, full of classical gentility and noble poise, caused gasps of admiration to ripple through the hall of wealthy guests. Everyone present felt the trip had already been worth it. Even if they bought nothing today, the appearance of the otherworldly veiled beauty and now this gentle, refined woman with a scholarly air made the event already unforgettable. Indeed beautiful, almost on par with my senior martial sister. Chen Fan nodded. He also felt that the woman in the cheongsam embodied his aesthetic ideal. What man in China had never dreamed of a refined beauty who would serve tea by lamplight and live in perfect harmony? And this auctioneer was the very pinnacle of that dream. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your auctioneer for today, Yi Xingyao. Welcome to the Yi family auction. Yi Xingyao said with a smile, her gaze casually sweeping toward Jiang Qingyi at the center. She gave her a playful wink. The Yi auction house truly lives up to its name as the largest in China. Even the auctioneer is this stunning, far more beautiful than any so-called celebrity. Ha! She is from Tiangong Academy, how can those worldly, vulgar women compare? Do you not know? Yi Xingyao is Yi Nanchen's own granddaughter. Whispers quickly spread throughout the audience. Distinguished guests, I now declare the auction officially open. With Yi Xingyao's announcement, the entire hall instantly fell silent. Our first item for auction is now being presented. As she finished speaking, 2 women, also in cheongsams and equally elegant, carried forward a glass display case. Inside the case was an old, partially damaged scroll made of animal hide, clearly worn by the passage of ages. Ladies and gentlemen, what you now see is a scroll excavated from the tomb of an ancient internal energy cultivator. Yi Xingyao introduced it while tapping her electronic pointer. A 3-dimensional projection of the scroll appeared on the tablet set before every guest. What? From the tomb of an ancient cultivator? Could this scroll contain a method for cultivating internal energy? The billionaires below stirred at once, their composure shattered. An internal cultivation method, this was the very foundation of every hegemonic clan's legacy, passed down over centuries or even millennia. Owning a single such method meant your clan could continuously produce experts and accumulate limitless wealth, rising to the top of China's power structure. How could they not be excited? Even Wang Zhenhai, Zhou Qingde, Feng Yuxiu, and Zhao Kongming all stood unconsciously, breathing heavily, their eyes burning as they stared at the ancient scroll. I bid 50 billion. This scroll belongs to the Zhou family of Jiangnan. Zhou Qingde could no longer hold back. Ever since he had cultivated the small fragment of a method passed to him by that mysterious figure, he had come to understand just how precious and vital internal energy techniques were to a martial cultivator. I bid 60 billion. 70 billion. One after another, tycoons from neighboring provinces began to bid feverishly. Even Wang Zhenhai was tempted to make a bid, but Chen Fan stopped him. What internal cultivation method? It is just an ancient pill recipe. What? It is not a cultivation method? Wang Zhenhai's eyes went wide. Chen Fan had not lowered his voice deliberately. Jiang Qingyi, Yi Nantian, and even Yi Xingyao on stage all heard him and turned in mild surprise to look at him. This young man, he actually has some knowledge. Jiang Qingyi could not help but glance at Chen Fan a second time, but only that. Ladies and gentlemen, this guest is correct. This is not a method for cultivating internal energy, but rather an ancient alchemical prescription. What? It is not an internal energy cultivation method? Immediately, all the wealthy businessmen in the venue were deeply disappointed and sat back down. Now that their initial excitement had subsided, they gradually regained their composure. Indeed, an internal cultivation method was something that could create an entire hegemonic family. How could such a thing possibly be brought to an auction? And even less likely that it would be available for them to bid on. This unearthed scroll may not be an internal energy method, but our Yi family auction house personally took it to the Jiang family of Tianhai, masters of alchemy, for verification. Their experts confirmed it is an extremely rare and precious pill recipe. However, due to the ancient script on it being undeciphered to this day, we have decided to offer it for auction. Starting bid, 5 billion. After Yi Xingyao finished speaking, she turned to look at the audience. 5 billion? The wealthy businessmen below all shook their heads. A pill recipe, especially one that could not even be deciphered, was of no value to them. It could not be monetized or used to cultivate powerful experts for their families. To them, it was utterly useless. Chen Fan, however, looked at the scroll with interest. After all, he had mastery over all of Earth's languages and could easily decipher the recipe. I bid 5 billion. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, Jiang Qingyi, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Immediately, all eyes turned toward Jiang Qingyi. Very well, Miss Jiang has bid 5 billion. Is there anyone else willing to bid higher? Yi Xingyao smiled sweetly as she spoke. In fact, the Yi family had deliberately placed this ancient pill recipe as the first item in the auction specifically for Jiang Qingyi. Because Yi Xingyao knew that Jiang Qingyi had recently been collecting ancient recipes in hopes of refining a pill to assist Jin Yuba in breaking through. 10 billion. Chen Fan directly raised his paddle and called out. What? Someone just bid 10 billion? Is he insane? Who bids like that? At once, many guests turned to look toward Chen Fan's seat. Humph, utterly reckless. Daring to compete with the Jiang family for an ancient pill recipe, he must be looking to die. We might not even need to lift a finger. This kid and the Wang family are both doomed. Zhou Qingda sneered as he looked at Chen Fan seated among the Wang family. On stage, Yi Xingyao froze for a moment, and Yi Nanchen's expression darkened. This ancient recipe is important to me. Would you be willing to let me have it? I can offer you an extra 1 billion. Jiang Qingyi said coldly. She had always been treated with the utmost reverence wherever she went, admired by countless suitors, including scions of hegemonic clans. Yet now, a nobody from some remote corner of the country dared to snatch away something she had set her sights on. This made the proud Jiang Qingyi extremely uncomfortable. Mr. Chen, perhaps you would reconsider your bid? Seeing her close friend being embarrassed, Yi Xingyao also abandoned auction protocol, her voice laced with a faint threat. Chen Fan, maybe just let it go. That is someone from the Jiang family, and Miss Yi has also given you a way out. Wang Zhenhai said urgently. Either the Jiang family or the Yi family could crush the Wang family like squashing an ant. Yes, Chen Fan. Even if a mighty dragon does not bully the local snake, these people are real dragons, we cannot afford to provoke them. Besides, our main goal today is the land auction in the northern district. Li Wei, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi all chimed in to persuade him. Chen Fan paused in thought. His health points could be instantly converted into combat power, he did not fear the Jiang or Yi families. But the friends around him could easily become collateral damage if either family chose to retaliate. Ding! Discovered girl with beauty score 92, Jiang Qingyi. Beginning binding process? Ding! Binding successful. Binding target, Jiang Qingyi. Affection point increase, +1 is equal to +100 HP. Current affection, -100. Gifted function, beauty cashback. Target, Jiang Qingyi. Beauty score, 92. Cashback ratio, 1 to 100. Gifted skill, True Life Purple Flame. Required to ignite for pill refinement. Flame ranks, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, from lowest to highest. Ding! Discovered girl with beauty score 92, Yi Xingyao. Beginning binding process? Ding! Binding successful. Binding target, Yi Xingyao. Affection point increase, +1 is equal to +100 HP. Current affection, 0. Gifted function, beauty cashback. Target, Yi Xingyao. Beauty score, 92. Cashback ratio, 1 to 100. Gifted skill, mind reading. Can read the inner thoughts of those weaker than the user. A series of synthesized electronic voices rang out in Chen Fan's mind. He blinked. Based on recent experiences, he had figured out that as long as a girl with a beauty score above 90 made verbal or physical contact with him, she would automatically be bound. This damned system, not bad. Now that the bindings were complete, the situation was much easier to handle. Chen Fan's eyes sparkled as he turned toward Jiang Qingyi. Apologies, Miss Jiang, but I truly must have this ancient recipe. My bid remains at 10 billion. Chen Fan smiled as he spoke. Jiang Qingyi glared at Chen Fan coldly for a long moment, then turned her head away. Forget 10 billion, she could easily bid 20 billion with the flick of a finger. But deep down, she was an extremely proud person. Everything she had ever desired had always been offered to her willingly. Now she had to fight for something, against a man, no less? Her pride simply could not accept it. 10 billion going once. 10 billion going twice. 10 billion going 3 times. Bang! The gavel struck down heavily. Mr. Chen, congratulations on winning the ancient pill recipe. Though Yi Xingyao's words were congratulatory, her tone was ice-cold. Yi Nantian let out a heavy snort. Ha ha ha. Arrogance will be your downfall. This fool Wang Zhenhai found some dumb kid from who knows where who dares to offend both the Jiang and Yi families at once. He clearly does not know the meaning of death. Zhou Qingde laughed loudly, while other tycoons nearby shook their heads. Many who had just been cozying up to the Wang family now instinctively distanced themselves, afraid of being associated with them. Cold sweat broke out on Wang Zhenhai's forehead. But now that Chen Fan had already won the item, he dared not say more. He could only pray that whatever mysterious force stood behind Chen Fan could rival the Jiang and Yi families. Yet as everyone mocked and ridiculed Chen Fan and the Wang family, Chen Fan quietly examined the ancient scroll he had just acquired, and in mere moments, fully translated it in his mind. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he stood up, took the scroll, and walked directly toward Jiang Qingyi. Miss Jiang, greetings. I specifically bid on this ancient recipe for you, as a gift for our first meeting. A woman as ethereal as you should never be tainted by such vulgar things as money. Thus, I, Chen Fan, can only humbly overstep my bounds. Ding. Jiang Qingyi affection plus 100, current affection, 0. Host health balance updated. Ding. Yi Xingyao affection plus 20, current affection, 20. Reward, 2,000 health points. Host health balance updated. The entire venue instantly fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded by Chen Fan's outrageous move. Wang Zhenhai, Li Wei, Li Maogua, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi all breathed a sigh of relief. You did all this just to get my attention? I have seen plenty like you, those who think they are clever with their petty tricks. It only makes me loathe you even more. Jiang Qingyi raised her snow-white chin slightly and looked down at Chen Fan, her tone icy and condescending. Damn, who would have thought that this seemingly ethereal Jiang Qingyi is actually a master of pretentious posturing? If I had not unlocked mind reading, I would have believed her. She likes playing hard to get? No problem, I have 3 years of experience being a simp. That is more than enough to handle her. Chen Fan scoffed inwardly. Miss Jiang, please do not take offense. I was simply captivated by your otherworldly beauty and elegance, thus resorting to this clumsy method. Chen Fan said aloud, showering her with praise. Humph, such smooth talk. Although Jiang Qingyi feigned annoyance, inwardly she was quite pleased. She loved being admired, and Chen Fan's bold and unexpected gesture had greatly delighted her, even making her view him in a more favorable light. She nodded slightly and took the ancient pill recipe from Chen Fan's hands. Ding. Jiang Qingyi affection plus 30, current affection, 30. Reward, 3,000 health points. Host's current health balance, updated. Ding. Detected, host spent 10 billion on Jiang Qingyi. Beauty cashback activated, 1 trillion credited. Chen Fan's heart stirred, he had just earned 1 trillion. At this moment, his wealth far surpassed the combined fortunes of all the billionaires in the hall. You are called Chen Fan, yes? With your status, you are not worthy of giving me gifts or placing me in your debt. These are 2 essence-nurturing pills, consider it an exchange. Jiang Qingyi handed him 2 jade bottles, then looked at Chen Fan with her bright eyes, a faint trace of anticipation in them. Then I thank you, Miss Jiang. Chen Fan took them without saying anything more. A flash of disappointment appeared in Jiang Qingyi's eyes. The scene she had imagined, Chen Fan kneeling before her in excitement, never materialized. Perhaps he does not know that essence-nurturing pills can create a grandmaster-level expert. Otherwise, he would not be this calm. Sigh, people from small places truly lack insight. I overestimated him. He is just another nouveau riche with a bit of money. Compared to my Ubagij, he is not even worth a toenail. Jiang Qingyi shook her head in disappointment. Fortunately, many in the hall recognized the value of the pills. When they heard that she had gifted Chen Fan the essence-nurturing pills, it caused an uproar. Even Zhou Qingde, Zhao Kongming, and Feng Yuxiu stood up, staring greedily at the jade bottles in Chen Fan's hands. Someone even offered 500 billion to buy one of the pills. Why did I not think to win that recipe and give it to Miss Jiang? Many were racked with regret, slapping their thighs in frustration. Are these essence-nurturing pills really that valuable? Chen Fan muttered, observing everyone's reactions. Chen Fan, keep them safe, these are not pills that can simply be bought with money. Wang Zhenhai swallowed hard, eyes fixed eagerly on the jade bottle. Oh? It just helps a martial artist become a grandmaster, right? If you want one, here. Chen Fan casually tossed one to Wang Zhenhai. Wang Zhenhai's eyes widened. His hands trembled as he held the small jade bottle. At that moment, he nearly fell to his knees, ready to cry out, "Father." Then Chen Fan handed another bottle to Zhao Ruoshi. "Your father practices martial arts as well. Give him this on my behalf." Zhao Ruoshi accepted it excitedly, and then, like a happy little bird, planted a kiss on Chen Fan's cheek. The auction proceeded with several more valuable items, but many guests now focused entirely on Jiang Qingyi, preparing to imitate Chen Fan's approach and offer her gifts at the right moment. However, Jiang Qingyi remained completely absorbed in studying the ancient pill recipe, not even lifting her head. Next is the final item of today's auction, commissioned by Jiangnan City, the land in the northern district. The land has been divided into 50 parcels. Highest bidder wins each. As Yi Xingyao spoke, a map of the northern district appeared on the tablets before everyone. It was divided into 50 zones, each marked in a different color. Chen Fan fixed his gaze on the zone containing Qinglong Mountain. It was not in the district's core area, so the price should not go too high. Since he now had 1 trillion, he intended to buy it outright. "Miss Yi, please wait a moment." Just then, Zhou Qingde, who had been silent until now, suddenly stood up. "Oh? Mr. Zhou, is something the matter?" Yi Xingyao looked at him, confused. "He, Miss Yi, dividing the northern district into 50 lots is far too troublesome. The auction would drag on until midnight. I have a better idea." Zhou Qingde smiled. "Oh? Do tell, Mr. Zhou." Yi Xingyao was intrigued. Indeed, with 50 lots, just announcing bids would be exhausting. Zhou Qingde swept his gaze around the hall, then sneered as his eyes passed over the Wang family and Chen Fan's group. "I propose that the land not be divided into 50 parcels. Instead, sell it as a single lot." The moment he spoke, the entire hall erupted again. The entire district? To buy the entire northern district would cost over 400 billion. And that is not including future development costs. Who could possibly afford that? Even the Zhou family cannot. Everyone began discussing it in alarm. Yi Xingyao had never encountered such a request and was momentarily at a loss. She turned to Yi Nantian for guidance. Seeing him nod, she calmed herself. According to Yi family auction rules, as long as the seller's rights are not infringed, items can be bundled for sale. However, this requires the agreement of over 80% of those present. Yi Xingyao said, "I support selling the northern district as a single parcel." Feng Yuxiu was the first to speak. "I support it as well." Zhao Kongming also stood up. The hall was in an uproar. It was clear now, the Zhou, Feng, and Zhao families had formed an alliance. Their followers and business associates quickly voiced agreement as well. Only the Wang family and Chen Fan had not responded. Damn it. Those 3 families are playing dirty. With this, even though we have over 100 billion in funds, we will not be able to win a single lot. Li Wei cursed angrily. Li Maogua stood there, slack-jawed and dazed. He had thought that staying close to the Wang family would lead to fortunes multiplying. He never imagined that the Wang family would walk right into a trap set by the alliance of the 3 great families. Now everything was ruined. All his meticulous preparations for the past few days were wasted. Worse yet, he might end up as cannon fodder between the Wang family and the 3 allied clans. Everyone now realized, the Zhou, Feng, and Zhao families had come specifically to target the Wang family, planning to drive them entirely out of this feast in the northern district. All eyes turned toward the Wang family. Even Jiang Qingyi, who had been studying the recipe intently, now looked up at Wang Zhenhai and Chen Fan. Wang Zhenhai, over 90% of the hall has agreed. Does the Wang family agree or not? Zhou Qingde sneered as he stared at Wang Zhenhai. Such a good offer, the Wang family certainly agrees. A calm voice rang out. At once, all eyes turned toward the one who had spoken. Then, to everyone's surprise, they saw that it was not Wang Zhenhai, but Chen Fan, the same person who had earlier bid on the pill recipe and gifted it to Jiang Qingyi. Chen Fan, you do know how to pick your battles. You realize your strength is lacking, so you quietly accept your fate. But can you even speak on behalf of the Wang family? It was Zhou Hongyuan who spoke. He had recognized Chen Fan long ago and now, having finally found the opportunity, eagerly struck with words meant to belittle. Ha ha ha, the Wang family really has fallen. Resigned to despair, they now let some cunning, smooth-talking outsider speak for them. Zhao Kongming and Feng Yuxiu laughed aloud. Chen Fan, do not be rash. If the northern district is sold as a single lot, the starting bid alone could reach 450 billion. We would not even get a drop of soup out of it. Li Wei, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi were immediately alarmed. Wang Zhenhai opened his mouth to speak, then ultimately shook his head in silence. Because at this point, nearly everyone present had already agreed. Even the Wang family's former subordinate clans had deserted them once they saw the three great families unite. The crumbling of the Wang household was inevitable. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. So regardless of whether the Wang family agreed or not, the situation could not be changed. In that sense, Chen Fan's open concession might even be considered straightforward. Chen Fan speaks for the Wang family. We agree to auction the northern district as a whole, Wang Zhenhai said, his voice heavy with resignation. As his words landed, everyone in the hall understood, the Wang family was finished. Their chances in the northern district were gone, and they would likely be removed from Jiangnan's four great families entirely. The Wang family's former allies now congratulated themselves. Luckily they had jumped ship in time. Otherwise, they would be ruined alongside them. I thought something interesting might happen, but he conceded just like that. As expected, a man not fit to stand on any real stage. He is not even worthy of my Jin Yubagij's little toe. Jiang Qingyi glanced at Chen Fan with cold eyes, then shook her head slightly and ignored him. Very well. Since all honored guests agree, we shall proceed to auction the northern district land as a single parcel. Yi Xingyao nodded after hearing Wang Zhenhai personally agree. Brother Chen Fan, let us go. There is nothing left to see. Wang Zhenhai stood up as he spoke. Wait a moment. Chen Fan said. Wang Zhenhai gave a bitter smile. Wait for what? Wait to be humiliated by watching others win the land with joy? Was that not asking for more shame? But since Chen Fan had spoken, he dared not defy him. Reluctantly, he and the Wang family sat back down. Now, I hereby announce the official start of the auction for Jiangnan City's northern district. Starting bid, 450 billion. As Yi Xingyao's words fell, the sound of gasps filled the hall. Even though many had prepared mentally, hearing the actual number left their mouths dry and hearts pounding. Ladies and gentlemen, Jiangnan's northern district lies along the coast. There is a real chance it may develop into a comprehensive port city. Its potential is enormous. In several decades, it may even become the next Tianhai. Do not miss this opportunity, bid enthusiastically. After Yi Xingyao finished, many nodded. Though the district was mostly old construction, that also made demolition and development much easier. Combined with its natural port location, it could indeed rival Tianhai City in time. However, the staggering starting price of 450 billion left the ordinary billionaires far behind. Everyone, including Yi Xingyao, Jiang Qingyi, and the Wang family, turned their eyes to the Zhou family. Father, let me place the bid. Zhou Hongyuan's eyes lit up as both Yi Xingyao and Jiang Qingyi looked his way. Excited, he quickly asked Zhou Qingda for permission. Very well. I will leave this moment, worthy of being recorded in Jiangnan's history, to you. Zhou Qingda was extremely pleased. Not only had he completed his task from that mysterious figure, but he had also crushed the Wang family. From now on, they would kneel to the Zhou family. Feng Yuxiu and Zhao Kongming, too, believed the trap Zhou Qingda had set was masterfully executed, leaving the Wang family with no way out. Their gazes were filled with admiration. The Zhou family bids 450 billion. Zhou Hongyuan raised his paddle with pride and looked down upon the room. Because he was decently handsome and wore a tailored suit, even Jiang Qingyi and Yi Xingyao glanced at him again. A young man with promise. He is clearly one of Jiangnan's outstanding youth, so much better than that Chen Fan. The two women nodded subtly. Mr. Zhou has bid 450 billion. A rare opportunity. Are there any higher offers? Yi Xingyao smiled as she scanned the hall. In truth, she asked only as a formality. Everyone knew that aside from the Zhou family, no one else could afford this price. 450 billion, once. 450 billion, twice. Many had already begun to rise and walk toward Zhou Qingda to congratulate him for winning the northern district. Do not worry, except for the Wang family, everyone will have a part in developing the northern district. Zhou Qingda was elated, promising everyone a share. Smiles spread across the faces of those present, and many began celebrating. Only the Wang family, along with Li Wei, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi, sat with grim expressions. I bid 500 billion. Just as everyone thought it was over and Yi Xingyao was about to bring down the gavel for the third and final time, Chen Fan's voice echoed through the auction hall. At once, the entire auction seemed to freeze, as if someone had pressed pause. Everyone stood in stunned silence. The vast hall was now so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Mr. Chen, did I hear correctly? You bid 500 billion. Yi Xingyao turned in astonishment, looking at Chen Fan. Zhou Qingde, Zhou Hongyuan, and the Feng and Zhao patriarchs all snapped their heads around, staring at Chen Fan. Wang Zhenhai, Li Wei, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi stared at Chen Fan in absolute shock. That is right. Chen Fan, bid 500 billion. Chen Fan looked around at the stunned crowd, raised 5 fingers, and enunciated every word. Roar. The auction hall exploded into chaos. Ha 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 ha. Foolish youth, acting on impulse. Daring to blurt out numbers at the Yi family auction? You have no idea that your careless words will bring utter ruin to the Wang family. Zhou Qingde recovered first, thinking that Chen Fan, in a fit of anger, had made a false bid to save face. He burst out laughing. Chen Fan, what are you thinking? This is the Yi family auction, you cannot bid recklessly. It is over. We are finished. Wang Zhenhai slapped his thigh until it turned red. The Wang family's entire net worth was barely 100 billion, where could they possibly find 500 billion? He knew full well that at the Yi family auction, if a bid was declared and the bidder failed to pay, the matter would be handed over to the War Department of China, a parallel institution equivalent to the military. All assets would be confiscated, and the bidder's entire family could face imprisonment. Miss Yi, Master Yi, this man and the Wang family have colluded to make a malicious bid. I ask that you deal with them according to the auction house's rules. Zhou Qingde bowed toward Yi Xingyao and Yi Nantian as he spoke. Yi Xingyao and Yi Nantian both furrowed their brows. Before coming to Jiangnan City to hold this auction, they had already thoroughly investigated the financial situations of all the major forces, including the 4 great families. It could be said that these 4 families controlled nearly 80% of all wealth in Jiangnan City. Now that the Zhou family had allied with the Feng and Zhao families, as well as nearly all the minor families, the Wang family was left with nothing but a lone commander. There was absolutely no way they could come up with a staggering 500 billion. Based on that, it could be directly concluded that this young man named Chen Fan had placed a malicious and fraudulent bid. Just as Yi Nantian was about to stand up, Jiang Qingyi suddenly spoke. Whether the bid is malicious or fraudulent should only be determined after the auction concludes and payment is due. This Mr. Chen has offered 500 billion. Is it that Mr. Zhou is unwilling to bid any higher? A cool and distant voice rang out across the hall. All eyes turned to see Jiang Qingyi lifting her snow-white chin, revealing a swan-like elegant neck. Heh, I just saved your life. Are you still not going to be grateful and kneel before me in devotion? Jiang Qingyi cast a sidelong glance at Chen Fan. The 2 Peiyuan pills she had gifted him earlier had failed to produce the awe and submission she had hoped for, and she had been brooding over it ever since. Yi Nantian and Yi Xingyao were both taken aback. That was right, the auction was not over yet. If Chen Fan had truly bid 500 billion, then the Zhou family, who was determined to win this land, might yet raise the bid. Heh, Miss Jiang makes a good point. The auction shall proceed. Yi Nantian spoke immediately. In that instant, everyone was left stunned by this sudden turn of events. Zhou Hongyuan was completely dumbfounded, while Zhou Qingde, Feng Yuxiu, and Zhao Kongming all had faces full of conflicted emotions. The Zhou family was suddenly stuck in a dilemma. If they did not bid, then although the Wang family would face ruin for being unable to pay, the task assigned by that powerful individual would remain unfulfilled, and that would spell doom for the Zhou family. But if they did bid, they would have to pay more than 500 billion, a cost that would nearly empty the coffers of the 3 great families and even risk breaking their financial lifelines in the future. Seeing the Zhou family and the others looking as if they had just eaten shit, Wang Zhenhai, Li Wei, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi all felt a rush of satisfaction and relief. Ha ha ha, Chen Fan, it turns out you played an open conspiracy. This old man is utterly impressed. Wang Zhenhai laughed heartily. Brother, that was badass. Let those Zhou bastards pretend all they want, just make them pay 500 billion more for it. Li Wei was equally delighted. Chen Fan, however, was somewhat speechless. Could these people stop making wild assumptions? He just simply had 1 trillion in cash and wanted to buy the North District, that was all. But seeing how excited everyone was, he did not say anything. Especially not far away, Jiang Qingyi kept glancing at him with her icy, beautiful eyes, as if anticipating something. This Chen Fan, after I helped him out, he is still sitting there cool as ever, not even saying a word of thanks. Jiang Qingyi lightly stomped her jade-like foot, annoyed and frustrated that yet another attempt to assert dominance had failed. Her heart felt as if it were being clawed by a cat. At that moment, the Zhou family gathered for a discussion. Eventually, Zhou Qingde stepped forward himself. Our Zhou family bids 501 billion. Zhou Qingde declared, glaring viciously at Chen Fan and Wang Zhenhai. Just wait. After this is over, I will make you all kneel before the Zhou family like dogs. With that additional 500 billion, Zhou Qingda's eyes turned bloodshot. 600 billion. Before Zhou Qingda's words had even finished, Chen Fan threw yet another explosive bomb into the crowd, instantly igniting the entire venue. You bastard! Are you trying to get yourself killed? Zhou Qingda finally lost all restraint and roared at Chen Fan. Master Yi, I, Zhou Qingda, swear on my life, this kid and the Wang family absolutely do not have that kind of money. Zhou Qingda turned toward Yi Nantian. Young man, an auction is not a place for jokes. Once you make a bid, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Even Yi Nantian's expression changed at this point. First increasing by 500 billion, then by a full trillion, this was no longer bidding, it was outright madness. If word of this spread, others might think Chen Fan was a shill hired by the Yi family to inflate prices. Is that not the point of an auction? Highest bidder wins? I personally believe this piece of land is worth 600 billion, so I made my bid. Is there a problem with that? Chen Fan sat with one leg crossed over the other, speaking in an indifferent tone. Beside him, Wang Zhenhai, Li Wei, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi all looked tense, gripping his arm nervously. Even they felt that Chen Fan had gone too far. Reckless and ignorant. Truly just a fool. Not even worthy of touching a single toe of my brother Yuba. Now no one can save you. Jiang Qingyi shook her head. She had already helped Chen Fan once. If he insisted on courting death, there was nothing more she could do. Boy, you are simply begging for death. Master Yi, Miss Yi, I ask that you uphold justice for my Zhou family. Zhou Qingda shouted toward Yi Nantian and Yi Xingyao. My Yi family's auction has always been fair and just, with the highest price winning. But if someone is found to be making malicious or fraudulent bids, they will face the wrath of the Yi family. The auction is suspended. Someone, investigate the financial holdings of this Mr. Chen and the Wang family. At Yi Nantian's command, several staff members of the Yi auction house immediately opened encrypted laptops and connected to the Yi family's internal intelligence network. The Yi family maintained close ties with the military department. Their internal systems had direct access to all national databases. For all but the most classified individuals, retrieving a person's bank records and asset registrations was a trivial task. Master Yi, the information has been retrieved. A bespectacled technician reported. Very well. Yi Nantian walked over to review the data. Wang family of Jiangnan City, total bank savings of 50 billion. Liquid assets in real estate, stocks, and others total 60 billion. Total assets, 110 billion. Yi Nantian nodded. This matched the findings of his earlier investigations. Chen Fan, orphan. Junior student at Jiangnan University, School of Business Management. No real estate, no vehicle. Bank account balance. The more Yi Nantian read Chen Fan's file, the deeper his frown became. Was this not just a poor student? How had he even gotten into the auction? But the moment he read the entry for bank balance, his eyes widened in shock. 1 trillion. In cash. Yi Nantian suddenly looked up at Chen Fan, disbelief and astonishment in his eyes. Master Yi, what do you say? I told you this boy was making a false bid, should his initial offer not be invalidated? Zhou Qingda and the others looked at Yi Nantian expectantly. But Yi Nantian slowly stood up and walked directly toward Chen Fan. Congratulations, young man. I misjudged you. The North District of Jiangnan City is yours. What? Master Yi, what is the meaning of this? Zhou Qingda was utterly shocked. He grabbed Yi Nantian's wrist in a panic. A flash of coldness flickered in Yi Nantian's eyes. Boom! A tremendous burst of energy erupted from Yi Nantian, instantly forcing Zhou Qingda several steps back. Mid-stage Grandmaster. Zhou Qingda's expression instantly changed to one of horror. Mr. Zhou, are you attempting to lay a hand on me? Yi Nantian spoke coldly. As soon as he finished, 2 soldiers in camouflage stepped out from behind Zhou Qingda. Shockingly, each of them radiated an aura no weaker than Zhou Qingda's. They were both Grandmaster-level experts. Zhou Qingda's heart skipped a beat. So this was the true power of the Yi family? Even their bodyguards were Grandmasters, and Yi Nantian's cultivation was clearly even more profound. Zhou quickly stepped forward and apologized. Master Yi, I was wrong. I just do not understand. Why do you say this boy owns the North District? Could he truly possess 600 billion? You are correct. Mr. Chen does, in fact, have 600 billion. Yi Nantian's words hit the crowd like a bombshell, sending the entire auction hall into chaos. That is impossible. Is he not with the Wang family? Their entire wealth cannot exceed 120 billion. He does not even look like he has graduated from university. How could he possibly have that much money? Voices of doubt and disbelief filled the room. No one could accept that a young man could hold wealth nearly equivalent to that of all the prominent families in Jiangnan combined. What made it worse was that if he truly succeeded in securing the North District, then, considering how everyone had just treated the Wang family, they would be completely shut out of the feast to come. At that moment, Wang Zhenhai's eyes widened, his mouth agape, still in a state of complete shock. Li Wei, on the other hand, was so thrilled that he leaped onto the table. Chen Fan is my brother. Awesome, right? From now on, the entire North District is ours. Li Maoguo was so excited he nearly fainted. His wayward son's good friend had just bought the entire North District on his own. That meant their wealth was not just going to multiply, it would increase dozens of times over. Who exactly is brother Chen Fan? He actually has 600 billion. Zhao Ruoshi and Jiang Yuchan exchanged glances, both seeing the inferiority and sorrow in each other's eyes. Humph, so that brat really does have 600 billion in cash. He is probably just a proxy for some major force. But compared to my brother Yuba, he is still not even worth a toe. Seeing Chen Fan bask in the limelight, Jiang Qingyi let out a cold snort. In the end, Yi Nantian raised his hand, silencing all the loud discussions and skeptical remarks, and walked up to the auction platform. If there are no higher offers, I will conclude the auction now. After saying this, he looked straight at Zhou Qingde. Zhou Qingde's teeth clenched so hard blood oozed out. His fists cracked from the strain. Feng Yuxiu, Zhao Kongming, and Zhou Hongyuan all wore expressions of deep resentment. But 500 billion was already their limit. Even if they sold off every last asset, they still could not come up with 600 billion. Damn it, who the hell is this kid? Not only did we lose our bid for the North District, the most crucial piece, Qinglong Mountain, was also taken. Zhou Qingde was furious, his eyes nearly spitting fire. He wanted nothing more than to slap Chen Fan to death. But this was the Yi family's auction, he dared not act rashly. In the end, he could only shake his head in resignation. Bang! The gavel came down. The North District was officially awarded to Chen Fan. Nighttime. Zhou family estate, Jiangnan. Zhou Qingde had smashed everything in sight. Father, why not go all in? Tonight we kill our way into the Wang family estate and take out Wang Zhenhai and that Chen Fan. Zhou Hongyuan made a throat-slashing gesture. No. If something were to happen to them right after the auction, the Yi family would never let us go. Zhao Kongming immediately objected. Zhou Qingde's eyes were bloodshot as he chugged a huge gulp of wine. Yi Nantian is nothing. He is just from a remote branch of the Yi family. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to a backwater like Jiangnan. The problem is the Wang family and that boy named Chen Fan. Even if he is just a student, anyone who can come up with 600 billion in cash must have a terrifying force behind him. Zhou Qingde's expression shifted between gloom and uncertainty. We investigated. According to the data, Chen Fan did grow up in an orphanage. But 5 years ago, a fire burned the entire place down. All the children died except him and the old headmaster. That headmaster died of illness recently. Feng Yuxiu reported. Huh? Raised in an orphanage? And this orphan has 600 billion in cash. If we cannot even trace his background, it only proves the force behind him is far more powerful than we can imagine, likely a top-tier power. This matter has already surpassed what we can handle. We will wait for the old master to come out of seclusion to decide. Zhou Qingde said with grave seriousness. Indeed, I was thinking the same. At the auction, that woman from the Jiang family, descended from the Great Pill King, was flirting with Chen Fan and protected him throughout. I am convinced the two of them are in collusion. For all we know, the outcome of this auction was arranged from the very beginning. Zhao Kongming said with certainty, as if he had it all figured out. Damn it! What was supposed to be an easy win turned into disaster. Zhou Qingde smashed his wine cup on the floor. We never should have proposed auctioning off the entire North District as a single lot. That way, at least we could have secured Qinglong Mountain and reported back to Master Jean. Feng Yuxiu sighed in deep regret. Wait. You said Master Jean ordered us to secure Qinglong Mountain at all costs, and the force behind Chen Fan also wanted the North District. Zhao Kongming's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his tone became mysterious. Zhou Qingde, Zhou Hongyuan, and Feng Yuxiu's eyes immediately lit up. That Chen Fan must be after Qinglong Mountain too. The four exchanged looks and arrived at the same conclusion. What is in Qinglong Mountain? They all could not help but wonder. Just as they were pondering the secret of Qinglong Mountain, a loud boom suddenly echoed from the Zhou family's rear courtyard. Ha ha ha! I, Zhou Zhixiong, have broken through to the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Heaven truly favors our Zhou family. A figure blurred through the air, leaving afterimages in its wake, and in the blink of an eye, appeared before Zhou Qingde and the others. Qingde, what is going on here? Zhou Zhixiong narrowed his eyes as he looked at the house that had been nearly reduced to ruins. A wave of energy, even more powerful than what Yi Nantian had released before, radiated from his body. Everyone in the room instantly felt as if a massive boulder had been placed on their chests, making it hard to breathe. Father, you really succeeded? You broke through to the peak of the Grandmaster realm? Zhou Qingde and Zhou Hongyuan stood up in excitement, breathing heavily. Feng Yuxiu and Zhao Kongming also rose, standing with their hands respectfully folded in front of them, their expressions extremely solemn. Yes. After years of accumulation, and with the energy cultivation technique taught to me by young Master Jin, I broke through 3 major bottlenecks in succession. Zhou Zhixiong stroked his beard with pride. Has Qinglong Mountain in the northern district of Jiangnan City already been acquired? Listen carefully. From now on, block off every entrance to Qinglong Mountain with fencing, and send trusted family experts to guard it. Wait for young Master Jin's arrival. Zhou Zhixiong ordered. But as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the atmosphere in the room was off. Did something happen to Qinglong Mountain? Seeing the hesitation in their eyes, a bad feeling surged in Zhou Zhixiong's heart. Father, the northern district of Jiangnan City was acquired by a kid brought in by the Wang family. He paid 600 billion for it. Zhou Qingde replied bitterly. Zhou Hongyuan quickly stepped forward and explained the events to his grandfather. The Wang family, and that Chen Fan. No matter who is backing you, to dare covet the opportunity destined for young Master Jin is sheer suicide. Zhou Zhixiong was furious upon hearing this and slammed his palm into a nearby marble pillar that 2 people could barely wrap their arms around. Boom! Dust flew into the air as the solid pillar shattered into fragments. Hiss, is that even human strength? It is comparable to a damn missile. Feng Yuxiu and Zhao Kongming both had horror written across their faces. Kume. We are going to the Wang family. They are going to hand over Qinglong Mountain. Zhou Zhixiong said coldly. Father, but they just acquired the land from the Yi family's auction. If we act now, will Yi Nantian? The Wang family killed my son Zhou Qingjie and over 30 direct descendants of our Zhou family. Compensating with the northern district is nothing. What right does Yi Nantian have to object? Besides, Yi Nantian is just a disgraced member of a side branch of the Yi family, exiled to Jiangnan for making a mistake. If anything happens, young Master Jin will shield us. Zhou Zhixiong said indifferently. With the growth of his power, so too had his ambition expanded. As long as he handled the matter of Qinglong Mountain well, young Master Jin Yuba would teach him the next level of cultivation. In the future, he might even break past the Grandmaster level. At that point, even in Tianhai City, where experts were as common as clouds, Zhou Zhixiong and the Zhou family would surely have a place. Meanwhile, inside the Wang family's estate, toasts were being raised and drinks exchanged. Wang Zhenhai, Zhao Dao, Li Wei, Li Maogua, and others took turns offering wine to Yi Nantian, who sat at the head of the table. Haha, Master Wang, gentlemen, you are too kind. The northern district of Jiangnan has a promising future. Now that the Yi family has stationed me here permanently, I will be relying on your support. Yi Nantian replied with a warm smile. To Yi Nantian, though he had been exiled to Jiangnan due to past mistakes, he was not someone a small countryside family like the Wang family could easily approach. The real reason he attended this banquet was because of Chen Fan. It was not the 1 trillion in Chen Fan's bank account that shocked him most, but the fact that even when he used his own high-level access to search the intelligence system of the War Department of Huaxia, he could not find any details about Chen Fan's true identity, only that he was an orphan from Jiangnan. And only the most important figures of the supreme aristocratic families could be so heavily obscured in the system, that alone spoke volumes. Where's young brother Chen Fan tonight? Yi Nantian suddenly asked. Oh, old Master Yi, the thing is, Chen Fan is preparing for the Level 2 computer certification exam. He should be reviewing computer programming with my granddaughter right now. I heard it's some international version, maybe from the European or American region. Wang Zhenhai replied with pride. Ah, Europe and America are indeed ahead in computer science. Yi Nantian said, though inwardly he felt it was absurd, a man worth 1 trillion preparing for a Level 2 computer certificate? Ridiculous. But Yi Nantian was shrewd. He quickly realized the hidden meaning. Wang Zhenhai had likely arranged for his granddaughter to get close to Chen Fan, or rather, to the immense power behind him. Yet in the world of aristocratic families, this was far from unusual. Some people would even offer up their wives to climb the social ladder. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the estate. Boom! A door weighing over 100 jin was blasted off its hinges with a single punch. Ha ha ha, Wang Zhenhai, why did you not invite me to this celebration banquet? Zhou Zhixiong swaggered in with Zhou Qingde, Feng Yuxiu, Zhao Kongming, and others in tow, followed by a host of elite fighters from the three major families. Oh? Old Master Yi is here too? Perfect. You can serve as a witness for me today. Zhou Zhixiong showed no respect whatsoever, casually pulling over a chair and sitting with a commanding presence. Zhou Qingde, Feng Yuxiu, Zhao Kongming all crossed their arms, looking at the Wang family with disdain. Zhou Zhixiong, Old Master Yi is here and you still dare to cause trouble? Are you looking to die? Wang Zhenhai rose angrily, slamming the table, having not expected Zhou Zhixiong to act so brazenly, even in front of Yi Nantian. Humph, Wang Zhenhai, you think hiding behind Old Master Yi gives you authority? Let me tell you, when faced with absolute power, that means nothing. Zhou Zhixiong sneered, raised his index finger, and tapped the chopsticks before him. Whoosh! Two ordinary chopsticks sliced through the air like arrows, flying directly at Wang Zhenhai's eyes. Watch out! Yi Nantian and Zhao Dao shouted in unison, rushing forward. Bang! Yi Nantian caught one chopstick in his hands, but the force drove him back several steps. Zhao Dao roared, his muscles bulging as he grabbed at the other, but it pierced through his palm, sending him flying backward until he slammed into a wall, vomiting blood. Peak Grandmaster! Yi Nantian's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. What? Everyone from the Wang family, including Li Wei and Li Maogua, stood up in astonishment, staring at Zhou Zhixiong in horror. Well, Wang Zhenhai, can we talk now? Zhou Zhixiong looked at Wang Zhenhai with amusement. Speak. What do you want? Wang Zhenhai said coldly, his expression grim. At this point, the Wang family had no retreat. He only hoped he could buy enough time for Chen Fan to escape with Wang Yuyan and Wang Teng. In his mind, Chen Fan was at most an early-stage grandmaster. Now that even mid-stage Yi Nantian had lost, if Chen Fan came, he would only be throwing his life away. Haha, I am here to properly discuss compensation for the unjust death of my son Zhou Qingjie and 36 direct descendants of the Zhou family. I am not one for bloodshed or exterminating entire clans. Just hand over the northern district of Jiangnan as compensation. Zhou Zhixiong said calmly. And also, send all the women of the Wang family to the Zhou family tonight to warm the beds, and the men to kneel and serve. Zhou Hongyuan jumped out eagerly to add. But before he could finish, a golden brick came flying at his groin like a cannonball. Boom! Before anyone could react, a golden brick shot through the air from between Zhou Hongyu's legs at a speed comparable to a bullet. It felt like something just flew past. Why does it suddenly feel a bit chilly? Zhou Hongyuan was stunned for a moment, then slowly looked down. What he saw next made his heart skip a beat. A wave of excruciating pain erupted from his lower body. Ah! Zhou Hongyuan let out a heart-wrenching scream and collapsed to the ground, clutching his crotch and writhing in agony. Hongyuan! Seeing Zhou Hongyuan's lower body covered in blood, Zhou Qingde and Zhou Zhixiong turned pale with shock. He was, after all, the only direct descendant of their family branch. Everyone present was stunned by the sudden turn of events. The miserable sight of Zhou Hongyuan made even the members of the Wang family gasp and instinctively shield a certain part of their bodies with their hands. Right after, Chen Fan walked in with an irritated expression. He had been deeply engaged in a discussion about computer science with Wang Yuyan when the commotion disturbed him. As he approached the door, he heard Zhou Hongyuan spouting nonsense and, without hesitation, blindly threw a brick toward him. But when Chen Fan entered the room and saw where Zhou Hongyuan had been hit, he was taken aback. Wait, I just randomly threw it. How did it end up with guided precision? Chen Fan, how dare you hurt my son? I will kill you. Zhou Qingde roared in fury when he saw who was responsible and charged at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, Zhou Qingde is at the early stage of the Grandmaster level, and his father Zhou Zhixiong is at the peak of the Grandmaster level. You are no match for them, run. Wang Zhenhai and Zhao Dao shouted in panic. I sent people to tell Chen Fan, Yuyan, and Tinger to flee. Why did he come back? This is the end, we are all going to die here. Wang Zhenhai was overwhelmed with anxiety. He launched his strongest attack against Zhou Qingde. Although Zhao Dao's arms were injured, his strength lay in his legs, so he used his signature leg techniques. However, the gap between their realms was like an unbridgeable chasm. Out of my way! Zhou Qingde roared and blasted both of them away with 2 punches, causing them to vomit blood. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. Brick, come! In an instant, a golden light shot in from behind Zhou Qingde like Thor's hammer. In that very moment, Zhou Qingde's hair stood on end. He felt an inexplicable chill in his groin. Since reaching the Grandmaster level, his sixth sense had become incredibly sharp. Without hesitation, he abandoned his attack on Chen Fan and dodged to the side in a panic. Whoosh, the golden brick flew back into Chen Fan's hand. The surface of the golden brick was full of pits and cracks, resembling an underfired red brick. Yet it was this very brick, during a study session between Chen Fan and Wang Yuyan, that was accidentally dripped with nosebleed. The system then prompted that the brick had recognized him as its master and could be controlled by Chen Fan's will. However, while it responded to his intent, its flight path was not under his full control. Just like earlier, the golden brick had automatically targeted Zhou Qingda's crotch. Recalling the blind snipe that hit Zhou Hongyuan, Chen Fan could not help but fall into thought. You actually possess a magical artifact. You must be from a supreme clan. At this moment, Zhou Zhixiong stood up and stared intensely at the golden brick in Chen Fan's hand. Father, what is a magical artifact? And what does it have to do with a supreme clan? Zhou Chengdao asked. A magical artifact is a treasure that can be controlled by a person's will. Only powerful cultivators at the supreme level and above, who continuously nourish it with internal energy, can create such treasures that respond to thought. Zhou Zhixiong replied. At that moment, not only Zhou Chengdao but also Wang Zhenhai, Zhao Dao, Li Wei, and others pricked up their ears to listen. That is correct. Zhou Zhixiong, you are quite knowledgeable. Magical artifacts can indeed only be forged by experts at the supreme level. And those who own them are always direct heirs of powerful clans. Your Zhou family might dare to lay a hand on a branch member of a supreme clan, but if you dare touch Chen Fan, do you know what consequences your family will face? Yi Nantian stepped forward with a cold laugh. Upon seeing the magical artifact, the golden brick, he was certain Chen Fan was an elite from a prestigious supreme clan. Wang Zhenhai, Li Wei, Zhao Dao, and others trembled with excitement upon hearing this. They never imagined Chen Fan held such a distinguished identity. Especially Wang Zhenhai, whose hands were trembling with excitement. However, just when everyone thought the Zhou family would back off upon learning of Chen Fan's status, Zhou Zhixiong suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, so what if you are from a supreme clan? The backer behind my Zhou family is even more powerful than your identity. If you sensibly hand over Qinglong Mountain in the northern district today, I will let this go. Otherwise, although I may not dare kill you or Yi Nantian, everyone else here will die. A bloodthirsty smile spread across Zhou Zhixiong's face. Father, we cannot let this bastard go, he crippled Hong Yuan. Zhou Qingda shouted angrily. Qingda, focus on the bigger picture. You are still young, you can have more children. Zhou Zhixiong reprimanded him. In truth, he hated Chen Fan even more than Zhou Qingda did and wished he could tear him apart. But if he were to kill a core member of a supreme clan and cause a major incident, even young Lord Jin might not be able to protect the Zhou family. Heh, Zhou Zhixiong, who is backing you? And among all the prime locations in the northern district, why do you want the undevelopable wasteland of Qinglong Mountain? Chen Fan ignored their hostile glares, but the mention of Qinglong Mountain piqued his interest. I am now the one who holds the power of life and death here. You have only one path, obedience. You are not qualified to question. This is the transfer agreement for Qinglong Mountain. Sign it now. Zhou Zhixiong ordered with a gloomy expression. Chen Fan was enraged by his tone. After the auction, he had specially called Su Nanqiang to inquire about what exactly supreme clans and the supreme realm were. That was when he learned that beyond the Grandmaster realm lies the postnatal realm, Qi perception, Qi condensation, Qi pool, Qi sea. Upon reaching the Qi condensation stage, one becomes a supreme-level expert, with a combat power of 10, capable of flying through the sky, diving into the sea, and forging magical artifacts like a deity. With his accumulated life points, Chen Fan could exchange them at a 100 to 0.1 ratio for combat power, meaning he could reach the supreme level by spending 10,000 life points. But Zhou Zhixiong was not even worth it. The moment he appeared, Chen Fan's mind displayed his information. Name, Zhou Zhixiong. Combat power, 0.98. The reason Zhou Zhixiong had not reached a full 1.0 combat power like Chen Fan was because he had just reached the Grandmaster realm and had not yet fully consolidated it. Chen Fan, do not be impulsive. A wise man does not fight when the odds are poor. Just give them Qinglong Mountain, it has no development value anyway. Wang Zhenhai, Yi Nantian, and Zhao Dao all hurriedly tried to stop Chen Fan when they saw he was about to act. Heh, letting him get away with this? He is not worthy. With that, Chen Fan struck at Zhou Zhixiong with a palm. Heh, such arrogance. You dare strike a peak grandmaster? Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. Zhou Zhixiong sneered. He thought Chen Fan was depending too much on a single magical artifact. That might work against someone like Zhou Qingda, who was just at the early stage. But against a peak-level grandmaster like him? It was nowhere near enough. You arrogant and ignorant brat, let me show you what it means to crush all techniques with raw power. True energy erupted from Zhou Zhixiong's body, causing his clothes to flutter violently without wind, like a peerless master from a martial arts novel, exuding overwhelming pressure. Zhou Zhixiong had initially been shocked that Chen Fan possessed a magical artifact. However, after calming down, he realized there was no fluctuation of energy coming from Chen Fan at all. In fact, even if Chen Fan were merely an ordinary early-stage grandmaster, Zhou Zhixiong would have no choice but to flee if that magical artifact were activated. But a person with no cultivation to speak of, even if holding a magical artifact, was absolutely no match for him. Chen Fan used the magical artifact quickly. Wang Zhenhai, Yi Nantian, Zhao Dao, and the others watching immediately cried out in warning. However, Chen Fan made no move to draw the golden brick. Instead, he simply curled his finger at Zhou Zhixiong. "Come at me," spoken in the tone of Shenteng. As the Zhou family's patriarch, Zhou Zhixiong had been famous in Jiangnan City for many years. Now, having cultivated the Qi attraction method, he had reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm, standing proudly above all others in Jiangnan City. He did not even consider Yi Nantian a threat. Now, after his grandson had been crippled by Chen Fan and he himself was being openly provoked, it was like oil being poured onto a raging fire. His fury only grew more intense. Zhou Zhixiong let out a furious roar, and the marble floor beneath his feet shattered with a boom as he shot forward like a human cannonball, hurling a punch directly at Chen Fan's lower dantian. This strike carried all the strength he could possibly muster. Although he had only just recently broken through to the peak of the Grandmaster realm and had not fully stabilized his cultivation, he was confident that this punch could even shatter the defense of a magical artifact. However, to everyone's shock, Chen Fan did not activate the golden brick. Instead, he bent his knees into a horse stance and slowly extended a palm to meet Zhou Zhixiong's earth-shattering punch. "Chen Fan, do not try to block it directly. That is a full-force strike from a peak-level grandmaster." Wang Zhenhai, Yi Nantian, Zhao Dao, Li Wei, and the others all turned pale. They seemed to see the very next moment, Chen Fan's body being torn apart into bloody pieces. "Chen Fan, get out of the way." Wang Zhenhai's eyes turned red. In his heart, Chen Fan might have been an early-stage grandmaster, but taking a full-strength blow from Zhou Zhixiong head-on could only mean certain death. The Wang family had just begun to build a relationship with Chen Fan, and now he was going to die? Was the heavens set on destroying his Wang family? But in reality, the one who was the most terrified at that moment was Zhou Zhixiong himself. Because from his perspective, Chen Fan was a core descendant of a supreme clan. If he merely taught Chen Fan a lesson, that would be manageable. Young Master Jin might be able to protect him. But if he killed Chen Fan, terrifying supreme-level figures might descend upon them in rage. Yet now he could no longer stop. He could only watch helplessly as his terrifying fist thundered toward Chen Fan. "Yes, Grandpa. Kill him, avenge me. Your grandson no longer has his dick." At that moment, Zhou Hongyuan, whose bleeding had been stopped, regained consciousness and, with eyes full of hatred and a voice full of venom, screamed out. However, his voice had already turned shrill. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted between Chen Fan and Zhou Zhixiong. The terrifying shockwave rolled out, sending nearby tables and chairs flying. The entire room felt as if it had just endured a devastating hurricane. Even powerful masters like Wang Zhenhai and Zhao Dao were left staggering, as if they were mere leaves in a storm. And Li Wei, despite weighing over 200 kilograms, was directly thrown through the air. Only Zhou Qingde and Yi Nantian were able to remain standing calmly at the scene. The white smoke and waves of force gradually began to dissipate. Thud, thud, thud. Zhou Zhixiong, under the horrified gazes of everyone present, took 3 steps backward. Chen Fan, meanwhile, stood exactly where he had been, only his breathing slightly disordered. Silence fell instantly. Wang Zhenhai, Zhao Dao, Yi Nantian, Zhou Qingde, all of them stared in disbelief, frozen in place, as if they had just witnessed something beyond comprehension. Especially Zhou Zhixiong, who looked down at his bleeding tiger's mouth and the chaotic energy within his body, his face filled with incredulity. You are also at the peak of the Grandmaster realm." As soon as Zhou Zhixiong spoke, everyone once again turned their stunned gazes toward Chen Fan. "No, impossible. He is just a student who has not even graduated yet. How could he possibly be a peak-level grandmaster?" Zhou Hongyuan screamed, his voice high-pitched. "How can this be? There is clearly no trace of true energy on his body. How could he be at the peak of the Grandmaster realm?" Zhou Qingde was equally shocked. He suddenly recalled how many times he had provoked Chen Fan during the auction and even attacked him earlier. Cold sweat immediately drenched his back, as if he had repeatedly brushed shoulders with the god of death. But what they did not know was that all of Chen Fan's combat power was granted by the system and perfectly fused into his blood and flesh, which is why his body had none of the uncontrollable energy fluctuations they were used to sensing. That previous strike from Zhou Zhixiong had indeed been extremely powerful. Although Chen Fan had forcefully countered and repelled him, his own energy and blood were still slightly turbulent. He understood clearly, even though his combat power exceeded that of Zhou Zhixiong, who had not yet fully stabilized his cultivation, he was still far behind in combat technique and experience. If it were a life-or-death battle, Zhou Zhixiong's superior technique could easily change the outcome. That realization planted a faint sense of danger in Chen Fan's heart. "Qingda, take Hong Yuan. We are leaving." Zhou Zhixiong gradually calmed down and, after taking a deep look at Chen Fan, spoke in a steady voice. Although Zhou Qingda's eyes were full of unwillingness, they were now facing a peak-level grandmaster who also possessed a magical artifact. One misstep and all of them could die here. Even Zhou Hongyuan, having lost his manhood, looked at Chen Fan with fear and dared not say a word. "Leaving? Did I say you could leave?" Chen Fan suddenly spoke. "Chen Fan, do not be too arrogant. You may be powerful and have a magical artifact, but there are many of us here. You would not be able to kill us all in an instant? And if you do make a move, we will kill everyone else in this room first." Zhou Zhixiong's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Though he tried to maintain composure, inwardly he was panicking. If Chen Fan really went berserk and acted recklessly, none of them might make it out alive. There is no need to panic. As long as you answer my 2 questions, I will let you leave." Chen Fan said calmly. Everyone present, the Zhou family, Wang Zhenhai, and the others, all let out a collective sigh of relief. Zhou Zhixiong nodded. "I can tell you who is backing me. As for Qinglong Mountain, it was chosen by that person as a spiritual cultivation site. The person backing me, I believe you and Yi Nantian both know his name." Zhou Zhixiong let out a cold laugh, then stood upright with eyes full of reverence. "He is the #1 prodigy in the south of the Great Xia, known as the Overlord, young Master Jin Yuba." "What? Jin Yuba, the #1 prodigy of southern Huaxia?" When Yi Nantian, Wang Zhenhai, and Zhao Dao heard this name, their bodies instantly stiffened, and expressions of reverence appeared on their faces. However, others looked confused. Their status and wealth had not reached that level, so they had no understanding of such figures. "Who is Jin Yuba? The name sounds impressive, but is he more powerful than my brother?" Li Wei, who had just gotten up from the ground, patted the dust off himself and said discontentedly. Compared to young Master Jin Yuba, your brother Chen Fan is not even worthy of licking his toes." Zhou Zhixiong said coldly with a sneer. "Fuck you, you old bastard, watch your damn mouth." Li Wei instantly got irritated and cursed. I am merely stating facts. If you do not believe me, you can ask them." Zhou Zhixiong sneered at Li Wei. "Jin Yuba is an unparalleled genius. He reached the Grandmaster realm at 10, peaked as a Grandmaster at 15, and broke through to the legendary Qi Perception realm at 20, shocking nearly every supreme clan in southern Huaxia. And now, at 25, he is already on the verge of entering the early stage of the Qi Condensation realm, about to become a true supreme-level powerhouse. If he succeeds, he will not just be the top genius of southern Huaxia, he will shine across the entire nation." Yi Nantian stepped forward, his expression solemn. 25 and about to break through to the supreme realm. Wang Zhenhai was utterly stunned, and a wave of dread swept through his heart. Others also showed expressions of disbelief. They had all thought that someone like Chen Fan, who had reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm in his 20s, was already an unrivaled genius, yet now, an even more monstrous figure had appeared. In this comparison, Zhou Zhixiong's earlier remark was not wrong. Chen Fan was indeed not even on par with Jin Yuba's toe. Zhou Zhixiong observed everyone's reaction with satisfaction. Actually, what I said was not the whole picture. Right now, young Master Jin has already set one foot into the supreme realm. As long as he acquires sufficient spiritual energy, he will immediately ascend to the Qi condensation stage and become a true supreme-level cultivator. Zhou Zhixiong declared proudly, as though basking in the reflected glory. Wang Zhenhai, Yi Nantian, Zhao Dao, Li Wei, and the others all fell silent. A 25-year-old, half-step supreme cultivator, the #1 prodigy in southern Huaxia, such a talent was destined to soar into the heavens and shine even in Xia capital, where countless powerful figures gathered. To offend such a person would mean catastrophe for everyone present, even Yi Nantian and Chen Fan would face dire consequences. Seeing their reactions, Zhou Zhixiong's mind stirred, once again plotting to take Qinglong Mountain. Since I have already told you about young Master Jin's identity, I may as well say a bit more. Qinglong Mountain, in the northern district of Jiangnan City, has caught the eye of young Master Jin. He intends to make it his cultivation ground. In 5 days, he will personally descend upon Jiangnan City. If he finds out that Qinglong Mountain has been occupied by you. Zhou Zhixiong sneered, then swaggered away with Zhou Qingde, Zhou Hongyuan, Feng Yuxiu, and Zhao Kongming. Chen Fan, this Jin Yuba is terrifying. He is not someone we can afford to provoke. Why not just give them Qinglong Mountain? Wang Zhenhai said after the Zhou family had left. Qinglong Mountain does not have much commercial value. Even as a future tourist attraction, the return on investment would be slow. It might be better to gift it to someone like Jin Yuba, who is destined to become a dragon among men. Perhaps we would even build a favorable connection. Yi Nantian stepped forward to advise. Chen Fan, a wise man does not suffer losses before his eyes. That Jin Yuba has a famous reputation. So what if we give him Qinglong Mountain? It will spare us a great deal of trouble. Zhao Dao also offered his kind advice. Heh, gentlemen, do you truly believe things are that simple? Young as he is, already famed throughout southern Huaxia, why would someone like Jin Yuba take interest in a desolate mountain in the middle of nowhere? Chen Fan said with a faint smile. Are you saying? Yi Nantian was the first to react. His eyes narrowed instantly upon hearing this. If Qinglong Mountain had drawn the attention of someone like Jin Yuba, there must be some hidden secret there, perhaps even a remarkable treasure. For example, many of the supreme clans in Huaxia had obtained their ancient cultivation methods not solely from heritage, but from discovering relics in barren mountains and ancient tombs. The others quickly came to the same realization, their eyes flashing with anticipation. Compared to that so-called Jin Yuba, I trust you more, Elder Yi. If the Yi family is willing to take the lead in this matter, whatever treasures are found in Qinglong Mountain, we will split 50-50. Chen Fan said to Yi Nantian. The reason he said this was not out of generosity but necessity. Anyone who has read novels knows that Jin Yuba's background screamed, chosen by fate. Who knew if he had some mystical old man in a ring or a powerful master behind the scenes? Chen Fan might be able to boost his power to the Qi condensation stage with life points, but if someone like a Qi Lake Realm powerhouse suddenly popped up, he would be utterly fucked. So Chen Fan decided to redirect the threat toward another. Yi Nantian, an old fox, immediately saw through Chen Fan's plan. But even so, he was extremely tempted. Any treasure that could attract someone like Jin Yuba would be anything but ordinary. If such a treasure were reported to the Yi family headquarters, it would bring him great merit. But if there was no treasure and they offended Jin Yuba in vain, it would be over for him. While Yi Nantian was hesitating, a powerful voice suddenly rang out. Elder Yi, I believe Brother Chen Fan is right. That Qinglong Mountain must contain some earth-shattering treasure. Wang Ting's figure emerged from behind. Tinger, why did you come out? Your body is still so weak. Wang Zhenhai's words suddenly cut off, he was utterly stunned. Everyone turned their heads, and were shocked. Wang Ting looked like a completely different person, as if he had been reborn. His gait was powerful and majestic, and his entire body seemed wrapped in a faint golden glow. Every gesture exuded an invisible, regal aura. Tinger, you. Wang Zhenhai's face was full of joy and disbelief. Grandfather, thanks to Chen Fan's treatment, not only has my body completely recovered, but I also feel as though I have endless strength. Wang Ting said with a smile. Chen Fan was also surprised when he saw Wang Ting. The imposing aura radiating from him made a line flash through his mind. My son, Wang Ting, has the bearing of a great emperor. At that moment, Yi Nantian felt his blood suddenly heat up, as if responding to something. He abruptly stepped forward with uncertainty and grabbed Wang Ting's wrist. Moments later, Yi Nantian's face filled with uncontrollable shock and ecstasy. The Imperial Tyrant Physique. You actually possess the Imperial Tyrant Physique that appears once in a century, the very same as the ancestor who founded the Yi family. Yi Nantian's voice trembled. Imperial Tyrant Physique? Everyone looked toward Yi Nantian in astonishment and confusion. It cannot be explained in just a few words. The Imperial Tyrant Physique is one of the 10 supreme cultivation constitutions in Huaxia. Let me put it this way, as long as Wang Ting is given sufficient resources and time, his future achievements will far surpass those of Jin Yuba. The Imperial Tyrant Physique appears once in a century, and it is usually deeply hidden in one's bloodline, extremely difficult to awaken. He must have triggered it through some extraordinary stroke of fortune. Yi Nantian gripped Wang Ting's hand tightly, as if afraid he would suddenly flee. Upon hearing this, both Wang Zhenhai and Wang Ting were first overwhelmed with joy, then looked at Chen Fan with immense gratitude. They both understood that it must have been Chen Fan's 13 needles of Hell's Gate that awakened Wang Ting's Imperial Tyrant Physique. Elder Wang, allow me to bring Wang Ting back to the Yi family. The family head will spare no effort in cultivating him, and will even select a direct descendant of the family to marry him. Yi Nantian spoke to Wang Zhenhai and Wang Ting. At that moment, all thoughts of the treasure on Qinglong Mountain, of Chen Fan, and even of Jin Yuba, had vanished from his mind. To bring someone like Wang Teng, with a physique that could elevate the entire Yi family to new heights, back to the family would be the greatest accomplishment of his life. And he believed that Wang Zhenhai and Wang Ting had no reason to refuse. However, to everyone's surprise, Wang Ting did not immediately agree. Instead, he shook his head. I can go with you to the Yi family, but only if your Yi family sends a powerful cultivator to help my brother Chen Fan resist Jin Yuba. Otherwise, forget it. Everyone was stunned and turned to look at Wang Teng. Even Chen Fan widened his eyes in shock. That was the Yi family, a clan that practically controlled the military of all Huaxia, a supreme power among supreme powers, standing at the very top in the capital of Xia. And yet, faced with such an olive branch, he dared to make conditions? Ha ha ha. Truly worthy of being my grandson, Wang Zhenhai, loyal and grateful, unmoved by profit. I support you fully. Wang Zhenhai laughed heartily. More than his grandson awakening the imperial tyrant physique, it was Wang Ting's rare character that made him proud. A once-in-a-century imperial tyrant physique, paired with such exceptional character, I believe it will not be a problem for the Yi family to send a supreme-level cultivator on your behalf. Yi Nantian, though surprised, nodded in silent approval of Wang Ting's integrity, and then agreed aloud. Chen Fan patted Wang Ting on the shoulder. In his heart, at this moment, Wang Ting had become as close to him as Li Wei, a true brother. Fearing that any delay could bring unexpected trouble, Yi Nantian immediately arranged for a helicopter to escort both himself and Wang Ting to the Yi family headquarters in Xia capital that very night. Now that the matter had been resolved, and after Chen Fan and Wang Yuyan had studied for several hours in the European and American zone, followed by a fierce battle with Zhou Zhixiong, he began to feel utterly exhausted. After saying goodbye to Wang Zhenhai and the others, Chen Fan did not go to Jiang Yuchan or Su Yuan. Instead, he drove his Wuling van directly back to the dormitory. The next day, at Jiangnan City Airport, a luxurious private jet landed. The cabin door opened, and several tall, beautiful flight attendants stepped out. They had exquisite makeup, smooth fair skin, and curvaceous figures. Their black stockings and high heels stirred up a fragrant breeze as they descended. Each of them was goddess-like in her own right. These elite flight attendants stood respectfully on either side of the staircase. Next, a woman in her early 20s stepped out. She had a fiery figure, wore casual clothes, and had a face that could put top-tier actresses from Hong Kong and Taiwan to shame. Behind her followed an old man with silver hair, a skinny frame, and skin like dried bark. However, this elder walked with only the tips of his toes touching the ground, his heels never landed. Moreover, he seemed to emit an invisible barrier that even mosquitoes and insects could not penetrate. Miss Jiaying, according to the records, that Chen Fan who was betrothed to you by Zhang Chufeng 20 years ago is currently a junior at Jiangnan University. Let us head there directly. The elder spoke to the woman. Elder Kai, please just call me Jiaying. You are a supreme-level expert in the qi condensation stage, personally invited by my uncle to protect me. There is no need for such formality. Li Jiaying replied to Kai Tongming. Kai Tongming nodded in acknowledgement. I really do not know what grandfather was thinking. Even if he was close to Zhang Chufeng, he should not ruin my life like this. To give half the Li family fortune to that Chen Fan, we are talking trillions here. Li Jiaying grumbled in dissatisfaction. When Kai Tongming heard the name Zhang Chufeng, his body trembled almost imperceptibly. In that moment, he seemed to see once again that man from 20 years ago, standing in a torrential downpour, cradling a baby, with corpses piled around his feet, having slaughtered powerful Western and island nation cultivators alike, a man who left even the ghosts trembling in fear. That night, Zhang Chufeng vanished. No one knew where he had gone. Only recently, when Li Chaoren, the richest man in Hong Kong, fell gravely ill and produced a marriage contract, did Kai learn from Jiaying's uncle that Zhang Chufeng had been in seclusion in a small city in southern Huaxia, but had died several years ago. This time, Kai Tongming's true mission, aside from fulfilling the uncle's request to quietly eliminate both Chen Fan and Li Jiaying, who might inherit the family fortune, was to search Zhang Chufeng's former residence for any remnants of his legacy. A Rolls-Royce Phantom drove up from the distance and stopped in front of them. They boarded and headed straight for Jiangnan University. At Jiangnan University, Chen Fan had just gotten up. He brushed his teeth and washed his face in 5 minutes, then sent good morning texts on WeChat to Zhao Ruoxi, Jiang Yuchan, Su Yuanyuan, Wang Yuyan, Sun Xian, and even his master Su Nanqiang. After that, he planned to go downstairs for breakfast. But as soon as he stepped out, 7 or 8 girls surrounded him with hostility. The one leading them was none other than Li Lanlan, the best friend of Chu Yuhan, someone Chen Fan knew all too well. Chen Fan, you are spending every day indulging with Su Yuan, but do you even know what kind of life Yuhan is living now? Li Lanlan immediately questioned him, and the girls behind her, all Chu Yuhan's roommates, glared at Chen Fan with angry expressions. What are you talking about? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Damn it, this was absurd to the core. What Chu Yuhan had done was already known throughout the entire school. Even the administration could not stand her anymore and expelled her. Yet these idiots were still blaming him? Heh, you probably do not know, Chu Yuhan has been taken away by Zhang Yao and his mother. She is now locked in a cold, broken kiln by Zhang Yao. She only gets one meal a day, has to work 12 hours in the fields, and at night she has to serve Zhang Yao and his 2 bachelor brothers. You did not know that either, did you? She secretly used her phone to text you for help. Zhang Yao's mother caught her and beat her half to death. And what did you do? You blocked her. You did not know that either, did you? She has been bitterly waiting for you to save her. And you? You have been partying with Su Yuan, trying to numb your heart to your love for Yuhan. Li Lanlan shouted, then stared fixedly at Chen Fan, waiting to see the expression of pain and regret on his face. Chen Fan, you might be able to deceive others, but can you deceive me? Can you deceive yourself? After 3 years of deep, devoted love for Chu Yuhan, now that you hear of her suffering, are you not filled with regret? Are you not heartbroken? Are you not gasping for breath? Do you not want to kneel in repentance and beg the heavens for one more chance? At that moment, Li Lanlan felt immense satisfaction. She seemed to already see Chen Fan falling to his knees in sorrow, crying out to the sky, willing to trade his life to bring Chu Yuhan back. Just then, Li Jiaying and Kai Tongming, who had located Chen Fan's dormitory, happened to pass by and heard his name. However, to the surprise of Li Lanlan and her roommates, Chen Fan actually smiled. Li Lanlan, thank you, Chen Fan said with a smile. Huh? Thank me? Thank me for what? Li Lanlan and the girls behind her were all momentarily stunned. This was not right. Was Chen Fan not supposed to break down in tears, repent, and beg them for Chu Yuhan's address? Thank you for telling me this wonderful news. Knowing that she is living like that makes me truly happy. Chen Fan laughed heartily. You. Li Lanlan's face alternated between red and white with rage. You scumbag. You will get what you deserve. Li Lanlan cursed and stormed off with her roommates in tow. Be sure to tell Chu Yuhan for me. I wish her and Zhang Yao a lifetime of love and happiness, never to part. Chen Fan shouted at their backs. Li Lanlan's figure vanished even more quickly. Just as Chen Fan was about to leave as well, a tall girl wearing sunglasses approached him, though her perfect face could not be hidden even behind them. You are Chen Fan? Ding. Detected beauty with 92 attractiveness points, Li Jiaying. Beginning binding process. Ding. Binding successful. Every 1 point increase in Li Jiaying's affection will grant the host 100 life points. Current affection, -50. Awarding host, face value cashback, function, name, Li Jiaying, appearance score, 92, cashback ratio, 1 to 100. Awarding host with skill, advanced feng shui master, able to perceive and analyze qi flow and terrain, alter fate, suppress evil, perform geomancy, seek treasure, etc. An electronic voice suddenly echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Such a stunningly beautiful girl with a fiery figure is actually a feng shui master? From her accent, she sounded like she was from Hong Kong movies. But how did she know him? Chen Fan was surprised and gave Li Jiaying a once-over. Just as I thought, a shameless womanizer. Li Jiaying snorted coldly to herself, her dislike of Chen Fan deepening. Although she had only overheard part of the earlier conversation outside, from a woman's perspective, she was sure Chen Fan had wronged someone, hence the group of girls showing up to curse him out as a scumbag. Lei Ho, do you know me? Chen Fan asked in clumsy Cantonese learned from old Hong Kong films. I can speak Mandarin just fine. Li Jiaying removed her sunglasses and rolled her eyes dramatically. I am Li Jiaying, granddaughter of Li Chaoren from Hong Kong. This is Elder Kai Tongming. We have something we need to discuss with you, Li Jiaying said. She did not bother to explain Elder Kai's strength or identity. In her eyes, Chen Fan was just an ordinary university student, completely incapable of understanding what kind of existence a qi condensation level supreme was. Just like a summer insect could never comprehend ice. However, Kai Tongming gave Chen Fan a glance of mild surprise, then slowly closed his eyes again, as if entering a meditative state. Granddaughter of Li Chaoren, the richest man in Hong Kong. A family he had only seen on television. What did they want with him? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Jiaying, then turned his gaze to Elder Kai beside her. A mid-stage qi condensation supreme with a combat power of 16. Chen Fan was shocked internally. This was the first time he had encountered someone at this level. The old man's entire presence seemed to blend into the air, surrounded by an invisible barrier. Chen Fan was certain even bullets could not penetrate that barrier. And the man had clearly seen through his own peak grandmaster level cultivation. To hire a supreme in the chi condensation stage as a bodyguard, the richest family in Hong Kong was indeed extraordinary. Chen Fan, I have come to bring you back to Hong Kong to become the live-in son-in-law of the Li family. This is the marriage contract signed between old master Zhang Chufeng and my grandfather 20 years ago. Li Jiaying produced an aged, weathered marriage contract as she spoke. The old director? A marriage contract? Chen Fan's eyes widened as he took the document. It indeed recorded his and Li Jiaying's birth dates, and the signature was unmistakably that of old master Zhang Chufeng. He had never imagined the old director had once lived in Hong Kong, and even signed a marriage contract with the richest man there. This was starting to feel suspiciously like a plot from a web novel. Could he really be the dragon descending the mountain? Chen Fan frowned slightly and pondered. If Zhang Chufeng could sign such a contract, then his identity was clearly far from ordinary. From the powerful cultivator's sanctuary discovered with Su Nanqiang in Zhang's old office, to this marriage contract with the richest man's granddaughter, how could someone like him simply be an orphanage director? Li Jiaying, seeing Chen Fan staring at the marriage contract in a daze, assumed he was stunned by the sudden windfall. Chen Fan, I hope you will not think too much about this. After all, there is a great gap between our statuses. Of course, since the Li family signed this contract, we will honor it. I will marry you and give you unimaginable wealth. But you are absolutely forbidden from touching me. Once my grandfather passes, we will divorce immediately. Li Jiaying folded her arms arrogantly, looking down at the plainly dressed university student in front of her. No, I refuse. Chen Fan shook his head, firmly. What, are you dreaming of a toad eating swan meat? Li Jiaying's tone turned angry and embarrassed. She had not expected Chen Fan to not only be a lowly scumbag, but also to be so greedy as to want her. No, I mean I refuse to marry you. Chen Fan realized she had misunderstood and clarified. Huh? Why? Li Jiaying was stunned, blurting out instinctively. Then she caught herself, looking suspiciously at Chen Fan. Was this guy using reverse psychology to get her attention? Because I am a man of principle. Once I get married, I will not be able to have other girlfriends. Chen Fan replied seriously. No matter how beautiful Li Jiaying was, he could not give up the entire forest for a single tree. After all, with this goddamn dual cultivation system, if he did not date, he would die. What? Li Jiaying's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. That face, which could put any Hong Kong or Taiwanese actress to shame, was now full of shock. How could someone be so shameless, and speak of it so righteously? Do not worry. Once I finish up a few things in the next few days, I will go with you to Hong Kong, meet with Mr. Li, and ask about my director grandfather. I will also cancel the engagement. Chen Fan said seriously. At that moment, not only was Li Jiaying shocked, even Kai Tongming, who had been sitting with his eyes closed as if meditating, opened his eyes and looked at Chen Fan for a long moment. Do you know what you are saying? Canceling your engagement with me, do you realize what you are giving up? That is more money than you could spend in a dozen lifetimes, not to mention the chance to ascend society in one leap. And someone like me, one of the most desirable women in all of Hong Kong. Li Jiaying said with frustration. Although she was unwilling to marry such an ordinary university student, the fact that he wanted to reject her wounded her pride. Too much money is useless anyway. Besides, I already have several hundred billion I cannot spend. And as for women of your caliber, I already have several. Chen Fan replied, shaking his head. After hearing that, Li Jiaying almost lost it completely. She had never seen anyone as shameless as Chen Fan. A broke third-year university student claiming he had hundreds of billions, and saying he already had several women as stunning as her? Shameless. Absolutely shameless. Just as Li Jiaying was about to explode, Kai Tongming coughed lightly. Miss Jiaying, do not forget, the Li family had instructed that once we arrived in Jiangnan City and found Chen Fan, we must first visit old Master Zhang's grave to pay our respects. Along the way, Chen Fan repeatedly asked Li Jiaying and Kai Tongming about Zhang Chufeng. However, Li Jiaying was too young at the time and only vaguely remembered that Zhang Chufeng had once visited their home. After that, her family avoided mentioning his name. It was not until recently, when Li Chaoran became gravely ill, that the marriage contract was brought out. Kai Tongming, meanwhile, kept his eyes closed in meditation, responding to Chen Fan's questions with disinterest. He merely said the two of them had only seen each other once, from a distance. Chen Fan frowned slightly. It seemed unlikely he would get any useful information from these two. Once the matter at Qinglong Mountain was settled, he would definitely have to make a trip to Hong Kong. Director Zhang Chufeng was buried behind Qingshan Orphanage. As they neared the area, Li Jiaying widened her eyes in surprise, took out a miniature compass, calculated something, and a look of shock appeared in her gaze. Water flows encircle this area, dragon veins converge here, the aura is rising, this is clearly a dragon vein. Living here long-term would greatly benefit one's health. Li Jiaying exclaimed in awe. Oh? This seemingly ordinary little mountain is actually a legendary dragon vein. Kai Tongming's eyes suddenly flew open, a flash of greedy light shooting out. Dragon veins are natural formations where spiritual energy gathers, one of the most sought-after sacred grounds for cultivators. However, such places are usually intelligent and hide themselves. Without being physically present, even the most skilled feng shui masters in Hong Kong would not be able to locate them. One dragon vein had previously been found in Hong Kong, and the city's most powerful family came from that very location. Now, to discover such a treasure in this impoverished inland area was astonishing. But then Kai Tongming thought of that rainy night and Zhang Chufeng's overwhelming, godlike power. It was not surprising he had found a dragon vein in which to hide. Kai had only come under the instructions of Li Jiahui, to eliminate his niece and Chen Fan, who were potential heirs to the family fortune, and to see if there were any remnants of Zhang Chufeng's legacy. He had never expected to find a dragon vein the moment he arrived. With it, his cultivation would surely advance rapidly. But just then, something felt off. If this is a dragon vein, why is there no trace of spiritual energy? Kai Tongming asked with suspicion. Li Jiaying was also startled. Though she was not a cultivator, even ordinary people could feel their pores open, as if bathing in hot springs, when in a place rich with spiritual energy, yet here, she felt nothing at all. This may be a dragon vein, but the dragon tendons were extracted and the veins severed centuries ago. All that remains is an empty shell. Chen Fan suddenly interjected. Oh? You understand feng shui? Li Jiaying and Kai Tongming looked at him in surprise. Heh, I know a little. I often watch movies and read novels about feng shui masters battling it out. Chen Fan replied. Li Jiaying rolled her eyes. Feng shui masters can indeed analyze yin and yang, determine formations, gather spiritual energy, ward off misfortune, and bless descendants, but it is absolutely not as exaggerated as in movies and novels. You take fiction as fact. No wonder you are saying ridiculous things like extracting dragon tendons. As someone raised in Hong Kong, where metaphysics and feng shui were taken seriously, Li Jiaying had been interested in such topics since childhood. She had studied the I Ching and feng shui principles. Though not formally trained, she had half a foot in the world of feng shui, and held Chen Fan's remarks in contempt. Chen Fan shook his head and said nothing more. After binding with Li Jiaying and unlocking the feng shui master skill, an ocean of knowledge had flooded into his mind. Combined with his golden eyes, his perspective on Qingshan Orphanage had completely changed. The mountain's contours and ley lines became vividly clear in his mind, and he immediately saw the problem with the dragon vein's energy. When he turned his gaze again toward distant Qinglong Mountain, everything became clear. He finally understood why Jin Yuba, the so-called #1 prodigy in southern Huaxia, valued what lay within Qinglong Mountain so much, to the point of coming in person. Of course, he explained none of this. After all, he was just a student raised in an orphanage. How could he tell Li Jiaying the truth, that this knowledge came from a system bound to her? Chen Fan's Wuling van sped along the road, drifting around corners using the sewer drainage for traction. In less than 10 minutes, they reached the summit where Qingshan Orphanage was located. This is where my director grandfather Zhang Chufeng now rests. Chen Fan walked up to a tombstone, lit 3 sticks of incense, and bowed 3 times. Although Li Jiaying had never met Zhang Chufeng, her grandfather had solemnly instructed her before she left, she must pay full respects when visiting his grave. In Li Jiaying's mind, Zhang Chufeng must have rendered great service to their family. Otherwise, he would not have arranged a marriage between her and Chen Fan. So she also lit incense, bowed, and knelt respectfully. Seeing this, Chen Fan nodded inwardly, and his opinion of both Li Jiaying and the Hong Kong tycoon he had never met improved slightly. All right, the ceremony is done. Now take us to Zhang Chufeng's former residence. Kai Tongming suddenly spoke behind Chen Fan. Chen Fan's brow immediately furrowed, a chill running down his spine, as if a beast were staring at him. He knew he had been marked by Kai Tongming, a mid-stage Qi condensation supreme with a combat power of 16. Was this not just a visit to pay respects to my director grandfather? Why do you want to go to his old residence? Do you have other intentions? Was this really your grandfather's will? Chen Fan did not look at Kai Tongming. Instead, he turned and stared coldly at Li Jiaying. Li Jiaying also sensed the tension in the air and quickly explained, "Chen Fan, do not misunderstand. We really are here just to pay our respects to old Master Zhang. He did a great favor for our family, otherwise, why would he have arranged this marriage? Elder Kai, Chen Fan is just a student. You are a qi condensation cultivator. He cannot withstand your oppressive aura." She looked at Kai Tongming pleadingly. Though she did not like Chen Fan, he was still the man her grandfather had chosen, and she did not want anything bad to happen to him. But Kai Tongming acted as if he had not heard her at all, ignoring her completely. Seeing this, Chen Fan understood everything. He had already found it strange. Why would a powerful mid-stage qi condensation cultivator escort a young girl to Jiangnan City personally? Now it all made sense. "Boy, I will say this one last time, if you do not want to die, then show us the way." Kai Tongming finally dropped the pretense and revealed his true colors. "Elder Kai, how could you do this? Zhang Chufeng did so much for our Li family, and Chen Fan is his only descendant." Li Jiaying cried out, rushing forward and using her own body to shield Chen Fan. "Humph, little bitch, already protecting him before the wedding. Fine then. I was hired by Li Jiahui to eliminate some trouble. I am just taking money to remove a disaster. You can die first." Kai Tongming snorted coldly and pointed a finger at the disbelieving Li Jiaying. Immediately, a beam of energy condensed from true qi shot out from his fingertip, like a sword, piercing toward Li Jiaying's terrified face. Ding! 15 points of combat power exchanged for the host. Total life points used. Current remaining life points, 1787. Host's current combat power, 16. No! Li Jiaying's beautiful eyes widened. In an instant, under the clash of terror, confusion, and anger, she fainted on the spot. Just then, a figure moved at extreme speed, appearing beside her in the blink of an eye. One hand wrapped around Li Jiaying's slender waist, while the other struck the beam of true qi rushing toward her. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, like a grenade detonating in midair. The beam of true qi was shattered by Chen Fan's strike, and within a radius of 5 or 6 meters, not a single blade of grass remained, only scorched earth, blackened and smoking. Huh? Kai Tongming's eyes, which rarely opened fully, widened in disbelief as he stared at Chen Fan. How is this possible? You are clearly just a grandmaster, how could you block a qi condensation level true energy wave? At that moment, even Kai Tongming, a supreme cultivator who had lived for 70 years, felt immense shock. The last time he had felt such disbelief was that stormy night when Zhang Chufeng unleashed his terrifying might. True energy wave, huh? I'll give you 6 meridians divine sword. Chen Fan moved with extreme speed, leaving behind only an afterimage. In the next instant, he appeared behind Kai Tongming and punched at the back of his head. Swish! Kai Tongming reacted swiftly, turning to counter with a punch of his own. Boom! Another earth-shaking explosion resounded. Sand and stone flew in all directions, and at the point where the two clashed, the ground split open, forming a trench half a meter wide. Fuck! You're at mid-stage qi condensation. Kai Tongming could no longer stay calm and burst out in curse. Just in his 20s and already at mid-stage qi condensation? In the past 100 years, aside from those rumored hidden geniuses from secluded sects in Xia capital, who else had reached this realm at such an age? At that moment, a terrifying thought struck Kai Tongming. He looked at Chen Fan with even more shock and fear. No wonder Zhang Chufeng had been so powerful and had protected this boy with his life. Could they be? Kai Tongming dared not even finish the thought. He knew very well what the consequences would be if he had provoked someone from that level of power. After exchanging several more blows with Chen Fan, his shock deepened, and his gaze turned ruthless. This boy may have the same cultivation and combat power as me, but he knows no battle techniques, his attacks are no different from an ordinary man's. I cannot let him live. Kai Tongming's attack suddenly turned even more ferocious. Chen Fan, drenched in sweat, struggled to keep up and suffered several heavy hits in succession. However, with the Ghost Gate 13 needles at his disposal, he could heal almost instantly, in a single breath's time, all injuries were gone. Shit, I only have a little over 1,000 life points left. One night and I'm back to 0. If I had more, I'd exchange for a high-tier ultimate move and kill him. Chen Fan cursed inwardly. Though he could not be killed with the Ghost Gate 13 needles, it still fucking hurt. But Chen Fan still had a trump card, the golden brick. Meanwhile, Kai Tongming was growing more and more anxious. He had used his best techniques, and though he had repeatedly gravely wounded the boy, the kid recovered in mere seconds and came back full of energy. No, now that I have made an enemy of such a monster, I must not let him live. In 5 years, no, 3, he will kill me like slaughtering a dog. Kai Tongming gritted his teeth. His true chi surged, and he suddenly rose dozens of meters into the air, like a celestial being. Using this move will damage my essence and regress my cultivation, but to kill you, this monster, I have no choice. Blood Moon Fiend Slash. With Kai Tongming's furious roar, a mist of blood exploded from his body. His face twisted like a vengeful spirit. Above his head, the blood mist condensed into a terrifying blood-red moon. Perfect timing. Jill Terminator, go! Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, pouring all his true energy into the golden brick, which shot forward like a meteor, slamming straight into Kai Tongming, who was still gathering power. Bang! Kai Tongming screamed as his lower body exploded into pieces. But the blood moon formed by true chi had already locked onto Chen Fan and came crashing down. Brat! Although his lower body was destroyed, Kai Tongming, as a chi condensation cultivator, was still full of vitality and not yet dead. Chen Fan's hair stood on end as he looked at the descending blood moon. He knew, with that kind of power, he would not have time to activate the Ghost Gate 13 needles before he was annihilated. At that critical moment, a fragrant breeze swept past him. Chen Fan looked up and saw Su Nanqiang standing before him, slashing her hand through the air at the oncoming blood moon. Swish! The blood moon was split apart like a piece of paper, flying past Chen Fan and Su Nanqiang on either side, exploding two nearby mountaintops. Then, Su Nanqiang raised her hand again and struck toward Kai Tongming from a distance. Her terrifying true energy crushed his body into a cloud of blood. Dare to hurt my disciple, I will erase you from existence. Su Nanqiang said coldly. Master. You came out of seclusion. Amazing, you killed that mid-stage chi condensation old bastard in one blow. Chen Fan rushed up joyfully, hugging Su Nanqiang's slender waist and burying his face in. 1 hour later. Master, what realm are you at now? Chen Fan asked while putting his clothes back on. I am now at the peak of the chi condensation realm, and 1 foot has already stepped into the chi lake realm. In the moonlight, Su Nanqiang was adjusting her hair, messed up by Chen Fan earlier, her presence cold and ethereal like a celestial maiden. Maybe it was the cultivation, but Chen Fan felt Su Nanqiang had grown even more beautiful than before, even surpassing Jiang Qingyi and Li Jiaying, who both had beauty scores of 92. Especially the red mole now present between her brows. At a certain key moment, Chen Fan had nearly screamed in awe. Master, you are truly a heaven-sent prodigy. In less than a month, you have become a top-tier supreme. Chen Fan said in amazement. That is because after that day, I noticed a change in my physique. While cultivating the energy technique, I realized it was not just a top-tier technique, it was at least 2 levels higher. Combined with the spirit stone bed, all those factors allowed me to reach peak chi condensation within a month. Su Nanqiang explained. Chen Fan nodded. He had just used the golden eye to scan Su Nanqiang but found it could not identify her, a sign that her awakened physique was indeed extraordinary. But you, Chen Fan, to reach mid-stage chi condensation with nothing at all, you are the true genius with limitless potential. If those old monsters in Xia capital found out about you, they would fight each other to make you their final disciple. Su Nanqiang smiled as she spoke, looking at Chen Fan with tender affection. Chen Fan froze, then grew wary. In the future, he had better avoid using his full strength publicly. If some old freak abducted him to be their disciple, how would he ever get a girlfriend? Knowing Su Nanqiang would soon return to secluded cultivation, Chen Fan stood up again. 2 hours later. Chen Fan had dressed once more. Su Nanqiang, her back to him, was at a stream nearby, washing her hair. Her robe draped softly, revealing a snow-white back, radiating a fairy-like aura. Just then, Chen Fan noticed Li Jiaying, still on the ground, stir slightly. Smack! Chen Fan slapped her round, perky buttocks. Still pretending to sleep. The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the air as Chen Fan struck. Li Jiaying kept her eyes tightly shut, her beautiful face flushed. The moment she was slapped by Chen Fan, she leapt up as if a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You dared to molest me! Li Jiaying shouted angrily, her cheeks burning. When did you wake up? Did you see everything just now? Before Chen Fan could speak, Su Nanqiang, wearing nothing but a simple undergarment by the stream, her hair flowing loose, like a celestial maiden, suddenly swept over and stood directly before Li Jiaying. Her eyes, cold as ice, fixed on Li Jiaying. No, I did not see everything, Li Jiaying quickly waved her hands in denial. I woke less than an hour ago. I only saw half of it. At the memory of what she had glimpsed a moment before, Li Jiaying's face turned as red as a tomato, especially thinking of Chen Fan's. Ding! An electronic voice rang suddenly in Chen Fan's mind. Li Jiaying's favorability plus 50. Current favorability, 0. Chen Fan froze for a moment. What? This inexplicable increase in favorability? When Su Nanqiang stood before Li Jiaying's eyes widened in immediate admiration. So beautiful? Looking at Su Nanqiang, a celestial beauty with a red mole between her brows, Li Jiaying, though known as one of Hong Kong's top beauties, instantly felt ashamed, as if rendered unworthy in comparison. At that moment, Su Nanqiang lifted her jade-like hand, pinched Li Jiaying's chin, tilted her face from side to side, then gently tapped her cheek with the back of her hand. She placed her slender thumb against Li Jiaying's lips, pried them slightly apart to examine her teeth, and looked at her tongue. A fragrance, as pure and cold as a snow lotus, seeped between Li Jiaying's lips and teeth. Her constitution seems decent enough. She could serve as a girlfriend for my treasured disciple, acceptable, at least. Su Nanqiang spoke lightly, as if evaluating an object for sale. Li Jiaying had dared to bare her teeth at Chen Fan. But in front of Su Nanqiang, whose mere presence radiated the oppressive aura of a peak-level qi condensation cultivator, she was nothing but a well-behaved child. She stood frozen, unable to muster any resistance. If she fails to behave in the future, send her to me. Su Nanqiang declared. Also, I have been commissioned by an acquaintance in the Xia capital to translate an ancient text for his friend currently in Jiangnan City. I am about to go into seclusion. You shall go on my behalf. With those final words, Su Nanqiang vanished into the air, carried away by a faint fragrance. Chen Fan sighed inwardly. He had intended to call in Su Nanqiang, now that she had reached peak qi condensation, to help dominate Qinglong Mountain. But since she was about to attempt a breakthrough to the Qi Lake realm, the level of a princely-level powerhouse, he abandoned the idea. After Su Nanqiang disappeared, Li Jiaying, who had been holding her breath, released it with a shudder, glaring at Chen Fan. You saved my life from Kai Tongming. And you dare to glare at me as thanks? Chen Fan said speechlessly. Bah! Saved me? You have the nerve to say that? Li Jiaying spat contemptuously. You are a third-year university student whose only concern seems to be chasing girls, and you have the nerve to claim you saved me. I was unconscious, not mentally deranged. Li Jiaying exclaimed angrily, slapping her white, delicate foot on the ground. Since Chen Fan had absurdly bragged that he owned thousands of billions and had several girlfriends as beautiful as her, Li Jiaying had already judged him a liar. Now, for him to shamelessly claim he had saved her from a qi condensation cultivator, that was too far-fetched even for her. Still, the boy's luck was incredible, he even had a master like a fairy. Surely Kai Tongming had fled because of Su Nanqiang. Yet to think such a fairy-like master belonged to Chen Fan, a rebellious apprentice like him. At the thought of Su Nanqiang's snowy white, graceful form, Li Jiaying's inner body burned with envy and frustration. She wished, as if she were a man, to hold Su Nanqiang tightly. 5,000 words omitted here. Chen Fan was speechless. Indeed, a person's prejudices are like a great mountain. At that moment, Chen Fan's phone rang. When he answered, a cold voice came through. Hello? Are you the closed-door disciple of Master Su? I have an ancient text I need translated. In Jiangnan City, inside a villa of the Yi family. Jiang Qingyi hung up the phone. That disciple of Master Su, the voice sounded vaguely familiar, did it not? Humph. That Master Su certainly has an attitude. She sends only her disciple to translate an ancient text for us. In front of the Jiang family, that so-called Master Su is nothing. Yi Xingyao complained disdainfully. Xingyao, do not speak in such a way. After all, we requested their help, Jiang Qingyi replied, though her voice was tinged with coldness. As the direct daughter of the great Yi family, her status was noble. Even within other grand clans she was shown respect. And yet, Master Su, just a lone scholar, had dared to send nothing but her disciple. The thought made Jiang Qingyi's face darken further. But Brother Yuba will arrive in Jiangnan City in a few days. I heard he is coming because of that place called Qinglong Mountain in the northern district. If before then we could refine the pill from the ancient formula and give it to Brother Yuba, helping him break through to qi condensation, then he surely will fulfill his promise and come to propose to me. At that thought, Jiang Qingyi's heart filled with anticipation and joy. About 2 hours later, Chen Fan's Wuling van stopped before the gates of the Yi family's villa. The villa was heavily guarded, all guards appeared to be elite special forces. Upon seeing the Yi family's gate, Chen Fan smiled. What perfect coincidence. Given that Yi Nantian had already escorted Wang Ting to the Yi family headquarters in the Xia capital, Chen Fan did not disturb them. Instead, he obediently called the person who had commissioned the translation. When the phone call ended, the guards at the gate allowed Chen Fan to enter after a short wait. Unexpected that the Yi family would own assets even in such a remote place. Must be a branch line of their holdings, Li Jiaying remarked, gazing at the Yi family emblem on the gate. You know about the Yi family? Chen Fan asked in surprise. Li Jiaying rolled her eyes. I am, after all, the granddaughter of Hong Kong's richest man, one of the top socialites. I frequently attend gatherings in Xia capital. I know some members of several powerful families there. Li Jiaying explained. Chen Fan shrugged, then parked the van outside the villa. At that moment, Yi Xingyao and Jiang Qingyi happened to step out the front gate. As soon as Chen Fan and Li Jiaying got out of the car, both sides froze. How could it be you? You are that disciple of Master Su? You are Miss Li Jiaying from Hong Kong? Jiang Qingyi and Yi Xingyao stared, eyes wide in shock. You know my fiancé is Li Jiaying? Chen Fan interjected. My fiancé? Jiang Qingyi and Yi Xingyao both gasped again, their eyes wide, as if caught in a windstorm of confusion. The granddaughter of the richest man on Hong Kong Island is your fiancé? Yi Xingyao exclaimed in shock, covering her mouth. Li Jiaying was instantly filled with a mix of shame and anger. Her pretty face turned red as she fiercely stomped on Chen Fan's foot. Now it's all over. With both the Yi and Jiang women knowing about this, it probably will not take long before the entire socialite circle of China and Hong Kong Island finds out. The more Li Jiaying thought about it, the angrier she became. As the most beloved granddaughter of the richest man on Hong Kong Island, and with looks that outshine celebrities from Hong Kong and Taiwan, she had hundreds, if not thousands, of suitors in both Hong Kong Island and Xiaojing. Many of them were heirs to powerful conglomerates or international financial groups. Originally, she had planned to take Chen Fan to Hong Kong Island, marry him in secret, and then quietly divorce him after her grandfather passed away. Who would have thought that this guy would expose their relationship right in front of Jiang Qingyi and Yi Xingyao? Now she had become the fiancée of a poor loser who was still a university student and full of hot air. She was probably about to become the laughingstock of the entire elite circle of China. Jiang Qingyi and Li Jiaying had known each other for a long time. One was the legitimate daughter of the Dan King family, the other the granddaughter of the richest man on Hong Kong Island. Both were evenly matched in looks, and in the Chinese socialite circle, they had long been seen as rivals. When Jiang Qingyi saw that Li Jiaying did not refute it, she immediately understood that what Chen Fan had said was true. After the initial shock, Jiang Qingyi looked at Li Jiaying with a gaze that had turned smug and disdainful. She had never imagined that her longtime rival Li Jiaying would choose such an ordinary man as her fiancé. Compared to her own Yuba brother, it was like heaven and earth. So, Chen Fan, your backer is the Li family of Hong Kong Island. No wonder you were able to spend 600 billion to buy the entire northern district of Jiangnan. That money must have come from Jiaying, right? Jiang Qingyi teased. Chen Fan found her words baffling, but Li Jiaying's ears perked up, and she looked at Chen Fan in surprise. You actually have 600 billion? Li Jiaying asked. Although the Li family was the wealthiest on Hong Kong Island, with assets in the trillions, 600 billion in cash was no small amount. To be precise, I had 1 trillion. After buying the land, I have 400 billion left. Chen Fan replied. Li Jiaying nodded. It seemed Chen Fan had not completely lied to her, he did indeed have money. Most likely, it was inherited from elder Zhang Chufeng. Ding! Li Jiaying's affection plus 20. Current affection, 20. Rewarding host with 2,000 vitality points. Current vitality balance, 3,787. A synthesized system prompt echoed in Chen Fan's mind. At that moment, Jiang Qingyi, who had been listening to the conversation between Chen Fan and Li Jiaying, suddenly started laughing behind her hand. Heh, Jiaying, stop trying to save face. I investigated Chen Fan's background. He is just an orphan in his 3rd year of university. Apart from your Li family, who else would give him that kind of money? But I must say, your taste is certainly unique. Unlike me and Yuba, who are childhood sweethearts and perfectly matched. Jiang Qingyi said. You? Li Jiaying was too angry to speak. Of course, she knew Jin Yuba, the so-called #1 prodigy in southern China, and the object of admiration for many socialites. If not for her grandfather Li Chaoren's disapproval, she might have considered Jin Yuba too. Jiaying, my Yuba brother will be arriving in Jiangnan City in a few days. I have been preparing elixirs and handling logistics for him these past few days, to help him make a breakthrough into the qi condensation realm. Jiang Qingyi looked proud and radiant, making Li Jiaying grind her teeth in frustration. When Li Jiaying saw Chen Fan standing there with his hands in his pockets, completely casual, she could not help but compare him to the tall, handsome, and domineering Jin Yuba, who was like a war god. The contrast was heaven and earth. Bitterness and helplessness welled up inside her. Perhaps this is fate. Chen Fan was already annoyed by Jiang Qingyi constantly bringing up Jin Yuba. If not for his promise to Master Su Nanqiang, he would not have stayed here another second. Did you not say you needed an ancient script translated? Do not tell me it is that formula from the last auction? Chen Fan asked impatiently. Having just trampled her rival Li Jiaying underfoot, Jiang Qingyi was in a great mood and did not mind Chen Fan's tone. Once the four entered the room, Jiang Qingyi took out the damaged elixir recipe. Chen Fan gave it a glance. This time, he did not use the golden eye to restore the missing parts, but simply recalled the lost information in his mind. There were not many missing parts, just the names and effects of 2 elixirs. He took 2 blank sheets of paper and swiftly began writing. In less than 5 minutes, both formulas were completed. Seeing how quickly he finished, Jiang Qingyi narrowed her beautiful eyes, somewhat suspicious of Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, you did not just make something up, did you?" she said coldly. The more Chen Fan looked at her, the more annoyed he felt. Though she was stunningly beautiful, her personality left him completely indifferent. Still, since he was bound to her, he figured he should at least extract some benefit. Translating the formula might even boost her affection and give him more vitality points. With that thought, Chen Fan tossed the translated formula at her. "Read it yourself. Believe it or not, I do not care." Jiang Qingyi took the formula, and the more she read, the more excited she looked. Many of the herbs listed were rare and valuable, with some known only to direct descendants of her Dan King Jiang family. There was no way an outsider like Chen Fan could have made them up. But when she read the effects and names of the formulas, her expression changed instantly. Ding! Jiang Qingyi's affection -50. Current affection, -50. The synthesized system voice rang again in Chen Fan's head. His eyes widened in shock. "What the hell? I just translated this for you, and instead of being grateful, your affection drops. Chen Fan, you are trying to harm my Yuba brother. Get out of here!" Jiang Qingyi suddenly shouted. "Jiang Qingyi, what is your problem? Chen Fan worked hard to translate that scrap of paper for you, and not only are you ungrateful, you are insulting him too." Before Chen Fan could respond, Li Jiaying stepped forward, shielding him, and scolded Jiang Qingyi in a fury. "Humph! A person with impure intentions and poor character, do you really think a lowly ant like you could harm a true dragon like my Yuba brother with some underhanded trick?" Jiang Qingyi's eyes were cold and arrogant as she stared down at Chen Fan and Li Jiaying. As the eldest daughter of the richest family on Hong Kong Island, Li Jiaying had never been humiliated like this before. She was about to explode. "Jiaying, let us go." Chen Fan's gaze turned frosty as well. He grabbed Li Jiaying's hand, got into the van, and drove off. Watching the tail lights disappear into the distance, Yi Xingyao frowned and could not help asking. "Qingyi, was the formula Chen Fan translated fake?" "Humph, of course the translation was real." Jiang Qingyi replied with a cold sneer. "What? The translated formulas are real?" Yi Xingyao widened her eyes in confusion as she looked at Jiang Qingyi. The 2 translated formulas are indeed authentic. The proportions of the ingredients and the refining methods are extremely profound, clearly the work of a top-tier alchemy master. This Chen Fan does have some ability. Those ancient script experts could not translate them, but he managed to do it in less than 10 minutes. Jiang Qingyi said. "Qingyi, if that is the case, then Chen Fan really helped you a great deal. Why did you scold him and drive him away?" Yi Xingyao was even more puzzled. But she knew that Jiang Qingyi was not someone who acted on impulse, so she waited for her explanation. One of the formulas is called the Ascension Pill. When taken by a qi refining cultivator during a breakthrough, it can greatly increase the success rate. The other formula is called the Decline Pill. If taken during a breakthrough, not only will it cause the cultivator to fail, but it will also drive them insane and cause their cultivation level to drop by 1 realm. Yi Xingyao nodded, seeming to understand somewhat. "But Xingyao, do you know? That scoundrel Chen Fan had malicious intent. He swapped the names of the 2 formulas. If I had followed the wrong formula and given it to Yuba to consume, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even 100 of Chen Fan's lives would not be enough to make up for it." Jiang Qingyi said coldly. "What?" Yi Xingyao was utterly shocked. However, when she thought of Chen Fan's usual demeanor, though a bit frivolous, his eyes were clear, and he carried himself with a handsome and carefree air. He did not seem like someone who would scheme behind people's backs. "But Qingyi, how can you be sure that it was Chen Fan who switched the names of the formulas?" Yi Xingyao asked again. "Humph. Although this is my first time seeing these formulas, I am the legitimate daughter of the Dan King family. My understanding of medicinal properties and effects is not something a layman like him can compare with. For instance, the Ascension Pill he wrote contains corpse rot grass, yellow springs flower, and other extremely ian and cold ingredients. They are also highly poisonous. Imagine what would happen if such toxins flared up during a breakthrough. In contrast, the ingredients listed in the Decline Pill formula are all rich in yang energy and highly nourishing. Clearly, they would enhance the body's spiritual energy and assist in achieving a breakthrough." Jiang Qingyi felt quite pleased with her own intelligence. Even Yi Xingyao, who knew next to nothing about alchemy, understood Jiang Qingyi's explanation and nodded in agreement. But why would Chen Fan do that? It does not benefit him at all. Yi Xingyao still had doubts. How does it not benefit him? With the backing of the Li family from Hong Kong Island, he won the northern district in an auction, where Qinglong Mountain is located. That is the place Yuba has his eyes on. Knowing he cannot compete, he colluded with Li Jiaying and used such a despicable method. Jiang Qingyi narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, as if she had exposed the conspiracy between Chen Fan and the Li family. Yi Xingyao nodded. Though she did not believe in her heart that Chen Fan was that kind of person, Jiang Qingyi's reasoning sounded plausible. Inside the Wuling van, Chen Fan had already put the earlier incident behind him and started whistling. That Jiang Qingyi helped her out of kindness and got treated like shit in return. If you had not stopped me, I would have ripped her damn mouth off. Li Jiaying was still fuming. Top-tier socialites are this violent? Chen Fan was speechless. In fact, shortly after getting into the car, he had already understood why Jiang Qingyi reacted that way. When Chen Fan bound himself to Jiang Qingyi and obtained the primordial violet flame, a wealth of knowledge about alchemy had appeared in his mind. The Ascension Pill's ingredients were indeed all extremely cold, and toxic, but these could all be neutralized by refining them with the primordial flame, thereby softening the medicinal properties. During breakthroughs, a cultivator's true energy converges and surges, which often stirs the inner fire and causes mental instability or even madness. However, by using a pill crafted from cold and ingredients, the inner fire could be suppressed, allowing the cultivator to clear their mind and even reach a state of enlightenment, greatly increasing the chances of a successful breakthrough. The decline pill, on the other hand, had the opposite effect. Jiang Qingyi was an outsider when it came to alchemy and had mistakenly believed he had swapped the formulas. Thinking of this, Chen Fan could not help but feel a bit sorry for that unseen Jin Yuba. I did not kill Boren, but Boren will die because of me. Meanwhile, inside the office of the Commander-in-Chief of the Tianhai Military Department. A woman with short black hair, around 30 years old, dressed in camouflage uniform, Yi Qingyan, Commander-in-Chief of the Tianhai City Military Department, was processing documents. Suddenly, the red landline phone on her desk rang. Yi Qingyan's beautiful eyes filled with surprise. This red phone was the direct line of the Yi family patriarch. Since it had been installed, it had never rung before. Yi Qingyan immediately stood up and respectfully answered the phone. 3 minutes later, she hung up with a frown on her delicate brow. 3 days later, Jiangnan City. Qinglong Mountain. Chen Fan. Yi Qingyan stood up, her explosive and athletic figure barely concealed by the loose uniform. Combined with her strikingly beautiful yet heroic features, she could make any man fall head over heels. Just who is this Chen Fan, that even the family patriarch would personally call to ensure his safety? But if that place has caught the attention of Jin Yuba, the so-called top prodigy of the South, then it is worth a visit. With this thought, Yi Qingyan nodded slightly and began packing her gear to head for Jiangnan City. Tianhai City. A nameless desolate mountain. An elderly man in a Chinese tunic suit was stepping across treetops, each stride covering dozens of meters as if he were flying. In moments, he arrived at a cave on the mountaintop. Young master. The elder bowed respectfully toward a tall man sitting cross-legged inside the cave. The man had long hair, sword-like eyebrows, and sharp starry eyes, his appearance exceptionally striking. In front of him, a long sword radiating golden light hovered in the air. Streams of white mist-like energy flowed from his dantian into the sword. Old Jin, you are here. The man opened his eyes, releasing an aura so oppressive it made the elder shudder. This elder, clad in traditional Chinese garb, was a peak-stage qi-sensing cultivator. He was someone who could dominate the outside world, but here, in front of the young master Jin Yuba, he was merely a servant attending to his daily needs. Young master, have you completely refined the spirit sword? Almost. Give me 2 more days and it will be fully refined. Jin Yuba nodded. Congratulations, young master. Once you refine the ancestral fish dragon spirit sword, even early-stage qi condensation cultivators will not be your match. The elder said joyfully. Magical tools are still external. The most important thing is one's own strength. Once I obtain the treasure inside Qinglong Mountain, I will take that next step and become a true powerhouse of the qi condensation realm. Jin Yuba said arrogantly. Yes, young master. You are the top prodigy of southern China. If you break through to the qi condensation realm and pair it with the fish dragon sword, you will surely shine at the Tianjiao conference in Xiaojing in a few months. You might even catch the attention of one of the hidden sects. The elder said. Yes. But the key requirement for entering those hidden sects is reaching the Qi condensation realm before age 25. That is why the treasure in Qinglong Mountain is so important to me. Jin Yuba said. At that moment, he noticed a strange expression on the elder's face. His brows twitched, and an ominous feeling arose in his heart. What happened at Qinglong Mountain? Young master, that useless Zhou Zhixiong screwed up. Qinglong Mountain was bought by a university junior named Chen Fan. Old servant Jin spoke. A university junior? Jin Yuba narrowed his eyes, a murderous chill flashing through them. Yes, young master. But his background seems anything but simple. Even we have not been able to find out what forces stand behind him. According to Zhou Zhixiong, this Chen Fan is only 22 years old, yet he possesses cultivation at the peak of Grandmaster level, and he even carries a magical weapon. Heh, a 22-year-old Grandmaster peak. In other influential families he might be considered a genius, but in my eyes, he is nothing more than a stone by the roadside, a weed in the field. Jin Yuba spoke arrogantly, a domineering and oppressive aura rising from his body. Indeed, Chen Fan is not much. But it seems other so-called prodigies from southern China have also received word. They are all heading toward Qinglong Mountain in Jiangnan City. Among them is White Ape and others. Should we depart early as well? Old servant Jin asked again. No need. According to Lu Bowen's dragon-slaying notes, the treasure, Dragon Pearl, inside Qinglong Mountain will not fully manifest until 3 days from now. Besides, those like White Ape have all been defeated by me before. Now that I have refined the fish dragon sword, they are not even worth mentioning. Jin Yuba said with disdain. The reason Jin Yuba knew of the great treasure in Qinglong Mountain was that he had recently discovered an ancient notebook from the Ming dynasty, written by Lu Bowen. It was said that Lu Bowen had been a master geomancer and strategist who helped the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty establish a 1,000-year dynasty. In doing so, he severed many of China's dragon veins, and documented the process in his dragon-slaying notes. According to these notes, the dragon vein beneath Qinglong Mountain in Jiangnan was unusually powerful, even Lu Bowen could not destroy it entirely. Instead, he extracted the dragon tendons to draw out the essence and gathered it atop Qinglong Mountain. Once every 200 years, the spiritual energy in Qinglong Mountain would reach a critical point and condense into a dragon pearl, imbued with the essence of heaven and earth. At this moment, old servant Jin seemed to recall something and slapped his forehead. Young master, there is one more piece of good news. Miss Jiangqingyi sent word 2 days ago. She discovered an ancient pill formula for a type of ascension pill that can assist with breakthroughs, and she has already successfully refined it. Jin Yuba was instantly stirred upon hearing this. He had once read about the ascension pill in an ancient text. It could greatly enhance a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the next realm. Miss Jiang is truly devoted to young master. You two are a match made in heaven, childhood sweethearts, destined by fate. Old servant Jin said with a smile. But upon hearing this, Jin Yuba's expression turned cold. In his heart, his destiny was to shine at the Tianjiao conference in Xiaojing. Only women from hidden clans and secluded sects were worthy of him. As for Jiangqingyi, though she came from a family that rivaled even major powers, the Alchemy King family, he had only ever seen her as a source of pills. A match made in heaven? She was not even worthy of the title. Just another lovesick dog, nothing more. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had not been idle these past few days. He took Li Jiaying with him and set up 2 tents on Qinglong Mountain, temporarily living there. Originally, Chen Fan had planned to use his knowledge as a geomancer to construct a spiritual gathering array and preemptively condense the Dragon Pearl before Jin Yuba and the others arrived. But such geomantic arrays required spiritual stones. Chen Fan had none, so he had to compromise by using stones from Qinglong Mountain that had absorbed spiritual energy to construct a spirit-converging array. When the Dragon Pearl was born, it would be drawn directly to his location. Chen Fan, you have been fiddling around on this mountain for 2 or 3 days now. Do you think you are some kind of feng shui master? Setting up formations and all that. When are you going to come back to Hong Kong Island with me? Li Jiaying asked with frustration. Soon, very soon. Chen Fan replied. Just then, a man dressed like a construction foreman, with a colorful polo shirt, safety helmet, leather satchel under one arm, huffed and puffed as he walked up. I am just saying, Chen Fan, the North District has so many good spots. Why the hell are you building in this barren mountain? And with ancient architecture of all things. Who is going to buy this? Li Wei complained. This place is where spiritual energy converges. One day you will understand. When the time comes, high officials and nobles will be begging to buy, but they will not be able to afford it even then. Chen Fan said as he looked at the sweaty and panting Li Wei. Keep dreaming. Only your buddy here would waste time entertaining your nonsense. Li Wei snorted. But Chen Fan was not lying. Now that he had the skills of a geomancer, once the dragon pearl manifested tomorrow, he would use it to establish a spirit-converging array. Then, if his master Su Nanqiang cultivated there, the effects would rival those of meditating on a bed of spiritual stones. Even people like Wang Yuyan, Sun Xian, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi, though not cultivators, would be able to prolong their lives and be free of illness within such a spiritual environment. You really think you are a master of feng shui? Spiritual energy? I do not see anything special about this place. Li Jiaying scoffed coldly. Only then did Li Wei notice Li Jiaying behind Chen Fan. The moment he saw her stunning figure and a face that outclassed any Hong Kong or Taiwanese celebrity, his eyes widened. Where the hell did his buddy find all these super beauties? Each one was a once-in-a-million gem. Compared to them, the high-end models at his usual private clubs were trash. Jiaying, let me introduce you. This is my buddy, Li Wei. Li Wei, this is Li Jiaying, granddaughter of Li Chaoran, the richest man on Hong Kong Island. Chen Fan introduced them. What the fuck? Li Chaoran's granddaughter? That man is my idol. Li Wei exclaimed. Li Jiaying was quite pleased with his reaction and looked proudly at Chen Fan. Bro, now I get it, no wonder you have so much money. So you are living off the richest family on Hong Kong Island. Li Wei wore an exaggerated expression of admiration. Chen Fan could not be bothered to explain. Let the misunderstanding stand. It was just as well to use the Li family as a shield. Just then, a piercing sound came from the foot of the mountain. The three of them looked down and saw a short-haired woman in a black combat uniform flying toward the mountain peak atop a narrow silver blade. What the hell? I must be seeing things. A sword-riding immortal? Li Wei's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He rubbed them hard. The woman flying on the blade, Yi Qingyan, had already noticed them and rapidly approached, arriving before them in an instant. Yi Qingyan pulled out her phone, opened the dossier sent by Yi Nantian, and instantly recognized Chen Fan. You are Chen Fan? Ding. Discovered high beauty individual, Yi Qingyan, beauty score, 92. Binding initiated. Ding. Binding successful. For each point of affection gained from Yi Qingyan, host receives 100 vitality points. Current affection, 0. Gifted to host, beauty cashback feature. Name, Yi Qingyan. Beauty score, 92. Cashback ratio, 1 to 100. Gifted skill, Void Slash, a top-tier martial technique. Hello, my name is Yi Qingyan, captain of the Tianhai Military Department. Under the orders of the Patriarch, I am here to ensure your safety for the time being. Yi Qingyan brushed back her short hair, tousled by the wind, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. Capable of flying on a weapon, are you a qi condensation realm expert? You cannot be older than 30, right? Li Jiaying circled around Yi Qingyan, her face filled with astonishment. No, I am currently at the peak of the qi sensing realm, half a step into qi condensation. I am able to fly on a weapon because my silver moon blade is a low-grade magical tool. Yi Qingyan replied. Li Wei stared at Yi Qingyan's angelic face and devilish figure, nearly drooling. The look he gave Chen Fan was filled with envy and resentment. A beauty of this caliber, and a top-tier cultivator, coming to serve as my bro's personal bodyguard? What kind of insane privilege is that? Chen Fan nodded. He knew this was surely someone that Wang Ting had asked the Yi family patriarch to send for his protection. A peak qi-sensing cultivator equipped with a magical weapon could already unleash power comparable to an early qi condensation expert. However, now that Chen Fan had bound with Yi Qingyan and the system had rewarded him with the top-tier combat skill Void Slash, he was confident that if he faced Kai Tongming again, he could kill him with one strike. Even against a peak qi condensation cultivator, he could hold his ground evenly. Yi Qingyan, with her stunning face and cool demeanor, was simultaneously sizing up both Chen Fan and Li Jiaying. As the captain of the Tianhai Military Department, she was deeply familiar with prominent family members and their profiles. She immediately recognized Li Jiaying as the most beloved granddaughter of the richest man on Hong Kong Island. Then, her gaze shifted to Chen Fan. Although he was somewhat handsome, in no way did he appear like a pampered second-generation heir who could casually drop 600 billion, nor did he resemble the radiant and distinguished young prodigies of great families. This Chen Fan is most likely just an ordinary college junior, probably pushed to the front by the Li family of Hong Kong Island as a shield. Yi Qingyan found this to be the only plausible explanation and her gaze toward Chen Fan turned somewhat indifferent. Li Jiaying said nothing, but toward this woman whose strength and beauty matched her own, she could not help but raise her guard. They do not seem to know each other well. Why would she suddenly come to protect Chen Fan? Could it be that Chen Fan has a background I do not know about? Could they also have a marriage arrangement? Li Jiaying speculated subconsciously, an unspoken sense of crisis arising within her, making her move a little closer to Chen Fan. Ding! Li Jiaying's affection plus 20, current affection, 40. Reward, 2,000 vitality points. Current vitality balance, 5784. A synthesized electronic voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan glanced at Li Jiaying, a bit speechless. He had risked his life to save her and gained no affection points. Now Yi Qingyan showed up, and her affection rose by 20 instantly. As Mr. Lu Sun once said, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. At that moment, the sound of engines suddenly echoed from the winding road below the mountain. A heavily modified Hummer roared up the mountain like a beast. Miss Jiang, once I see that guy Chen Fan, I will definitely teach him a good lesson. The muscular man in military uniform driving the SUV spoke with a cigar in his mouth. Brother Hu, thank you for the thought, but Chen Fan is backed by the Li family from Hong Kong Island. It is best not to cause trouble. Once Brother Yuba arrives, he will settle this with him. Jiang Qingyi said from the back seat. Brother, Grandpa has gone to the Xiaojing headquarters. Do not stir up trouble. Yi Xingyao, seated in the front passenger seat, tugged at her brother Yi Xinghu's sleeve, warning him. But Yi Xinghu just sneered. He was the squad leader of Tiger Fang in the Tianhai military department. Not even 30, yet already in the early qi sensing realm, he was one of Captain Yi Qingyan's key protégés. He had always liked his sister's best friend Jiang Qingyi. Although he could not compare to the monster Jin Yuba, giving Chen Fan, a mere grandmaster-level guy, a beating to gain favor was no big deal. As for the Li family of Hong Kong Island, though powerful, the Yi family was not afraid of them. The SUV sped up the mountain. Yi Xinghu deliberately showed off his driving skills for Jiang Qingyi. In less than 10 minutes, they reached the summit. The mountain top was wide, about the size of several football fields. The Hummer screeched to a stop directly in front of Chen Fan. Yi Xinghu, dressed in camouflage, wearing sunglasses, and chewing on a cigar, had bronzed muscles bulging all over. He jumped out of the car first. Jiang Qingyi and Yi Xingyao followed behind. Jiang Qingyi coldly snorted when she saw Chen Fan and Li Jiaying. You must be Chen Fan, huh? Yi Xinghu strode up to Chen Fan. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, his muscular frame loomed like a mountain, casting a shadow over him. I am. And who are you? Chen Fan frowned at the brawny man who was, in his eyes, nothing more than a qi sensing level 4 fighter. I am a friend of Miss Jiang. I heard you offended her. So here are your 2 choices. 1. Kneel and apologize to her. 2. Spar with me. But if you end up missing an arm or a leg, do not say I did not warn you. Yi Xinghu sneered, looking down at Chen Fan. To him, dealing with a peak grandmaster was nothing. If Chen Fan refused, he would beat him until he knelt and begged for mercy. Brother, you are going too far. Yi Xingyao tried to stop him, but Jiang Qingyi stood by watching the scene unfold, as if enjoying a performance. Big guy, I am warning you, Chen Fan belongs to our Li family of Hong Kong Island. Think carefully about the consequences. Li Jiaying stepped forward despite her fear, facing the beast-like Yi Xinghu. Heh, beauty, if someone does something wrong, they should take responsibility. I am not asking much, just for him to kneel and apologize to Miss Jiang. To kneel before a beauty like her, many men would kill for that chance. Yi Xinghu's eyes lit up when he saw Li Jiaying, whose beauty rivaled Jiang Qingyi's. Fueled by testosterone, he was even more determined to crush Chen Fan and show off his power before 2 stunning women. First, I have done nothing wrong, so I will not apologize to Jiang Qingyi. Second, I have some history with your grandfather, so if you do not want to die, you worthless qi-sensing trash, then get lost. Chen Fan said coldly, pulling Li Jiaying behind him. He had already given Yi Xinghu a chance. If the man still did not know his place, he would not hesitate to break his limbs and destroy his cultivation. You fucking want to die. Enraged at being called worthless, Yi Xinghu raised his iron hammer-like fist, ready to strike. Stop! Suddenly, a commanding shout rang out. Yi Qingyan, who had been meditating with her back to the crowd, finally stood up. As Yi Qingyan turned around, Yi Xinghu's fist halted abruptly right in front of Chen Fan. Yet Chen Fan did not react in the slightest, not even a blink. But had Yi Xinghu's fist moved just 1 centimeter further, what awaited him would have been shattered bones and torn tendons. To remain calm in the face of a qi-sensing expert, he does have some courage. Yi Qingyan watched Chen Fan's composure and secretly nodded to herself. Commander. Yi Xinghu's expression changed dramatically. He immediately stepped forward, stood at attention, struck his chest with his right hand, and saluted Yi Qingyan respectfully. Mr. Chen is under the direct protection of the Patriarch. You will not show him any disrespect. Yi Qingyan said. The Patriarch asked you personally to protect him? He? Yi Xinghu looked utterly stunned, but forcibly swallowed the rest of his words. Yi Xingyao, although from a collateral branch of the Yi family and not a practitioner of martial cultivation, had often heard her brother mention Yi Qingyan's name. Since Yi Qingyan was a direct descendant of the main Yi family line, Yi Xingyao hurried forward to offer her respects as well. Shall we let this matter pass for my sake? Yi Qingyan did not look at Chen Fan but addressed Jiang Qingyi, Yi Xingyao, and Yi Xinghu. Yi Xinghu and Yi Xingyao nodded repeatedly like pecking chickens. Jiang Qingyi frowned and glanced at Chen Fan, hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded too. Although Yi Qingyan was the captain of the Tianhai military department and a peak qi sensing cultivator, Jiang Qingyi was the direct descendant of the Alchemy King family and had the renowned Jin Yuba, the #1 prodigy of southern China, behind her. So she was not particularly afraid. However, Yi Xingyao was her best friend, and she did not wish to drag them into trouble. Besides, since she had already exposed Chen Fan's ploy and no real harm had been done, she saw no need to escalate things. Your name is Yi Xinghu, right? Today, I am sparing you for Yi Qingyan and Yi Nanchan's sake. But if there is a next time, you will spend your next life in a fucking wheelchair. Just as Jiang Qingyi, Yi Xingyao, and Yi Xinghu were about to let the matter go due to Yi Qingyan's presence, Chen Fan suddenly spoke. As Chen Fan's words landed, the entire scene fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened, they could not believe what they had just heard. What did you say? You're sparing me? Yi Xinghu looked utterly incredulous. Yi Xingyao also frowned. This Chen Fan really likes to show off. He's just a peak grandmaster, while her brother is a qi-sensing expert. And yet he dares to boast about sparing her brother? Even Yi Qingyan's beautiful face turned cold. Yi Xinghu had reached the qi-sensing realm at just 23 years old. He was one of her most promising disciples, someone who might even reach the qi condensation realm before the age of 30. Yet Chen Fan, relying on borrowed prestige, showed no awareness of propriety or restraint. Her patience began to wear thin. Jiang Qingyi sneered and shook her head. She had seen through this Chen Fan. He had poor character and loved pretending. Compared to her Yuba brother, he was nothing more than dirt beneath the sky. Chen Fan merely shook his head and said nothing. Any explanation would be meaningless. When they witness my true power, they will understand I was not exaggerating. Before long, several more SUVs suddenly roared up the mountain road. When they stopped at the summit, a group of young men with strong auras stepped out. Damn, this is not good. They are all here. Jiang Qingyi's expression changed dramatically as she saw the approaching figures. Qingyi, who are they? Yi Xingyao, from a collateral branch of the Yi family and not particularly interested in cultivation, did not recognize them. They are among the top 10 young prodigies from the elite families of southern China. All of them have stepped into the qi-sensing realm. Jiang Qingyi frowned. She was now a bit concerned for her Yuba brother. Though these individuals had all lost to him before, if they joined forces, even he might not be able to defeat them all. Her gaze especially locked onto the leading figure, wearing white robes, slim build, arms reaching past his knees. His name was White Ape, the heir of the elite by family and currently the top-ranked youth of their generation. At 30 years old, he had already reached the peak of the qi-sensing realm. In his duel with Jin Yuba last year for the title of South China's top prodigy, he only lost by half a move. Their strength was nearly equal. White Ape and the other young powerhouses from elite families had clearly spotted Jiang Qingyi, Yi Xingyao, Chen Fan, Yi Qingyan, and Li Jiaying, and were now walking toward them. Miss Jiang, long time no see. You are as beautiful as ever. Are these lovely ladies your friends? As White Ape and his group saw the women behind Jiang Qingyi, each rivaling her in beauty, their eyes lit up. White Ape knew Jiang Qingyi because of Jin Yuba. Unlike Jin Yuba, who lived in the international metropolis of Tianhai and mingled with countless socialites, White Ape came from deep mountain territory and did not recognize Yi Xingyao, Yi Qingyan, or Li Jiaying. White Ape, what are you doing here? Jiang Qingyi ignored his question and responded with a question of her own. Heh, we were just passing through with Brother Bai. The scenery here is beautiful, so we came to have a look. What a coincidence to run into you and these lovely ladies. But wild beasts roam these mountains. Why not join us for safety? Behind him, a man about 1.8 meters tall with an air of authority smiled. His name was Lu Hao, the top young talent of the Lu family, an elite household from Hangzhou. No need, we have companions. Yi Xingyao quickly declined. Oh? You mean these three? Lu Hao sneered, giving Chen Fan, Li Wei, and Yi Xinghu a once-over. 2 weaklings and 1 ant without even a trace of cultivation. Because Chen Fan had concealed his true strength and masked his aura at the peak grandmaster level, Lu Hao assumed he was just a grandmaster. What did you say? Yi Xinghu roared in anger and stepped forward. I said you are a fucking weakling. Lu Hao stood with hands behind his back, sneering coldly at Yi Xinghu. You son of a bitch, you are courting death. Being called trash in front of Jiang Qingyi and his sister was unbearable. Yi Xinghu instantly released a powerful burst of true energy, causing dust and stones to swirl around him. He knew this Lu Hao was no ordinary person, so he attacked with full strength. Boom! But the punch that could shatter mountains was caught effortlessly by Lu Hao with one hand, and with a sudden lift. Crack! A sharp sound of bone breaking echoed. Yi Xinghu let out a muffled groan, his face twisted in pain. He realized his right arm's bones were completely shattered, only the tendons still held them together. Brother! Yi Xingyao cried out, trying to rush forward, but Jiang Qingyi held her back. Lu Hao, speak properly. Let go of Yi Xinghu. Jiang Qingyi said coldly. Though Yi Qingyan, standing beside Chen Fan, was also glaring at Lu Hao, she made no move. As a soldier, she knew Yi Xinghu had talent and strength, but his temperament was far too poor. This might be a good chance to temper him. As long as his life was not in danger, she had no intention of intervening. Heh, beautiful, your brother was the one who provoked me. Still, I could let him go, if you persuade Jiang Qingyi to accompany brother by for a day, and you accompany me for a day as compensation. Lu Hao said with a lecherous grin. You're shameless. Being humiliated in public, Yi Xingyao was overwhelmed with shame and rage. Heh, your brother's life is in your hands. Lu Hao applied more pressure with his right hand, and Yi Xinghu screamed in pain again. Brother! Tears welled up in Yi Xingyao's beautiful eyes. Lu Hao leered at Yi Xingyao, her teary, helpless expression making him all the more excited. He loved watching beauties beg and despair before crushing them completely. Yao Yao, don't worry about me. Yi Xinghu gritted his teeth and shouted. White Ape also watched the scene with interest. Lu Hao's approach suited him perfectly. He had long desired Jiang Qingyi, the legitimate daughter of the Alchemy King family. If he could claim her today, it would severely humiliate Jin Yuba and repay the shame of losing to him by half a move in the past. Qingyi, what should we do? Maybe we should just agree. It's only one day. Yi Xingyao cried, her face drenched in tears, grabbing Jiang Qingyi's hand and pleading. Jiang Qingyi frowned slightly and gently pulled her hand away. Yao Yao, I belong to brother Yuba. How could I ever accompany someone else? Besides, your brother started this. If he hadn't tried to show off, when brother Yuba arrives. Yi Xingyao looked at Jiang Qingyi in disbelief, as if she no longer recognized her. Her heart sank with cold despair. Yi Qingyan shook her head. Finally, she could no longer stay still, she stood up, ready to intervene. But just then, a voice rang out. Let him go, and all of you get the fuck out. Chen Fan stepped forward and walked toward Lu Hao. Chen Fan, what are you doing? Can't you see that guy, built like a bear, already took down someone? Li Jiaying called out anxiously. Brother, those guys are clearly no ordinary people. Risking your life to act tough is not worth it. Li Wei added. It's fine. To me, they are nothing more than stones and weeds by the roadside. Chen Fan replied. Li Wei sighed helplessly. Though afraid, he still grabbed a rock, ready to fight alongside Chen Fan. Yi Qingyan shook her head. Chen Fan must have guessed that she would intervene to protect him. But placing oneself in danger just to show off in front of girls, such behavior was utterly foolish. He was lucky to have her protection this time. Next time, he might not be so fortunate. Yi Qingyan also began walking over. Yi Xingyao looked at Chen Fan, hands in his pockets, approaching with a calm face. An overwhelming sense of gratitude and unexpected safety surged within her. At her most helpless, most terrified moment, it was Chen Fan, the one she had treated coldly, who stood up for her without hesitation. Ding! Yi Xingyao affection plus 60, current affection, 80. Reward, 6,000 vitality points. Current vitality balance, XXXX. An electronic voice rang in Chen Fan's mind. A one-time gain of 60 affection points? She really is a kind, pure-hearted girl. Chen Fan nodded inwardly. He had already seen that Yi Xingyao and Jiang Qingyi were entirely different. Yi Xingyao's nature was genuinely pure and good. Most importantly, Yi Xingyao was one of his bonded partners. And you, Lu Hao, are just a piece of shit. Heh, what a fucking joke. First, some chi-sensing trash tried to provoke me. Now even a peak grandmaster clown dares challenge me. You're begging to die. I could kill you with one finger. Lu Hao sneered, releasing Yi Xinghu and stepping toward Chen Fan. But just as Chen Fan was about to make his move to cripple Lu Hao, a sudden whooshing sound came from above. Everyone instinctively looked up. There, high in the sky, stood a tall man with long flowing hair, exuding an aura of invincibility, standing atop a golden, glowing flying sword, like a sword-riding immortal from the movies. It's my brother Yuba. Brother Yuba, I'm here. Jiang Qingyi exclaimed with joy, jumping and waving at the glowing figure in the sky. Able to fly on a magical weapon, he must have reached the qi condensation realm. Lu Hao and the other young elites from the prestigious families turned pale with shock, no longer concerned with Chen Fan or Yi Xinghou. Yi Xingyao rushed forward to help her brother up. As they passed Chen Fan, both Yi Xingyao and Yi Xinghou paused. Yi Xingyao looked at him with deep gratitude. Yi Xinghou, meanwhile, wore a complicated, awkward expression. He never imagined that the one who would stand up for him would be the very person he had mocked and targeted from the beginning. Thank you. Yi Xinghou lowered his head and squeezed out the words. Yi Xingyao also gave Chen Fan a grateful glance before helping her brother aside to rest. Jiang Qingyi, however, paid them no attention. At that moment, she was completely mesmerized by Jin Yuba's unmatched, divine presence in the sky, like a fangirl worshipping her idol. Especially when she saw Lu Hao and the others' reactions, a strange pride swelled in her chest. Lifting her chin arrogantly, she glanced at Chen Fan and Li Jiaying, as if to say, "Look, this is the difference between us. My brother Yuba is like a god descended from heaven, while your Chen Fan is nothing but a weakling." Li Jiaying saw Jiang Qingyi's look, then looked at Jin Yuba, floating in the air with an aura of dominance. When she turned to look at Chen Fan again, she could only shake her head and smile bitterly. She admitted, she had lost to Jiang Qingyi, utterly and completely. So what if he reached the qi condensation realm? It's only half a step in, using a high-grade magical weapon to fly. White Ape snorted coldly. With a thought, a black gold staff behind him flew out. He leaped onto it and soared into the air toward Jin Yuba. What? Brother Bai has also reached half-step qi condensation. Lu Hao and the other young elites exclaimed in shock. Truly, the waves behind push the waves ahead. Not only has Jin Yuba stepped into half-step qi condensation, now even White Ape has. That black gold staff must also be a mid-grade magical weapon. If I were to face either of them, I doubt I could win. Yi Qingyan's expression turned serious. She had thought this mission would be easy, but now both Jin Yuba and White Ape had reached half-step qi condensation. The only good news was that the two parties seemed to be at odds. She could only hope that Chen Fan did not provoke both sides at once. Brother Jin, it has been a year, and your cultivation has improved again, already halfway into qi condensation. White Ape stood firm, facing Jin Yuba's overwhelming aura with a presence that held its own. Jin Yuba raised an eyebrow. He had thought that with his recent advancement and having refined the fish dragon sword, defeating White Ape and the rest would be easy. He did not expect White Ape to have also reached this stage, and judging by the black gold staff under his feet, its quality was likely not inferior to his own sword. Brother Bai, let us discuss our matters later. Since you are here, I presume you also sense the treasure that is about to appear in this mountain. Why not first get rid of the irrelevant people below? Jin Yuba looked down at Chen Fan, Li Wei, Li Jiaying, Yi Xingyao, and Yi Xinghou. Moments later, Jin Yuba and White Ape seemed to reach an agreement and landed almost simultaneously. Brother Yuba, you are finally here. Jiang Qingyi enthusiastically welcomed him and handed over a small jade box. Is this the ascension pill you mentioned? Jin Yuba opened the jade box and immediately sensed the dense spiritual energy contained within the pill. His always indifferent and proud expression finally revealed a trace of fluctuation. Qingyi, you are thoughtful. Jin Yuba nodded and said. Jiang Qingyi was overjoyed. Then Brother Yuba, I wish you success in breaking through to the qi condensation realm in advance. When that happens. She lowered her head shyly, waiting for Jin Yuba's promise. But Jin Yuba did not respond. Jiang Qingyi felt disappointed, but then comforted herself. Brother Yuba had important matters today, so how could he waste time with romantic words? Once everything was accomplished, he would surely come to her family to propose marriage. After storing away the jade box, Jin Yuba no longer paid attention to Jiang Qingyi and, together with White Ape and the other young elites, walked directly toward Yi Qingyan and Chen Fan. Commander Yi of Tianhai Military Department, I did not expect you to be here as well. Jin Yuba ignored Chen Fan and the others, nodding to Yi Qingyan. White Ape did not know Yi Qingyan personally, but he had heard of her. She was a powerful cultivator at half-step qi condensation, not inferior to himself. His pupils contracted. The man Lu Hao had just injured wore a military uniform and was surnamed Yi. Could she have been invited here by Jin Yuba as reinforcement? I was entrusted with a task, to protect Chen Fan's safety. Even in the face of Jin Yuba and White Ape, Yi Qingyan did not dare be arrogant. She stood and nodded in response. Oh? So you're the Chen Fan who snatched Qinglong Mountain from the Zhou family? Leave now. Out of respect for Commander Yi, I will not kill you. Jin Yuba sized up Chen Fan with icy killing intent in his gaze. Heh, how arrogant. Is there no rule of law in China anymore? Where you're standing is private land I bought for 600 billion. And now you're telling me to leave? Chen Fan sneered and pointed at Jin Yuba, White Ape, and the other young elites. You. And you all. Get the fuck out. As soon as Chen Fan spoke, the entire scene fell silent. Did he just tell Jin Yuba and White Ape to get lost? It's over. Li Jiaying, Yi Xingyao, and Yi Xinghu all gasped sharply, looking at Chen Fan like he was a madman. Did he not see even Commander Yi address those two with respectful courtesy? And he, a mere Grandmaster-level nobody, dared to tell them to leave? Even the normally composed Yi Qingyan was shocked, her face paling. She found it difficult to deal with either of them individually, and now Chen Fan had offended both at once. Even she could not protect him now. Chen Fan, shut up. Yi Qingyan snapped at him in a low voice, glaring. She never expected Chen Fan to be so recklessly ignorant. Did you just tell us to leave? Jin Yuba, the #1 prodigy in southern China, had never been treated with anything but reverence. Never had anyone dared to say such a thing to him. Murderous intent surged in his eyes as his spiritual energy locked onto Chen Fan. White Ape also sneered. In all of southern China, Chen Fan was the first to speak to him like this. To dare speak that way to brother Yuba, truly courting death. Jiang Qingyi mocked coldly. But the next moment, something unexpected happened. Yi Xingyao and Yi Xinghu stepped forward and stood firmly behind Chen Fan. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Why are you standing on that scumbag's side? Jiang Qingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Heh, scumbag? Just now, he was the only one willing to risk his life to defend my brother and me. Yi Xingyao shook her head. She was innocent, but not stupid, she could tell who the real good person was. Fine. If you insist on standing against brother Yuba, then our friendship ends here. Jiang Qingyi said coldly. Yi Xingyao trembled, but clenched her fists tightly and said nothing. Damn it. Why is he being so reckless? This is so frustrating. Li Jiaying ran her hands through her hair in exasperation, then gritted her teeth and stepped in behind Chen Fan. Young Master Jin, young Master Bai, if you want to harm Chen Fan, you will have to face me first. Yi Qingyan drew her silver blade. A terrifying aura burst from her, shielding Chen Fan, Yi Xingyao, Li Jiaying, and the others as she faced off against Jin Yuba and White Ape. Chen Fan was momentarily stunned. What the hell is this? Every time I am about to show my strength, you people do this. He was both touched and speechless, this was truly denying him any chance to prove himself. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, Qinglong Mountain suddenly began to quake. Not good. The dragon pearl is about to appear. Jin Yuba was the first to react. The fish dragon sword flew out, and he soared into the sky. White Ape's eyes narrowed. He gave up confronting Yi Qingyan and Chen Fan and instead flew after Jin Yuba on his black gold staff. Seeing this, Yi Qingyan, Li Jiaying, and Yi Xingyao finally sighed in relief. At that moment, the previously clear sky above Qinglong Mountain was suddenly shrouded in shadow. The mountain trembled violently, and waves of white mist emerged from its slopes, gathering at the summit to form a massive 100-meter-long spectral dragon. Ruhar. The massive dragon, formed entirely from spiritual energy, let out a deafening roar, lightning bolts streaking across the sky to strike it. The spiritual dragon fought back, roaring against the thunder. So it's true. Spiritual energy can really give birth to a true dragon, but why here instead of in the dragon's lair? Li Jiaying stared at the dragon in awe and confusion. I already told you, the dragon's tendons were extracted, and the spiritual energy leaked out into Qinglong Mountain. Without its tendons, it retains only its form and essence. There's no way it can withstand heavenly tribulation. This spiritual dragon is doomed to fail in taking form. Chen Fan shook his head as he watched the white dragon struggle against the lightning. The others were still awestruck by the spectacle, but now looked toward Chen Fan in surprise. You know geomancy too? I've read some feng shui and mystical battle novels. Chen Fan smiled. But Li Jiaying stared at him deeply. She was certain it was not that simple. The accuracy of his predictions, timing, location, formation, could only be achieved by a master of geomancy. About half an hour passed, and the battle between the dragon and the thunder reached its climax. Jin Yuba and White Ape hovered in the sky but dared not approach the spiritual dragon. One bolt of lightning could incinerate even them. Jin Yuba and White Ape are the big winners this time. They're the closest to the spiritual dragon. Yi Qingyan said. Everyone else looked on enviously. Heh, not necessarily. Chen Fan smiled. Just as he spoke, the final bolt of lightning struck the dragon, tearing it apart. The spiritual dragon disintegrated, condensing into 7 golden pearls, each the size of a baby's fist. Ha ha ha. The dragon pearls are mine. Jin Yuba and White Ape lunged for them with excitement. But no one noticed, Chen Fan was already sitting cross-legged inside a stone formation. Whoosh! 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 The 7 dragon pearls, as if sentient, dodged Jean Yuba and White Ape and flew straight toward Chen Fan. 7 golden dragon pearls, each the size of a baby's fist, floated in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan casually collected them as if picking apples and placed them securely in his storage. How did the dragon pearls fly to him on their own? Yi Qingyan, Li Jiaying, Yi Xingyao, Jiang Qingyi, and the others were all dumbfounded. Even Lu Hao and the other young elites from the powerful families had looks of disbelief on their faces. Could it be that Chen Fan really set up a formation using those stones over the past few days? Li Jiaying thought in shock. To use an array to attract spiritual energy, this is absolutely beyond what ordinary feng shui masters can do. In all of Hong Kong, only the masters of the Liang family, a renowned feng shui lineage, might be capable of such a feat. Li Jiaying no longer doubted Chen Fan's identity as a feng shui master. High above, Jean Yuba standing on the fish dragon sword and White Ape riding the black gold staff both froze. Their expressions turned ashen as they looked down at Chen Fan. Just now, they had been about to seize the dragon pearls, yet the pearls had seemed to be summoned away, bypassing them and flying straight to Chen Fan. "You brat, how dare you play tricks!" Jean Yuba roared and dived toward Chen Fan. But a black gold iron staff instantly blocked his path. "White Ape, are you out of your mind?" Jean Yuba shouted. "Heh, Jean Yuba, last time I lost to you by half a move. Today is a rare opportunity. Let us have another match." White Ape replied with a grin. Jean Yuba frowned and quickly swept his gaze downward, immediately understanding White Ape's intention. Below, Lu Hao and the other powerful young cultivators from the prestigious families had formed a fan-shaped encirclement around Chen Fan and his companions. "White Ape, I discovered the dragon pearls first. If you want to take them for yourself, you will have to ask my fish dragon sword. My sky pillar staff is not to be underestimated either. Flying staff, here I come." Jean Yuba and White Ape instantly began to clash. Below, Yi Qingyan drew her silver blade with a swish and stood before the group. "Commander Yi, while your strength is indeed formidable, if all of us attack together, you may not fear for yourself, but you cannot protect all of them. But if you have Chen Fan hand over the dragon pearls, Brother White Ape and I can guarantee your safe departure." Lu Hao threatened coldly. Yi Qingyan frowned slightly. Lu Hao was right. If all of them charged, she would be able to protect herself, but Chen Fan, Yi Xingyao, Li Jiaying, and the others would be in grave danger. She looked up at Jean Yuba and White Ape, who were clashing but slowly approaching her and Chen Fan. She immediately dismissed the idea of escaping with Chen Fan and the others. "Chen Fan, give them the dragon pearls. Even if I can protect you, your friends will die," Yi Qingyan said in a low voice. "Heh, with you lowly fools? They are not worthy." Chen Fan stored the dragon pearls away, stood up, and walked directly toward Lu Hao. "Ha! Brat, if you are seeking death, then do not blame me." Lu Hao was delighted to see Chen Fan walk out from behind Yi Qingyan and reached out to grab him. "Chen Fan! Get back!" Yi Qingyan shouted. At this distance, it was too late for her to intervene. Lu Hao's palm, imbued with true energy, reached toward Chen Fan's head. His strike was so ruthless that even those standing a distance away, Li Jiaying, Yi Xingyao, Yi Xinghu, and Li Wei, could feel the terrifying power of that claw. If Chen Fan was struck, even Yi Xinghu would not survive, let alone Chen Fan. "Get lost!" Chen Fan shouted with his hands behind his back. A wave of true energy burst from his mouth and slammed directly into Lu Hao's attacking arm. Boom! The wave of true energy was like a heavy hammer, smashing into Lu Hao's right hand. His hand exploded instantly, and the force continued to strike his chest, sending him flying heavily. The scene fell silent once again. Shock. Confusion. Terror. A storm of emotions exploded in everyone's minds. Even the battle between Jean Yuba and White Ape in the air came to an abrupt halt. True energy projection, killing from a distance, this is the true method of a chi condensation level expert. A young cultivator from one of the great families looked at Lu Hao, his arm shattered, chest sunken, breath gone, and spoke in fear. "How old is he? How can he possibly be at the chi condensation stage? I misunderstood him all along. He had this level of strength from the beginning. A genius like this would be at the top even in Xia capital, a top candidate for recruitment by the major families. No wonder the patriarch took him seriously and gave a personal order." Yi Qingyan's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Chen Fan looked even younger than Jean Yuba. If that were the case, then the title of southern China's #1 prodigy might have to change hands. Li Jiaying covered her open mouth in astonishment. Chen Fan was truly a chi condensation cultivator. So it had indeed been him who drove away Kai Tongming that day. Recalling that moment, Li Jiaying remembered the many wounds on Chen Fan's body. If it had been his master who saved her, how could Chen Fan have been injured? But back then, she had dismissed him as a mere college student, a nobody. She never imagined he was a qi condensation master. Yi Xingyao's eyes sparkled with strange brilliance. How she had once envied her best friend for finding a prodigy like Jin Yuba. But now, standing before her was someone younger and far more powerful, a peerless genius. And when she had been most helpless, Chen Fan had stood up for her without hesitation. Could it be that he? Yi Xinghu looked at Chen Fan, his shock turning to deep remorse. He had been nothing but a clown in front of Chen Fan. Yet even after he provoked and challenged him, Chen Fan had still protected him at the most critical moment. With that thought, admiration filled Yi Xinghu's heart. His fists clenched tightly. From now on, he would abandon arrogance and train 100 times harder, to follow Chen Fan's example. At that moment, Jiang Qingyi's face turned pale, and her body instinctively stepped back 2 paces. How can this be? How is it possible? He is just a puppet supported by the Li family of Hong Kong, a worthless college student. How could he surpass my brother Yuba? How could he be a qi condensation powerhouse? I do not believe it. This is impossible. Ding. Yi Qingyan favorability plus 60. Current favorability, 60. Reward, 6,000 life points. Ding. Li Jiaying favorability plus 40. Current favorability, 80. Reward, 4,000 life points. Ding. Yi Xingyao favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 90. Reward, 1,000 life points. Ding. Jiang Qingyi favorability plus 100. Current favorability, 50. Reward, 5,000 life points. Bursts of synthetic electronic tones rang through Chen Fan's mind, and the life points he had nearly exhausted surged upward in an instant. What surprised Chen Fan the most was Yi Xingyao. Her favorability had risen directly to 90, which had already reached the level of blind devotion. And that Jiang Qingyi, upon realizing his true strength, had her favorability rise by 100 at once. Chen Fan truly did not know what to say. Others were materialistic, she was intoxicated by power. Jin Yuba and White Ape stopped fighting and descended to the ground. White Ape glanced at Lu Hao, whose breath had already ceased, and his eyelids twitched wildly. This had been a mid-stage qi sensing expert, only in his 20s, with tremendous potential. Yet he had been killed by Chen Fan just like that. Who exactly are you? At your age, to possess the strength of early qi condensation, you cannot possibly be an unknown nobody. Jin Yuba glared at Chen Fan intensely. Chen Fan had not released his full strength and kept his aura at the level of early qi condensation. Humph, no matter who you are, killing the young master of the Lu family of Hangzhou without cause, the Lu family will never spare you. White Ape said as he stared at Chen Fan. Heh, and what of the Lu family of Hangzhou? If they fail to recognize reality, then I will simply exterminate them. Chen Fan answered coldly. He currently possessed more than 20,000 life points. At worst, he could ascend directly to the Qi Lake King realm. Even the great hegemon families would not amount to anything before him. This was Chen Fan's confidence. Heh, how arrogant. You are merely at early qi condensation. Let alone the patriarch of the Lu family, who is mid-stage qi condensation, even I, with my magical weapon, may very well kill you. White Ape snorted. Although the successors of these powerful clans fought frequently, they rarely took lives. Yet this impulsive youth had killed Lu Hao outright. More importantly, White Ape had brought Lu Hao with him. If he did not at least put on a show, he would not be able to justify himself upon returning. Besides, all the dragon pearls were in Chen Fan's possession. Perfect. My fish dragon sword also requires the blood of a qi condensation expert to consecrate it. Your dragon pearls, I will take. Your life, I will also take. Jin Yuba flicked the sword with his forefinger, his battle intent rising. The fish dragon sword beamed with dazzling light, and an intense desire for battle erupted in Jin Yuba's eyes. He had never fought a true qi condensation expert. And this Chen Fan, younger than he, had stepped into the qi condensation realm before him. His pride could not tolerate it. Only by defeating Chen Fan could his martial heart become clear. My brother Yuba truly possesses the bearing of invincibility. Facing an opponent one full realm above him, he remained so domineering and unmatched. As expected of the man I chose. Jiang Qingyi looked at Jin Yuba with worship. Heh, are you treating me as if I do not exist? Yi Qingyan stepped forward, preparing to fight alongside Chen Fan. You do not need to take action. 2 half-step qi condensation weaklings with magical weapons are nothing. Chen Fan said calmly. A gentle force pushed Yi Qingyan backward. Arrogant. Jin Yuba roared and attacked first. The fish dragon sword surged with murderous intent, slashing more than 10 terrifying sword shadows toward Chen Fan. Each sword shadow carried the full force of an early chi condensation attack. "Brick, come!" Chen Fan uttered softly. A golden brick shot forth, shattering the dozen sword shadows and flying toward Jin Yuba. The exploding sword shadows erupted across the ground like a series of cluster bombs. "You actually have a magical weapon." Jin Yuba was shocked. He did not dare take a magical weapon controlled by a chi condensation cultivator head-on and dodged quickly. But the golden brick seemed to possess a tracking ability, and it was heading directly for his crotch. "What?" Jin Yuba felt both shame and fury. He nearly took the golden brick directly to his groin. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and jammed the fish dragon sword between himself and the brick, barely avoiding catastrophe. Still, he was blasted backwards, and a violent tremor rippled through his lower body. Such a vicious attack method. White Ape swallowed hard and instinctively curled his body inward. "Despicable. Shameless scoundrel." Jiang Qingyi spat, her face reddening. "Li Wei, brother, well done." Even Chen Fan, thick-skinned as he was, felt slightly embarrassed under the strange looks of the women. He suddenly regretted using the brick. "This magical weapon is ruining my dignity. Brat, take this strike. Flying staff, here I come." White Ape seized an opening. While Chen Fan's magical weapon was engaged with Jin Yuba, the black gold staff appeared behind Chen Fan, aiming for the back of his head. Perfect opportunity to test the void slash technique granted upon binding Yi Qin Yen. Chen Fan focused his thoughts and released 2 void slashes with a raised hand. Swish. Without warning, the air behind White Ape and before the black gold staff split open, revealing 2 unimaginably sharp blades of pure force. Slash. Clang. The black gold staff snapped cleanly in half. Even though White Ape reacted quickly, he was still nearly severed at the waist. A massive wound tore across his abdomen, and he collapsed to his knees, losing all ability to fight. "Do not kill me." White Ape spat blood, kneeling in terror before Chen Fan. "Too weak." Chen Fan looked down at him and shook his head. He had only used the strength of a half-step chi condensation cultivator to test the technique. Even so, he nearly killed White Ape. This left Chen Fan disappointed. He had not been able to assess the true power of the void slash. Chen Fan walked past White Ape and looked toward Jin Yuba, who was still battling the golden brick in midair. The south of China is about to change. At this age, possessing strength far surpassing early chi condensation, even in Xia capital, he would carve out a place for himself. White Ape exhaled in relief as Chen Fan spared his life, yet a bitter smile crept across his lips. He and Jin Yuba, both celebrated prodigies, had been utterly humiliated, one kneeling and begging for mercy after failing to withstand even a single technique, and the other driven into chaos by a single magical weapon. And now, watching Jin Yuba with his hair disheveled, forced back again and again by a single golden brick, no trace of his once regal aura remaining, Jiang Qingyi suddenly felt a sense of loss. Compared to Chen Fan's effortless defeat of White Ape, Chen Fan seemed restrained, understated, yet overwhelmingly powerful. A roar echoed from the sky. Jin Yuba had used all his strength to deflect the brick aiming for his groin. A massive surge of true energy burst from his body. Not good. Jin Yuba is attempting a breakthrough during battle. Yi Qingyan's expression changed dramatically. "What? Brother Yuba is breaking through?" Jiang Qingyi cried out in joy, Jin Yuba's image rising again in her heart. Once Brother Yuba breaks into early chi condensation, he may not necessarily lose to Chen Fan. She clung to this last hope. Chen Fan's lips curved slightly. Perfect, he would let Jin Yuba finish breaking through, then test the true might of the void slash. "Brother Yuba, quickly take the ascension pill I gave you." Jiang Qingyi shouted excitedly. Jin Yuba had reached the crucial moment of entering chi condensation. Hearing her words, delight flashed in his heart. He retrieved the jade box, grabbed the pill inside, and swallowed it. With this pill, he would break through to the chi condensation realm for certain. Victory was assured. "A single golden elixir swallowed into my belly, my fate is mine to decide, not heaven's. Ha ha ha. Today, I, Jin Yuba, am about to step into the chi condensation realm. From this moment on, the vast sea shall allow the fish to leap, and the high skies shall let the birds fly free." True energy surged wildly around Jin Yuba's body. As the golden elixir entered his belly, an incredibly dense and violent spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, instantly flooding his internal organs. Chen Fan shook his head in silence. He had planned to wait for Jin Yuba to break through to the chi condensation realm to test whether his void slash could defeat an opponent across realms. But Jiang Qingyi pulled a ridiculous stunt that left him speechless. From the spiritual energy suddenly erupting from Jin Yuba's body, Chen Fan could be certain that what Jiang Qingyi had refined was definitely not a transformation elixir, but a degradation elixir. Chen Fan, what do you think you are doing? I will not allow you to interrupt Brother Yuba's breakthrough. Thinking Chen Fan was about to attack Jin Yuba, Jiang Qingyi quickly stretched out her arms to block him. Chen Fan's steps halted immediately. He took the degradation elixir you refined. I do not need to lift a finger. Whether or not he dies, he will be left with half a life at most. Chen Fan shook his head as he spoke. Heh, Chen Fan, I admit your strength is considerable, but in the field of alchemy, I have crossed more bridges than you have roads. You are just afraid that my brother Yuba will surpass you after his breakthrough, so you resorted to such despicable tactics. You are shameless. Jiang Qingyi screamed hysterically, her beautiful face distorted. At this moment, even she did not know why she was so agitated. Perhaps it was because the invincible brother Yuba in her heart had been surpassed by Chen Fan, or perhaps it was the regret, unwilling to admit it, of missing out on such a brilliant genius like Chen Fan. Surpass me? Is he even worthy? After taking the degradation elixir you refined, his fate is sealed. Not only will he fail his breakthrough, but even surviving will be difficult. Chen Fan shook his head again and turned to leave, unwilling to argue further with Jiang Qingyi. Transformation elixir, degradation elixir. Jin Yuba had heard every word of Chen Fan and Jiang Qingyi's conversation. These two know each other. And this pill seems to have something to do with Chen Fan too. An ominous feeling surged in Jin Yuba's heart. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had already taken out 7 dragon pearls and handed one each to Yi Qingyan, Li Jiaying, Yi Xingyao, and Li Wei. Even Li Hu received one. This. Chen Fan, what is the meaning of this? Yi Qingyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Chen Fan. The others also stared wide-eyed at the dragon pearls in their hands, each radiating an incredibly dense spiritual energy and glowing with golden light. What do you mean, what's the meaning? Obviously, I am giving them to you. Chen Fan rolled his eyes as he replied. Giving it to me? Yi Qingyan's beautiful eyes widened even more, her breathing quickened as she stared at the dragon pearl in astonishment. She had been stuck at the half-step qi condensation realm for a year, and her foundation was already sufficient. Recently, she had begun to sense the bottleneck loosening. With regular cultivation, she could probably break through within 5 years. But with this dragon pearl, condensed from over 200 years of spiritual energy, she could break through almost instantly. Reaching the qi condensation realm before the age of 30 would significantly elevate her status within the Yi family. Chen Fan, thank you. Yi Qingyan looked at Chen Fan with her beautiful eyes. Not yet 25, he had already reached the qi condensation realm and was now generously giving her a priceless dragon pearl. Her heart was stirred by unfamiliar emotions. Chen Fan, you do have some conscience, not forgetting me, your fiancé. Li Jiaying's tone was cool on the surface, and she rolled her eyes, but inwardly she was thrilled. She even deliberately emphasized the words, your fiancé. Brother Chen Fan, you are giving me something this precious. Yi Xingyao also widened her eyes in disbelief. I treated you like Jiang Qingyi did before, yet you still stood up for my brother and gave me such a valuable gift. The more Yi Xingyao thought about it, the more guilt she felt. She believed she owed Chen Fan deeply. Chen Fan was a master of the qi condensation realm, and his wealth was measured in billions. What could she possibly offer to repay him? Only her passably good body, perhaps. Yi Xingyao made up her mind, so long as Chen Fan needed it, she would devote herself to him at any time, in any place. Li Wei accepted the dragon pearl without reservation, but Li Xinghu looked at Chen Fan with a complicated expression. Chen Fan, I treated you so harshly, yet you saved me and even gave me something this precious, why? Obviously, because of your sister. Chen Fan thought this inwardly, but outwardly he maintained a serious expression, like a true master. I even gave dragon pearls to those who betrayed and hurt me. Just imagine what I will give to those loyal to me. Listen to the applause. In that instant, Chen Fan's stature and demeanor seemed to tower above all. Ding! Yi Qingyan's affection plus 10. Current affection, 70. Rewarding host with 1000 life points. Current life point balance for host. Ding! Li Jiaying's affection plus 5. Current affection, 85. Rewarding host with 500 life points. Current life point balance for host. Ding! Yi Xingyao's affection plus 5. Current affection, 95. Rewarding host with 500 life points. Current life point balance for host. A series of synthesized electronic voices echoed in Chen Fan's mind. As expected, Mr. Lu Sun was right, giving gifts to girls is the fastest way to boost affection. Chen Fan mused with a smile. But did they think that was the end? A wicked grin appeared on his face as he infused his consciousness into a ring that had suddenly appeared on his finger. In a space the size of a basketball court, a pile of dragon pearls lay stacked in the center. 300 dragon pearls, earned from appearance-based cashbacks. That is correct, the harmonious joy system was just that miraculous. Even treasures like dragon pearls, condensed from the essence of heaven and earth, could be refunded. With this many dragon pearls, I might be able to storm directly to the peak of the Chi Lake King realm. Chen Fan thought to himself. Ding! Host may only gain combat power from the system. Dragon pearls cannot be used for cultivation. The system's voice rang in Chen Fan's head. What? If I cannot use them, what do I need them for? Chen Fan's face fell instantly. It was like a eunuch staring at a group of naked women. Ding! Host may use dragon pearls to increase life points or upgrade magic weapons. 100 dragon pearls equals 1 combat power. 100 dragon pearls equals 1 weapon level upgrade. Current combat power, 16. Weapon, top-tier magic tool. Chen Fan's face darkened further. 100 dragon pearls, condensed from heaven and earth's essence, only traded for 1 point of combat power? He strongly suspected this damn system was skimming off the top, and by at least 99%. While Chen Fan was cursing the black-hearted system in his mind, Jin Yuba's roar suddenly echoed from afar. Jiang Qingyi, you treacherous bitch, you actually colluded with Chen Fan to harm me. Whore, filthy bitch. Jin Yuba's furious curses rang out continuously. Everyone immediately looked in Jin Yuba's direction, only to see his entire body engulfed in chaotic true energy, his eyes glowing red, and his black hair floating wildly without wind. He looked utterly deranged. From his dantian, streams of true energy, visible to the naked eye, surged madly into his 8 extraordinary meridians, to the point where his meridians were about to rupture. Brother Yuba, how did it come to this? How could this happen? Jiang Qingyi, hearing Jin Yuba's shouting and watching him on the verge of exploding from an overload of true energy, covered her mouth, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. The most critical part of breaking through from the sense chi realm to the chi condensation realm is how one maintains a clear mind and stable consciousness amidst the violent reaction of true energy condensation. But this pill of yours, its force is aggressive and fierce, like a powder keg filled with spiritual energy. Though the energy is dense, the effect is counterproductive. It can only cause him to fail the breakthrough and possibly fall into a state of madness. Chen Fan shook his head as he spoke. What? Since that is the case, why did you not say so earlier? Why did you just stand by and watch Brother Yuba fall into deviation? Jiang Qingyi accused Chen Fan. Humph, Jiang Qingyi, back at my house, Brother Chen Fan had already told you the correct pill recipe. You acted on your own whim and modified it. How can you now blame my brother Chen Fan? Yi Xingyao, seeing Jiang Qingyi unjustly blaming Chen Fan, grew furious and rushed forward to scold her. Jiang Qingyi's face turned pale and flushed in alternation. She never expected that her close friend would speak up for Chen Fan. Heh, self-inflicted sin is beyond salvation. Now I want to see who will become the laughingstock of the elite social circle of Huaxia. Li Jiaying, of course, would not miss this chance to strike her rival. She looked at Jiang Qingyi with a cold sneer. This time, she truly felt she had gotten her revenge. Jiang Qingyi looked ashen, her delicate frame trembling continuously, yet she could find no words to rebut. She knew she was wrong, everything was wrong. In his current condition, perhaps only the gentle spiritual energy of a dragon pearl can save him. The white ape nearby spoke. Dragon pearl, yes, dragon pearl. Yao Yao, did not Chen Fan give you one? Please save my brother Yuba. At these words, Jiang Qingyi grabbed Yi Xingyao's hand in excitement. Yao Yao, we are best sisters, you cannot just stand by and watch. You have Chen Fan now, but if brother Yuba dies, I will have nothing left. For the sake of our 10+ years of sisterhood, I am begging you. With a thud, Jiang Qingyi actually knelt directly in front of Yi Xingyao. Qingyi! Yi Xingyao was startled and tried to lift her, but Jiang Qingyi refused to rise no matter what. Yi Xingyao's face showed deep conflict. She was kind-hearted, and Jiang Qingyi had been her close friend for over a decade. But the dragon pearl was extremely precious and had been a gift from Chen Fan. How could she use it to aid Chen Fan's enemy? As Yi Xingyao struggled in thought, a strong hand pulled her behind. Clack! A dragon pearl landed in front of the kneeling Jiang Qingyi. Jiang Qingyi raised her tear-streaked face, dumbfounded, and looked at Chen Fan's indifferent expression. Take the dragon pearl and get the hell out of here with Jin Yuba. No one here owes you anything. Chen Fan spoke coldly. Rather than saying this dragon pearl was for Yi Xingyao to sever her 10-year friendship with Jiang Qingyi, it was more so for Chen Fan himself, to sever his bonded connection with Jiang Qingyi and to reclaim the life points returned through her. From this moment on, Chen Fan and his former bonded partner were completely unrelated. Jiang Qingyi, pale as a ghost, picked up the dragon pearl and helped Jin Yuba into the car. Before leaving, Jin Yuba gave Chen Fan a deep, lingering look. "Chen Fan, you have no idea who is behind me. Now that you have let me go, your future will be filled with endless darkness and fear." Jin Yuba crushed the dragon pearl, and gentle spiritual energy immediately enveloped his entire body, healing his wounds. The violent energy from the degradation elixir in his dantian was soon suppressed. Jiang Qingyi no longer had any of her former pride. With a bitter smile, she knew she had completely lost her friendship with Yi Xingyao and any chance of reconciliation with Chen Fan. Her future now belonged solely to the man who called her a whore and a bitch, Jin Yuba. The Hummer roared to life, and Jiang Qingyi disappeared from everyone's sight with Jin Yuba. Meanwhile, the White Ape and the heirs of the powerful clans looked at Chen Fan with faces filled with fear and reverence. A Qi condensation realm expert at 25 years old, defeating the White Ape, who had a magic weapon, with a single move. Such strength could only be matched by their own family's patriarch-level figures. "You lot should leave as well." With a wave of his hand, Chen Fan dismissed them, and the White Ape and the others finally felt relieved. "Mr. Chen, once we return, we will surely explain everything to the Liu family in Hang City. It was Liu Hao who provoked you, a supreme expert. I believe the Liu family would not dare trouble you." The severely injured White Ape was helped up and bowed respectfully to Chen Fan. Trouble me? If they are not afraid of death, they are welcome to try." Chen Fan snorted coldly. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, the White Ape broke into a cold sweat and apologized repeatedly before hastily leaving with Liu Hao's corpse. From this battle onward, the White Ape knew that Chen Fan's name would shine throughout the southern region of Huaxia. As a Qi condensation expert at 25, even in Xiaojing, where geniuses gathered, Chen Fan would surely have his place. After all the irrelevant people left, Yi Qingyan completed her task and bid farewell to Chen Fan. She had to return to the Tianhai War Division to prepare for her breakthrough into the Qi condensation realm. Yi Xinghu left with Yi Qingyan as well. Before leaving, he invited Chen Fan to Tianhai City, promising a proper reception to express their gratitude. Yi Xingyao did not leave with them, nor did she return to the Jiangnan Yi family. Instead, she pitched a small tent beside Chen Fan's. As for Li Jiaying, she simply squeezed into Chen Fan's tent. And so, during the day, Chen Fan focused on setting up formations in Qinglong Mountain to gather more spiritual energy. At night, he was busy. Within a few days, Jiang Yuchan, Zhao Ruoxi, and Wang Yuyan all came upon hearing that Chen Fan was about to head to Hong Kong Island. Only Sun Xian, obsessed with the 13 Ghost Gate needles, did not show up. That evening, finding it troublesome to go back and forth between tents, Chen Fan simply let everyone squeeze into one tent. 10,000 words omitted here. 10 days later, the spirit-gathering feng shui array was finally completed. Nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Chen Fan's body not only did not weaken but actually became stronger in bones and endurance due to his practice of absorbing yin to nourish yang. I did not expect the spiritual energy here to reach such a level, no weaker than the spirit stone bed of that ancient Qi refinement master. Su Nanqiang had already emerged from seclusion. Her aura was overwhelming, a red mole between her brows, like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. She raised her hand and, facing the mountain peak with the densest spiritual energy, unleashed terrifying streams of true energy from her palm, bombarding the rock face. Within the time of half a cup of tea, a small cave had formed in the cliff wall. "Master, you will train here for now. I have already arranged for workers to begin construction on the mountain. Once completed, you can move in," Chen Fan said. Su Nanqiang nodded. At that moment, Li Jiaying's phone suddenly vibrated beside Chen Fan. She took it out and, upon reading the message, her face turned pale. Chen Fan leaned over and saw. "Inger, leave immediately with Chen Fan. Never return to Hong Kong Island. From, Grandfather. Miss Li, Mr. Chen, we are about to land at the airport." A beautiful flight attendant with long legs in black stockings and high heels gently knocked on the door. Only then did the noises inside finally stop. This racket has not stopped for several hours. The flight attendant swallowed hard, thinking with envy. Her personal device had long since run out of power, and she had already changed several pairs of stockings. At first, she did not understand. Although this Mr. Chen was somewhat handsome, his clothes were plain, and he did not seem like the heir of a wealthy and powerful family, so how had he attracted the granddaughter of Hong Kong Island's richest man? After hearing everything that went on during this flight, she finally understood. This young man named Chen Fan was astonishingly vigorous. Several times, the turbulence was so intense that the captain thought the aircraft had hit an air pocket. "Chen Fan, you are incredible. It has already been a full week, and even during these few hours on the plane, you still Li Jiaying spoke breathlessly. Chen Fan gave a few crisp smacks on her soft, fragrant, and slippery skin, then got dressed. Indeed, Chen Fan had scarcely rested during the entire week at Qinglong Mountain, yet his body had not been affected. To maintain sufficient combat strength, Chen Fan had exchanged 500 dragon pearls for 5 combat power points. His current combat power had reached 21, propelling him directly into the early stage of the Qi Lake King realm. Upon reaching the Qi Lake realm, the true energy in his entire body had gathered in his dantian, forming a small golden lake. It was precisely this lake that supplied Chen Fan with an endless stream of energy. Even when the women took turns using a relay strategy, all of them eventually collapsed and begged for mercy. Only Su Nanqiang, who was also in the Qi Lake King realm, could keep up. That entire week, a golden spear stood tall atop Qinglong Mountain, unleashing a storm of blood and desire, stirring the heavens, causing the entire mountain to tremble and cry out throughout the night. Hurry and get dressed. For Grandfather Li to send such a message, something serious must have happened within the Li family. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa at the summit of Anping Mountain on Hong Kong Island. Anping Mountain had been entirely purchased by Hong Kong Island's wealthiest man 20 years ago. From its peak, one could overlook all of Victoria Harbour. At this moment, on Anping Mountain, there was a security checkpoint every 5 steps, a post every 10. Over 100 guards in white shirts, each wearing earpieces, had completely sealed off the road up the mountain. Each of them had bulging muscles and explosive physical strength. Every single one of them was, astonishingly, a Grandmaster-level expert. In the courtyard of the Li family estate, however, rivers of blood flowed. Corpses lay in chaotic disarray, every body bearing a horrendous death. Most of them were armed security guards, each with a bullet hole in the center of the forehead. At the entrance to the house lay several black-robed fighters, all dead. Most of them were at the half-step Qi condensation stage. The most tragically slain was an old man with white hair. He had been one of the Li family's Qi condensation stage enforcers. At this moment, there was a blood-soaked hole through his chest, front to back, and only half of his head remained. His death was appallingly gruesome. In this world, those who recognize the times are wise. Reaching the Qi condensation stage is not easy. Why be so stupidly loyal? A broad-shouldered middle-aged man in black robes, with long hair and an iron fan in hand, stood proudly at the door, looking down at the enforcer with half a head left. Inside the innermost room of the villa, Li Chaoran, his hair fully white and his body almost immobile, lay on the bed glaring at his grandson in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses. He could only watch as the young man removed the high-nutrition infusion sustaining his life. Without this infusion, Li Chaoran would not survive more than half an hour. "Grandfather, please pass on peacefully. From now on, with father and me in charge, we will certainly bring the Li family to new heights," Li Jiahui said. Li Yongjie was Li Jiaying's uncle, and Li Jiahui was his son, Li Jiaying's cousin. "Grandfather, just look. Father has barely assumed control and is already preparing to abandon cooperation with the governor and minor sects, and instead establish a 4-party alliance with the Zheng family of Iron Fan sect, the Liang family of the Feng Shui lineage, and Wilson, the royal envoy of England in Hong Kong. With the support of these 3 powerhouses, the Li family's business will expand across the world rather than remain confined to Hong Kong Island," Li Jiahui declared grandly, as if envisioning himself atop the pinnacle of global power. Luo Miner's eyes sparkled with excitement. You bunch of fools. The Zheng family, the Liang family, and that royal envoy from England are nothing but demons who devour everything without spitting out the bones. Back then, when they sowed chaos on Hong Kong Island, the entire region nearly became their private playground. If it had not been for me and the governor joining forces, leveraging the spiritual stones developed from our mining operations and uniting with the small sects, the Li family would have long since been carved up by those 3. Now you are choosing to ally with them? That is no different from asking a tiger for its skin. Li Chaoran was furious. Without the high nutrition fluid, even a few sentences caused violent coughing and wheezing. "Humph, grandfather, things are not what they were. The Li family now has many strong cultivators. 9 out of 10 of our Qi condensation enforcers support father. Even facing the 3 powerhouses, we are not afraid. As for that enforcer who remained loyal to you, he was just killed by Elder Zheng of the Iron Fan sect," Li Jiahui said. "You are destroying the Great Wall with your own hands." Li Chaoran was so enraged he could not even form proper words. When it comes to destroying the Great Wall, you are far worse. If you had not insisted on giving half the family assets to that Chen Fan, ruining the Li family century-old foundation, neither my father nor I would have had to act against you. I know that Zhang Chufeng was powerful, but he is already dead. That Chen Fan, He has no power, no background. He is nothing but a poor university junior. Why should he be allowed to marry Jiaying? Why should he receive half of the Li family estate as her dowry? Li Jiehui said coldly. You, cough, cough, cough. Li Chaoren could not catch his breath from anger. He began coughing violently, his face visibly paling. Sigh, you people understand nothing. If Jiaying could become Chen Fan's woman and continue his bloodline, not to mention half the family fortune, even if the entire Li family were handed to him, it would be worth it. You have no idea what he represents. He is someone that even the most powerful family in Huaxia would rather be annihilated than see harmed. Li Chaoren thought silently to himself. At that moment, the walkie-talkie on Li Jiehui's chest suddenly crackled to life. Young master, an unlicensed Wuling Hongguang van is attempting to ascend the mountain. Did I not say no one is allowed on Anping Mountain today? But, young master, Miss Li Jiaying is in the vehicle, along with a man named Chen Fan, who claims to be her fiancé. Jiehui, let them go, and I will give you all of the Li family's assets. Li Chaoren forced out a breath and spoke. You old bastard, even at this point you are still protecting that Chen Fan. Just who is really your grandson? Fine, then today, before you die, I will let you watch how I torture that Chen Fan to death. Li Jiehui suddenly lost control, his gloomy eyes filled with mad jealousy and killing intent. Bring them up. Li Jiehui spoke into the intercom, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. At the foot of the mountain, Chen Fan and Li Jiaying's unlicensed Wuling minivan was granted access. Chen Fan, something feels wrong. Li Jiaying frowned. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, gesturing for her to continue. Although the Li family usually has security, they are mostly stationed around the villa at the top of the mountain, not blocking roads from the foot of the mountain. Besides, I know almost all of grandfather's guards, none of them are these people. Li Jiaying clutched Chen Fan's arm with concern. These people are almost all grandmaster-level cultivators, and they reek of blood. They must have killed someone recently. Chen Fan nodded. What? Then grandfather must be in danger. Li Jiaying's face turned pale with fright. Recalling the final message from her grandfather, tears welled up in her eyes. Chen Fan's expression also turned serious. He floored the Wuling minivan, drifting around curves using drainage ditches, accelerating to 150 kilometers per hour. In just 3 minutes, the unlicensed Wuling skidded to a stop in front of the Li family's luxurious main gate. Unlike the base of the mountain, there were no guards here at all. But even before entering, Chen Fan could already smell the thick stench of blood. Even Li Jiaying, an ordinary person, could smell it. It was the unmistakable scent of a slaughterhouse. Bang! Chen Fan kicked open the 2 5-meter-high wrought iron gates. A scene of corpses scattered across the courtyard came into view. Ugh! Li Jiaying vomited at the sight of the blood and dead bodies everywhere. Ha ha ha, Sister Jiaying, you are finally back. And this must be your useless fiancé, Chen Fan. At this moment, a sharply dressed and handsome but cold-eyed Li Jiehui appeared, pushing a wheelchair. Sitting in the wheelchair was the utterly frail and weak Li Chaoren. Standing next to Li Jiehui was a burly middle-aged man wielding a black iron fan. Brother, did you kill all these people? Have you gone insane? Li Jiaying looked at the corpses on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Many of them were people she had known since childhood, Filipino maids who had worked for the family for over a decade, the chubby chef who made her favorite desserts, the bodyguard uncles who often escorted her out, and the family's solemn but loving chi condensation level enforcer. Heh, just a bunch of servants. They failed to recognize the situation. Killing them was no big deal. Li Jiehui sneered coldly. What about grandfather? You pushed him out here, without high-nutrition infusions, he will not last long. Li Jiaying shouted angrily at Li Jiehui. Heh, grandfather will not live much longer, but before he dies, it is enough for him to see me torture this Chen Fan he is so obsessed with. Li Jiehui spoke as he sneered, stepping through pools of blood toward Chen Fan. Sitting in the wheelchair, Li Chaoren was barely clinging to life, despair flashing in his eyes. At this moment, he did not even have the strength to speak. It is over. If Chen Fan dies, the Li family's hope of rising to the pinnacle of Huaxia will be gone. Li Chaoren's heart was filled with hopelessness. Sometimes I really wonder, is this Chen Fan your real grandson, or am I? He is just a useless third-year college student, is he not? Li Jiehui approached Chen Fan, scoffing. At the same time, a powerful aura of a grandmaster-level cultivator erupted from his body. Kneel! Li Jiehui shouted at Chen Fan. According to the intelligence he had received, Chen Fan was just an ordinary third-year student at Jiangnan University, quiet, unremarkable, not even worthy of Elder Zheng of the Iron Fan sect making a move. With his Grandmaster-level strength, Li Jiahui believed he could kill Chen Fan with a single finger. But in the next moment, his expression changed slightly. His overwhelming Grandmaster pressure had no effect on Chen Fan. What the hell? You people are supposedly Hong Kong Island's top family, and yet you cannot even update your intelligence files. Chen Fan said indifferently. Over the past month, he had accomplished so much in Jiangnan City, yet this fool still thought he was the same Chen Fan from before his rebirth. Heh, you are just a worthless third-year student, a loser from the mainland who has to work part-time to afford living expenses. Back at school, you were a pathetic simp. Why would I waste resources tracking someone like you? Li Jiahui snorted coldly. Heh. If you knew what I have been up to lately, I doubt you would be talking like this. Chen Fan sneered. With a flick of his finger, 2 golden streams of true energy shot forth. Crack. Li Jiahui's legs snapped on the spot, and he collapsed to his knees before Chen Fan. Ah? The intense pain made Li Jiahui scream in agony, his heart filled with shock and humiliation. The humiliation came from just moments ago. He had demanded Chen Fan kneel at his feet, yet now he was kneeling before Chen Fan. The shock came from his certainty that what had shattered his legs was externally projected true energy. You are a chi condensation stage cultivator? How is that possible? A month ago, you were just a pathetic broke college simp. Li Jiahui could not believe the reality before him and roared in rage. At that moment, not only Li Jiahui, but also Li Chaoran and the always calm Elder Zheng revealed shocked expressions. No wonder old Master Zhang gave his life to protect this young man. Barely past 20, and he has already reached the chi condensation stage. Li Chaoran's old heart was filled with both shock and joy. A chi condensation level cultivator at this age, even in Xiaojing, he would rank among the top 20 talents. But your true energy is golden. Normally, chi condensation cultivators have white true energy. You must have used some special secret method to forcibly raise your realm, causing your true energy to mutate. There are many secret techniques across sects that allow for forced breakthroughs, but few actually use them. Doing so cuts off future advancement. You will be stuck at the early chi condensation stage for life, and your strength is far weaker than that of genuine cultivators. Elder Zheng's full name was Zheng Jigang, second in rank in the Zheng family of the Iron Fan sect. He was a mid-level chi condensation cultivator with broad experience. The Zheng family possessed such secret techniques, but those who used them often had impure true energy, prone to mutation, resulting in colors other than white. Though he had never seen golden true energy, the martial world generally agreed that only the pure white kind was the strongest. That was why he was so confident upon seeing Chen Fan's golden true energy. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow at the first part of his analysis. Zheng Jigang had a keen eye. But at the latter part, he became speechless. He had already reached the early Chi Lake realm. This fool was still saying he would be stuck at chi condensation? Besides, when he was at the early chi condensation stage, his true energy had been white. It only transformed into golden after entering the Chi Lake realm. Chen Fan did not fully understand the concept of mutated true energy, but he was sure that golden true energy was far more powerful than white. Haha, so you just used some secret technique to forcibly raise your realm. Heh, I thought you were something impressive. Li Jiahui suddenly felt comforted and laughed wildly. Li Jiaying, however, looked at Chen Fan with concern. She had always wondered how he could reach the chi condensation stage at such a young age and defeat Jin Yuba and the White Ape at Qinglong Mountain. If he had used a secret technique, it would make sense. Heh. Whether it is a forced breakthrough or not, you will know soon enough. Chen Fan sneered. Heh. Dealing with a fake chi condensation stage trash like you? One finger is more than enough. Zheng Jigang said proudly, pointing a finger toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan, move out of the way quickly. Zheng Jiqiang is a mid-stage chi condensation expert. You are no match for him. Li Jiaying shouted anxiously. Ha ha ha. Chen Fan, so what if you are in the early chi condensation stage? With second Elder Zheng here today, he can crush you to death with just one finger. Li Jiahui, whose legs had been broken and who could not move, knelt on the ground and screamed at Chen Fan with venomous hatred. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, facing Zheng Jiqiang's strike, Chen Fan did not show any sign of tension. Instead, he casually lifted a finger and pointed back. Instantly, a golden stream of true energy shot out from Chen Fan's fingertip. Arrogant. A mere glowbug dares to compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Today I will show you just how worthless mutated true energy is when facing pure true energy. Zheng Jiqiang snorted coldly, and likewise shot a stream of white true energy from his fingertip to collide with Chen Fan's golden energy. You are dead, boy. Li Jiahui laughed heartily, as if he could already see Chen Fan being blasted to pieces by the white true energy. Boom! The golden and white true energy collided, but the imagined scene, where the golden energy dissipated and Chen Fan was killed, did not occur. On the contrary, at the moment of collision, the white true energy melted instantly like snow touching red-hot iron, and then surged toward Zheng Jiqiang's heart. Not good. Zheng Jiqiang's face changed dramatically. He roared and barely managed to block his chest with the black iron fan. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. Zheng Jiqiang felt as if a 10,000-pound hammer had slammed into his chest. He was blasted backward. Even with the iron fan, a mid-tier magical weapon, as a shield, over a dozen of his ribs still broke. The entire scene fell into silence. In the vast courtyard, only a few rapid breaths could be heard. Li Jiaying's mouth hung wide open, enough to fit a fist inside. Li Jiahui's eyes bulged with shock and disbelief. Li Chaoren's previously despairing gaze suddenly sparked with brilliance. But second Elder Zheng is a mid-stage qi condensation expert. How could he be defeated with a single finger by a third-year university waste? This has to be fake. This must be an illusion. Li Jiahui roared. You, what realm are you really at? Zheng Jiqiang stood up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His gaze toward Chen Fan had completely changed, he now regarded him as a formidable enemy. You are asking me? I am at the Qi Lake King realm. Chen Fan said casually. Humph, what arrogance. There is not a single Qi Lake King on all of Hong Kong Island, yet you, a boy barely past 20, dare to claim such a thing. Still, your strength is undeniable, at least on par with mine. Among the younger generation in Xiaojing, you would probably rank in the top 10. That is quite an impressive level of talent. Zheng Jiqiang snorted coldly. His gaze grew solemn as he slowly opened the black iron fan, which began to float in the air in front of him. But what use is talent? Next, you may die. Clang! The metal mesh fan surface detached from the iron fan's frame. 18 iron fan ribs, each like a short sword, flew out. The metallic fan mesh spread open in the wind into a giant net several meters wide, shooting toward Chen Fan, intending to entangle him. This is the Iron Fan Zheng family's ultimate technique used in coordination with a magical weapon, world within the fan. It is said that once the fan net entangles someone, even a mid-stage qi condensation expert has no way to survive. Li Jiaying's expression changed drastically, and she exclaimed in shock. A look of joy appeared on Li Jiahui's face. Hee, the girl has good eyes. That is right, this is the Zheng family's most feared. Boom! Before Zheng Jiqiang could finish his sentence, the metallic fan net wrapped around Chen Fan exploded into fragments. At the same time, a golden brick flew out and shattered all 18 iron sword ribs into pieces. Void slash! Chen Fan shouted. Behind Zheng Jiqiang, a void vortex suddenly opened, and a streak of golden true energy sliced through it. Zheng Jiqiang was instantly beheaded. All of this happened in a flash, so fast that no one had time to react. Zheng Jiqiang, a mid-stage qi condensation expert, was killed instantly by Chen Fan. Zheng Jiqiang's splattered blood sprayed onto Li Jiahui's face. He turned his head in a daze, staring at Chen Fan. Shock, terror, disbelief. A flood of emotions overwhelmed him. His very balls retracted in fear. Li Jiaying, too, was utterly stunned, as if she were dreaming. That was the Zheng family's second elder of the Iron Fan sect, stronger even than Kai Tongming, and he was just killed by Chen Fan in a single move? Meanwhile, Li Chaoren's nearly extinguished eyes suddenly blazed with light. Good. Just over 20 years old, and he can instantly kill a seasoned mid-stage qi condensation cultivator. Only a peak qi condensation expert could manage such a feat. A peak qi condensation expert at 20 years old, he could probably stand toe-to-toe with the two unrivaled geniuses of the hidden sects in Xiaojing. Li Chaoren's heart was stirred to the extreme. Seeing his granddaughter together with such a powerful man, he felt that even if he were to die now, he would have no regrets. Chen Fan did not kill Li Jiahui. After all, he was Li Jiaying's cousin and Li Chaoren's only grandson. He left him for them to deal with. Chen Fan led Li Jiaying around Zheng Jiqiang's corpse and approached Li Chaoren. Li Chaoren looked at Chen Fan and Li Jiaying, wanting to speak, but he did not have the strength. Grandfather, do not worry. I have already called the private doctor, he will arrive very soon. Please hold on. Li Jiaying held Li Chaoren's hand and said with concern. Chen Fan, however, directly took out a delicate iron box from his pocket. Inside were several silver needles. Chen Fan, you are not a doctor, do not mess with grandfather. Li Jiaying, seeing Chen Fan take out the needles, immediately tried to stop him. It is already too late. I must treat the old master immediately. Otherwise, he will not survive 5 more minutes. Without waiting for her permission, Chen Fan moved swiftly. The silver needles floated in midair, carried by his golden true energy. Then, under Chen Fan's guidance, they flew precisely into various acupoints on Li Chaoren's body. Chen Fan, stop this nonsense. If you recklessly stab him like this, you will kill him. Li Jiaying was both anxious and furious, but helpless. 13 Ghost Gate Needles. As the first needle pierced, Li Chaoren's complexion improved significantly. He was even able to speak. The moment the first needle entered, the familiar sensation made him immediately realize, this was the 13 Ghost Gate Needles of the Sun family, the medical kings of the southern mainland. Grandfather, you can speak. Li Jiaying exclaimed joyfully, her gaze toward Chen Fan changing entirely. Heh. Chen Fan, I never imagined you would know such a legendary medical technique. Li Chaoren looked at Chen Fan with great joy, though soon his eyes dimmed. But even so, you still cannot save me. Why, grandfather? Are the 13 Ghost Gate Needles not said to bring the dead back to life and restore flesh to bone? Li Jiaying asked in confusion. When all 13 needles are used, they truly can revive the dead and regenerate bone. But even the current head of the Sun family can only perform the first 7 needles. My life has already been sustained by rare heavenly treasures. Even the 7th needle cannot save me. Li Chaoren said with a bitter smile. Well, then that is simple. If 7 needles are not enough, I will give you 8. Chen Fan replied casually, his hands not stopping. 2nd needle. 3rd needle. 4th needle. 8th needle. Done. Old man, get up and take a few steps. Looking at Li Chaoren, whose hair had turned black again and who appeared to have become 20 years younger, Li Jiaying's expression at this moment was utterly petrified. Li Chaoren also stared wide-eyed at his hands, now able to clench easily, and even many of the wrinkles on his skin had disappeared. His heart was overwhelmed with emotion. He tried lifting a leg, his joints, having been inactive for so long, cracked and popped. But still, Li Chaoren stood up from the wheelchair steadily. Grandfather. Li Jiaying was so thrilled that tears streamed down her face as she quickly moved to support him. It has been 10 years. I have been bedridden for 10 whole years. I never imagined I would stand again in this lifetime. And my body, it is at least 20 years younger. Li Chaoren spoke, his former feebleness completely replaced by the authoritative and domineering aura of Hong Kong Island's richest man. Chen Fan, I never imagined that you not only possess terrifying strength, but that you are even capable of using the 8th needle of the 13 Ghost Gate Needles. Even the current head of the Sun family, descendants of the Medicine King, cannot compare to you. Li Chaoren said excitedly, looking at Chen Fan as though gazing upon the most perfect treasure in the world. Not far away, Li Jiahui, still kneeling on the ground, stared in shock at the now standing Li Chaoren. Li Chaoren turned back and looked coldly at Li Jiahui, then walked toward him. Grandfather. Li Jiahui's body trembled violently. I, Li Chaoren, was once considered a commercial prodigy, building a business empire worth tens of trillions. How could I have produced fools like you and your father? Li Chaoren roared, then twisted his cane. A small revolver emerged from within it. Grandfather, please spare me. I am your only grandson. If you kill me, the Li family line ends. Who will run the Li group in the future? Li Jiahui trembled as he pleaded. Bang! The only reply was the sound of a gunshot. Even Chen Fan's eyelid twitched at the sight. Li Chaoren truly lived up to his legend as a business titan, utterly decisive. Even his only grandson could not escape death for his crimes. Sigh. If you and your father had only sought control of the family fortune, I might not have gone so far. But you chose to ally with those 3 families, dragging millions of innocent people across Hong Kong Island into catastrophe. I had no choice but to carry out justice, even against my own kin. Li Chaoren sighed deeply and turned away. In his once dignified tiger-like eyes, tears were faintly visible. It is all right, old master. My 8th needle just made you 20 years younger. You still have time to find a side character to marry. Chen Fan stepped forward to console him. Li Chaoren shook his head at those words. I am planning to hand over the Li Group business empire to you. To me? Chen Fan pointed to himself, dumbfounded. If you do not have the time, Jiaying can manage it on your behalf. All the shares will be transferred to your name. Li Chaoren continued. Grandfather, why are you so biased? Li Jiaying clung to his arm and whined, though her tone was filled with joy. As Chen Fan's fiancée, giving the Li Group to Chen Fan was essentially giving it to her. Hee, silly girl, the Li Group is meant to be your dowry. I was just worried Chen Fan might not even want it. Li Chaoren said dotingly, looking at Li Jiaying. I do not want to marry him. He already has several girlfriends. Li Jiaying glared at Chen Fan as she spoke. Ha ha ha, what is wrong with having multiple girlfriends? Back in my day, not counting one-night stands, I had over 100 girlfriends. Who knows how many illegitimate children I have out there even now. and Chen Fan is far superior to me in my youth. To have only a few girlfriends makes him a rare man indeed. Where else are you going to find one like him? And if I had not helped Zhang Chufeng and Chen Fan at their most critical moment, I would not have obtained the marriage contract between you and him. Li Chaoren said. What? It is because we helped Grandpa Zhang and Chen Fan that I was able to sign a marriage contract with him. Li Jiaying was shocked. Just what kind of person was Chen Fan, if even she, a billionaire heiress, was the one reaching up to his level? No, to be precise, it is not a marriage contract, but a mating agreement. When Chen Fan turns 21, you are permitted to bear his child. Li Chaoren said. What? I am permitted to bear his child? Li Jiaying felt as if thunder was crashing around her. Her entire worldview collapsed. Was Chen Fan some sort of celestial being, that having his child was considered such a great honor? Even Chen Fan, listening from the side, frowned. He was shocked and filled with curiosity. Just what was his true identity, that someone of Li Chaoren's stature would sign such an agreement? Just as Chen Fan was about to ask about Zhang Chufeng and his own background, a loud explosion suddenly came from outside the villa. Boom! The two iron gates, forged from refined steel and weighing hundreds of kilograms, were instantly blasted off their hinges. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, of medium build and exuding the dignity of someone in authority, stood at the entrance. Seeing the blood-filled courtyard strewn with corpses, the man's expression immediately changed. When he looked up, he saw Chen Fan, Li Chaoren, and Li Jiaying. Villain, release Brother Chaoren! The man shouted. Before Li Chaoren and Li Jiaying could stop him, he had already rushed toward Chen Fan and struck out with a palm. Boom! Both men staggered back several steps. Peak of qi condensation. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. He had not expected this middle-aged man to be a peak-stage qi condensation cultivator. From the way the man addressed Li Chaoren, Chen Fan could tell he was an ally. Not wanting to injure him, he had only used a fraction of his strength. If he had unleashed his Qi Lake realm power, the man would likely have been seriously injured if not killed. Who are you? How can someone your age possess such terrifying cultivation? The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically as he looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Jinqiao, stop. Chen Fan is one of us. At this moment, Li Chaoren, afraid that Liang Jinqiao might hurt Chen Fan, quickly ran over and stood between them. Brother Chaoren, you can stand? Liang Jinqiao was shocked to see Li Chaoren striding over, full of vitality, looking 20 years younger. This is all thanks to my grandson-in-law. Not only did he eliminate the traitors in my family and kill Zheng Jiqiang, but he also brought me back to youth with miraculous medical skill. Li Chaoren laughed heartily. Chen Fan, this is Liang Jinqiao, the governor of Hong Kong Island and my close brother. Li Chaoren introduced. Chen Fan nodded respectfully. So this middle-aged man was the top civil and military official of Hong Kong Island. No wonder his strength was so high, he had reached the peak of the qi condensation realm. Liang Jinqiao continued to examine Chen Fan closely, suspicion and astonishment in his eyes. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he grabbed Chen Fan's hand and turned to Li Chaoren. Brother Chaoren, did you just say he is your grandson-in-law? Is he Chen Fan? Liang Jinqiao asked urgently. Yes, his name is Chen Fan. Chen Fan frowned slightly. He could not understand why a governor-level figure like Liang Jinqiao would also know of him. You really are Chen Fan? That is wonderful. I am your father. Chen Fan nearly spat out a mouthful of saliva. Li Jiaying also widened her beautiful eyes, looking at Governor Liang Jinqiao in disbelief. Only Li Chaoren remained calm, as though nothing was surprising. You said you are my father? Chen Fan stared at Liang Jinqiao, looking him up and down. What the hell, an orphan for more than 20 years, only to suddenly find out he was the son of a high-ranking official, the governor of Hong Kong Island. Ahem, strictly speaking, it is because my daughter is betrothed to you. So I am also considered your father. Liang Jinqiao quickly clarified, realizing Chen Fan had misunderstood. You are 21, correct? A 21-year-old at the peak of the qi condensation stage, perhaps you could contend with those two blazing suns among the prodigies of Xiajing. Liang Jinqiao looked at Chen Fan with increasing satisfaction. Chen Fan was now even more dumbfounded. He turned to look at Li Jiaying. The governor is your father? Li Jiaying's eyes were full of confusion. She remembered her grandfather had told her that her parents died in a car accident when she was very young, and that Uncle Liang, the governor, had always loved her like his own daughter. Could it be that she was Governor Liang's illegitimate daughter, raised by her grandfather? Scenes from novels flashed through Li Jiaying's mind. She could not help but glance at Liang Jinqiao. Father? Li Jiaying tentatively called out. That one word, father, nearly made Liang Jinqiao's brain short-circuit. Li Chaoran was also stunned, then quickly realized the misunderstanding and burst into laughter. Chen Fan, Jiaying, you are mistaken. The engagement Liang Zhenchao mentioned refers to the one between Chen Fan and Liang Luoxin. Yes. Back then, I also helped old Master Zhang. So he gave me a marriage contract as well. As he spoke, Liang Zhenchao took out a marriage agreement identical to the one Li Jiaying had. Chen Fan took it, and his face instantly turned speechless. What, was Grandpa Zhang treating him like a breeding stud? Lending him out for arranged marriages left and right? Wait, how come there is no name written here for Sister Luoxin? Li Jiaying, though a bit annoyed, still leaned in to take a look and immediately noticed the issue. When I signed the marriage agreement, I did not yet have a daughter. So after signing, I rushed to have one. Liang Zhenchao said with a laugh. You really are blessed with women. Sister Luoxin is a renowned international film star from Hong Kong Island, currently filming in Hollywood, USA. Li Jiaying said with a hint of jealousy. The only woman she acknowledged as being her equal in Hong Kong Island was her childhood friend, Liang Luoxin. Chen Fan had, of course, heard of Liang Luoxin, a global superstar, the dream of countless men. Even he had fantasized about her in the past. Who would have thought she, too, was now his fiancée? But now, Chen Fan had no time to think about such things. What he truly wanted to know was the truth about Zhang Chufeng and his own identity. Liang Zhenchao and Li Chaoran exchanged glances, clearly reading Chen Fan's thoughts. Let me explain. Li Chaoran looked at Chen Fan and said. The courtyard was far too filled with the stench of blood. Li Chaoran led everyone to the rooftop sky garden of the villa, from where one could overlook all of Victoria Harbor's skyscrapers and scenery. Old Master Zhang Chufeng was once a supreme expert who stood at the pinnacle of all of Huaxia. The moment Li Chaoran spoke, it landed like a thunderclap. Chen Fan's eyes instantly widened, and the gentle face of Zhang Chufeng flashed in his mind. Grandpa Zhang had once been one of the most powerful figures in all of Huaxia? Chen Fan had always suspected that Zhang Chufeng's background was unusual, but he had never imagined it was so extraordinary. Yes. Back then, old Master Zhang was the head of the Zhang family, one of the 3 great hidden families in Xiajing. Hidden sects are incredibly mysterious and have no contact with the outside secular world. It is said that even if they released a dog, it could sweep through all the so-called powerhouse families of Huaxia. Their identities are so elevated that no one knows anything about them. Had old Master Zhang not fallen on hard times and come to Hong Kong Island, we would never have even known that these 3 hidden sects existed. Liang Zhenchao added. Li Jiaying listened intently, her eyes gleaming. She recalled Zhang Chufeng staying with the Li family when she was not yet 3. Back then, she had only known him as a kind old grandfather. She never imagined he had once stood at the summit of Huaxia. But even the mighty Zhang family of the hidden sects could not escape destruction in the end. And the origin of it all was a child known as the Divine Infant. A group of mysterious powerhouses suddenly appeared and stormed the Zhang family, slaughtering all their experts. Only old Master Zhang escaped with that child. After speaking, Li Chaoran looked intently at Chen Fan. I understand now. I am that child who caused the Zhang family's destruction, the so-called Divine Infant, am I not? Chen Fan took a deep breath, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He never imagined that he would be the very reason for the extermination of Zhang Chufeng's entire clan. Li Chaoran nodded. That year, old Master Zhang appeared on Hong Kong Island carrying your nearly lifeless body. He killed 2 of the peerless experts pursuing him, but suffered grievous wounds himself. It was Zhenchao and I who saved both of you. You were already on the brink of death at the time, but it just so happened that the Liang family of the Feng Shui lineage had a phoenix blood rebirth flower that blooms once every 1,000 years. Together with old Master Zhang, we stormed the Liang estate and obtained the flower, which saved your life. But as for your origins and those who hunted you, old Master Zhang never said a word. He only said you were the Divine Infant, and that the woman who bore your child in the future would have a chance to give birth to a divine son who could rule all of Huaxia. Because we saved you, he agreed to let our descendants sign marriage contracts with you and have the right to bear your children. When Li Chaoran finished speaking, everyone quietly looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan remained silent for a long time. For over 20 years, he had always thought of himself as an abandoned child, raised by Grandpa Zhang with immense hardship. But now he knew, he was the sacred infant whose very existence had doomed Zhang Chufeng's entire clan. Maybe, at first, Grandpa Zhang had some special intention for raising him. But over the past 20 years, every single moment proved that Zhang Chufeng treated him as his own grandson. From high school through university, Zhang Chufeng always taught him to live a simple life. Even before his death, he left only 2 million yuan behind, just enough for him to buy a house and live quietly with the woman he loved, free from disaster and illness. Grandpa Zhang had treated him like his own flesh and blood. Therefore, the Zhang family's extermination was his extermination. That vengeance, Chen Fan would repay in full. Whoever slaughtered the Zhang clan, no matter who they were, must die. As the image of Grandpa Zhang's kind face and that worn-out rattle in his arms filled his mind, Chen Fan lost control of his emotions. He roared in fury, and an overwhelming killing intent erupted from him, surging into the heavens. Golden true energy boiled around him like flames, burning wildly in all directions. Golden true energy surged and roared like flames swirling around Chen Fan. In an instant, his hair, eyebrows, and pupils transformed into a color as if they were cast from pure gold. At that moment, Chen Fan felt his entire body was flooded with an unimaginably violent true energy. Although he was only at the early stage of the Qi Lake realm, he felt that he could tear apart even a mid-stage Qi Lake expert. He even believed he had the strength to challenge a peak Qi Lake master. Moments later, the golden flame-like true energy surrounding Chen Fan dissipated, and his hair and eyes returned to their normal color. Li Chaoren, Liang Zhenchao, and Li Jiaying were all stunned as they witnessed the scene. This is what Elder Zhang meant when he spoke of the divine infant possessing divine blood? In that instant, I felt as though I were facing a god, my very soul could not help but tremble. But why is his true energy golden instead of the usual pure white? Typically, only when someone forcibly breaks through a realm and mutates does their true energy change color. As a peak condensation realm expert, Liang Zhenchao felt this the most deeply. It was not about the strength, it was an instinctive, primal fear carved into his very DNA. Yet, as he looked at the golden true energy on Chen Fan, his shock was laced with a trace of doubt. Li Chaoren also swallowed hard. Even as the wealthiest man in Hong Kong, a man of vast experience and insight, he had never seen anyone capable of transforming like Chen Fan. Chen Fan himself was somewhat shaken. Just now, in his fury, it felt as though a violent consciousness within his blood had awakened beyond his control. His combat strength surged dramatically. He had no doubt that in that state, he could fight across one or even two levels of cultivation. This puzzled him as well, since the system had not granted him any such skill or innate ability. When he questioned the system, it gave no response. Chen Fan, we understand how you must feel right now. You surely want to know who slaughtered the entire Zhang family. But aside from Elder Zhang himself, only the two hidden clans in Xiaojing may have any knowledge of what truly happened, said Liang Zhenchao. I can depart immediately for Xiaojing and interrogate those two hidden sects, Chen Fan replied. Do not be impulsive. Xiaojing is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, teeming with clans and sections. Experts from all over Huaxia and even foreign lands gather there. Those two hidden families are even more mysterious, like divine dragons that appear only in glimpses. Without sufficient status, one may not even have the chance to see their gates, said Liang Zhenchao. You are the governor of Hong Kong, a high-ranking official. Is that not status enough? Chen Fan asked with a frown. Heh, not just me, even the head of the Yi family, which controls Huaxia's entire war department, barely qualifies to make contact with non-core figures like house stewards or emissaries. These two hidden families stand above all other powers in Huaxia. Perhaps only the Dragon Lord of Huaxia can speak with their direct descendants on equal terms. As Liang Zhenchao spoke of the two hidden families, a trace of awe and reverence appeared in his eyes. Chen Fan frowned slightly. He had not expected the two hidden clans to be so powerful, standing above the entire Huaxia power structure. More importantly, he had no idea whether they were enemies or allies of the Zhang family. It was even possible that they were involved in the extermination of the Zhang clan. If that were the case, rushing in recklessly might be like walking into the tiger's den. All of this stems from my lack of strength. If I could reach the level of a Qi emperor or even a higher-level grandmaster, no family or sect would be more than mere chickens and dogs in my eyes, Chen Fan thought inwardly. Previously, with over 20,000 years of life remaining, trillions in wealth, and countless beauties at his side, he had thought it enough to enjoy and indulge for the rest of his life. But now, he felt an overwhelming, burning desire for power. Do not worry, Chen Fan. It is not entirely impossible to meet people from those two hidden families. Next month, the Yi family in Xiaojing will host the once-a-decade Huaxia martial arts tournament. At that time, each province's most powerful clans will select strong warriors under 30 years old to form teams for the tournament. Emissaries from both hidden clans will be present, seeking to recruit outstanding young talents to marry suitable women from their families. Chen Fan, you should join the Hong Kong team under my leadership and participate. It will also provide an opportunity to secretly investigate the truth from years ago, said Liang Zhenchao. Chen Fan nodded at his words. It was indeed a good plan. Heh, Jinchao, what a clever two birds with one stone strategy, Li Chaoran said with a smile. Chen Fan has already reached the peak of the condensation realm at just 21 years old. He is sure to shine at the martial arts tournament. He may even redeem the Hong Kong team from years of disgrace. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan looked puzzled, while Liang Jinchao's face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Fan, here is the situation. Because of my connection with Brother Chaoran, the three major families in Hong Kong refuse to let their descendants represent Hong Kong in the tournament. Only children from smaller families participate, so we always rank at the bottom, Liang Jinchao explained sheepishly. Chen Fan nodded. If he wished, he could raise his cultivation to the peak of the Qi Lake realm at any time. Combined with a high-level magical weapon like the reinforced brick, leading the Hong Kong team to a championship should be no problem. At that moment, a military helicopter suddenly roared toward them. Juanhao is here. Liang Jinchao said with a smile. Juanhao? Chen Fan looked toward Li Jiaying. Juanhao is Uncle Liang's disciple. His full name is Zhou Juanhao. He is currently the captain of the Hong Kong Flying Tigers and is at the mid-stage of the condensation realm, Li Jiaying explained to Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded and looked toward the helicopter. Sure enough, the helicopter hovered about 20 meters above the sky garden. A man, about 35 or 36 years old, tall and strong, wearing a blue jumpsuit under a black tactical vest and a black beret, jumped directly from the 20-meter height. Boom! Dust flew up as Zhou Juanhao landed with only a slight bend of his knees, instantly stabilizing himself. Then two ropes dropped from the helicopter, and four similarly dressed men slid down swiftly. Master, Mr. Li, Zhou Juanhao stepped forward to pay his respects. But when he saw the rosy-faced, jet-black-haired Li Chaoran, his expression changed dramatically, though he quickly masked it. Juanhao, let me introduce you. This is Chen Fan, Li Jiaying's fiancé, the one who cured Brother Chaoran's illness, said Liang Jinchao with a smile. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Chen. Zhou Juanhao nodded at Chen Fan, smiling, though a cold glint flashed briefly in his eyes. He hid it well, but Chen Fan noticed it immediately, making him frown. Also, Chen Fan is not only Jiaying's fiancé, he is also your younger cousin Luoxin's fiancé. From now on, we are all one family, Liang Jinchao continued, looking at Zhou Juanhao. What? Luoxin's fiancé? The four Flying Tiger members behind Zhou Juanhao exclaimed in shock, then turned to look at him. Zhou Juanhao's face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. At the very moment Liang Jinchao finished speaking, a wave of murderous intent surged out from Zhou Juanhao, sweeping toward Chen Fan. Juanhao, calm down. Liang Jinchao gave a cold snort, and a burst of true energy shot from his body. Zhou Juanhao let out a muffled grunt and staggered back several steps. He had only just entered the mid-stage of the condensation realm, not even close to being a match for Liang Jinchao. Juanhao, I know you like Luoxin, but Luoxin signed an engagement contract with Chen Fan 20 years ago. Besides, Luoxin has also told me personally that you are a good man, but she has always regarded you only as an older brother. Liang Jinchao said. Older brother? Why should I be only an older brother? I, Zhou Juanhao, have followed you since I was 13. I reached Grandmaster level at 20, became a condensation powerhouse at 30, and now at 35 I am mid-stage condensation. I am confident that by 40 I will reach your current level. This Chen Fan, who came out of nowhere, what qualifies him? Can he possibly be better than me? Zhou Juanhao could no longer hold it in and roared with rage. Liang Jinchao's expression darkened, but fearing further provocation to his prized disciple, he refrained from revealing Chen Fan's true strength. Juanhao, I will make it up to you for the matter with Luoxin. In another year, I will be retiring, and I will hand over the position of governor of Hong Kong to you. Liang Jinchao patted Zhou Juanhao's shoulder as he spoke. The four Flying Tiger team members behind Zhou Juanhao also came forward to restrain him, each offering words of persuasion. In the end, Zhou Juanhao seemed to accept reality and fell silent. Liang Jinchao nodded in satisfaction. Governor, our team and the captain have already confirmed that tonight Li Yongjie will hold a banquet at Fenghuang Mountain with the Zheng family of the Iron Fan sect, the Liang family of the Feng Shui tradition, and the British royal envoy to Hong Kong, Viscount Wilson. At the event, he will publicly announce the termination of the contract with the Hong Kong government and sign a permanent alliance with the three major powerhouses. A vice-captain of the Flying Tiger squad behind Zhou Juanhao reported to Liang Jinchao. Humph, I am not dead yet. If he thinks he can sign with the three giants, not a chance. Li Chaoran slammed his cane on the ground and snorted coldly. Jinchao, tonight we shall head to Fenghuang Mountain and have a proper meeting with those three giants. Li Chaoran said. Liang Jinchao nodded. Although the three giants were all at the peak of the condensation realm, both he and Chen Fan were also peak condensation experts. Adding Zhou Juanhao at mid-stage condensation and the 4 vice-captains of the Flying Tiger team at early-stage condensation, they would be able to retreat unscathed even if things turned hostile. Chen Fan, what do you think? Both Liang Zhenchao and Li Chaoren looked toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded. Both were, after all, his future fathers-in-law. Of course, he could only agree. Moreover, back in the day, it was from the Iron Fan sect and the Liang family of Feng Shui that the Phoenix Blood Nirvana flower was obtained by the Dean grandfather. He himself wanted to go and have a look. Perhaps he might find a clue. Seeing how highly the two men regarded Chen Fan in that moment, Zhou Juanhao clenched his fists even tighter, his eyes growing increasingly cold. Night fell. The Liang family, a Feng Shui clan hidden in Fenghuang Mountain, was now ablaze with lights and bustling with activity. Luxury cars and helicopters arrived one after another at the Liang residence, with Hong Kong social elites and powerful figures from all the major factions stepping out. There were also many international guests among them. Today marked the day that Li Yongjie, the new head of the Li family, would sign a permanent alliance with the three giants of Hong Kong. The entire political and power landscape of the region was about to be fundamentally reshaped. Whether to seek alliances, offer congratulations, or simply gauge the political winds in fear that their own families might be purged, nearly every notable power in Hong Kong had sent someone. Inside a secret chamber made entirely of metal in the Liang family's reception hall, the Liang family head Liang Tianyuan, the Zheng family head Zheng Jihong of the Iron Fan sect, and Viscount William, the British Queen's envoy, sat around a table. On the table lay a map of Hong Kong and a world map. The Hong Kong map had already been divided into 3 equal sections. The world map, marked in 3 different colors, highlighted various mines around the globe. These were all Li family assets. All of Hong Kong, along with the Li family's global mining operations, had been fully divided among the 3 giants. Viscount William, congratulations. The mines you acquired all previously produced magic stones. You have scored quite the bargain. Liang Tianyuan, his white hair flowing and dressed in a white martial arts uniform, said with narrowed eyes. The West is different from the East. We enhance our power with magic stones, while you use spirit stones. We each take what we need. No one is taking advantage of anyone. Viscount William replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, you foreigners are not as ignorant as I thought. Zheng Jihong laughed. The division of the Li family's mines had greatly pleased him, and he was in high spirits. Li Yongjie is truly inferior to his father in every way. Liang Tianyuan suddenly shook his head. That brat thinks that by signing some worthless alliance agreement, we will obediently do his bidding like the small factions. What he does not know is that the moment he cancels his agreements with the Hong Kong government and those minor forces, the balance will collapse, and the strong men of those sects will abandon him immediately. Once he is isolated and betrayed, we will force him on the spot to sign over the rights to the mines. At that point, the Li family and the governor of Hong Kong will be nothing but empty shells, incapable of rallying any of the lesser factions. They will pose no threat to us. Hong Kong will finally become our world. At Zheng Jihong's words, the 3 men erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, in the most luxurious guest room of the Liang family estate, Li Yongjie was enjoying a massage from 2 top-tier Hong Kong actresses clad only in bikinis, gifts personally arranged for him by Liang Tianyuan. Slap. Li Yongjie's large palm landed with a crisp smack on a firm, smooth buttock, sending ripples like waves across the surface. The sharp sound echoed in the room, full of lewd ambience. Father, what a pity. You will not live to see the day your son tames the 3 giants and leads the Li family to become the true masters of Hong Kong. You really were short-sighted. With all those mining resources in your hands, why bother cooperating with petty clans and the governor? If you had just used those resources to dominate the 3 giants and replace the governor, then all of Hong Kong would already belong to the Li family. You should have seen the way those 3 giants groveled before me just now, like dogs. You never once experienced that kind of treatment in your life, did you? With an actress on either side, Li Yongjie was intoxicated with success, mocking his father Li Chaoren for being blind and short-sighted. How odd. With the high-energy nutrient injection, father should not have survived more than half an hour. Why has Jiahui not come to report yet? 2 minutes later, Li Yongjie was finished. He looked at his phone, but there was no message from his son. However, he was not worried something had gone wrong, because the Zheng family's second strongest expert, Zheng Jiqiang, was also there. At that moment, a woman knocked and entered the room. Mr. Li, all the guests for the banquet have arrived. The heads of the Zheng and Liang families, as well as Viscount William, are all present. We may now begin the signing ceremony. The banquet was held in the Liang family's grand hall, large enough to accommodate over 1,000 guests. Every guest present was a figure of considerable influence, including elites from the political and business world, as well as masters from Hong Kong's major families and factions. They gathered in small groups, discussing the main topic of the evening's banquet, the Li family terminating its contracts with the Hong Kong government and various clans to instead sign an alliance with the three great families. Hey, did you not all say that Mr. Li Chaoren, the wealthiest man, had always maintained close ties with the governor and those martial arts families? Why is he suddenly cutting off all agreements to cooperate with the three giants? Someone posed the question. Many among them were businessmen who had dealings with either the Li family or the three giants, but lacked insider knowledge. You must not have heard the news. According to the grapevine, the richest man, Li Chaoren, has already fallen gravely ill and is in a coma. He may even be dead. The one signing the alliance with the three giants today is his son, Li Yongjie. Someone replied. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately understood. As the saying goes, a new emperor brings his own ministers. Now that the wealthiest man is gone, Li Yongjie has immediately chosen to collaborate with the three giants. Those second- and third-rate martial families that once followed the Li family are probably doomed. Someone shook his head and sighed. But these were martial affairs, since they were businessmen, whoever ruled did not affect their trade too much. However, the martial artists nearby had extremely grim expressions upon hearing this. Li Yongjie is a fool. He has no idea what kind of methods the three giants use. If he works with them, the Li family will be devoured until not even bones are left. Patriarch Wu, Patriarch Huang, you two lead the largest families outside of the three giants. What should we do about this? Over a dozen heads of third-rate families in Hong Kong looked somber as they turned to the two middle-aged men in their 50s at the center of their group. I believe this could actually be a good thing. After all, we in the Li family, together with the governor, have fought the three giants for years. The second- and third-rate families among us have suffered heavy losses. And what have we gained? A pitiful share of spirit stones. Now that the Li family is breaking faith and abandoning us to collaborate with the three giants, why should we not join the three giants ourselves and coexist peacefully? One of the two, a lean and capable man with a hooked nose, was the first to speak. His name was Huang Yunguan. His family, second-rate and powerful, had long been aligned with the Li family and the governor. As soon as Huang Yunguan spoke, 7 or 8 families nodded in agreement. Huang Yunguan, do you even know what you are saying? Cooperate with the three giants? Have you forgotten how they treated us before? They practically wanted to enslave us, the smaller families. If it were not for Brother Chaoren and the governor back then, we small families would have long been sucked dry by the three giants. Would we enjoy the standing we do today? Besides, did you not reach mid-stage condensation realm only thanks to the spirit stones provided by the Li family? The slightly chubby middle-aged man was Wu Chenggong. He shouted angrily. 6 or 7 third-rate families immediately stood on Wu Chenggong's side, glaring at Huang Yunguan. Heh, Brother Wu, you said it yourself, that was back then. Now, Li Chaoren is dead, and the governor is about to retire. Even Li Yongjie has chosen to collaborate with the three giants. While we are still at mid-stage condensation realm, we should pledge allegiance to the three giants. Becoming elders or honorary protectors might offer better prospects than we have now. Huang Yunguan said coldly. Shameless. Even if our families are weak, we still have dignity. We will not become the lapdogs of the three great families. After speaking, Wu Chenggong led the families on his side away from Huang Yunguan and the others. Humph, stubborn fools. The only end awaiting you is extermination. Huang Yunguan said coldly. In fact, he had already pledged loyalty to the Iron Fan sect of the three giants when he caught wind of the situation. He was here today mainly to serve as their spokesman. He had not expected Wu Chenggong to be as stubborn and inflexible as a stone in a latrine. Brother Wu, what if Li Yongjie really breaks the contract with us today? We were only barely able to contend with the three giants by aligning ourselves with the Li family and the governor. If the Li family joins forces with the three giants, we are doomed. The heads of the third-rate families near Wu Chenggong voiced their concerns. If it really comes to that, even if we must leave Hong Kong, we will never become dogs for the three giants. Wu Chenggong clenched his fists tightly as he spoke. Yes. At worst, we will relocate our entire families out of Hong Kong. The others echoed. Just then, a procession stepped onto the banquet hall stage. At the forefront was a medium-built, middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, Li Yongjie. His hands were behind his back, chin raised, exuding the air of a ruler. What shocked everyone even more was that the three giants followed closely behind him with expressions of utter deference. Viscount William, the royal envoy, even personally pulled out a chair for Li Yongjie. The crowd erupted into a buzz. Many prominent businesspeople, political figures, and attractive young men and women looked toward Li Yongjie in astonishment. The three giants were treating him with such respect, it left them deeply shaken. At that moment, Li Yongjie felt as if he had reached the peak of life. With the three giants following respectfully behind him and the eyes of nearly all of Hong Kong's elite upon him, he felt like the true king of Hong Kong. "Father, are you watching from the heavens? This is the son you always looked down on. Now he can command the three giants and has become the king of Hong Kong. You spent your whole life toiling with the governor, did you ever achieve this? Even now, will you not acknowledge my ability? Will you still insist on leaving the family fortune to that mainland brat named Chen Fan?" At this moment, Li Yongjie wanted to grab Li Chaoren, shout in his face, and make him open his eyes to see what he had accomplished the moment he assumed leadership of the Li Corporation. He imagined that if Li Chaoren were here, faced with such success, he would surely bow his head in shame and say, "Yongjie, your father was wrong." As Li Yongjie and Li Chaoren took their seats, the entire venue fell silent. "Mr. Li, this is the prepared contract for your termination of agreements with the Hong Kong government and those second- and third-rate families. Please sign it now," witnessed by the distinguished guests of Hong Kong society. Liang Tianyuan presented the termination agreement with a fawning smile and bowed slightly as he handed it over. "Very well." Li Yongjie accepted and nodded. "Li Yongjie, you must not sign it. If you do, the Li Corporation and half a lifetime of your father's work will be destroyed. Not only will our small families suffer, but your Li family will be devoured and picked clean by the three giants." Wu Chenggong suddenly stood up and shouted angrily from below. "Humph, Wu Chenggong, stop sowing discord. Mr. Li is young and capable, his vision and strategic thinking far surpass Li Chaoren's. We three elders have all been convinced by Mr. Li's insight and now follow his lead." Liang Tianyuan said coldly. "Wu Chenggong, do you think I do not understand what you and your kind are thinking? You are just afraid that once the Li family partners with the three giants, your petty clans will no longer benefit from us. I truly do not understand why my father kept feeding parasites like you. Take this termination agreement and get out." With a cold expression, Li Yongjie signed the termination agreement and threw it directly at Wu Chenggong's feet. You are digging your own grave." Wu Chenggong looked at the termination agreement at his feet. His face turned pale instantly, he staggered backward several steps, and even his voice began to tremble. The three giants' eyes gleamed as soon as they saw Li Yongjie sign the termination agreement, their faces beaming with joy. They knew that from this day forward, the second- and third-rate families of Hong Kong were finished, the Li Corporation and the governor were finished, and the entire territory of Hong Kong would fall entirely into the hands of the three giants. Humph, a bunch of parasites, how could they possibly understand Mr. Li's vision and strategic planning? Now get lost. Liang Tianyuan sneered, stomping his foot. Instantly, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted beneath him and transformed into a phoenix-shaped energy blast that shot toward Wu Chenggong like lightning. Boom! Even though Wu Chenggong had been prepared, he was still sent flying by the phoenix-shaped aura and gravely injured, coughing up blood. Everyone present cried out in shock, even Viscount William and Zheng Jihong, the remaining two giants, revealed looks of unease in their eyes. "Humph, a wise man submits to circumstances. I tried to reason with you earlier, but you chose to court death. Do not blame anyone but yourself." Huang Yunguan snorted coldly. Seeing this, the patriarchs of those third-rate families who had just pledged loyalty to the three giants immediately felt reassured in their choice. They knew that from this moment on, Hong Kong's power structure had undergone a total upheaval. Li Yongjie, meanwhile, was feeling more triumphant than ever. "Ha ha! Father, did you see this from heaven? These so-called strongmen you chose are nothing before the three giants. And now, the three giants follow only my lead." The entire banquet hall fell silent. Everyone stared in shock at Wu Chenggong, who lay badly wounded on the ground, no one daring to speak. Was Elder Liang not a feng shui master? How could he strike down someone at mid-stage condensation with a single blow? Some political and business elites unfamiliar with the truth asked in astonishment. Elder Liang does not practice martial arts, but he is the only basic feng shui earth master in all of Hong Kong. Feng shui cultivation ranks: Feng Shui Master, Earth Master, Celestial Master. Due to prolonged exposure to spiritual energy, he has attained mid-stage condensation strength. And here, in his stronghold of Phoenix Mountain, he can unleash power beyond peak condensation, perhaps even reach the level of a half-step Chi Lake King. A martial cultivator explained. Half-step Chi Lake King. The crowd was immediately struck with awe. Experts at the Qi Lake level were rare even across all of Huaxia, holding incredibly esteemed positions. Most of them resided in Xiaojing. If such a master appeared elsewhere, even the central government of Huaxia would try to win them over. These individuals could oversee a region, be granted land and title, and wield authority powerful enough to influence the appointment of regional governors. Li Yongjie, one day, you will regret the decision you made today. Wu Chenggong was helped to his feet by members of other martial clans. Those martial artists directly under the governor also glared angrily at Li Yongjie and left without another word. From now on, Li Yongjie and the Li Corporation he represented had fully severed ties with the second- and third-tier families, and the martial forces under the governor. Naturally, their alliance was now utterly dissolved. Everyone, that was just a minor episode. Now, in front of all the elites of Hong Kong, our three families will proceed to sign the mining transfer agreement with Mr. Li Yongjie. Zheng Jihong suddenly said with a smile. Li Yongjie, who had until now sat loftily with his eyes half closed, projecting the air of a king of Hong Kong, instantly opened his eyes wide. What did you just call me? And what mining transfer agreement? Li Yongjie turned and swept his gaze over the three giants, a flicker of anger in his eyes. He could not believe that these men, who just moments ago had treated him with reverence, now dared to call him by name, and the supposed cooperative mining development deal had suddenly become a transfer agreement. Calling you Li Yongjie. Do you have a problem with that? Zheng Jihong said coldly. You are bold indeed. Do you no longer want to cooperate with the Li family? Li Yongjie slammed the table and pointed at Zheng Jihong, shouting furiously. Crack! With a flick of his right hand, Zheng Jihong sliced off the finger that Li Yongjie had pointed at him with, just like cutting fruit. Having been pampered since childhood, Li Yongjie had never suffered such injury. He immediately let out a blood-curdling scream like a slaughtered pig. The three giants looked down coldly at Li Yongjie as he writhed on the floor, clutching his severed finger. Truly a tiger father and a dog of a son. Li Chaoran was a formidable figure, though not a martial artist, he could still stand as an equal with us three giants. How the hell did he produce this fucking idiot of a son? Tui. Zheng Jihong spat thick phlegm in Li Yongjie's face, then grabbed his severed, bloodied finger and pressed it onto the mining transfer agreement, stamping the signature in blood. At this moment, Li Yongjie not only endured the pain of a physical wound but an even more devastating psychological blow. So this had all been a trap set by the three giants. From beginning to end, he had been a complete joke. In this moment, all his pride shattered. You think that by forcing me to sign this agreement, the Hong Kong elites present will not spread word of your deeds? Are you not afraid that the governor and the families will rise up against you? Li Yongjie tried to sound fierce, but his tone was weak. Ha. Did you not just terminate all contracts with those families? And the mines are now ours. Most of those families have already submitted to us. As for the Hong Kong elites you speak of, they all witnessed it. When did we ever force you? Liang Tianyuan laughed, then swept his gaze across the hall. Immediately, every guest found a small phoenix-shaped true energy mark glowing beneath their feet. No one doubted for a second that with a single command from Liang Tianyuan, those phoenixes could rip their bodies apart. We saw nothing. No, we saw it clearly. It was Li Yongjie who willingly signed the mining transfer agreement with the three families. The Hong Kong elites quickly chimed in. They had never seen such a scene before. Normally, thanks to Li Chaoran and the governor, the three giants treated them with courtesy and flattery. But now that the balance of power had shifted, the three giants revealed their true colors. Li Yongjie stared in disbelief at these elites, many of whom had been long-term partners of the Li Corporation. His heart was now filled with unbearable regret and terror. Patriarch Wu, save me! Li Yongjie turned to the severely wounded Wu Chenggong, as if grasping his last straw. Wu Chenggong's expression was complex. Now that Li Yongjie had torn up the alliance, he had no justification to intervene. Moreover, he was gravely injured, and Huang Yunguan along with most of the third-rate families had already joined the three giants. If he acted now, it would be suicide. All Wu Chenggong could do was shake his head and sigh. Circumstances outweighed loyalty. He could no longer help this man. Just then, a sudden commotion broke out outside the hall, and moments later, several figures entered. The entire banquet hall was instantly in an uproar. Li Yongjie's eyes widened in disbelief. Wu Chenggong stood up, trembling with excitement. The three giants also wore expressions of utter disbelief, especially Zheng Jihong, whose face changed drastically. As the newcomers entered, the entire banquet hall fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at Li Chaoran, who was walking calmly at the center. Wait! I remember that Mr. Li, the richest man, was bedridden with a serious illness 10 years ago. I even went to visit him back then. A billionaire tycoon exclaimed in shock. The others were equally stunned as they looked at Li Chaoran. His hair was jet black, his steps vigorous, and even the wrinkles on his face had nearly disappeared. He looked 20 years younger. Meanwhile, Huang Yumguan and the patriarchs of those third-rate families who had pledged allegiance to the three giants all felt their hearts jolt, their bodies slightly trembling. Although Li Chaoran had no martial cultivation, the pressure he exuded upon his appearance struck fear even into these externally powerful martial experts. Father! Li Yongjie stared in shock at the youthful-looking Li Chaoran, momentarily forgetting the pain of his severed finger. Bastard! Do not call me father. I, Li Chaoran, do not have a son like you. Li Chaoran roared with rage. Li Yongjie immediately trembled like a sieve, lowering his head in fear. Liang Tianyuan and Zheng Jihong both looked extremely grim as they watched Li Chaoran, Liang Zhenchao, and Chen Fan. Zheng Jihong, in particular, had already realized that his brother was likely doomed. Only William maintained a calm expression. At the same time, Chen Fan was also sizing up the three giants standing on the stage. Almost instantly, their cultivation levels appeared in his mind. Zheng Jihong, Peak Condensation Realm. William, Peak Condensation Realm. Liang Tianyuan, Mid-Stage Condensation Realm, but with the Phoenix Spirit Feng Shui Grand Array of Phoenix Mountain, he can exert power equivalent to a half-step Qi Lake Realm. Oh? A Feng Shui Array? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. His hands, hidden in his sleeves, silently formed seals, and in an instant, the flow of spiritual energy across all of Phoenix Mountain, and even Hong Kong, appeared in his mind. He discovered that the entire Phoenix Mountain resembled a colossal parasol tree spanning across Hong Kong. At the very crown of the tree, there appeared to be a massive nest that was madly absorbing spiritual energy from Phoenix Mountain and even the entire region. This extraction of spiritual energy was terrifying. If harnessed properly, it could rival the power of a peak Qi Lake Realm expert. However, due to the Liang family's limited Feng Shui capabilities, they could only utilize less than 1% of it, barely producing the power of a half-step Qi Lake Realm. But to Chen Fan, a half-step Qi Lake Realm expert was nothing more than trash. Moreover, he himself was an advanced Feng Shui celestial master. The array set by the Liang family was child's play to him. He could even use secret Feng Shui techniques to command the entire Phoenix Mountain spiritual energy and annihilate the three giants of Hong Kong. However, Chen Fan was far more intrigued by the spiritual energy nest at the mountain's peak. There was undoubtedly something extraordinary within it. Liang Tianyuan, Zheng Jihong, William, I, Li Chaoran, am not dead yet. Li Yongjie has not inherited the Li Corporation. Therefore, the contracts he signed are invalid. And even if I were dead, the heir would be my grandson-in-law Chen Fan, not Li Yongjie. As Li Chaoran finished speaking, the entire hall erupted. Everyone turned to look at the young man beside him, who looked no older than a university student. Dad. No matter what, Chen Fan is still an outsider. I am your biological son, how could you make him the heir? Li Yongjie shouted. Heh, Li Yongjie, this Chen Fan is a 21-year-old early-stage condensation realm cultivator with boundless potential. If I were Li Chaoran, I would entrust the family fortune to him too. Liang Tianyuan smiled at Chen Fan. As a Feng Shui master, he had learned through special channels about the Dragon Pearl of Qinglong Mountain and had gathered information on Chen Fan. Qinglong Mountain, being a dragon vein capable of producing a dragon pearl, was in no way inferior to the Phoenix Mountain under the Liang family. He had originally planned to head to Jiangnan to seize Qinglong Mountain after settling matters in Hong Kong. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan had come to him instead. Oh? A 21-year-old at the early stage of condensation realm? What a remarkable genius. Even among the younger generation in Xiaojing, you would certainly stand out. Zheng Jihong stared at Chen Fan and spoke in a low voice. Heh, in fact, everyone here has seen this Chen Fan before. Liang Tianyuan suddenly said. Oh? We have? Zheng Jihong and William looked puzzled. He is the very child who, years ago, had the Phoenix Blood Nirvana flower taken by Zhang Chufeng from my Liang family to save his life. What? That child from back then? Everyone suddenly recalled that terrifying figure from years ago, and their bodies began to tremble. That was a Phoenix Blood Nirvana flower that blooms only once in 1,000 years. It could have nurtured a Qi Lake Realm king, yet you wasted it. You must have reached the condensation realm at 21 thanks to that flower's effects. Now your blood must still carry traces of the flower's medicinal power. I will refine your blood into a precious elixir. Liang Tianyuan said through gritted teeth. If you want to lay a hand on Chen Fan, have you asked permission from me, Liang Zhenchao, and the Flying Tiger team? Liang Zhenchao suddenly erupted with the aura of a peak condensation realm cultivator, confronting Liang Tianyuan head-on. The aura of Zhou Juanhao and the 4 early-stage condensation vice-captains of the Flying Tigers behind him also burst forth. Bang! Before Liang Zhenchao could act, he was suddenly struck hard in the back. A mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. Everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Zhenchao. Li Chaoren rushed over to catch the heavily injured and collapsed Liang Zhenchao. Zhou Juanhao, meanwhile, sneered and withdrew his hand, having launched the sneak attack. Though he was only at mid-stage condensation, Liang Zhenchao had not guarded against him at all and was struck directly in a vital spot, instantly losing his combat ability. Zhou Juanhao, why? Liang Zhenchao stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Zhou Juanhao. Zhou Juanhao did not answer. He only looked at him with bitter hatred. I will tell you why. Zhou Juanhao has long been a man of the British royal family. And once you are dead, the British royal family will fully support him as the new governor of Hong Kong. William said with a smile as he stepped forward. The elites of Hong Kong in the banquet hall watched in total silence. No one dared to speak. Liang Tianyuan and Zheng Jihong, however, were overjoyed. William had hidden this move well, they only now realized that Zhou Juanhao had defected. With the governor and the Flying Tiger team out of the picture, it was like cutting off Li Chaoren's second wing. Now, not only Li Chaoren but even Liang Zhenchao would die here. From now on, Hong Kong would completely belong to the 3 giants. You old bastard. I, Zhou Juanhao, followed you since my teenage years, risking my life for you. Yet you could not even bear to marry your daughter to me, you gave her to that Chen Fan instead. Since you are heartless, do not blame me for being disloyal. Today, I will kill this son-in-law of yours right in front of your eyes, and then I will rape Liang Luai in front of you. Zhou Juanhao snarled viciously, his face twisted with rage, then started walking toward Chen Fan with a cruel grin. Boy, if you had trained for a few more years, I might not have been your match. But right now, in my eyes, you are nothing but an early-stage condensation piece of trash. I will crush you like an ant. Captain Zhou, remember to leave his corpse for me. I want to refine his blood into an elixir. Liang Tianyuan said with a sinister smile. Viscount William and Zheng Jihong also sneered as they looked at Li Chaoren, Liang Zhenchao, Chen Fan, and the others. Ha ha ha. Wu Chenggong, now do you see how wise my decision was? Huang Yunguan and the martial artists who had sided with the 3 great families looked at Wu Chenggong and his group with gloating expressions. Wu Chenggong's face was extremely grim. He wanted to refute them, but he had to admit that with the Flying Tiger team's betrayal and the governor seriously injured, the Li faction now had no chance of victory. At this moment, even Li Chaoren and Liang Zhenchao realized they had miscalculated. It might not even be possible to retreat safely. Chen Fan, do not hold back. After you kill Zhou Juanhao with one strike, I will burn my blood essence to buy you and Brother Chaoren a few more moments. Liang Zhenchao whispered to Chen Fan and Li Chaoren. They are nothing but a few pieces of condensation realm trash. I can destroy them with one hand. Chen Fan shook his head and declined. Chen Fan, do not be reckless. The situation is completely different from what we anticipated. Li Chaoren warned in a low voice, thinking Chen Fan was acting out of youthful impulse. But Chen Fan stepped forward, raised his right hand to form a seal, and instantly a golden phoenix formed from spiritual energy appeared in his palm. Go! Chen Fan commanded in a low voice. The palm-sized golden phoenix cried out and shot toward Zhou Juanhao. Huh? Zhou Juanhao was startled. But there was no time to wonder how Chen Fan possessed feng shui techniques. He immediately threw a punch toward the incoming golden phoenix. Boom! Zhou Juanhao's white true energy fist collided with the golden phoenix, causing a massive explosion. The next moment, his body was flung across the room, crashing heavily into the wall. His entire right arm had completely vanished. Blood and fragments of internal organs spewed from his mouth. Clearly, not only had his arm been obliterated, but his internal organs had suffered unimaginable damage. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone stared at Chen Fan in shock. This young man, who looked like a university student, had just defeated mid-stage condensation realm master Zhou Juanhao, the famed captain of the Flying Tigers, with a single strike. Liang Tianyuan, what is going on? How can he use the techniques of your feng shui lineage? Zhou Juanhao was helped up by the 4 early-stage condensation vice-captains of the Flying Tigers. As he coughed up blood, he struggled to speak. He looked as though he would not survive much longer. Liang Tianyuan stared at Chen Fan, utterly stunned. You can manipulate the phoenix spirit energy of Phoenix Mountain? Are you also a feng shui earth master? Liang Tianyuan looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. His words landed like a boulder thrown into a still lake. The hall erupted instantly. Everyone's gaze toward Chen Fan changed. A feng shui earth master. That is even rarer than a Taoist cultivator. If a feng shui master occupies a place rich in spiritual energy, they can draw on the power of heaven and earth endlessly, not only becoming invincible but also gathering energy to nurture countless experts. It is said that the emergence of a feng shui earth master is enough to trigger a mad scramble among major clans and factions. A martial expert with insider knowledge exclaimed. The youth before them, barely in his early 20s, had already achieved the rank of feng shui earth master. His future was limitless. Joy erupted in the eyes of Li Chaoran, Liang Zhenchao, and Wu Chenggong. Phoenix Mountain was the most spiritually abundant place in all of Hong Kong. If Chen Fan was both a feng shui earth master and a peak condensation realm cultivator, then they were in a naturally unassailable position. This boy must not be allowed to leave alive. While Liang Tianyuan was shocked, he also felt a deep, indescribable fear and a crushing sense of defeat. Such a heaven-sent genius, if he reached Xiaojing, he would surely be recruited by one of the top-tier families. At that point, they might all face utter annihilation. Zheng Jihong and Viscount William clearly realized this too. They both shouted and charged toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan, watch out! Li Chaoran and Liang Zhenchao were startled. Liang Zhenchao immediately stepped forward, ready to burn his remaining blood essence to assist Chen Fan. But what happened next stunned them once again. Chen Fan, facing two peak condensation realm experts and a feng shui master, remained completely calm. His fingers moved rapidly, forming seal after golden seal. Instantly, the spiritual energy of Phoenix Mountain was violently drawn forth. Dozens, then hundreds of golden phoenixes formed from the gathered energy, flying from Chen Fan's seals toward the three giants with terrifying force. Master Liang, quick, draw spiritual energy to block him. Even the peak condensation realm Zheng Jihong and the equally powerful Viscount William were stricken with fear at the sight of so many golden phoenixes. They could clearly feel it, each of those nearly 100 golden spiritual phoenixes carried power equivalent to a full-strength strike from a peak condensation realm expert. But Liang Tianyuan, whom they relied on, was drenched in sweat. Though he desperately tried to manipulate the array and draw energy, his speed could not compare with Chen Fan's. In the same amount of time, Liang Tianyuan could only form around 50 white spiritual phoenixes. And the moment they met Chen Fan's golden phoenixes, they melted instantly, like snow touching a red-hot iron. Boom! 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 The golden phoenixes descended like a barrage of cluster missiles, unleashing all-out firepower on the three giants. The banquet hall was blasted apart. The Hong Kong elites and tycoons screamed and fled. As the smoke and explosions faded, both Zheng Jihong and Viscount William were left charred, their bodies mangled and soaked in blood. Only Liang Tianyuan remained standing. A protective barrier of white energy had shielded him. Though he survived, he looked utterly miserable. One man had seriously wounded the three giants, the strongest in all of Hong Kong. Everyone stared as if in a dream at the unbelievable scene before them. Even Li Chaoran and Liang Zhenchao felt as if it were unreal. The three giants had long stood at the pinnacle. The two of them had spent years scheming against them, and the outcome had always been uncertain. Yet now, Chen Fan had defeated all three, by himself. Brother Chaoran, I think we are old now, unable to keep up with the times. The future belongs to the young. Liang Zhenchao shook his head and laughed. But there was no regret in his eyes, only excitement and pride. After all, Chen Fan was his son-in-law. But just then, Liang Tianyuan stepped forward. Chen Fan, I admit your skill in feng shui is exceptional. At such a young age, you have reached the level of feng shui earth master, even I am no match for you in that domain. However, you were far too impulsive. A feng shui earth master can only summon at most 100 spiritual energy attacks. You used all of them at once, in a full area blast without precise targeting. That was pure waste. Now you are spent. You can no longer draw spiritual energy. What awaits you is death. Liang Tianyuan sneered as he walked toward Chen Fan, confident in victory. Boy, you are the first to injure me like this. Prepare to die. Zheng Jihong, battered and furious, roared and prepared to charge at Chen Fan along with Viscount William. But they had barely taken 2 steps when they froze in place. Chen Fan raised his hand again, and instantly, over 200 golden phoenixes formed from pure true energy burst forth. At this moment, not only were the three giants stunned, even Li Chaoran and Liang Jiaochao wore looks of horror as they stared at the overwhelming swarm of golden spiritual phoenixes. They had just witnessed the power of these spiritual phoenixes, each one more destructive than an RPG rocket. Over 200 of them could easily level most of Phoenix Mountain. Boom! 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 The entire Phoenix Mountain was engulfed in violent spiritual explosions. The mountain trembled violently, rocks flew in all directions, and everyone present was so terrified by the scene that they fell to the ground. Only a few martial cultivators remained standing. Just then, amid the trembling of the mountain, a figure suddenly shot out from the mist-shrouded peak, Phoenix Mountain's most spiritually concentrated summit, and flew straight toward the crowd. The figure moved with astonishing speed. Everyone could see that he had no flying artifacts beneath his feet. He simply soared into the air and entered the barrage of golden spiritual phoenixes. Swish, swish, swish. The elder, dressed in a gray robe, with strikingly high cheekbones and an immortal-like appearance, waved his sleeves, effortlessly dispersing all remaining golden phoenixes. He then emerged, carrying the bloodied and severely injured Liang Tianyuan. As for Zheng Jihong and Viscount William, who lacked the ability to harness Phoenix Mountain's spiritual energy for protection, they had already been reduced to dust, nothing remained of them. Disciple thanks Master for saving my life. Liang Tianyuan looked at the gray-robed elder standing calmly with hands behind his back and instantly showed utmost reverence, kowtowing to the ground. The remaining Hong Kong elites and tycoons were all stunned. Not only could this elder fly through the air like a legendary immortal, shattering fearsome spiritual phoenixes with a flick of his sleeves, but more shockingly, the most powerful among the three giants, Liang Tianyuan, was kneeling and calling him Master. Could this elder be a feng shui master of even higher rank? Everyone was overwhelmed. However, the moment the old man appeared, Chen Fan's mind instantly scanned and analyzed his cultivation. Name, Ji Yunshan Realm, Early Qi Lake Stage, formerly Qi Si Emperor level, realm declined due to severe injuries. Chen Fan was startled. He had not expected such a powerful figure to be hiding in Phoenix Mountain. Though this gray-robed elder had fallen to the early Qi Lake realm, now the same level as Chen Fan, the saying held true, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. Ji Yunshan was definitely not someone an ordinary early Qi Lake realm cultivator could handle. Fortunately, Chen Fan still had many trump cards unused. One such card was the spiritual nest atop the highest peak. Chen Fan had been continuously setting up formations using feng shui celestial master techniques, and he could draw upon the nest's energy at any moment. However, when he attempted to absorb it, he felt an opposing consciousness within the nest. Golden true energy? So you survived after all. The gray-robed elder Ji Yunshan said calmly as he looked at Chen Fan, his eyes serene, devoid of joy or sorrow. Who are you? Chen Fan asked with a frown. I am someone from 20 years ago who knew you well. As he spoke, the elder turned around. The moment Li Chaoren and Liang Zhenchao saw his face, their expressions changed drastically. It is you. How can you still be alive? Li Chaoren and Liang Zhenchao exclaimed in unison. A flicker flashed in Chen Fan's eyes, and a realization began to form. At that moment, Ji Yunshan also recognized Li Chaoren and Liang Zhenchao. Oh, it is you too. No wonder this child would appear here. Li Chaoren and Liang Zhenchao looked extremely tense. Chen Fan, this Ji Yunshan is one of the two powerful cultivators who hunted Zhang Chufeng and you 20 years ago. We thought he was long dead, but he had been hiding here on Phoenix Mountain all along. Li Chaoren explained. Chen Fan nodded. A former Qi Si realm emperor appearing in Hong Kong was enough for him to guess Ji Yunshan's identity. I had planned to wait until my strength recovered a bit more before searching for you. I did not expect you would deliver yourself right to my doorstep, it saves me a great deal of trouble. The gray-robed elder raised his hand and flicked out several threads of true energy, instantly sealing the entire mountain peak. The elites and martial artists of Hong Kong discovered that they were completely unable to break through the invisible barrier, like being imprisoned in a transparent cage. This, sealing off an entire mountaintop with a wave of his hand, what kind of technique is this? Several condensation realm experts attempted to break through the barrier but failed. My master's cultivation may have dropped to the Qi Lake realm, but his transcendent techniques are still far beyond your comprehension. But do not worry, once master kills Chen Fan, he will let you all go. Liang Tianyuan sneered. Now that Ji Yunshan had revealed himself, Liang Tianyuan was finally at ease. Master, back then Li Chaoren and Liang Zhenchao secretly aided Zhang Chufeng. They must not be allowed to leave alive. Liang Tianyuan said. Though severely wounded, his heart was filled with joy. Now that Zheng Jihong and Viscount William were dead, once Ji Yunshan killed Chen Fan, Li Chaoren, and Liang Zhenchao, then the entire future of Hong Kong would fall under his control. At this moment, Li Chaoren and Liang Zhenchao wore expressions of bitterness and despair. They deeply regretted bringing Chen Fan to Phoenix Mountain today. Even the Hong Kong elites looked at Chen Fan with pity. For a feng shui earth master in his early 20s to die like this was truly a tragedy. If given time to grow, he might one day have reached the legendary level of feng shui celestial master. If that day came, even the most powerful factions in Xiaojing would be scrambling to recruit him. Dark clouds returned to Wu Chenggong's face. Huang Yunguan, on the other hand, breathed a huge sigh of relief and looked at Wu Chenggong with renewed pride. Alas, Chen Fan, it is our fault. We should not have brought you into such a dangerous place. Li Chaoran shook his head with a sigh. Cunning his whole life, always calculating victory from 1,000 miles away, he had never anticipated that Ji Yunshan would reappear here. A former emperor-level cultivator, no matter how heaven-defying Chen Fan was, there was only one road left, death. But Chen Fan ignored everyone's gaze and fixed his eyes on Ji Yunshan. Ji Yunshan, so you know the secrets about me, and the true reason behind the Zhang family massacre? Under everyone's gaze, Chen Fan walked straight toward Ji Yunshan. Heh, of course I know. But you are about to become a corpse, no need for so many questions. Ji Yunshan looked at Chen Fan indifferently, as if he were just a stone on the roadside. Then he raised one hand and pressed it gently toward Chen Fan. Boom! A gigantic hand of true energy, a full 100 meters wide, descended from the sky, aiming to crush Chen Fan. That palm was heavy as a mountain, the palm lines clearly visible. This was a technique far beyond anything the others had ever seen. Chen Fan stared at the terrifying giant palm covering the sky and nodded slightly. As expected, even with Ji Yunshan having fallen to the early Qi Lake realm, this strike already held the power of mid-stage Qi Lake. His expression remained calm as he swiftly formed seals in midair. Instantly, a similarly massive light wheel, 100 meters wide, appeared above. From all over Phoenix Mountain, an endless surge of violent true energy shot up toward the giant hand. A pillar of spiritual energy shot into the sky, instantly tearing apart the colossal hand that had descended like a mountain to suppress everything. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the immense shockwave generated by the collision spread violently in all directions, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Many of the wealthy businessmen and prominent figures present were merely ordinary people. How could they withstand such a terrifying force? Quite a few suffered internal injuries and coughed up blood on the spot. As the dreadful shockwave subsided, Chen Fan, who had been judged by everyone as already doomed to death, stood completely unscathed. Oh? You actually managed to block my mountain-crushing seal? Ji Yunshan's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned grave. The mountain-crushing seal was the most powerful offensive technique he could use in the early stage of the Qi Lake realm. Even if the opponent were also at the Qi Lake level, they would still be killed instantly by this move. Yet this Chen Fan had managed to summon spiritual energy of such overwhelming strength. The spiritual power you summoned is already comparable to that of a mid-stage Qi Lake realm expert. I did not expect that at only 21 years of age, you would already be a mid-level feng shui master. Still, considering that Zhang Qufeng specialized in feng shui formations, it is not entirely unreasonable that you would reach this level. Ji Yunshan quickly returned to his calm and composed demeanor, speaking in an indifferent tone. What? A mid-level feng shui master? The onlookers were all stunned, but none more so than Liang Tianyuan. At over 70 years old, he had only just barely reached the level of a beginner feng shui master. Yet this Chen Fan, at just 21, had surpassed what he had spent his entire life striving for. At this realization, Liang Tianyuan's eyes turned red with envy. Even if you can control the spiritual energy of Phoenix Mountain to achieve the power of a mid-stage Qi Lake realm cultivator, you are still going to die. Ji Yunshan said coldly. He then suddenly spread the fingers of his hand toward Chen Fan, and from between his fingers, countless white threads of true energy, as thin as strands of hair, surged forth and shot toward Chen Fan, binding his limbs. Boy, to die under this move of mine, the Cloud Silk Phantom Hand, can be considered your fate. Once you are entangled by my Cloud Silk Phantom Hand, all the true energy in your body will be drawn out. Back then, I used this very move to severely wound Zhang Qufeng, leaving him on the brink of death. Ji Yunshan spoke proudly. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan was filled with overwhelming fury. Ji Yunshan was clearly one of the perpetrators behind the Zhang clan massacre years ago. At this moment, Chen Fan felt his limbs tightly bound by countless threads, and within those threads, vast torrents of true energy were tugging at the energy within his own body. Chen Fan frowned slightly. Though he had experienced many battles, this was the first time he had encountered such an insidious technique. In another place, it might have forced him to use his most hidden trump cards. But this was Phoenix Mountain, the spiritual nexus of the entire Hong Kong island. For Chen Fan, a high-level feng shui grandmaster, this place was practically invincible ground. You want true energy? Then I shall give it to you, all of it. Let us see if you can withstand it, along with the spiritual energy of Phoenix Mountain. Chen Fan let out a cold laugh. Using his internal true energy, he instantly triggered the spiritual energy of the entire Phoenix Mountain. In an instant, all of Phoenix Mountain's spiritual power surged madly into his body. And Chen Fan became a conduit, channeling this immense energy back along the threads, sending it rushing straight toward Ji Yunshan. Ah! No! Ji Yunshan, once an Emperor-tier cultivator at the Qi-Si realm, though now fallen from that height, still possessed keen instincts. At this moment, he keenly sensed a terrifyingly powerful spiritual force rushing into his body through the threads connecting him to Chen Fan. Ji Yunshan let out a sky-shaking roar and tried to retract his cloud-silk threads. But now, they were like wires caught by high-voltage electricity, unable to break free, forced to bear the surging, violent energy impacting the Qi lake within his dantian. Boom! 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 It was as if thunder exploded within Ji Yunshan's chest and abdomen. The onlookers watched in horror as his belly began to swell like an enormous balloon. His gray robe burst apart, his skin turned translucent, and countless streams of spiritual energy shattered his dantian's Qi lake. His meridian snapped, breaking inch by inch. Master! Liang Tianyuan trembled all over, but did not dare to move forward. As a feng shui practitioner himself, he knew all too well just how immense the energy was. Contact meant certain death. He is not a mid-level feng shui master. Even the strongest among mid-level practitioners could not command the full spiritual power of Phoenix Mountain. He is at least a high-level feng shui master. The last time someone channeled spiritual energy at this scale to fight Ji Yunshan and another Emperor-tier supreme existence, it was Zhang Qufeng. This Chen Fan is only 21. A 21-year-old high-level feng shui master. Liang Tianyuan's eyes widened in shock as he roared. From a young age, he had been a prodigy of a feng shui family. Only in his 50s had he stepped into the realm of a feng shui master, becoming the sole practitioner of his kind in both his family and all of Hong Kong Island. Yet now, a 21-year-old youth had reached the level of a high-level feng shui master. This blow was more painful than death. A high-level feng shui master, he has already touched the threshold of a feng shui grandmaster. Such beings are the stuff of legend. It is said that they use mountains and rivers as their chessboard, terrain as their battleground. At a wave of the hand, mountains collapse, seas boil, the earth shifts. They can turn barren land into a paradise, or make sacred ground a lifeless wasteland. Li Chaoran murmured, a hint of reverence in his gaze as he looked at Chen Fan. High above, Chen Fan finally ceased channeling the spiritual energy of Phoenix Mountain into Ji Yunshan. He had spared him, for Ji Yunshan was a witness to the past. Chen Fan needed him alive. Tell me everything about what happened back then, and I will let you live. Chen Fan looked down at the fallen Ji Yunshan and spoke. At this moment, Ji Yunshan was in an utterly wretched state. His dantian's Qi lake was completely destroyed, his meridians shattered, all his cultivation lost. He was now a cripple. Heh? Spare me? I should have died 20 years ago. I fought so hard to regain my strength, only to return to my homeland one last time. As for who you are, if one day your power becomes strong enough, you will naturally find out. Ji Yunshan gave a sorrowful laugh. How strong must I become? A Qi-Si realm emperor? Chen Fan asked, eyes locked on Ji Yunshan. Heh, an emperor? In the mundane world, that would indeed be considered impressive. Ji Yunshan said, then suddenly formed a seal with his right hand. Boom! A terrifying flame erupted from his forehead, instantly engulfing his entire body. No! Chen Fan was shocked and tried to summon spiritual energy to stop it, but the flames were too fierce. Even the spiritual energy of Phoenix Mountain, capable of manifesting peak Qi lake power, could not stop it. Moments later, Ji Yunshan's body had been completely incinerated, nothing remained, not even bones. All that was left was a charred silhouette on the ground. Chen Fan frowned slightly. Just as he had found a lead, it was abruptly severed. At that very moment, Phoenix Mountain suddenly trembled violently again. From its highest peak came a series of high-pitched phoenix cries, sharp and metallic, echoing through the sky. Chirp! A sharp phoenix cry echoed throughout Phoenix Mountain. Chen Fan felt the spiritual energy of the entire Phoenix Mountain madly converging toward the spiritual energy nest located on its highest peak. Without time to think, he formed a hand seal. A phoenix phantom formed from spiritual energy spread its wings and lifted him toward the nest where spiritual energy was violently surging. The nest was not far away. Within just a few breaths, Chen Fan had arrived above the massive spiritual nest. An incredibly scorching aura surged toward him. Reacting to it, a layer of purple flame instantly rose around his body. This was the origin purple flame gifted to him when he formed a bond with Jiang Qingyi. Triggered by the searing phoenix flames, it activated automatically to protect him. From high in the air, Chen Fan looked down and saw that the massive nest was built into the mountain itself, resembling a structure set atop a volcanic crater. Below the nest, the spiritual energy of the mountain was pouring in like a flood. This enormous nest was actually constructed from phoenix tree trunks, each several dozen meters tall. These trunks were inscribed with golden, mysterious runes that converted the gushing spiritual energy into terrifying flames, supporting a translucent egg at the nest center. Chen Fan descended at a distance and began walking toward the nest. About 500 meters away, he noticed traces of habitation. This must have been where Ji Yunshan meditated and cultivated. The spiritual energy here was incredibly dense, truly a sacred place for cultivation. However, the temperature was unbearably hot. Ordinary martial artists would not be able to endure it. Even Ji Yunshan dared not come too close. Although Chen Fan possessed the highest grade origin purple flame, when he neared the blazing golden flames, he still felt as if his skin was being scorched. At a distance of 300 meters, he suddenly saw two golden crystal-like flower stalks, barren of blossoms. That must be the phoenix blood nirvana flower that the old director picked to save me all those years ago. Chen Fan nodded and muttered to himself. With the knowledge granted by the system as a feng shui grandmaster, he knew the effects of this flower. A person near death who consumed the phoenix blood nirvana flower could reverse their condition and be reborn. At this thought, Chen Fan's eyes widened. There were two phoenix blood nirvana flowers here, but he had only used one back then. The remaining one? No, that's impossible. The phoenix blood nirvana flower only works on those with severe injuries, and at the time, the doctor had already declared the old director completely devoid of life signs. Chen Fan shook his head, trying to rid himself of such illusions. After all, the old director was long dead and had already been cremated. The scorching flames surged toward him, and Chen Fan had no doubt that even if the old director had been an emperor-tier expert at the Qi-Si realm, he would have endured tremendous suffering just reaching this place. The closer he got to the nest, the higher the temperature rose. When he was just 50 meters away, even the origin purple flame surrounding Chen Fan had dimmed. Just as he was about to give up and turn back, he suddenly noticed an incredibly radiant and translucent flame tree ahead, and hanging on it was a bright red fruit. That is the phoenix flame fruit. After consuming it, one can wield the power of phoenix flame. This is a supreme treasure, countless times more valuable than the phoenix blood nirvana flower. Chen Fan immediately stepped forward and plucked it. However, the moment he picked the fruit, the entire spiritual energy nest began to tremble violently. In his mind, an image suddenly appeared, a stunning young girl in golden feathered robes, barefoot, with a breathtaking appearance. She had long, arched brows, phoenix eyes that shimmered with mesmerizing light, and a golden flame mark on her forehead. Her figure was extremely voluptuous. "Do not you dare eat my phoenix flame fruit." The stunning girl in his mind glared at him with her phoenix eyes, speaking angrily. Ding! Discovered a girl with a beauty score of 93, Feng Yanwu. Initiating bond. Ding! Bond successful. Bonded individual Feng Yanwu. For every 1 point of favorability she gains toward the host, host's HP increases by 200 points. Current favorability, -100. Gift to host, appearance cashback feature. Name, Feng Yanwu. Beauty score, 93. Cashback ratio, 1 to 300. Gifted skill, True Flame Physique, grants immunity to all flame-based magical attacks in the world. Chen Fan froze. Why did this girl suddenly appear in his mind, and why was she now bonded to him? But the True Flame Physique, capable of granting total immunity to all flame attacks, was practically a system exploit. Compared to his origin purple flame, which was mainly used for alchemy, this was vastly more practical. Where are you? Chen Fan looked around, on guard. A favorability of -100, she was practically intent on killing him. Moreover, any girl who could appear here was surely at least equal to him in cultivation. Wait. I recognize your aura. 20 years ago, an old man brought a child and picked 2 phoenix blood nirvana flowers from here. That child was you. The girl in his mind suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Ding! Feng Yanwu favorability +100, current favorability, 0. Those phoenix blood nirvana flowers from 20 years ago. Could you be? Chen Fan's eyebrows lifted as shock crossed his face. You recognize me? That is right, I am. You are the egg. Chen Fan said in astonishment. Feng Yanwu? What do you mean, the egg? I am Feng Yanwu, a princess of the True Phoenix clan renowned across the galaxy. I only ended up on this desolate planet because I was ambushed and seriously injured while passing by. The girl bristled with rage and yelled angrily. Oh? Then where are you right now? Seeing her flustered yet cute expression, Chen Fan could not help but laugh. I am still inside the egg. Feng Yanwu's face flushed red. Chen Fan laughed aloud. What are you laughing at? If it were not for me giving you those nirvana flowers to save your life, I would have already been reborn. And today, it was you stirring up all the spiritual energy of Phoenix Mountain that forced me to awaken prematurely. And let me tell you, that old man who picked my nirvana flowers back then made a promise, that when you grew up, he would give you to me as my mate. Feng Yanwu huffed in fury. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. It was one thing for the old director to arrange marriage contracts between him and Li Jiaying or Liang Luai, but to promise him to an egg? Feng Yanwu, seeing Chen Fan's disbelief, grew anxious. A golden marriage contract flew out from the spiritual nest and landed in front of him. Looking at it, Chen Fan immediately recognized the handwriting. It was indeed the old director's. At the bottom of the contract were a tiny fingerprint and a small egg print. Now you believe it, do you not? I am a descendant of the true Phoenix clan. Becoming my mate is a blessing you should be thankful for. The girl in Chen Fan's mind raised her chin with a haughty expression, though her beautiful eyes secretly piqued at his reaction. Chen Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Becoming the mate of an egg, what was there to be grateful for? He could only smile and shake his head. My phoenix nest has been damaged by your reckless use of spiritual energy. Now, swallow the phoenix flame fruit and bring me out. Feng Yanwu said a little sadly. After all, the phoenix flame fruit was something she had waited 1,000 years for. It was of great importance to her. No. Chen Fan shook his head and walked directly toward the phoenix nest. Do not. The phoenix nest is infused with phoenix flames that I personally arranged. Without the protection of the phoenix flame fruit, even a Qi realm expert would be reduced to ashes. Feng Yanwu cried out in panic. Yet Chen Fan seemed not to hear her at all and stepped straight into the phoenix nest. Feng Yanwu cried out in alarm and covered her eyes. However, after a moment, the agonized scream she expected never came. She cautiously opened her eyes and was instantly met with a scene that shocked her to the core. She saw Chen Fan walking into the phoenix nest with a relaxed expression, while the terrifying flames within the nest actually trembled at his presence and automatically withdrew, as if they were bowing to a sovereign of fire. For the phoenix flame to retreat on its own, the only possibility is the true flame physique. But that physique exists only in pureblood true phoenixes. Even within the entire true Phoenix clan, there is not a single pureblood with a true flame physique. Feng Yanwu was utterly stunned. No. There is another possibility. His body is incredibly unique. Even when he was still a baby, I could sense the strange divinity of his bloodline. Just by being near me, he was able to purify and refine the true Phoenix blood within my body. It may be that his bloodline is another kind of divine fire attribute, one not inferior to the pureblood true Phoenix. Feng Yanwu speculated. This was precisely why she had wanted to take Chen Fan as her mate all those years ago. As long as she stayed close to him long enough, perhaps she could awaken ancestral traits and become a true pureblood true phoenix herself, something far more valuable than any nirvana flower. Ding! Feng Yanwu favorability plus 20, current favorability, 20. Host receives 6000 HP. Current HP balance for host, immeasurable. A synthesized electronic voice rang out in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan gave a faint smile. He had merely activated his true flame physique slightly and had already gained 20 favorability points from Feng Yanwu. He leapt into the phoenix nest and saw a crystalline egg, taller than a man, suspended in the flames. This phoenix flame fruit is for you. Chen Fan took out the phoenix flame fruit. The crystalline egg trembled slightly, and the fruit instantly turned into a stream of light and merged into the egg. Ding! Detected that host has gifted one phoenix flame fruit. Rewarding host with 300 phoenix flame fruits, can be exchanged for mid-stage Qi lake cultivation. The corner of Chen Fan's mouth curled up. Just as he expected. But he did not exchange them immediately, he had no need for it at the moment. The image of Feng Yanwu in his mind disappeared, but her voice could still be heard. With the phoenix flame fruit, the time it takes me to hatch will be greatly shortened. Feng Yanwu's voice echoed excitedly in Chen Fan's mind. Oh? Then how long will it take you to hatch now? Chen Fan asked curiously. With the phoenix flame fruit, probably only about 100 years. Chen Fan nearly spat out a mouthful of air. 100 years? Ordinary people might not even live that long. What is that expression? Just 100 years. Do you not know that the higher the cultivation, the longer the lifespan? Although he could not see her, Chen Fan could clearly sense that Feng Yanwu had rolled her eyes heavily. But you are so big, I cannot carry you around for 100 years. Chen Fan looked at the egg, which was taller than a person, and felt troubled. But before he could finish speaking, the crystalline egg instantly shrank to the size of a quail egg and wrapped itself in a strand of Chen Fan's hair. Chen Fan was left speechless. Feng Yanwu was clearly treating his head like her nest. Chen Fan summoned the spiritual energy of Phoenix Mountain and, within a few breaths, flew out of the nest and arrived at the original banquet hall of the Liang family. At this moment, the elite figures of Hong Kong Island were still standing there. Not a single person had left. They were silently waiting for Chen Fan, the one who, by himself, had defeated the three great powers of Hong Kong Island, and was now the newly risen king of the island. The Liang family estate had been almost completely razed to the ground by the battle. The gravely wounded and dying Liang Tianyuan had already been subdued by Wu Chenggong and the others. Meanwhile, the heads of several families who had aligned themselves with the three great powers, including Huang Yunguan, were all trembling as they knelt on the ground. At this moment, Huang Yunguan looked as if he had lost both parents. No matter how he racked his brain, he could not have imagined that the fate he thought was sealed would be completely overturned by the appearance of Chen Fan, this monstrous genius. Li Yongjie looked at Chen Fan standing tall above, and at the Hong Kong elites now filled with reverence and fear. He felt an overwhelming sense of envy. He was already over 50 years old, and this scene before him was something he had dreamed of for decades, yet a 21-year-old youth had achieved it effortlessly. Chen Fan landed and swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone who met his eyes immediately bowed their heads respectfully, not daring to even breathe loudly. Li Chaoran stepped forward and gave Chen Fan a heavy pat on the shoulder. His eyes were filled with admiration. Since everyone is present today, I will formally announce something. As soon as Li Chaoran finished speaking, all eyes turned toward him in unison. I hereby declare that all shares of the Li Group shall be transferred to my son-in-law, Chen Fan. Li Chaoran said, facing the gaze of Hong Kong's most prominent figures. The entire crowd was stunned, and the way they looked at Chen Fan changed once more. The Li Group's business empire covered virtually every aspect of life on Hong Kong Island: food, clothing, housing, and transport. Chen Fan becoming the head of the Li Group meant that he now held the keys to their livelihoods. Li Yongjie knelt and gave a bitter smile. What could he say now? Regret filled his heart. If only he had obediently accepted Li Chaoran's decision from the start, he might now own half of the Li family's wealth. And under Chen Fan's leadership, the Li family could have reached even greater heights. 1 year from now, when I retire, I will also hand over the position of governor of Hong Kong Island to Chen Fan. At that moment, Liang Zhenchao stood and declared. Crash! It was as if a giant stone had been thrown into a calm lake. The hundreds of wealthy businessmen, prominent figures, and martial experts from the families gathered all erupted into a storm of noise. The business empire of the Li Group, the highest political authority of Hong Kong Island, and the fall of the island's three great powers. At this moment, Chen Fan's wealth and power had reached unprecedented heights. He now stood above the entire population of Hong Kong Island. The Lord of Hong Kong Island was born in that instant. Everyone now realized that, from this moment on, the future of Hong Kong Island would be shaped by Chen Fan's will. The rise and fall of every major power would be decided by him alone. Every elite of Hong Kong Island, whether a tycoon with assets in the billions or tens of billions, or a martial powerhouse like Wu Chenggong, now dropped to one knee, swearing absolute loyalty. Seeing this, Liang Tianyuan let out a tragic laugh. He knew the three great families were finished. He was finished. With one swift palm strike, he shattered his own heart meridian and took his life. As for the martial artists like Huang Yunguan who had sided with the three great powers, even after kowtowing until their heads bled, they could not escape the fate of being exiled from Hong Kong Island. Hong Kong Island International Airport. A Boeing passenger jet landed smoothly, and the entire first-class cabin had been chartered by a team from an international entertainment company. In the first-class cabin, a stunning beauty with long chestnut hair, wearing sunglasses that covered half her face, put away her phone with a hint of frustration. Let us go. Young Master Su Hao is already waiting downstairs. At that moment, a woman beside her, with delicate features and short hair, dressed in a sharp business suit, spoke. The long-haired beauty was none other than international film queen and daughter of the governor of Hong Kong Island, Liang Luai. Today, she wore a burgundy leather outfit worth several million, with a white mini dress underneath. Her upper body accentuated her full, upright chest, while her lower half revealed her fair and slender legs, as smooth as jade. Just her flawless figure alone drew glances from the men in the cabin as she walked. If she were to take off her large sunglasses and reveal her soul-stirring face, they would likely go mad on the spot. Taojia, why did you tell Su Hao our flight details? I already have a headache over this fiancé issue. Liang Luai pressed her smooth forehead with one hand, speaking with a touch of exasperation. Luai, it is young Master Su we are talking about, the legitimate heir of the Su family in Xiaojing, and the most beloved son of the Su family's patriarch and matriarch. Moreover, the Su family is one of the 3 great families in Xiaojing. Su Hao is the future young master, with an incredibly noble status. Even the governor of Hong Kong Island would not dare offend him. Yang Tao, Liang Luai's agent, grabbed her and advised earnestly. Tao Jie, I have heard that Su Hao is of poor character, not only a lecher, but a rapist of young girls, capable of all kinds of evil. I will never be with someone like that. Besides, my father has already arranged a marriage for me. Liang Luai responded with displeasure. Oh, Luai, you just do not understand. Young Master Su is elegant and refined, with top-tier status and background in all of China. How could he possibly do such things? Those rumors are just malicious slander from rival families. There is no shortage of such stories in the entertainment world. Yang Tao's eyes flashed as she quickly covered for Su Hao. Besides, I checked that Chen Fan's background for you last month. He is just a poor college junior from a third-tier city on the mainland. He is even an orphan. How could someone like that be worthy of you? Yang Tao added again. Liang Luai frowned slightly. She had to admit that Yang Tao's words made sense. In the entertainment industry, fabricated scandals were common. She also recalled Su Hao's tall, handsome, and gentlemanly demeanor and could not help but question those rumors. Compared to a poor college student she had never even met, Su Hao was indeed a far better choice. In truth, the main reason she had returned to Hong Kong Island this time, aside from shooting a photo series featuring local scenery, was to persuade her father to cancel her engagement to Chen Fan. As an international film queen, countless heirs of great families and powerful forces pursued her, many of whom wielded influence far beyond her father's. Su Hao was the most prestigious among them. If she had not heard troubling things about his reputation, she might have already accepted him. So she would never allow herself to marry a college student she had never met, who had no status or background, just because of some arranged engagement. However, after hearing Yang Tao sing Su Hao's praises throughout the trip, Liang Luai had begun to develop some favorable impression of him. If he performed well this time, she might indeed consider him seriously. Once the plane came to a full stop, Yang Tao led the way, and Liang Luai followed with a team of photographers and assistants carrying equipment as they disembarked. As soon as they stepped off the plane, they saw a row of Rolls-Royce Phantoms parked beside the aircraft. Su Hao stood at the bottom of the boarding stairs, holding a massive bouquet of roses. Yang Tao discreetly signaled an okay gesture to Su Hao, and a glint of lust flickered in his eyes. Luai, welcome back to Hong Kong Island. Su Hao stepped forward and offered the flowers to Liang Luai. He stood at 1.8 meters tall, with a handsome appearance and seemingly refined manners. Oh, young Master Su, the moment you heard Luai was returning from the United States, you rushed here from Xiaojing, how thoughtful of you. Yang Tao quickly played her supporting role. Yes, young Master Su is truly considerate. Liang Luai also nodded with a smile, touched by his gesture, and then got into the lead car with Su Hao. Luai, Yang Tao told me you are shooting a photo series today. Where are we going? I will take you there directly. Su Hao asked. Yes, today we are shooting a series on the culture and scenery of Hong Kong Island. The location is set at Anping Mountain. As Su Hao leaned closer, Liang Luai subtly shifted away. As far as I know, the most beautiful place on Hong Kong Island is Phoenix Mountain. Why not shoot there? Su Hao said with a grin. You may not know, young Master Su, but Luai's father, Governor Liang, has a grudge with the Liang family who occupy Phoenix Mountain. We cannot go there. Yang Tao interjected from the front passenger seat. Oh? Is that so? Su Hao raised an eyebrow. Liang Tianyuan of Phoenix Mountain once visited my father in Xiaojing, hoping to become an affiliate of the Su family. He showed me a great deal of respect. If I take you to Phoenix Mountain, it would be a mere word from me. Su Hao said proudly. And he was not boasting. Liang Tianyuan had long hoped to cling to the powerful Su family of Xiaojing, visiting them during every holiday. What? Really? Young Master Su, you are incredible. Even something the governor cannot do, you can resolve with just a word. Yang Tao exclaimed excitedly and winked at Liang Luai. Liang Luai nodded slightly. She knew that Phoenix Mountain was likely the most beautiful mountain on the island. Especially in autumn, the 1,000-year-old phoenix trees turned golden yellow, an absolutely stunning sight. Taking photos there would be truly extraordinary. Seeing her nod, Su Hao could not help but smile. If it were not for the fact that we are on Hong Kong Island, on your father's turf, I would have taken you the moment we got in the car. But once we get to Phoenix Mountain, it will be a different story. With my status, and the fact that Liang Tianyuan and Liang Zhenchao are sworn enemies, it will be all too easy to take Liang Luai there. Su Hao thought to himself, swallowing a mouthful of saliva as he gazed at Liang Luai's long legs and captivating face. Whenever Su Hao wanted a woman, whether through wealth or force, he had never failed. So what if she was the governor's daughter? In front of the Su family, she was nothing. Tonight, he would ravage Liang Luai atop Phoenix Mountain. If Governor Liang Zhenchao dared to pursue the matter, he would simply have Liang Tianyuan deal with him. Besides, with his status, he was confident that even Liang Zhenchao would not dare to touch him. That was what Su Hao believed. Meanwhile, Liang Luai, unaware of Su Hao's plan, was still looking forward to the beauty of Phoenix Mountain and had even begun to develop a bit of fondness for him. Indeed, a man should have background and power. No matter how famous she was, without the governor's name, she would have long become a plaything for powerful men. Just like now, if it were that college junior named Chen Fan, would he have the ability to take her to Phoenix Mountain? That thought made Liang Luai even more determined to break off the engagement with Chen Fan. 6 Rolls-Royce Phantoms quickly reached the foot of Phoenix Mountain. On the way, Su Hao called Liang Tianyuan, intending to have him come down the mountain to welcome him, but the call did not go through. Forget it, we will go up directly. When we arrive and report my name, Su Hao, no one will dare stop us. Su Hao frowned in displeasure. He decided that once he met Liang Tianyuan, he would scold him harshly for daring not to answer his call. But after circling several times, they always ended up back where they started. Young Master Su, there must be a formation set here by Feng Shui masters. Without a specialist, we will not be able to ascend the mountain. These drivers, who also served as bodyguards, were all brought from Xiaojing by Su Hao, each of them early condensed chi stage experts. Su Hao frowned slightly and nodded. Since the Liang family was a Feng Shui family, it was normal for them to arrange formations to prevent enemies or rivals from trespassing. At that moment, Su Hao suddenly noticed a young man in his early 20s arranging some stones at the foot of the mountain. He immediately got out of the car, and Liang Luai followed. "Hey, boy, are you familiar with this Phoenix Mountain?" Su Hao asked. Chen Fan looked up, and upon seeing Liang Luai's enchanting face, he instantly recognized her as the internationally renowned star, the daughter of the governor of Hong Kong Island, his fiancée. No wonder the governor said he would make sure the two of us met before they departed for Xiaojing. So Liang Luai has returned. Chen Fan nodded lightly. Since the Feng Shui of Phoenix Mountain had been damaged during his battle with Ji Yunshan, and since he would soon be traveling to Xiaojing with Liang Zhenchao to lead Hong Kong Island's team in the Chinese martial arts tournament, he had come today specifically to repair the spiritual energy formation. Once restored, he planned to have Li Chaoren, Li Jiaying, Liang Zhenchao, and the others move here. The spiritual energy would become even more abundant than before, making cultivation far more efficient, and even ordinary residents would enjoy longer lives and freedom from illness. Seeing Chen Fan remain silent while looking at Liang Luai, Su Hao let out a cold laugh and motioned for his men to throw a stack of United States dollars at Chen Fan's feet. "Take us up the mountain. All this money is yours." Chen Fan frowned immediately, and even Liang Luai showed displeasure. She hated arrogant, overbearing behavior, and Su Hao's actions irritated her greatly. Moreover, although the young man before her was youthful, his clean and bright smile gave her an inexplicable sense of warmth. "Handsome boy, I can see you recognized me. We need to go up Phoenix Mountain to shoot a photo set. If you take me up the mountain, I will give you a personally signed collection of photographs," Liang Luai said with a smile. Ding! Discovered beauty, score 93 girl, Liang Luai. Initiating bond. Ding! Bond successful. For the bonded individual, Liang Luai, for every 1 point of favorability gained, the host receives 300 HP, current favorability, 0. Gifted to host, appearance cashback feature. Name, Liang Luai. Beauty score, 93. Cashback ratio, 1 to 300. Gifted skill, none. A synthesized electronic voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. What shocked him, however, was that Liang Luai granted no skill at all. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing, a pure ornamental beauty. Still, since she increased his HP and was pleasing to the eye, he had no complaints. Chen Fan nodded and went directly to the passenger seat. As for the money on the ground, he had not looked at it even once. This surprised Liang Luai slightly. Judging from his temperament and clothing, he did not seem like someone from a wealthy family like Su Hao's, but more like a handsome boy from an ordinary background. Yet he did not even glance at $10,000. It made her curious about his identity. Su Hao, on the other hand, felt his gaze turn cold. Those $10,000 were his reward to this boy, and yet the boy did not kneel or thank him, nor even look at the money. It made Su Hao feel he had lost face in front of Liang Luai. On the way up, Chen Fan guided the path while chatting with Liang Luai. "Handsome boy, you seem very familiar with this place." Liang Luai watched in delight as the mountain road that had been impossible to navigate earlier suddenly became clear under Chen Fan's direction, revealing a wide open path. "Of course. After all, Phoenix Mountain is my territory." Chen Fan replied. "Humph, you dare speak so boldly. Why not say the entire Hong Kong island belongs to you?" Su Hao snorted coldly. He assumed this boy must be a junior of the Liang family. Once they reached the mountain and he met Liang Tianyuan, the young man would surely kneel and apologize once he learned Su Hao's identity. "If you insist on saying it that way, then yes, Hong Kong Island is mine," Chen Fan replied. When Chen Fan first said Phoenix Mountain was his territory, she had almost believed him. But when he added that Hong Kong Island was also his, Liang Luai could not help but laugh, finding him truly amusing. Ding! Liang Luai favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 20. Host rewarded 6,000 HP. Current HP balance for host, immeasurable. The car soon reached the mountain top. The scenery was breathtaking, though the former Liang estate was now a ruin, but Chen Fan had already ordered it cleared. By the time Liang Luai finished the photo shoot, night had fallen. "Young Master Su, I am done shooting. Let us go down the mountain." She walked over after changing clothes. Throughout the shoot, Su Hao had repeatedly tried to touch her, making her extremely uncomfortable. "Heh, Luai, it is late. Driving down the mountain would be unsafe. Why do we not stay here for the night?" Su Hao pointed to several newly set up tents, smiling as he approached her. "Yes, we flew for more than 10 hours, and then you shot photographs all afternoon. We really are tired. Luai, let us just rest here with young Master Su." Yang Tao approached with a foolish grin. "Tao Jia, what do you mean by this?" Liang Luai frowned. Since entering the mountain, Yang Tao had repeatedly arranged moments for her to be alone with Su Hao, during which Su Hao had tried to touch her several times. Even she, naive as she once was, now clearly understood that Su Hao, Yang Tao, and the photography team were working together. What enraged her most was that Yang Tao, someone she had helped earn billions, had actually betrayed her. And now the entire Phoenix Mountain was filled with Su Hao's people. Even if she screamed until her voice broke, no one would come to help. No, there was one person, the handsome guide boy. But he was only one man, while Su Hao had 6 bodyguards, plus several muscular men from the photography team. He had no chance. Besides, she barely knew Chen Fan. He might not help her at all. "Su Hao, I can agree to date you, but today you must take me home. If you truly like me, your elders may come to my father to formally ask for my hand." Outmatched, Liang Luai deeply regretted coming to Phoenix Mountain, this pit of fire. She could only sigh helplessly and say this. "Heh, ask for your hand? You, a mere actress, are worthy. I only wanted to play with you because of your face. As for your family background, and your father, even being a dog for my Su family would be too much for him." Su Hao finally revealed his true nature, grinning savagely. He had long been furious. Who was he? Su Hao of the Su family. And what was Liang Luai? Just the daughter of a provincial governor. Yet she dared act pure and lofty before him. On this desolate Phoenix Mountain, he had nothing to fear now. He could do whatever he wanted. He was going to violate Liang Luai right in front of everyone, and he even had the bodyguards readying cameras to record everything. "No, do not." Liang Luai's face turned deathly pale as she backed away step by step. "Heh, Luai, do you understand what kind of background young Master Su comes from? Being chosen by him is your blessing. Serve him properly." Yang Tao and the photographers all smiled as they watched her. Su Hao's bodyguards licked their lips. Such a great beauty, an international star, soon they would watch Su Hao violate her live. Just imagining it made their bodies burn with heat. "Ha ha ha ha, look at you all. If the young master eats meat, you will at least drink some broth. When I am finished with her, you will all have a turn." Su Hao laughed obscenely, and the bodyguards howled excitedly. "Sigh, seriously, are all of you pretending I do not exist? Doing this to my woman right under my eyes?" A voice suddenly rang out beside everyone's ears. All of them immediately turned toward the direction of the sound. Chen Fan was slowly standing up. "Heh, it is you, boy." Seeing Chen Fan step forward, Su Hao let out a cold laugh. If Chen Fan had stayed silent, he might have forgotten for a moment, on the way up the mountain, this boy had dared to embarrass him. That was simply courting death. "What the hell do you think you are? You want to act like some hero saving a beauty? You must be one of Liang Tianyuan's people. For Liang Tianyuan's sake, I will give you a way to live. Kneel, kowtow 3 times, then get lost. Su Hao pointed at Chen Fan as he spoke. Do not worry about me, just go. Liang Luai spoke sorrowfully. She knew she could not escape disaster today, but she did not want to drag Chen Fan down with her. Heh, Liang Tianyuan? What is he? Why would I need his name? Besides, Liang Tianyuan has already been killed by me. Chen Fan said, shaking his head. The moment he finished speaking, laughter exploded all around. You killed Liang Tianyuan? Su Hao burst into laughter as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. His bodyguards all sneered at Chen Fan as though looking at a lunatic. They had not been in Hong Kong Island recently and knew nothing about what had happened on Phoenix Mountain. Even Liang Luai shook her head. Liang Tianyuan was the foremost of the 3 great powers on Hong Kong Island. Even her father was not his match. And this young man, barely in his 20s, dared claim he had killed Liang Tianyuan. Even though she was grateful Chen Fan stood up for her, his words now sounded utterly absurd. You, go break his legs, then castrate him. Leave him 1 breath so he can still guide the way. Su Hao ordered a condensed chi stage expert at his side. That early condensed chi bodyguard's face filled with disdain. Someone like Chen Fan was not worthy of him taking action. You few, bring him over. The condensed chi bodyguard ordered 2 muscular men from the photography team. Yes, serving young Master Su is our honor. The 2 burly men cracked their knuckles and walked toward Chen Fan. Get lost. Facing the 2 charging men, Chen Fan snorted coldly and flicked his fingers lightly. 2 streaks of spiritual energy shot out instantly. Boom! The 2 burly men exploded at once before they could even scream, turning into scattered pieces of flesh. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events, even Su Hao stopped tearing at Liang Luai's clothes. The condensed chi bodyguard was the first to react. Condensed chi external release, this boy is a condensed chi stage expert. Protect the young master. The remaining bodyguards all became tense. They were all peak grandmasters, only the condensed chi bodyguard remained composed. But their gazes toward Chen Fan were filled with shock. A condensed chi expert in his early 20s was rare even in Xiaojing. Liang Luai's eyes widened in astonishment. He looks barely past 20 and is already at early condensed chi stage, stronger than my father's prized disciple, Captain Zhou Juanhao of the Flying Tiger Unit. A condensed chi expert in his 20s would be impressive even in Xiaojing. I will give you an opportunity to serve under me. If you pledge your loyalty, I will provide you with vast Su family cultivation resources. I can even give you 2 spirit stones every month. Su Hao raised his brow. He too recognized Chen Fan's potential and wanted to recruit him. The condensed chi bodyguard's eyes filled with envy. He was originally a powerhouse in his small hometown, able to call wind and summon rain. Although mediocre in Xiaojing, he received 1 spirit stone per year from the Su family. Now Su Hao had offered Chen Fan 2 per month. For a condensed chi cultivator, such an offer was irresistible. But in Chen Fan's eyes, it was nothing but a pile of dog shit. Not only could he not cultivate using spirit stones, if he ever needed spirit stones, he could simply gift items to his bonded partners and instantly receive hundreds or thousands of them. Meanwhile Su Hao looked proudly at Chen Fan, convinced that 2 spirit stones per month was enough to make him submit. What the hell do you think you are? You want me to serve under you? Chen Fan let out a cold laugh. Su Hao's face turned red with anger. Fine, you are seeking death. Do not say I did not give you a chance. Kill him. The 6 peak grandmasters and 1 early condensed chi bodyguard charged toward Chen Fan at once. What a bunch of fools who do not know death. Facing such weaklings, Chen Fan could not even be bothered to act. He directly released the Gill Terminator. Boom 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 boom. The golden brick swept through 6 streams of blood. 6 peak grandmasters and 1 condensed chi expert were smashed into shredded flesh almost simultaneously. The blood-soaked fragments rained down like a storm. Su Hao stared at Chen Fan in utter terror. In Liang Luai's beautiful eyes, her pupils trembled violently, her expression filled with shock, fear, and excitement. Yang Tao and the entertainment staff were so terrified they nearly soiled themselves. No, do not kill me. I am the son of the Su family patriarch of Xiaojing. Seeing all 7 of his protectors annihilated instantly, Su Hao panicked, shouting desperately. Oh? The Su family of Xiaojing? Chen Fan frowned slightly. He did not particularly care about the Su family, but he vaguely recalled his master, Su Nansang, mentioning that she was from that very family. Kneel and kowtow to apologize to Liang Luai, and I will spare your life. Since Su Hao might be related to Su Nansang, Chen Fan decided to give him a chance. Crack, crack. Su Hao's fists tightened until they creaked. As the son of the patriarch of the 3rd greatest family in China, kneeling before an actress was utterly humiliating. But having witnessed Chen Fan's power firsthand, he did not dare disobey. Liang Luai, I was wrong. Su Hao knelt before her with a twisted expression. Liang Luai, terrified, immediately grabbed Chen Fan's shoulder and hid behind him. Grinding his teeth, Su Hao said nothing more and climbed into a Rolls-Royce. The window rolled down. Do you dare tell me your name? What is there not to dare? My name is Chen Fan. Now get lost. Chen Fan replied. Good. Su Hao's eyes burned with venomous hatred. Chen Fan, Governor Liang Zhenchao, and Liang Luai, Su Hao would make them regret ever being born into this world. He drove away. Chen Fan turned back, only to see Liang Luai staring at him in shock. You are Chen Fan? The Chen Fan who is engaged to me. That is right, I am the Chen Fan who is engaged to you. Chen Fan said with a smile as he stepped forward and wrapped his arm around Liang Luai's waist. Her beautiful face instantly flushed bright red. She was startled and delighted at the same time, her young maiden's heart pounding wildly. She thought this must be fate, meeting her fiancé by chance, and he appeared like a prince on a white horse saving a princess in danger. Ding! Liang Luai favorability plus 60, current favorability, 80. Rewarding host with HP. Current HP balance for host, immeasurable. Feeling Chen Fan's strong body against her, her cheeks instantly reddened like tomatoes from which water could be squeezed. There are so many people watching. She said so with her mouth, but her body did not resist, she allowed Chen Fan to hold her. Chen Fan's heroic rescue had already captured her heart. Furthermore, Chen Fan was the fiancé arranged by her father, which delighted her even more. How could she resist? Chen Fan glanced toward Yang Tao and the others. The moment his eyes swept past them, their souls nearly fled their bodies. They immediately kowtowed, then scrambled and tumbled down the mountain in terror. In an instant, only Chen Fan and Liang Luai remained on the scene. Chen Fan gave a crisp slap and lifted Liang Luai in his arms, carrying her into the tent. 5,000 words omitted here. 2 days later. Chen Fan came down the mountain with Liang Luai and went directly to the Li family residence at Victoria Peak. Today was the day they had agreed to depart for Xiaojing. When Chen Fan arrived with Liang Luai, Liang Zhenchao, Li Chaoran, and Li Jiaying were all present. Liang Luai recounted the events of the past few days. Naturally, she did not mention the 2 days she spent with Chen Fan, though everyone understood without needing to be told. Su Hao is the eldest son of Su Heshuan, patriarch of the Su family of Xiaojing. It is fortunate you did not harm him, otherwise, matters would have become troublesome. Li Chaoran said with a frown. Humph, what of the Su family? If anyone dares harm my daughter, I, Liang Zhenchao, will fight him to the death. Liang Zhenchao slammed his palm on a rosewood table. It shattered instantly into powder. Zhenchao, do not be impulsive. Luai is unharmed, is she not? Right now, the most important matter is the upcoming Chinese martial arts tournament. I have heard that this year's tournament is different from the previous ones. Tell us about it. Li Chaoran said. At his words, some of Liang Zhenchao's anger dissipated, and he nodded. Yes, this year's martial arts tournament is indeed unusual. Colleagues from other provinces have contacted me. Many young experts in their provincial representative teams have withdrawn from their teams and instead joined either the Su family or the Zhu family's representative teams from Xiaojing. What? How could this happen? Li Chaoran exclaimed in shock. In past martial arts tournaments, although the Zhu, Yi, and Su families always ranked among the top 3, provincial representative teams also produced many prodigies. In earlier years, some even surpassed the talents of the 3 great families. But this time, those provincial prodigies had all joined the Zhu and Su families. Was this not equivalent to poaching from the national teams? Chen Fan's interest was immediately piqued. He had learned that the tournament was essentially a grand competition held in Xiaojing, through which major powers strengthened their influence. Whichever family performed best demonstrated the greatest potential for development over the next decade, thus, their status would stabilize accordingly. It is said that this year's tournament is tied to China's century-long competition for national fortune. Liang Zhenchao said. A century-long competition for national fortune? What is that? Li Jiaying asked. Liang Luai and Li Chaoran also revealed puzzled expressions. The moment Chen Fan heard the term, competition for national fortune, he immediately understood. In feng shui theory, which he mastered, fortune has clear explanations. Qi refers to the energy or life force of heaven and earth, which affects the rise and fall of all things. Fortune refers to the fate or luck of an era, determining success or failure over time. When a family or power produces or possesses the leading figure of a particular field, that family occupies the fortune of that field. The more fields in which a family holds the leading figure, the more fortune it accumulates. For example, ancient emperors, the founders of dynasties, always gathered around them the greatest talents of every profession in their era. This allowed them to establish new dynasties. But as those top talents died over a century, their accumulated fortune returned to heaven and earth. Thus began the cycle of the century-long competition for national fortune, such as civil examinations, martial competitions, and the selection of champions. After hearing Chen Fan's explanation, everyone's minds lit up. But Chen Fan, that cannot be right. Most of China's dynasties lasted 300 or 400 years, not just 100. Liang Luai voiced her doubt. That is because most of the time, even though the top figures of a previous generation passed away, new talents continued to gather under that dynasty, allowing it to continue. But as time passed and the loss of talent accumulated, that dynasty's fortune gradually faded and eventually transferred to another family or power, forming a new dynasty. Chen Fan explained. The moment he finished, everyone understood. But China had only been established for 100 years and was full of talent. It had an army of 1 million under the Ministry of War and loyal families like the Yi family. The Zhu and Su families, though powerful, were nowhere near strong enough to challenge the nation itself. How dared they openly recruit experts and compete for national fortune? I know what is happening. Liang Zhenchao suddenly stood up. It must be those 2,000-year-old hidden families supporting the Zhu and Su families. And the powers behind those provincial prodigies who defected must already harbor rebellious intentions. They must have secretly allied. Elder Zhang Chufeng once said that those two hidden families have controlled China's dynastic cycles for thousands of years. But with modern technology advancing rapidly, especially the invention of nuclear weapons, they now feel threatened. At the same time, the influence of major clans has sharply declined. So they intend to seize the national fortune and overthrow the existing state, restoring a feudal system. When Liang Zhenchao finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Even Chen Fan's expression grew unusually serious. If these people succeed, China will fall back into the darkness of the past. Although our Hong Kong Island team has Chen Fan, a peak condensed qi expert, it is said that the Su and Zhu families, two unparalleled geniuses of Xiaojing, have already stepped into the half-qi lake realm. Li Chaoren spoke gravely. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. They all felt that although Chen Fan was already extraordinary, compared to those two rising sons of Xiaojing, he still lagged slightly behind. And who knew whether the hidden families would send even stronger young experts? No. Although Chen Fan may not take first place in martial arts, he will undoubtedly take first place in feng shui. Liang Zhenchao shook his head. Is this not a martial arts tournament? Why is there also a feng shui competition? Everyone widened their eyes. Because this time involves a struggle for national fortune. We must contest the fortune of every field. So not only is there a martial arts competition, there is also a literature competition, a feng shui masters competition, an alchemy competition, and a medical competition. After lunch, the Hong Kong Island representative team set off. At Chen Fan's suggestion, the team's vehicles were changed to sturdy, durable Wuling vans. 20 Wuling vans, carrying 10 young combatants chosen by the major families of Hong Kong Island, departed. Li Jiaying did not follow because she was still busy tidying up the mess the Li Yongjie father and son had made of the company's books. Liang Luai, because of Su Hao, was sent back to the United States for her safety. So the Hong Kong Island delegation consisted only of Chen Fan, Liang Zhenchao, Li Chaoren, Wu Chenggong, and the 10 young strong fighters selected from the various major families. They were described as young strong fighters from the island's major families, but aside from Chen Fan, the strongest among them was Wu Xiangshan, the youngest son of Wu Chenggong, aged 26, at the half-step condensed qi level. The rest were some grandmaster-level fighters. Chen Fan glanced at them with helplessness and shook his head. No wonder the Hong Kong Island team ranked last year after year. Their aptitudes were too poor, one could describe them as pitifully bad. Back in the day even Jin Yubo or Bai Yuan could have picked off this bunch easily. Perhaps sensing Chen Fan's strange gaze, Wu Xiangshan immediately felt displeased. Although his father had repeatedly instructed him before departure that Master Chen was an esteemed feng shui master with lofty status, deserving of respect, Wu Xiangshan was arrogant and proud, the strongest of his generation on the island, added to that he revered martial arts above all else and looked down on feng shui masters like Chen Fan. Master Chen, I admit that your talent in feng shui is extraordinary, but not everywhere offers the abundant spiritual energy like Phoenix Mountain for you to use. In this world, martial arts remain mainstream. Here, for example, you may not even be my match. Wu Xiangshan said to Chen Fan. The other young grandmaster-level fighters looked on him as their leader, their eyes toward Chen Fan were full of disdain. Bastard! How dare you speak to Master Chen like that? Wu Chenggong immediately cursed and apologized to Chen Fan with a bow. Li Chaoran and Liang Zhenchao exchanged a glance, a faint smile at the corner of their mouths, but said nothing. They did not reveal Chen Fan's peak condensed chi strength because they wanted him to hide his power, to play the fool while hiding a tiger. Maybe he could achieve surprise victories in the arena. Although Wu Xiangshan and those team members had received reprimands from Wu Chenggong, their eyes toward Chen Fan remained full of resentment. Just watch. In the end, the ones who will bring glory to the Hong Kong Island team will still be us. Wu Chenggong clenched his fists. On the road the Wuling vans raced like the wind. In 2 days they were approaching Xiaojing. On the main route into Xiaojing, countless luxury cars and luxury coaches had their hazard lights on, waiting in line to enter. Many of those coaches carried provincial representative teams. The luxury cars carried noble families from across the country who came to watch the martial arts tournament. When the row of black-plated Wuling vans bearing the Hong Kong Island and China flags appeared, they were extremely conspicuous and instantly drew many gazes. What? How did so many vans sneak in? I thought you needed a permit to enter this road, someone frowned and said. Hey, that looks like the Hong Kong Island representative team. Someone recognized them and widened his eyes. Ha ha ha. In past years the Hong Kong Island team always came in Rolls-Royces, only to take last place on the way back. Now they must have finally woken up. These vans match their strength, rubbish among rubbish. Many martial artists present laughed out loud. Several provincial representative teams cast disdainful looks at the Hong Kong Island team. Inside the Wuling vans, Wu Xiangshan and the other Hong Kong Island team members snorted. Their gazes toward Chen Fan were full of deeper discontent. Li Chaoran, Liang Zhenchao, and Wu Chenggong felt ashamed. Chen Fan shook his head in silence. Originally he intended to stay low, he did not expect to become a laughingstock instead. The representative teams from the other provinces had special lanes, but their vehicles still moved with starts and stops. What is going on? Liang Zhenchao frowned as he got out to inspect. After a moment he returned, his expression dark. It is the Xiaojing families who are poaching people from the provincial teams. What? Did you not say the top talents from the provincial representative teams have already joined the Zhu or Su families? Li Chaoran asked. The ones ahead were not from those two great families, but from second or third-rate families of Xiaojing. They used bribes to invite the young recruits, those still at early or half-step condensed chi, remaining in the provincial teams. Liang Zhenchao said angrily. What? Even those second- and third-rate families dare do such a thing? Li Chaoran exclaimed in shock. If the Zhu and Su families dared contest resources, the War Ministry might still hesitate, but these minor powers also dared to rip off the tiger's mouth. That meant the situation in Xiaojing must be extremely chaotic. The two hidden clans had definitely intervened. Governor Liang, rest assured. I, Wu Xiangshan, and the other members of the Hong Kong Island team will never betray China to join another family. Wu Xiangshan clenched his fists and spoke resolutely. The other team members also loudly pledged the same. Good. Well said. As expected of my son Wu Xiangshan. Wu Chenggong proudly patted Wu Xiangshan on the shoulder. Liang Zhenchao nodded as well. Their Hong Kong Island team might be weak, but at least they would not lose honor. Moreover, this year their team was entirely different. In previous years, the team consisted only of Grandmaster-level fighters, but this year they had Wu Xiangshan, a half-step condensed chi member, and Chen Fan, an unparalleled genius at peak condensed chi. Soon the Hong Kong Island team's Wuling vans arrived at the checkpoint entering Xiaojing. Indeed, several strong fighters from second-rate Xiaojing families stood guard, each a peak condensed chi expert. Wu Xiangshan straightened his chest with a look of iron resolve, ready to refuse any invitations from those families. Is this the Hong Kong Island representative team? Let them pass directly. Such a bottom-ranking team is worthless, they only drag down our level. The Xiaojing second-rate family strong fighters waved dismissively as if swatting flies, letting them pass. Inside the van, the atmosphere fell silent. Wu Xiangshan's face turned deep red, as if he had suffered an enormous humiliation. Liang Zhenchao's fists tightened. Even his composure was almost shaken by such blatant insult. I will not accept this. When we enter the arena, I will shine brilliantly. I will let them know the strength of Wu Xiangshan. This time our Hong Kong Island team will achieve good results. Wu Xiangshan shouted angrily. The other team members also clenched fists, filled with fighting spirit. Wu Chenggong shook his head without speaking. His son and these young men were participating in the martial arts tournament for the first time. They had no idea how formidable the other teams would be. As long as their team did not finish last this time, he would be satisfied. Liang Zhenchao and Li Chaoran did not take their eyes off Chen Fan. They firmly believed that this time Chen Fan would shine brilliantly in the martial arts tournament. At the very least, he would claim the championship in the Feng Shui contest. After entering Xiaojing, the Hong Kong Island representative team drove directly into the Forbidden City. Many provincial teams had already arrived and were waiting for staff to assign their accommodations. Due to the unique nature of this martial arts tournament, all provincial teams were unified under the War Department to represent the nation. Even the younger generation of elites from the Yi family were directly integrated into the War Department. Therefore, all provincial teams were uniformly arranged by the War Department within the Forbidden City. The accommodation areas in the Forbidden City were divided into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, based on each province's strength. The Heaven Zone was, of course, the best and most prestigious, where each person had an independent palace and the best services. The Yellow Zone was the lowest tier, resembling a regular hotel where each person received a standard room. Chen Fan, Liang Zhenchao, Li Chaoren, and others all got out of the vehicles. "Sigh, I guess our Hong Kong Island team will still be assigned to the Yellow Zone this time," Liang Zhenchao said. The list of participants and their strengths had been submitted 2 months ago, and at that time, Chen Fan's name and power had not been reported. Liang Zhenchao planned to register Chen Fan's information in person once everything was settled. When it was the Hong Kong Island team's turn, as expected, they were assigned to the Yellow Zone, and even to the worst location within it. "Sigh, nothing can be done. Our Hong Kong Island team has always ranked last in past tournaments," Liang Zhenchao said helplessly. But at that moment, a military jeep suddenly drove over, and a young man in a sleek black outfit with extremely handsome features jumped out. With a confident and commanding presence, he strode over to the staff. The staff member immediately stood at attention upon seeing him. "Young Marshal. Is my room ready?" "Yes, young Marshal, it is. It is Heaven's Own room number 1, the staff member respectfully handed him a gold card. "So that is the newly famous young Marshal Wang Ting of Xiaojing. Indeed, he walks like a dragon and tiger, he truly has the bearing of an emperor," Liang Zhenchao exclaimed. "Governor Liang, who is Wang Ting? Why is he called Young Marshal? His aura only seems to be at the early qi condensation stage," Wu Xiangshan asked, puzzled. "Watch your words. Wang Ting's identity is extremely mysterious. He was brought into the War Department over a month ago by Chief Marshal Yi and taken in as his adopted son. It is said he may one day succeed Chief Marshal Yi as the new leader of the War Department," Liang Zhenchao explained. At first, many people were skeptical, but when they saw Wang Ting go from having no cultivation to reaching the early qi condensation stage in just 1 month, no one dared to doubt his potential again. 1 month to reach qi condensation stage? Is he even human? Wu Xiangshan and the Hong Kong team were all stunned. Having such a prodigy is a blessing for our country. If he is given time to grow, he will surely become a dragon. If only we could form a connection with him, Wu Chenggong sighed. "Do not dream. People like him, the future Supreme Commander of the War Department, are not of our world. There is no way someone like him would lower himself to associate with us." Liang Zhenchao and Li Chaoren shook their heads with bitter smiles. But just then, Wang Ting, who had appeared so distant and lofty in everyone's eyes, suddenly turned around as if he sensed something and looked straight at the Hong Kong team. A moment later, to everyone's shock, he smiled brightly and ran straight toward them. Everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to the Hong Kong team. Liang Zhenchao, Li Chaoren, Wu Chenggong, and the others were all dumbfounded. Only Chen Fan stood there smiling with open arms. "Brother-in-law. You are here!" Wang Ting exclaimed, throwing his arms around Chen Fan like an old friend reunited after many years. "Hee, I came to accompany the Hong Kong Island team for this martial arts tournament," Chen Fan said. "That is wonderful. I was planning to go to Jiangnan City after the tournament, but I never thought I would see you today. Come on, let us go have a few drinks tonight, we are not stopping until we are drunk," Wang Ting said warmly, holding Chen Fan's hand. Liang Zhenchao was stunned. Li Chaoren was stunned. Wu Chenggong was stunned. Wu Xiangshan and the entire Hong Kong Island team were stunned. All the other provincial teams looked at the Hong Kong team with envy. This was the War Department's #1 prodigy, the future Supreme Commander. Being connected to him would bring boundless benefits. "All right. After we settle in at the Yellow Zone, I will come find you," Chen Fan said. "What Yellow Zone?" Wang Ting immediately frowned and turned to the staff. "You put my brother in the Yellow Zone? Move the Hong Kong team to the Heaven Zone immediately." The War Department staff member broke into a cold sweat, nodded quickly, and handed Chen Fan a gold card. Wang Ting put his arm around Chen Fan's shoulder and led the way. Behind them, Liang Zhenchao and Li Chaoren felt a rush of pride as they walked with heads held high under the envious gazes of the other provincial teams, heading toward the Heaven Zone. At the same time, in an office within the Forbidden City, two people, one elderly and one young, were seated. Grandfather, were Dragon Lord and ninth grandfather both seriously injured this time? The speaker was an exceptionally handsome young man named Yi Mingxian, the strongest prodigy of the Yi family's younger generation. At 25, he had already reached the peak of qi condensation. Before Wang Ting appeared, he had been the designated next family head of the Yi family and the future young marshal of the War Department. But all of that changed because of Wang Ting's appearance. I have not seen Dragon Lord because he is in seclusion, but Chief Marshal Yi Zhitian is seriously injured. Whether he can survive remains uncertain, said the elder, Yi Qingzong, the grand elder of the Yi family and deputy commander of the War Department. A week ago, Yi Zhitian, head of the Yi family and supreme commander of the War Department, had suddenly called to appoint Yi Qingzong to oversee the tournament on his behalf. At the time, Yi Qingzong knew something was wrong. Today, taking the opportunity of the tournament, he finally saw Yi Zhitian and discovered that he was gravely wounded with internal injuries. Does that mean the position of Supreme Commander of the War Department will soon be yours? Yi Mingxian asked excitedly. But Yi Qingzong's face darkened at the question. That ninth brother of yours is completely out of his mind. He said that if he dies, Wang Ting should inherit the position of Supreme Commander, and I should assist him. What? Yi Mingxuan's face changed drastically, and his fists clenched tightly. Damn it. Even though Wang Ting possesses the overlord body and infinite potential, I admit that. But he is not even part of the Yi family. Our Yi family has commanded the War Department for over 100 years. How can we hand it over to an outsider? Yi Mingxian roared angrily. Only someone with the surname Yi can ever lead the War Department. Wang Ting may be a dragon, but he is still an immature one. Besides, with Dragon Lord in seclusion and Yi Zhitian on the verge of death, who do you think controls the War Department right now? I will find an opportunity to expel him from the War Department and appoint you as young marshal. Once it is a done deal, even Dragon Lord will not be able to say anything. Yi Qingzong sneered. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Moments later. Just when I needed it most. Let us go to the Heaven Zone VIP area. In the Heaven Tier district, Wang Ting hosted a banquet for Chen Fan and the members of the Hong Kong Island team, drinking and chatting happily. In just one short month, Wang Ting's temperament had undergone a tremendous change. Although he was still young and handsome, there was now clearly an additional air of authority belonging to someone in a high position, and his gaze had become far sharper than before. As he sat there, the aura he exuded even overpowered that of Liang Zhenchao, who had served as the governor of Hong Kong for several decades. Facing this future commander-in-chief of the Huaxia War Department, even Liang Zhenchao and Li Chaoran appeared extremely restrained, while Wu Chenggong and the others only dared to perch on the edge of their chairs. Even the hot-blooded and extremely arrogant Wu Xiangshan behaved meekly and submissively. Among those present, only Chen Fan appeared relaxed, drinking and chatting freely with Wang Ting. At that moment, a sudden disturbance came from outside the door. Young Master Yi, you cannot go in. The young marshal is inside hosting guests. Get lost. What kind of bullshit young marshal is that? Did you appoint him? Ranks in the War Department are awarded based on military merit. His current position is nothing more than a major. Amid shouting and shoving, a tall, handsome young man walked in, followed by soldiers wearing black War Department uniforms. Yi Mingxian, what are you trying to do? Wang Ting stood up and shouted sternly. What am I doing? Of course I am here to arrest you for abusing your authority and violating War Department regulations. Yi Mingxian sneered. I am the young marshal of the War Department. How is arranging a room in the Heaven Tier district an abuse of authority? Wang Ting said. Young marshal? Has the appointment document been issued yet? All right, Wang Ting, we do not want the Heaven Tier district room anymore. We will go back to the Yellow Tier district. Chen Fan said with a slight frown. Yes, actually it does not matter where we stay. Liang Zhenchao and Li Chaoran also stood up and spoke. Do you think everything will be fine just because you go back to the Yellow Tier district? Wang Ting abused his authority. He must be sent to a military court and expelled from the War Department. Yi Mingxian sneered and waved his hand. Immediately, several early-stage qi condensation experts surrounded Wang Ting. So you mean you want to take Wang Ting away? Chen Fan's tone turned icy. Even if this was the Huaxia War Department, no one was allowed to touch his brother. At worst, he would directly convert those 60,000 life points into combat power, push himself up to the Qi Si realm, and crush everything in his path. The War Department, the Su family, the Zhu family, all of them would be smashed through completely. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, an elderly man wearing a Zhongshan suit suddenly stepped out from behind Yi Mingxian. Grandfather. Yi Mingxian bowed respectfully. This is not the Yi family. Use your title while on duty. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Yi Mingxian and the Qi condensation-level War Department soldiers immediately stood at attention, pounding their right fists against their chests in a War Department military salute to Yi Qingzong. Heh, Commander-in-Chief. What great authority. My foster father merely asked you to act as Commander-in-Chief temporarily, yet you truly think of yourself as the real one. Wang Ting roared in fury. Heh. You are a junior and also the foster son of Old Nine. You abused your authority and even offended me. I will not argue with you, lest others say that once power is gone, respect vanishes as well. You do not need to go to a military court. Take off that War Department uniform and leave the Forbidden City directly. Yi Qingzong said calmly with his hands clasped behind his back. I want to see my foster father. Old Nine is seriously injured and recuperating. It is inconvenient for him to receive visitors. You should leave the Forbidden City as soon as possible. After all, this is not a place that just anyone can enter. Yi Qingzong said. Fine, then we will leave. Chen Fan grabbed Wang Teng, who was about to make a move, and said coldly. This is simply outrageous bullying. Liang Zhenchao and Li Chaoren both stood up. Heh, what, Governor Liang, are you also dissatisfied with my order? Once you walk out of this room today, your political career will be over. Yi Qingzong narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Liang Zhenchao. I recognize only Commander-in-Chief Yi Zhetian, not some acting Commander-in-Chief. If you want the position of Governor of Hong Kong, you can have it. Liang Zhenchao snorted coldly, grabbed Li Chaoren, Chen Fan, and Wang Teng, and strode away. Yi Qingzong then looked at Wu Chenggong, Wu Xiangshan, and the other members of the Hong Kong Island representative team. Dad, this is our chance to make ourselves known, and an even greater opportunity for our Wu family to rise. Wu Xiangshan hurriedly pulled Wu Chenggong, who also wanted to leave. The Hong Kong Island representative team, Wu Xiangshan, vows to give absolute loyalty to the new commander-in-chief. Wu Xiangshan directly led the Hong Kong Island team members to kowtow before Yi Qingzong to express their loyalty. Wu Chenggong was extremely conflicted internally, but he also felt that offending the new commander-in-chief, as Liang Zhenchao and Li Chaoren had done, was unwise. They would surely be suppressed in the future. At that time, the Wu family might also be implicated. The Wu family of Hong Kong Island is willing to serve the new commander-in-chief with complete devotion. Wu Chenggong bowed deeply. Ha ha ha, good. After this martial arts tournament, I will recommend to the Dragon Lord that you become the new governor of Hong Kong Island. Yi Qingzong said with loud laughter. At this moment, both he and Yi Mingxian were in extremely high spirits. Wang Teng, this trusted subordinate and major threat, had been driven out. Once Yi Mingxian shone brilliantly at the martial arts tournament, and once Yi Zhetian died, it would be a certainty that he would become the true head of the Yi family and the supreme commander of the War Department. The news that the young marshal had been dismissed for abusing his authority, and that the governor of Hong Kong had been implicated and expelled from the Forbidden City, spread rapidly among the representative teams of all the provinces. While everyone sighed and felt lingering fear, they also sensed the stench of political conspiracy. The powerful figures of the various provinces visited the future commander-in-chief Yi Qingzong overnight. For a time, the office of the deputy commander-in-chief was crowded with visitors, and Yi Qingzong's influence was unrivaled. After leaving the Forbidden City, Chen Fan, Wang Teng, Liang Zhenchao, and Li Chaoren went directly to stay in a luxuriously decorated villa. This was a villa owned by the Li family in Xiaojing. Chen Fan, I did not expect that this time I not only failed to host you properly, but also implicated you and caused you to be expelled, making you unable to participate in the martial arts tournament. Wang Ting said with a complicated expression. Chen Fan shook his head after hearing this. I came here mainly to investigate what happened to my grandfather, the headmaster, back then. As for the War Department expelling me from the Hong Kong Island team, that is their loss. Otherwise, if I were to win the martial arts tournament and obtain Huaxia's century-long fortune, would they not be taking advantage for nothing? Chen Fan said. Wang Ting was stunned. Brother, I know you are outstanding. At 21 years old, you have already reached the early stage of qi condensation, and you defeated Jin Yuba and the White Ape at Qinglong Mountain. But this is Xiaojing, where experts are as numerous as clouds. Not to mention the two unparalleled prodigies of the Su family and the Zhu family, there are more than 10 young powerhouses at the peak of qi condensation alone. Where do you get the confidence to say you can win the championship? Of course, Wang Ting only complained about this internally. His brother had already suffered enough because of him, and he truly could not bear to discourage him further. Other than relying on the War Department, is there no other way for us to participate in the martial arts tournament? Chen Fan suddenly asked. the matters of the Zhang family and his own origins were still unclear. He had to seize Huaxia's fortune at the martial arts tournament to draw out those two hidden families. There is a way, but the selection for the martial arts tournament is very strict. If you want to represent a family independently, the family or faction must have at least one Qi Lake realm expert. The next day, Chen Fan, Wang Ting, Liang Zhenchao, and Li Chaoran drove a Wuling minivan directly to the venue of the martial arts tournament. Although the martial arts tournament was nominally organized by the War Department, families such as the Su family and the Zhu family had numerous participants and overwhelming strength, allowing them to participate directly without inspection. However, representatives of other families who wished to compete had to register in person at the martial arts tournament registration office. Because the martial arts tournament would officially begin the day after tomorrow, today was the final day for registration. Chen Fan, Wang Ting, and the others lined up and waited to register. Young Marshal, will this work? Was it not said that there must be a Qi Lake realm expert as a guarantor in order to register for the competition? Liang Zhenchao and Li Chaoran asked worriedly. We can only try our luck. If the person in charge of registration is one of my foster father's subordinates, there will be no problem. If it is someone from Yi Qingzong's side, then it will be troublesome. Wang Ting said, also somewhat uncertain. Chen Fan wanted to say that there was no need to go through so much trouble, but he did not want to offend Wang Ting's pride, so he let him handle it. At worst, he could simply display his Qi Lake realm strength later. Soon, it was Chen Fan and Wang Ting's turn. The War Department officer in charge of registration immediately stood up respectfully and gave Wang Ting a military salute when he saw him. Young Marshal. Do not call me Young Marshal anymore. I have already been expelled from the military. Wang Ting said with a bitter smile. I need to register for the martial arts tournament, but my brother and I are only at the early stage of Qi condensation. Can this be handled? Wang Ting asked. What are you saying? You are the foster son of Commander-in-Chief Yi. You will always be our young marshal in our hearts. I will take care of this for you right away. The War Department officer said. Good brother. Wang Ting patted him on the shoulder. By the way, Chen Fan, which family are we registering under? How about registering directly under your name, the Chen family? Wang Ting asked. Chen Fan shook his head after hearing this. Register under Qingshan Orphanage instead. Person in charge, Zhang Chufeng. Competitors, Chen Fan, Wang Ting. The officer in charge of registration was immediately stunned. Everyone else was registering under well-known families from various regions, and here they were registering an orphanage? Register it as he said. Although Wang Ting was also somewhat bewildered, he still said so. Only Li Chaoran and Liang Zhenchao exchanged complex looks. Because of me, the Zhang family, one of the three hidden families, was destroyed. In the future, I will not only avenge the Zhang family, but I will also create for Grandfather Headmaster a force that is even larger and stronger than the Zhang family, one that stands above the hidden families. Chen Fan thought to himself. Chen Fan, what are you doing here? At this moment, a cold yet familiar voice rang out. Chen Fan turned around and saw two familiar figures walking over. Jin Yuba, Jiang Qingyi? Chen Fan was stunned. He had not expected to encounter them here. Chen Fan, this world is really small. I did not expect to run into you here. Jin Yuba walked over with his head held high, looking down at Chen Fan. Peak Qi condensation. Chen Fan sized up Jin Yuba and immediately revealed a look of surprise. Jin Yuba was still handsome and tall, but there was now an additional green demonic marking on his forehead, resembling a celestial eye, and his pupils had turned a dark green. This should be the result of cultivating some kind of special technique. Chen Fan thought to himself. Qingshan Orphanage? Interesting. Jin Yuba saw Chen Fan's registered information on the list and revealed a trace of contemptuous amusement at the corner of his mouth. Chen Fan, although I do not know what method you use to register and participate in the martial arts tournament, without a Qi Lake realm expert backing you here, it will be very easy for you to die during the competition. Jiang Qingyi walked over, lifting her chin as she looked at Chen Fan, her tone carrying an inexplicable sense of superiority. And the early-stage Qi condensation cultivation that you are so proud of is nothing in Xiaojing. To tell you the truth, my brother Yuba has already reached the peak of Qi condensation. After saying this, Jiang Qingyi stared fixedly at Chen Fan, wanting to see shock, fear, and inferiority in his eyes. However, she was destined to be disappointed. Chen Fan remained expressionless. Then congratulations to you and your brother Yuba. Chen Fan said indifferently. Chen Fan, I understand the psychological gap of being unable to accept being easily surpassed by others, but you should seriously consider my advice. Do not participate in this martial arts tournament out of spite, or you may end up losing your life. After all, in my heart, Yi Xingyao is still my good sister, and I do not want her to be sad. Jiang Qingyi spoke in a cold tone, her chin raised high, adopting a lecturing posture. Wang Ting could no longer listen and was about to speak, when suddenly two figures walked toward them. One of them was an elderly man with a hunched back, almost completely bald with only a few long white hairs left, resembling the fire cloud evil god. Beside him was a tall man wearing a mask, revealing only dark green eyes. Master. Upon seeing the masked man, Jin Yuba and Jiang Qingyi immediately knelt on one knee. The man swept his gaze over Chen Fan, Wang Ting, and the others. His eyes lingered on Wang Ting for a few seconds, and he nodded slightly, before leading the elderly man beside him toward the registration desk. Family? The Ji family. Does the family have a Qi Lake Realm King level expert? Jiao knew. The masked man looked at the elderly man beside him. The hunched elderly man walked up to the officer in charge of registration. Boom! The old man instantly released his true energy. In an instant, above the void, 3 enormous white true energy lakes appeared. Each one was incomparably vast, and they were extremely close to one another, almost on the verge of merging. This is the peak Qi Lake realm, on the verge of merging into a Qi Sea. The mid-stage Qi condensation officer turned deathly pale under the oppressive pressure, his entire body trembling. At the same time, everyone's attention in the venue was drawn over. All were shocked by the power of that hunched old man. Among them were many from top-tier families in various regions and second-tier families in Xiaojing. Although their families had Qi Lake Realm experts, they were all at the early stage of the Qi Lake Realm. Only families such as the Su family, the Zhu family, and the War Department possessed experts at the peak Qi Lake Realm. That old man must be the head of the Ji family that the young man mentioned. With such a peak Qi Lake Realm expert, this family should be extremely famous in Xiaojing. Why have we never heard of them? Many people were filled with shock. No idea. It is also possible that some families are relatively low-key. This should be the strongest expert to register here in recent days. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. Meanwhile, Jin Yuba and Jiang Qingyi stood there, basking in reflected glory. Jiang Qingyi even occasionally glanced toward Chen Fan. This senior, I have been disrespectful. The Qi condensation level officer stood up and spoke respectfully. Then, senior, should the person in charge of the Ji family be registered under your name? Of course not. Fill in the name of my young master as the person in charge. The bald old man stepped aside respectfully, revealing the masked man. What, young master? The officer in charge of registration, as well as everyone present, immediately looked toward the masked man in the center in shock. Even Liang Zhenchao and Li Chaoran changed expression drastically. A solemn look also appeared on Wang Ting's face. Everyone had assumed that this peak Qi Lake Realm expert must be the head of the Ji family. No one had expected that he would actually regard himself as a servant and call this masked man young master. At this moment, there was probably only one person who remained calm, and that was Chen Fan. From the moment the masked man and the bald old man appeared, he had already seen that the two of them were extraordinary. Although that old man was an extremely rare king-level expert at the peak Qi Lake realm, what was even more terrifying was the masked man whose age absolutely did not exceed 30. He was actually a mid-stage Qi Lake realm expert. A mid-stage Qi Lake realm expert under the age of 30. If his strength were revealed, it would definitely shock the entirety of Xiaojing. Compared with him, the so-called twin prodigies of the Su family and the Zhu family were simply not in the same league at all. As for their identities, Chen Fan had already guessed that he must be from one of the hidden families. Chen Fan estimated that if he did not use life points to raise his realm, then with his current early Qi Lake realm strength, he might only be able to defeat him by activating the berserk power within his bloodline. Brother Ji, this time you arrived even earlier than I did. At this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly came from the distance. A man with fiery red hair, also wearing a mask, walked over together with an old woman. As soon as the two approached the crowd, everyone felt as if they were being scorched by flames. Some people with lower cultivation levels even suffered burns on their skin. The old woman released her true energy. Likewise, 3 vast true energy lakes appeared, surging and nearly merging into one. The Yao family. Register us. The old woman spoke indifferently. Another peak Qi Lake realm expert. At this moment, the powerful figures from major families and major forces present instantly erupted in excitement. As expected of a century-long struggle for fortune, 2 forces comparable to the Su family and the Zhu family have appeared at once. The 2 prodigies of the Su family and the Zhu family finally have real opponents. Many people sighed in amazement. Hearing these words, Chen Fan felt like laughing inside. Those Su family and Zhu family prodigies probably were not even qualified to carry shoes for these 2. Heh, brother Yao, 1 year without seeing you, and your ninely divine flame has improved quite a bit. The masked man of the Ji family said. Heh, the feeling is mutual. Brother Ji, your flood dragon breath back then also left me deeply impressed. The red-haired man of the Yao family replied. Although their words sounded polite, anyone could tell that both their tone and their aura were sharply opposed to each other. Then we shall meet at the martial arts tournament. The two stared at each other for a moment, then nodded and left in different directions. Chen Fan, I hope you consider this carefully. After all, if something happens to you during the martial arts tournament, Xingyao will be very sad. And you do not need to worry about Brother Yuba taking action against you. His opponents are no longer you, but the two prodigies of the Su family and the Zhu family. It can be said that we are no longer people of the same world. Let past grudges drift away with the wind. Live your ordinary life peacefully in Jiangnan City. Sometimes I also think that if Brother Yuba were as ordinary as you, living out our lives calmly together would actually be quite nice. But fate plays tricks on people. Brother Yuba and I are destined to follow the young master and stand at the very pinnacle of this world. Jiang Qingyi raised her snow-white chin high, as if educating Chen Fan with the magnanimity and perspective of someone in a superior position. From beginning to end, Jin Yuba did not look at Chen Fan even once, as if Chen Fan were nothing more than a stone by the roadside or a weed in the grass. A summer insect cannot speak of ice. Qingyi, why say so much? In the end, we are not on the same level anymore. Let us go. Jin Yuba stepped forward and left directly. Jiang Qingyi glanced at Chen Fan from the corner of her eye, shook her head slightly, and followed Jin Yuba away. Chen Fan smiled. He finally understood Lu Sun's words. When a person is truly speechless, they really do laugh. Fuck, the last time he had felt this speechless was when he was facing Chu Yuhan. This woman really is beautiful, but her brain seems to have some problems. Wang Ting also felt extremely uncomfortable, baring his teeth and feeling irritated all over. Let us go. Return home. Xiajing, within a forbidden area deep inside the forbidden city. Even the two guards on duty were Peak Chi Lake realm experts. Inside the secret chamber, candlelight flickered. Two people sat facing each other, while a breathtakingly beautiful woman poured tea beside them. The middle-aged man seated in the main position wore a simple gray Zhongshan suit. His figure was slightly slender, and his brows and eyes were calm like still water, unruffled by waves. Yet beneath those eyes lay a depth like a 10,000 zhang abyss. When still, he was as gentle as a spring breeze. When stirred, he was like surging waves capable of destroying the world. Opposite him sat an elderly man with a broad build and an imposing presence even without anger. However, his expression was listless, and his face was deathly pale, as if he had suffered extremely severe injuries. Commander Yi, this is a spiritual source liquid treasured by the Dragon Lord. Combined with tea leaves from a 10,000-year-old tea tree rich in spiritual energy, it is extremely beneficial for healing. The stunning woman, wearing a white shirt and a neat, fitted women's jacket, handed a cup of medicinally fragrant tea to Yi Zhitian. Yi Zhitian accepted the teacup with a respectful expression toward the young woman. If this scene were seen by the powerful figures outside, they would be utterly shocked. The Commander-in-Chief Yi, whose status in Huaxia was second only to the Dragon Lord, was actually showing such respect to a young woman. Thank you for the trouble, young Master Qianqian. After drinking the tea, Yi Zhitian immediately felt all the pores in his body open, and the injuries within him were greatly alleviated. Commander Yi has devoted his entire life to Huaxia and followed the Dragon Lord into battle, suffering severe injuries. What I have done is nothing. Long Qianqian shook her head. Although she was only 25 years old, her entire being exuded a commanding aura no weaker than that of Yi Zhitian. Zhitian, after the martial arts tournament ends and the overall situation is settled, I will personally channel true energy into you to heal your injuries. The Dragon Lord, seated in the main position, spoke. Dragon Lord, my injuries are not a problem. I can still endure them. But are we really going to give up just like this? Yi Zhitian clenched his fists tightly and spoke unwillingly. Sigh. If it were only one family, you and I could still manage. But with the Ji family and the Yao family joining forces, there is nothing we can do. From the moment you and I were defeated by them, the fate of Huaxia being divided into 3 parts was already decided. The Dragon Lord sighed. Just today, the 2 hidden geniuses of the Ji family and the Yao family have also appeared. Yes. In the struggle for fortune, they would never feel at ease letting only the Su family and the Zhu family from Xiajing participate. After all, they are also aware of young Master Qianqian's existence. Yi Zhitian replied. The Dragon Lord nodded, then looked toward the calm and breathtakingly beautiful woman. Qianqian, besides the 2 hidden geniuses of the Ji family and the Yao family, that divine infant from back then has also appeared. Clatter. The teapot in Long Qianqian's hand fell to the ground. Inside the villa of the Li group in Xiaojing, Chen Fan sat beside the computer, his fingers flying rapidly as he chatted simultaneously with Zhao Ruoxi, Su Yuanyuan, Jiang Yuchan, Yi Xingyao, Li Jiaying, Liang Luai, Wang Yuyan, Sun Xian, and Su Nanqiang. Su Yuanyuan, Brother Chen Fan, I am now training with an international yoga master. My body can already bend 180 degrees. When are you coming back to Jiangnan City? Wang Yuyan, Brother Chen Fan, I heard from my brother that you are all together. When are you coming back to Jiangnan City? I have already finished studying the European and American section and the Japanese and Korean section. Recently I am watching the niche section. There is a lot of exciting content inside. Sun Xian, junior brother, your senior sister has already mastered the 6th needle of the Ghost Gate 13 needles. When you come back, I can treat you again and reduce the swelling. Su Nanqiang, as your master, I have already reached the peak Qi Lake realm and am at the critical moment of stepping into the Qi Sea realm. Otherwise, I would definitely go to Xiaojing to back you up. By the way, if you encounter people from the Xiaojing Su family, do not be polite. If you can kill them, do not leave them alive. After finishing the chats, Chen Fan let out a long sigh. Who the fuck invented this green bubble application? It must have been invented by a virgin loser who has never had a girlfriend. Does he not know that chatting with so many women at the same time can exhaust someone to death? Even an early Qi Lake realm expert cannot withstand this. Mr. Lu Sun was right after all, people do not need to be so complicated. They only need the most primitive form of communication. Chatting with so many girls at once left Chen Fan dizzy and overwhelmed. Crash. At that moment, the glass window suddenly shattered. A paper note shot in like a sharp blade and pierced straight into the desk in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan jumped out through the window and saw a woman in black tight-fitting clothes standing in the courtyard with her back to him. Since you have come to Xiaojing, go and pay respects to the Zhang family. This is a debt you owe the Zhang family. The woman did not turn around. Her tone was cold as she spoke. Ding. Detected a woman with an appearance score of 94, Long Qianqian. Binding initiated. Ding. Binding successful. For every 1 point of favorability increased by the bound target Long Qianqian, the host gains 400 life points. Current favorability, -100. Granted appearance cashback function. Name, Long Qianqian. Appearance score, 94. Cashback ratio, 1 to 400. Granted cultivation, peak Qi Lake realm. After speaking, Long Qianqian took a light step, and her figure instantly disappeared from the courtyard, leaving behind only a faint lingering fragrance. Chen Fan frowned slightly as he looked in the direction where the woman had disappeared. He immediately returned to the room and removed the note embedded in the desk. There was an address written on the paper. Without alerting Wang Teng, Li Chaoren, or Liang Zhenchao, Chen Fan directly drove the Wuling minivan toward the outskirts of Xiaojing according to the information on the note. About an hour later, Chen Fan arrived at an extremely secluded ruin. From the foundations of the ruins, one could see how grand and magnificent it had been in the past. However, this place seemed to have gone through an earth-shattering battle. The surrounding mountain ranges used for concealment and formations had all been shattered, and waist-high wild grass grew densely across the land. So this is the Zhang family of grandfather headmaster? Chen Fan looked at the weed-covered foundations on the ruins, each one resembling a grave, and a deep sense of sorrow arose in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly heard a rhythmic clopping sound from the distance. A bronze carriage pulled by 3 bronze horses came to a stop there. Immediately afterward, a woman dressed in pure white stepped out. Her skin was fair and delicate, her figure tall and slender, her features extremely beautiful, and her entire body exuded a refined, scholarly aura. The woman took out incense, candles, and paper money, lit them on the ruins, and then performed a grand kneeling ceremony. Tap, tap. Footsteps suddenly sounded behind her. "HM? Who is it?" The woman turned around and, upon seeing a handsome young man behind her, was startled, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Ding. Detected a woman with an appearance score of 94, Meng Wanqing. Binding initiated. Ding. Binding successful. For every 1 point of favorability increased by the bound target Meng Wanqing, the host gains 400 life points. Current favorability, 0. Granted appearance cashback function. Name, Meng Wanqing. Appearance score, 94. Cashback ratio, 1 to 400. Granted to the host, the great Tao of the literary sage. That question should be asked by me. What relationship do you have with the Zhang family? Chen Fan stared into Meng Wanqing's beautiful eyes and asked. Meng Wanqing's gaze flickered as she looked at Chen Fan with uncertainty and suspicion. After a moment, she nodded thoughtfully. I knew it. The hidden Zhang family was extremely powerful back then. It was impossible for them to be completely wiped out. You must be a descendant of the Zhang family, Meng Wanqing said excitedly as she looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan frowned slightly but did not deny it. Because of grandfather headmaster, he could indeed be considered a descendant of the Zhang family. And who are you? Chen Fan asked. I am from the Meng family of Donghai, a sub-sage lineage. My ancestors were sub-sages of the literary path. My grandfather had a long-standing friendship with Elder Zhang Chufeng. When I came to Xiajing this time, he specifically instructed me to come and pay respects on his behalf. Meng Wanqing replied. Chen Fan nodded. Since she was the granddaughter of an old friend of grandfather headmaster, she was a friend, not an enemy. You also came to Xiajing to participate in the martial arts tournament? Chen Fan asked. Yes. More precisely, the literary path competition within this tournament. Meng Wanqing said. Chen Fan nodded. The great Tao of the literary sage granted to him through the binding allowed him to see that Meng Wanqing was shrouded in a layer of literary sage aura. Of course, it could not be compared at all with Chen Fan's own great Tao of the literary sage, which had already condensed into substance. I will also participate in the literary path competition. For the sake of the incense you burn for the Zhang family, I will look after you a little at that time. Chen Fan said calmly. What? Look after me? Meng Wanqing immediately widened her eyes and looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Are you joking? I am the most outstanding literary genius of the younger generation among the sub-sage descendants. I am practically guaranteed to be the champion of the literary path competition. Not to mention that the Zhang family no longer exists. Even at its peak, the strongest literary lineage in Huaxia was still the Meng family. So you mean that your literary path surpasses mine and that you will win the literary path competition? Meng Wanqing snorted coldly, a trace of anger appearing on her delicate face. My literary path indeed surpasses yours by far. And I am not only going to win the literary path competition. I will also win the medical path, the alchemy path, the feng shui path, and the martial path, obtaining all of Huaxia's fortune. I will make grandfather headmaster and the Zhang family reappear before the people of Huaxia once again. Chen Fan said. These words were also a promise he made to the ruins of the Zhang family and to the souls who had died because of him. After speaking, Chen Fan got into the Wuling minivan and drove away. Fine. Tomorrow, the first event is the medical path competition. One of the contestants is a descendant of the medicine god Sun family. I want to see how you arrogant brat, will take the championship. The next day, half of the powerful figures from major forces across the country who had rushed to Xiajing gathered at the Tianyun altar. The Tianyun altar was a place where ancient emperors held grand ceremonies to worship heaven, praying for national prosperity and favorable weather. It was also a place where fortune converged. When ordinary people stood before the Tianyun altar, they would only feel that the three-tiered grand halls were imposing, ancient, and weathered, as if they had existed since time immemorial. However, if one was a Qi Lake realm expert or above, one could sense that above the three-tiered halls of the Tianyun altar, there floated an invisible, intangible, vast and hazy mass of mist. If one could seize victory in the centennial fortune competition, fortune would descend from the heavens and be bestowed upon them. This time, the fortune competition was divided into 5 events: the martial path competition, the literary path competition, the feng shui path competition, the alchemy path competition, and the medical path competition. Based on past experience, the amount of fortune that could be seized from each competition differed. The martial path accounted for the most, directly making up 60%. The literary path accounted for 20%. The feng shui path accounted for 10%. The alchemy path and the medical path each accounted for 5%. As long as someone took first place in the martial path competition, they had practically secured the majority of the fortune. Therefore, throughout the entire fortune competition, the martial path competition was what everyone valued the most. This was also one of the reasons why only half the people came to watch the first medical path competition. But the main reason was that almost everyone knew that there was no suspense at all regarding the champion of this medical path competition, and that it would undoubtedly be the Su family of Xiajing. This was because the representative of the Su family of Xiajing in this competition was from the lineage of the medicine king Sun family, Sun Qi, known as a once-in-a-century medical genius. It was said that at 3 years old, Sun Qi could already identify over 100 kinds of medicinal herbs, and at 10 years old, he could treat thousands of difficult and complicated illnesses. At 15, he debated medical theory with a national treasure-level traditional Chinese medicine master who was also an academician, leaving that master feeling inferior. At 18, he single-handedly challenged a world-class top medical team and achieved a complete victory. Of course, none of these were his most brilliant achievements. According to unofficial sources, at only 25 years old, he had actually mastered the Medicine King's ultimate technique, the 6th needle of the Ghost Gate 13 needles. He was only one needle short of the 7th needle mastered by the head of the Sun family. With such top-tier medical expertise, looking across all of Huaxia and even the entire world, perhaps only the Sun family head, Sun Jishur, could surpass him. The plaza of the Tianyun altar was enormous, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. Many people had already arrived early, unable to contain their anticipation. Most of them were from medical families across the country, coming to witness the birth of this medical path champion. The venue was divided into different areas. The best seats were in the VIP section. Those who could enter were either king-level experts who had reached the Qi Lake realm or direct descendants of major forces. However, at this moment, the VIP section was sparsely populated, with less than half of the seats filled. Sitting at the very front was a handsome man whose eyes carried a trace of cold malice. If Chen Fan were to see him, he would immediately recognize him as Su Hao, whom he had once let go at Phoenix Mountain on Hong Kong Island. Seated beside him was the current head of the Medicine King Sun family, Sun Jishur. Elder son, this time I am here representing my father to oversee the competition. If Sun Qi can win the championship of the medical path competition, our Su family can return to you the final 3 needles of the Ghost Gate 13 needles that the Sun family lost. Su Hao said with a smile, his legs crossed. Young Master Su, rest assured. Qi'er is a medical genius rarely seen in 100 years. Not to mention among the younger generation. Even across all of Huaxia, aside from myself, if he claims second place, no one would dare claim first. Sun Jishur said with absolute confidence. Su Hao nodded upon hearing this. Although he was a spoiled playboy, he also knew that no one in Huaxia's medical world could surpass Sun Jishur. Although Sun Jishur had no cultivation, as the foremost authority in Huaxia's medical path, countless powerful figures and families had been saved or helped by him or the Sun family over the years. Behind him stood a force that even the Su family could not ignore. Originally, the one arranged to oversee this competition was his younger brother, Su Yuan, the #1 prodigy of the Su family. However, Su Hao had forcibly taken this opportunity. First, he was jealous of his brother's martial talent and the family's favoritism. Second, he wanted to maintain a good relationship with the Sun family so that he could strive for greater family benefits in the future. As time passed, all the young elites of the medical path who were participating entered the venue one after another. At the very front was a slightly thin young man with delicate features, surrounded by a crowd of young medical geniuses, standing at the very center. Although he nodded and smiled at those around him, the arrogance and disdain in his eyes were impossible to conceal. At the very end of the group, Chen Fan followed behind everyone else and entered the venue with an expressionless face. On the stands, Wang Ting, Li Chaoren, and Liang Zhenchao also entered the VIP section. Su Hao! When Liang Zhenchao saw Su Hao, he suddenly stood up, and the peak Qi condensation true energy within him surged violently. HM? You are? Liang Zhenchao? A trace of surprise flashed through Su Hao's eyes, but he quickly calmed down, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was Xiaojing, not Hong Kong Island. Here, Liang Zhenchao was nothing. Ever since the incident on Hong Kong Island, the Su family had assigned him new bodyguards. Behind him stood a young Qi condensation realm expert, and the referee maintaining order in the venue was a Qi Lake realm expert. Whoever dared to make a move in the arena would definitely be killed on the spot. Heh, what is it, Governor Liang? Do you still dare to make a move against me? Oh right, your daughter's skin is really smooth and tender. It is just a pity that last time it was ruined by some blind brat. But next time, whether she will be that lucky again is hard to say. Su Hao said with a lewd grin. He said this on purpose to provoke Liang Zhenchao into making a move. When that happened, there would be no need for the expert behind him to act. The Qi Lake realm expert maintaining order in the arena would take Liang Zhenchao down. Zhenchao, do not act impulsively. Li Chaoren grabbed Liang Zhenchao and urged him. At this moment, Liang Zhenchao also felt that he was being locked onto by a powerful aura. He immediately calmed down a bit and realized that Su Hao was deliberately provoking him. He took a long, deep breath, cast a wary glance toward the elderly man in War Department uniform whose aura was like that of a fierce tiger, and withdrew his surging true energy. At that moment, a sudden commotion arose in the venue. Then, 2 graceful figures, one in black and one in white, walked toward the VIP section. The woman dressed in white had a soft and slender figure, full and upright curves, straight jade-like legs, and exuded an indescribable scholarly aura. Although she wore a veil, everyone could easily imagine the peerless beauty hidden beneath it. The woman dressed in a black, close-fitting outfit with traditional toggles had skin as white as snow, her long hair tied into a jet black braid. The tight outfit accentuated her explosive yet compact and powerful figure. As she walked, an aura of a superior radiated from her body, yet she wore a bronze mask. Everyone was stunned by these two great beauties in black and white, whose styles were completely different. I thought the medical path competition would be boring, but I did not expect this trip to be so worthwhile. Even though we cannot see their faces, just one look at those legs and that figure could extend one's life by several days. Many people exclaimed in amazement. Even the Chi Lake Realm expert from the War Department, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, revealed a look of admiration. As for Su Hao, a crazed light flickered in his eyes. The looks and aura of these two women were even superior to Liang Luai by a full margin. If he could take both of them, he would be willing to live 10 years less. Su Hao hurriedly stood up with a smile. "You two young ladies, I am Su Hao, son of the head of the Su family of Xiaojing. Get lost." Su Hao's smile instantly froze on his face. The woman in black tight-fitting attire was none other than Long Qianqian. She did not even spare Su Hao a glance and directly took a seat in the front row. The veiled woman in white also swept Su Hao with a cold glance and then sat down not far from the woman in black. Su Hao stood there, his eyelids twitching. He had not expected that after announcing his status as the eldest young master of the Su family, these two women would dare to treat him with such contempt and even tell him to get lost. Liang Zhenqiao, Wang Teng, and Li Chaoran all looked at him with mocking expressions, as if they were watching a clown making a fool of himself. Even Sun Jishur beside him raised his eyebrows slightly, his gaze becoming somewhat strange. "Good, very good. In Xiaojing, there are actually people who dare to speak to me, Su Hao, like this. You are the first. However, what I enjoy most is tormenting women like you who are aloof and cold. Watching you kneel at my feet and beg for mercy." Su Hao's heart was filled with venomous resentment. If this were not the competition venue, and if there were not a Chi Lake Realm expert presiding here, he would have let these two ungrateful women learn on the spot the methods by which he, Su Hao, ruthlessly destroys flowers. However, in Xiaojing, there are very few women who can escape his grasp. On the competition field, the young medical prodigies participating in the event also clearly sensed the unusual atmosphere in the stands. They raised their heads and immediately saw the peerless bearing of the two women. "Young master son, I presume these two peerless beauties must have come specifically to admire your medical brilliance." A fat man beside Sun Qi spoke up. The other young medical geniuses immediately looked at Sun Qi with intense envy. Since ancient times, beauties have always paired with heroes. They could not imagine anyone other than a medical prodigy like Sun Qi who could attract such extraordinary women to come and watch the competition. It could not possibly be that nobody from the very back, that nameless nobody, could be the reason. After saying this, everyone could not help but glance at Chen Fan, who was bringing up the rear. There was also a hierarchy of contempt among medical families. A family like the Medicine King's Sun family stood at the pinnacle of the medical pyramid. Below them were second-rate and third-rate medical families, similar to martial families. Even the weakest among them had parents who were absolutely renowned international doctors. Everyone moved within the same circles, so aside from Chen Fan, they all knew one another. Chen Fan's registered information, however, listed an orphanage from a third- or fourth-tier city. He was simply a country bumpkin. No one knew how he had managed to slip in. However, Chen Fan completely ignored the gazes of these people. He lifted his head and glanced at the two women in the stands, immediately recognizing that the one in black was Long Qianqian and the one in white was the sub-sage descendant Meng Wanqing. After the competition ends, I must find that Long Qianqian and talk to her. She must be connected to the Zhang family. Chen Fan thought to himself. At this moment, Sun Qi, who was surrounded by the crowd at the very center, also raised his head to look at Long Qianqian and Meng Wanqing, and was instantly stunned by their beauty. At the same time, a trace of pride could not help but appear on Sun Qi's face, and he nodded toward Long Qianqian and Meng Wanqing in greeting. For beauties of this caliber to admire his medical skills, even someone as steady and mature as him could not help but feel pleased with himself. However, both Long Qianqian and Meng Wanqing frowned. Especially Long Qianqian. Under normal circumstances, the people who were qualified to see her were at least of Yi Zhitian's level. Now she had first been verbally harassed by a spoiled brat like Su Hao. Then she was flirted with by some unknown so-called medical genius from a minor medical family. This immediately filled her with rage. When you were still a damn infant, you already brought catastrophic disaster upon the Zhang family. Now that you are grown up, you are still causing trouble everywhere. You cultivate the martial path, yet you are pretending to be some medical genius. Long Qianqian shot Chen Fan a fierce glare. Chen Fan instantly felt a chill on the back of his neck. He shrank his neck in confusion but did not notice anything unusual. The disturbance caused by Long Qianqian and Meng Wanqing quickly subsided. Clang! With the sound of a golden gong being struck, the medical path competition officially began. The medical path competition was divided into 2 rounds, diagnosis and treatment. The first round, diagnosis, required each medical prodigy to diagnose the condition of their assigned patient according to the order and number drawn by lot. Although this round sounded simple, these patients had been selected from all over Huaxia. Each one suffered from at least dozens of rare and complicated illnesses, some of which were not even easily detectable by modern scientific instruments. Yet these 21 young medical prodigies had to diagnose all of these complicated conditions using pulse diagnosis alone. This was no ordinary challenge. The patients gathered from across the nation were already wheeled into the plaza. The 21 young medical geniuses lined up and walked toward the center of the arena, then began drawing lots. I drew patient number 1. A man wearing glasses, with long, fair hands and the appearance of a refined scholar, stepped forward. This is Li Ran, the son of Li Rusong, head of the Li family, a top 5 family in the world specializing in integrated Chinese and Western medicine. Someone in the stands recognized Li Ran's identity. What? You mean that Li Ran, who was specially hired as a consultant by the Mayao Clinic in the United States at only 18 years old? The surrounding crowd was instantly shocked. The Mayao Clinic was the world's top private hospital. Being hired as a consultant at 18 years old showed just how terrifying Li Ran's medical ability was. This child is indeed extraordinarily gifted. He is only slightly inferior to Chi'er. It is just a pity that his medical practice incorporates Western medicine. Otherwise, I would certainly take him as my direct disciple. Sun Jisher stroked his beard and gave an extremely high evaluation. Su Hao, sitting beside him, also nodded, silently committing Li Ran to memory for future use. In the VIP section, Meng Wanqing gently shook her head. She had already investigated Chen Fan and knew about what he had done in Jiangnan City and Hong Kong Island. She greatly admired Chen Fan's talent in feng shui, but she did not understand why he had come to medal in the medical path competition. Was it just to seek attention? Behind her mask, Long Qianqian's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at Chen Fan. She had naturally already looked into Chen Fan's background as well. Rationally, she knew that it was impossible for Chen Fan to understand medical arts, yet deep in her heart there was a faint sense of anticipation. Brat, if you are just fooling around this time, then I will punish you properly like I did when you were little. Long Qianqian's slender jade fingers gently rubbed together, and her mind could not help but recall the delicate sensation from back then when she secretly pinched that chubby baby's buttocks. Her fragrant tongue could not help but lick her lips. For some reason, Chen Fan on the field suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, a wave of inexplicable coldness surging up. Fuck, this Xiaojing really is not normal. I am already a peak Qi Lake realm expert, yet I still keep getting these bone-chilling feelings. Chen Fan muttered. At this moment, Li Ran had already stepped onto the field and walked toward the patient seated in the first position. The patient was an elderly woman with a listless expression, appearing almost senile, and wrapped in an out-of-season thick blanket. It could be said that aside from Sun Qi, Li Ran possessed the highest medical talent among those present. Although he practiced integrated Chinese and Western medicine, he was extremely proficient in the traditional diagnostic methods of observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse-taking. At this moment, with a relaxed demeanor, he began examining the elderly woman. Li Ran first used the traditional method of observing vital aura and wrote down 15 of the elderly woman's conditions. When he took her pulse, he discovered another 10 pathological issues hidden within her internal organs. Just as he was about to conclude the diagnosis, he suddenly sensed that something was not quite right. He immediately employed the Li family's unique integrated Chinese and Western diagnostic technique. A moment later. It is finished. A total of 27 conditions. There were some challenges, but for me, the difficulty can only be considered moderately high. A confident smile appeared at the corner of Li Ran's mouth. 27? When the referee saw the 27 conditions Li Ran had written down, his eyes widened as he spoke in disbelief. In an instant, everyone's attention focused on the referee and Li Ran. It seems Li Ran made a mistake and missed one condition. Some of the medical prodigies at the scene made this judgment. Still, being able to identify 27 conditions in one go is already remarkable. Even I could not possibly achieve that. Others shook their heads. Even Long Qianqian, Meng Wanqing, Wang Teng, and the others in the stands became interested and wanted to see which condition Li Ran had missed. However, Li Ran stood there with complete confidence, a trace of smugness on his lips, because he had already anticipated this result. Li Ran, how did you identify these last 2 conditions? Our Huaxia experts conducted joint consultations, and even with the most advanced medical equipment, they were unable to detect them. Several judges, all top specialists from the various departments of Xiaojing Union Hospital, conducted targeted examinations based on the final two conditions written by Li Ran. Their expressions changed drastically on the spot. This is the secret integrated Chinese and Western medical technique of my family, which is never passed down. Li Ran raised his head proudly. For a medical family like his, what did these so-called top medical experts from Union Hospital amount to? Among everyone present, including these top Huaxia experts, aside from Sun Qi of the Medicine King family, there was not a single person he regarded highly. Indeed, heroes emerge from the young. We old fellows who have studied medicine for 50 or 60 years, even when working together with the world's most advanced medical equipment, are still not as accurate as someone else diagnosing with bare hands in 10 minutes. These top Huaxia experts sighed repeatedly. The stands immediately erupted into loud chatter. Everyone was astonished by Li Ran's medical attainments. Some even began to wonder whether this Li Ran might actually have the ability to contend with Sun Qi. Family head son, your judgment is truly sharp. This Li Ran is indeed impressive. Su Hao nodded, having already decided to bring the Li family under his control. Long Qianqian remained expressionless. Meng Wanqing nodded slightly as well, recognizing that this Li Ran was indeed extraordinary, surpassing even the top experts of Xiaojing Union Hospital by himself. Wait. His diagnosis is wrong. Just as the judges were about to let Li Ran pass the first round, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned their heads and saw that it was the boy from the orphanage. Kid, you can eat recklessly, but you cannot talk recklessly. Li Ran discovered two conditions that even these top Huaxia experts failed to find. What qualifications do you have to say it is wrong? The medical prodigies participating in the competition had long found Chen Fan displeasing and immediately pointed at him and cursed. If you are not from the same circle, do not force yourself to blend in. Trying to attract attention in this way will only turn you into a joke. Someone sneered disdainfully, believing Chen Fan was just seeking attention. Even the experts from Union Hospital looked at Chen Fan, this nameless nobody, with gloomy expressions. Chen Fan, you really overdid the act. Let us see how you clean this up later. The corner of Meng Wanqing's mouth curled into a smile. Seeing Chen Fan suffer embarrassment from showing off made her feel quite satisfied. At this moment, Su Hao also noticed Chen Fan, and a flash of venomous resentment passed through his eyes. Kid, I did not expect you to come to Xiaojing. Since you are here, do not think about leaving. Su Hao muttered to himself, then whispered a few words to the peak chi condensation expert beside him. On the competition field below, just as the contestants and the Union Hospital experts were verbally attacking Chen Fan, Sun Qi suddenly stepped forward. Li Ran's diagnosis is indeed wrong. He also missed one condition in the patient. Sun Qi said as he walked out. The venue instantly fell silent. Sun Qi was publicly recognized as the #1 medical talent of the younger generation in Huaxia. Naturally, no one dared to verbally attack him the way they had attacked Chen Fan. Even Li Ran and the top experts straightened their expressions and looked toward Sun Qi. You are very lucky. You guessed correctly. Sun Qi turned to glance at Chen Fan, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. His thoughts were the same as everyone else's. This nameless nobody called Chen Fan was merely trying to attract attention in this way, nothing more than a clown. Please instruct me, brother Sun. Although Li Ran's expression was unpleasant at this moment, his attitude remained extremely respectful. He was the one who reminded me. Otherwise, I would not have realized that she was actually hiding such an extremely rare disease. Sun Qi said as he walked forward, his expression more solemn than ever before. What? Even Sun Qi considered it a rare disease. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. As Sun Qi advanced, the contestants automatically parted, and even the expert-level judges stepped aside to make way. Sun Qi walked up to the elderly woman with a grave expression. A flash of silver light appeared in his right hand, and 6 silver needles suddenly hovered above the old woman's head. It is the Ghost Gate 13 needles. Someone immediately cried out in shock. Everyone looked at Sun Qi in astonishment. The Ghost Gate 13 needles were the unpassed secret technique of the Sun family, rarely seen even when members of the Sun family performed it. Oh? To actually make Qi'er use the Ghost Gate 13 needles, the situation below is indeed extraordinary. Sun Jisher's expression also became serious. Long Qianqian, Meng Wanqing, Wang Ting, Liang Zhenqiao, Li Chaoran, and the others all watched the scene with great interest. As Sun Qi formed hand seals, the 6 silver needles continuously descended and rose again. After repeating this process 6 times, above the old woman's head, 6 human-shaped black shadows suddenly appeared, floating in midair. Fix! Sun Chi shouted loudly. The 6 silver needles trembled, tracing profound and mysterious arcs, directly pinning the 6 floating black shadows in place. Who? Sun Chi let out a long breath. The 6th needle of the Ghost Gate 13 needles had been fully executed. Boom, boom, boom. The sky above the Tianyun altar was clear and cloudless, yet a dull, thunder-like rumble suddenly echoed. At this moment, Long Chanqian, Chen Fan, and the War Department Chi Lake Realm expert maintaining order all abruptly raised their heads and looked toward the sky above the 3-tiered grand halls. Only the 3 of them, as Chi Lake Realm experts, could see that the enormous mass of fortune above had actually split off about 1/20th, as if attracted by Sun Chi below, and began descending toward the top of his head. However, a portion of it seemed to be restrained, unable to fully descend. Fortune's favor. The War Department Chi Lake Realm experts' eyes widened instantly. The first round has not even ended, yet the medical fortune has already shown favor toward Sun Chi. He truly is a once-in-a-century medical prodigy, the old man said. All the other contestants, including Li Ran and the expert judges, revealed expressions of extreme shock and reverence as they looked at Sun Chi. The entire audience erupted into excitement. Ha ha ha, congratulations, family head Sunday. Sun Chi truly is heaven endowed, actually triggering fortune's favor. Winning the championship is already a certainty. His future achievements may even surpass yours. Seeing this scene, Su Hao felt that the 5% medical fortune was already in his pocket and spoke with great joy. Heh, of course. But Chi'er will still need young Master Su's support in the future. Sun Jishur also wore an expression of delight and pride. Boasting before the competition is even over. Are you not afraid of biting your own tongue? Wang Ting, Liang Zhenchao, and Li Chaoren snorted coldly. You outsiders simply cannot understand the power of my Sun family's ultimate technique, the Ghost Gate 13 needles. Sun Jishur and Su Hao sneered. It is not as if we have never seen the Ghost Gate 13 needles before. You can only use up to the 7th needle at most, while Chen Fan can use at least the 8th needle. Li Chaoren said with a cold snort. On the competition field, after the shock subsided, the contestants and expert judges once again turned their gazes toward the 6 black shadows pinned above the old woman's head by the Ghost Gate 13 needles. Young Master Sun, what exactly are these 6 black shadows? Seeing that even the 2 peerlessly beautiful women in the VIP stands were casting curious glances at him, a trace of arrogance appeared on Sun Chi's face. Besides the 27 illnesses Li Ran identified, the most serious and terrifying condition afflicting this old woman is actually soul detachment. Sun Chi spoke. Soul detachment? What kind of illness is that? Li Ran asked. The experts also looked completely confused, clearly having never heard of such a condition in their decades-long professional careers. The so-called soul detachment is extremely rare. It even involves Buddhist concepts of reincarnation and the Taoist concept of corpse liberation immortals. It is said that in ancient times, when eminent monks or Taoist masters cultivated to a certain realm, their 3 souls and 7 spirits could materialize and leave the body, then reincarnate or possess another person, thereby attaining longevity. But those kinds of experts who could project their souls only existed in ancient times, such as Gautama Buddha or Laozi who left through the Hangu Pass. Sun Chi explained. What? Legendary figures like Shakyamuni and Laozi? Everyone on the competition field immediately widened their eyes. In the VIP section, Long Chanqian abruptly stood up upon hearing this, her gaze filled with uncertainty as she looked toward the old woman. Her status was noble, and she knew many martial secrets that others present did not. There were rumors that at the end of the martial path lay the cultivation of methods and refinement of the soul. At that realm, the soul could leave the body and roam the void. That was the legendary Great Power realm beyond the Qi-Si realm. If what Sun Chi said was true, then this old woman would be the only great power level existence still alive in all of Huaxia. The War Department Chi Lake Realm expert who had been meditating nearby clearly knew this secret as well. He suddenly stood up and quickly walked over. Sun Chi, are you saying that this old woman is an expert capable of soul projection? The War Department Chi Lake Realm expert, Yi Yuanshan, asked as his aura surged and locked onto the old woman. Of course not. Every one of those legendary figures was like a myth. How could such a being become a patient at someone else's mercy? The probability of that is even smaller than a comet hitting the Earth. In the Medicine King ancestral records of my Sun family's founder, it is recorded that besides those who later cultivate their 3 souls and 7 spirits to transcend the flesh and reach the realm of soul projection, there is also an extremely rare type of person who is born with their 3 souls and 7 spirits already separated from the body. This is the origin of the soul detachment illness. Sun Chi explained. So that is how it is. The War Department Chi Lake Realm expert let out a breath of relief, quietly lowering the hand in which true energy had gathered. Long Qianqian's wildly pounding heart also calmed down, and she slowly sat back down. In the audience, a bald old man nearly had his soul scared out of his body. Upon hearing this, he finally let out a huge sigh of relief. He was the director of the psychiatric hospital where the old woman was kept. Because she never reacted no matter what was done to her, the medical staff had often abused her. Everyone present immediately shook their heads in disappointment. They had thought they might witness a figure of legendary level today. Only Chen Fan's eyes shone brightly upon hearing this. His breathing quickened as he stared at the old woman who appeared senile. At this moment, perhaps only he, as a peak Chi Lake Realm expert, could vaguely sense that there was an incomparably terrifying power sealed within the old woman's body. So souls really do exist in this world. But this kind of soul detachment illness has already surpassed the scope of medical arts. I am afraid no one in this world can cure it. A group of expert judges shook their heads and said, soul detachment is not incurable. My Sun family's Ghost Gate 13 needles can return the 3 souls and 7 spirits to the body. However, to stabilize the 3 souls and 7 spirits, at least the 10th needle of the Ghost Gate 13 needles must be used. And this 10th needle may have only ever been performed by my Sun family's ancestor, Sun Si Miao. Sun Qi shook his head as he spoke. When mentioning his Medicine King ancestor, a trace of pride flashed in his eyes. Everyone was shocked, then nodded. If there was any medical technique in this world that bordered on the supernatural, it was the Ghost Gate 13 needles. However, not only was the formation of the Ghost Gate 13 needles never passed down, the final 3 needles had also been lost for many years. Even now, the Sun family head, Sun Jishur, could at most perform only 7 needles. Yet just as everyone was discussing the old woman and the Ghost Gate 13 needles, Chen Fan directly walked up to the old woman. As if sensing something, the old woman's gray, hollow eyes actually turned to look at Chen Fan. Look, what is that kid trying to do? Someone noticed Chen Fan's movement. Ha, he is not seriously trying to treat the old woman's soul detachment illness, is he? Everyone immediately burst into mocking laughter. Overestimating himself. Even young Master Sun said that not even the current Sun family head can cure this, yet he is here making a spectacle of himself. Li Ran said disdainfully as well. At this moment, Chen Fan took out a bundle of silver needles from his robe. Ha, he actually wants to use silver needles too. Using silver needles in front of young Master Sun, that is like teaching a master craftsman his own trade, like waving a broadsword in front of Guan Yu. Everyone immediately laughed, speaking with schadenfreude. Sun Qi also smiled and shook his head, his eyes filled with contempt. With Sun Qi's Ghost Gate 13 needles as a shining example, Chen Fan using silver needles now was nothing but humiliating himself. In the stands, Meng Wanqing was momentarily speechless when she saw Chen Fan take out silver needles. This kind of forced showing off made her feel secondhand embarrassment so intense that her fingers turned white from clenching. Overestimating himself, using an egg to strike a stone. Long Qianqian directly turned her head away, out of sight and out of mind. Because of her relationship with Chen Fan, a trace of shame also arose in her heart. Ha, I thought you were someone special. Turns out I overestimated you. You are simply a fucking idiot. Su Hao laughed heartily. On the competition field, Chen Fan showed no reaction at all to the cold stares and mocking laughter. He gently raised his palm, and 10 silver needles instantly flew out, hovering above the old woman's head. The noise in the arena abruptly stopped, and everyone's smiles froze on their faces. This technique looked exactly the same as the one Sun Qi had just used. Many families imitate my Sun family's Ghost Gate 13 needles. They only learn the appearance, nothing but empty form. Sun Qi snorted coldly after glancing at it. Everyone immediately felt relieved. Empty form only? Then I will show you what the true Ghost Gate 13 needles really are. Chen Fan sneered. His hands moved rapidly, and the 10 silver needles traced streaks of silver light through the air, piercing into the old woman's crown with an indescribably profound rhythm. Chen Fan's speed was several times faster than Sun Qi's earlier movements, and even a complete layman could tell that his needle technique was far more profound than Sun Qi's. Swish, swish, swish. Before anyone could even react, Chen Fan had already executed the 10th needle. As the 10th needle pierced in, the old woman's previously hollow eyes instantly lit up. The 3 souls and 7 spirits hovering above her head actually began to slowly sink into her crown. At this moment, the entire arena fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at Chen Fan in utter shock. The 10th needle of the Ghost Gate 13 needles. You actually performed the 10th needle. How is this possible? You are not from the Sun family. How do you know the Ghost Gate 13 needles? Sun Chi's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, as if he had seen a ghost. Bang! Sun Jishur stood up abruptly, his mouth wide open, his eyes locked onto Chen Fan as his entire body trembled violently. How is this possible? Who exactly is he? How could he possibly perform the 10th needle of the Ghost Gate 13 needles? For hundreds of years, aside from the Medicine King ancestor, no one had ever cultivated beyond 9 needles. Sun Jishur roared inwardly. Meng Wanqing's cherry lips parted wide as she stared at Chen Fan in disbelief, a strange light flickering in her beautiful eyes. Long Qianqian's eyes also widened. She had not expected this kid to actually pull it off. At that moment, another series of muffled thunder-like sounds echoed through the void, this time several times louder than the disturbance Sun Chi had caused earlier. The medical fortune has descended ahead of time. As the words of that War Department Chi Lake realm expert fell, all eyes in the venue instantly converged on Chen Fan. Although they could not see the fortune hovering above the 3-tiered grand halls, they could clearly feel an invisible, intangible aura descending little by little, one that made people instinctively want to kneel and worship. Chen Fan stood where he was. He could clearly see the fortune that had originally been descending towards Sun Chi break free from its final restraint, turn toward him, and then sink into the center of his forehead. So the medical fortune was actually seized by this kid. Beneath Long Qianqian's mask, astonishment appeared in her beautiful eyes, along with a trace of joy. No wonder he dared to participate in the medical path competition. So he actually possesses an ultimate skill like the Ghost Gate 13 needles and can even perform the 10th needle, which even Sun Jishur cannot. Meng Wanqing's peerlessly beautiful face was filled with shock, and the way she looked at Chen Fan completely changed. Ding! Long Qianqian favorability plus 50, current favorability 50. Rewarding the host with life points. Current life point balance of the host. Ding! Meng Wanqing favorability plus 50, current favorability 50. Rewarding the host with life points. Current life point balance of the host. A series of synthesized electronic sounds immediately rang out in Chen Fan's mind. At this moment, the medical fortune fully merged into Chen Fan's body. A vast and overwhelming medical heavenly authority instantly spread from Chen Fan, enveloping the entire Tianyun altar. Among the tens of thousands present, those of the medical path felt it the most profoundly. Even the heads of medical families with lineages spanning hundreds of years felt their bodies tremble uncontrollably, their blood boiling. The medical heavenly authority was like a small mountain pressing down on their spines, making them involuntarily drop to one knee in Chen Fan's direction. No! I am the 88th generation descendant of the Medicine King. The Ghost Gate 13 needles are the exclusive secret art of my Medicine King family. How could I kneel before a thief who stole my family's secret technique? Sun Jishur clenched his teeth tightly, trembling all over as he resisted the vast heavenly authority emanating from the medical fortune. In the end, his legs bent, but he did not kneel. However, the various young prodigies competing on the field and the expert judges from Huaxia Union Hospital were not so fortunate. They were closest to Chen Fan. The moment the medical heavenly authority spread, everyone lost control and dropped to both knees, kneeling in worship toward Chen Fan. Ah! Sun Chi roared, his eyes bloodshot. He struggled desperately to stand, but the crushing pressure pinned him completely, leaving him only able to kneel on the ground and look up at Chen Fan. At this moment, the entire venue fell into deathly silence. It was a shocking scene. Nearly 10,000 people knelt toward Chen Fan as if worshipping a god. Crack! The teacup in Su Hao's hand shattered, and flames seemed to burst from his eyes. Although Wang Ting, Li Chaoren, and Liang Zhenchao had anticipated this, seeing Chen Fan ascend to godhood still made them all stand up in excitement. Everyone understood that from this moment on, and for the next 100 years, Chen Fan would stand at the very pinnacle of Huaxia's medical path. By himself, he had forced the Medicine King family and hundreds of century-old medical families to bow their proud heads. No one cared how Chen Fan had come to possess the Medicine King family's exclusive secret technique. All that mattered was that he had executed the Ghost Gate 13 needle's 10th needle, something no one had managed to do in hundreds of years. From today onward, Chen Fan's name, and even the Qingshan orphanage he represented, would spread throughout all of Huaxia. Qingshan orphanage would become the new holy land of the medical path. Countless martial experts and wealthy magnates of Huaxia would seek friendship with Chen Fan. Chen Fan alone would constitute a supreme power. Heroes truly emerge from the young. The War Department Chi Lake realm expert looked at Chen Fan, his eyes filled with amazement and emotion. However, at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. Ah! The old woman who had been ignored by everyone suddenly opened her eyes and let out a piercing shriek. The sound tore through the sky and even shook the entirety of Xiaojing. Everyone looked at the old woman in terror, only to find that her 3 souls and 6 spirits had completely merged into her body. The skin on her body suddenly cracked apart, like the crazing of roux-kiln porcelain. Streams of golden light burst forth from within the human skin, dazzling like the blazing sun. Rustle. Pieces of withered human skin peeled away. A woman whose entire body radiated golden light appeared, her eyes closed, breathtakingly beautiful beyond extremes. So beautiful? Even celestial maidens from the heavens would be no more than this. Everyone stood there with mouths agape, staring in shock at the woman bathed in golden light. She wore no clothes, yet waves of golden light concealed the vital parts of her body. At this moment, even Long Qianqian and Meng Wanqing in the VIP section revealed looks of amazement in their beautiful eyes. The two of them were already among the most beautiful women in Huaxia, yet faced with this golden-lit woman, even they had to admit that she was 2 degrees more beautiful than them. However, Chen Fan was not paying attention to her beauty at this moment. He had already sensed that the terrifying, overwhelming energy within this woman was awakening. Whoosh! The woman opened her eyes. A pair of golden double pupils gleamed as if cast from molten gold. At the same time, a pressure capable of destroying heaven and earth enveloped the entire Xiaojing. Throughout Xiaojing, all experts at the Qi Lake realm and above felt this terrifying pressure simultaneously. Deep within the forbidden city of Xiaojing, the Dragon Lord, clad in a grey Zhongshan suit, suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils filled with shock. A great power-level expert. At the same time, in 2 locations outside Xiaojing, the void was forcibly torn open by an invisible force. Scenes of verdant mountains, clear waters, pavilions, and towers appeared. 2 aged figures leaped out, gazing toward the Tianyun altar in Xiaojing, their expressions equally grave. At the medical path competition venue, everyone except Chen Fan was crushed by the overwhelming pressure and collapsed to the ground. 20 years. I was sealed inside that shell for a full 20 years. The woman looked at her palms and murmured softly, then turned her gaze to Chen Fan. It was you who saved me. I never imagined that in this decaying land, there would still be someone capable of performing the 10th needle of the Ghost Gate 13 needles. Are you a descendant of Sun Simiao? The woman looked at Chen Fan, her eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Ding! Detected a woman with appearance score 96, AO Jingjing. Binding initiated. Ding! The realm gap between host and binding target is too large. Binding failed. A synthesized electronic sound echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan's eyes widened instantly. The binding had actually failed. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. But it made sense. After all, this woman was a great power-level expert above the Qi-Si realm. I am not a descendant of Sun Simiao. Chen Fan shook his head. Oh? A trace of surprise appeared on the woman's face. Then she extended a finger and pointed at Chen Fan. A beam of golden light shot toward him. Boom! For some reason, the berserk power within Chen Fan's bloodline instantly boiled upon sensing that golden light. Golden true energy surged from his body like flames. Seeing this, shock instantly appeared on Ao Jingjing's face. How could it be you? You know me? Heh. When you were still a baby, I often held you. That little tuft of yours even pissed all over me. Me? Pissing on you? Chen Fan pointed at himself, his face full of question marks. Ao Jingjing waved her right hand, instantly isolating them from the outside world, leaving only the 2 of them. Ao Jingjing took light, graceful steps and came in front of Chen Fan. Her eyes were filled with delight, then she suddenly pulled Chen Fan tightly into her arms. The astonishing softness pressed against him so hard that his face was distorted, and his hair was rubbed into a complete mess. Chen Fan wanted to refuse, but his entire body was immobilized. However, he could feel that Ao Jingjing did not seem to harbor any malice. When I brought you back from the new lands back then, you were only about as big as a little kitten. That little thing of yours was not even as big as my fingernail. Ao Jingjing giggled, her beautiful eyes blinking as she looked Chen Fan up and down. To bring you out back then, I was hunted down by those old bastards. In the end, I used a secret technique to seal myself inside this shell. I never expected that 20 years later, I would be rescued by you after you had grown up. Fate is truly wondrous. Ao Jingjing said with a smile, then suddenly reached out and grabbed him, shock immediately appearing on her pretty face. She compared him with her own arm, white as frost and snow, making clicking sounds with her tongue. Men really change dramatically as they grow. After 20 years, you have already grown to this extent. Ao Jingjing sighed. Chen Fan's body was restrained and unable to move, leaving him no choice but to let Ao Jingjing handle him as she pleased. But upon hearing her words, Chen Fan instantly became extremely agitated. From what she said, it was clear that his relationship with her was absolutely not ordinary, and it was even possible that she was his relative. That meant she must know his background and the real culprit behind the annihilation of the Zhang family. Just as Chen Fan broke free from the softness and was about to speak, the entire world suddenly underwent a drastic change, and even the barrier Ao Jingjing had set up began to tremble violently. So quickly discovered by the heavenly Tao of this old land? Ao Jingjing narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and raised her head to look upward. A gigantic hand woven from countless runes appeared within the barrier, pressing down toward Ao Jingjing. So be it. After 20 years apart, I originally wanted to be closer to you for a while longer. I did not expect to be discovered by the heavenly Tao so quickly. But returning early is also fine. With me around, your imprisoned mother will at least suffer a little less. Before Ao Jingjing could finish speaking, the enormous hand formed from countless profound runes had already enveloped her. Wait, what do you mean? My mother? Where is she imprisoned? Chen Fan roared, but his body was unable to move. Do not think about rescuing your mother. Live well here. For your sake, your mother has already sacrificed more than enough. If you go back now just to die, all the efforts she and I made will be wasted. This is the supreme cultivation method of my Ao family. Cultivate it with full focus. Even if your talent is mediocre, it will still be enough to let you reach the Qi-Si realm. The rune-formed giant hand instantly shone with blinding light, carrying Ao Jingjing as she transformed into countless points of golden radiance and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, a jade pendant about half the size of a palm flew into Chen Fan's hand along with Ao Jingjing's final words. Crash! The barrier shattered. Chen Fan stood there blankly, staring in the direction where Ao Jingjing had vanished. The oppressive pressure enveloping all of Xiaojing also vanished instantly. System, convert all my life points into combat power. I want to advance to the great power realm. Chen Fan clenched his teeth and growled while staring in the direction Ao Jingjing had disappeared. The truth was right in front of him. He wanted to follow Ao Jingjing and go see his mother. Ding! Conversion failed. Current host life point balance is still short of the amount required to advance to the great power realm. In the end, I am still too fucking useless. He had learned that his mother was still alive and might even be suffering, yet he was completely powerless. That feeling made Chen Fan's heart feel as if it were being sliced apart. Although Ao Jingjing had not had time to explain his origins, her few words had already lifted a corner of the hidden truth. What the hell am I, to have caused my mother to suffer, to have wiped out the Zhang family, and to have forced a great power-level expert like Ao Jingjing to risk her life to send me to Huaxia and be sealed for 20 years? Chen Fan felt a lump of rage stuck in his chest, driving him nearly insane, wanting to roar at the sky. But moments later, Chen Fan calmed down. At the end of the day, all of this is because I am too weak. If I were strong enough, then the new lands, the old lands, the people who harmed my mother, the people who destroyed the Zhang family, I would crush every last one of them. Chen Fan clenched his fists tightly. Never before had he desired power as desperately as he did at this moment. Are you all right? At that moment, Long Qianqian, dressed in black tight-fitting attire and wearing a mask, leaped over and landed beside Chen Fan. Her tone was cold, yet carried a hint of urgency. She was a Qi Lake Realm expert, so she was the first to recover. The War Department Qi Lake Realm expert responsible for maintaining order also recovered and began directing staff to urgently evacuate the contestants and spectators. They could not be certain whether that terrifying woman would return again. Moreover, the medical fortune had already chosen Chen Fan. The remaining competitions were now completely meaningless. Seeing Long Qianqian, Chen Fan's heart, which had sunk to rock bottom, instantly reignited with a trace of hope. Who exactly are you? I did not have time to ask you last night. How did you know about me and the Zhang family? Chen Fan stared into Long Qianqian's eyes as he asked. At the same time, the peak Qi Lake Realm true energy within his body surged quietly. He was already a peak Qi Lake Realm expert and would absolutely not let Long Qianqian leave so easily. Heh, how would I know? Long Qianqian froze for a moment, then her tone became even colder. How would I know? Because everyone in the Zhang family, except for my grandfather and me, a total of 1,896 people, including 3-year-old children, were all silenced because of you. And my grandfather hid you among the mortal world, hoping you could live a lifetime of food and clothing without worry. Yet not long after he passed away, you started causing trouble everywhere. And now you have completely exposed my grandfather and yourself to those 2 hidden families in Xiaojing. Do you have any idea that you are already being targeted by them? If not for the Dragon Lord, you would already be dead. The more Long Qianqian spoke, the angrier she became. In the end, she stepped forward and grabbed Chen Fan by the collar, her beautiful eyes bloodshot as she stared at him. Your life does not belong to you alone. It belongs to me and to the 1,896 members of my Zhang family. What right do you have to act recklessly on your own impulses? Do you know that just yesterday, because of you, the Dragon Lord, who had not yet recovered from severe injuries, fought another great battle with experts from those two families and is now even more badly injured? Long Qianqian shouted in a low voice. Chen Fan's true energy dispersed as he stared at Long Qianqian in shock. He had not expected that this girl was actually his director grandfather's biological granddaughter. And last night, as a Qi Lake Realm expert, he had indeed sensed three extremely powerful auras clashing outside Xiaojing. If the Dragon Lord had not shielded him, he would probably have already been erased by the experts of those two hidden families last night. Thinking of this, Chen Fan immediately realized his own recklessness and immaturity. He should not have exposed himself before his strength was sufficient. Now he had even dragged the Dragon Lord and Long Qianqian into cleaning up his mess. Already feeling guilty toward Long Qianqian, Chen Fan was now overwhelmed with shame. I am sorry. After a long silence, Chen Fan finally spoke those three words. But rest assured, I was not acting recklessly. I only want to find out my own origins and the true culprits behind the annihilation of the Zhang family. I promise you, it will not take long. Anyone who laid a hand on the Zhang family will die. Chen Fan said solemnly, then looked straight at Long Qianqian with burning eyes. Hearing this, Long Qianqian gave a bitter smile. Of course she knew what Chen Fan wanted to ask. I do not know your origins. I was only 5 years old back then. I only remember that my grandfather brought you home, and less than a month later, the Zhang family suffered total annihilation. And I was spared because of the Dragon Lord. However, even though I do not know who was behind it, the Ji family and the Yao family, those two hidden families, definitely took part. Long Qianqian said. Good. The Ji family and the Yao family, is that it? I understand. Chen Fan nodded heavily. Heh, so what if you understand? Do you really think you can stand against those two hidden families by yourself? Long Qianqian sneered. Heh, what do they amount to? Before long, I, Chen Fan, will make them kneel down and atone before the Zhang family. Chen Fan growled. Oh? Kneel down and atone before whom? If you want me to kneel and kowtow right now, I could leave you a whole corpse. A voice rang out as Su Hao walked over from not far away. Behind him, 4 peak Qi condensation experts were escorting Wang Teng, Li Chaoren, Liang Zhenchao, and Meng Wanqing forward. The entire competition venue had already been emptied because of Ao Jingjing's appearance earlier. The War Department Qi Lake Realm expert responsible for maintaining order had also urgently returned to the Forbidden City to report what had just occurred. In an instant, only Chen Fan, Long Qianqian, Su Hao, and the people captured by Su Hao, including Wang Teng and Meng Wanqing, were left at the scene. Heh, Chen Fan, this is truly unexpected. I originally thought you were just a mid-stage Qi condensation martial cultivator. I never imagined you were also an expert of the medical path. Su Hao sized up Chen Fan from head to toe, a ferocious grin appearing at the corner of his mouth. But this is Xiaojing, not Hong Kong Island. The mid-stage Qi condensation combat strength you take pride in is nothing here. For example, these 4 retainers of the Su family beside me. Every single one of them is a peak Qi condensation expert stronger than you. Su Hao said with a laugh, then stared at Chen Fan, wanting to see shock on his face. However, Chen Fan's expression did not change in the slightest. Mid-stage Qi condensation? That is still passable. Hearing Su Hao's words, Long Qianqian raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at Chen Fan. She had investigated Chen Fan's background. She knew he was a feng shui geomancer and knew about the battle at Qinglong Mountain. She had originally thought he was an early-stage Qi condensation feng shui practitioner. She had not expected that in just 1 month he had already reached the mid-stage. Su Hao, do you know who I am? I am Wang Teng, the adopted son of Commander Yi Zhitian. Are you trying to rebel? Wang Teng shouted. Ha 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 ha, the adopted son of the commander. What great authority. Do not think I do not know. You have already been expelled from the War Department, and your adoptive father Yi Zhitian is probably finished by now. You are nothing more than a homeless dog. Su Hao sneered. This is Xiaojing, not a place where your Su family reigns supreme. I am from the sub-sage Meng family and will represent the Huaxiao War Department in the literary path competition. Have you considered the consequences if you dare to touch us? Meng Wanqing said angrily. Heh, little beauty, you are my greatest harvest today. If not for you, my father would not have specially sent 4 peak Qi condensation experts to invite you to the Su family. How about you submit to me and represent our Su family in the literary path competition? When the time comes, I will certainly not treat you poorly. Su Hao said with a lewd smile. In fact, before the competition began, He had already ordered people to investigate the backgrounds of Long Qianqian and Meng Wanqing. Long Qianqian's identity was extremely mysterious and could not be uncovered. However, Meng Wanqing was simple-minded and had not deliberately concealed her identity along the way, so it was quickly discovered. Moreover, she had come this time secretly to watch Chen Fan's competition. The Qi Lake Realm bodyguard arranged for her by the War Department was not with her. Su Hao reported this situation to his father, Su Hechuan, the head of the Su family. Su Hechuan immediately sent 4 peak Qi condensation retainers to bring Meng Wanqing back. However, Su Hao also wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate Chen Fan, Li Chaoren, Liang Zhenchao, and the others. That was how the scene just now came to be. At this moment, the previously silent Long Qianqian suddenly turned around to look at Su Hao. I will give you 2 choices. First, get lost. Second, die. Long Qianqian's voice was icy cold, as crisp as pearls striking jade. However, Su Hao and the 4 peak Qi condensation Su family retainers behind him suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, this little woman has quite a bit of character. But what I like most is breaking wild horses. Later I will make you beg for mercy beneath me. Su Hao licked his lips while looking at Long Qianqian's explosive figure. Sigh, truly courting death. Chen Fan shook his head. Were the second-generation heirs of these top families all this stupid? Before Chen Fan's words had even fallen, a black shadow flashed past. In the span of a single breath, the 4 peak Qi condensation experts beside Su Hao did not even have time to grunt before their heads flew off. In an instant, blood rained down. Long Qianqian flicked the silvery white flexible blade in her hand. The blade immediately coiled around her slender waist like a swimming snake, forming a belt. Ah! Meng Wanqing had never seen such a scene before and screamed in fright. Chen Fan flicked his finger, and a wave of true energy instantly enveloped Meng Wanqing, preventing the splattering blood from touching her. At this moment, Su Hao was already completely terrified. To kill 4 peak Qi condensation experts in a single breath. This woman in black had to be at least a Qi Lake King level expert. Yet her voice clearly sounded like that of someone only in her early 20s. A Qi Lake King in her early 20s made Su Hao so frightened that his penis shrank into his body. However, when he saw that Long Qianqian sheathed her flexible blade after killing the 4 retainers, he assumed that she was wary of his status and had held back. You killed my Su family's retainers. Are you declaring war on my Su family and my father, Su Hechuan? Su Hao said, forcing himself to remain calm. Heh, Su Hechuan? What is he even worth? He is nothing more than a dog raised by the Ji family. Long Qianqian said coldly. You have enormous audacity, daring to insult. Before Su Hao could finish speaking, Long Qianqian raised her hand and struck out with a burst of true energy. With a bang. Su Hao's head exploded like a watermelon. I sheath my blade not because you are Su Hechuan's son, but because trash like you is not worthy of me using a sword. Long Qianqian said. Su Family Council Hall, Xiaojing. Su Hechuan sat in the main seat. Su family elders and Qi Lake Realm guest experts sat on both sides. His younger son, Su Yuan, one of Xiaojing's 2 great prodigies, sat to his right. I did not expect that even the most predictable medical path competition would end with such an accident. A Su family elder at the early Qi Lake Realm spoke. How powerful must that woman be? Even though the Su family was so far from the competition venue, at that moment I felt like an ant facing a true god. Could she be a peak Qi Si realm existence? Someone said. Heh, peak Qi Si realm? Su Hechuan shook his head. To be rejected by the heavenly Tao means her strength has already surpassed the maximum limit allowed by heaven and earth. She must be above the Qi Si realm, that legendary great power level expert. As Su Hechuan's words fell, the entire council hall fell into dead silence. Moments later, sounds of people swallowing nervously could be heard. Beyond the Qi Si realm. How terrifyingly powerful would that be? A Qi Si realm expert can already withstand nuclear weapons. Would a great power level expert not be capable of plucking stars and burning mountains and boiling seas? Su Yuan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with boundless longing. Yes, it is a pity we were not there to witness the elegance of a peerless great power. And the medical fortune was even seized by someone else. Su Hechuan's tone turned cold. What? Did Sun Qi lose the medical path competition? He is the top medical genius of the younger generation. It is said that his Ghost Gate 13 needles can reach the 6th needle, only one short of his father Sun Jishur. A Qi Lake Realm retainer exclaimed in shock. Heh, but that kid performed the 10th needle. As soon as Su Hechuan finished speaking, the hall erupted in an uproar. Humph, in this world strength reigns supreme. The medical path is ultimately just a minor path that serves martial artists. Su Yuan said disdainfully. However, Su Huchuan shook his head. You underestimate that kid. According to the information I investigated, he is not only a medical path expert, but also a feng shui geomancer. And at only 21 years old, his martial cultivation has reached the mid-stage qi condensation, not much worse than you were back then. What? A feng shui geomancer? Mid-stage qi condensation at 21 years old. This time, not only the Qi Lake Realm elders and guests, but even Su Yuan himself was deeply shaken. This child has boundless potential. Unfortunately, he has already fallen out with your elder brother and has close ties with the Hong Kong governor and the War Department. For us, he can only die. A cold glint flashed in Su Huchuan's eyes as he spoke. Everyone nodded in agreement. A medical genius, a feng shui geomancer, a 21-year-old mid-stage qi condensation cultivator. So what? Until he reaches the Qi Lake realm, he is still an ant. However, this time it is not all bad news. Howard discovered the isolated sub-sage descendant Meng Wanqing at the competition venue. I have already sent people to bring her back. Presumably, Howard is on his way back with her right now. As long as she is brought back, I have 100 ways to make her represent my Su family in the literary path competition. Su Huchuan suddenly said with a smile. What? The sub-sage descendant Meng Wanqing. She is almost certainly the predetermined champion of this literary path competition. Everyone was instantly overjoyed. The medical path competition only accounted for 5% of the fortune, while the literary path competition accounted for 20%, second only to the martial path competition. A loss may turn out to be a blessing. That Chen Fan took away our Su family's medical fortune and handed us a literary fortune instead. Su Huchuan said with a placid smile. At this moment, the doors of the council hall were suddenly pushed open. A panting figure rushed in. Something terrible has happened, family head. A direct descendant of the Su family stumbled in, rushing inside. I have repeatedly taught you all to remain calm when something happens. Did you not see that the Su family elders and guest experts are all present here? What kind of behavior is this? Su Huchuan scolded harshly. Facing Su Huchuan's overwhelming presence, the Su family descendant instantly turned pale, lowered his hands, and did not dare to speak. Now that looks like a proper Su family descendant. Speak. What matter has caused such panic? Su Huchuan and the Su family elders all looked toward the descendant. Family head, Su Hao has been killed. His body is laid out in the courtyard. What? Su Huchuan suddenly stood up. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, and the golden Nanmu chair beneath him exploded into fragments. The entire hall instantly fell into chaos. My Howard. Su Huchuan, at half-step Qi-Si realm, took one step forward and appeared in the courtyard in an instant. At a glance, he saw 5 corpses covered with white cloth. With trembling hands, Su Huchuan pulled back the cloth covering the one in the center, and Su Hao's headless corpse immediately appeared before his eyes. Even though Su Huchuan was the head of one of Huaxia's 3 great families and a half-step Qi-Si realm powerhouse, the sight of his son's corpse caused his qi and blood to surge violently, his vision going dark. Who did this? Su Yuan asked coldly from the side. It was the people brought by that man named Chen Fan who killed Su Hao. The Su family descendant recounted everything he knew. When this descendant rushed over, he happened to see Chen Fan, Long Qianqian, and Meng Wanqing confronting Su Hao and the others. He had assumed Long Qianqian was merely Chen Fan's bodyguard or something similar. Chen Fan, what an outstanding medical genius, what a feng shui geomancer Chen Fan. Killing intent surged sky-high around Su Huchuan. Family head, please do not act rashly. This matter involving Chen Fan also involves Meng Wanqing. Touching one thing may move everything, and it could even provoke the Dragon Lord. The Su family's grand elder, Su Changfeng, spoke. He was a peak Qi Lake realm expert and the most respected figure in the Su family besides Su Huchuan. This matter was originally the Su family's fault. If they had managed to seize Meng Wanqing, they would not have feared the Dragon Lord even if he intervened. After all, one of the 2 hidden families they relied on, the Ji family, would certainly act for the sake of the 20% literary fortune. But now only Su Hao had died, and Meng Wanqing had not been captured. The Ji family would never confront the Dragon Lord for the sake of a subordinate force and a useless playboy with no real value. Father, it is said that Chen Fan registered not only for the medical path, but also for the alchemy path, feng shui path, literary path, and martial path. You do not need to act. When the martial path competition arrives, I will openly kill Chen Fan and avenge my elder brother. Su Yuan said. Su Huchuan's gaze grew distant. He took a deep breath and finally calmed down. This was a critical moment for seizing fortune. One wrong move could affect everything. He could not disrupt the overall situation because of Su Hao's death. Otherwise, if the Ji family blamed him, even he would not be able to bear the consequences. I will personally go to the alchemy path competition tomorrow. I want to see what kind of tricks this medical genius and feng shui geomancer can pull off in the alchemy path competition. Could it be that he can seize the alchemy path fortune as well? Xiaojing, inside a secret chamber deep within the Forbidden City. As Chen Fan's 10th needle fell, Yi Zhitian let out a low roar, his hair and beard bristling. Surging true qi once again gathered within Yi Zhitian's body. 3 nearly dried-up qi lakes gradually filled again and slowly began to merge together. The Ghost Gate 13 needles truly live up to their reputation. Zhitian's origin had been shattered, his qi lakes dried up, and his realm had fallen from half-step qi si realm. But who would have thought that young friend Chen Fan could work such miracles, not only fully healing the old commander's injuries, but also allowing him to take that half-step forward and truly enter the qi si realm. The Dragon Lord stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the 3 merging white qi seas and sighing in admiration. Everyone else in the chamber, except Chen Fan, wore shocked expressions, because they were about to witness the birth of one of Huaxia's top-tier powerhouses. Boom! Half an hour later, Yi Zhitian's 3 illusory qi lakes finally merged completely. The formerly white-haired Yi Zhitian now had smooth skin, black hair restored, bulging muscles, eyes sharp as lightning, and a terrifying aura, like the Western Chu overlord reborn. There was no trace of a 70-year-old man left. He looked as if he had become 30 or 40 years younger. Thank you, benefactor, for the grace of rebirth. After advancing to the qi si realm, Yi Zhitian immediately knelt on one knee before Chen Fan in salute. If outsiders were to witness this scene, they would be shocked to suffocation. Yi Zhitian was not only the head of the Yi family, one of Huaxia's 3 great families, but also the supreme commander of the War Department, commanding millions of troops. With a single word, he could appoint or dismiss provincial governors. If not for the 2 hidden families, even the Su family and the Zhu family would have to bow before him. He was truly second only to one person and above hundreds of millions. Yet he knelt on one knee to thank a 21-year-old youth. Yi Zhitian's heart was surging violently. He had been trapped at half-step qi si realm for 20 years. After being severely injured by experts from the 2 hidden families, he had believed he would never reach the qi si realm in this lifetime. He never expected that Chen Fan would not only heal him, but also allow him to step directly into the qi si realm. Uncle Yi, you are Wang Ting's adoptive father, and 2 months ago at Qinglong Mountain you even sent people to help me. There is no need for such a great courtesy. Chen Fan quickly stepped aside and helped Yi Zhitian up. Adoptive father, you really broke through to the qi si realm. Wang Ting rushed forward in delight. Possessing extraordinary skills and exceptional talent, yet remaining neither arrogant nor impatient. Elder Zhang truly raised a fine child. The Dragon Lord nodded approvingly at Chen Fan. Meng Wanqing also nodded gently. Her view of Chen Fan had completely changed. He is not completely useless after all. Long Qianqian snorted coldly, but her heart rippled. As a martial cultivator, she had originally looked down on medical practitioners just like Su Yuan. Now her perception had completely changed. It turned out that the Ghost Gate 13 needles could not only heal injuries, but also clear blocked meridians and assist martial cultivators in breaking through realms. Ding! Long Qianqian favorability plus 20, current favorability 70. Reward, 8,000 life points. Current life point balance. Ding! Meng Wanqing favorability plus 20, current favorability 70. Reward, 8,000 life points. Current life point balance. A series of electronic synthesized sounds rang out in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan, since Commander Ye's injuries have been healed, quickly use your Ghost Gate 13 needles to treat the Dragon Lord. Long Qianqian said urgently. The Dragon Lord had saved her when she was 5 years old, treated her like his own daughter, and even regarded her as a candidate for the next Dragon Lord. Her feelings toward the Dragon Lord were like those toward both a teacher and a father. No. The Ghost Gate 13 needles cannot save the Dragon Lord. What? How could he not be saved? The Dragon Lord's injuries are clearly a bit lighter than Commander Ye's. Long Qianqian's pretty face darkened. Yes, young friend Chen Fan, the Ghost Gate 13 needles you just used were nothing short of miraculous. Not only did my injuries fully heal, but my cultivation even advanced further. How could there be no way to save the Dragon Lord? Yi Zhitian also grew anxious. What young brother Chen Fan said is correct. The Ghost Gate 13 needles truly cannot save me. At this moment, the Dragon Lord, who had been silent the entire time, finally spoke. If my injuries were only physical, even if I had only a single breath left, I believe that with Chen Fan's methods he could immediately restore me to my peak condition. But my injuries are not only physical. They are also injuries to fortune. Injuries to fortune? What does that mean? Long Qianqian asked urgently. Allow me to explain. Chen Fan stepped forward and spoke. At once, everyone's gaze gathered on him. What the Dragon Lord carries is the inheritance of Huaxia's previous 100-year national fortune. Over these years, his very life force has already become inseparably bound to that previous 100-year fortune. Binding oneself to Huaxia's fortune allows one to obtain Qi realm combat power without cultivation. However, once the body is injured, the fortune bound to it is also injured. Under normal circumstances, fortune can slowly recover. But at the moment when a new 100-year fortune is being born, Chen Fan shook his head. What happens? Stop beating around the bush and speak plainly. Long Qianqian frowned. At the moment when the new 100-year fortune is born, the old 100-year fortune will only gradually dissipate and return to the heavenly Tao. It can no longer be restored. And as the new fortune is seized by others, my life and strength will also gradually fade away. The Dragon Lord calmly continued Chen Fan's words, smiling as if he were speaking of something utterly trivial. How could this be? Long Qianqian's heart suddenly clenched. Her beautiful eyes instantly filled with tears. This was also the first time Yi Zhitian learned of this hidden truth. His fists clenched tightly. He finally understood why, recently, the Dragon Lord had been making arrangements for the aftermath of the fortune competition's failure, for the fragmentation of Huaxia and the revival of dynasties. And why, on multiple occasions, he had asked Yi Zhitian and the Yi family, as if entrusting an orphan, to give their full support to Long Qianqian in the future. So it turned out that the Dragon Lord's situation had already become this critical. He might even perish and completely vanish right after the competition ended in a few days. Qianqian, do not cry. You and I are like father and daughter. Before I die, I will drag one hidden family down with me to balance the powers. This is the final obstacle I can clear for you. After my death, if Huaxia is torn apart by those great families and major forces, you must govern diligently and, together with Commander Yi, guard the final Pure Land for the hundreds of millions of people of Huaxia. The Dragon Lord stroked Long Qianqian's hair, his eyes filled with boundless affection and reluctance. Everyone present was deeply moved, their hearts filled with sorrow. They knew that the struggle for Huaxia's 100-year fortune concerned the future direction of the nation. But they never imagined that the situation had become this dire, to the point where even the Dragon Lord might perish at any moment. Just as the atmosphere in the secret chamber became bleak and heavy, Chen Fan suddenly spoke. There is no need to be so pessimistic. Injuries to fortune are not impossible to treat. Chen Fan said. The entire chamber instantly fell silent at his words. Several gazes shot toward Chen Fan like sharp arrows. Even the Dragon Lord's eyes lit up, a trace of hope appearing within them. Although my Ghost Gate 13 needles cannot heal injuries to fortune out of nothing, they can reconnect the newly born 100-year fortune to the Dragon Lord. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, Long Qianqian, Yi Zhitian, and Wang Ting were instantly filled with excitement. A powerful gleam also burst forth in the Dragon Lord's eyes. But Chen Fan, even if your idea is feasible, would it not require all of the newly born fortune to be reconnected? The Dragon Lord suddenly spoke, breaking the excitement. Yes. It must be all of Huaxia's newly born fortune. Not even the slightest fraction can be missing. Chen Fan said. His words were like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's heads. Sigh. In the end, fate cannot be defied. All of the fortune? How could that be possible? The Dragon Lord smiled bitterly and shook his head. The only trump card he could ensure victory with was the Yaxing descendant Meng Wanqing. How could he possibly obtain all of the new fortune? Even adding the medical fortune Chen Fan had obtained only amounted to 25%. Everyone's mood once again sank to the bottom. Heh, you do not need to worry about the matter of fortune. You saved Long Qianqian back then, making you a benefactor of the Zhang family, and that also makes you my benefactor, Chen Fan. It is only some fortune. I will take it all for you. Chen Fan spoke lightly, yet with a hint of solemn resolve. The Dragon Lord, Long Qianqian, Yi Zhitian, and Wang Ting were all stunned, staring blankly at Chen Fan. It is enough that you have this intention. Elder Zhang, if he knows this in the underworld, would surely feel comforted. The Dragon Lord patted Chen Fan's shoulder. Though his eyes held gratitude, he clearly did not believe him. Chen Fan, you are the foremost figure in the medical path, and together with your strength as a feng shui geomancer, you do have the right to be proud. But to seize all of the fortune, you are still underestimating the many geniuses of Huaxia. Yi Zhitian sighed. After all, you are still a child, prone to wild fantasies. Long Qianqian also smiled helplessly. Looking at Chen Fan's serious expression, she felt deeply moved but still shook her head. Only Wang Ting stepped forward, expressing his belief in Chen Fan. Chen Fan did not care in the slightest. He did not need others' affirmation or trust. He would act and let the results speak for themselves. Tomorrow's alchemy path competition would show them whether Chen Fan truly possessed the strength to seize all the fortune. Outside Xiaojing, deep within a vast and verdant mountain range, two long-haired elderly men dressed in ancient robes were actually seated cross-legged in midair, playing a game of chess. Elder Ji, you have lost this move. The elder wearing red robes, with white hair and beard, moved his finger slightly. A black piece formed from true qi fell into the golden qi chessboard suspended in midair. A white piece shattered with a loud crash. Heh, it is only a bit of medical fortune. It is nothing to speak of. The elder in green robes spoke coldly. Heh, I, Yao, am not the same as Elder Ji. I fight for every single piece. The fortune of the alchemy path competition, I shall not decline. The green-robed elder stroked his beard and laughed. The two were the heads of hidden families that stood above all of Huaxia, with inheritances spanning thousands of years. With casual conversation and a game of chess, they could influence the entire situation of Huaxia. That divine infant is rather interesting. He can actually perform the 10th needle of the Ghost Gate 13 needles, and he is even a feng shui geomancer. The green-robed elder said. Not surprising. Back then, Zhang Chufeng's attainment in the Ghost Gate 13 needles was extraordinary, and he was also a feng shui grandmaster. But this child has already begun investigating his origins and the annihilation of the Zhang family back then. Leaving him alive will eventually become a calamity. The red-robed elder frowned slightly. Heh, just a little kitten. Let him disappear during the feng shui path competition the day after tomorrow. The green-robed elder said. When the red-robed elder heard mention of the feng shui path competition, a barely perceptible glint flashed through his eyes. By the way, my Ji family will arrange for a junior from the Dan King Jiang family to participate in the alchemy path competition tomorrow. How will your Yao family arrange things? Heh, the Yao family will send Yao He. Oh? The Yao He your family calls a once-in-a-thousand-years alchemy genius, who possesses the blue origin flame. The next day, at the Huaxia Celestial Fortune Altar. Because Chen Fan had unexpectedly defeated Sun Qi and taken first place the previous day, and because a legendary great power, level expert had appeared, the Celestial Fortune Altar was packed today. There were at least 50% more people than during yesterday's medical path competition. Even the heads of some major powers had arrived in person. Quite a few big shots have shown up today. A junior from an alchemy family looked around and, upon spotting many powerful figures from Xiaojing's major families and forces, revealed a look of shock. It seems that the path of alchemy is flourishing more and more. It has attracted so many people to come and watch. Beside him, an elderly man with an immortal-like bearing stroked his beard excitedly, his eyes full of pride. He was an elder of the alchemy king Jiang family. Flourishing my ass. Half the people here came for that 21-year-old medical genius Chen Fan, hoping to get on good terms with him. The other half came because the heads of the Su family and the Zhu family are coming today. They deliberately came to witness their presence. A qi condensation mid-stage expert beside them could not help rolling his eyes and said, Humph, you do not know a fucking thing. Alchemy is profound and far-reaching. As more and more people cultivate martial arts, pills become increasingly important. Otherwise, why would the heads of the Su family and the Zhu family come in person? Moreover, the one representing the Su family today is the #1 genius of the younger generation of our alchemy king Jiang family, Jiang Qingyi. Not only is she as beautiful as an immortal, she also possesses the 4th-ranked origin green flame. My Jiang family, and our alchemy prodigy Jiang Qingyi, are destined to become famous throughout Huaxia this time. The Jiang family elder, named Jiang Changfeng, bristled with anger, blowing his beard and glaring when he heard someone belittle alchemy. When the qi condensation mid-stage expert heard that the old man was from the alchemy king Jiang family, he immediately backed down and hurriedly apologized. After all, the Jiang family was the strongest alchemy family in Huaxia on the surface. Forget him, even a Qi Lake Realm expert would not dare to offend them lightly. Look, the Su family head, Su Hechuan, has arrived. A commotion suddenly erupted in the stands. A dignified middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s, exuding authority without anger, walked into the VIP section surrounded by others. Do you see that? The one beside family head Su is our Jiang family head, alchemy king Jiang Yun. Jiang Changfeng introduced proudly to those around him. The surrounding martial arts experts nodded one after another. Alchemy king Jiang Yun was already extremely famous, with a single pill being hard to obtain. Those he associated with on a daily basis were all Qi Lake Realm experts. Now that his daughter Jiang Qingyi was representing the Su family, if she took first place and had the Su family as backing, the Jiang family would rise another level. In the VIP section, Jiang Qingyi stood behind her father Jiang Yun and Su Hechuan. Looking at the sea of people filling the venue, her emotions surged. She had not expected so many people to come. Many of these people must be here for me. After all, I possess the 4th-ranked Origin Green Flame and am a renowned alchemy prodigy throughout Huaxia. I am one of the top favorites to win this alchemy competition. Thinking this, Jiang Qingyi could not help lifting her snow-white chin proudly. Qingyi, go ahead. Family head Su and I will wait here for your good news. Jiang Yun said with a smile. Su Hechuan also nodded, both of them full of confidence in Jiang Qingyi. Jiang Qingyi slowly walked down the steps. Her beauty was peerless, cold and ethereal like an immortal, yet noble like a lotus emerging from water. The moment she appeared, waves of astonished exclamations rang out. A faint smile curved at the corner of Jiang Qingyi's lips. This alchemy arena was destined to become her personal stage, and everyone present would marvel at her beauty and alchemical skill. It is just a pity that Brother Yuba and the young master are using these last few days to cultivate martial arts in seclusion and are not here. Jiang Qingyi muttered regretfully to herself. At this moment, another commotion broke out in the crowd. It is Chen Fan, the medical path champion. Someone cried out in surprise. So young and already the champion of the medical path. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. But why is he participating in the alchemy competition? Could it be that he is also proficient in alchemy? It is not impossible. Medical arts and alchemy have always been closely intertwined. The crowd immediately erupted into discussion. In the VIP section, Su Hechuan suddenly raised his head, his eyes sharp as a hawk's as he stared at the young man walking toward the arena. Chen Fan, already entering the arena, sensed something and glanced remotely at Su Hechuan, then walked in expressionlessly. Meanwhile, Wang Ting, Liang Zhenchao, Li Chaoran, Long Qianqian, Meng Wanqing, and a burly young man almost simultaneously sat down in the ordinary spectator section. That handsome and powerfully built unfamiliar man was Yi Zhitian. In order not to alert anyone, it was still announced publicly that Yi Zhitian was seriously injured. Chen Fan had directly used the Ghost Gate 13 needles to temporarily alter his appearance. The champion of the previous medical path competition? Chen Fan? In the arena, Jiang Qingyi stared in disbelief at Chen Fan walking toward her, her beautiful eyes widening. She had spent the past few days cultivating in seclusion together with Jin Yuba. She had just come out this morning and rushed to the arena, so she did not know that Chen Fan had taken first place in the medical path competition yesterday. Chen Fan merely nodded calmly. Jiang Qingyi's alchemical skill was extremely high, otherwise, back then she would not have easily refined that realm-falling pill from an ancient formula. So he was not surprised at all that she appeared here representing the Su family. Chen Fan, I did not expect you to be a medical expert as well, actually winning the medical path championship. Jiang Qingyi stared at Chen Fan and spoke. Then she shook her head. Heh. Being left far behind by Brother Yuba in martial arts, are you trying to recover your pitiful self-esteem through this kind of method? It is useless. Even if you took first place in the medical path competition, so what? Those are ultimately external things. I do not mind telling you that yesterday, under the young master's guidance, my brother Yuba broke through again and has already reached half-step Qi Lake realm. Jiang Qingyi lifted her snow-white chin high, looking down at Chen Fan. Inside, Chen Fan felt so speechless that it was like opening a door to speechlessness itself, speechless to the extreme. But before he could speak, Jiang Qingyi opened her mouth again. Although I do not know what you are thinking, while medical arts and alchemy are closely related, the difference between them is still like heaven and earth. Even though you are the medical path champion, in alchemy you might not even compare to an ordinary Jiang family disciple. For example, do you even have the origin flame required for alchemy? As she spoke, Jiang Qingyi lightly pinched her slender fingers together, and a wisp of dark green flame immediately ignited between them. As soon as the dark green flame appeared, a gentle warmth that made one's pores relax spread out. This is the 4th-ranked origin green flame. Chen Fan, you should not have come to the alchemy competition. This is nothing but humiliating yourself. Jiang Qingyi shook her head, looking at Chen Fan with a pitying expression. However, at this moment, an even louder uproar suddenly erupted from the direction of the arena. A group of people dressed in red robes entered the venue. When Su Hechuan saw who it was, his expression changed drastically, and he stood up at once. At this moment, it was not only Su Hechuan. All powerful figures who had ever seen Zhu Yan, the head of the Zhu family, stood up one after another, staring in disbelief toward the entrance of the arena. How is this possible? Who is that young man in red? How dare he walk in front of family head Zhu? And the two red-clad maidservants behind him, every one of them is stunningly beautiful, on par with Jiang Qingyi. Many people looked toward the arena with shocked expressions, swallowing hard. Because in their eyes, Zhu Yan, the head of the #1 family in Huaxia and a figure whose might shook the entire nation, was actually leading the elders of the Zhu family while following behind a long-haired man dressed in red ancient attire. The long-haired man in ancient robes had fair skin and extraordinarily handsome features. His hands were clasped behind his back, his expression cold and his gaze straight ahead, carrying an aloof indifference, as if no one present was worthy of a single glance from him. In the VIP section, Su Hichuan's eyelids twitched violently. Although he did not recognize this man in red, the only ones who could make Zhu Yan follow behind them were likely members of one of the two hidden clans, the Yao family. He is from the Yao family. The Yao family is divided into two branches, alchemy and martial arts. There were rumors years ago that an unparalleled genius had emerged in the Yao family's alchemy branch. It is very likely this man. Su Hichuan was deeply shaken. Family head Su, what kind of family is the Yao family? Are they also an alchemy family? Why have I never heard of them? Alchemy King Jiang Yun frowned and asked. Su Hichuan did not answer directly, only saying something that left Jiang Yun puzzled. Perhaps because Chen Fan unexpectedly took first place at yesterday's medical path competition, even the peerless genius of the Yao family's alchemy branch has entered the field so quickly. It seems this alchemy fortune will fall into the hands of the Yao family. Jiang Yun felt confused after hearing this, but inwardly he was unconcerned. In his mind, there were countless martial paths in Huaxia, but in alchemy, no one had surpassed their Jiang family for 200 years. Moreover, Jiang Qingyi possessed the origin green flame and had exceptional comprehension. This time, no one could stop the Jiang family from taking first place in alchemy and standing at the pinnacle of Huaxia's alchemy path. In the arena, Chen Fan looked at the handsome man and nodded slightly. The moment the man appeared, Chen Fan's mind displayed his martial information, Yao He, early Qi condensation stage. Although the information did not show the type of special flame Yao He possessed, Chen Fan had the top-tier origin purple flame, and after consuming the phoenix flame fruit, he was extremely sensitive to flames. He could sense that the rank of the origin flame on the red-robed man's body was far higher than Jiang Qingyi's. It was even only slightly inferior to his own. As for the two red-clad maidservants beside him, not only were they no less beautiful than Jiang Qingyi, but they also both possessed origin flames. Yao He stepped into the arena. Because registration was required upon entry, everyone paused, and Zhu Yan personally went to register. There were no seats in the arena, yet Yao He directly leaned back to sit down. One of the stunning maidservants immediately knelt behind him, bending her waist and back to serve as a seat, allowing Yao He to sit upon her delicate body. The other woman knelt in front of him, removed his boots, and massaged his feet. Seeing this extremely shocking scene in broad daylight, the audience erupted into an uproar. Many people felt deep pity in their hearts for the fate of those two stunning young women. Humph, this is the true face of those so-called hidden clans. Arrogant, rigidly hierarchical, treating people of lower status as less than human, exploiting them everywhere. If Huaxia were to fall into their hands, who knows what it would become? In the ordinary spectator section, Long Qianqian, dressed in black, pressed her jade hand against the soft blade wrapped around her waist, killing intent flashing in her beautiful eyes. If they treated such peerless beauties like this, their attitude toward ordinary people would surely be no better than treating them like livestock. Thinking of the impoverished masses who had suffered exploitation for thousands of years, Long Qianqian was filled with fury. This is nothing. Back in those days under their rule, human lives were as worthless as grass. If it were not for the first Dragon Lord 100 years ago, whose brilliance was unmatched and who ended that thousands-year-old feudal society out of concern for the people, how could there be today's peaceful, stable Huaxia where everyone is equal? Yi Zhitian's eyes were filled with emotion, along with a trace of helplessness. He dared not imagine what kind of utterly tragic world ordinary people would face if, after the Dragon Lord's death, Huaxia were carved up by numerous martial clans. In the arena, Chen Fan felt immediate disgust toward Yao He upon seeing the scene. Although, because of the system, he had many girlfriends, even in bed he always treated women with respect and equality. Jiang Qingyi, on the other hand, had her beautiful eyes shining brightly. She had always been a woman who admired strength. Seeing Zhu Yan following behind him and those two women, whose looks were not inferior to hers, behaving in such a manner, she immediately realized that Yao He's status was absolutely extraordinary. He must be a direct descendant of another hidden clan. His status is probably not much lower than that of the young master. Jiang Qingyi judged, a strange thought rising in her heart. Young Master Yao He, the information has been registered. the alchemy competition is about to begin. I will take my leave first. Zhu Yan, whose entire body radiated authority, now respectfully cupped his fists and bowed to Yao He. Go ahead. Yao He merely nodded at the head of Huaxia's #1 family, then stood up and led the two maidservants toward the arena. At the center of the arena, more than a dozen alchemists from various alchemy families had already gathered, but two people stood out distinctly from the crowd. One was Jiang Qingyi, surrounded by many alchemists at the very center, like an immortal fairy. The other was Chen Fan, standing alone at the side with no one near him. At the very center of the square stood an alchemy furnace about the height of a person, entirely crimson red and emanating an ancient, archaic aura. Yao He led his two maidservants to the front of the furnace. Everyone's gaze was immediately drawn to Yao He and the stunning maidservants beside him. I am Jiang Qingyi of the Alchemy King Jiang family. May I ask how you are addressed, young master? Jiang Qingyi took the initiative to walk toward Yao He with a smile. Oh, so you are Jiang Qingyi? You are passable. Your appearance is comparable to my two maidservants, but your alchemy is inferior by 1 level. Yao He sized up Jiang Qingyi and shook his head slightly as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the surrounding alchemists were instantly furious. Jiang Qingyi was the pride of heaven in the hearts of all these alchemy prodigies. Yet this red-robed man actually said she was inferior to his maidservants. Jiang Qingyi's face instantly turned livid as well. Being compared to a servant was an outright humiliation. She snorted coldly and turned her head away. At this moment, as a bell rang out, the time for the competition arrived. The alchemy competition officially begins. The first round is the origin flame test. The alchemy furnace before you is the supreme treasure of the Alchemy King Jiang family, the Hingnu furnace. As long as you can activate the Hingnu furnace with your origin flame, you may advance to the next round. The judges in charge of the alchemy competition announced. I will go first. I have long heard that the Hingnu furnace is the supreme treasure of the Alchemy King Jiang family, forged from meteorite iron from beyond the heavens, and that normally only the head of the Alchemy King family and the Grand Elder are allowed to use it. I will be the first to ignite the Hingnu furnace. A handsome young man rubbed his hands together eagerly and volunteered. Very well. The representative of the Alchemy King Wang family, Wang Ling, stepped forward. Several judges nodded. That is Wang Ling of the century-old alchemy family, the Wang family. It is said that he is the most talented alchemy genius the Wang family has produced in the past 50 years, possessing the origin orange flame ranked 6th. A middle-aged alchemist from an alchemy family in the audience sighed with emotion. There are only 7 types of origin flames to begin with. Is ranking 6th really that fucking amazing? Wang Ting laughed immediately. Humph, one look and I can tell you are a martial cultivator. There may be many alchemists, but fewer than 1 in 10,000 can awaken an origin flame, and 99% of those awaken only the lowest level origin red flame. A genius like Wang Ling is 1 in a million. The middle-aged alchemist said unhappily. He is right. Among alchemists, those who possess origin flames are extremely rare to begin with. The higher the grade of the origin flame, the higher the grade of the pills one can refine. Alchemy King Jiang Yun possesses the origin yellow flame, yet he already stands at the pinnacle of the alchemy world of Huaxia. The rarity of high-grade origin flames is obvious. And for Jiang Yun's Hingnu furnace to be activated, it likely requires at least the origin orange flame. Yi Zhitian clearly had considerable knowledge of alchemy and spoke up. What? Activating this furnace requires the origin orange flame? Then would Chen Fan be eliminated in the first round? Wang Ting was stunned. Sigh, overestimating himself. He thought that since he had achieved success in medicine, he could try his luck in alchemy, but the very first round already requires an origin flame to activate the furnace. Long Qianqian shook her head and sighed. The others also fell silent, the last trace of hope in their hearts completely extinguished. Only Meng Wanqing, while feeling regret, did not know why a faint sense of anticipation still lingered in her heart. In front of the furnace, Wang Ling looked solemn. He sat cross-legged before the Hingnu furnace, slowly pushing his hands forward. A streak of orange flame manifested from his hands and surged toward the crimson Hingnu furnace. Buzz! The Hingnu furnace trembled lightly, but no flame ignited inside. 50% of my origin flame is still not enough? As expected of the sacred alchemy artifact, the Hingnu furnace. Wang Ling frowned slightly, then instantly unleashed all of his origin flame. A flame several times stronger than before surged into the Hingnu furnace. Boom! Finally, a faint orange flame ignited inside the Hingnu furnace. The representative of the Alchemy King Wang family, Wang Ling, passes. With the sound of a gong, the judges announced the result. Everyone immediately looked at Wang Ling with eyes full of envy and admiration. Wang Ling himself could not suppress his excitement. He was an ardent admirer of Jiang Qingyi and immediately stood beside her with a flattering expression, looking exactly like an obsequious lackey. Wang Ling, you are very good. In all of Huaxia, at your age, no more than 3 people including you and me can ignite the Hingnu furnace. Jiang Qingyi nodded and said. Hearing praise from the goddess of his heart, Wang Ling was overjoyed, the pride on his face growing even stronger. At the same time, he cast a provocative glance at Yao He and Chen Fan. One of them had just insulted his goddess Jiang Qingyi, and the other was merely a medical path champion trying his luck. He wanted to see shock on their faces. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Chen Fan remained expressionless, while Yao He's eyes were filled with disdain. Pretending to stay calm. Even goddess Jiang of the alchemy world has said that I rank among the top 3 of Huaxia's young generation in alchemy. When you face the Hingnu furnace later and are completely helpless, you will know just how powerful my origin flame and alchemy cultivation truly are. Wang Ling sneered inwardly. Next, the remaining dozen young alchemy geniuses representing their respective families conducted their tests. Most of them possessed only the lowest level origin red flame. No matter how desperately they tried, the Hingnu furnace did not react at all, let alone ignite. Among them, there was also one young man who possessed the origin orange flame, but his alchemy cultivation was clearly inferior to Wang Ling's, and his flame control was extremely poor. Even after exhausting all his strength, he only managed to make the Hingnu furnace tremble violently, without igniting even a trace of flame. Very quickly, only Jiang Qingyi, Chen Fan, and Yao He along with his 2 maidservants had not yet tested. I will go first. Jiang Qingyi stepped forward on her long jade legs and walked toward the Hingnu furnace. She did not sit down cross-legged but casually extended one hand. Ignite! Her fragrant tongue rang out like spring thunder as she uttered a single word. As the word left her lips, a wisp of deep green flame instantly sprang from her palm and flew toward the Hingnu furnace. Boom! The moment the Hingnu furnace came into contact with the deep green flame, it began to tremble violently, emitting a sound like a great bell reverberating through the heavens. Inside the furnace, a cluster of deep green flames instantly ignited, countless times stronger than the faint flame Wang Ling had produced with all his effort. The audience erupted into waves of astonished exclamations. Especially the members of the alchemy families, all of whom stood up in excitement. It is the origin green flame ranked 4th. We thought it was only a rumor, but to think that Jiang Qingyi truly possesses the origin green flame. Many alchemy family members exclaimed in amazement. There is no need to continue the competition. There is no suspense at all. This alchemy champion is definitely Jiang Qingyi. The Jiang family is truly blessed. With such a daughter of heaven, no one in Huaxia will ever be able to shake the Jiang family's status as the alchemy king of Huaxia. Several heads of long-established alchemy families shook their heads and sighed, their words filled with envy. The origin flame ranked 6th is already this rare, and now a 4th ranked one has appeared. There is absolutely no chance anymore. Wang Ting sighed and leaned back, wearing an expression of resigned acceptance. Yi Zhitian and Long Qianqian also shook their heads with bitter smiles. What was there left to compete? Could it be that Chen Fan possessed the origin azure flame ranked 3rd? Even the faint hope Meng Wanqing had harbored for Chen Fan was completely shattered. In the VIP section, Alchemy King Jiang Yun stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Family head Su, what do you think? My daughter's origin green flame surpasses even mine. Now you do not need to worry anymore, do you? Jiang Yun said proudly. Su Hechuan nodded. He naturally understood how rare the origin green flame ranked 4th was, and Jiang Qingyi's casual one-handed ignition of the Hingnu furnace further proved that her alchemy skill was already perfected. Was I overthinking it? Su Hechuan frowned slightly as he looked at Yao He in the arena. As for Chen Fan, he had long since ceased to matter in his eyes. In the arena, Jiang Qingyi walked back down with an appearance as calm as still water, but the arrogance and pride in her beautiful eyes betrayed her. Chen Fan, do you still want to continue participating in the alchemy competition? I told you long ago. Forget my origin green flame. Even Wang Ling's origin orange flame is something you will never reach in this lifetime. I can understand your sense of frustration at being far surpassed in martial arts. But reality is like this. Your ambitions are higher than the heavens, yet your fate is thinner than paper. The petty tricks you play look so pitiful and ridiculous to me. Jiang Qingyi said as she walked up to Chen Fan. She had finally waited for this opportunity to humiliate Chen Fan thoroughly and openly, to avenge the humiliation she suffered at Qinglong Mountain. However, Chen Fan tilted his head and looked toward the direction behind her. Why do you not turn around and take a look? It seems someone else also has that so-called origin green flame of yours. Boom! The moment Chen Fan's words fell. The Hingnu furnace rang out once more with a sound like a great bell reverberating through the heavens, and a cluster of deep green flames even larger than jiangqingis ignited within the furnace. Clang! The Hingnu furnace rang out 3 consecutive times, the sound resounding like a great ancient bell. Deep green flames blazed fiercely inside the furnace. The entire arena, which had just been boiling with excitement over Jiangqingyi's origin green flame, fell into instant silence. The triumphant smiles on the faces of Jiang Yun, Su Hechuan, and the others froze in place. The heads of the alchemy families who had been praising Jiangqingyi moments earlier stared with eyes as wide as bronze bells. Even Yizhitian, Long Qianqian, Meng Wanqing, Wang Teng, and the others revealed expressions of shock and disbelief. No, this is impossible. The origin green flame is something seen only once in 100 years. How could a mere maid possess the origin green flame? Before Jiangqingyi could even speak, Wang Ling lost control first, roaring hysterically. The other young alchemy elites from the major alchemy families stood dumbfounded, staring blankly at the origin green flame raging inside the Hingnu furnace. At this moment, Jiangqingyi's inner world collapsed like mountains crumbling and seas overturning. Her vision darkened, and she nearly fainted on the spot. A mere maid actually possessed the same origin green flame as her, the so-called goddess of alchemy, and her flame control was even superior to Jiangqingyi's. In this instant, her pride and her self-respect seemed to be burned away along with that glaring origin green flame. Especially the look in that maid's eyes when she glanced at Jiangqingyi, carrying a trace of contempt and disdain. But what followed completely shattered her. Yao He's other maid stepped forward as well, casually raising one hand. Another wisp of the same deep green origin flame ignited within the Hingnu furnace. The Hingnu furnace once again rang out with a sound like a great bell shaking the heavens. This time, the tens of thousands of spectators in the arena erupted instantly. A miracle. The origin green flame, unseen for 100 years, has appeared 3 times in a single day. An elderly clan head from an alchemy family said trembling. Who exactly is this Yao He? Is he also an alchemist? Even his maids possess the origin green flame. Then what kind of origin flame does he himself possess? It cannot possibly be the origin azure flame ranked 3rd, can it? Someone boldly speculated, immediately arriving at this terrifying conclusion. At once, everyone turned their gaze toward Yao He in the arena. At this moment, Chen Fan, the medical path champion who had previously drawn much attention, was completely ignored. The heads and elders of the alchemy family stood up one after another, their eyes burning as they stared at Yao He. Who exactly is this person? Even his maids are like this. Could he truly possess an even higher-ranked origin flame? When did such a monstrous genius appear in Huaxia's alchemy world? How did I not know anything about it? Jiang Yun's entire body trembled, his breathing rapid. He knew that Jiangqingyi was now completely cut off from any chance of becoming the alchemy champion. But at this moment, what he wanted to know even more was what kind of origin flame this red-robed youth, Yao He, truly possessed. Sigh, so this is how it is. As expected of the reclusive Yao family. When they do not act, they remain hidden, but once they do, they inevitably shock the world. I actually still held such naive fantasies about Jiangqingyi just now. Su Hechuan sighed. The entire arena fell completely silent, every gaze converging on Yao He. Even Jiangqingyi, disregarding her inner collapse, stared fixedly at Yao He. Heh, you are already this shocked over a mere green flame. What a bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. Yao He sneered disdainfully as he walked toward the Hingnu furnace. He circled the furnace once. Barely passable. Upper middle tier, at best. In my Yao family, we have around 100 of these. Yao He commented casually. He did not lower his voice, so everyone present heard him clearly, triggering yet another wave of shock. This was the supreme treasure of the alchemy king Jiang family, a divine artifact of Huaxia's alchemy world, yet he said his family had around 100 of them. At this point, not even Wang Ling dared to question him, because both of Yao He's maids were alchemy geniuses stronger than Jiangqingyi. Today I will let you country bumpkins see what a true alchemy genius looks like. This alchemy fortune, I can seize it with a single finger. With one hand behind his back, Yao He stood there. Although he was only at the mid-stage of the qi condensation realm, at this moment he radiated an aura that looked down upon all heroes under heaven. He extended his right hand and pointed remotely at the Hingnu furnace. A streak of blue flame flew out. Boom! The crimson Hingnu furnace was instantly engulfed by massive blue flames, transforming into a gigantic blue fireball. Crack! The Hingnu furnace erupted with thunderous roaring sounds that shook the ears. At the same time, the sky above the Tianyun altar, which had been clear moments ago, suddenly rumbled with muffled thunder. Above the Tianyun altar, the massive cluster of fortune that only experts at the Qi Lake realm and above could see split once again, separating roughly 5% of its fortune and flying straight toward Yao He. However, halfway through its descent, that century-scale fortune seemed to encounter some kind of obstruction and did not fall. In the distance, Chen Fan secretly let out a breath of relief. Fuck, that was close. He had almost let Yao He steal it just now. In that moment of urgency, he had directly drawn upon the origin purple flame within his body to attract that strand of fortune, preventing it from descending upon Yao He. But for some reason, when that strand of fortune encountered Chen Fan's purple origin flame, although it was strongly drawn toward it, it also seemed to reject something. It did not descend upon Chen Fan directly as it had during the medical path competition. After a brief moment of thought, Chen Fan immediately grasped the key reason. It was likely because he had consumed the phoenix flame fruit, causing his origin flame to be tainted with phoenix flame. Although the fortune did not descend upon Yao He, the entire arena was now completely ignited by him. Ah? The origin blue flame. It is actually the origin blue flame ranked second. Wrapped in blazing blue fire, the Hingnu furnace looked like a gigantic blue fireball, countless times more powerful than the deep green flames Jiangqingyi had ignited earlier. The tens of thousands of spectators were utterly stunned. The heads and elders of the alchemy family stood there with mouths agape, wide enough to fit a fist. A miracle, this is truly a miracle. To think that at the age of 80, before I die, I would witness the origin blue flame ranked second, something unseen for 1,000 years. Even if I were to die right now, I would die without regret. An elderly man exclaimed with tears streaming down his face. In the VIP section, Jiang Yun collapsed heavily into his seat, gasping for breath. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. The blazing blue flame at the center of the arena made him want to kneel down and worship. As expected of a reclusive family. This is the gap. Su Hachuan said in shock. It seems this is the will of heaven. Even the origin blue flame ranked second has appeared. This fortune is destined to belong to the Yao family. Yi Zhitian said as well, his face filled with shock and helplessness. The heavens are unjust. Why would they grant such talent to those cannibalistic families who devour people without leaving bones? Long Qianqian clenched her fists, anger filling her beautiful face. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, they treat all things as straw dogs. The great Tao is indifferent and does not bend to personal will. The strong remain strong, the weak remain weak. What reason is there to speak of? Meng Wanqing, a descendant of a sub-sage, cloaked in literary Tao aura, also sighed softly. In the arena, those young alchemy elites closest to the origin blue flame felt the origin flames within their bodies tremble, as if bowing in worship to that blue flame. Even Wang Ling uncontrollably knelt down toward Yao He. Jiang Qingyi clenched her teeth, struggling with all her might just to remain standing, yet her body was forced to hunch under the pressure. At this moment, within the arena, only Chen Fan remained standing upright, facing the origin blue flame, standing out like a lone crane among chickens. Interesting. Faced with my origin blue flame, there is actually someone who can remain this calm. Yao He's narrow eyes instantly narrowed as he looked toward Chen Fan. He does not possess an origin flame, so he is not affected by your origin blue flame. Jiang Qingyi explained while struggling to hold herself upright. Yao He was momentarily stunned. If you do not even have an origin flame, then why the fuck are you participating in the alchemy competition? At that moment, one of the maids beside Yao He stepped forward and whispered a few words into his ear. Yao He raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded. He withdrew his origin blue flame, and the oppressive flame pressure weighing on everyone in the arena instantly vanished. The young alchemy elites from the various alchemy families who had been kneeling on the ground all shakily stood up, their faces pale as they stared at Yao He in terror. Wang Ling was trembling all over, completely stripped of his former arrogance. He stood respectfully to the side with his hands lowered, looking like a lackey. Jiang Qingyi had always admired strength. Seeing that Yao He possessed the origin blue flame, something unseen in 1,000 years, her heart was instantly conquered by him, and her body unconsciously leaned closer to Yao He. You are Chen Fan, the medical path champion from yesterday? To be able to execute the 10th needle of the Ghost Gate 13 needles, you can be considered a supreme genius in that field, almost on par with my talent in alchemy. Yao He walked toward Chen Fan and spoke. Such a high evaluation caused the two maids beside him to tremble in shock. Standing nearby, Jiang Qingyi immediately revealed jealousy in her eyes. Master Yao He praises him too highly. The origin blue flame is something unseen in 1,000 years, while this Chen Fan is merely trying to soothe his pitiful self-respect by crashing into alchemy with his medical skills. Although medicine and alchemy share a slight connection, in essence they are completely different paths. Before Chen Fan could speak, Jiang Qingyi hurriedly interjected. Yao He scoffed indifferently upon hearing this. Using medical skill to try your luck in alchemy. Heh, you certainly have ideas, but they are far too unrealistic. However, I can give you an opportunity. I will allow you to become a guest retainer of my reclusive Yao family based on your medical attainments. And not just any guest retainer, but my personal exclusive guest retainer. As Yao He's words fell, the two maids beside him were instantly horrified. Master, the position of guest retainer is of utmost importance. Even though you are the young master of the Yao family's alchemy branch, you only possess one exclusive guest retainer slot. Moreover, for 1,000 years, anyone who has become a guest retainer of the Yao family has had at least half-step Qi realm cultivation. The two maids cried out urgently to stop him. Young Master Yao He, please reconsider. Upon hearing that Yao He had promised Chen Fan a guest retainer position, Zhu Yan, the head of the Zhu family seated in the VIP area, could no longer remain calm and stood up, roaring. After the initial shock, Su Hechuan stared at Chen Fan with eyes full of venom, his fists clenched until they crackled. Powerful as he was, the head of Huaxia's third-ranked family, he had only just managed to become a guest retainer of the Ji family. If Chen Fan were to become a guest retainer of the Yao family and gain their protection, then Su Hechuan's attempt to avenge his useless son would likely trigger conflict between two reclusive families. Even Su Hechuan himself would have to carefully weigh the consequences. In the ordinary audience seats, Yi Zhitian, Long Qianqian, Wang Teng, and the others were also extremely tense. The status of a reclusive family's guest retainer was extremely high, comparable to the position of the Yi family head. Chen Fan was so young. Could he really resist such temptation? Chen Fan, I hope you do not let this guest retainer position cloud your judgment and make you forget the Zhang family and the promises you once made. Long Qianqian clenched her fists tightly. In the arena, Jiang Qingyi's pupils trembled violently. She almost suspected that she had misheard. That was the position of a reclusive family's guest retainer. Because of the Ji family young master whom Jin Yuba followed, she had some understanding of what that position meant. A reclusive family had fewer than 10 external guest retainers, each one a world-shaking figure. Jin Yuba's lifelong dream was to follow the Ji family young master and become a guest retainer of the Ji family. And now this opportunity was laid bare before Chen Fan. As long as he nodded, he would instantly attain a status equal to that of the three great family heads of Huaxia. Why does he deserve this? He is nothing but an orphan from a third-tier city, an early-stage Qi condensation cultivator, a failure who came to the alchemy competition to try his luck. Why does he get the favor of the Yao family young master? Jiang Qingyi hated him so much that her eyes seemed ready to bleed. Watching Chen Fan on the verge of ascending to the heavens in a single step felt worse than being raped, then killed, and then raped again. The other spectators, although unaware of the true meaning of reclusive families, saw figures like Su Hechuan and Zhu Yan lose their composure and all held their breath nervously. Under the intertwined gazes of tension, passion, jealousy, and hatred, Chen Fan finally raised his head and looked at Yao He. People from reclusive families are indeed different. You have some discernment. However, the position of a reclusive family's guest retainer. Heh. To me, it is trash. Chen Fan spoke calmly. What did you say? Yao He, who had been standing with his hands behind his back waiting for Chen Fan to weep with gratitude and swear lifelong loyalty, suddenly turned around and stared at Chen Fan. He seriously suspected that he had heard wrong. He actually rejected it. Jiang Qingyi froze for a moment, then her heart burst into wild joy. Ha ha ha, an ignorant and fearless brat. He probably does not even know what it means to be a guest retainer of the Yao family. Su Hechuan let out a long breath of relief and laughed heartily. Zhu Yan also wiped the sweat from his brow and sat back down. Fortunately, this kid did not understand the true value of a reclusive family guest retainer. When he realized it later, he would probably regret it until his intestines turned green. Good kid. You did not disappoint me, nor the souls of the Zhang family. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Long Qianqian's mouth. Ding. Long Qianqian favorability plus 10, current favorability 80. Reward, 4,000 life points. Current life point balance. Ding. Meng Wanqing favorability plus 10, current favorability 80. Reward, 4,000 life points. Current life point balance. A burst of electronic synthesized sounds echoed once more in Chen Fan's mind. Very well, very well. You truly have character, daring to reject my Yao family's guest retainer position. Since that is the case, then get lost. Do not stay on the alchemy stage and stain my eyes. Yao He said coldly. Originally, recruiting Chen Fan as a guest retainer in such an exceptional manner would have already drawn criticism upon his return to the family. Now he had even been rejected. If he later obtained the alchemy fortune and returned to the Yao family, he would certainly become a laughingstock among the Yao family disciples, especially those of the martial branch. Yes, Chen Fan. You do not even have an origin flame. Why continue humiliating yourself here? Leave. This is not a place for someone like you. Seeing Chen Fan anger Yao He, Jiang Qingyi was overjoyed and spoke animatedly. Who said I do not have an origin flame? Chen Fan sneered and directly pointed at the Hingnu furnace. A terrifying flame mixed with purple and gold instantly shot out. Boom! The Hingnu furnace was instantly engulfed by the purple-gold flames. Roar! Under the purple-gold flames, the Hingnu furnace trembled violently, actually emitting sounds resembling human wails and pleas for mercy. Even more terrifying was that, in just a short moment, the sacred artifact of Huaxia's alchemy world, the supreme treasure of the alchemy king Jiang family, the Hingnu furnace, melted into a pool of molten iron within the purple-gold flames. The purple-gold flames were terrifying beyond comparison. Their scorching heat was enough to melt everything in the world. Even Huaxia's #1 alchemy divine artifact, the Hingnu furnace, was melted into a puddle of molten iron resembling magma. And at the very instant Chen Fan's purple-gold flames appeared. Thud! 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 The sound of kneeling rang out endlessly. Every alchemist present who possessed an origin flame, regardless of gender, age, or status, was completely unable to resist and knelt to the ground, worshipping Chen Fan as if bowing before a god. Even alchemy king Jiang Yun on the VIP platform felt his mind explode with a boom and dropped to both knees, making Su Hechuan's eyelids twitch violently at the sight. As for the young alchemy elites competing around Chen Fan, there was no need to even mention them. Many of them directly fainted on the spot. Jiang Qingyi and the two maids beside Yao He were also uncontrollably forced to kneel toward Chen Fan. Only Yao He remained, hunched over with bent knees, trembling all over as he barely supported himself. Ah! I am the young master of the Yao family's alchemy lineage, a reclusive family. I possess the origin blue flame, something unseen in 1,000 years. How can I kneel before an ant with no family backing? Even if he possesses the origin purple flame, so what? Yao He roared in a low voice, emitting a beast-like howl. It was as if he were bearing the weight of a mountain. His entire body was soaked in sweat, veins bulging on his forehead, his face flushed red from strain. Chen Fan looked toward Yao He, and even more pressure from the origin purple flame descended. Boom! Yao He was instantly struck as if by lightning. His eyes rolled back, and he could no longer endure it, slamming down heavily onto his knees. The floor beneath his knees cracked like a spiderweb. The entire arena was horrified. Silent. Deathly silence. Smack. Suddenly, an elderly man with an immortal bearing slapped himself hard across the face. He was the head of an alchemy family with several hundred years of inheritance, second only to Jiang Yun in alchemy, yet he performed such an unbelievable act. It is real. I am not dreaming. It truly is the origin purple flame. The origin purple flame that only exists in legends, that no one has ever actually seen. To think that in my lifetime I would not only witness the second-ranked origin blue flame, but now even the purple flame has appeared. Tears streamed from the old man's eyes. So he truly was not fooling around by participating in the alchemy competition. He actually possesses this legendary origin flame. Long Qianqian and Meng Wanqing gazed at Chen Fan, who stood proudly in the arena like a god descending to receive the worship of all living beings. Their beautiful eyes became unfocused. Wang Ting was so excited that he could neither stand nor sit still, and finally shouted at the top of his lungs. Chen Fan is fucking awesome. Only Yi Zhiqian, while excited, mobilized his vast true energy, ready to unleash a thunderous strike at any moment. Because in that brief instant, he had sensed at least 3 or 4 overwhelming killing intents aimed at Chen Fan. The 2 strongest killing auras came from Zhu Yan, head of the Zhu family, and Su Hechuan, head of the Su family. If you dare make a move against Chen Fan, then you will be forced to reveal your strength early, and I will kill you both on the spot. Yi Zhiqian licked his lips and thought to himself. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, a piercing burst of laughter suddenly rang out in the arena. Everyone followed the sound and saw Yao He, dressed in red robes with disheveled hair, kneeling on the ground and laughing wildly toward the sky. What are you laughing at? Chen Fan frowned slightly and asked coldly. What am I laughing at? I am laughing at the fact that you possess the world's #1 origin purple flame yet are completely incapable of using it. Even if you manage to refine a pill by sheer luck, it will still be the most poisonous pill in the world. Yao He laughed heartily. Jiang Qingyi, who was also kneeling on the ground, suddenly raised her head upon hearing this. The instant Jiang Qingyi saw Chen Fan's origin purple flame earlier, she felt as if she were about to shatter completely. Shock, confusion, humiliation, shame, inferiority, and countless other emotions bombarded her relentlessly. That feeling was more unbearable than death. So at that time, she did not notice that there was a problem with Chen Fan's origin purple flame. A very serious problem. Chen Fan. Ha 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 ha. Your origin purple flame is not a true origin purple flame at all. It has been contaminated by another exotic flame. It is a poison flame. Jiang Qingyi no longer had the slightest trace of her former cold and immortal demeanor. Her hair was disheveled as she screamed hysterically on the ground like a shrew throwing a tantrum. No matter how high the grade of an origin flame is, it resides within the human body, so it is inherently gentle and is the most suitable flame for refining pills. But your purple flame is fierce and violent. It can even melt the Hingnu furnace. If you try to refine pills with it, the medicinal ingredients will turn to ash in an instant. Even if you somehow succeed, the pill will be filled with violent fire attribute energy, and anyone who consumes it will die without exception. So Master Yao is right. Your purple flame is a useless flame, and the pills you refine will be the most poisonous poisons. Jiang Qingyi felt indescribable delight in her heart, far happier than if she had won the alchemy championship herself. All the alchemists present suddenly came to a realization upon hearing this. Everyone recalled that Chen Fan's purple flame had indeed been mixed with streaks of golden light. What a pity. Although we witnessed the origin purple flame that appears once in 10,000 years, it has been polluted into a useless flame. The immortal-like old man who had been crying earlier beat his chest and stamped his feet in regret. The other alchemists exchanged glances with one another. They had thought they were about to witness the birth of an alchemical miracle, only for it to end anticlimactically as a farce. Ha 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 ha, causing such a huge commotion only for it to be a useless flame. Truly attention-seeking and utterly ridiculous. It seems the alchemy champion can only be Master Yao He after all. Zhu Yan laughed loudly, withdrawing his killing intent toward Chen Fan. Heh, a mere clown. I really thought you had become something. Su Hechuan also sneered and retracted his killing intent. There was no need to risk killing Chen Fan in such a setting anymore. How could this happen? Long Qianqian, Meng Wanqing, Wang Ting, and Yi Shitian all felt as if they had just ridden a roller coaster. At this moment, even Chen Fan frowned deeply. He had to admit that Yao He and Jiang Qingyi were correct. The purple flame mixed with phoenix flame was indeed far too violent. Just as they said, before any medicinal essence could be refined, the ingredients would likely already be reduced to ashes. No wonder the alchemy fortune was not directly rewarded. So it turns out the phoenix flame ruined my alchemy purple flame. Chen Fan muttered under his breath. Bullshit. You are spewing rank bullshit. An angry, sharp feminine shout suddenly rang out beside Chen Fan's ear. Eggy, you woke up? Chen Fan froze, then immediately realized it was Feng Yanwu, who was coiled within his hair, speaking. You are the one who is an egg. Your whole fucking family are eggs. Feng Yanwu shouted angrily. You dare say that phoenix flame ruined your alchemy purple flame? Pa! That is because you do not know how to use it. Our true Phoenix clan's phoenix flame is countless times more precious than your purple flame. If you can master it, the pills you refine will be incomparably powerful. Feng Yanwu said. I do not believe you. Chen Fan's eyes rolled slightly as he continued to provoke Feng Yanwu. As expected, Feng Yanwu instantly went berserk, transforming into an enraged little bird pacing back and forth frantically in Chen Fan's mind. Finally, Feng Yanwu clenched her teeth, as if having made a firm decision. Although I know you are provoking me, this princess will accept it. In a moment I will impart to you a spiritual imprint. This is the innate talent of the true Phoenix clan for controlling Phoenix flame. Remember this well, it must never be passed on to others, otherwise it will bring about a catastrophic disaster. Feng Yanwu said solemnly, her delicate face serious. Then a phoenix-shaped spiritual imprint was struck into Chen Fan's mind. As Feng Yanwu's spiritual imprint entered, Chen Fan's mind first became completely clear, and then countless complex, ancient, and mysterious runes flew out from that imprint, branding themselves into his consciousness. As the runes were engraved, at that moment he could clearly sense the two completely different flames within his body. They were entangled with each other. The purple flame was gentle, the phoenix flame was violent. The two energies repelled each other, yet could not be separated. With the primordial runes of the true Phoenix clan, he could now control the Phoenix flame. With a single thought from Chen Fan, the purple flame and the golden flame instantly separated. Now I can use the origin purple flame alone to refine pills. Chen Fan said excitedly. Chen Fan, you are stupid beyond belief. Phoenix flame is far more precious than your purple flame by an unknown margin. You can completely control the Phoenix flame and fuse it into the purple flame. That way, the quality of your origin flame will far surpass the original purple flame. Feng Yanwu said angrily in Chen Fan's mind, hands on her hips. Hearing this, Chen Fan's thoughts stirred. Instantly, under Chen Fan's control, the golden phoenix flame transformed into countless fine threads and then drilled into his purple flame. The phoenix flame, decomposed into innumerable strands and merged into the gentle purple flame, had its violent power immediately broken down and suppressed. It fully fused with the purple flame and transformed into uniform, gentle energy. When Chen Fan looked inward again, his purple flame was now threaded with streaks of golden filaments, appearing even more noble and sacred, and exceedingly gentle. If he refined pills with it, their grade would absolutely be far higher than pills refined using pure origin purple flame alone. You are teachable. A satisfied smile appeared on Feng Yanwu's peerlessly beautiful face, and then she once again transformed into a small golden phoenix and flew back into the egg. On the arena floor, Jiang Qingyi looked at Chen Fan, silent, her brows tightly knit, her heart filled with delight. Chen Fan, now that you know the truth, does it not feel awful? Where did that lofty, superior aura of yours go just now? Jiang Qingyi stood up and said with a smile, her tone full of mockery. Because Chen Fan had withdrawn the purple flame, the pressure weighing on everyone's hearts completely dissipated, and everyone slowly stood up. How laughable and pitiful. A once in 10,000 years origin purple flame was actually born in the hands of an ant like you. Unfortunately, you do not have the fate to wield it, so the purple flame became a poison flame. Yao He also stood up with a cold smile. The feeling of falling from the peak into the abyss is not pleasant, is it, Chen Fan? Without the proper fate, even if a divine flame is given to you, you cannot hold on to it. In the end, you only humiliate yourself. Jiang Qingyi continued, unwilling to let go of this opportunity to strike at Chen Fan. Chen Fan did not even look at her. He walked directly up to the judges. Do I count as having passed the first round? Several judges looked at the Hingnu furnace, which had melted into a puddle of molten iron on the ground, exchanging glances. Although Chen Fan's origin purple flame was polluted and completely unusable for alchemy, the rule of the first round was simply to ignite a flame in the Hingnu furnace. He had burned the furnace itself into liquid metal. How could that not count as passing? Representative Chen Fan of Qingshan Orphanage passes the first round and advances to the second round of the alchemy competition. The judges announced. The entire arena instantly erupted into an uproar. Almost all the alchemists from the various alchemy families shook their heads, believing there was absolutely no need for Chen Fan to participate in the second round. Because he simply could not refine pills. Even if he managed to do so by sheer luck, pills infused with such violent fire energy would undoubtedly be poison pills. Anyone who consumed them would certainly be burned to death by raging flames. Still, it is understandable. After all, that is the once in 10,000 years, top-ranked origin purple flame, reduced to a poison flame. If it were me, I would probably go insane on the spot. The old man who had already been moved to tears twice today said with a sigh. Though his source flame is ruined, his resolve to pursue the Tao of alchemy has not diminished in the slightest. His willpower is so steadfast it inspires admiration. He is truly a model for all alchemists. The immortal-like old man suddenly said solemnly, tears once again welling in his eyes. I seem to see in him a reflection of my own youth, training through the bitter cold of winter and the scorching heat of summer. Another alchemy family head sighed, looking at Chen Fan with eyes full of respect. I understand now. So what if it is a purple flame, so what if it is a poison flame? Even when facing despair, one must never abandon nor give up. This is the true essence of the Tao of alchemy. Countless alchemists from various families stood up one after another. At this moment, they suddenly achieved enlightenment. Chen Fan's figure grew tall once more in their hearts, and their gazes toward him were filled with respect. Even alchemy king Jiangyun showed admiration in his eyes. He himself was a man of ideals. Although his family's supreme treasure, the alchemical sacred artifact Hingnu furnace, had been burned into molten iron by Chen Fan, the alchemical spirit Chen Fan demonstrated now had a far greater impact on the entire alchemy world than a mere Hingnu furnace ever could. Chen Fan, I misjudged you. Never abandoning, never giving up. Is this the real you? Long Qianqian's eyes grew slightly moist, as if she were seeing her mischievous younger brother finally grow up. Chen Fan, keep going. No matter the outcome, you are the pride of Huaxia's alchemy world. A sentimental female alchemist from some family suddenly stood up and shouted through tears. Chen Fan, keep going. Chen Fan, you are our role model. Immediately afterward, all the alchemists in the arena rose to their feet, their voices surging like a tsunami. Zhu Yan was shocked. Su Hechuan was shocked. Yao He was shocked. Jiang Qingyi was shocked. At this point, Chen Fan was completely dumbfounded. No, what did I even do? How did I suddenly become a model of the Tao of alchemy and cause such a huge commotion? Humph, just the carnival of a bunch of ants. Having come back to his senses, Yao He sneered and directly walked onto the platform for the second round of the alchemy competition. Attention-seeking nonsense. Chen Fan, in the end you are nothing more than a clown. Seeing Chen Fan receive the support and admiration of the entire alchemy world, Jiang Qingyi felt both envy and jealousy, her lungs nearly exploding with rage. She turned her head and also walked onto the alchemy competition platform. Facing the thunderous cheers of the crowd, Chen Fan helplessly shook his head and then stepped onto the platform as well. The second round of the competition was very simple. The same pill formula, the same medicinal ingredients. Whoever refined the pill of higher grade would be the winner. Only Chen Fan, Wang Ling, Jiang Qingyi, Yao He, and his two maidservants entered the second round of the alchemy competition, a total of 6 people. The 6 of them sat down in their respective positions. Identical medicinal ingredients and the same pill formula were placed in front of each person. This is the most basic pill, the qi-gathering pill? Wang Ling stared at the pill formula in his hand with widened eyes. This kind of pill has absolutely no difficulty at all. How is this supposed to be a competition? Wang Ling said. Using the same materials and the same pill is precisely what highlights the differences between alchemists. A powerful alchemist, even when refining such a basic qi-gathering pill, will produce an effect far stronger than the high-grade pills refined by ordinary alchemists using precious natural treasures. Yao He sneered and said, his tone full of disdain for everyone present. At this point, he felt that this alchemy competition held no challenge whatsoever. Wang Ling was merely trash with an orange flame. Jiang Qingyi's origin green flame was passable, but at best it was on par with his two maidservants. The only unexpected variable was Chen Fan. However, he merely possessed the heaven-defying talent of a purple flame that had been contaminated by some unknown golden flame, reducing him to a joke. Master Yao He is right. Even for the most basic pill, different people will produce completely different results. But Wang Ling, you do not need to worry. At the very least, there is still that Chen Fan who cannot even refine a pill to serve as your cushion. Jiang Qingyi said with a smile. She knew that the one who would seize the title of alchemy champion this time would certainly be Yao He. Compared to that, she was more interested in seeing how Chen Fan would deal with what came next. Clang! As the bell rang, the second round of the alchemy competition officially began. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone stared intently at the competition area. It is just a basic pill. 5 minutes is more than enough. Wang Ling said confidently. An orange flame ignited in his palm, and then, following the proper sequence, he continuously tossed medicinal ingredients into his origin flame. Crash! The medicinal ingredients flew into the orange flame and were instantly refined of their impurities, turning into droplets of variously colored essence liquids that emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. Under Wang Ling's control, the different essence liquids fused, separated, and fused again. After 2 rounds of refinement and purification, they finally formed a yellow, gleaming pill that radiated dense spiritual energy and medicinal aroma. Finished. It is just a basic pill. There is nothing difficult about it. Although Wang Ling's strength was the lowest, he was the first to finish refining. That was because Jiang Qingyi and Yao He's two maidservants possessed higher-grade origin flames. During refinement, they could perform more rounds of purification, so they required more time. For example, Wang Ling's orange flame could only refine impurities twice. The resulting pill was commonly referred to as a 2-cycle pill. Jiang Qingyi and the two maidservants, with their origin green flames, could refine the pill essence 4 times. The resulting pill quality far surpassed Wang Ling's and was known as a 4-cycle pill. This was precisely how the ranking of origin flame grades among alchemists was determined. As expected of a rank 4 origin green flame. This should already be their 3rd round of refinement. I can faintly smell the medicinal fragrance even from the spectator stands. Many spectators exclaimed in amazement as they watched Jiang Qingyi and Yao He's two maidservants. Look at Yao He. Why does he have a pill furnace in his hands? Everyone else is refining pills barehanded, yet he is using a pill furnace. Is this not cheating? This is unfair. Many alchemists stood up and angrily pointed at Yao He. However, the heads and elders of the alchemy families all experienced a violent tremor in their pupils. That is not a real pill furnace? That is a pill furnace formed from his origin flame. A family head from an alchemy clan cried out in shock. What? An origin flame transformed into a pill furnace? All the alchemists present felt their scalps go numb. I never imagined that this young man named Yao He not only possesses an origin blue flame, but can also manifest his source flame into form. Source flame manifestation is an extremely advanced realm of flame control in alchemy. Even I cannot reach such a level of flame manipulation. Alchemy King Jiangyun said in shock, his face filled with astonishment. On the competition floor, Jiang Qingyi finally completed the fourth refinement of her pill, condensing a jade green pill with 4 pill patterns etched upon it. As soon as the jade green pill appeared, its medicinal fragrance filled the entire platform, reaching even the spectator stands. Jiang Qingyi let out a sigh of relief and then looked to the side. When she saw the blue pill furnace formed from source flame in Yao He's hands, her beautiful eyes widened instantly, her small mouth opening so wide it could fit an entire source flame manifestation. Jiang Qingyi was utterly shaken. This was the highest realm of flame control spoken of only in legends. Even her father had never reached such a level. She finally understood why those 2 women, who were slightly more outstanding than herself, were willing to act as servants. Facing such an alchemical prodigy, becoming a servant was not a humiliation at all. After the shock subsided, she turned to look toward the person she cared about most, Chen Fan. This glance nearly caused her to freeze. Not only her, but all the alchemists who regarded Chen Fan as a role model were also stunned. They saw Chen Fan sitting cross-legged in the arena, holding various medicinal ingredients and asking the judges for their names, then categorizing them one by one and marking them on the pill formula. What is he doing? Could it be that he does not recognize these medicinal ingredients? Everyone's eyes widened. Ha 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 ha, what a fine role model of the alchemy world. In the end, he does not even recognize medicinal ingredients. Chen Fan, could it be that you have never refined pills before? Jiang Qingyi laughed loudly. You are right. I indeed do not recognize these medicinal ingredients, and I have never refined pills before. Chen Fan said calmly after memorizing the last medicinal ingredient, nodding as he spoke. Jiang Qingyi and Wang Ling were both stunned. Even Yao He, who was fully focused on controlling the blue flame pill furnace, trembled, nearly tossing it aside. They never expected Chen Fan to be so straightforward, admitting it so plainly. The entire arena of alchemists erupted into an uproar. It seems that future competitions like this should raise the entry threshold. Do not let just any random cats and dogs mix in and create such farces. Su Hechuan sneered. Wang Ting, Yi Zhitian, Long Qianqian, and Meng Wanqing all wore expressions of disbelief. They also never imagined that Chen Fan, who possessed an origin purple flame, would not even recognize alchemical ingredients. Just as everyone was sighing, a long howl suddenly rang out across the arena. The pill is complete. With Yao He's loud shout, the blue flame pill furnace in his hands shattered instantly. A deep blue pill, vast like the ocean, its surface covered with 6 pill patterns, floated in midair. At the same time, an incomparably rich pill fragrance instantly spread across the entire arena, filling the noses of everyone present. The pill is floating in midair. This is almost at the legendary level of a sacred grade pill. All the alchemists stared in utter shock at the 6-pattern blue pill suspended in the air. A sacred grade pill. A legendary pill that can float in the void and receive the recognition of heaven and earth. This day is enough to be recorded in history. Alchemy King Jiangyun said excitedly. However, at that very moment, another change occurred on the competition platform. A purple flame phoenix mixed with countless golden threads suddenly appeared in the arena, erupting with boundless nobility and dazzling radiance. A clear and piercing phoenix cry echoed across the entire Heavenly Fortune altar arena. The purple gold fire phoenix spread its wings before Chen Fan, as if a divine miracle had descended. What is that? Is that a phoenix? Could such a legendary divine beast truly exist in this world? More than 10,000 people at the scene all stood up in shock. Alchemy King Jiangyun, as well as the heads and elders of all the major alchemy families of Huaxia, were all parched and speechless from shock. Without comparison there was no contrast, and compared with Chen Fan's origin fire phoenix, Yao He's blue flame pill furnace was nothing more than a joke, not even worthy of carrying Chen Fan's shoes. Even Zhu Yan, Su Hechuan, and Yi Zhitian, who had seen countless wonders in their lives, all revealed expressions of horror. Not because of anything else, but because the purple gold fire phoenix before Chen Fan was simply too divine, too dazzling. Every feather was vividly detailed. With a blink of its phoenix eyes, a majesty that towered above all living beings radiated forth. Even figures as powerful as Zhu Yan and Su Hechuan felt an overwhelming urge to kneel down and worship. How is this possible? How could anyone control origin fire to such a level? Facing the purple gold phoenix that resembled an ancient divine beast, Yao He felt his scalp about to explode. Source flame manifestation, why him? He has never refined pills and does not even recognize medicinal ingredients. Why can he manifest source flame? This heavenly Tao is unfair. Jiang Qingyi began studying alchemy at 3 years old, awakened her origin fire at 5, and was hailed as a once-in-a-century peerless genius of the alchemy king Jiang family. She had cultivated the Tao of alchemy relentlessly for 10 years without the slightest slack. Yet now she was completely crushed by Chen Fan, someone who had never refined a pill and did not even recognize medicinal ingredients. Her beautiful eyes nearly burst with blood as she screamed shrilly. However, Chen Fan was completely unaffected by these people. The fire phoenix was extremely affectionate toward Chen Fan, even emitting soft, coquettish chirps. Next, under the incomparably shocked gazes of the crowd, Chen Fan followed the sequence and tossed each medicinal herb directly toward the flame phoenix as if feeding it. The flame phoenix let out joyful chirps, swallowed the herbs, and began refining their essences within its body. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Fan rapidly threw in the medicinal ingredients. The flame phoenix required no control from him at all. Like a living being with its own consciousness, it automatically fused the essences and began refining them. The first refinement. The second. Yao He and Jiang Qingyi silently counted in their hearts the number of refinement cycles performed by the flame phoenix, as this determined the quality of the pill. When the flame phoenix reached the fourth refinement, Jiang Qingyi could no longer hold herself together. Why? Was his origin purple flame not supposed to be contaminated waste fire? The essences in those herbs should have been burned to nothing the instant they touched the flame. Jiang Qingyi cried out in disbelief, her fragile pride completely shattered. At this moment, not only Yao He and Jiang Qingyi, but all the alchemists present, even Su Hechuan and Zhu Yan, were silently counting the number of refinement cycles. When the fourth cycle was completed, solemn expressions appeared in the eyes of both men. Shock once again surged through the eyes of Jiang Yun and the heads and elders of the alchemy families. To be able to refine medicinal essences 4 times within such a violent flame that can melt the alchemical divine artifact, the Hingnu furnace, this level of flame control is simply terrifying. Probably no one in all of Huaxia can match it. Even that Yao He falls far short. The heads and elders of the alchemy world reached this shocking conclusion. Yao He naturally heard these words. His fists clenched until they cracked, yet even he had to admit that they were right. If it were him, trying to control such a violent flame like this, he would likely have failed during the second refinement. I do not believe you can succeed in the 5th refinement and produce a 5-cycle pill. Yao He stared at Chen Fan, thinking grimly. In the spectator stands and the VIP seats, countless eyes were fixed on the purple gold fire phoenix before Chen Fan. The flame phoenix had reached the critical moment of the 5th refinement. Everyone held their breath, tense beyond measure. You must succeed. Fine beads of sweat appeared on the delicate hands of Long Qianqian and Meng Wanqing. Chirp! With a phoenix cry, the 5th refinement of the medicinal essences was successfully completed. Everyone let out a long breath of relief. This meant that if Chen Fan stopped now, the pill he condensed would be a 5-cycle pill, surpassing the 4-cycle pills of Jiang Qingyi and Yao He's 2 maidservants. It would be second only to Yao He's 6-cycle pill refined with origin blue flame. But would Chen Fan dare to continue risking it? This was the question in everyone's mind. Chen Fan did not disappoint them. Soon, the purple gold fire phoenix continued its operation and began the 6th refinement. You cannot succeed. To control such a violent flame to this extent, even I, Yao He, must admit that your talent in the Tao of alchemy is astonishing. But a 6-cycle pill, you cannot do it. Yao He glared at Chen Fan, growling almost like a beast. He, what is a 6-cycle pill? The so-called peak-level pills in your eyes are no more than roadside weeds in mine. Chen Fan sneered. As if responding to Yao He's words, the flame phoenix chirped again. The 6th refinement was completed once more. The entire arena instantly fell silent. This, a 6-cycle sacred grade pill. Jiang Qingyi collapsed limply to the ground, her beautiful eyes filled with utter disbelief. Step, step, step. Yao He retreated several steps in terror. You think this is the end? Chen Fan sneered. 7th refinement. 8th refinement. 9th refinement. With a piercing phoenix cry, the medicinal essences refined 9 times condensed within the belly of the flame phoenix. A pill radiating dazzling purple gold light, like the most brilliant gemstone in the world, appeared and hovered in midair. At the instant the pill was formed, an overwhelming wave of medicinal fragrance spread outward, first across the platform, then throughout the entire Heavenly Fortune altar arena, and then continued to expand in all directions. In the end, the pill fragrance enveloped the entire city of Xiaojing. At this moment, on the streets of Xiaojing, inside office buildings, inside shopping malls, countless ordinary people stopped in their tracks. Everyone smelled a refreshing medicinal fragrance. The moment they inhaled it, they felt every pore in their bodies open. Especially the high-level female office workers in the office buildings, who were utterly intoxicated by the fragrance. It was even more pleasant than the finest perfume in the world. At the same time, deep within the purple forbidden city of Xiaojing, the Dragon Lord, dressed in a plain grey Zhongshan suit, stepped out. His stride was like that of a dragon or tiger, each step landing upon the void itself, crossing hundreds of meters in a single step. Simultaneously, in the outskirts of Xiaojing, two ordinary-looking open areas suddenly split open in midair. Inside appeared another world entirely, with towering ancient trees and pavilions and terraces. Two elderly men with white hair and beards, one dressed in green and the other in red, both wearing ancient robes, stepped out. They too crossed hundreds of meters with a single step, rushing toward the heavenly fortune altar. The pill, more dazzling and radiant than a diamond, hovered in midair. 9 golden pill patterns transformed into 9 small golden phoenixes, fluttering gracefully around the purple gold pill. A miracle. After an unknown length of deathly silence, Alchemy King Jiangyun finally spoke in a trembling voice, breaking the stillness. Today's alchemy competition is truly unprecedented and will never be repeated. A 9-cycle pill has never appeared in the history of Huaxia's alchemy. It can only be called a divine pill. All the alchemists present were so shocked that they were completely unable to speak. Even Su Hechuan and Zhu Yan were trembling slightly from head to toe. A 9-cycle divine pill. It has never even appeared in legends. How could you possibly refine such a pill? Jiang Qingyi knelt on the ground, her mind utterly shattered. At this moment, she suddenly felt overwhelming regret. If back then, the moment she first encountered Chen Fan, she had shown goodwill toward him. If she had not fallen out with Chen Fan for the sake of Jin Yuba, then would she, like Yi Xingyao, have become one of Chen Fan's confidants? Chen Fan was destined to stand at the pinnacle of the alchemy world, perhaps even become a legendary figure. If she had become his confidant, standing beside him and supporting him, then she and Chen Fan would surely have become a beautiful tale recorded in the history of alchemy. But now, spilled water could never be gathered again. There was no longer any possibility between her and Chen Fan. In all recorded alchemy history, the highest grade ever achieved was a 7-cycle pill, already considered a divine pill. In ancient Huaxia, there was once an origin purple flame alchemist capable of refining 7-cycle pills, regarded as the absolute peak of all alchemists in history. Legend had it that a single pill from him could allow a martial cultivator to easily break through 2 minor realms. Because of this, he became an honored guest of all major powers in Huaxia. In that era, with a single command from him, even Qi-Si realm experts would take action on his behalf. Even now, the hidden Yao family, which has dominated Huaxia for thousands of years, still maintains an alchemy lineage whose status is not inferior to its martial lineage. This alone demonstrated the supreme status of high-level alchemists. And now, Chen Fan had refined a 9-cycle pill. It was certain that his status had already far surpassed Su Hechuan and Zhu Yan, and was even more important than Yao He, the young master of the Yao family. At this moment, however, no one noticed that 3 figures were floating above the heavenly fortune altar. They did not release any aura, yet merely standing there exuded a suffocating pressure. A 9-cycle divine pill, unheard of since time immemorial. The elder in red sighed, his eyes filled with boundless greed and desire. Although this is only the lowest grade pill, refining it to the 9th cycle already makes it equivalent to a high-grade 7-cycle pill. I never imagined that the tiny infant from back then would possess such terrifying talent in the Tao of alchemy. The elder in green sighed, the light in his eyes flickering endlessly. Alas, if not for the fact that the hatred from back then was truly irreconcilable, I would have wanted to marry my legitimate granddaughter to him, let her marry into my Yao family, or even have him directly become the head of the Yao family's alchemy lineage. Ji Yuandao, Yao Wujiang, back then you joined forces with the 2 envoys from the new land to annihilate the Zhang family and hunt down Chen Fan, all for the sake of 2 7-cycle pills. Did you ever imagine this day would come? The Dragon Lord sneered coldly at the 2 of them. Yet at the same time, his heart was in turmoil. 20 years ago, the Dragon Lord bore the national fortune of Huaxia and could exert strength at the mid-Qi-Si realm. At that time, he and Zhang Chufeng were allies and could firmly suppress the 2 extremely ambitious hidden families, the Ji family and the Yao family. But later, because of Chen Fan and those 2 7-cycle pills from the new land envoys, Ji Yuandao and Yao Wujiang directly broke through from early Qi-Si realm to mid-Qi-Si realm. Coupled with the annihilation of the Zhang family and Zhang Chufeng being gravely injured and disappearing, this led to the current chaos in Huaxia. It could be said that just 2 7-cycle pills resulted in the destruction of the Zhang family and the present turmoil in Huaxia. Now, let alone the catastrophe that Chen Fan's 9-cycle pill could trigger. just as the entire arena was still stunned by Chen Fan and the 9-cycle divine pill. Ha 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 ha. Yao He suddenly let out a shrill burst of laughter in the arena. His handsome face became twisted and ferocious, his eyes filled with blood-red veins. Chen Fan, your talent in alchemy is extremely strong. Your flame control surpasses even that legendary alchemist in history who refined 7-cycle pills. Even I can only look up to you. But everyone has forgotten one thing. Even if you refined a 9-cycle pill, so what? Even if its medicinal power is supreme, so what? It contains violent energy capable of melting the Hingnu furnace. Anyone who consumes it will die without exception. So your pill is indeed a 9-cycle peerless divine pill, but it is also a peerless poison pill. Otherwise, the alchemy fortune would have already descended upon you. Yao He roared hysterically. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Yes. Given Chen Fan's 9-cycle pill, logically the alchemy fortune should have descended upon him long ago. Yet Su Hechuan, Zhu Yan, and the others noticed that the alchemy fortune still hovered between Chen Fan and Yao He. Above the heavenly fortune altar, Ji Yuandao, Yao Wujiang, and the Dragon Lord were all stunned. When they saw the Hingnu furnace melted into molten iron at the center of the arena, they immediately understood. Ha 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 ha, what a pity. A fine 9-cycle poison pill. Such a pill, even you and I would not be able to withstand after consuming it, right? Ji Yuandao suddenly laughed. The Dragon Lord's expression also turned grim. However, Yao Wujiang frowned slightly. As the head of the Yao family, which possessed a dedicated alchemy branch, he was extremely sensitive to pills. Yet from his perception of the pill, he did not detect any violent flame energy within it. Could it be that Chen Fan managed to suppress or refine away the violent energy within the flames during the pill refinement process? Yao Wujiang thought to himself, then immediately shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Origin flames were gifts of the heavenly Tao. Humans could only utilize and wield them, never alter them by human power. Otherwise, that would mean becoming a god of fire. That would not be flame control, but ascending to the legendary realm of fire dominion. The violent power of the flames was already removed during my refinement process. This 9-cycle pill of mine has no danger whatsoever. Chen Fan said with a frown. On the arena, all the alchemists remained silent. They had to admit that Chen Fan's flame control was nothing short of divine skill, unprecedented and unmatched. The 9-cycle divine pill he refined had broken all records in Huaxia's alchemy history. But just as Yao Wujiang believed, humans could only use flames, not change their nature or refine away their violent attributes. Otherwise, they would not be human, but gods. Chen Fan, ask any alchemist present whether they would believe your words. Then ask the martial cultivators here, who would dare to consume your 9-cycle divine pill. Yao He stood up, his face twisted, stepping closer to Chen Fan with every word. He wanted to repay all the humiliation he had suffered, right here on this stage. All the martial experts present exchanged uneasy glances. Looking at the crystal-like, dazzling pill suspended in midair, radiating dense medicinal fragrance, their eyes filled with terror, as if staring at a peerless poison pill. Fuck, you bunch of idiots. You do not even dare to eat a 9-cycle divine pill. I give you a chance and you are useless. Let me do it. Wang Ting cursed loudly, then leapt directly from the spectator stands into the arena, striding toward Chen Fan and the 9-cycle divine pill hovering in the air. Wang Tang. Yi Zhatian was greatly alarmed and immediately stood up. Marshal Yi, trust Chen Fan. If he says there is no problem, then there is definitely no problem. Long Qianqian shouted in a low voice. But this is far too risky. Yi Zhatian was anxious inside. As the head of the Yi family and the supreme commander of Huaxia's war department, he had some knowledge of alchemical pills. Therefore, his judgment of Chen Fan's 9-cycle pill was the same as that of Huaxia's top alchemists. Although he trusted Chen Fan deeply, he did not want Wang Tang, a seedling destined to stand at the peak of Huaxia's martial world in the future, to suffer an accident. In the end, however, under the persuasion of Long Qianqian and Meng Wanqing, he still sat down uneasily and did not go forward to stop it. This is simply nonsense. Wang Ting possesses the Emperor Overlord body, the future pillar of Huaxia, Qianqian's right-hand man. How can he risk his life like this? Above the arena, the Dragon Lord frowned slightly upon seeing this and took a step forward, preparing to intervene personally. He, Dragon Lord, this is a contest of fortune among the younger generation. It is better that we do not interfere. Ji Yuandao and Yao Wujiang sneered as they blocked the Dragon Lord's path. The Dragon Lord narrowed his eyes. If he fought 2 against 1, he could definitely drag one of them down with him at the cost of his life, but Huaxia still had many backup plans that had not yet been completed. Although Wang Ting was important, it was not yet at the level that warranted risking everything to protect him. Moreover, he knew Chen Fan was not someone who acted without confidence, and he also harbored a faint expectation toward that 9-cycle divine pill. In the end, the Dragon Lord snorted coldly and looked toward the arena. Let us hope Chen Fan can create another miracle. On the arena floor, Chen Fan smiled as he watched Wang Ting stride toward him with the gait of a dragon and tiger. At the same time, a wave of emotion surged in his heart. A true brother is someone who, when the whole world doubts you, still chooses to support you without hesitation. But this is fine. Refining this 9-cycle pill may look simple, but just suppressing the violent energy within the phoenix flame consumed more than half of my true qi. My qi lake is completely drained, and it will take at least a day to fully recover. After going through so much trouble to refine it, I would feel heartache if someone else ate it. Chen Fan thought to himself. Good things should not flow to outsiders. Wang Ting, have you thought it through? They are all saying this is a 9-cycle peerless poison pill. Chen Fan said with a smile, glancing meaningfully at Yao He and Jiang Qingyi. Fuck, where did all this bullshit come from? If it is poison, would you let me eat it? Hand it over. Wang Ting laughed and cursed, grabbing the dazzling 9-pattern purple gold pill floating in the air and swallowing it without the slightest hesitation. Hee, testing the law with your own body. This time, even a Qi realm expert would not be able to save you. Yao He sneered coldly. Risking your life for so-called brotherhood, it looks loyal and righteous, but in reality it is nothing but stupidity. Chen Fan, you used your friend's feelings to trick him into taking this poison pill. Even if your alchemy talent and level are high, your character is truly contemptible. Jiang Qingyi spoke as if she had once again grasped a handle against Chen Fan, her complexion glowing anew. Sigh, too impulsive. Losing one's life for momentary brotherhood is truly regrettable. Judging from the aura he released earlier, he reached mid-stage qi condensation in his early 20s. He was indeed a martial talent worth nurturing. Truly a pity. Some martial experts in the audience shook their heads in regret. If I am not mistaken, this should be that so-called young Marshal Wang Ting who was expelled from the War Department some time ago. Su Hechuan pointed at Wang Ting and said with a smile to Zhu Yan. Yes, that is Yi Zhatian's precious adopted son. They say he is an extraordinary genius. Who would have thought that he would be so foolish for the sake of so-called loyalty? Zhu Yan shook his head. Ha, what bullshit genius. Before growing up, they are all trash. Yi Zhatian losing his son in old age, perhaps in grief and anger, combined with serious injuries, he might just die outright. Su Hechuan laughed heartily. The Su family had the deepest conflict with the Yi family and the War Department, and seeing Wang Ting swallow the poison pill put him in an excellent mood. However, they did not know that Yi Zhatian, who had already reached the Qi realm, undergone a drastic change in temperament, and disguised his appearance, was present in the arena. Yi Zhatian coldly glanced at the two of them, then leapt into the arena and walked toward Wang Ting. The words of the crowd made his heart sink to the bottom. He regretted not stopping Wang Ting earlier. Wang Ting was not only his adopted son. In the future, once he grew, he would definitely step into the Qi realm and become a super expert capable of contending with hidden families. However, at that moment, Wang Ting, who had swallowed Chen Fan's 9-cycle purple gold pill, suddenly let out a long howl toward the sky. A blinding purple gold light suddenly erupted from his abdomen, piercing through his clothes like a small sun, lifting his entire body into the air. Streams of purple energy mixed with gold surged from his abdomen, flowing through his extraordinary meridians into every part of his body. They continuously scoured his flesh and blood, forcing black impurities out of his body. At the same time, the terrifying energy contained within the pill continuously expanded his dantian, crazily absorbing spiritual energy from the surroundings. A spiritual energy vortex directly formed above Wang Ting's head, countless streams of spiritual energy pouring into him like a flood. In just a few breaths, he directly broke through from mid-stage qi condensation to peak qi condensation. Su Hechuan, Zhu Yan, Jiang Yun, and the others all sprang to their feet, staring in shock at Wang Ting suspended in midair. Even Yi Zhatian widened his eyes and stopped in his tracks. Above them, Ji Yuandao and Yao Wujiang both revealed expressions of shock as they looked at Wang Ting, whose aura was still rising. Not destroyed by the violent flame energy, but instead directly breaking through a minor realm. The two said in disbelief. The Dragon Lord's spirit was also greatly stirred. Chen Fan, you truly did not disappoint us. Brilliant light bloomed in the eyes of Long Qianqian and Meng Wanqing. This is impossible. How could you really refine away the violent energy of that poison flame? Yao He collapsed onto the ground like a dead dog, as if all strength had been drained from him, his chest heaving violently. Puff! Yao He spat out a mouthful of blood. Chen Fan, is this your true alchemy attainment? I lost. I, Jiang Qingyi, have completely lost. Jiang Qingyi's face was pale, a tear of profound regret sliding from the corner of her eye. If only life were always like the first meeting. You give me a pill formula, I give you the tender feelings of a young girl in love. Then I would add fragrance to your sleeves, bear you children, and we would surely become an immortal couple in the history of alchemy. But all of this became impossible because of my own arrogance. I regret it so much. At this moment, Jiang Qingyi's heart was filled with endless remorse. Ding! Jiang Qingyi favorability plus 80, current favorability 80. Reward, 8,000 life points. Current life point balance. An electronic voice sounded in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, then sneered. As expected of a woman who worships strength. An instant increase of 80 favorability, directly reaching the level where she could be pushed down. Unfortunately, Chen Fan felt nothing but disgust toward her and had no interest whatsoever. In the arena, Wang Ting's realm had reached peak qi condensation, yet streams of purple gold energy continued to expand his dantian. It should be impossible to break through again. He has already reached peak qi condensation. Breaking through again would mean reaching the Qi Lake King level. Pills have always only played a supplementary role. They cannot directly allow someone to cross from qi condensation into the Qi Lake realm. That is a chasm that countless martial cultivators cannot cross even after decades of bitter cultivation. The heads of the alchemy families said tremblingly. But before their words could fall, a thunderous boom resounded. A massive yet dried-up lake phantom appeared before Wang Ting. The entire arena fell into deathly silence. Even the three supreme experts standing above, at the very pinnacle of Huaxia's martial world, were struck speechless. Boom! With the birth of that Qi Lake, the spiritual energy above the entire Heaven's Fortune altar seemed to stagnate for a brief moment, and then surged madly toward the Qi Lake Wang Ting had opened. At the same time, the vortex above Wang Ting's head that was absorbing spiritual energy instantly expanded from just over 1 meter to more than 10 meters in diameter. At this moment, everyone could feel the surrounding spiritual energy being crazily drained in Wang Ting's direction. In less than the time it takes for one incense stick to burn, Wang Ting's true Qi Lake was filled to the brim, like a lake full of water. He jumped directly from mid-stage Qi condensation into the Qi Lake realm. This is breaking through one minor realm and one major realm at the same time. Everyone present was completely shocked and awestruck. A single pill allowing a martial artist to easily reach a realm that decades of bitter cultivation could not achieve was simply a miracle of the alchemy world. I regret it. If I had stepped forward earlier to test the pill, I would have directly become a Qi Lake King level expert, able to dominate an entire province. At this moment, the eyes of the martial experts were bloodshot, their teeth nearly ground to dust, overwhelming regret filling their hearts. Crash! Just as everyone was still shocked and regretful, another loud sound rang out. Astonishingly, a second Qi Lake was opened within Wang Ting's dantian. Only then did the pill's energy finally seem to be exhausted, dissipating completely. One pill allowing a mid-stage Qi condensation cultivator to advance to the Qi Lake King level. Su Hechuan, Zhu Yan, Jiang Yun, Yi Zhatian, Long Qianqian, Meng Wanqing, everyone stared blankly at Chen Fan, feeling as if they were dreaming. Unable to accept this reality, Yao He spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted. Jiang Qingyi knelt before Chen Fan, her entire being seemingly hollowed out, her eyes lifeless. Boom! At this moment, the alchemy fortune no longer hesitated. With a thunderous roar, it plunged into Chen Fan's body through the crown of his head. One pill enters the Qi Lake. Such godlike alchemy techniques are unprecedented and will never be surpassed. He may already be deified. The alchemy fortune descends. For the next 100 years, Chen Fan shall be Huaxia's god of alchemy. We pay our respects to the alchemy god. Jiang Yun suddenly shouted loudly and took the lead in kneeling on one knee toward Chen Fan. At the same time, all the alchemists from the alchemy families present knelt on one knee, shouting Chen Fan's name in unison, creating a spectacular scene. Above them, the three figures looked down at the tens of thousands of alchemists below, who appeared to be on a pilgrimage, and remained silent for a long time. This child must not be allowed to live. Ji Yuandao and Yao Wujiang suddenly erupted with terrifying, tsunami-like killing intent. This child is under my protection. The Dragon Lord showed no fear at all, erupting with surging true qi at the same time. The terrifying auras from their bodies instantly blanketed the entire Heaven's Fortune altar. Countless people raised their heads in terror, only then noticing the three incomparably powerful figures above. That is, the hidden Ji family head, Ji Yuandao, and the hidden Yao family head, Yao Wujiang. And the Dragon Lord. Su Hechuan and Zhu Yan said in shock. Finally cannot hold back anymore, Are they going to make a move? Chen Fan looked up at the three terrifying figures in the sky and frowned slightly. His current life points were 130,000. He could directly spend 100,000 life points to raise himself to early stage Chi C. But even so, facing two mid-stage Chi C experts, he would still have only one option, to flee. Fortunately, the Dragon Lord had already arrived. Dragon Lord, you alone cannot fight the two of us. Ji Yuandao and Yao Wujiang shook their heads. Hee, I cannot defeat you, but I can drag one of you to die with me. The Dragon Lord laughed, but his aura surged to its absolute peak. Ji Yuandao and Yao Wujiang's eyelids twitched violently. Dragon Lord, is it really worth it for him? Yao Wujiang narrowed his eyes and shouted. Whether it is worth it does not matter. After the martial assembly ends, I will die anyway. Dying a few days earlier or later makes no difference. Since you insist on standing out, then you and your Yao family can accompany me to death. The Dragon Lord's aura instantly locked onto Yao Wujiang. Yao Wujiang's heart jolted violently. He knew the Dragon Lord was telling the truth. He truly dared to do this. He then looked toward Ji Yuandao, and his pupils shrank again. This old bastard, seeing that the Dragon Lord wanted to drag someone down with him, actually retracted part of his aura, clearly intending to let the clam and the snipe fight while he reaped the benefit. Although the two hidden families appeared to cooperate on the surface, that was only because they shared the Dragon Lord as a common enemy. In reality, the two families had been mortal rivals for thousands of years, each seeking to devour the other. It was precisely the existence of the Dragon Lord that created the current three-way balance. If the Dragon Lord were to perish together with Yao Wujiang, Ji Yuandao and the Ji family would directly unify Huaxia. Why would he help Yao Wujiang? The reverse was also true. This was the art of balance, and the reason Huaxia had been able to maintain stable development for so many years. Fine, Dragon Lord. Since you value this Chen Fan so highly, let him live a few more days. Yao Wujiang snorted coldly, withdrew his vast Chi Si realm pressure, and turned to leave. A trace of disappointment flashed through Ji Yuandao's eyes. But facing a Dragon Lord with only a few days left to live by himself still made him uneasy. He gave a dry laugh and followed after Yao Wujiang. The Dragon Lord sneered and descended directly into the arena. Tens of thousands of people stared in shock at the immensely powerful figure, the gentle and refined middle-aged man they often saw on television. Is that not the Dragon Lord? How can he be so powerful? Could it be that he is also a martial expert? The alchemists and martial artists present were all stunned. Aside from the hidden families and the heads of the three great families, no one knew the Dragon Lord's true strength. Everyone had thought he was merely a gentle, scholarly figure. No one knew he was one of Huaxia's three mid-stage Chi Si experts. Dragon Lord. Even someone as strong as Su Hechuan and Zhu Yan felt their legs go weak, nearly kneeling before the Dragon Lord. After all, even Yao Wujiang and Ji Yuandao had just been forced back by him. The two of them were even more terrified, trembling like quails. Su Hechuan, I already know about your son's matter. Meng Wanqing is participating on behalf of Huaxia's War Department. If you dare make any more small moves, I do not mind erasing the Su family directly. The Dragon Lord snorted coldly. A wave of Chi Si realm pressure descended upon Su Hechuan, bending his knees and forcing him to kneel. Yes, Dragon Lord. My Su family will not dare again. The head of one of Huaxia's three great families was forced to kneel before tens of thousands of people. Even facing the Dragon Lord, he wanted to roar in anger, but his deep scheming allowed him to endure it. The Dragon Lord walked toward Chen Fan, patted him on the shoulder, his eyes filled with amazement and admiration. Dragon Lord, thank you for what you did just now. Chen Fan bowed deeply, his gratitude coming from the heart. There is no need to say that between us. Sooner or later, we are family. The Dragon Lord glanced meaningfully at Long Qianqian, who was craning her neck to look over. He then examined Wang Ting's body. The Tao of alchemical pills is profound beyond measure. One pill can equal decades of cultivation by other martial artists. The mysteries within truly inspire awe. The Dragon Lord's admiration deepened further. He then suddenly turned and looked at Su Hechuan, Zhu Yan, and the tens of thousands of martial experts and alchemists. Chen Fan is a treasure of our Huaxia. In the Fortune Assembly, among peers of the same generation, you may attack him freely. But if anyone dares to disregard their status and bully the weak with the strong, they will face the reckoning of Huaxia and the entire War Department. The Dragon Lord's domineering voice echoed across the heavens fortune altar. Outskirts of Xiaojing. Two figures, one in red and one in green, crossed the void side by side. Brother Yao, I truly did not expect that this time even Yao He, the once-in-a-thousand-years genius of your Yao family's alchemy branch, would be defeated. That was really surprising. Ji Yuandao, dressed in green, said with a smile. Although Chen Fan had not been killed on the spot because of the Dragon Lord, seeing that the Yao family also failed to obtain this 5% of alchemy fortune still made Ji Yuandao very pleased. After all, the Dragon Lord was destined to perish after the martial arts competition, and Huaxia would then be split in two. Relatively speaking, from then on, the Yao family and the Ji family would be the true unparalleled enemies. As for Chen Fan, after the Dragon Lord died, if he was obedient and willing to behave like a good dog, his life could be spared. If he was not obedient, killing him casually would be enough. Without a Qi-Si realm forces backing, he was not worth their attention at all. Brother Yao, in the first 2 rounds, because of Chen Fan, this anomaly, you and I each lost a piece. But in the next round, the feng shui fortune will belong to my Ji family. Ji Yuandao said with a smile. Hee, Brother Ji, I advise you not to be too complacent. That Chen Fan is a feng shui earth master. Yao Wujiang sneered, a trace of indescribable strangeness flashing through his eyes. Ha, I already know about the Hong Kong matter. Reaching the level of an intermediate feng shui earth master at his age is indeed extraordinary talent. But the unicorn child of my Ji family has now reached the level of an advanced feng shui earth master, only 1 step away from the legendary feng shui heavenly master. Ji Yuandao stroked his beard, his eyes full of pride. Like the Yao family, the Ji family was also divided into 2 major branches, one martial and one feng shui. This was precisely why the Ji family, even without an alchemy branch, could still stand evenly matched with the Yao family. Brother Yao, see you at the competition in 2 days. Ji Yuandao clasped his fists, then stepped with an unusual gait. His figure gradually disappeared into the void. The Ji family truly deserves its inheritance of feng shui heavenly masters. This kind of feng shui illusion array is at least 1 level higher than my Yao family's. However, after the competition in 2 days, the 1,000 years of spiritual energy accumulated by your Ji family will merely be wedding clothes for someone else. Xingchuan Xuanye should have almost finished setting things up by now. The alchemy competition thus came to an end in a way no one had expected. The news of the 9-turn divine pill from the alchemy competition and Chen Fan's name swept across the entire Huaxia like a tornado. The martial experts and alchemists who watched on site, as well as the heads of major powers and great families, all wanted to step forward to get acquainted with Chen Fan. After all, Chen Fan was not only the medical Dao champion who could perform the 10th needle of the Ghost Gate 13 needles, but also the alchemist who refined a 9-turn divine pill that could allow someone to break directly from mid-stage qi condensation into the mid-stage qi Lake King realm with a single pill. In a world where martial strength was supreme, Chen Fan was equivalent to a person who could continuously create super powerhouses. As long as Chen Fan was willing, countless experts and families would sell their lives for him. He could absolutely gather a superpower comparable to the Su family, the Yi family, or the Zhu family. It could be said that Chen Fan alone was a walking superpower. However, at the competition venue, the Dragon Lord had already spoken on behalf of Huaxia's official authorities and the War Department. Chen Fan was a person of Huaxia's official side. Even Su Hechuan and Zhu Yan did not dare to act recklessly, let alone the others. Still, all of them began to inquire about Chen Fan's background, trying to make friends with him through indirect means. Chen Fan was driving the Wuling van, taking Yi Zhatian, Long Qianqian, Wang Ting, Meng Wanqing, and the others back to Li Chaoren's villa. At that moment, Liang Zhenchao suddenly called. Chen Fan, you should not come back yet. No one knows how they found this place, but now more than 100 great family heads and martial experts have completely blocked it off. Liang Zhenchao said. You are surrounded? Are you all right? Chen Fan frowned and asked. It is fine, it is fine. They are all very polite. They brought many valuable gifts to get to know you. Some great family heads even brought the most beautiful girls from their families, wanting to give them to you. They also said that as long as you are willing, they can immediately have their entire clans join your Qing Mountain orphanage. Liang Zhenchao said excitedly on the phone. The people who came to visit were all extremely influential figures, led by the highest officials of various provinces. Each one was a Qi Lake King level powerhouse, comparable to a regional lord. These Qi Lake realm experts usually lived in seclusion. Even people like Liang Zhenchao and Li Chaoren, high-ranking officials and super tycoons, could not normally come into contact with them. Yet now they were visiting with extreme courtesy and respect, bringing gifts, some even bringing their daughters or granddaughters, which made the two of them extremely excited. Sigh, looks like I need to change locations. Fame brings trouble, and Chen Fan now had a splitting headache. At this moment, he suddenly understood how popular celebrities felt when harassed by fans. The difference was that his fans were all people who could make entire provinces tremble with a single stomp. My Wang family has a villa in Xiaojing as well, but nearby is the famous antique market Zujiayuan, so it might be a bit noisy. Wang Ting said. To hide in the city is better. That kind of inconspicuous place is actually safer. Chen Fan nodded. The feng shui fortune competition was different from other events and required venue preparation, so it would take place 2 days later. During this period, Chen Fan needed a quiet place to slowly recover his strength. The Wuling van stopped at the Wang family villa. The villa was spacious and had 3 floors. Wang Ting and Yi Zhatian occupied 1 floor and also acted as bodyguards. Long Qianqian occupied the 3rd floor. Chen Fan and Meng Wanqing, whom everyone considered the weakest, were arranged on the 2nd floor so that Yi Zhatian, Wang Ting, and Long Qianqian could respond immediately if danger arose. Partway through, Long Qianqian went out and soon returned carrying a bulging bag. Chen Fan, come with me. Long Qianqian said to Chen Fan, who was tidying up the room. At this moment, Long Qianqian had already removed her mask, revealing her peerlessly beautiful face. Her slender waist swayed like a willow in the wind, her jade-like hips were round and lifted, her legs straight and snow-white. As she walked with light lotus steps, her curves trembled majestically, waves of fragrance filling the air. Seeing that it was Long Qianqian calling him, Chen Fan did not hesitate and followed her directly. However, just as the two went upstairs, the door to Meng Wanqing's room on the 2nd floor opened. Tall at 1.75 m, with loose black hair and incredibly long jade legs, wearing a purple strap dress with classical charm, the equally stunning Meng Wanqing walked out. She first glanced around with her beautiful eyes, then quietly tiptoed after them. Inside the room, just as Chen Fan stepped in, he suddenly felt 2 slender jade fingers pinch his buttocks. Ah! So comfortable, the same feeling as back then. This sensation, I have waited 20 years for it. Long Qianqian let out a satisfied moan, her peerless fairy-like face filled with contentment. At this moment, Meng Wanqing, who had been sneaking up, had just reached the door. Her delicate body instantly stiffened. So comfortable. This kind of feeling, I have waited 20 years. As soon as Meng Wanqing reached the doorway, she heard Long Qianqian's extremely seductive voice. Especially the content of those words made her delicate body tremble. Her face flushed, and her heart began pounding violently. Inside the room, Chen Fan's face was full of black lines. He began to doubt life itself. Although Long Qianqian was the biological granddaughter of the headmaster grandfather, and he regarded her as his own elder sister. What kind of person pinched someone's butt the moment they met? 20 years ago, when you were still a baby and had just arrived at the Zhang family, I used to secretly come into your room every day to look at you, then pinch your butt and flick your little thing. Long Qianqian walked into the room, sat on the bed, crossed her jade-like legs, and stared at Chen Fan with a mischievous smile as she spoke. Outside the door, Meng Wanqing's heart stirred violently. She stuck out her fragrant tongue and licked her lips, her beautiful eyes bursting with intense light. Because Long Qianqian had walked into the room to speak, Meng Wanqing only vaguely heard those 2 words, which caused her imagination to run wild. Inside the room, Chen Fan looked at Long Qianqian's graceful figure, her long jade legs crossed, tightly bound by the black cheongsam, and his heartbeat involuntarily accelerated. Could it be that today he was going to rebel against his sister? Take off your clothes. Long Qianqian suddenly ordered. Sister, this is not very appropriate, is it? Chen Fan said shyly, then tore open his clothes in one motion. This. Long Qianqian's beautiful pupils shook violently. She covered her small mouth in shock, then looked at her own arm that was fairer than frost and snow. Are we getting straight to the main point already? Outside the door, Meng Wanqing pricked up her ears and swallowed hard. She vaguely heard words like take off your clothes. After you finished refining pills today, I could already tell that your aura had weakened a lot. Refining that 9-turn divine pill must have consumed a great deal of your essence and vitality. This is Jade Spirit paste I got from the Dragon Lord. It can not only quickly restore your true energy, but also cleanse the marrow and cut the tendons, rapidly improving your physique. But you must never tell anyone. After recovering from her shock, Long Qianqian whispered softly into Chen Fan's ear, her expression slightly unnatural. Chen Fan nodded slightly, warmth surging in his heart. This Jade Spirit paste must be extremely precious, and Long Qianqian probably stole it from the Dragon Lord to give to him. When you use this medicine, your body may feel as if it is being tempered by flames. Endure it. After speaking, Long Qianqian took out a jade jar with an ancient design from her bulging bag. Wang Ting, do not blame me. This was originally left by the Dragon Lord for you, but since you already ate Chen Fan's 9-turn divine pill, you should sacrifice some benefits as well. Long Qianqian carefully held the jade jar, took a deep breath, and comforted herself inwardly. Jade spirit paste was a supreme treasure of Huaxia, discovered in an ancient ruin. There were only 2 bottles in total. The Dragon Lord had used one, and the remaining one had been reserved for Wang Teng. Now Long Qianqian had secretly taken it out to use on Chen Fan. I admit I am a little selfish, but Chen Fan was exchanged with the lives of my entire Zhang family. He is closer than a biological younger brother. As Long Qianqian evenly applied the jade spirit paste all over Chen Fan's body, she comforted herself inwardly. As soon as the paste touched his skin, Chen Fan immediately felt a burning sensation, as if his entire body were on fire. At the same time, black impurities began to be expelled from his body. Good little brother, do not be afraid. It will hurt a little at first, but it will be fine later. Seeing Chen Fan's pained expression, Long Qianqian said with distress. Outside the door, Meng Wanqing clenched her delicate fists, her breathing quickened, and her beautiful eyes shone brightly. I remember that after applying jade spirit paste, it is necessary to keep patting the body to promote absorption. Long Qianqian thought to herself. Brother, do not blame your sister for being ruthless. She raised her boneless, slender jade palm. Slap, slap, slap. As Long Qianqian continued to pat him, the medicinal power surged even more violently through Chen Fan's body. Chen Fan immediately felt an even more intense burning sensation. This burning was not actual fire, so Chen Fan's true phoenix body, which could resist all flame attacks, was completely useless. Ah! The immense pain made Chen Fan let out a painful groan. At this moment, Meng Wanqing outside the door was completely stunned. Could it be that a man's first time is also this painful? But does not Chen Fan have many girlfriends? Hearing the crisp slapping sounds and Chen Fan's painful voice, countless images exploded in Meng Wanqing's mind. 2 full hours later. Long Qianqian, having also used true energy while patting Chen Fan, was drenched in fragrant sweat and panting heavily. Chen Fan's body surface was now covered in a sticky layer of impurities. Chen Fan stood up, feeling as if his body had completely changed. His muscles and bones were far stronger than before, by more than 1 level. After taking a cold shower and washing away the impurities, Chen Fan came out. Looking at Chen Fan, whose skin was now crystalline like jade after the marrow cleansing, Long Qianqian could not help but swallow. At the same time, she silently reminded herself that this was her younger brother, and she absolutely could not make a move on her own family. But then again, there was also a saying that good resources should not be given to outsiders. While Long Qianqian was engaged in internal struggle, Chen Fan had already put on his clothes and taken out a jade pendant about the size of a palm. Sister, this was given to me by that mighty expert I saved during the medical Dao competition. Inside is a top-tier cultivation technique of the great expert level. Chen Fan handed the jade pendant to Long Qianqian. What? A great expert level cultivation technique. Long Qianqian's hand trembled as she took it, almost dropping the jade pendant. No, no, this is far too precious. She shook her head repeatedly, wanting to return it. This was a technique that could cultivate one to the great expert level. In all of Huaxia, there might not be more than this one. If you treat me as your younger brother, then accept it. Chen Fan said sternly, pushing it back. Then we cultivate it together. Long Qianqian said, her breathing becoming rapid. This was a cultivation technique that could potentially lead to the great expert level. It was impossible for her not to be tempted. No. First, I have checked it. The jade pendant contains a spiritual imprint that can only be received by one person. Second, this great expert level technique is of no use to me. Chen Fan shook his head. Thank you, my good little brother. Ding. Long Qianqian favorability plus 10, current favorability 90. Reward, 4,000 life points. Current life points balance. Ding. Detected host gifting a great expert level technique to Long Qianqian. Reward, early stage Qi Si realm cultivation. Early stage Qi Si realm cultivation. Chen Fan was stunned. He had not thought that far, but the system directly granted him early stage Qi Si cultivation. This was an enormous gain. Long Qianqian hugged Chen Fan tightly. She believed that Chen Fan mainly focused on medical Dao, alchemy, and feng shui, and was not interested in martial cultivation, so she accepted it. Seeing that Long Qianqian was about to study the jade pendant, Chen Fan did not disturb her and prepared to return to his room on the 2nd floor. As soon as he pushed the door open, he smelled a lingering fragrance in the air. Meng Wanqing. Chen Fan was puzzled. Why was she also on the 2nd floor? When Chen Fan returned to the room, the light suddenly turned on. Meng Wanqing was standing there, wearing a silk camisole nightdress. Her waterfall-like black hair fell to her waist. Her peerless fairy-like face was irresistibly seductive. Her long jade legs were tight and graceful, like scissors harvesting a man's soul. With a provocative expression, Meng Wanqing walked up to Chen Fan, her slender jade hands cupping his face. Chen Fan immediately felt a warm breath, like orchids and musk, blowing onto his face. Chen Fan, you do not want others to know about you and Sister Qianqian, do you? Downstairs, Wang Ting, who was meditating in cultivation, opened his eyes. Wang Ting, you just stepped into the mid-Qi Lake stage in one leap through the use of a pill. Your foundation is unstable. You must calm your mind and cultivate properly. Yi Zhitian immediately reprimanded him. Although Yi Zhitian said this, he also stood up, his gaze dark and fixed on the second floor. Still, I did not expect that Chen Fan is not only unparalleled in huaxia in medicine and alchemy, but is also terrifyingly strong in that aspect as well. It has already been 4 hours, has it not? Yi Zhitian sighed with emotion. Wang Ting nodded deeply in agreement. Godfather, should we go up and take a look? Meng Wanqing is, after all, a descendant of a sub-sage, related to 20% of huaxia's literary Dao fortune. Nothing must go wrong. Wang Ting said with some concern. No need. Judging by the sounds, it should be fine. Yi Zhitian stood with his hands behind his back. Sigh, in learning there is no seniority, the capable come first. Tomorrow I must ask Chen Fan for guidance in this matter. Yi Zhitian sighed deeply. Wang Ting, however, gave a sly smile. I am afraid Godfather will miscalculate. The Tao is not lightly transmitted, let alone such techniques. However, Wang Ting was not worried that Chen Fan would not teach him, because he already knew the secret of this technique. That was the 3 great dual cultivation methods Chen Fan practiced together with his sister Wang Yuyan, domestic section, Japanese and Korean section, European and American section. However, whenever he asked his sister about it, she stubbornly refused to admit anything, and Chen Fan also always kept his mouth shut. It seems that after the martial Dao competition, I must make a special trip back to Jiangnan City. This concerns my future happiness in life. I must make that damn girl hand over these 3 dual cultivation secrets. Wang Ting thought to himself. One day later. The next day, Chen Fan came downstairs refreshed and energetic, eating breakfast under the strange gazes of everyone. Where is Wanqing? Long Qianqian held a bowl of soy milk, drinking it while looking Chen Fan up and down with a half-smiling expression in her beautiful eyes. She is full. She is not hungry. Chen Fan replied. Long Qianqian's delicate body stiffened slightly. Her beautiful eyes glanced at the white soy milk in her hand, and some images involuntarily appeared in her mind. Meanwhile, Yi Zhitian and Wang Ting looked at Chen Fan with faces full of admiration. An entire night, and Chen Fan's mental state actually looked even better than last night. Could it be that Chen Fan truly cultivated some kind of dual cultivation secret art that harvests yin to nourish yang? Yi Zhitian's pupils shrank slightly. If Long Qianqian were not present, he would probably have already dragged Chen Fan aside to ask him about it. After everyone finished eating, Meng Wanqing slowly walked downstairs. Her pretty face was full of spring warmth, fair with a rosy glow, as beautiful as peach blossoms. A trace of lingering passion remained in her beautiful eyes, giving her already peerless face an added gentleness like water, truly possessing the beauty that could shame the moon and sink fish. Wang Ting and Yi Zhitian were both slightly dazed by the sight. However, perhaps due to exhaustion from the entire night, Meng Wanqing's jade feet were somewhat unsteady as she walked. Chen Fan quickly stepped forward to support her. Long Qianqian felt inexplicably displeased inside. Last night she had wanted good resources to stay within the family, but the great expert-level breathing technique Chen Fan gave her was simply too tempting, so she had let Chen Fan off for the time being. Who would have thought that Meng Wanqing, that little bitch, would seize the opportunity? Meng Wanqing, do not forget your mission in coming to Xiaojing. In your current state, can you even step onto the arena and participate in the competition? From today onward, you will sleep with me until the martial Dao competition ends. Long Qianqian raised her snow-white chin high and spoke in a tone that brooked no doubt. Oh okay? Meng Wanqing cast a resentful glance at Chen Fan and nodded. She truly wanted to be with Chen Fan, but she knew how to weigh priorities. Chen Fan was simply too powerful. The battles of last night alone had already scattered part of her literary Dao aura. Chen Fan wanted to say that with him present, the literary Dao fortune would not be a problem at all. But seeing Long Qianqian's cold beautiful eyes, Chen Fan could not help shrinking his neck. Who told elder sisters to naturally suppress younger brothers? Although she was not his biological sister, Long Qianqian carried more weight in Chen Fan's heart than a biological one. After breakfast, Meng Wanqing suggested going to Zhujiayuan for a stroll. Yi Zhitian needed to guide Wang Ting in consolidating his realm, and Long Qianqian needed to study the great expert-level qi cultivation technique she had just obtained last night. Thus, in the end, only Chen Fan and Meng Wanqing went together. Since Zhu Jiayuan mainly dealt in antiques and cultural artifacts, it was filled mostly with ordinary people and tourists, and it was also relatively close to Wang Ting's villa. Therefore, they felt at ease letting the two of them go out alone. Zhu Jiayuan was vast and filled with tourists from all over. Chen Fan used the Ghost Gate 13 needles to disguise Meng Wanqing as a woman of ordinary appearance. Even so, Meng Wanqing's perfect figure and her unique temperament enhanced by literary Dao aura still attracted countless gazes. Oh, Wan Stone Pavilion. What a strange name. Meng Wanqing pointed at a 3-story ancient-style building covering more than 1,000 square meters not far away. Hearing this, Chen Fan also stopped. Perfect. I can buy some jade materials to carve small spirit-gathering arrays to help Long Qianqian and Wang Ting cultivate. Chen Fan thought to himself, then pulled Meng Wanqing inside. As soon as he entered the hall, Chen Fan saw it filled with dazzling strange stones. Hello, sir. May I ask if you are interested in ornamental stones or jade? At this moment, a female attendant wearing a cheongsam walked over. Bring me some Hetian white jade. Only the highest quality mutton fat white jade. Chen Fan said. The attendant's eyes immediately lit up. She knew a big deal had arrived and hurried off to the secure warehouse to fetch the jade. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose at the entrance of Wan Stone Pavilion. Chen Fan looked up and saw a tall girl in a black dress with skin as white as snow walk in. As she walked, her slender snow-white calves and ankles appeared faintly. Although her face was covered with a black veil, her beauty could still be discerned, likely on the same level as Long Qianqian and Meng Wanqing beside him. However, judging from her bearing and the slightly kimono-style dress adorned with cherry blossom patterns, it was clear that she was not from Huaxia, but from the island nation. Name, Chishima Yui, age, 23, combat power, mid-Chi Lake stage. The girl's information immediately appeared in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan frowned. It was not because of her strength, but because as a high-level feng shui heavenly master, he sensed something abnormal within her the instant she appeared. As soon as the black-clad girl entered the hall, a bald man who looked like a manager ran over carrying a huge travel bag. Miss Chishima, everything is here. Collecting these 238 stones from the peaks of the 3 mountains and 5 sacred mountains was really not easy, and each one was cut to size according to Mr. Xingchuan's requirements. Among them, we spent a great deal of money and connections to obtain the bricks from the top of the Forbidden City. The bald manager said with a flattering smile. This was the strangest order he had received in his career, but the payment was enormous. A bag of stones that no one would pick up if thrown away was purchased for 200 million, paid in advance. 238 stones from the peaks of the 3 mountains and 5 sacred mountains, plus bricks from the Forbidden City and the Great Wall. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed. Could this be a miniature version of the island nation's national suppression pagoda? In the island nation, there was an infamous national suppression pagoda built using 372 stones plundered from various special locations across different countries to suppress their national fortunes. 238 of those stones were taken from Huaxia. When Chishima Yui looked at the bag of stones handed to her, her body visibly trembled. Her expression was hesitant, as if she were struggling internally. But in the end, she still took it and turned to leave. Sir, this is the mutton fat white jade you requested. The female attendant returned, holding a tray with pieces of mutton fat white jade shaped like plain jade plaques. Chen Fan grabbed them and stuffed them into his pocket, then tossed a bank card to Meng Wanqing and chased after Chishima Yui. Wait, what is the password? Meng Wanqing looked at the disappearing Chen Fan, standing there in complete disarray. Outside Zhu Jiayuan, at this moment inside a luxurious recreational vehicle. An old man and a young man were sitting cross-legged on the floor, while a girl of about 17 years of age was brewing tea for the two of them. Standing beside the young man was a gaunt old man wearing a black kimono, embroidered with a 9-petaled chrysanthemum on it. The old man had short silver-white hair standing straight like steel needles. At his left hand rested an ancient-looking samurai sword. Although the old man did not release even the slightest aura and stood there like a statue, even Yao Wujiang, who was sitting opposite Xingchuan Xuanye, did not dare to underestimate him, because this silver-haired samurai was clearly a super expert at the early Qi Lake realm. Master Xingchuan, why did we not personally go to retrieve those stones? I always feel that there is something wrong with that girl. Yao Wujiang said. However, when the girl who was pouring tea heard this, her wrist trembled, and a bit of tea spilled out. Suma Mason. The girl immediately bowed and apologized. As she lowered her head, beneath the long hair covering her face, her beautiful eyes flashed with deep worry and boundless hatred. Hehe, Chishima Sakura, do not worry. Believe that your sister will not abandon you. She will make the correct choice for your sake. In the island nation, your Tsushima family has always been an anomaly that was close to Huaxia. Back then, you were expelled from the imperial family and still refused to repent. Now, from the once glorious Chiba family, only you two sisters remain. This is all the result of my protection. As Xingchuan Xuanya spoke, a trace of lewdness flashed in his eyes as he reached out and stroked Tsushima Sakura's face, which was even more beautiful than Tsushima Yui's by a slight margin, flawless to the extreme. After this feng shui competition ends, you will be 18. As long as you and your sister serve me well, I will allow you two sisters to return to the imperial family. Upon hearing this, Tsushima Sakura's delicate body immediately trembled. Chen Fan followed behind Tsushima Yui, passing through several streets. Tsushima Yui seemed to notice something as well. With a few quick movements, she turned into a sparsely populated alley. Why are you following me? After Chen Fan stepped into the alley, a sharp shout rang out behind him. At the same time, a cold, sharp dagger was pressed against the center of Chen Fan's back. Ding! Detected a girl with an appearance rating of 94, Tsushima Yui. Initiating binding. Ding! Binding successful. For each 1 point of favorability gained by the bound target Tsushima Yui, the host gains 400 life points. Current favorability, 0. Granted host appearance cashback function, name, Tsushima Yui, appearance rating, 94, cashback ratio, 1 to 400. Granted host enhanced void / can unleash combat power exceeding 1 realm level. A series of electronic synthesized sounds instantly rang out in Chen Fan's mind. Even foreigners can be bound? Chen Fan was momentarily stunned. But this enhanced void / is quite good. Right now, I could probably face Yao Wujiang or Ji Yuandao head-on and fight evenly, then withdraw calmly. As for the Tsushima Yui holding a dagger behind him now, she was as weak as a 3-year-old child in his eyes. Hehe, why am I following you? Do you really not know? What you want to do with the foundation stones of Huaxia's major mountain dragon veins does not need me to spell it out, does it? Chen Fan sneered and turned around, directly meeting the beautiful eyes beneath Tsushima Yui's veil. You are a feng shui master. Tsushima Yui exclaimed in shock, panic flashing through her beautiful eyes. I am sorry. I really had no choice but to do this. Tsushima Yui slowly lowered the dagger and actually bowed to Chen Fan in apology. Now it was Chen Fan's turn to be surprised. Since you know you are wrong, then leave these stones behind and go. Chen Fan frowned slightly. Since Tsushima Yui had already been bound, he did not want to kill her outright. No, I am very sorry. I know what I am doing is wrong, but I cannot leave these stones behind. Tsushima Yui shook her head. Is it because of the feng shui forbidden technique planted in your body? Chen Fan asked. In fact, the instant Tsushima Yui entered the stone shop, Chen Fan had already sensed the abnormal fluctuation on her body. You can actually tell that I have the forbidden technique of the 9 chrysanthemum lineage on me. Tsushima Yui said in shock, her veil falling to the ground and revealing a face capable of toppling nations. The forbidden techniques of the 9 chrysanthemum lineage of the island nation are nothing special. They are merely deformed offspring born from techniques passed over from Huaxia thousands of years ago and fused with the island nation's local schools, specializing in destructive activities across the world. The island nation is a people that are weak, insecure, covetous of other nations' wealth, and greedy. Chen Fan snorted disdainfully. That is not the case. Not all people of the island nation are like that. For example, our Chiba family has always been friendly toward Huaxia. Tsushima Yui said. Hearing this, Chen Fan frowned. When he was in university, he had studied that period of history. It did seem that there was once an island nation prince who maintained good relations with Huaxia, then was expelled from the imperial family and changed his surname to Chiba. He did not expect that the Tsushima Yui before him was actually a descendant of that prince. If it is because of this feng shui forbidden technique on you, I can remove it for you if you do such a thing. Chen Fan said. No, you cannot remove it. This was personally planted by the current head of the 9 chrysanthemum lineage, Xingchuan Xuanya. At less than 30 years of age, he has already reached the legendary feng shui heavenly master realm. Moreover, I am not doing this for myself. My younger sister is still in his hands, and she is also afflicted by the forbidden technique. Every day, my sister and I can only rely on his secret methods to stay alive. Tsushima Yui shook her head. Merely a junior feng shui heavenly master. Chen Fan sneered, took out a plain mutton fat white jade pendant, and used 2 fingers like a blade to carve formation patterns into it. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward the jade pendant, and complex, mysterious patterns appeared on it. Chen Fan tossed the jade pendant to Tsushima Yui. The moment Tsushima Yui grasped the pendant, she immediately felt the forbidden technique within her body being suppressed. The dagger-like true qi hovering near her heart was actually pressed down. The effect was identical to when Xingchuan Xuanye used his secret method to suppress the forbidden technique. This kind of low-level forbidden technique, I can remove it for you and your sister at any time. But the prerequisite is that you must listen to me. Chen Fan said. You can actually break Xingchuan Xuanye's forbidden technique. Chishima Yui's face was filled with shock. In the entire island nation, Xingchuan Xuanye was the only feng shui heavenly master. That was why, at less than 30 years old, he had become the national preceptor of the island nation, as well as the head of the largest power there, the 9 chrysanthemum lineage. In the entire island nation, he stood second only to one and above millions. Yet the young man before her was clearly much younger than Xingchuan Xuanye, but could so casually undo his forbidden technique. That meant he was at least on the same level as Xingchuan Xuanye, or even higher. At this moment, Chishima Yui no longer doubted anything and fell to her knees with a thud. As long as you can save my sister and help her escape from danger, I, Chishima Yui, am willing to acknowledge you as my master and serve you as a beast of burden for my entire life. Yes, but as long as you keep today's matters secret, after the feng shui competition ends, I will free you sisters from his grasp. Chen Fan said. He was not a 3-year-old child and would not so easily trust the woman before him. Yes, master. Chishima Yui knelt on one knee and replied. Chen Fan nodded, then turned his gaze toward the stones. These stones, I know them. They can be used to build a miniature national suppression pagoda, correct? Linked by formations to the massive national suppression pagoda in the island nation, it can construct a passage between Huaxia and the island nation. As a feng shui heavenly master, Chen Fan already had some vague guesses in his mind. But what purpose does Xingchuan Xuanye and the 9 chrysanthemum lineage have in constructing this passage? Chen Fan could not figure it out. Judging by Chishima Yui's blank expression, she clearly did not know either. Forget it. For now, I will first set up long-distance formations on these stones from the 3 mountains and 5 sacred mountains. When the time comes, I will respond accordingly. A mere junior feng shui heavenly master like Xingchuan Xuanye is nothing more than a small fry. When Chen Fan returned to the villa, it was already late. In the living room on the first floor, Wang Teng and Yi Zhitian were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, while Meng Wanqing was sitting angrily on the sofa watching television. Heh, you were pretty quick with that island nation girl this time. Not even 2 hours and it was over. When Meng Wanqing saw Chen Fan return, she immediately snorted coldly. Her pretty face was puffed up with anger, looking quite adorable. Island nation girl? Wang Teng, who was meditating, immediately opened one eye when he heard this. Close your eyes and cultivate your mind. Do not be disturbed by the outside world. Yi Zhitian immediately scolded him, then pricked up his ears. That girl had some issues with her body. I went out to take a look. Chen Fan said awkwardly. Indeed, leaving Meng Wanqing alone and running off to chase another girl was quite awkward if one did not know the inside story. Heh, who would have thought that my little brother Chen Fan is also a gynecology expert, able to tell at a glance that someone has bodily problems. I just wonder what differences there are in the structure between island nation girls and Huaxia girls. Why do you not explain it to everyone? On the staircase, a pair of slender, jade-white feet and fair calves stepped down the wooden stairs. Long Qianqian walked down with a cold smile and said, Qianqian, you forgot that he is the foremost authority in medical arts. Once the 13 ghost gate needles come out, even gynecology is easy work. Meng Wanqing said as she spoke, then threw herself into Long Qianqian's fragrant and soft embrace, looking extremely aggrieved. Long Qianqian stroked Meng Wanqing's long hair with one hand while glaring at Chen Fan with the other. Wang Ting instantly became energized upon hearing this, as if a new world had been opened before him. His eyes burned as he looked at Chen Fan. The 13 ghost gate needles can be used like this? A saint of gynecology. I must have Chen Fan teach me the 13 ghost gate needles in the future. Wang Ting thought secretly. Just as Chen Fan was about to explain awkwardly, a piece of news suddenly began playing on the television. Recently, island nation folk cultural performances titled Summer Festival have been held one after another across Huaxia. The day after tomorrow, the island nation capital will host the largest summer festival folk cultural performance in history, attracting tourists from all over the world. The news anchor said on television. A bolt of lightning flashed through Chen Fan's mind, and his eyes widened instantly. At this moment, the fog covering his mind was instantly swept away. He finally understood why the head of the 9 chrysanthemum lineage, Xingchuan Xuanye, wanted to use the National Suppression Pagoda to construct a passage between Huaxia and the island nation capital. Combined with the feng shui competition the day after tomorrow, everything suddenly made sense. Heh, the 9 chrysanthemum lineage truly has deep schemes, ingenious methods, and sinister intentions that are astonishing. If this had not been discovered by chance, Xiaojing would have suffered unimaginable consequences. A chill immediately rose in Chen Fan's heart. If Xingchuan Xuanye succeeded, Xiaojing would likely become a barren wasteland in the future. After that, Chen Fan no longer paid attention to the others and directly went into his room. Outside Xiaojing, within the Yao family grounds concealed by formations. Pavilions and towers stood in clusters, waterfalls and flowing springs were everywhere, exotic flowers and rare plants carpeted the ground, and the cries of apes and cranes echoed without end. Spiritual energy was so dense it was like mist. It was simply like a paradise where immortals lived. Yao Wujiang and Xingchuan Xuanye walked side by side, with Chishima Yui, Chishima Sakura, and that Chi Lake Realm Island Nation warrior following behind. The 9 chrysanthemum lineage truly lives up to its reputation. Master Xingchuan's methods have left this old man in awe. With just a few modified formation patterns, you have elevated my Yao family's concealment formation to the level of the Ji family. Not only is it more hidden, but the concentration of spiritual energy gathered within the formation has increased by more than 20%. Yao Wujiang said with heartfelt admiration. He had just witnessed the means of a feng shui heavenly master. With a mere gesture, the stars shifted, mountains and rivers moved. Compared to ordinary feng shui masters, it was like heaven and earth. Even Qi Guoyang, the grandmaster of Huaxia feng shui, was far inferior. Just a few formation patterns had brought the Yao family's formation to a level comparable to the Ji family's formation, which had taken decades to construct and maintain. Family head Yao, what does this slight increase in spiritual energy matter? After the feng shui competition ends, you and I will split Xiaojing's spiritual energy evenly. I guarantee that the spiritual energy concentration of your Yao family will be at least 20 times what it is now. At that time, experts will emerge endlessly from your Yao family, and the Ji family will no longer be your match. And you will also have the opportunity to take another step forward, unify Huaxia, and ascend the imperial throne. That day will not be far. Although Xingchuan Xuanye spoke like this, he was sneering inwardly. Once the feng shui competition ended and the island nation's ancestral founder was revived, the Ji family, the Yao family, and all of Huaxia would sink beneath the feet of the 9 chrysanthemum lineage. The billions of Huaxia people would forever become their slaves. Yao Wujiang merely smiled without speaking. At over 100 years old and as the head of a 1,000-year hidden family, he was already shrewd beyond measure. Although Xingchuan Xuanye promised the Yao family 50% of Xiaojing's spiritual energy, he estimated that at most 30% would actually be realized. But even so, that amount of spiritual energy would still allow the Yao family's spiritual concentration to increase by more than tenfold. Moreover, as one side gained while the other lost, Xiaojing would become a barren land after losing its spiritual energy. The Ji family and the other experts of the Huaxia War Department would lose the foundation needed to cultivate martial arts. In that case, within 10 years, no one in Huaxia would be able to oppose the Yao family, and fully unifying Huaxia and restoring imperial rule would only be a matter of time. Master Xingchuan, this matter concerns major affairs of both my Yao family and your 9 chrysanthemum lineage. Should we send some experts to protect the National Suppression Pagoda Passage? If it were discovered and destroyed, all our efforts would be wasted. Yao Wujiang said. There is no need. I have already laid down feng shui heavenly master concealment techniques on the National Suppression Pagoda Passage. Even if all the feng shui masters of Huaxia gathered in Xiaojing, they would not be able to find my passage. And even if Huaxia had a feng shui heavenly master who found it and broke my formation, I would immediately know. Xingchuan Xuanye said with disdain. Yao Wujiang nodded. Not to mention that no one knew of this matter aside from those present. Moreover, since the death of Lu Bowen hundreds of years ago, the highest level of feng shui attainment in Huaxia was Qi Guoyang, the feng shui grandmaster by the Dragon Lord side, who was only at half-step feng shui heavenly master. Compared to Xingchuan Xuanye's true feng shui heavenly master realm, that half-step gap was like an endless chasm. Behind them, Chishima Yui's lips curled slightly, and a trace of mockery flashed through her beautiful eyes. Early the next morning, at the Wang family villa. It is finally completed. Chen Fan opened his eyes and raised his hand, wiping away the extremely profound feng shui formation patterns floating in the air. In order not to alert Xingchuan Xuanye, Chen Fan did not choose to directly break his formation. Instead, he used the remote formations previously marked on those stones to record new formations. Such a method could only be performed by a high-level heavenly master and consumed an enormous amount of time. Fortunately, after an entire night of effort, it was completed. Chen Fan, it is about time. The car is ready, and we can set off for Tianyun platform. Inside the Wuling van, Wang Ting was personally driving. I just received news that for this feng shui competition, the heads of the two hidden families, Yao Wujiang and Ji Yuan Dao, will both be attending. Yi Zhitian spoke. Oh? I did not expect them to value this feng shui competition so highly. Long Qianqian said in surprise. Yes. After all, it involves 10% of Huaxia's national fortune. On top of that, Chen Fan unexpectedly seized first place in both the medical and alchemy competitions earlier, so they are paying extremely close attention to this match. Yi Zhitian glanced at Chen Fan as he spoke. Heh, my brother Chen Fan is a feng shui master. Whoever comes is just asking to lose. Wang Ting snorted coldly. However, Yi Zhitian shook his head. Although Chen Fan is only 21 years old and has already reached the level of an intermediate feng shui master, which is absolutely monstrous talent even in the entire history of Huaxia. In the feng shui branch of the Ji family, there is an even more outrageous genius. A 25-year-old advanced feng shui master. Yi Zhitian said. A 25-year-old advanced feng shui master? Everyone was shocked. Just moments ago, everyone had been full of confidence, waiting for Chen Fan to win the feng shui competition. Now their expressions stiffened, and the van fell into silence. After a moment, Long Qianqian, feeling somewhat dejected, forced a smile. Chen Fan, do not be discouraged. You are only 21 years old. In 4 more years, you might not be inferior to that feng shui genius from the Ji family. Long Qianqian comforted him. Who told you I am an intermediate feng shui master? I am a feng shui heavenly master. That advanced feng shui master from the Ji family is fucking nothing. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. Oh, yes, you are the strongest, you are the best. You are a feng shui heavenly master, invincible in the world of feng shui. Meng Wanqing hurriedly reached out her slender jade hand, placed it on Chen Fan's chest, and gently soothed him as if coaxing a child, smiling as she spoke. Her playful gesture immediately made everyone laugh, while Chen Fan nearly broke down. Seriously, from the medical competition, to the alchemy competition, and now the feng shui competition, why does no one ever believe me when I tell the truth? The Wuling van soon drove into Tianyun platform. After getting out of the car, Chen Fan's appearance immediately caused a sensation. There were more than half again as many spectators today compared to the last alchemy competition. Many powerful figures of Huaxia and heads of sects rushed over after learning that Chen Fan would participate in this feng shui competition. After all, this was a living alchemical myth who could refine a 9-turn divine pill capable of letting a qi condensation cultivator step directly into the realm of a regional king. It could be said that befriending Chen Fan might grant a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Sure enough, Chen Fan's arrival instantly ignited the atmosphere. The entire venue erupted into intense clamor. Those Qi Lake realm powerhouses seated in the front rows, along with the heads of major families, all stood up and nodded respectfully toward Chen Fan. The practitioners of medicine and alchemy cheered Chen Fan's name loudly, their eyes filled with fanatical admiration. Oh? Is this the Chen Fan who refined the 9-turn divine pill a few days ago? Xingchuan Xuanye, Yao Wujiang, Tsushima Yui, and Tsushima Sakura stood at an inconspicuous spot outside the venue, looking at Chen Fan, who had stirred the entire audience. A sharp glint appeared in their eyes. Yes, that is him. It is said that he is also an intermediate feng shui master. A trace of killing intent appeared in Yao Wujiang's gaze. After the alchemy competition, the Yao family's genius alchemist Yao He had suffered such a great shock that he vomited blood and fainted. After waking up, he remained in a half-mad state. Interesting. Just over 20 years old, the foremost authority in medicine, an alchemical myth, and even an intermediate feng shui master. Xingchuan Xuanye nodded. The 9-turn divine pill refined by Chen Fan might even have miraculous effects for the revival of the ancestor. Xingchuan Xuanye thought secretly. Behind him, the moment Tsushima Yui saw Chen Fan, an intense brilliance burst forth in her beautiful eyes. It is master. Tsushima Yui was filled with excitement. She did not expect Chen Fan to also be Huaxia's foremost medical authority and alchemical god. Judging from the crowd's reaction, his status in Huaxia was astonishingly high. What confused her was why Yao Wujiang said he was only a feng shui master. His feng shui attainment was absolutely not much worse than Xingchuan Xuanye's. Although Tsushima Yui's reaction was fleeting, it still did not escape Tsushima Sakura's notice. Her gaze also turned toward Chen Fan. Could he be the Huaxia man my sister mentioned yesterday, the one who can remove the feng shui forbidden techniques from our bodies? Chishima Sakura, sharp and intelligent, immediately made the connection. But then she shook her head. What my sister said was simply too unbelievable. This Chen Fan is clearly only a few years older than me. How could he possibly be a feng shui heavenly master like Xingchuan Xuanye? My sister must be grasping at straws out of desperation. But it does not matter. After the competition ends, I will offer my body, then take Xingchuan Xuanye hostage in bed, force him to remove the forbidden technique from my sister, and then kill him. Even if I die, it will be worth it if my sister can escape his clutches. Chishima Sakura thought, a trace of resolve flashing in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, the venue stirred once again. A man in a plain gray Zhongshan suit, the Dragon Lord, slowly walked onto the VIP platform. Behind him followed an elderly man wearing black training clothes and black cloth shoes, with long eyebrows reaching his temples and an aloof expression. The Dragon Lord has arrived. Who is the old man behind him? Anyone who can follow behind the Dragon Lord is definitely not an ordinary person. Someone in the audience exclaimed in shock. You do not know him? That is Qi Guoyang, the Grandmaster of Huaxia Feng Shui, a half-step Feng Shui heavenly master, known as Elder Qi, our Huaxia national master. Nearby Feng Shui practitioners said excitedly. The crowd was utterly shaken upon hearing this. Everyone had heard of Elder Qi's name, the Grandmaster of Feng Shui. However, he lived in seclusion, and except for top-tier powers or Qi Lake Realm experts, few people ever saw him. Elder Qi, the one in the arena, is Chen Fan, a 21-year-old intermediate Feng Shui master. Would you consider taking him as your final disciple and letting him inherit your legacy? After taking his seat, the Dragon Lord pointed at Chen Fan and introduced him. His talent is decent. However, I have seen many geniuses. Many were brilliant for a time, only to fade into mediocrity in the end. Let us talk about it after this competition. Qi Guoyang nodded. After a brief glance at Chen Fan, he looked elsewhere. Even when facing the Dragon Lord, he maintained an aloof demeanor. After all, in all of Huaxia, there was only one half-step Feng Shui heavenly master. The Dragon Lord felt helpless. This elder had made immense contributions to Huaxia, laying down Feng Shui formations to gather spiritual energy and cultivate many powerhouses for the War Department. Yet Qi Guoyang's heart contained only the path of Feng Shui. He had no interest in Huaxia's struggle against the two hidden families, and even the Dragon Lord could not force him. Chen Fan, it will depend on whether you can continue creating miracles in this competition and move Elder Qi to take you as a disciple. However, judging by his expression, he seems more interested in that young genius from the Ji family. The Dragon Lord murmured softly. Just as his words fell, Qi Guoyang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked toward the entrance. He is here. As Qi Guoyang finished speaking, the Dragon Lord turned his gaze toward the entrance of the arena. Sure enough, Ji Yuandao personally led a young man into the venue. The young man was dressed like an ancient figure from historical dramas, with flowing sleeves and elegant robes. His appearance was handsome, and as he walked, he exuded an ethereal, refined aura, extraordinary in temperament. However, his eyes looked straight ahead, his gaze cold and aloof, as if the spectators watching the competition were nothing more than roadside weeds. Excellent, truly excellent. This is the bearing and pride that a Feng Shui master should possess. In comparison, that Chen Fan is far too ordinary. He lacks the cold arrogance and solitary presence befitting masters of our Feng Shui lineage, the aura of those who casually pluck stars and seize the moon. After comparing the young man from the Ji family with Chen Fan, Qi Guoyang immediately felt that Chen Fan was even more unworthy of attention. Meanwhile, the martial artists and Feng Shui practitioners in the audience did not even know about the hidden families, so they did not recognize Ji Yuandao or the proud young man beside him. Ha ha ha, look at those two. What era is this, and they are still wearing ancient clothes? Do they think the Feng Shui competition is cosplay? Someone pointed at Ji Yuandao and the young man and laughed mockingly. But their laughter quickly died. Because Su Heshuan, the head of the Su family, one of Huaxia's three great families, actually came running over at a quick pace. Elder Ji. Su Heshuan bowed deeply and respectfully to the white-bearded elder, his demeanor extremely humble and ingratiating. Who is this old man? He actually made the Su family head bow like this. The surrounding spectators were utterly shocked. Only now did they realize that these two individuals possessed terrifying status, possibly even above the three great families. Those who had just mocked Ji Yuandao and the young man collapsed to the ground in fear, nearly fainting on the spot. Elder Ji, please proceed to the VIP seats. I will handle Ji Chongshuan's competition registration. Su Heshuan said respectfully. Very well. Ji Yuandao stood with his hands behind his back and nodded, his gaze shifting toward the direction of the Dragon Lord on the VIP platform. Then Ji Yuandao took a single step forward, spanning several hundred meters in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the VIP platform and took a seat beside the Dragon Lord. The spectators nearly had their eyeballs fall out at this sight. A single step of at least 500 or 600 meters. Even a Chi Lake Peak powerhouse could not do that. Could this old man be a legendary Chi Sea realm expert? A martial artist guessed in terror. When they saw the elder calmly sitting side by side with the Dragon Lord, their shock deepened even further. That was the Dragon Lord of Huaxia, yet this elder sat as his equal. The crowd's gaze toward Ji Yuandao instantly filled with awe, and they no longer dared to discuss him openly. Ji family representative, Ji Chongxian, enters the arena. After the registration was completed, Ji Chongxian flicked his sleeve and strode into the arena. Master Xingchuan, we should go as well. At the edge of the arena, Yao Wujiang, who had been observing quietly, spoke when he saw both Ji Yuandao and the Dragon Lord already present. Agreed. Xingchuan Xuanya nodded. Then he looked at Chishima Yui and Chishima Sakura. When today's great work is completed, the two of you sisters will be my reward for celebrating success. Prepare yourselves properly and do not disappoint me. Yes, master. My sister and I will serve you with complete devotion. Chishima Sakura bowed and replied. However, beneath her long hair, her beautiful eyes overflowed with boundless hatred and killing intent. Xingchuan Xuanya nodded in satisfaction. With the forbidden technique he had planted, he was not afraid that these two little wild cats would dare to disobey him. As Yao Wujiang led Xingchuan Xuanya onto the field, Zhu Yan, the head of the Zhu family, also stepped forward like Su Heshuan, bowing respectfully, once again triggering an uproar in the venue. Jiang family representative, Jiang Xuanya, enters the arena. Xingchuan Xuanya then walked toward Chen Fan and Ji Chongxian. Jiang Xuanya? He actually changed his surname. Chen Fan glanced at Xingchuan Xuanya and sneered inwardly. Ji Chongxian merely swept a glance at Xingchuan Xuanya before ignoring him entirely, as if no one present was worthy of his attention. On the VIP platform, Yao Wujiang also took a seat beside the Dragon Lord. Su Heshuan and Zhu Yan obediently sat behind them. This seating arrangement deeply shocked the major families and powerful figures below. At this moment, they firmly engraved the names of the Ji family and the Yao family into their minds, two families they had never even heard of before. On the VIP platform, Ji Yuandao was in high spirits. Elder Qi, what do you think of the unicorn talent of my Ji family's feng shui lineage? Ji Yuandao asked proudly. Extraordinary bearing, truly reminiscent of the ancient feng shui heavenly masters. This feng shui competition's champion can only be Ji Chongxian. Qi Guoyang praised. The Dragon Lord frowned slightly. Qi Guoyang was Huaxia's only half-step feng shui heavenly master, and even the Ji and Yao families sought to curry favor with him. Now that Qi Guoyang was advanced in age and dissatisfied with the aptitude of his descendants, he wanted to find a feng shui prodigy to inherit his legacy. Originally, the Dragon Lord wanted to recommend Chen Fan, but judging by the current situation, Qi Guoyang clearly favored Ji Chongxian more. This was an extremely dangerous signal. If Qi Guoyang became Ji Chongxuan's master, it would pose a tremendous hidden threat to Huaxia. At this moment, Yao Wujiang suddenly let out a cold laugh. Oh? Brother Ji, do you have objections to Elder Qi's judgment? Ji Yuandao, confident of victory and bolstered by Elder Qi's approval, looked at Yao Wujiang with a half-smile, extremely pleased. There is no such thing as absolutes in this world. Brother Ji, have you already forgotten the previous medical and alchemy competitions? Yao Wujiang said with a smile. You are referring to that Chen Fan. His talent is indeed good, reaching intermediate feng shui master at such a young age. But each level of a feng shui master is separated by an immeasurable chasm. Compared to Ji Chongxian, he is still far inferior. Qi Guoyang shook his head. Elder Qi, I am afraid Yao family head is not referring to Chen Fan, but rather to the Yao family's own representative, Yao Xuanya. Ji Yuandao sneered. The Yao family's alchemy path indeed stands at the pinnacle of Huaxia, but their feng shui path. Forgive this old man for speaking bluntly, but it is utterly unpresentable. Qi Guoyang said with a face full of disdain. As the highest authority in Huaxia's feng shui world, he showed no courtesy even toward hidden families. Yao Wujiang's face instantly darkened. As one of Huaxia's two great hidden families, standing tall for thousands of years, when had he ever been treated with such contempt? Just wait until Xingchuan Xuanya siphons away all of Xiaojing's spiritual energy. Let us see whether you can still laugh then. On the arena floor, Chen Fan was no longer as relaxed and casual as in the previous two competitions. Instead, a trace of heaviness lingered on his face. After a full day and night of carving formations, Xingchuan Xuanye's National Suppression Tower spiritual energy channel had been completely altered by him into a baleful energy channel. The carefully designed 10,000 ghosts transporting spirit formation of Xingchuan Xuanye and the 9 chrysanthemum lineage was about to become a 10,000 ghosts transporting baleful energy formation. The so-called 10,000 ghosts transporting spirit formation was a scheme in which the 9 chrysanthemum lineage used the summer festival to summon the malevolent spirits of island nation soldiers who had died on Huaxia battlefields in the past. They would then use these evil spirits to transport the spiritual energy gathered in Xiaojing during the Feng Shui competition through the channel built by the National Suppression Tower to the capital of the island nation. At that point, Xiaojing, deprived of spiritual energy, would become a barren wasteland where nothing could grow. However, all of this had been reversed because of Chen Fan. Sigh. I wonder how many people in the island nation's capital will die because of this 10,000 ghosts transporting baleful energy formation. Chen Fan sighed. If all the baleful energy of Xiaojing were condensed and transported by those evil spirits to the island nation, the destructive power would be no less than the 2 nuclear bombs dropped by the beautiful country back then, perhaps even more terrifying, killing countless people and instantly turning the island nation's capital into desolation. But after a moment, Chen Fan shook his head. The entire capital of the island nation was holding the summer festival, summoning evil spirits stained with countless Huaxian blood debts, their intent to destroy Huaxia never extinguished. Therefore, they deserve death. So you are the recently high-profile Chen Fan? A 21-year-old intermediate Feng Shui Earth Master. You do have some talent. On the competition arena, Ji Chongxian walked proudly up to Chen Fan, looking him up and down. However, although there is only one level of difference between an intermediate Feng Shui Earth Master and an advanced Feng Shui Earth Master, that difference is an insurmountable chasm. So to me, an intermediate Feng Shui Earth Master like you is nothing more than roadside weeds. Ji Chongshuan's voice was loud and arrogant. He was deliberately aiming to suppress Chen Fan, who had taken first place in 2 consecutive competitions and gained enormous fame. Because once the fortune competition ended, the Dragon Lord would soon fall, and the 2 hidden families would fully emerge, carving up territory and proclaiming themselves emperors. He needed to establish his authority in advance before the powerful figures of Huaxia and demonstrate the strength of the Ji family. Therefore, Chen Fan naturally became the stepping stone for him to rise to fame in this Feng Shui competition. As soon as Ji Chongxian spoke, the entire venue erupted. He is actually an advanced Feng Shui Earth Master? That is impossible, is it not? How old is he? He looks only about 24 or 25. I thought Chen Fan, this intermediate Feng Shui Earth Master, would definitely take first place in the Feng Shui competition, but now an advanced Feng Shui Earth Master has appeared. It seems Chen Fan's 3 consecutive championships will be broken in the Feng Shui competition. Feng Shui masters and martial arts powerhouses from all over Huaxia discussed heatedly in the audience. However, no one questioned whether Ji Chongxian was boasting, because everyone had just seen how even Su Heshuan treated him with great respect. Fuck, why are you acting so fucking superior? Give it 4 more years and Chen Fan might not be unable to catch up to you. Wang Ting could not hold back and cursed angrily. Long Qianqian and Meng Wanqing also looked displeased. Yes, this is how Feng Shui practitioners should be, unrestrained and free, arrogant by virtue of talent. This kind of true temperament is exactly like how I was when I was young. On the VIP platform, Qi Guoyang nodded in satisfaction. The more he looked at Ji Chongxian, the more he liked him. Ji Yuandao was secretly delighted as well. If Qi Guoyang could take Ji Chongxian as his disciple, it would be equivalent to binding Huaxia's only half-step Feng Shui heavenly master to the Ji family's chariot. At that point, not only would the Ji family gain tremendous strength, but Huaxia's side would also suffer a severe loss of power. Elder Qi, although Chen Fan is young and his strength is slightly inferior, he won first place in both the medical and alchemy competitions. That alone proves he is a once-in-a-generation genius. Seeing Qi Guoyang favor Ji Chongxian so much that he would probably find even his fart fragrant, the Dragon Lord grew anxious and spoke up. Humph, so what if he won first place in medicine and alchemy? Even combined, they are only equivalent to my Feng Shui path. And greed leads to shallow mastery. Dabbling in medicine and alchemy, how could he possibly calm his mind and develop Feng Shui techniques? I can almost conclude that this child's cultivation will stop at the intermediate Feng Shui Earth Master level for the rest of his life. Qi Guoyang snorted coldly. He prided himself on his integrity and independence, obeying orders but not flattery, even toward the Dragon Lord. If he did not like what the Dragon Lord said, he simply ignored it. Yao Wujiang sat silently, wearing only a cold smile. So what if Qi Guoliang was a half-step feng shui heavenly master? Soon this place would become a barren land devoid of spiritual energy, and at that time, half of Xiaojing's spiritual energy would converge at the Yao family. Even Qi Guoliang would be helpless then. Only at that time would they understand who the true winner of this feng shui competition really was. On the arena, Xingchuan Xuanye watched Ji Chongxian target Chen Fan and merely sneered. In his eyes, this was nothing more than weaklings pecking at each other among feng shui earth masters. He, Xingchuan Xuanye, already stood on a lofty cloud far beyond their reach. Today, he would give these Huaxian feng shui masters a day they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Dong! With the sound of a bell, the feng shui competition officially began. Feng shui, as the name implies, is nothing more than concealing wind and gathering energy. Therefore, the feng shui competition consisted of only one round, a contest of gathering energy through arena formations. Taking Xiaojing as the boundary, whoever had the higher feng shui attainment would be able to gather more spiritual energy. Among the feng shui earth masters participating on site, besides Chen Fan, Ji Chongxian, and Xingchuan Xuanye, there was only one remaining participant, an elementary feng shui earth master named Qi Yu. The feng shui path peers into the secrets of heaven and is mysterious and profound. Although Huaxia had many feng shui practitioners, those who could truly reach the level of feng shui earth master were extremely rare. Moreover, most of them only achieved this level after the age of 50. Although Qi Yu was the weakest among the four, he was quite famous in the Huaxian feng shui world. This was because he was Qi Guoliang's only biological grandson. However, Qi Guoliang was dissatisfied with his talent and had not passed down his legacy to him. "Brother Qi, please go first." Ji Chongxian stepped forward and cupped his hands toward Qi Yu. His attitude toward Qi Yu was extremely polite, completely opposite to how he treated Chen Fan. Many thanks for Brother Ji's kindness." Qi Yu quickly returned the salute, speaking gratefully. He knew Ji Chongxian was showing respect for Qi Guoliang. Otherwise, if Ji Chongxian went first and set up an advanced feng shui earth master level formation, Qi Yu would probably not be able to gather even a trace of spiritual energy. At that point, not only would he be humiliated, but Qi Guoliang would also lose face. Watching from the stands, Ji Yuandao felt deep approval in his heart. Ji Chongxian possesses great talent and yet yields to the weak. Truly a model for our generation, with the magnanimity of ancient feng shui heavenly masters. Qi Guoliang nodded slightly, his eyes filled with admiration. The Dragon Lord raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at Qi Guoliang, revealing a strange expression. How did I never notice before that this old man is so blatantly biased? Chen Fan also yielded, yet he never praised Chen Fan. "Everyone, since you are all yielding to me, I will embarrass myself first." Qi Yu cupped his hands and stepped onto the arena. The entire arena, filled with tens of thousands of spectators, instantly fell silent. All eyes converged on Qi Yu. Qi Yu took a deep breath on the arena, then formed hand seals and stepped in the 7-star pattern. With each step, a formation rune lit up beneath his feet, and his face grew a shade paler. "It is the 7-star spirit guiding formation." A feng shui master in the arena exclaimed. "What is the 7-star spirit guiding formation?" Wang Ting, seated in the general audience, asked the feng shui master in confusion. The 7-star spirit guiding formation, also known as the Big Dipper 7-star formation, uses formations to resonate with the Big Dipper, borrowing stellar power to gather and lock spiritual energy. It is the strongest formation for gathering spiritual energy in the feng shui path, but to execute it, one must have at least the level of an intermediate feng shui earth master. I did not expect Qi Yu to be able to use the 7-star spirit guiding formation by crossing an entire minor realm. Worthy of being the direct grandson of the feng shui grandmaster Elder Qi. All the feng shui masters present were extremely excited. After all, to them, even an elementary feng shui earth master was someone standing high above the clouds, and this kind of top-tier spirit gathering formation was something most people would never get the chance to see even once in their lifetime. Even Ji Chongxian revealed a hint of surprise. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Although Qi Yu's 7-star steps and formation techniques looked clumsy and childish in Chen Fan's eyes, like a toddler learning to walk, at least he had managed to complete it. Xingchuan Xuanye, however, shook his head disdainfully. So what if he managed to set up the 7-star spirit guiding formation? The Big Dipper consists of Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Ji, Tian Quan, Yu Heng, Kai Yang, and Yao Guang. At most, he can light up only one of them. One star can gather no more than 1/10,000th of Huaxia's spiritual energy. Xingchuan Xuanye said calmly. "Oh? I did not expect someone from the Yao family to understand the 7-star spirit guiding formation so well. Impressive. Ji Chongxian turned to look at Xingchuan Xuanye. Heh. The 7-star spirit guiding formation was created over 3,000 years ago by the high-level Feng Shui heavenly master Su Fu. I would not dare claim complete mastery, but across Huaxia, there is absolutely no one who understands this formation better than I do. Xingchuan Xuanye said arrogantly. Ha 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 ha, what an arrogant little bastard from the Yao family. If you dared to boast like this in the alchemy path, I would not say anything, but in Feng Shui, your Yao family is not even as good as this Chen Fan. Ji Chongxian laughed loudly, his expression wild and unrestrained. Chen Fan. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from the arena. Open! Chi Yu was drenched in sweat as he completed the final step of the 7-star steps. He raised 2 fingers like a sword, thrust them fiercely toward the sky, and roared. With his roar, the 7 footprints he had just stepped on suddenly burst into brilliant light, shooting straight into the sky like 7 sharp swords piercing into the clouds. Boom! After a deafening explosion, the sky, which had been filled with white clouds, was instantly torn apart by 7 formation swords, revealing a pristine blue sky. In that blue sky, 7 enormous celestial bodies appeared, slowly rotating. However, among the 7 stars, only the first one lit up, while the remaining 6 were completely dim. Ah! What is that? Is a meteor about to hit the earth? The entire venue instantly fell into chaos. Many martial artists turned pale with shock. Everyone, do not panic. This is not a comet striking the earth. This is the projection of the Big Dipper created by Qi Yu using the 7-star spirit guiding formation. Qi Guoyang stood up and said. Hearing this, the panicked crowd finally calmed down somewhat. Even so, all the Feng Shui masters and martial artists present were deeply shaken, their faces filled with shock. So this is the power of a Feng Shui master? So the legends of Feng Shui masters plucking stars and grasping the moon were not myths after all. Wang Ting, Long Qianqian, and Meng Wanqing had never witnessed such a scene before and spoke in astonishment. Indeed, the Feng Shui path is unfathomable. Legend has it that ancient Feng Shui heavenly masters could even use formations to guide and draw meteors, crashing them into the earth and destroying an entire nation. Yi Zhitian nodded. Wang Ting, Long Qianqian, and Meng Wanqing were even more stunned by these words. Elder Qi truly deserves to be the grandmaster of Huaxia's Feng Shui path. For your grandson Qi Yu to be able to set up the 7-star spirit guiding formation at the elementary Feng Shui Earth Master level, his true ability is probably even higher than that so-called intermediate Feng Shui Earth Master Chen Fan. This also shows how profound and powerful your techniques are. I, Ji, truly admire you. Ji Yuandao flattered him. Heh, just an unpromising junior. You flatter him too much. Although Qi Guoyang spoke modestly, his eyes were full of pride. However, that Chen Fan has no master or sect backing him. He might not necessarily be Qi Yu's opponent. Qi Guoyang added. Seeing Qi Guoyang belittle Chen Fan at every turn, the Dragon Lord felt displeased. Even so, he did not dare openly confront Qi Guoyang, as doing so would only push him further toward the Ji family. Sigh. If only Chen Fan could reach Qi Guoyang's half-step Feng Shui heavenly master realm, then he would not be so constrained by others. The Dragon Lord sighed inwardly. On the arena. After completing the 7-star spirit guiding formation, Qi Yu's face was deathly pale, his entire body soaked with sweat. As soon as he stepped down from the platform, he immediately sat cross-legged to meditate and recover. Crossing an entire realm to set up the 7-star spirit guiding formation had nearly drained all his vital energy. To fully recover would take at least half a year. Heh, since Qi Yu is done, which one of you will go next? Ji Chongxian stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Chen Fan and Xingchuan Xuanye. Heh, I think you should go first yourself, so that you do not accuse me of bullying you later. Xingchuan Xuanye sneered. He intended to strike only after Ji Chongxian had shocked and inspired pride in Huaxia's Feng Shui world, crushing their confidence in one decisive blow. I do not care. Chen Fan was indifferent. As long as he went up before Xingchuan Xuanye and finished setting up his formation, that was enough. Ha 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 ha. Good, good, good. Ji Chongxian laughed loudly, saying good 3 times in a row, though his face was extremely gloomy. I originally wanted to give you all a chance to participate, but you did not cherish it. Ji Chongxian shook his head, then flicked his sleeve and stepped onto the arena. He did not set up a new formation on the platform, but instead walked directly toward Qi Yu's 7-star spirit guiding formation. What is he doing? Why is he walking into Qi Yu's 7-star spirit guiding formation? The audience was completely confused. Heh, it seems Ji Chongxian is also going to set up the 7-star spirit guiding formation. Once he makes his move, Chen Fan and Jiang Xuanye will not be able to gather even a trace of spiritual energy. Qi Guoyang stroked his beard and laughed, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration. Elder Qi, is the 7-star spirit guiding formation really that special? Can it actually prevent others from setting up spirit gathering formations? The Dragon Lord asked in confusion. The Dragon Lord may not know this, but the 7-star spirit guiding formation is the #1 spirit gathering formation in the world today. Once it is activated, all other formations that gather spiritual energy in the surrounding area will fail. Qi Yu's 7-star spirit guiding formation summoned the power of 1 star. Therefore, the next person who wants to obtain spiritual energy must at least light up 2 stars using the 7-star spirit guiding formation. Based on my estimate, Ji Chongxian can definitely light up the 3rd star. Qi Guoyang said. Then according to this, after Ji Chongxian goes up, Chen Fan would need to light up at least the 4th star? The Dragon Lord frowned slightly. Heh, 4 stars? Dragon Lord, you think too highly of him. Even I can only light up the 4th star. Qi Guoyang sneered. The Dragon Lord fell silent. If that was the case, then Chen Fan's failure was inevitable. Chen Fan, an intermediate Feng Shui Earth Master, would not be able to gather even a trace of spiritual energy in the Feng Shui competition, which would be like scoring 0 on an exam where everyone else passed. Heh, Dragon Lord, my family's prodigy already gave Chen Fan a chance, but he was blindly arrogant and did not cherish it. Who can he blame? Ji Yuandao sneered. Showing courtesy before force, Chongxian has already been benevolent to the utmost. That Chen Fan is merely humiliating himself. Someone who cannot recognize his own strength and is blindly arrogant, even if he has some talent, will eventually die young or fade into mediocrity. Qi Guoyang shook his head. The Dragon Lord sighed inwardly. Sigh. Chen Fan is still too young and impulsive. For the sake of momentary pride, he gave up the only chance to display his talent. This time, Qi Guoyang will probably look down on Chen Fan even more. Above the arena, 7 gigantic stars stretched across the sky over the Tianyun altar, and even the mountains and ravines on their surfaces could be seen clearly. Among them, the first star shot out a dazzling pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth, locking down a dense mass of white spiritual energy. Not bad. It has roughly gathered and sealed about 1/10,000th of Xiaojing's spiritual energy. Ji Chongxian nodded. Then, under the gaze of countless eyes, he also began forming seals with both hands and stepping the 7-star steps. His seal-forming speed was much faster than Qi Yu's, and his demeanor was calm and composed. One after another, extremely complex formation patterns lit up beneath his feet, incomparably stronger than Qi Yu's. In less than 10 minutes, Ji Chongxian completed the 7th step. The formation is complete. Ji Chongxian let out a long breath of turbid air, then brought his index and middle fingers together and forcefully pointed at the 2nd and 3rd stars in the sky. Tianqian star, Tianji star, open. With Ji Chongxuan's shout, 2 beams of light shot upward with him as the center, flying toward the 2nd and 3rd stars in the heavens. Boom! The enormous light pillars struck the vast star phantoms of the Tianqian and Tianji stars. The 2 stars, which had been dim and gray, instantly lit up as if they had been charged. This majestic and awe-inspiring scene caused the hearts of tens of thousands of spectators to pound violently in shock. Even the Dragon Lord, Yao Wujiang, Yi Zhitian, and the others had flickering gazes filled with astonishment. As for Long Qianqian, Meng Wanqing, Wang Teng, and the rest, their mouths were left wide open in shock at the vast and magnificent sight. In the distance, Qidao Sakura and Qidao Yui, both veiled, remained calm, because they had followed Xingchuan Xuanye for several years. They had already witnessed even more terrifying methods from him. Finally, amid everyone's astonishment, the Tianqian and Tianji star phantoms were completely lit up by Ji Chongxian. The 3 massive stars rumbled as they rotated, and the 3 beams of light they cast automatically joined together to form a triangular barrier, simultaneously beginning to draw in spiritual energy from the surroundings. In an instant, everyone clearly felt the dense spiritual energy around them surging toward the triangular formation at the center of the arena. This is bad. This formation is terrifying. Not only spiritual energy, I feel that all the true energy in my body is about to be sucked out. A Qi condensation realm martial artist was the first to sense something wrong and immediately shouted, completely sealing his true energy to prevent it from being affected. At once, the entire arena was thrown into turmoil. Apart from experts at the Qi Lake realm and above who could withstand the 7-star spirit guiding formation at the center of the venue, all the Qi condensation realm martial artists chose to seal their dantians, not daring to use even a trace of true energy. On the VIP platform, Qi Guoyang's eyes shot out a golden light. 3 stars opened simultaneously. This can almost extract 1/10 of Huaxia's total spiritual energy. Ji Chongxian truly is a heaven-defying genius. I have decided. After the competition ends, I will immediately take Ji Chongxian as my closed-door disciple and have him inherit my legacy. Qi Guoyang slammed the table and made his decision. Ha 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 ha, I am deeply grateful for Elder Qi's favor. Ji Yuandao, thank you on behalf of the Ji family. Ji Yuandao was overjoyed and immediately stood up to bow to Qi Guoyang. Haha, brother Ji, from now on we are all family. No need to be so polite. Qi Guoyang said with a smile. The Dragon Lord clenched his fists tightly, his face ashen. Heh, Dragon Lord, I know you and the Ji family are not on good terms. But my Feng Shui lineage does not involve itself in worldly affairs. Moreover, this concerns the inheritance of the Feng Shui Heavenly Master, so I hope the Dragon Lord understands. However, to avoid suspicion, I will resign from the position of Huaxia's National Master in the near future and will not put the Dragon Lord in a difficult position. Qi Guoyang slightly cupped his fists toward the Dragon Lord, his tone sounding more like a notification than a discussion. Since Elder Qi has already made up his mind, then please do as you wish. Huaxia never forces anyone. The Dragon Lord said coldly, his gaze deep. At this point, how could the Dragon Lord fail to understand that Qi Guoyang's desire to take Ji Chongxian as his disciple was only one reason? Another important reason was that he knew the Dragon Lord's fate would end with the dissipation of national fortune after the competition, so he was seeking another place to settle. For him, the Ji family, which possessed an independent Feng Shui lineage, was the best choice. The others on the VIP platform also saw this clearly, their expressions turning strange. But with the great edifice about to collapse, the Dragon Lord could only sigh deeply. If only Chen Fan were also a half-step Feng Shui Heavenly Master. On the arena, within the spirit-gathering formation formed by the 3 enormous star pillars, the spiritual energy was so dense it was nearly condensing into liquid. Of course, this so-called liquid was only a sensory illusion. The essence of spiritual energy was a form of energy without a fixed state. It is unimaginable how fast one's cultivation would grow if one could cultivate under spiritual energy of this concentration. Many martial artists present sighed in admiration. Even from a distance, they could feel the astonishing density of spiritual energy, their pores opening involuntarily across their bodies. On the platform, Ji Chongxian finished gathering the final trace of spiritual energy and then stepped down. Even for a high-level Feng Shui Earth Master like him, lighting up 3 stars had consumed most of his vital energy. Although he did not collapse into a heap like Qi Yu, his face was pale and he was on the verge of exhaustion. Heh, I gave you 2 chances, and you did not cherish them. Now that you have seen my strength, you should roll away and stop humiliating yourselves. Ji Chongxian walked toward Chen Fan and Xingchuan Xuanya, looking down at them with arrogance plastered across his pale face. Heh, since we are already here, how could we leave halfway? Besides, you only lit 3 stars. That is nothing special. Chen Fan sneered and stepped onto the arena, completely ignoring the murderous gaze behind him from Ji Chongxian. Within the 7-star spirit-guiding formation on the platform, 3 stars shone brilliantly, responding to each other in a magnificent display. The dense spiritual energy was bound within the formation, unable to escape. Chen Fan slowly paced toward the 7-star spirit-guiding formation. All eyes focused on him. Is Chen Fan also going to set up the 7-star spirit-guiding formation? Everyone suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. This Chen Fan, who had unexpectedly seized first place in both the alchemy and medical Dao competitions, might possess some special method or secret technique to light up the 4th star. The Dragon Lord narrowed his eyes, staring at Chen Fan, hoping he would create another miracle. Even Qi Guoyang, who had always looked down on Chen Fan, rarely turned his gaze toward him. However, the result left everyone dumbfounded. Chen Fan merely circled the 7-star spirit-guiding formation once, then walked straight out and sat cross-legged on an empty patch of ground nearby, preparing to carve a new formation. Humph. I thought he could pull off some trick with the 7-star spirit-guiding formation. Looks like I overestimated him. Qi Guoyang snorted, shook his head, and withdrew his gaze. The Dragon Lord also closed his eyes and shook his head with a bitter smile. The 7-star spirit-guiding formation is universally recognized by all Feng Shui masters as the supreme spirit-gathering formation. Carving another formation beside it is completely pointless. It is absolutely impossible to gather even a trace of spiritual energy. The Feng Shui masters in the audience shook their heads one after another, all deeply disappointed. I thought you had some special method. Is this all you have? You are a complete and utter idiot. Ji Chongxian sneered repeatedly. What on earth is Chen Fan doing? Amid the jeers, both Meng Wanqing and Long Qianqian grew anxious. In the distant stands, the last trace of hope in Qi Dao Sakura's beautiful eyes dimmed. It seems my sister really was deceived by this Chen Fan. How could someone like this possibly be a feng shui heavenly master on the same level as Xingchuan Xuanye? At this moment, everyone in the entire arena was utterly disappointed in Chen Fan. Only Xingchuan Xuanye, watching Chen Fan's rapidly changing hand seals, suddenly burst with sharp light in his eyes, his body jolting violently. So fast at forming seals. And this seal? On the VIP platform, Qi Guoliang, who had been full of disdain just moments earlier, accidentally glanced at Chen Fan forming seals, his eyes widening as he abruptly stood up. This formation is... Beside the 7-star spirit guiding formation, Chen Fan's hands formed seals at lightning speed, leaving behind streaks of afterimages. At this moment, the feng shui masters present all sensed that something was wrong. Because Chen Fan's seal-forming speed was simply too fast, and every single seal was incomparably profound and complex. In almost an instant, 9 ghost-faced formation patterns emerged beneath Chen Fan's feet. And at the very moment those ghost-faced patterns appeared, the arena, which had been under a clear sky moments earlier, was instantly shrouded in a terrifying darkness. The entire ground split open into 9 deep abysses. Winds howled furiously, and waves of piercing, miserable wails echoed from within, sending chills down people's spines. Only the 3 stars in the firmament above still flickered with faint light. This is the 9 netherworlds evil gathering formation. Qi Guoliang shouted tremblingly. As if responding to his words, waves of bone-chilling, sinister energy surged across heaven and earth, roaring in from every corner of Xiajing toward the 9 abysses beneath Chen Fan on the arena. I never imagined that the 9 netherworlds evil gathering formation, which disappeared 1,000 years ago and stood alongside the 7-star spirit guiding formation, would reappear today. Xingchuan Xuanye's eyes burst with intense brilliance. The 9 chrysanthemum lineage was most fond of such sinister and venomous formations, yet this 9 netherworlds evil gathering formation had been lost for a millennium. Even Xingchuan Xuanye was seeing it for the first time. The Dragon Lord, Yao Wujiang, and Ji Yuandao all stood up, their expressions extremely grave. Because they could clearly sense just how terrifying the evil aura being gathered by the formation in the arena truly was. Elder Qi, what is going on here? What exactly is the 9 netherworlds evil gathering formation? The 3 demanded. The 9 netherworlds evil gathering formation is a formation on the same level as the 7-star spirit guiding formation. However, this formation specializes in gathering baleful energy. It is extremely sinister and venomous, and it was classified as a forbidden art and vanished 1,000 years ago. If the baleful energy gathered by this formation were to leak out, tens of thousands of people present would likely suffer massive casualties. Qi Guoliang said. To think that this Chen Fan would actually use such a sinister and evil forbidden technique in the feng shui competition. He truly is a disgrace despised by the entire feng shui world. Dragon Lord, and you still wanted Elder Qi to take someone like this as a disciple? Ji Yuandao sneered coldly. The Dragon Lord's face was ashen, and he remained silent. Although he did not understand why Chen Fan was doing this, deep down he still believed that Chen Fan would never act without purpose. At this moment, the feng shui masters below the stage also finally recognized the 9 netherworlds evil gathering formation that Chen Fan had set up, instantly triggering a massive uproar. Unable to match Ji Chongxian in feng shui realm and incapable of lighting the 4th star, he resorts to crooked paths and gathers baleful energy instead. Truly shameless, a disgrace to the feng shui world. Everyone accused Chen Fan of cultivating such a vicious forbidden feng shui technique. How could this be? Why would Chen Fan set up a formation that gathers baleful energy? Shock and confusion filled the hearts of Wang Ting, Long Qianqian, and Meng Wanqing. Chen Fan, impressive methods indeed. A 9 netherworlds evil gathering grand formation that vanished 1,000 years ago, actually brought back into the world by your hands. I wonder how much of Xiajing's baleful energy you can gather. Xingchuan Xuanye's eyes flickered. In fact, gathering baleful energy was even more difficult than gathering spiritual energy. From this alone, one could infer Chen Fan's true level. In Xingchuan Xuanye's eyes, even if Chen Fan were a high-level feng shui earth master, at most he would only be able to gather 1/10 of Xiajing's baleful energy, just like Ji Chongxian. This is a qi gathering competition. Chen Fan, what exactly are you trying to do by setting up such a sinister forbidden formation to gather baleful energy? Ji Chongxian pointed at Chen Fan and scolded him. Heh, you said it yourself. This is a qi gathering competition. Is only spiritual energy considered qi? Is baleful energy not qi? Chen Fan sneered and stepped forward. Instantly, the formation beneath his feet trembled again, absorbing baleful energy even more frenziedly. Wave after wave of even fiercer baleful energy surged toward Chen Fan. And the 9 abyssal phantoms grew even more solid, with streams of black baleful energy gathering within them. The surrounding baleful energy has already been drawn away by Chen Fan by at least 1/10, and it is still decreasing. At this moment, a feng shui master calculated the amount of baleful energy Chen Fan had gathered using a secret technique, his face instantly filling with shock. Does this not mean that Chen Fan's feng shui level is already on par with Ji Chongxian? Could it be that he is not a mid-level feng shui earth master at all, but a high-level feng shui earth master on the same level as Ji Chongxian? All the feng shui masters present were instantly shaken. Even Qi Guoyang on the platform looked at Chen Fan in astonishment. It seems I misjudged him. A 21-year-old high-level feng shui earth master. Such talent is truly terrifying. But his intentions are not righteous. He actually set up the 9 netherworlds evil gathering formation. Someone like this will forever be stuck at this level and can never achieve higher feng shui attainment. Qi Guoyang shook his head. Anyone who uses such dark forbidden arts is despised even by Huaxia's feng shui world. How could he possibly be a good person? My sister must have been deceived. If she were to fall into this Chen Fan's hands, the outcome might be even worse. Qi Dao Sakura thought secretly in the audience, becoming even more convinced of her conclusion. Something is wrong. Why is his formation still absorbing baleful energy? After some more time passed, a feng shui master noticed something amiss. They once again measured the baleful energy concentration of the formation using feng shui secret arts, and their faces instantly filled with horror. The formation in front of Chen Fan has already gathered half of Xiaojing's baleful energy. Does this not mean that Chen Fan far surpasses a high-level feng shui earth master and has even reached the half-step feng shui heavenly master realm? The moment this speculation was voiced, it was like a massive boulder thrown into a lake, instantly triggering a violent upheaval across the entire arena. At this moment, no one cared anymore about the forbidden technique Chen Fan had set up. Everyone was shocked by Chen Fan's half-step feng shui heavenly master realm. A 21-year-old half-step feng shui heavenly master. The Dragon Lord suddenly stood up, his eyes bursting with incomparable excitement, all traces of his previous dejection swept away. Qi Guoyang, meanwhile, stood there with his mouth wide open, his face filled with disbelief. He is only 21 years old. How could he possibly reach the half-step heavenly master realm? What is a heavenly master? 1 step ascends to heaven. Even a half-step heavenly master is worlds apart from a high-level feng shui earth master. His earlier words were like a whip lashing back at himself, leaving his face alternating between pale and flushed. His entire body went limp like a deflated ball as he collapsed back into his seat. Ji Yuandao, however, stood up, staring at Chen Fan with endless killing intent surging in his eyes. A 21-year-old feng shui heavenly master, capable of using a forbidden art like the 9 netherworlds evil gathering formation. Chen Fan had already become a massive threat even to his reclusive family. On the arena, Ji Chongxian stared at everything in disbelief. A half-step feng shui heavenly master? How could he possibly be a half-step feng shui heavenly master? Ji Chongshuan's eyes nearly burst with blood. A half-step feng shui heavenly master? I am afraid it is more than that. At this moment, Xingchuan Xuanye beside Ji Chongxian shook his head and spoke with a grave expression. As soon as his words fell. Rumble. The sky above the Tianyun altar suddenly roared like muffled thunder. That mass of century-old national fortune visibly split apart. 10% of the feng shui fortune emerged and descended toward Chen Fan, finally hovering above the crown of his head, only a single thread away from completely merging into his body. Fortune descends. In an instant, everyone was struck dumb with terror. It is the favor of fortune. No one expected that gathering baleful energy could also attract the favor of fortune. Everyone was utterly shocked. The heavenly Tao is impartial. Feng shui fortune is related to a person's feng shui realm, not to the type of formation being deployed, someone said. Wait, why is Chen Fan's formation still condensing baleful energy? Many people were astonished, because they had just calculated that Chen Fan's 9 netherworlds evil gathering formation had already gathered half of Xiaojing's baleful energy. And now that baleful energy was still rapidly converging into the formation. This is impossible. He is only 21 years old. How could he possibly reach that realm? At this moment, Qi Guoyang's expression had completely changed. He had utterly lost his composure, stood up, and spoke while trembling violently. The Dragon Lord could no longer remain calm either, his fists unconsciously clenching tight. That realm, since Lu Bowen several hundred years ago, no one has reached it. Could it be that Chen Fan truly can reach the Feng Shui Heavenly Master realm at the age of 21? The Dragon Lord's voice was trembling as well. And now it was not only Ji Yuandao who could no longer sit still. Even Yao Wujiang was unable to remain seated. If Chen Fan truly reached that realm, combined with his god-level alchemy skills, then even if the Dragon Lord were to die, within 20 years Chen Fan would absolutely be able to create a massive group of powerful warriors for the Huaxia War Department. At this moment, the Feng Shui masters present all war expressions of fanaticism. A Feng Shui Heavenly Master. An existence that could be deified within the Feng Shui world. Huaxia had not seen a Feng Shui Heavenly Master for several hundred years. Could it be that today they were about to witness the birth of this historic moment? Long Qianqian and Meng Wanqing both stood up as well, their beautiful eyes blazing with incomparably intense light. Yi Zhitian's breathing was rapid. Even as a Qi-Si realm powerhouse, he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. If Chen Fan truly was a Feng Shui Heavenly Master, then his value and status would far surpass Yi Zhitian himself, a Qi-Si realm expert. Master, this must be your true strength. You are only 21 years old, yet you are already at the same realm as Xingchuan Xuanye. Given time, surpassing him will only be a matter of time. Qi Dao Yui's delicate body was trembling. In the arena, looking at the 9 netherworlds evil gathering formation that had gathered nearly all of Xiaojing's baleful energy, Ji Chongxian was completely stunned, collapsing limply to the ground with a look of utter terror. The words he had spoken not long ago were like a series of vicious slaps, mercilessly striking his own face. Formation complete. As the final trace of Xiaojing's baleful yin energy was absorbed, Chen Fan stopped controlling the formation. As a high-level Feng Shui Heavenly Master, his strength was far more than this. If he wished, he could even gather the baleful energy of the entire Huaxia. But if he did that, the entire island nation would likely be reduced to a barren wasteland. Toward the die-hard fanatics of the island nation and the 9 chrysanthemum lineage, Chen Fan never showed mercy. But toward innocent civilians, he also did not wish to create senseless slaughter. So it is true. You are also an early-stage Feng Shui Heavenly Master. Seeing Chen Fan's 9 netherworlds evil gathering formation stop, Xingchuan Xuanye let out a breath of relief, but inside his heart surged a tempestuous wave. A Feng Shui Heavenly Master at only 21 years old. Such talent is far more terrifying than mine. Perhaps only our progenitor Su Fu could suppress him. Xingchuan Xuanye sighed. But he immediately shook his head. His most important mission today was to transport Xiaojing's spiritual energy back to Kyoto and revive the progenitor. As long as the progenitor revived, with his power, he would absolutely be able to make all of Huaxia submit. Thinking of this, Xingchuan Xuanye no longer hesitated and also walked toward the arena. Chen Fan, for Huaxia to produce someone like you is truly Huaxia's fortune. If you were given another 30 years, who knows what realm you might reach. You might even glimpse the realm of a high-level Feng Shui Heavenly Master. Xingchuan Xuanye said as he walked to Chen Fan's side. A high-level Feng Shui Heavenly Master? I already am one. Chen Fan said with a smile. Ha ha ha, Chen Fan, not only is your talent unrivaled in Huaxia, you are also quite an interesting person. Xingchuan Xuanye shook his head dismissively. However, this world does not have only one Feng Shui Heavenly Master. I am one as well. After speaking, Xingchuan Xuanye no longer concealed his aura. A powerful Feng Shui field, perceptible only to Feng Shui practitioners, erupted from his body. What a powerful aura! The Feng Shui masters present all felt it instinctively, their gazes converging on Xingchuan Xuanye not far from Chen Fan. This kind of presence. Qi Guoliang, who had already been stunned pale by Chen Fan, once again widened his eyes in shock. Xingchuan Xuanye walked straight toward the Feng Shui formation that Ji Chongxian had set up. What is he trying to do? Is he also going to set up the 7-star Qi guiding formation? But Ji Chongxian has already lit the 3rd star. Could he light the 4th one? Everyone voiced such questions. Today I will give your Huaxia Feng Shui world a lesson, and show you what a true Feng Shui Heavenly Master is. And what a true 7-star Qi guiding formation really looks like. Xingchuan Xuanye stepped through the 7-star steps, his hands forming incomparably profound seals. Then, one after another, 9-petaled chrysanthemum-shaped formation patterns lit up beneath his feet. Each chrysanthemum formation pattern radiated a bizarre and powerful aura, completely different from the formations of Ji Chongxian and Qi Yu. Although he is also setting up the 7-star Qi guiding formation, why is his formation method so strange? Many Feng Shui masters voiced their confusion. This is the formation method of the island nation's 9 chrysanthemum lineage. At this moment, Qi Guoliang suddenly shouted. Clan Head Yao, how does your Yao family have someone from the island nation's 9 chrysanthemum lineage? Upon hearing this, a fierce killing intent instantly surged from the Dragon Lord. The Huaxia War Department and the Nine Chrysanthemum lineage had a blood feud as deep as the sea. Ji Yuandao also raised an eyebrow, revealing a strange expression. Ha ha ha, everyone, since when did Huaxia's fortune competition forbid members of the Nine Chrysanthemum lineage from the island nation from participating? Seeing that it could no longer be concealed, Yao Wujiang simply admitted it outright. The Nine Chrysanthemum lineage harbors wolfish ambition. They established the Ghost Shrine of Reverence and built the National Suppression Tower, harming countless innocent Huaxia civilians. Yet you allow him to participate in Huaxia's fortune competition and seize Huaxia's fortune. Are you worthy of those Huaxia people who died? The Dragon Lord roared angrily. Heh, Dragon Lord, is your reaction not somewhat excessive? Over several thousand years, how many people has Huaxia lost in wars? Does the Dragon Lord intend to avenge all of them? Besides, ordinary people are born merely to be cattle and livestock for our use. If they die, they can simply reproduce again. Yao Wujiang shook his head as he spoke. You? The Dragon Lord pointed at Yao Wujiang in rage, unable to speak. He simply could not imagine what kind of fate ordinary civilians would suffer if Huaxia were to fall into the hands of these reclusive families. Heh, Brother Yao, inviting a feng shui master from the Nine Chrysanthemum lineage must have cost you quite a price. But now that Chen Fan has already become a feng shui heavenly master, it seems you have suffered another pointless loss this time. Ji Yuandao sneered. Ha ha ha, who said Chen Fan is the only feng shui heavenly master here? Yao Wujiang laughed loudly. Today would be the moment his Yao family seized Xiaojing's spiritual energy and stood atop Huaxia in the future. Even with the unexpected appearance of Chen Fan, it could not affect Xingchuan Xuanye's arrangements. The moment his words fell, 5 blinding beams of light suddenly erupted from the arena. In the heavens above, 5 of the 7 stars were lit up by Xingchuan Xuanye's formation. 5 stars shone brilliantly, like bottomless abysses, beginning to madly draw in Xiaojing's spiritual energy. The high-level feng shui Earth Master Ji Chongxian only managed to light up 3 stars, yet he actually lit up 5 stars of the 7-star spirit guiding formation. How is this possible? Could it be that he is also a feng shui heavenly master? At this moment, all the feng shui masters present were once again utterly shocked. A feng shui heavenly master, a figure that had not appeared for several hundred years, had suddenly produced 2 individuals in a single competition today. The Nine Chrysanthemum lineage, a feng shui heavenly master, he is Xingchuan Xuanye, the recently emerged sect master of the Nine Chrysanthemum lineage. He is hailed as the greatest feng shui genius in the island nation in 1,000 years. Qi Guoliang cried out involuntarily. The crowd at the scene was immediately shaken to the core upon hearing this. Ji Yuandao's expression also changed drastically. He had not expected Yao Wujiang to actually be able to bring in a feng shui heavenly master as an ally. Now, both the Dragon Lord side and the Yao family possessed a feng shui heavenly master, while his own side only had Ji Chongxian, a high-level feng shui earth master, and Qi Guoliang, a half-step heavenly master. This made him keenly sense a looming crisis. The 7-star spirit guiding formation with 5 stars lit was terrifying beyond measure, absorbing the spiritual energy of Xiaojing at an astonishing speed. At this moment, even a Qi-Si realm powerhouse like Yizhitian had to seal his Dantian and Qi-Si to prevent his true Qi from being drawn away by the grand formation. Only the Dragon Lord, Ji Yuandao, and Yao Wujiang were still able to withstand it. How is this possible? How could another feng shui heavenly master appear? On the competition field, Ji Chongshuan's face was filled with bitterness. His pride had been completely shattered, and the talent and feng shui earth master realm he had once been so proud of had, in this instant, become a complete joke. At the same time, in the capital city of the island nation, crowds filled the streets. Tens of thousands of young and middle-aged men of the island nation, dressed in white yukata and wearing headbands, gathered on the streets surrounding the imperial palace. They were like a vast white ocean of human flesh. Around them were even more fanatical residents of the capital. Inside the palace, a massive national suppression tower stood in the center of the square, radiating intense green light. Beneath the tower lay a pitch-black, ancient coffin, placed within a formation. Dozens of island nation warriors stood beneath the tower, every single one of them radiating powerful auras. Even the weakest among them were mid-stage Qi Lake realm powerhouses. At the forefront stood a man clad in pure white robes, with a lean and delicate face. He was the Yuta sacred emperor of the island nation. Around him were 4 island nation ronin wearing striped kimonos and carrying samurai swords. Every one of them was an early-stage Qi-Si realm powerhouse. Little ancestor, Xingchuan Xuanye has already begun setting up the formation to gather the spiritual energy of Xiaojing. Should we now officially begin the summer festival and summon the heroic spirits of our island nation? The Yuta sacred emperor, who stood above hundreds of millions in the island nation, actually bowed respectfully and asked an old man with loose white hair, wearing a black robe adorned with golden 9-petaled chrysanthemum emblems. Yes, we can begin. If this succeeds, then Su Fu will not only awaken from his 2,000-year slumber, but will also step directly into the great power realm. Su Yuan nodded as he spoke. At that time, Su Fu will be able to take me and all of you back to the true ancestral land of our Su family. For a full 20 years, because of that divine infant, I have been trapped in this old land for 20 years. Can I finally return? Su Yuan's voice trembled. Upon hearing this, the sacred emperor's eyes shone brilliantly, and he immediately issued the order for the summer festival summoning ritual of the capital to officially begin. With the sacred emperor's command, tens of thousands of robust island nation men on the streets of the capital began to move their arms and legs in perfect unison, letting out low roars like wild beasts. They were performing the island nation's war dance for honoring the dead, the Awa dance. Streams of black energy rose from above their heads, gathering toward the National Suppression Tower in the center of the palace square, summoning the Wangling toward Huaxia. Xiajing. Tianyun Altar Competition Grounds. Xingchuan Xuanye's 7-star Qi guiding formation had already gathered all of Xiajing's spiritual energy. Boom! 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 The feng shui fortune that had originally been suspended above Chen Fan's head began to drift toward Xingchuan Xuanye. However, it ultimately stopped at a position between Chen Fan and Xingchuan Xuanye, as if pulled by two invisible forces into a state of balance. Evenly matched? Xingchuan Xuanye looked at the feng shui fortune suspended between the two of them, the corners of his mouth curling slightly upward. The spectators in the arena. Long Qianqian, Meng Wanqing, Wang Teng, as well as the Dragon Lord, Ji Yuandao, Qi Guoyang, and others on the VIP seats, all held their breath, nervously watching the scene. Only Yao Wujiang remained calm. In his heart, if Xingchuan Xuanye could take this feng shui fortune, so much the better. If he could not, then 50% of Xiajing's spiritual energy would be enough to compensate for this portion of the fortune. Either way, it was a guaranteed profit. Sister, now do you believe it? The master is absolutely not inferior to Xingchuan Xuanye in the path of feng shui. Qi Dao Yui said excitedly to Qi Dao Sakura. Qi Dao Sakura also nodded in shock, admitting that her judgment had been wrong. A feng shui heavenly master at the age of 21. In truth, Chen Fan's talent should far surpass Xingchuan Xuanye's. Chen Fan, you are very impressive. Your talent is far stronger than mine. You may even be the only feng shui master in history who can rival ancestor Su Fu. Xingchuan Xuanye looked at Chen Fan with eyes full of admiration. If you had used the 7-star spirit guiding formation today, my plan would probably have failed completely. But heaven favors my 9 chrysanthemum lineage. In your desire to show off, you actually used the 9 netherworld evil gathering formation, giving me the opportunity to gather Xiajing's spiritual energy. Xingchuan Xuanye's words left everyone at the scene utterly confused. Only Chen Fan understood clearly in his heart. Chen Fan, perhaps every single day in the future, you will regret what you did today. Because today, I am going to take away all of Xiajing's spiritual energy. As Xingchuan Xuanye's words fell. Above the Tianyun competition grounds, a massive phantom of the National Suppression Tower suddenly appeared. At the same time, countless shrill howls suddenly rang out from the vicinity of Xiajing and rapidly rushed toward the competition grounds. Countless ghostly green humanoid figures, like evil spirits, appeared on the horizon of Xiajing. As if guided by some unseen force, they wailed and screamed as they surged toward the arena in overwhelming numbers. What are those things? Are they evil spirits? Everyone stood up in terror, staring at the tens of thousands of green evil spirits rushing toward them. This is the 10,000 ghost spirit transporting formation. This is bad. The 9 chrysanthemum lineage is stealing the spiritual energy of Xiajing. Qi Guoyang looked at the massive phantom of the National Suppression Tower and the island nation evil spirits summoned by the summer festival, and finally came to a sudden realization. What? Stealing Xiajing's spiritual energy. At this moment, even though the Dragon Lord and Ji Yuandao were outsiders to feng shui, seeing Xingchuan Xuanye's 7-star spirit guiding formation that had gathered all of Xiajing's spiritual energy, they fully understood what was happening. Yao Wujiang, are you insane? Xiajing is the foundation of our 2 families for thousands of years. If you let the 9 chrysanthemum lineage take away Xiajing's spiritual energy, we will all be finished. Ji Yuandao roared at Yao Wujiang, his face filled with anger and disbelief. Perhaps you also have a share in stealing Xiajing's spiritual energy, Yao Wujiang. The Dragon Lord stepped forward, staring coldly at Yao Wujiang. Ha 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 ha, so what if I do? From today onward, Xiaojing will become a barren land devoid of spiritual energy. Only my Yao family will be able to survive. Yao Wujiang laughed loudly. At this moment, everything was already settled, and he no longer bothered to hide anything. At this time, the feng shui masters below the stage all showed expressions of horror, staring in terror at the evil spirit surging toward the center of the arena. Chen Fan, are you not a feng shui heavenly master? Quick, stop him. Many feng shui masters and martial arts powerhouses at the scene reacted at last and shouted anxiously at Chen Fan. Xiaojing was the place with the densest spiritual energy in Huaxia. Most of the martial arts families and feng shui families present had their roots planted here. Once Xiaojing lost its spiritual energy, it would be equivalent to cutting off the very foundation of their families. Humph, now you remember Chen Fan? Who was it just now calling him a disgrace to the feng shui world at every turn? Meng Wanqing snorted coldly. Everyone immediately showed embarrassed expressions, but at this moment no one cared about that anymore. They could only look at Chen Fan with desperate hope. In their eyes, Chen Fan was now their only lifeline. Who would still care about forbidden formations and such things at a time like this? On the VIP seats, Ji Yuandao looked even more anxious. Dragon Lord, that Chen Fan is also a feng shui heavenly master. Quickly give him the order and have him break this 10,000 ghost spirit transporting formation. Ji Yuandao said. Before the Dragon Lord could speak, Qi Guoyang shook his head and said, it is too late. The 10,000 ghosts have already been summoned, and the National Suppression Tower passage has been completed. Even a feng shui heavenly master cannot change the outcome now. However, the Dragon Lord was meticulous in thought. His eyes shifted slightly, as if he had recalled something. Then he looked toward the 9 Netherworld Evil Gathering formation where Chen Fan had gathered baleful energy. With Chen Fan's strength as a feng shui heavenly master, he could absolutely light up the 4th and 5th stars. Then why would he bear infamy to set up the 9 Netherworld Evil Gathering formation? A certain guess suddenly arose in the Dragon Lord's heart, and his eyes instantly lit up. Boom! 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 Tens of thousands of evil spirits covered the sky and blotted out the sun, descending above the arena under the despairing gazes of the crowd. These evil spirits were all fanatics of the island nation who had once invaded Huaxia. Their eyes were hollow, their appearances ferocious and terrifying, exuding an icy aura that caused the temperature of the entire Tianyun altar to drop by more than 10 degrees. O heroic spirits of the Empire's warriors, you failed to conquer Huaxia in life. In death, carry Huaxia's spiritual energy back to your homeland as spoils of war. Xingchuan Xuanya shouted loudly toward the sky filled with evil spirits. Then he formed hand seals with both hands. The National Suppression Tower instantly erupted with thick black mist, which transformed into countless thread-like strands that bound tens of thousands of evil spirits. Roar! The evil spirits let out earth-shaking roars. Come, warriors, take away the spiritual energy of Xiaojing. Xingchuan Xuanye opened the 7-star spirit guiding formation toward the evil spirits. It is over, completely over. The feng shui masters at the scene looked in despair at the exposed Xiaojing spiritual energy, left to be harvested at will. Boom! Tens of thousands of evil spirits moved. However, in the very next second, everyone was dumbfounded. Only the Dragon Lord excitedly slapped the table and laughed loudly toward the sky. He knew that he had guessed correctly. Because those evil spirits did not rush toward the Xiaojing spiritual energy opened up by Xingchuan Xuanye. Instead, they rushed toward Chen Fan's 9 Netherworld Evil Gathering formation. Thump, thump, thump. Xingchuan Xuanye staggered backward several steps, disbelief flooding his eyes. This is impossible. The formations I engraved were clearly the 10,000 ghost spirit transporting formation. How could they possibly go and transport Chen Fan's baleful energy? Everyone else at the scene was also completely stunned, staring blankly as tens of thousands of evil spirits continuously flew into Chen Fan's 9 Netherworld Evil Gathering formation, then carried the baleful energy on their backs and transported it back into the National Suppression Tower. Xingchuan Xuanye, nothing is impossible. The Master had already seen through your plot. When I retrieved those stones, the Master had already engraved those formations. It is just that your realm was insufficient, so you failed to see it. At this moment, 2 graceful figures appeared in the arena. They were Qidao Yui and Qidao Sakura. Master. Qidao Yui bowed deeply to Chen Fan. Qidao Sakura hesitated for a moment, then also bowed deeply and called out, Master. Ding. Discovered a girl with an appearance score of 95, Qidao Sakura. Beginning binding. Ding. Binding successful. For every 1 point increase in favorability of the bound target Qidao Sakura, the host gains 600 points of vitality. Current favorability, 0. Granted to the host, appearance cashback function. Name, Chidao Sakura. Appearance score, 95. Cashback ratio, 1 to 600. Granted to the host, skill, puppet technique, which can use the physical body of a powerful expert to refine a puppet capable of exerting the expert's combat power from when they were alive. A burst of electronic synthesized sound rang out in Chen Fan's mind. HM? Puppet technique, that is truly good stuff? Chen Fan's eyes immediately lit up, and this Chidao Sakura was indeed beautiful beyond belief, stunning to the heavens. She truly deserved a 96-point rating. Chidao Yui, Chidao Sakura, you dare betray me, betray the 9 chrysanthemum lineage. I will make you die. Xingchuan Xuanye's face twisted with ferocity. He instantly formed a hand seal, intending to detonate the feng shui forbidden techniques planted in the two women. However, Chen Fan merely made a casual slicing motion with both hands. Xingchuan Xuanye's formation attack and the feng shui forbidden techniques on the two women instantly shattered. Chidao Yui and Chidao Sakura immediately revealed expressions of wild joy. Xingchuan Xuanye, on the other hand, showed a look of sheer terror. To break my forbidden technique with a single move, you are not a beginner feng shui heavenly master. You are an intermediate feng shui heavenly master. Heh, what intermediate feng shui heavenly master? Did I not already tell you long ago that I am an advanced feng shui heavenly master? Together with these evil spirits, take your baleful energy back to the capital of the island nation. Chen Fan sneered, then stomped his foot. Several streams of baleful energy shot out from the 9 Netherworld Evil Gathering formation and bound Xingchuan Xuanye's limbs. No! With a miserable scream, Xingchuan Xuanye was dragged directly into the 9 Netherworld Evil Gathering formation and became one member of the tens of thousands of evil spirits. At this very moment, Chen Fan suddenly sensed a sharp blade aura slashing toward him from behind. Chen Fan, be careful, there is a Qi-Si realm expert. The Dragon Lord and Yizhitian, who had been paying close attention to Chen Fan's side, immediately roared and rushed toward him, but they were already too late. However, Chen Fan was now already a Qi-Si realm expert. He had long sensed that blade aura. The formation patterns of the 9 Netherworld Evil formation beneath his feet flashed, and Chen Fan's body appeared several meters away. At the same time, several streams of baleful energy instantly coiled around the white-haired island nation warrior who had launched the attack from behind. The samurai sword in the short-haired warrior's hand fell to the ground as he struggled and cursed in rage. However, the black baleful energy was like writhing serpents, continuously burrowing into his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, suppressing his true qi and causing his body to tremble violently. The Dragon Lord and Yizhitian landed beside Chen Fan. Seeing that Chen Fan was unharmed, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the Qi-Si realm warrior who was being continuously eroded by baleful energy and had already lost all signs of life, even the Dragon Lord could not help but suck in a sharp breath. This 9 Netherworld Evil Gathering formation truly lives up to being a forbidden formation. It is terrifying to this extent, able to suppress and kill even a Qi-Si realm expert. The Dragon Lord exclaimed. Yes, but that is mainly because he walked into the formation of his own accord. Otherwise, it would not have been able to deal with him. Chen Fan nodded. At this moment, tens of thousands of evil spirits had already transported all of the gathered baleful energy of Xiaojing away, completely entering the National Suppression Tower. As the last evil spirit disappeared, Chen Fan withdrew the 9 Netherworld Evil Gathering formation, and the phantom of the National Suppression Tower vanished as well. Boom! 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 The feng shui fortune in the void hesitated no longer and descended, entering Chen Fan's body through the crown of his head. At this point, Chen Fan already bore 20% of Huaxia's national fortune. Even without using true qi pressure, his every gesture now carried an aura that made others want to kneel and worship. Seeing that Chen Fan had preserved Xiaojing's spiritual energy, everyone at the scene erupted in excited cheers, loudly chanting Chen Fan's name. At this moment, a figure walked toward Chen Fan and then suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. Heavenly Master Chen, this junior Qi Guoyang respectfully asks the Heavenly Master to accept me as your disciple. Please accept me as your disciple, Heavenly Master Chen. Qi Guoyang's voice echoed throughout the entire arena. Chen Fan, the Dragon Lord, Yizhitian, Long Qianqian, Meng Wanqing, and the others all froze for a moment as they looked at Qi Guoyang, who was prostrating himself on the ground and bowing toward Chen Fan. The cheers of celebration in the arena came to an abrupt halt. All feng shui masters and martial arts powerhouses stared at Qi Guoyang in utter disbelief. This was the national preceptor of Huaxia, the absolute pinnacle of the Huaxia feng shui world in the past. If not for this competition, many of the feng shui masters present might never have had a chance to see him even once in their entire lives. And now such a towering figure, the spiritual pillar of the Huaxia feng shui world, was kneeling down to Chen Fan to acknowledge him as a master. Heavenly Master Chen, in learning there is no seniority, only attainment determines the master. This old man has pursued the Tao of the Heavenly Master for his entire life without success. I beg Heavenly Master Chen to show mercy and accept me as your disciple. Qi Guoliang spoke earnestly. Chen Fan frowned slightly. Although Qi Guoliang lacked any sense of national responsibility, he was still the person in all of Huaxia closest to the realm of a feng shui heavenly master. And Chen Fan would eventually leave this place to go to that so-called new land to search for Ao Jingjing and his mother. He also wanted to leave behind some capable talent for Huaxia. I can accept you as my disciple and guide you to achieve the heavenly master realm, but I will plant a feng shui forbidden technique in you. For your entire life, you must be loyal only to Huaxia. Chen Fan said. The Dragon Lord had originally felt some concern upon hearing that Qi Guoliang wanted to acknowledge Chen Fan as his master, but when he heard Chen Fan say this, his eyes immediately lit up. I am willing. Qi Guoliang said joyfully, without the slightest hesitation. Chen Fan nodded, then led the group away from the arena under the extremely reverent gazes of tens of thousands of people present. Everyone knew that from this day forward, Chen Fan's status would rise once again to an entirely new level. A position second only to one person and above countless others. Even his disciple was a feng shui grandmaster of Qi Guoliang's caliber. From now on, his status would even surpass that of the supreme commander of the war department. I never expected you to grow to this extent. Su Heshuan looked at Chen Fan's retreating figure, a sense of powerlessness rising in his heart. But no matter how strong you are, in the face of the absolute power of the hidden families, there is only one path, death. Once the fortune competition ends and the Dragon Lord dies, I want to see who will still be able to protect you. The flames of revenge reignited in Su Heshuan's eyes. Island Nation, Kyoto. Countless fanatics from Kyoto flooded the streets, cheering for the young and middle-aged men performing the summer festival in front of the imperial palace. Those tens of thousands of Island Nation men, dressed in white yukata and wearing headbands, bent their bodies slightly and swung their arms like beasts about to hunt, dancing the Awa Odori war dance. Their roars shook the sky. Streams of black energy flew from above their heads into the National Suppression Tower at the center of the Imperial Palace, summoning the war criminal evil spirits stationed in Huaxia. Beneath the National Suppression Tower in the Palace Square. Everyone stared intently at the tower. They are coming. Su Yuan, the elder with disheveled white hair and a black robe adorned with golden nine-petaled chrysanthemum emblems, whom the Yuta Holy Emperor addressed as Little Ancestor, suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. Good. The spiritual energy of the entire Xiaojing will surely be enough to revive Ancestor Su Fu. This time Xingchuan Xuanye has rendered great merit. When we go to the new land, let him succeed me as Holy Emperor. The Yuta Holy Emperor said. At the thought of going to that mysterious and incomparably powerful new land, he was filled with excitement. Do not be fooled by the Holy Emperor's fair and slender appearance. In truth, he was a super expert at the mid-Qi Si realm, on the same level as the Dragon Lord, Ji Yuandao, and Yao Wujiang. 20 years. For that divine infant, I have been trapped on this barren land for 20 years. Am I finally going back? Su Yuan's voice trembled. Boom! Brilliant light suddenly erupted above the National Suppression Tower. The first evil spirit stepped out. Roar! That evil spirit appeared before everyone carrying a mass of black baleful energy on its back. What is going on? Seeing the baleful energy carried by the evil spirit, Su Yuan, the Yuta Holy Emperor, and the powerful figures present were all horrified. At the same time, the formation patterns on the black coffin of Su Fu in the center of the square lit up. The baleful energy carried by the evil spirit instantly lost control and flew straight into the coffin. This is bad, this is not the spiritual energy of Xiaojing, it is baleful energy. What the hell did that bastard Xingchuan Xuanye do? Su Yuan roared in fury and alarm. Yet he had no way to stop it. Tens of thousands of evil spirits flew out from the National Suppression Tower, and the baleful energy on their bodies surged overwhelmingly into the black coffin. The coffin began to shake violently. An incomparably terrifying and powerful aura gradually spread from within, as if something was about to awaken. How could this happen? The Yuta Holy Emperor's expression became extremely ferocious as he stared in disbelief at the black coffin wrapped in baleful energy. Run! With the baleful energy of the entire Xiaojing invading Su Fu's body, his body may awaken, but his consciousness will surely be erased. He will become a killing machine controlled by baleful energy. Su Yuan reacted first. Two Qi realm experts of the 9 chrysanthemum lineage instantly escorted Su Yuan and vanished from the spot. The Yuta Holy Emperor stared fixedly at the coffin shrouded in black mist and shaking violently, his eyes nearly bursting with blood. After plotting for so long and paying countless prices, this was the final result. He found it impossible to accept. Who was it? Who exactly ruined my plan? I will make him die a miserable death. The Holy Emperor growled, but he was decisive. He immediately withdrew with the experts around him, not even having time to care about the family members in the palace. At this moment, outside the palace, the tens of thousands of island nation men in white yukata dancing the awa odori, as well as the fanatic residents of Kyoto, had no idea what had happened. All they felt was an incomparably terrifying aura gradually reviving, as if an extremely dreadful powerhouse was awakening. It is the aura of the ancestor. Our island nation's ancestor Su Fu has revived. Someone cried out in shock. That sentence was like a massive stone thrown into a lake, instantly setting off waves upon waves. Tens of thousands of island nation men and more than 300,000 fanatic island nation followers outside the palace erupted into frenzy. They danced the Awa Odori war dance madly, shouting the name of ancestor Su Fu. As if responding to their calls, a thunderous boom rang out as the massive black coffin exploded. A middle-aged man with loose black hair, about 1.9 meters tall, imposing and majestic, appeared in the air before everyone. His features were extraordinarily handsome, and an incomparably terrifying pressure radiated from his body, yet his eyes were empty, like those of a marionette. The ancestor has revived. Ancestor, lead us to trample Huaxia flat and wash away a century of humiliation. Huaxia belongs to us. One island nation warrior shouted fanatically and immediately knelt down and committed ritual disembowelment to prove his resolve. This act instantly ignited the emotions of the entire crowd. Everyone roared themselves hoarse, shouting about trampling Huaxia flat and washing away a century of humiliation. Yet Su Fu merely hovered quietly in the air, his hollow eyes gazing at the more than 300,000 fanatic island nation followers below. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled upward, splitting into a chilling smile. Black baleful energy slithered like serpents into his pupils, and in an instant his pupils turned an eerie black. Hehehe. So much fresh flesh and blood. I am so hungry. Xiajing Forbidden City Restricted Area. The Dragon Lord sat in the main seat. To his left and right were Qin Fan and Long Qianqian respectively. Yi Zhitian sat beside Qin Fan. Everyone raised cups and exchanged toasts, and the atmosphere was lively and extraordinary. This was a celebration banquet personally hosted by the Dragon Lord for Qin Fan. Qin Fan, after the meal, do not leave. I have already arranged rooms for you here. The Dragon Lord said. Today, Qin Fan not only seized the feng shui fortune, but more importantly shattered the conspiracy of the 9 chrysanthemum lineage and the Yao family. This made the Dragon Lord, who never drank alcohol, drink several extra cups in excitement. Qin Fan now carried tremendous weight. He was a feng shui heavenly master who could sit on equal footing with the heads of hidden families. The Dragon Lord did not feel at ease letting Qin Fan stay outside. Therefore, he arranged for Qin Fan and the others to stay in his own residence so that he could personally protect them. Qin Fan felt deeply moved, but letting the Dragon Lord personally protect him gave him a sense that things were reversed, and he subconsciously wanted to refuse. However, at this moment, Yi Zhitian spoke. Qin Fan, just stay here honestly. This place has formations reinforcing it, and the sound insulation is much better than Tinger's villa. That is right, Qin Fan. You have no idea. That day, the commotion you caused was like demolishing a building. It made it impossible for me to meditate. Wang Ting complained. Everyone burst out laughing upon hearing this. Qin Fan's old face reddened, and he could only nod helplessly. Long Qianqian's beautiful eyes blinked slightly, as if she was thinking about something, while Meng Wanqing lowered her head, her cheeks red like fully ripened tomatoes. At this moment, one of the Dragon Lord's personal guards suddenly walked over and whispered a few words into the Dragon Lord's ear. After listening, a trace of satisfaction flashed in the Dragon Lord's eyes, followed by a hint of solemnity. Dragon Lord, is it news from Kyoto of the island nation? Qin Fan asked. Everyone immediately looked at the Dragon Lord. Yes. Fortunately, Qin Fan discovered the 9 chrysanthemum lineage's plot in advance. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. They actually wanted to use the spiritual energy of Xiajing to revive the island nation's founding ancestor, Su Fu. The Dragon Lord said slowly. Su Fu? The Su Fu who, during the time of the first emperor, led 3,000 boys and girls across the sea in search of immortals. But was he not a person from more than 2,000 years ago? His bones should have long turned to ash. How could he still be revived? Everyone said in shock. This involves an extremely confidential secret. Very well, all of you will be the pillars of Huaxia in the future, so I will tell you in advance. After a moment, the Dragon Lord seemed to make an important decision and then spoke. Back then, when the first emperor unified the 6 states, his achievements were comparable to creation itself, and his personal strength had reached the half-great power level. Later, from the secret records he collected, he learned that beyond the 6 states there existed a legendary immortal land. But to reach that immortal land, one had to reach the great power realm in order to ascend there. The Dragon Lord said. That so-called immortal land is the new land, correct? Chen Fan asked. Yes, it is the new land. But at that time, the spiritual energy was far more scarce than it is now. It was simply impossible for the first emperor to step into the great power realm through cultivation, so he could only rely on pills. And Su Fu appeared during that period. It is said that he accidentally deduced a mysterious formation and was transmitted from the new land to the old land. At that time, Su Fu was also at the half-great power realm. He knew that the spiritual energy concentration of that era was far too low and that advancing to the great power realm was impossible. So he deceived the first emperor into mobilizing the entire nation to search for precious herbs, refined a body-sealing pill, and then fled to the island nation with 3,000 boys and girls. The Dragon Lord finished speaking in one breath. Body-sealing pill? What is that? Long Qianqian asked in confusion. The body-sealing pill is a pill that can seal both the soul and the body, ensuring that the body and soul do not perish for 1,000 years. Su Fu's martial cultivation back then was likely already at the great power realm, but because the spiritual energy of Earth was insufficient, he sealed himself away, waiting for the time when spiritual energy would be abundant again to reappear, break through the spiritual energy shackles in one move, reach the great power realm, and return to the new land. Chen Fan said. Everyone immediately understood. This was a scheme spanning more than 2,000 years. I never expected it to be broken by Chen Fan. The Dragon Lord sighed. Just now, news arrived that because he absorbed the baleful energy Chen Fan sent over, Su Fu was revived, but his body was taken over by baleful energy, turning him into a half-great power-level walking corpse. Su Fu slaughtered more than 300,000 island nation war fanatics in Kyoto on the spot, and the entire island nation royal family in Kyoto, except for the Yuta Holy Emperor, became Su Fu's blood food. It is said that the entire Kyoto of the island nation has already become a ghost city filled with blood and severed limbs. Well killed. If Huaxia were not in such a critical situation right now, I would have led the War Department long ago to wash away the blood debt of the past. Yi Zhitian slammed the table and praised. Yes, Chen Fan can be considered to have avenged the Huaxia civilians who were tragically slaughtered by those beasts back then. Satisfying. The Dragon Lord drained another cup and laughed loudly. Everyone raised their cups and drank deeply. There is one more matter. According to intelligence from the island nation, the true mastermind behind the plan to steal Xiaojing's spiritual energy was not Qingchuan Xuanye, but a person named Su Yuan. The Dragon Lord spoke again. Su Yuan? Who is he? A descendant of Su Fu? Everyone looked at each other and asked in confusion. Yes, but also no. This Su Yuan, like Su Fu, comes from the same family in the new land. However, Su Yuan came 20 years ago to hunt down Chen Fan and the Zhang family. The Dragon Lord said. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's hand gripping the wine cup trembled, and he suddenly raised his head to look at the Dragon Lord. Chen Fan, do not be anxious. This Su Yuan did not die. He escaped, but there is currently no information on his whereabouts. I have already dispatched many War Department experts to search for him. The Dragon Lord said. Chen Fan nodded. On the surface, he was calm as water, but inside his heart, stormy waves surged. He never expected that among the people who hunted him down back then, there was still a Su Yuan alive. Perhaps finding him would allow him to learn the secret of his own origins and the truth behind the extermination of the Zhang family. At this moment, the Dragon Lord's personal guard walked in again. Dragon Lord, acting commander of the War Department, Yi Qingzong, requests an audience. The Dragon Lord frowned slightly upon hearing this. Does he not know that I am holding a celebration banquet for Chen Fan today? He says there is an extremely important matter to report, concerning the literary Dao competition the day after tomorrow. The guard said. The literary Dao competition? Everyone's gazes immediately turned toward Meng Wanqing. The Dragon Lord frowned, then waved his hand. Let him in. The guard immediately saluted and left. Before long, Yi Qingzong strode in with large steps, his face full of excitement. He even forgot to salute the Dragon Lord with a military salute. Dragon Lord, good news! Yi Qingzong said. What good news? The Dragon Lord frowned. He was very dissatisfied with Yi Qingzong. During his tenure as acting commander, Yi Qingzong had placed many of his confidants into important positions within the War Department. He allowed incompetent and useless people to occupy key posts, and there were even signs that he intended to turn the War Department into the Yi family's private possession. However, in order to conceal Yi Zhitian's strength and leave Huaxia with a hidden trump card, the Dragon Lord could only endure it for the time being. Dragon Lord, I have invited back Kong Yuan, the descendant of the sage and the current Duke Yanqing, from the United States. He now requests an audience with you and Meng Wanqing. Impudent. Yi Zhitian smashed his wine cup to pieces with a loud bang and shouted angrily. Yi Qingzong was startled. For a brief moment just now, he almost thought the person in front of him was Yi Zhitian, the commander-in-chief of the War Department. After all, aside from their appearance, even their voices were extremely similar. Chen Fan, Long Qianqian, Wang Ting, and Meng Wanqing all had expressions as cold as frost. The Dragon Lord played with his wine cup without speaking, but the rise and fall of his chest showed that he was forcefully suppressing his anger. The entire room instantly became extremely tense. A hereditary surrenderer, a hereditary kneeler to foreign enemies, a servant family of 72 surnames, a twice-serving official across 25 dynasties who calls himself the Duke Yanqing, and you still dare to brazenly demand an audience with the Dragon Lord. This is simply turning heaven and earth upside down. Chen Fan said coldly. Chen Fan, do not think that just because you were lucky enough to win a few times in the fortune competition you can be so arrogant and disrespectful. The Duke Yanqing is a descendant of the Supreme Sage. How dare you, a yellow-mouthed brat, insult him? If this were 100 years ago, just those words of yours would have been enough to exterminate your 9 generations. Yi Qingzong shouted angrily. Exterminate Chen Fan's 9 generations? What did Chen Fan say wrong? Leaving aside the Mongol Yuan and Manchu Qing dynasties, let us just talk about the recent invasion of Huaxia by the island nation's army. Who was it that groveled and welcomed the invaders? Long Qianqian also shouted coldly. Young Mistress Qianqian, what you say is incorrect. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Back then, the Duke Yanqing's clan did this only to preserve the Confucian legacy and the bloodline of the sage. Moreover, this time the Duke Yanqing returned from the United States precisely to help Huaxia seize that 20% of literary Dao fortune. Does young Mistress Qianqian not wish to strive for this 20% of literary Dao fortune for Huaxia? Although Yi Qingzong was speaking to Long Qianqian, his eyes glanced toward the Dragon Lord, and his words carried a faint threat. The so-called literary Dao fortune was what the sage transformed into after death. If a descendant of the sage participated in the competition, once the sage's bloodline within them awakened, they could directly seize the literary Dao fortune. Others would not even need to compete. That was why the Duke Yanqing's party and Yi Qingzong dared to be so presumptuous, even daring to demand an audience with the Dragon Lord. 20% of literary Dao fortune is nothing more than something easily obtained. Why would we need a Duke Yanqing who has been surrendering generation after generation? Chen Fan said. Chen Fan, stop talking. You do not understand matters of the literary Dao. If a descendant of the sage participates, no matter how high the literary cultivation of others is, not even the great scholars of my Meng family could win. Meng Wanqing shook her head and said. The Dragon Lord, Long Qianqian, Yi Zhitian, and the others all remained silent. Clearly, they all knew the hidden truth behind this. Dragon Lord, young Mistress Qianqian, I have delivered my message. I will now go receive the Duke Yanqing. Yi Qingzong said with a smile. Without waiting for the Dragon Lord to speak, he turned around and strode away. Grandfather, how did it go? Did the Dragon Lord agree to go pay his respects to the Duke Yanqing? Outside the door, Yi Mingxian stepped forward and asked. This concerns 20% of Huaxia's literary Dao fortune. I doubt the Dragon Lord dares to refuse. Yi Qingzong snorted coldly. Yes, grandfather. All the key positions in the War Department have now been replaced with our people. And now that you have acknowledged the Duke Yanqing as your godfather, as long as this negotiation succeeds, once the competition ends and the Dragon Lord dies, you will become the true ruler of Huaxia. At that time, with the War Department controlled by our Yi family and the influence of the Duke Yanqing, we can stand on equal footing with the 2 great hidden families. In the future, becoming emperor is not impossible. Yi Qingzong clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing as he spoke with towering ambition. Becoming emperor? Yes, after 100 years of accumulation, it is time for my Yi family to transform from a fish into a dragon. By mandate of heaven, may longevity and prosperity be everlasting. Mingxian, if grandfather can ascend the throne in the future, you will be the crown prince of Huaxia. After Yi Mingxian left, Yi Zhitian was filled with shame and anger. He stood up and clasped his fists toward the Dragon Lord. Dragon Lord, I will immediately go cleanse the family. I will bring back Yi Qingzong and those Yi family scum who harbor evil intentions. Those who should be arrested will be arrested, and those who should be killed will be killed. Yi Zhitian turned around, about to leave. The Dragon Lord stood up and stopped him. Commander Yi, do not be impulsive. The priority right now is the fortune competition, and we can use people like Yi Qingzong as bait to draw out more parasites within the War Department. You stay here. Wanqing and I will go meet this Duke Yanqing from the United States. I am going as well. Long Qianqian said. Qin Fan did not speak, but he also stood up. The Dragon Lord hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He left Yi Zhitian and Wang Ting behind and took the others with him. The Duke Yanqing was staying at the Yi family residence, which was not far from the Forbidden City. This time, when the Dragon Lord went out, Qin Fan did not drive that Wuling van again. After getting out of the car, they saw a man standing at the entrance of the Yi residence. He was wearing a black jacket and had a long queue braid from the Manchu Qing era, standing respectfully with his hands lowered. Who goes there? The long-braided man shouted. The Dragon Lord of Huaxia has arrived. Step aside at once. A Peak Chi Lake Realm Guard of the Dragon Lord stepped forward and shouted. Heh, so it is the Dragon Lord requesting an audience with the Duke Yanqing. Please wait a moment, Dragon Lord. I will go report to my Kong family Sage Duke at once. The man in the black jacket and long braid clasped his hands and bowed. His temples bulged, and the joints of his hands were extremely thick. He was an early Chi Lake realm expert. Yet there was not the slightest trace of respect in his gaze toward the Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lord of Huaxia requests an audience with the Duke Yanqing. The long-braided man raised his voice like a palace eunuch and shouted, his voice instantly spreading throughout the entire Yi residence. What an impressive Duke Yanqing. The Dragon Lord personally arrives, yet not only does he not come out in advance to welcome him, he even requires permission to be granted. Long Qianqian said angrily. Heh, honored guests, my Kong family are descendants of the sage and represent Huaxia's Confucian tradition. Since you are requesting an audience with my master, you must follow my Kong family's rules. The long-braided man sneered, lifting his chin high, as if the status of Qin Fan, Long Qianqian, and the others below the steps was no different from that of a servant of the Kong family like himself. The Dragon Lord's face was ashen, the veins bulging on his clenched fist beneath his gray Zhongshan suit, but in the end he endured it. At this moment, a voice also rang out from deep within the Yi residence. Please invite the Dragon Lord to proceed to the Yi family's main hall to pay respects to the Duke Yanqing. Please, Dragon Lord. The long-braided man with bulging temples made a gesture of invitation. The Dragon Lord took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and walked inside. You are quite good. You are a professional at being a dog. Qin Fan walked over, bared his white teeth in a grin, and patted the man's shoulder 3 times. Heh, being a dog for the Kong family is my honor, unlike someone like you who can only follow behind the Dragon Lord. The long-braided man flicked non-existent dust off his shoulder and sneered. On the second floor of the Yi family's main hall, an elderly man wearing a skullcap, dressed in a black brocade jacket, with long whiskers flowing, stood with his hands behind his back at the railing. On his left stood a young man dressed the same way, fair-skinned but with a sinister expression. On his right was Yi Qingzong, the acting commander of the War Department. Godfather, will making the Dragon Lord kneel later be going too far? Yi Qingzong wiped away sweat and looked at the golden statue of the sage below. He had not expected Kong Yuan to play such a big game. If the Dragon Lord truly knelt before the golden statue of the sage downstairs, it would be equivalent to kneeling before the 3 of them on the second floor. Heh, Yi uncle, you jest. How precious is the golden body of my sage ancestor. How many emperors of Huaxia have devoutly knelt before the sage ancestor's golden body? Would that demean the Dragon Lord? The sinister young man sneered. His name was Kong Xian, the only grandson of the Duke Yanqing Kong Yuan, and the next Duke Yanqing. At this moment, the Dragon Lord led Meng Wanqing, Long Qianqian, and Qin Fan to the floor below. Please halt, Dragon Lord. Kneel and kowtow. Order the Dragon Lord to kneel. A servant wearing the same long robe and queue braid stood before the golden statue of the sage and shouted loudly. Everyone's advancing footsteps abruptly stopped. The Dragon Lord did not look at the statue. Instead, he suddenly raised his head and looked toward the railing on the second floor, where Duke Yanqing Kong Yuan, Yi Qingzong, and Kong Xian were standing. Yi Qingzong, you also want me to kneel? The Dragon Lord's gaze shot toward Yi Qingzong like a sharp arrow. Yi Qingzong's heart trembled, but when he thought of the Kong family holding 20% of the literary Dao fortune, and that the Dragon Lord would soon die after the fortune competition, he immediately regained his confidence. Dragon Lord, this is the golden statue of the sage. Throughout history, all emperors have knelt before it. Showing reverence to the sage does not diminish your status. Yi Qingzong said. Humph, well said about not diminishing status. But what I wonder is whether the Dragon Lord would be kneeling to the sage's statue, or to you people. This time, even Meng Wanqing, a descendant of a lesser sage, could not stand it and spoke out. Up above, Kong Xian's eyes lit up the moment he saw Meng Wanqing and Long Qianqian. Such peerless beauties were something he had never seen in more than 20 years in the United States. A trace of lewd desire immediately flashed in his eyes. No. I bear the faith of billions of Huaxia's people. Let alone a sage's golden body, even if the sage himself stood before me, I would not kneel. My spine bends only for the people of Huaxia. The Dragon Lord spoke word by word, his expression incomparably solemn. Chen Fan, Long Qianqian, and Meng Wanqing were all deeply moved upon hearing this. Chen Fan nodded inwardly. Yes. This was the Dragon Lord of Huaxia. This was the faith of Huaxia's people. It had nothing to do with strength or power. It was belief and spirit. At the second-floor railing, Yi Qingzong panicked upon hearing this and looked toward Duke Yanqing. Kong Yuan's face turned extremely gloomy, and he let out a heavy cold snort. This time, his main purpose was to give the Dragon Lord a show of strength, to gain the initiative for the upcoming negotiations. But he also did not dare to push the Dragon Lord too far. Since the Dragon Lord is unwilling to show reverence to my family's sage, I will not force the issue. Dragon Lord, come in. Kong Yuan snorted coldly, then led Kong Xian and Yi Qingzong downstairs. Everyone took their seats on the first floor. The Dragon Lord has come this time, presumably for that 20% of literary Dao fortune. Kong Yuan said slowly while drinking tea, his attitude and demeanor arrogant to the extreme. Heh, is the Kong family not returning this time for that very same literary Dao fortune? The Dragon Lord sneered. Dragon Lord, yuist. The literary Dao fortune was originally transformed from my ancestor, the sage. The sage's literary Dao fortune naturally belongs to my Kong family. Kong Yuan showed displeasure. However, if the Dragon Lord is willing to carve out half of Huaxia's territory for my Kong family to promote the teachings of the sage, then we can help you seize this literary Dao fortune. Kong Yuan continued. Ha 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 ha, promote the teachings of the sage? You simply want Huaxia to return to feudal imperial rule. The Dragon Lord laughed loudly, though the mockery on his face was impossible to conceal. At least 1/3 of Huaxia's territory. This is the bottom line of our sage family. Kong Yuan said. And I can also give you an enormous benefit. This girl by your side is your descendant, is she not? I can decide that my grandson will marry her as his principal wife. That is, the future wife of the Duke Yanqing. If she bears children, her offspring will be the future Duke Yanqing. Kong Yuan believed he had offered terms that the Dragon Lord had absolutely no reason to refuse. Grandfather, this Meng Wanqing is a descendant of a lesser sage. Take her as my concubine as well. Kong Xian licked his lips and said, his gaze constantly roaming over the two women. Just imagining that he could enjoy these two top-tier beauties tonight made him so excited that he stood up. The entire room instantly fell into dead silence. Kong Yuan stroked his white beard, believing he had given the Dragon Lord immense favor and grace. Yi Qingzong's eyes flickered with wild ambition. With land and the recognition of the sage family, he could proclaim himself emperor. Kong Xian's gaze wandered as he fantasized about what positions and tricks he would use to enjoy these two beauties. The Dragon Lord's anger had reached its absolute limit. Taking Huaxia's territory was one thing, but daring to treat the request to marry Long Qianqian as a favor to Huaxia was another entirely. If not for the fact that he was a descendant of the sage, with tremendous influence both domestically and internationally, the Dragon Lord would have already slapped the three of them into pieces. Long Qianqian and Meng Wanqing were also humiliated and furious to the extreme. Just as the Dragon Lord was about to sternly refuse and leave with the others, Chen Fan suddenly spoke. You are Duke Yanqing Kong Yuan, right? Chen Fan sneered as he spoke. And who are you? When did it become your turn to speak? Does the Dragon Lord bring people with such poor upbringing? Kong Yuan snorted coldly. Heh, who am I? I am your ancestor. I fucking fuck your damn. The moment Chen Fan spoke those words, everyone raised their heads and stared at him in disbelief, utterly unable to believe what they had just heard. What did you say? Kong Yuan suspected his ears were playing tricks on him. I said I fuck your damn, I fuck your mother. Chen Fan charged forward with lightning speed, jumped directly onto the table, and went straight at Kong Yuan's face, striking left and right. Everyone present was stunned by Chen Fan's actions and failed to react for a moment. By the time they heard Kong Yuan's screams and came to their senses, the current Duke Yenqing, Kong Yuan, had already been slapped into a pig head by Chen Fan. His cheeks were grotesquely swollen, all his teeth had been knocked out, and blood foam sprayed from his mouth and nose, his appearance utterly miserable. This was only because Chen Fan showed restraint and did not deliver a killing blow. "You insolent brat, how dare you, stop!" Yi Qingzong roared and raised his hand to strike at Chen Fan's head, intending to kill him in a single blow. "Chen Fan, do not be rude." The Dragon Lord also shouted in a low voice and raised his hand, sending out a stream of true energy that bound Yi Qingzong and the Kong family's experts in the room. "You, how dare you insult and beat the current Duke Yenqing? Are you not afraid of divine retribution?" Kong Xian shouted in shock and fury. "Fuck, if you had not spoken, I almost forgot about you, you little bastard." Chen Fan kicked and broke both of Kong Yuan's legs, forcing him to kneel toward the Dragon Lord, Long Qianqian, and Meng Wanqing. Then he suddenly turned and looked at Kong Xian. Slap! Chen Fan grabbed Kong Xian and delivered another barrage of brutal slaps. "Chen Fan, he is the Duke Yenqing's only grandson. If you cripple him, the Duke Yenqing's bloodline will be cut off." Meng Wanqing reminded him from the side. Chen Fan froze for a moment, then suddenly stomped hard downward. Kong Xian's neck shot out, his eyes bulged, and he let out an earth-shaking scream of agony. That scream immediately drew the Kong family's experts outside, as well as several Qi Lake Realm experts of the Yi family. "Chen Fan, do not continue this nonsense," the Dragon Lord shouted sternly. Only then did Chen Fan step down. The arriving Yi family Qi Si realm experts and the long-braided servant were all stunned by the scene before them. They saw Duke Yenqing Kong Yuan kneeling on the ground like a dead dog, his face swollen like a pig's head, blood bubbling from his mouth. Kong Xian was in an even more miserable state, clutching his groin and rolling on the ground while screaming in agony, clearly crippled. "Quickly seize this vile criminal. Chen Fan, you are truly messing around. How could you lose control and injure the Duke Yenqing so severely? Hurry up and come over here." Although the Dragon Lord scolded him verbally, the Qi Si realm true energy had already locked onto every Qi Lake realm expert present. The experts of the Yi family and the Kong family instantly felt as if they were being stared down by a true dragon. Their hair stood on end. They had no doubt at all that if they dared to step forward and make a move, they would be instantly killed by the Dragon Lord. "Duke Yenqing, the juniors were ignorant and offended you. I apologize to you on their behalf. But the demands you just proposed cannot be complied with. Huaxia's territory belongs to all the people of Huaxia. Even I do not have the right to divide it. As for your 20% of literary Dao fortune, it is nothing more than the governance methods of feudal emperors. Huaxia does not need it." After saying this, the Dragon Lord flicked his sleeve and led Chen Fan, Meng Wanqing, and Long Qianqian out. Wherever they passed, the Qi Lake realm experts of the Yi family and the Kong family all stepped aside to make way, not daring to block them. "Dragon Lord, you and your Huaxia will regret what you have done today." The Kong family expert who had previously caused trouble at the entrance stepped out and shouted. "You are nothing but a Kong family servant. What the hell are you to dare threaten the Dragon Lord?" A cold glint flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. He snapped his fingers, and the feng shui forbidden technique he had previously planted in that man instantly erupted. Bang! The head of that Kong family Qi Lake realm expert exploded like a watermelon. All the Kong family experts and Yi family experts stared at Chen Fan in utter terror. Killing a Qi Lake early stage expert with a single snap of the fingers, what kind of method was this? Even Qi Si realm experts probably could not do this. Even Kong Xian, who had been screaming in agony, was so frightened that he immediately dared not make a sound. Everyone do not panic. This kid is a feng shui celestial master. His martial cultivation is only at the middle condensed Qi stage. He must have planted a forbidden formation on that Kong family expert in advance. Yi Qingzong said. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but their eyes were still filled with deep apprehension, and they firmly etched the name Chen Fan into their memories. Qingzong, immediately contact all literary Dao scholars in Xia capital and have them come to the Yi family. Also, you personally go to the Ji family and have Ji Yuan Dao come see me. To dare act so outrageously toward the descendants of the sage, not only will I make that Chen Fan die without a complete corpse, I will also make all of Huaxia change dynasties. Dragon Lord, you know nothing at all about the power of the literary Dao lineage. Duke Yenqing Kong Yuan's eyes were filled with rage and venom. After returning to the Forbidden City, Chen Fan felt extremely satisfied after brutally beating the old bastard and the little bastard of the Kong family. However, everyone else wore grave expressions. Even the Dragon Lord had his brows tightly furrowed. This time we have completely offended the Kong family. Tomorrow, the scholars from the academies of Xia capital will probably make a major move. Huaxia was already in turmoil due to the fortune competition. This will likely make things even worse. The Dragon Lord sighed. This time Chen Fan indeed went a bit too far, but that Duke Yanqing deserved it. He was simply too arrogant. Long Qianqian said. No. Even if Chen Fan had not acted that way, the Kong family would still have done this. Chen Fan merely accelerated their actions. Their fundamental goal is to take advantage of the chaos to carve up Huaxia. The Dragon Lord shook his head. Heh, a bunch of rotten Confucians. What kind of storm can they possibly stir up? Chen Fan said. Chen Fan, you do not understand matters of the literary Tao. These scholars have read the 4 books and 5 classics extensively and are extremely learned. If they gather together, even the great scholars of my Meng family would have to avoid them. Meng Wanqing shook her head. She knew the Kong family's influence in the literary Tao too well. Yes. These people are stubborn and reeking of sanctimony. Their mouths are full of benevolence, righteousness, morality, and ethics, but behind the scenes they are full of filthy male lust and female debauchery. However, they control Huaxia's voice and public opinion. For personal gain, they often distort facts and fabricate rumors, putting both me and the Dragon Lord in very passive positions. Long Qianqian said. And this time, with the Kong family rallying them, these people will certainly make a big fuss to seek even greater benefits. They will swarm over like flies drawn to rotting flesh. It does not matter. If they gather together, it will be perfect to wipe them all out at once. Chen Fan said. Chen Fan, you are too naive. Each of them is a silver-tongued debater. And at this point, it is already too late to notify the great scholars of my Meng family to come. I will probably have to face them alone tomorrow. Meng Wanqing said worriedly. The Dragon Lord also nodded helplessly. Chen Fan, however, did not care at all, because he had already thought of how to deal with this group of silver-tongued rotten Confucians. Hidden family, the Ji family. Ji Yuandao had just returned from the Yi family, and he was in an excellent mood. Grandfather, what matter could make you personally go out late at night? At this moment, a heroic man in a long robe walked out. He was the young martial heir of the Ji family line, Ji Chongwu. Behind him stood a tall and imposing man with his hands lowered respectfully. He was Ji Chongwu's servant, Jin Yuba. Ha 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 ha, I never imagined that this Chen Fan would truly be the lucky star of my Ji family. Ji Yuandao laughed loudly. Chen Fan? The Feng Shui celestial master who defeated cousin Chongxian. Ji Chongwu asked, confused. Jin Yuba's expression changed slightly when he heard Chen Fan's name. In recent days, he had heard many stories of Chen Fan's legendary performance in the fortune competition. This caused Jin Yuba, who had already regarded Chen Fan as trash, to feel pressure once again. This Chen Fan first used the 10,000 ghost transporting Sha formation against the Yao family during the Feng Shui competition, causing the Yao family to lose nearly half of its experts and alchemists. Now he has even beaten up the descendant of the sage, Duke Yanqing. Not only did he beat Kong Yuan into a pig head, he even destroyed the only grandson's manhood. Now the literary sage lineage has formed an alliance with us. In the literary Tao competition the day after tomorrow, they will seize the literary Tao fortune for our Ji family. Ji Yuandao said. Ha ha ha, that is truly wonderful news. Ji Chongwu also showed delight. This Chen Fan may have extraordinary talent, but he is an impulsive fool. This time he has caused serious trouble. Kong Yuan has already gathered the 3 great scholars of Xia capital and 3,000 scholars, preparing to make a huge scene at the Forbidden City. If the Dragon Lord mishandles it tomorrow, Huaxia's administrative system will likely collapse completely. Ji Yuandao said meaningfully. Heh, the higher you fly, the harder you fall. He only seized a few minor fortunes and already became so arrogant. When I finally seize the 60% of martial Tao fortune, what will his little bit of fortune even count for? Ji Chongwu sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Oh? Ji Yuandao's eyes immediately lit up. He grabbed Ji Chongwu's wrist. Moments later, he was overjoyed. Chongwu, you have actually stepped into the peak of the Qi Lake realm. Heh, not only me. Even Yuba has stepped into the early Qi Lake realm. Ji Chongwu said with a smile. All thanks to the master's cultivation. Jin Yuba immediately knelt on one knee. Yuba, I heard that you had a grudge with this Chen Fan in the past. During the martial Tao competition, he will be yours. Ji Chongwu said. Master, rest assured. With my current strength, killing him will be as easy as crushing an ant. A cold smile flashed across Jin Yuba's lips. Even if you are a triple champion, so what? In this world, martial Tao reigns supreme. In my eyes as a Qi Lake Realm King, you will forever be nothing more than an ant. The next day, the Forbidden City. The guards of the Forbidden City received Yi Chingzong's order and opened the city gates wide. 3,000 scholars, led by the three great scholars, marched into the Forbidden City with imposing bearing. Above each of their heads floated wisps of literary Tao energy like thin mist. They had already prepared multiple charges of monstrous crimes against Chen Fan and the Dragon Lord. Today, they would force Chen Fan to submit to punishment, make the Dragon Lord kneel and apologize to the descendants of the Supreme Sage, and then kneel to welcome Duke Yanqing into the Forbidden City. The vermilion inner gates of the Forbidden City slowly opened, but what greeted them was neither the Dragon Lord nor any great scholar invited by him whom they were familiar with. Instead, it was a youth just over 20 years old, holding a long blade in his hand. "Who are you, and where is the great scholar who was invited to debate the classics with us?" The leader was one of the three great scholars, his hair completely gray and bearing the aura of someone long accustomed to authority. He pointed at Chen Fan and shouted the question. "I am the great scholar who will debate the classics with you." The vermilion gate slowly opened. Chen Fan walked out, holding a long blade in one hand and three thick stacks of scrolls in the other. "You? What the hell are you? A nobody whose hair has not even finished growing, a snot-nosed brat. You think you are worthy of debating the classics with us?" The leading scholar sneered. Li Zhoutong, 76 years old, head of the so-called uprightly family. A habitual lecher. He has taken 186 concubines, of whom 110 were girls under 18 years of age. He forcibly seized 36 other men's wives. Chen Fan took out one stack of scrolls and read aloud. "Shut up. You impudent brat, how dare you slander the good name of Academician Li?" Another elderly man beside Li Zhoutong pointed at Chen Fan and cursed. Huang Shiqi, 68 years old, head of the upright Huang family, citizen of the United States. Greedy to the core. He used his status to traffic state secrets and transferred 300 billion in national assets, buying land and real estate on a massive scale in the United States. Chen Fan took out the second stack of scrolls and read aloud. At once, the 3,000 scholars behind them looked at one another in shock, erupting into an uproar. You must not spew blood from your mouth and frame people." Huang Shiqi's face instantly turned deathly pale. "Boy, we are here to admonish that criminal Chen Fan who slaughtered evildoers, to return China to the righteous path of honoring the worthy and respecting the way. Do not stir up trouble here." The third great scholar spoke with a face full of righteous indignation. He wore a traditional jacket, with a small braid trailing behind his head. Aizen Joro Furu, a remnant of the Qing dynasty, treated with great courtesy by China, yet colluding with foreign forces in an attempt to restore a feudal monarchy. Chen Fan took out the third stack of scrolls and read. Good, good, good. What a sharp-tongued little bastard. Among the three, the one with the greatest influence was clearly Li Zhoutong. He stepped forward and sneered. "If I am not mistaken, you are that vicious little man Chen Fan who dared to beat the Holy Duke, are you not?" Li Zhoutong stared at Chen Fan with deadly intensity. "That is right. I am Chen Fan." The corner of Chen Fan's mouth lifted slightly, revealing white teeth. "Good. Since you admit it, then ask the scholars behind me. Will they believe the words of a sinner like you, who beat the Holy Duke and shows no respect for the Supreme Sage, or will they believe the character of us three great scholars of China?" Li Zhoutong sneered and turned to look behind him. "Academician Li, you, Academician Huang, and Academician Furu are the three great scholars of our age. How could we possibly believe the words of this beast who beat the Holy Duke?" Someone among the 3,000 scholars stepped forward to flatter them. "You bastard. First you beat the Holy Duke, and now you slander the three great scholars of China with nothing but empty words. Your crimes are too numerous to record. You deserve to be cut into 1,000 pieces and have 9 generations of your clan exterminated. Your ancestors should be ashamed to have a descendant like you, kneeling underground forever, unable to rest in peace." The remaining scholars, unwilling to fall behind, scrambled to curse Chen Fan loudly, eager to perform in front of the three great scholars. "Ha ha ha, Chen Fan, do you think you can smear the three great scholars with a few lousy scrolls? You do not understand that in this world, whether morality or rules, it is we upright scholars who decide." Huang Shiqi laughed loudly. In truth, many of the 3,000 scholars present knew full well the filth of these three men. They lied with open eyes only because they feared being expelled from this community of shared interests. In this world, we scholars of the sage's lineage are the ones who make the rules. From kings and ministers above, to clerks and common rabble below, everyone must obey the rules we establish. Even that person must obediently bow his head. What can you do to us? Aizen Joro Furu said with a face full of mockery. What you said is very good. But who said I needed you to believe me? I am merely pronouncing the sentence for the crimes of you three. Chen Fan sneered and stepped forward. Then, under the incredulous gazes of everyone present, he brought his blade down and severed Aizenjoro Furu's head in a single strike. The group of scholars who had been angrily cursing Chen Fan instantly fell silent. Huang Shiqi and Li Zhoutong were closest to Aizenjoro Furu. Scalding blood splashed all over their faces. You dare to kill one of the 3 great Confucian scholars of China. Li Zhoutong and Huang Shiqi looked at the headless corpse, their voices trembling. Since you say morality and rules are set by you, and right and wrong are decided by you, I will not argue with that. But now the butcher's blade of truth is in my hand, so your lives and deaths are decided by me. After speaking, Chen Fan swung his blade again. Blood rained down, and Huang Shiqi was likewise decapitated. Chen Fan, do you know what you are doing? If you kill us, you will be nailed to the pillar of shame in the history books and stink for 10,000 years. Li Zhoutong shouted sternly while pointing at Chen Fan, yet his body unconsciously shrank backward. Quick, stop him. Li Zhoutong shoved at the scholars beside him, trying to squeeze into the crowd. On the city wall above, several soldiers of the War Department were also shocked by the bloody scene below. What should we do? Should we go down and stop Chen Fan? Stop my ass. That Chen Fan belongs to the Dragon Lord, and the acting commander Yi Qingzong already gave orders. No matter what happens, no one is allowed to go down, and the gate is not to be opened. A mid-stage condensed chi captain barked. The soldiers immediately fell silent. Below, Chen Fan's thunderous methods had already thrown the 3,000 scholars into chaos. Everyone retreated in terror. All of you attack him. He is just one man. If you swarm him, it is impossible for him to kill you all. I command you in my capacity as a great scholar to attack. Li Zhoutong roared. However, his actions also enraged the scholars around him. Ha, academician Li, you want us to die for you while you go back to sleep hugging your more than 180 naked wives? Someone sneered. Who dares insult this academician? Li Zhoutong flew into a rage. Yet seeing Chen Fan approach with the blood-dripping butcher's blade, and with the great gate tightly shut behind them, everyone panicked. Driven by the instinct to survive, they no longer cared about Li Zhoutong's status and began pushing him toward Chen Fan. Li Zhoutong, in the eyes of true powerhouses, your so-called rules and hierarchies are nothing but a joke. Do not even speak of your countless crimes. Even if you were innocent, what would it matter if I killed you? As long as I am strong enough, there will naturally be great scholars to debate the classics for me. Chen Fan shouted coldly. Under Li Zhoutong's terrified gaze, he brought the blade down. The last great scholar of China was beheaded. The 3,000 scholars present felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss, trembling as they stared at Chen Fan's blood-dripping blade. Thump! Someone actually knelt before Chen Fan. They had originally thought this would be the same as always, a war of words with scholars from other factions, ending with forcing that person to compromise. They never imagined that a demon would arrive, one who followed no reason, no rules, and killed at the slightest provocation. Crash! With someone taking the lead, all 3,000 scholars fell to their knees. From the high buildings of the Forbidden City, the onlookers shook their heads softly. Killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. Chen Fan truly had no other choice. But what use is it? They submit now, but once they leave, they will only frame and attack us even more viciously, even making us stink for 10,000 years in the history books. That person sighed. Long Qianqian, Yi Zhitian, and Meng Wanqing all wore complex expressions. At that moment, Long Qianqian's eyes suddenly lit up as she pointed below. Look, it seems Chen Fan is making them kneel down and write something? Outside the Forbidden City. On a luxurious carriage forged entirely of pure gold. Kong Yuan sat inside. Although the swelling on his face had already subsided, bruises were still visible. Beside him, Kong Xian looked pale, but he was already able to move freely. This was all thanks to the supreme healing medicine Ji Yuandao had sent the previous night. However, although the external injuries had healed, Kong Xian had completely become a cripple. Grandfather, later I will personally chop that Chen Fan into minced meat. And those 2 bitches, Long Qianqian and Meng Wanqing, I will also take them back and brutally torture and play with them. Kong Xian stared viciously at the tightly shut gates of the Forbidden City. Heh, nephew Kong Xian, do not worry. With the 3 great scholars of China and 3,000 scholars, even the Dragon Lord can only obediently come out to apologize and show weakness. Yi Qingzong said with a smile. Even apologizing is already too late. The literary Dao fortune has nothing to do with him or his China anymore. And I have already allied with the Ji family. If he knows what is good for him, I will not have the Ji family exterminate that group completely in the future. Instead, they will become vassals of my Kong family and puppets on the surface. Kong Yuan snorted coldly. Inside the Forbidden City. Under Chen Fan's coercion, the 3,000 scholars cut their fingers, loosened their inner garments, and used blood as ink to write proclamations. I told you to write a proclamation, not to sing praises. After reading one person's proclamation, Chen Fan snorted coldly and killed him with a single slash. All the scholars trembled. Originally, they had planned to show weakness to Chen Fan and then make plans after escaping danger. But now, Chen Fan was forcing them to write proclamations denouncing Kong Yuan. This was equivalent to forcing them to take sides. Once they wrote proclamations condemning Kong Yuan, they would become irreconcilable enemies of the Holy Duke's lineage and those so-called upright scholarly families. It was not that they had not considered resisting or refusing, but when faced with Chen Fan's butcher blade, the blood, and the headless corpses of the 3 great scholars on the ground, all their courage vanished completely. After Chen Fan killed several more scholars who tried to muddle through, no one dared to play tricks anymore. All of them focused fully and began writing seriously. Originally, they feared they would not be able to write harsh words against the Holy Duke's lineage, but once they started, they found they could not stop at all. The dissatisfaction and resentment they had suppressed for 10, 20, even dozens of years toward the literary Tao establishment erupted completely. Many recalled the injustices and exploitation they had suffered at the hands of the upright scholarly families during their years of studying the literary Tao, as well as the sordid acts of those so-called great scholars. The youthful passion once held in their chests surged forth again. Pens flew like the wind, words sharp and cutting, viciously denouncing the Kong family, natural and unrestrained. Chen Fan looked at the manifestation of literary Tao energy above the heads of the 3,000 scholars and nodded. This meant they had become fully serious and had even mobilized their literary Tao energy. The first purpose of Chen Fan doing this was to completely pull them into China's camp. The second was to make them clearly see the true faces of those great scholarly families and awaken the last trace of conscience in their hearts. Outside the Forbidden City, on the golden carriage, Kong Yuan, who had been resting with closed eyes, suddenly opened them. It is the aura of literary Tao energy. It seems the 3,000 scholars have gotten serious and actually used literary Tao energy to denounce the Dragon Lord. Not bad. These people can all be developed into my direct disciples and used by my Kong family in the future. Kong Yuan stroked his beard, confident of victory, and nodded with satisfaction. About an hour later, the literary Tao energy inside the city dissipated. Heh, faster than I expected. It seems the Dragon Lord has already compromised. Xianer, get out of the carriage. Prepare to bring the sacred ancestor's golden statue to take residence in the Forbidden City. After speaking, Kong Yuan stepped down from the carriage with an arrogant expression. Dragon Lord, you did not expect the power of our Holy Duke lineage to be this terrifying, did you? Kong Yuan sneered. Open the city gates. Yi Qingzong also shouted joyfully at the soldiers of the War Department on the city wall, then followed Kong Yuan and Kong Xian toward the gate. Crash. The vermilion gates opened. Sure enough, the 3,000 scholars surged out with fluttering sleeves. My literary Tao lineage truly prospers more with each passing day. I spent decades in the United States, yet I did not expect China's literary Tao to still produce so many outstanding scholars. Everyone has worked hard. Follow me. White-haired old fool, gray-bearded old thief Kong Yuan, what face do you have to appear at the Forbidden City? Before Kong Yuan could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a furious shout. Kong Yuan, Kong Xian, and Yi Qingzong instantly widened their eyes. You treacherous turncoat, spineless dog, accomplice of tyranny. When China faced foreign enemies, you fled with your entire clan. Now that China is in crisis, you return and attempt to split it apart. Kong Yuan, you have lived 86 years in vain. You are about to enter the netherworld. What face will you have to meet your ancestors, the supreme sage? Beast. Animal. Worse than pigs and dogs. The curses came from a young scholar who had long suffered under the rigid hierarchy, unfair exploitation, and monopolization of the literary Tao by the upright scholarly families. Coupled with his deep contempt for the Holy Duke lineage, he took the lead in cursing loudly. Once he started, the other scholars recalled the actions of the Holy Duke lineage and the other so-called upright scholars. Their emotions instantly boiled over. They held the blood-written proclamation against Kong Yuan above their heads and continued to curse him furiously. On the city tower, the Dragon Lord stared in disbelief at the scholars holding blood-written proclamations above their heads and cursing Kong Yuan. He even felt that the scene was unreal. How could these scholars, who had been steeped since childhood in the teachings of the Supreme Sage and the 4 books and 5 classics, dare to curse the Holy Duke lineage like this? After a long while, the Dragon Lord came back to his senses and nodded with a complicated expression. So these scholars were not willing to serve those literary Dao families from the start. They were simply not pushed to the edge and did not dare break free from the hierarchical cage set by those great scholars. If China and I had accepted and supported them earlier, allowing 100 schools of thought to contend, perhaps those upright scholarly families would not have grown so dominant. Chen Fan, you have taught me another lesson. The Dragon Lord sighed softly. Below, the Holy Duke lineage and Yi Qingzong were dumbfounded. Kong Yuan's face looked like a dye shop, turning green, then white, then red. Dog thieves. We 3,000 scholars wish we could eat your flesh alive and drink your blood to avenge those poor students from humble families who studied bitterly for decades yet had no path into office. We study the teachings of the Supreme Sage to stabilize the state and bring peace to the people, not to serve as lackeys for dog-hit aristocratic families like yours and commit evil deeds. The 3,000 scholars were furious, shouting and spitting curses. Yi Qingzong shielded Kong Yuan and Kong Xian as they retreated back into the golden carriage. But facing 3,000 scholars, even though Yi Qingzong was a Peak Chi Lake Realm King-level expert, he did not dare to act. In an instant, their faces and bodies were covered in saliva from the scholars. Someone even threw a pile of shit into the Holy Duke's golden carriage, instantly filling it with a stench. In the end, the Holy Duke fled in panic under the curses and pursuit of the 3,000 scholars. It seems that scholars across the land have long suffered under those upright scholarly families. The Dragon Lord, Long Qianqian, Yi Zhitian, and the others walked down, sighing. But this only temporarily forces the Holy Duke lineage to retreat. Once they obtain the literary Dao fortune at tomorrow's literary Dao competition, these scholars will probably still have no choice but to bow to them. Meng Wanqing sighed softly. For scholars, literary Dao energy is like spiritual energy to martial artists. Without literary Dao fortune, even these scholars will ultimately fade into mediocrity. Right now, they are only driven by Chen Fan's coercion and momentary passion. After the literary Dao competition, they will probably still reattach themselves to the Holy Duke lineage. The Dragon Lord sighed. Heh, then tomorrow I will seize the literary Dao fortune and make them completely submit to China. Will that not solve everything? Chen Fan said. However, everyone treated Chen Fan's words as a joke and shook their heads with bitter smiles. Civil governance and martial achievement. This four-character idiom lays bare the two fundamental pillars of ruling the world. Therefore, even though this time it was the literary Dao Grand Competition, apart from the major upright scholarly families of Xiaojing and the 3,000 scholars, many martial families and powerful warriors also rushed to attend. Because this competition not only concerned the ownership of 20% of the literary Dao fortune, but also involved the future cultural inheritance of China. No matter how strong your abilities are, even if you create an era of great peace, if you cannot grasp the literary Dao, then 100 years later your ideas and the system of rules you established will be impossible to pass down. This is the fundamental reason why families like that of the Holy Duke Kong Yuan have endured for over 2,000 years and remained unshaken. Kong Yuan had already taken a seat in the VIP section together with Yi Qingzong, and Ji Yuan Dao was also seated beside Kong Yuan. Ji Yuan Dao already knew about the incident yesterday in which 3,000 scholars wrote blood petitions denouncing Kong Yuan. This made him even happier, because he knew that this meant the Holy Duke lineage had completely broken with China. With the Holy Duke's support in the future, he would certainly be able to proclaim himself emperor with full legitimacy. Holy Duke, who will represent the Kong family in today's competition? Seeing that Kong Yuan's face was dark with anger, Ji Yuan Dao tried to ease the atmosphere. Humph, I have only one direct bloodline descendant, Xianer. Of course I will let him compete. Kong Yuan snorted coldly. His gaze swept toward the 3,000 scholars below, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Once Kong Xian seized the literary Dao fortune, he would reorganize the forces of China's literary Dao, expel all these people, and strip them of their literary Dao energy. At this moment, many of the scholars in the audience were already regretting their actions from yesterday. When they saw Kong Yuan looking in their direction, they all avoided his gaze. Yesterday, facing Chen Fan's butcher blade, if we did not comply, there was only death. Moreover, what we did was clear to our own consciences. I only hope that this competition does not end with someone from the Holy Duke lineage obtaining the literary Dao fortune. A middle-aged scholar named Yu Haoren said. He was the one who had led the cursing of Kong Yuan yesterday. How could that be possible? The literary Dao fortune is formed from the great literary sage Dao of the Supreme Sage. As long as the Holy Duke lineage sends out a direct blood descendant, even if he is a useless waste, he will still obtain the literary Dao fortune. The scholars around Yu Haoren shook their heads in despair. But this time, China has Meng Wanqing competing, the woman known as the greatest literary Tao genius of the past 100 years. And she is also a descendant of a lesser sage. Yu Haoran said unwillingly. It is useless. Once the direct bloodline of the supreme sage appears, even if Meng Wanqing has reached the level where literary Tao energy manifests as an image, it will not work. Unless your literary Tao energy far surpasses the manifestation stage and reaches the embodiment stage, condensing a true great literary sage Tao. An elderly scholar with graying hair said. How could that be possible? Condensing a true great literary sage Tao would be equivalent to the emergence of another sage, a new supreme sage. Yu Haoran smiled bitterly and shook his head, letting out a helpless sigh as the last trace of hope in his heart vanished. The scholars beside him all looked ashen-faced. You lowborn scholars do not know respect for teachers or the Tao. You even dared to defy heaven and denounce the Holy Duke. Just wait until after the grand competition, when your literary Tao energy is abolished. A group of descendants from the upright scholarly families sneered nearby. The literary Tao energy on their bodies was extremely thin, some of them even having none at all. Yet because they were born into powerful families, their status was lofty. Even if their literary Tao realms were inferior to those of the scholars present, these scholars still had to bow and salute when they saw them. This was the rigid hierarchy established by those great scholars. At this moment, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance of the arena. Everyone turned to look. They saw the Dragon Lord personally leading Meng Wanqing and Chen Fan into the arena. It is Meng Wanqing, the greatest literary Tao talent of the past century. She is truly beautiful, more beautiful than any woman I have ever seen. I really want to taste her. If I could hold her naked and sleep with her once, it would be worth dying for. Those descendants of the upright scholarly families all revealed lustful looks, staring at Meng Wanqing like hungry wolves with glowing green eyes. Truly a disgrace to scholarship. Yu Haoran and the other scholars shook their heads at these family descendants. Wait, is that not the Chen Fan who forced us to write proclamations yesterday? What is he doing here? Is he also participating in the literary Tao Grand Competition? One sharp-eyed scholar recognized Chen Fan at once. Huh? He is participating in the literary Tao competition. The scholars found this utterly absurd. Only Yu Haoran felt a faint spark of hope ignite in his heart. I heard that he upset expectations and won the previous 3 competitions. This time, could it be? Impossible. Literary Tao fortune is different from the others. Historically, there have been astonishing great scholars, some even close to condensing the great literary sage Tao, reaching half-sage level. But even so, when facing the direct bloodline of the supreme sage, they could only fail. The gray-haired elderly scholar shook his head immediately. The last trace of hope in everyone's hearts was extinguished. Just do your best. The Dragon Lord said gently to Meng Wanqing, then walked toward the VIP section. As for Chen Fan, he held no hope at all. Chen Fan and Meng Wanqing stepped into the arena. The entire arena was frighteningly quiet. Apart from Chen Fan and Meng Wanqing, there was only one other person. That was Kong Xian, standing at the center of the arena, glaring at Chen Fan with venomous hatred. Chen Fan, who gave you the courage to participate in the literary Tao Grand Competition? Kong Xian snarled viciously at Chen Fan. The 2 great scholar-level judges beside him also looked at Chen Fan with icy hostility. Because among the 3 great scholars Chen Fan had killed in the Forbidden City, 2 had been the heads of their families. Meng Wanqing, you are a descendant of a lesser sage. Are you really determined to oppose my Kong family? If you return from your misguided path, I can still consider taking you as a concubine. Kong Xian looked at Meng Wanqing, dressed in white, exquisitely pure and elegant, carrying an aura of books and ink, and lust again flashed in his eyes. However, the moment lust stirred, a sharp pain shot through his lower body. Chen Fan saw this and immediately sneered. Your fucking dick is already gone, and you are still thinking about taking concubines. Laughter erupted across the arena, mixed with the suppressed snickers of the upright scholarly family descendants. Meng Wanqing covered her mouth and laughed softly. Kong Xian's face flushed red with rage. Enough. Madman Chen Fan, this is the literary Tao Grand Competition. If you dare insult the Holy Duke lineage again, you will be expelled immediately. Now the competition officially begins. A great scholar judge roared. I will go first. After speaking, Meng Wanqing walked straight to the center of the arena. She knew that if Kong Xian went first, she would likely have no chance to act at all. If she went first, there was still a sliver of hope. Fine, ladies first. Kong Xian sneered, still leering up and down at Meng Wanqing's shapely figure. Boom. Meng Wanqing fully released her literary Tao energy. Points of radiance appeared around her body, gradually gathering in the air. Slowly, a straight phantom of the great literary sage Tao appeared, stretching across the sky as if connecting heaven and earth. Literary Tao energy manifesting as an image. How old is she? She actually reached this realm. In the VIP section, the Holy Duke's pupils contracted sharply. Literary Tao energy manifesting as an image. Such a prodigy has not appeared in 100 years. All the scholars present were shocked. The rumors were true. Meng Wanqing had indeed reached this realm. Rumble. Above the heavenly fortune altar, China's fortune trembled. 20% of the literary Tao fortune separated and descended toward Meng Wanqing. Is it going to succeed? The Dragon Lord was shocked and suddenly stood up. The 3,000 scholars watching also stood up, their faces filled with shock and hope. Holy Duke, this. Ji Yuan Dao also stood up with a drastic change in expression. Heh, brother Ji, do not panic. Even if this Meng Wanqing has reached the level where literary Tao energy manifests as an image, so what? With the direct bloodline imprint of my Holy Duke lineage present, this literary Tao fortune will not fall to a mere descendant of a lesser sage. Kong Yuan said with a cold sneer. Sure enough. On the arena, the literary Tao fortune stopped less than half a meter above Meng Wanqing's head. At once, the 3,000 scholars present all sat down in utter dejection. Those descendants of the upright great scholarly families all let out a long breath, still shaken. Sigh, it really still failed. On the arena, Meng Wanqing shook her head and sighed softly. She knew that if Kong Xian had not been present, she would likely have received the recognition of the literary Tao fortune directly. Heh, a mere descendant of a lesser sage dares to covet my ancestors' literary Tao fortune. Truly a delusional fool. Kong Xian snorted disdainfully. Then Kong Xian walked straight toward the arena platform. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on him. Kong Xian looked around at the audience and the 3,000 scholars, a contemptuous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Today I will show you what a true Holy Duke bloodline imprint is. You lowly scholars, who study the sacred works of the Holy Ancestor your entire lives, still cannot compare to a single drop of blood in my body. Kong Xian sneered. Then he began to release the literary Tao energy within his body. A wisp of faint literary Tao energy slowly drifted out from the top of Kong Xian's head. The 3,000 scholars in the audience were instantly dumbfounded. The Holy Duke bloodline produced only this tiny strand of literary Tao energy? It was barely more than that of a complete novice who had just stepped into the literary Tao. In the VIP section, the Dragon Lord, Long Qianqian, Yi Zhitian, and the others were also speechless. This was not some sacred bloodline of a sage. This was clearly a massive useless idiot. Even Ji Yuan Dao could not bear to look. In the Ji family, they could easily find a large group of younger generation members with stronger literary Tao fortune than this Kong Xian. Kong Yuan also showed an embarrassed expression. His son had died young, and this grandson of his was licentious and ignorant. The fact that he could condense even this tiny strand of literary Tao energy was the result of Kong Yuan's tireless instruction over 20 years. Xianer, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and activate your holy ancestor bloodline imprint. Kong Yuan shouted toward the arena. Yes, grandfather. Kong Xian paid no attention to the contemptuous gazes around him and remained smug. He bit his finger, then used the blood-soaked finger to slash across the faint strand of literary Tao energy above his head. Boom boom boom. The moment that strand of literary Tao energy touched his blood, it instantly boiled and expanded. Then, a human figure actually walked out from within that strand of literary Tao energy. The figure was tall, about 1.9 meters in height, wearing a dark ceremonial crown and deep robes, holding a bamboo slip, and slowly stepped forward. At the instant he appeared, clear and resonant sounds of reading aloud suddenly surged across the entire heavenly fortune altar. The master said, "Is it not a joy to learn and practice constantly? Is it not noble when friends come from afar?" The resonant recitation instantly echoed in everyone's ears. It is the Supreme Sage. The sacred spirit of the Supreme Sage has manifested. In the audience, the 3,000 great scholars saw that figure and heard the recitation, and immediately burst into tears, kneeling and prostrating themselves. Ji Yuan Dao, the Dragon Lord, Long Qianqian, and Yi Zhitian all stood up, gazing solemnly at that figure who had influenced China for 1,000 years. When Meng Wanqing saw that figure, she was even more emotionally stirred, bowing deeply in reverence. Rumble. The literary Tao fortune above Meng Wanqing's head began to boil the moment the phantom of the Supreme Sage manifested, like a cheering child, and rushed straight into the phantom of the sage. Then the sage's phantom, together with the literary Tao fortune, merged into Kong Xian's body. The entire audience fell deathly silent. Everyone stared in shock at what they were witnessing. The grand competition of fortune was held once every 100 years. They had only heard that when a sage bloodline appeared, it would certainly seize the literary Tao fortune. But no one had imagined that it would occur in the form of the supreme sage personally manifesting. In the audience, the descendants of the upright great scholarly families jumped with joy. The 3,000 scholars, however, wore complex expressions. There was excitement and reverence at seeing the true appearance of the supreme sage, but also helplessness and frustration when facing the power of noble bloodlines. They knew that once Kong Xian obtained the literary Tao fortune, the holy duke lineage would inevitably strip them of the literary Tao energy they had cultivated painstakingly for 10 or even several decades, reducing them to ordinary people forever. Ha ha ha, congratulations to the holy duke. Your grandson is indeed extraordinary, actually able to summon the sage and seize the literary Tao fortune. Such a wondrous spectacle is truly rare in 100 years. Ji Yuan Dao laughed loudly, while glancing sidelong at the Dragon Lord and the others. Brother Ji should also thank certain people for their blindness and arrogant ignorance. I gave them opportunities, but they did not want them. They insisted on throwing away a watermelon for a sesame seed. Now it is too late for regrets. Kong Yuan sneered, speaking with clear implications. On the arena, Kong Xian was immensely pleased. At this moment, his vanity was fully satisfied. He felt as if he were the incarnation of the supreme sage himself, restoring the glory of his ancestors. Meng Wanqing, how about it? This is the power of the holy ancestor bloodline. Some things are innate. From the moment you are born, they are already destined. No matter how much effort you put in, even if you reach the level where literary Tao energy manifests as an image, so what? It is still inferior to a single drop of my blood. Kong Xian laughed arrogantly. So, have you changed your mind now? Marry me as a concubine, and I can bestow upon you the refined essence of my holy ancestor bloodline. Kong Xian said lewdly. Your fucking dick is already gone, and you are still talking about bloodline essence. Chen Fan stepped forward and kicked Kong Xian straight off the arena. You audacious madman, you dare attack the champion of the literary Tao fortune. The two judges shouted angrily. Champion of the literary Tao fortune? Who appointed him? You. I have not even started competing yet. Chen Fan said. Ha ha ha, Chen Fan, have you been hit so hard that your brain broke? The literary Tao fortune is already with me. What are you still competing for? Kong Xian was helped up by the two judges, glaring at Chen Fan with venomous hatred. Chen Fan, stop messing around. It is meaningless. Meng Wanqing stepped forward and pulled Chen Fan. Above, in the VIP section, the holy Duke Kong Yuan, Ji Yuan Dao, the Dragon Lord, Long Qianqian, Yi Zhitian, and the others also noticed the situation below. Oh? Interesting. The literary Tao fortune has already been absorbed by Kong Xian, yet this Chen Fan still wants to continue competing. This is truly the greatest joke under heaven. Ji Yuan Dao said with a playful expression. The Dragon Lord, Long Qianqian, and the others all frowned. Since the literary Tao fortune had already been taken by Kong Xian, they also could not understand what Chen Fan intended to do. Humph, an ignorant brat, a despicable villain, nothing more than a clown jumping on stage to attract attention. Brother Ji must eliminate this scourge for China in the future. Kong Yuan stood up, preparing to leave, saying angrily. However, at this moment, a burst of astonished exclamations suddenly erupted from within the arena. In the VIP section, the Dragon Lord, Long Qianqian, Yi Zhitian, Kong Yuan, Ji Yuan Dao, everyone instantly widened their eyes in shock. In the audience, almost everyone stared at the center of the arena in utter shock. This is impossible. Yu Haoran's expression was so agitated that it became ferocious, almost a low roar. The great path condensed from literary energy that appeared behind Chen Fan completely overturned his worldview. The remaining 3,000 scholars all wore expressions of extreme astonishment. Chen Fan, how could Chen Fan possibly condense a literary sage path? The Dragon Lord's eyelids twitched violently. Long Qianqian and Yi Zhitian were also breathing rapidly. On the arena, the two great scholar judges had already lost all control and fallen to their knees. A literary sage path. Chen Fan has actually condensed a true literary sage path. Meng Wanqing stared at the arena, at the path solidified into substance behind Chen Fan, her heart shaken like mountains collapsing and seas roaring. Ding! Meng Wanqing favorability plus 10, current favorability 90. Reward to host, 4,000 points of vitality. Current vitality balance of host. At the center of the arena. The literary sage path behind Chen Fan was unlike the one of the Supreme Sage, which looked as if it were paved with gold and white jade, a flat and radiant golden brick avenue. Instead, it was composed of chunks of yellow mud steps, even appearing crude and rough in places. As long as Chen Fan ascends this yellow mud stairway of the sacred path, he will be able to become a new literary sage. Yu Haoran murmured. At once, everyone watched Chen Fan with bated breath. Splash! Suddenly, heavy rain began to fall upon this newly formed yellow mud stairway that led into the heavens. There was no lofty golden radiance around Chen Fan like that of the supreme sage, nor was there any resonant sound of recited scriptures. He climbed upward step by step along the muddy yellow stairway, soaked by the rain. The muddy steps were extremely slippery. For every 2 steps Chen Fan took, he would fall once. And every splash of mud raised by his fall reflected the miserable lives of the common people from an entire dynasty. Each time he fell, Chen Fan was lifted up by emaciated commoners clad in patched rags. The blue heaven is dead, the yellow heaven shall rise. In the year of Jiazi, great fortune under heaven. This humble Taoist asks the great Han to die. A thunderous Taoist shout suddenly rang out from the yellow mud stairway, shaking the skies above the heavenly fortune altar. This is Zhang Jiao. Everyone present stared at the yellow-robed Taoist figure in utter horror. Child, drink this bowl of talisman water from me. Zhang Jiao appeared, tall in stature with long hair loose, helping Chen Fan up and handing him a bowl of cloudy rice broth. This talisman water may not cure all illnesses, but it can fill your stomach. Chen Fan sighed, then drank it in one gulp and continued forward. When autumn comes on the 8th day of the 9th month, when my flowers bloom, all others shall wither. Trampling the imperial streets with the bones of nobles, burning the inner treasury to ashes of brocade. A heroic man covered in blood and murderous aura, holding a blood-stained steel blade, strode toward Chen Fan, striking the blade and singing loudly. Young man, take this blade. Slaughter all aristocratic clans under heaven, and cut down all injustice. The heroic man shouted, then handed the blade to Chen Fan. This person, could it be Huang Chao of the Tang dynasty? Even Ji Yuandao and Kong Yuan felt their pupil's contract. Whether it was Zhang Jiao or Huang Chao, everyone present was intimately familiar with them. They were all historical figures who spoke for the common people and rose up in rebellion against aristocratic clans. Chen Fan took the blood-stained steel blade and continued upward. Big brother, if you go a little higher, we will be able to eat white steamed buns and meat. Then Chongba's father, mother, and brothers will not starve to death. A childish voice swallowing saliva rang out. A skeletal, naked child holding a broken bowl walked over. There will be meat to eat. You will not need to beg or become a monk anymore, and you will not need to rebel either. Chen Fan patted his head and continued onward. Little one, here, here. At the very top of the steps, a kindly old man smiled and waved at Chen Fan. When Chen Fan stepped up, the voice vanished. Standing at the highest point of the literary sage path built of yellow mud steps, the raging wind and rain filling the sky finally ceased. Chen Fan looked down upon the path he had walked. Beneath the rise and fall of each dynasty were nothing but suffering and sorrowful common people. Among them were countless heroes who resisted dynasties and aristocratic clans, striving to save the masses. They had become these very steps leading toward a new literary sage. The path of the literary sage should not be a lofty doctrine for aristocratic clans to rule the people, but a path that serves the masses and seeks happiness for all common people. Chen Fan raised his blade toward the heavens and shouted. Boom! The cloud-filled sky was instantly pierced by brilliant light. Wrong, it turns out we were all wrong. We studied bitterly by lamplight for decades, thinking only of escaping poverty and hardship, wanting to stand above others. But if that is the case, what difference is there between us and those upright great scholars? Is this truly the sage path of saving the world and the people that we once pursued? In an instant, the hearts of the 3,000 scholars were violently shaken. Looking at the heroes who had fought for the masses upon the yellow mud steps, and at the miserable, suffering common people, they achieved sudden enlightenment. This literary Tao energy that leads to high office and riches, that enslaves the masses, we do not want it. Yu Haoran stood up first. His body shook, and the literary Tao fortune of the supreme sage hovering above his head instantly shattered. Yes, what we pursue is saving the world and the people, not becoming lackeys of those high and mighty aristocratic clans who oppress and exploit the common folk. All 3,000 scholars rose up in righteous indignation, roaring as they shattered the literary Tao energy above their heads. In the VIP section, the Dragon Lord, Long Qianqian, and Yi Zhitian were already in tears. The muddy path Chen Fan had just walked was the blood and tears history of the Chinese people over thousands of years. You rebellious traitors of the sage, how dare you shatter the sage's literary Tao energy? This is betraying your master and annihilating your ancestors, destroying your own great wall. In the VIP section, Kong Yuan pointed at the 3,000 scholars below and cursed furiously. At this moment, Ji Yuandao finally recovered from his shock and shifted his gaze away from Chen Fan. Holy Duke, has Chen Fan become a new literary sage? Ji Yuandao's voice trembled. At present, it does appear that he has refined a new literary sage path. But Brother Ji need not worry. My holy ancestor lineage has endured for thousands of years, with disciples spread throughout the land. How could it be compared to a Chen Fan who has only just achieved the path? Just watch how I destroy his sage path. After speaking, Kong Yuan suddenly slammed his chest. A mouthful of heart's blood immediately spurted out. At the same time, a literary Tao phantom paved with golden bricks appeared behind him. It is literary energy manifesting as an image. Someone shouted. As Kong Yuan's heart's blood sprayed forth, the literary Tao phantom instantly solidified upon being stained with blood. Gradually, it formed a true literary sage path. What is happening? Has Kong Yuan also cultivated a literary sage path and achieved the position of a literary sage? The 3,000 scholars below were utterly shaken. No, this is still the literary sage path of the Supreme Sage. Kong Yuan is using his heart's blood to summon the literary sage path. With the literary sage path revealed, the Supreme Sage will likely appear at any moment. The white-haired scholar said in horror. But when Kong Xian seized the fortune earlier, did he not already summon the Supreme Sage? Many scholars asked in confusion. What Kong Xian summoned was only a phantom of the Supreme Sage. What Kong Yuan is about to summon now is the real Supreme Sage. The old scholar explained in a trembling voice. Just as he finished speaking, upon the golden brick literary sage path above Kong Yuan's head, the Supreme Sage appeared once again, about 1.9 meters tall, wearing a dark ceremonial crown and deep robes, holding a bamboo slip. However, unlike the figure summoned by Kong Xian, this time there was no resonant sound of scripture reading around him. Instead, this sage's eyes were no longer vacant, but vivid like those of a living person, sweeping across the crowd one by one. When he saw Chen Fan and the yellow mud sacred path that had once again descended upon Chen Fan, his eyes lit up, and he walked toward Chen Fan. A brand new literary sage path. The eyes of the sage flashed with fervor and scrutiny as he fixed his gaze on the yellow mud sacred path behind Chen Fan. Holy ancestor above, this child has presumptuously established this crooked yellow mud path, attempting to overturn your sacred golden path of governance. I beg the holy ancestor to swiftly destroy this path, in order to uphold the orthodox name of Confucianism. Kong Yuan knelt to the ground and spoke. Holy ancestor, I am your only bloodline descendant. It was this brat who ruined the foundation of our Kong family's inherited sagehood. You must severely punish him. Kong Xian also knelt and kowtowed, pointing at Chen Fan with a face full of malice. At the moment the sage appeared, a tempest surged through the hearts of all scholars and spectators present. Even the Dragon Lord, Long Qianqian, Yi Zhitian, and Ji Yuandao revealed expressions of extreme shock. This was because what appeared this time was not the unconscious phantom summoned by Kong Xian before, but a sage who seemed to have flesh and blood, as if truly alive. With the sage appearing in person, Chen Fan, this aberration of the literary Tao, will surely be eradicated. Even if he has condensed a new literary sage path, so what? One is a golden sacred path, the other a muddy path. Which is superior and which is orthodox is obvious at a glance. Ji Yuandao snorted coldly. The Dragon Lord, Long Qianqian, Yi Zhitian, and the 3,000 scholars below all stared tensely at the arena, waiting for the sage's judgment. In their view, if the sage intervened personally, the newly established literary sage path of Chen Fan would absolutely not survive. After all, whether in terms of inheritance, scope, or influence, the two could not possibly be compared. If the sage's golden path was a grown man in his prime, then Chen Fan's yellow mud path was like a toddler just learning to walk. However, what surprised everyone was this. The sage gazed at the yellow mud path behind Chen Fan for a long time. After thoroughly understanding the principles and laws of this path, a look of deep admiration unexpectedly appeared in his eyes. Excellent! Truly excellent! I never imagined that after more than 2,000 years of development, China would once again give birth to a completely new and even more transcendent sacred path. Child, what is this yellow mud sacred path called? The sage asked. Holy sage, this path is called the path of the myriad people. Chen Fan bowed respectfully, neither humble nor arrogant. The path of the myriad people. Yes. This path is truly excellent. It is sufficient to replace my own sage path. The sage nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. The golden sage path behind him instantly vanished. Kong Yuan, Kong Xian, Ji Yuandao, the Dragon Lord, Long Qianqian, and everyone present all felt their bodies tremble violently. Kong Yuan and Kong Xian, in particular, panicked the moment they saw the golden sage path withdrawn. Holy ancestor, you must not do this. If this child's yellow mud path is not destroyed, our Kong family's millennia-old sage lineage will decline. How then can our Kong family lineage continue to command millions of Chinese scholars, and how can we remain above imperial authority and the masses for generation after generation, enduring for countless ages? Kong Yuan shouted in desperation. In an instant, the entire square erupted into turmoil again. The 3,000 scholars, in particular, became incomparably enraged upon hearing Kong Yuan's undisguised words. Sigh. I originally left traces of my mark within your bloodlines only to prevent the sage path from being severed. I never imagined that it would be used by descendants as a tool to establish aristocratic clans, to exploit scholars devoted to learning and the countless people of China. Since a new literary sage path has now appeared, the mark within your bloodlines no longer needs to exist. The sage let out a long sigh, and his gaze suddenly became cold and solemn. Then he flicked his sleeve. The literary sage marks within the bloodlines of Kong Yuan, Kong Xian, and all members of the Holy Duke lineage present flew out at once and burned to ashes in midair. From this day onward, the descendants of the Kong family are no different from the millions of scholars of China. If you wish to revive my former glory, you must diligently pursue learning and, like Chen Fan, reshape the literary sage path. After speaking, the supreme sage bowed deeply to everyone, then his figure drifted away into the void. We respectfully send off the sage. The 3,000 scholars were deeply moved. Touched to tears by the supreme sage's selflessness, they wept openly. At the same time, they knew that the mountain that had weighed upon Chinese scholars for 2,000 years had finally disappeared. The future of China would surely usher in an era of 100 schools contending. The Dragon Lord, Long Qianqian, Yi Zhitian, Meng Wanqing, and the others all bowed deeply toward the direction where the supreme sage vanished. No! Holy Ancestor, we are your direct descendants. You cannot abandon us. Kong Yuan knelt on the ground and roared, his face filled with despair. Bang! In the arena, a sound like shattering glass suddenly burst from the body of the dazed Kong Xian. The 20% literary Dao fortune immediately flew out of him and plunged into the crown of Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan hovered in midair. The yellow mud path behind him was simple yet sacred, and a layer of holy radiance enveloped his entire body. We pay our respects to the sage of this age and beg the sage to spread the Dao. The 3,000 scholars knelt down in unison, their eyes filled with fervent devotion as they looked at Chen Fan. I am not some sage of this age. Every person has only themselves as their own sage. The literary sage path should not stand above all, but should serve the common people. I bestow this literary sage path upon you all. I hope that in the future you will take it as your faith and serve to enlighten and guide the masses. After speaking, Chen Fan waved his hand and shattered the yellow mud path. The yellow mud path broke into countless fragments that flew into the bodies of the 3,000 scholars. In the minds of every one of them appeared the complete yellow mud path. We shall obey the sage's teachings. The 3,000 scholars were instantly overwhelmed with tears. Each of them had received the complete inheritance of Chen Fan's literary sage path. Unlike studying under the so-called upright great scholars, where the excuse that the Tao could not be lightly transmitted meant that after decades of bitter effort, only a superficial fragment was taught. Chen Fan, you are the true sage. Meng Wanqing had also received the complete inheritance of the literary sage path. Her beautiful eyes, as she looked at Chen Fan, held both amazement and reverence. The Dragon Lord, Long Qianqian, and Yi Zhitian all walked onto the arena. They looked at Chen Fan as if gazing upon an incomparably precious treasure. Chen Fan, you truly are astonishing. Even the Holy Duke lineage has been defeated by you. If someone like you were given another 10 or 20 years, even our hidden clans would be unable to suppress you. But fortunately, the Grand Fortune competition is about to end, and you will not live many more days. From afar, Ji Yuandao stared deeply at Chen Fan, a chilling killing intent erupting from his body. Then he flicked his sleeve and left. Chen Fan, if my grandfather were still alive, how excited he would be to see your achievements today. Long Qianqian's beautiful eyes shimmered as she stared at Chen Fan without looking away. Originally, we planned that in this Grand Fortune competition, we could only rely on Meng Wanqing to seize the 20% literary Dao fortune. Now, because of Chen Fan, everything has changed. This result has already far exceeded our expectations. Yi Zhitian also looked excited. With this 40% fortune, even if the Dragon Lord were gone, China would still have the capital to confront the two great clans head-on. Heh, what is 40% fortune worth? I already said it. We will seize 100% of the fortune for the Dragon Lord. Chen Fan said. The Dragon Lord, Meng Wanqing, and Yi Zhitian immediately looked at Chen Fan with blazing eyes. Chen Fan had repeatedly created unbelievable miracles. Now, even if Chen Fan claimed he was a Chi Si realm expert, they would seriously consider whether it might actually be true. Ahem. Long Qianqian suddenly coughed lightly, and everyone's gaze immediately converged on her. Seeing all eyes upon her, Long Qianqian straightened her proud chest, her pretty face filled with confidence and delight. Chen Fan is right. I will seize the remaining 60% of the martial Dao fortune for the Dragon Lord. Because I have already broken through to the peak of the Qi Lake realm.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.